The king's blade, which the nation once spent billions to create, is now treated like a fruit knife, rusting away in a corner. Even if it's powerful, no one uses it. And the first time I saw him, I immediately knelt and begged him to be my spirit weapon. My classmates laughed at me, calling me a fool. Little did they know, he comes with 18 top-tier spirit weapons. Each one alone is enough to take down an opponent. At this moment, the principal's expression was quite grim. What is going on with this year's candidates? They're all awakeners below level 1. I'm truly disappointed. Next up is Lu Ruyan. She patted my shoulder and said, "Believe in yourself," before quickly stepping onto the testing platform. As he placed his hands together, a powerful aura emanated from his spirit weapon. The principal was astonished. This was an unprecedented display of spirit weapon mastery. The entire audience of teachers and students erupted in astonishment. I slowly walked up to the testing platform and placed my hands together. Just as my classmates were laughing, I heard a notification sound in my mind. "Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability to evolve with your spirit weapon. For each enemy you kill, the host can gain experience." Then, I focused my thoughts. 18 sword spirits appeared before me, bound by heavy chains, floating in the darkness. My gaze fixed on one sword spirit, which coldly responded, "Host, hurry and level up. This is beyond your reach right now." After reaching a certain level, you can unlock one of the 18 sword spirits, all of which are very powerful. Ding. The host has completed the awakening of the spirit weapon and received a random reward. Just as I was filled with excitement, there was a commotion in the crowd. Suddenly, dozens of strange voices emerged from all around. At this time, the teachers urged their spirit weapons to attack, but for some reason, their spirit weapons were suppressed by the ghost-faced man. The braver students rushed in to help, but those who rushed in quickly fell to the ghost-faced man in a single blow. Even stranger, weren't the teachers saying that the ghost-faced man was a beast that lurked at night? Yet here it was, broad daylight, and so many had appeared. Just as I was pondering this, a ghost-faced man charged towards me. The school beauty, Lu Ruyan, quickly shielded me, saying, "Get back, kid." A delicate long sword suddenly appeared in her hand, and a dark aura briefly manifested behind her before retreating into her body. At that moment, I sensed her aura strengthen significantly. Just as Lu Ruyan prepared to face the battle, the figure of Fong from the licking dog family appeared, saying, "These beasts aren't even worthy of your effort, Ruyan." He then turned his gaze towards me, saying, "Unlike some F-level trash, who can only hide behind girls." However, Lu Ruyan ignored him and turned to me, saying, "Take care of yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed towards the struggling classmates. At that moment, a system voice sounded, triggering the task for the host to kill the trial puppet. I instantly understood the reason. This was a test specially arranged by the school. Fong spat at me, "F-level trash, stay away from Ruyan. You can't reach her level. It was destined from the moment we awakened our unicorns." He then charged into the crowd of ghost-faced men, wielding a large knife. "You'll soon find out who the real trash is." I activated 1,000 blades, and in the next moment, a shadow entered my body, and a fruit knife appeared in my hand. I then activated my concealment skill, moving swiftly through the crowd as if they were blind, and approached Fong. At that moment, he was swinging his large knife at the ghost-faced men. Despite having the upper hand, he couldn't completely take them down. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and channeled all his spirit power into the knife, slashing at the ghost-faced man. Seeing this, the ghost-faced man hurriedly dodged and rolled away. At that moment, my 1,000 blades pierced through the chest of a ghost-faced man, and the system notification sounded, "You have killed a trial puppet, gaining experience together." Fong's family saw this and angrily shouted, "What are you trash doing here causing trouble?" As a privileged person in the city, he was already aware that this was a trial, and the school would reward the top 3 students handsomely. I smiled at him, saying, "We're all classmates. It's only right to help each other. You don't have to thank me like that." I quickly concealed myself again around Fong's group and suddenly appeared to deliver a finishing blow. I made him sick with the sight of ghost-faced corpses and injured classmates all around. Meanwhile, the system voice announced that the experience requirement had been met. "Does the host choose to advance their spirit weapon? Would you like to refine it?" Then the principal slowly walked towards us to reorganize the lineup. Everyone looked confused but quickly found their positions. Meanwhile, students were whispering to each other, wondering what was going on. Am I in hell now? Oh no, I haven't deleted my browsing history on my phone yet. A moment later, the principal's furious voice rang out again, "Everyone be quiet." The entire playground fell silent. He continued, "How can you have the nerve to waste time? In 2 months, it's the final exam. These trial puppets are said to be so weak that they don't even have weapons, yet they can make you all look so pathetic. I'm very disappointed in you." Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Meanwhile, I casually checked my attribute panel, surprised to find that the system could refine spirit weapons. Refining spirit weapons not only requires a lot of rare materials but also can't be done successfully in one go. If others knew I could refine directly using experience, they would be envious of me. I decided to abandon the idea of refining on the spot and planned to level up secretly when I returned. As the principal's lecture came to an end, some students were recognized for their outstanding performance and were called up to receive awards. He then pulled out a piece of paper and began reading. 5 people were mentioned, including Lu Ruyan and me, and the school rewarded us with a top-tier spirit weapon and a cash prize of 10,000. After the trial ended and I returned home, I sat on my bed and summoned 1,000 run. But every time, it felt like the spirit weapon was secondhand. "Hey, buddy, isn't it time for you to show yourself?" As soon as I spoke, a figure wearing a straw hat and simple clothes slowly emerged from 1,000 run, his eyes filled with exhaustion. I could even sense a hint of indifference in his eyes. It seems that the issue is still the lack of compatibility. I then placed the 1,000 blade into the tranquil spirit liquid and noticed it slowly absorbing the energy, while some blood and rust on the blade fell away. I could clearly feel our relationship gradually getting closer, and the system indicated that the compatibility was continuously increasing. Noticing no movement, I wiped the stains off the Shenron. The contracted spirit Shenron feels your care. Compatibility increased by 1. At this moment, I was shocked. According to this logic, as long as I treat him well, the compatibility would increase. Then my gaze fixed on the last line of text on the system panel, thinking it was time to refine the contracted spirit. At that moment, a surge of intense energy poured into the 1,000 blade, refining it into a level 1 weapon spirit, awakening the effect of a sudden cold gleam, able to concentrate spiritual power in the blade, extend the blade's aura, and increase damage. My level also rose to level 7, and my physique improved to 85, which includes various composite indicators. Moreover, the quality of the 1,000 blade improved, and the shadow behind me became more solid. I wonder when I can have a weapon spirit like my father's, one that can stand tall in the world even without spiritual power infusion. Thinking of this, I realized my eyes had become moist. My father had been missing for 10 years, and I didn't know if he was dead or alive. Suddenly, I remembered that my father had prepared a coming-of-age gift for me, and I pulled a box out from under the bed. Inside was surprisingly a set of protective gear. I tried putting the gear on, and it fit perfectly. Could he really have calculated my size? "Dad, you're impressive." Then I quietly slipped into my mother's room, saw her still sleeping, left a note, and ran towards the city gate. Just as I was about to exit the city, I was stopped by the guards. To leave the city, a minimum of level 1 strength is required. If not met, you must fill out an application to prove you are leaving voluntarily. Any events that occur outside will have nothing to do with the journey control department. The guard took the application and asked in surprise, "You're a student from the 3rd middle school, you must know Teacher Morone, right? What's it to you?" "He's my homeroom teacher." At this moment, I couldn't help but glance at the name on his badge. Zhang Zhouwan raised an eyebrow, casually lit a cigarette, and said, "Don't worry, it's fine. Be careful." Then my shadow gradually disappeared into the thick mist. Zhang Zhouwan shrugged and said, "I hope you make it back, or your homeroom teacher will have my skin." At this moment, I was holding a stone, watching 2 amorous level 1 Tiangong dogs, waiting for their drama to reach its climax. I activated my wings and quietly approached, gripping the 1,000 blade tightly. As soon as they sensed the danger, I swiftly swung at the largest one's head. At the same time, the weak Tiangong dog lunged at me. I rolled to the side before I could get up. It lunged again, and at that moment, the 1,000 blade collided with its biting force, making it impossible for me to pull out the blade. I had to let go with my hands and kicked it hard in the abdomen, causing the 1,000 blade to drop from my grasp. But just then, the 1,000 blade seemed to have a mind of its own, returning to my hand. As the Tiangong dog landed, I precisely stabbed the 1,000 blade into its neck until it could no longer struggle. The system notification sounded, "Ding. You have killed a Tiangong dog. Experience gained, 75. Hearing the system sound, I finally sighed in relief and slumped to the ground, breathing heavily. After all that effort, I only gained 75 experience for killing a Tiangong dog, but at least it was better than nothing. After resting for a moment, I got up and cut off all the valuable materials from the Tiangong dog, preparing to flip it over. I then realized this creature had given birth earlier, no wonder it was so weak. I then carried the 1,000 blade towards the birthing room, unable to hide a smile. Though 4 cubs were hidden under the weeds, I hesitated not for a moment and stabbed downwards. My experience had increased to 30%. It seemed I only needed to hunt a few more beasts, and then Shenron and I could compete again. Next, I wandered around the outskirts of the ruins. After encountering the Tiangong dogs, I knew which beasts were my best targets, perhaps their materials weren't valuable, but they were indeed the most efficient targets. I harvested the bloodthirsty mouse, the new-tailed eagle, and the redwood unicorn without hesitation. Soon, the system prompted me that I had enough experience. Without hesitation, I clicked, and under the guidance of the towering trees, Shenron grew to 4 feet 3 inches in an instant, achieving the awakening effect of the Earth Extreme Spirit. The 2000 transformation blade can take any form. At this moment, I successfully broke through to level 1, second series, and my physique skyrocketed to 395, almost reaching the values of a level 3 Hell Spirit Master. It also granted me another stabbing skill, allowing me to instantly appear behind my opponent after completing one attack and immediately execute a second attack. Before I could enjoy my happiness for long, a sudden sound of footsteps caught my attention. I activated my stealth skill and quietly approached the source of the sound. Ahead appeared 3 level 1 unicorns. I decided to test my new skill, and it worked quite well. Before long, they fell to the ground as experience points. In my mind, I was imagining different scenarios and how to combine skills effectively when my phone alarm suddenly went off. Oh no, I almost forgot about old Zhang's practical class. I was extremely anxious to return, but when I looked down at the beasts I had just killed, I couldn't bear to leave their materials behind. Well, it was worth it. I could just take a scolding. Money was still quite important. On the track field of the 3rd middle school, old Zhang with his Mediterranean hairstyle approached, occasionally striking students with the ring he held. You all practice properly. The next 2 classes continued. I didn't call a halt to the practical class, so keep practicing. The cheerful bell for the 3 classes finally rang, and the students who thought they could rest were called to gather by old Zhang. Everyone turn right and run around the track until you can't anymore. You will rest when I say so. They were already running hunched over, but I could still hear a chorus of curses. I heard someone remark, "Isn't that guy over there a bit off?" At this moment, I was looking down, while old Zhang was furious. "Have you grown wings? Don't you understand the significance of practical classes? You're just F770, you need to train more. This is all for your own good. Don't think you're proud just because you came in second last time. You know that was just luck, right?" Faced with old Zhang's incessant nagging, I trembled in anger, my fists clenched tightly. Old Zhang looked at me with disdain, saying, "What, do you want to fight me? Fine, if you can beat me, you won't have to attend my classes anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the class reached a climax. "Quick, beat him up. Don't be scared. If you're a man, don't fear. Worst case, you'll just end up in the hospital for a while." Old Zhang stood there with his hands on his hips, still holding the ruler, his military aura making one shiver. "Teacher Zhang, please enlighten me." As soon as I spoke, the system notification sounded, indicating that my challenge to authority caught the attention of Spirit No. 9, which began to take a slight interest in me. Both sides were itching to move, and old Zhang unbuttoned the collar of his shirt. At that moment, a bright voice rang out. "What are you doing standing between them? Aren't you supposed to be appreciating beasts? Why aren't you back in class?" The newcomer was none other than our homeroom teacher, Morong Shui. Morong Shui coldly huffed at me, "You brat, have you made Teacher Zhang angry again? How about this? You can run until school is over as punishment." Old Zhang frowned. There was less than half an hour until school ended. He knew that Morong Shui was intentionally protecting me. He then grunted, "Not enough. You have to run with an additional 100 pounds of weight." Spirit No. 9 seemed to enjoy running. My weighted running triggered memories for it, and my tenacity made it increasingly curious about me. In the next moment, 18 sword boxes bound by thick iron chains appeared in my mind, allowing me to clearly sense the emotions of each weapon spirit. My gaze landed on the 9th sword box. Last time it looked down on me, but this time it was watching me. Could it be that these chains were locked to prevent me from disturbing them? The school bell rang, and just as I took off the weighted vest, I prepared to sell the beast materials. Behind me, I heard the voice of the school beauty, and I turned to look. Lu Ruoyan and Zhao Yi were walking towards me. Although Zhao Yi was also good-looking, he seemed to fade in color beside Lu Ruoyan. "How about the 2 of us escorting you home? The whole class was tormented by old Zheng today because of your tardiness, and I'm worried they might block you on your way home." "It's fine, you can head home without worry. I might not even encounter them." In truth, I was eager to meet them to test my strength. Zhao Yi joked, "Are you so scared of us following you? Are you planning to do something shady?" He used to be quite reserved, so this didn't sound like him. "Not to be outdone," I retorted, "Yeah, the leading lady is you." Just as Zhao Yi was feeling smug, his expression instantly changed to one of defeat upon hearing that. "What a scoundrel. Be careful on your way back. If anything happens, remember to call me." After saying that, Lu Ruoyan took Zhao Yi and left. Not far away, a pair of resentful eyes was watching the 3 of them. In the trading shop, I was exchanging beast materials with the staff. "You have 38 level 1 materials and a total of 248 non-graded materials. totaling 98,000 huaxia coins. Please verify the details. After confirming the transaction, I began browsing the shop, my mind already calculating how to allocate this 100,000. It seemed my mom's medicine was running low, and I needed to spend 50,000 on half a month's worth of medications. The rent was also due soon, so I had to set aside some living expenses, leaving me with 30,000 to buy equipment. As I walked past each shopkeeper, I was suddenly drawn to a ring because its description stated, the wearer can increase a certain paralysis effect, priced at 28,000. Fighting was strictly forbidden within the city, but due to limited enforcement, fights often broke out in certain areas. As long as no murders occurred, they usually turned a blind eye. With this ring, I could avoid causing fatalities in a scuffle. After buying the ring, I was eagerly anticipating encountering those classmates who wanted to cause me trouble. With my physique at 395 and the ring's effect, I could knock them out with a single punch. Zhang Huan readily bought the ring. Just as he was playing with it while walking out of the store, a news bulletin suddenly interrupted the atmosphere inside. Attention citizens, there are unidentified individuals near the third steel factory in the western suburbs. The possibility of them being humanoid monsters cannot be ruled out at this time. Please reduce travel and report any suspicious persons to the city patrol. Zhang Huan frowned slightly. No way, how unlucky. Although Zhang Huan's home was not near the third steel factory, it was still less than 2 kilometers away in a straight line. If a high-level monster had infiltrated, his home could very well be in danger. With this thought, Zhang Huan decided to hurry home. He quickened his pace, and along the way, some shops had already lowered their steel defenses. The closer he got to the west of the city, the fewer pedestrians he encountered. Occasionally, he could see some city patrol members rushing towards the vicinity of the third steel factory. TSK. It seems if they can't catch this suspicious person, the city patrol will definitely get an earful from the city lord. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhang Huan chose a narrow alley he rarely took before. However, he had not walked far when he heard a familiar voice. Hey, Zhang Huan, you kid or something else. If it weren't for us keeping an eye on you, we wouldn't have waited for you tonight. 5 boys blocked Zhang Huan's path, all classmates, with the leader being Wang Tang. Get out of the way, don't block the road, I'm in a hurry to get home. Wang Tang and the others seemed to find this amusing. He turned to a chubby boy beside him with squinty eyes. Son Fatty, go watch the intersection. If the city patrol comes this way, hurry up and tell us. Son Fatty immediately ran towards the intersection behind them, not forgetting to leave Zhang Huan with a meaningful smile, as if he could already see Zhang Huan being beaten to the point of not being able to move. Wang Tang walked slowly towards Zhang Huan, shaking his head and muttering, Zhang Huan, do you know what I hate the most? Zhang Huan ignored his words, but he continued talking to himself. I hate those who have no strength but love to show off. He put an arm around Zhang Huan's shoulder, tilting his head with a smile. You, a waste spirit of F rank, what right do you have to get second place in the puppet trial? Why can't you just attend class properly? Why do you have to be the last one to arrive, making us suffer under old Zhang? You, a poor kid living in the city village, what right do you have to be so close to Lu Jiyu? As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force with the hand that was patting Zhang Huan's arm, slapping heavily on Zhang Huan's shoulder. His spirit was a B-rank meteor hammer warrior, one of its biggest features being immense strength. Although he was only a first-tier 3-star, he had a physique of 140. With spirit power enhancement, even a first-tier 5-star spirit master would not be his match. He certainly did not believe that a waste like Zhang Huan could withstand his slap. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth froze halfway. Hey, are you done slapping? If you're done, it's my turn. He first saw Zhang Huan's eyes, which were like black gemstones, and then a fist wearing a white ring came crashing towards his cheek. Bang! The tremendous force made Wang Tang's body spin 720 degrees in the air, and when he tried to get up, he felt dizzy and disoriented. His 3 lackeys rushed forward. Tangu, are you okay? Wang Tang's mouth twitched. Damn, you mother ******. He only felt a numbness in his left cheek, and even speaking was a bit stuttered. To articulate clearly, he slapped himself twice. Then, he angrily pointed at Zhang Huan and cursed, Bastard, you dare to hit me. My dad said it. I have the demeanor of a 9th-tier spirit master. Do you dare to hit me? Brothers, charge at him. Kill him. The 4 of them summoned their spirit weapons, wielding a meteor hammer, a large knife, a long staff, and one guy with a shovel. Their attacks were chaotic, as if they were merely practicing martial arts at school, completely disconnected from real combat. Zhang Huan looked down on their moves, not even summoning his spirit weapon, merely using the hidden agile steps to evade them. Occasionally, he would throw a punch in retaliation. The narrow alley prevented Wang Tang's group from leveraging their numerical advantage. They were like moving sandbags, passively enduring Jiang Huan's beatings. The host's one against many battle has caused Spirit No. 9 to reminisce, his interest in you is growing stronger. The punch thrown by the host, in the eyes of Spirit No. 9, is less practical than delivering a knife to the opponent's chest. Spirit No. 13 and Spirit No. 5 agreed with this suggestion and cast disdainful glances at the host. Jiang Huan felt speechless about this. Regardless of whether they had hurt him or not, if he truly wanted to kill them, he wouldn't need to stay in Kaiyun City, he could just run away with his mom overnight. The spirit's complaints made Jiang Huan quite unhappy, and his displeasure soon vented through his fists onto the 4 men. His punches, infused with a paralyzing effect, left some clutching their arms and others lying on the ground, groaning and biting their teeth in pain. Wang Tong, who had been well taken care of by Jiang Huan, now had a face swollen like a pig's head, drooling uncontrollably. Moments later, the alley was filled only with the sound of Wang Tong and his companions gasping for breath. Jiang Huan walked slowly towards Wang Tong, who was so frightened that he kept retreating, and in a moment of carelessness, he fell to the ground. He shouted in panic, "Don't come over." Jiang Huan chuckled, "You're right, those who lack strength but love to show off are indeed quite annoying." The wails from the alley continued to echo out, and outside, Fatty Sun listened to the sounds while puffing on smoke, unable to suppress the grin on his face. "Damn it, Jiang Huan, you wanted to show off. Serves you right. What a pity, I couldn't step in. Otherwise, I would have made Jiang Huan experience what it means to be crushed by Mount Tai. Hopefully, Wang Tang and the others won't forget to record the video." Fatty Sun really wanted to step in, but unfortunately, he was just an E-grade talent, usually only serving as a lackey for Wang Tang and the others. The screams in the alley continued. At this moment, he had already imagined a scene where Jiang Huan was pinned to the ground, begging for mercy. Serves him right. Spirits should be low-key like me. What are they showing off for? Leaning against the wall, he felt satisfied with his usual behavior of clinging to the powerful. Suddenly, he seemed to see a figure, neither human nor beast, approaching him rapidly. In the pitch-black night, the figure moved with extraordinary speed. A pair of blood-red pupils stood out starkly in the darkness. He widened his eyes, panic flooding from his heart to his legs. Then, he turned and fled into the alley. "Run! There's a monster!" In the center of the main road near the urban village in the west of the city, Zhang Yu, who had never been here before, looked up at the tangled wires and the piles of garbage scattered around, occasionally catching a whiff of some strange, pungent odor that invaded his nostrils, causing his brows to furrow tightly. Beside the main road, every 7 or 8 meters, there was a dark alley leading to various corners of the urban village. This was the first time in over 40 years that he didn't know which direction to go. After much deliberation, he decided to ask the nearby residents. He quickly walked towards a convenience store that was about to close, where the owner was an old man with glasses and graying hair. "Uncle, give me a pack of Ziyun." The old man felt a bit uneasy, tossing a cigarette to Zhang Yu while reminding him, "Sir, you should hurry home. They are invading our area." After work, Zhang Yu didn't head home immediately. Instead, he stayed at school to study teaching materials. He hoped to improve his students' abilities as much as possible before the upcoming school recruitment, so that at least most of the students with poor aptitude could secure a decent future. When he saw Jiang Huan's information again, he inadvertently recalled the address Morong Shui had given him, along with her words. By some strange twist of fate, he actually thought about visiting Jiang Huan's home. Therefore, at this moment, he was unaware of the invasion. He was puzzled. Invasion? The old man nodded repeatedly, then lowered his voice to remind him, "They say it's a humanoid. Are classified by levels, but that's only in the eyes of spirit masters. Ordinary people don't know much about, but they understand that humanoid are often more dangerous than other forms. They tend to possess a degree of intelligence." Zhang Yu's brows furrowed even more, so he asked, "Uncle, I'm looking for a friend. Can you tell me how to get to know 128, North District, Shishan Camp?" The old man paused for a moment. "You've taken the wrong path. You've gone an extra 10 minutes. As he spoke, the old man leaned out of the convenience store, pointing to a large tree ahead. "See that tree? After you reach it, turn left into a small alley and keep going. When you see a yellow 3-story building, turn right. Once you're in that area, ask someone else." After thanking the old man, Zhang Yu quickly left. The old man watched Zhang Yu's back and couldn't help but mutter, "What a peculiar guy, going that way at a time like this, not afraid of running into." With that, he pulled down the specially made roller shutter and closed the store. Zhang Yu followed the old man's directions and moved forward. However, due to the complex terrain of the urban village, he often lost his way. Fortunately, although there were fewer pedestrians, he still encountered a few. They hurriedly pointed him in the right direction before rushing home even faster. When Zhang Yu passed through the alley and appeared in a small square, he looked at the empty square and helplessly lit a cigarette. "Damn it, how do I get to Jiang Huan's house?" He had hoped for his phone's navigation, but once it entered the urban village, it seemed to lose its mind. One moment the destination was to the left, the next it was to the right. Suddenly, he seemed to hear hurried footsteps, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The instincts of a former soldier surged within him, and he quickly ducked back into the alley he had just come from. With a thought, a 3-foot-long ruler appeared in his hand. Before long, he saw a familiar figure darting out from the alley across the square. Jiang Huan? Why is he running so fast? Before he could finish his sentence, 5 more figures rushed out of the alley. However, unlike Jiang Huan's calm demeanor, they were covered in blood and panic was written all over their faces. Jiang Huan, don't run! You should fight that like you did before. Yeah, you should hit that like you hit us. Wait for me. Are we still brothers or not? The confusion on Zhang Yu's face deepened. Jiang Huan hitting them? What a joke! He clearly remembered that even the weakest among them, Sun Fatty, had a physique of 25. What could Jiang Huan use to hit them? Jiang Huan's roar echoed in the square. Damn it! Are you all stupid? I said to run separately. Why are you all following me? However, his words had no effect. Wang Tang and the others were just chasing after him. Suddenly, a pitch-black giant dog, towering as high as a person, appeared behind them. It stood on its hind legs like a human, its blood-red pupils particularly striking against the night, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Zhang Yu's pupils involuntarily constricted. A 4th-tier demon beast, the dog god. This was not a demon beast from the Great Xia territory. It was definitely not something Jiang Huan and the others could handle. It wasn't even something he could deal with. His mind raced, contemplating how to resolve the crisis before him. The dog god suddenly pushed off with its legs. Its entire body leaped over Wang Tang and the others, landing steadily in front of Jiang Huan. However, before it could make a move, a flash of white light swept by. The dog god was sliced in half. Zhang Yu's confusion deepened. What was going on? A 4th-tier demon beast was killed by a single strike from Jiang Huan? But even though the demon beast was cut in two, the 6 of them ran even faster. In the next moment, to Zhang Yu's astonished gaze, the lower half of the severed dog god strode towards its upper half. Then, the upper half seemed to merge into a writhing mass of black liquid, and in the blink of an eye, it reformed. It once again quickly pursued Jiang Huan and the others. Jiang Huan was in despair. Since the demon beast appeared, his classmates had not only failed to help him but had also been running for their lives alongside him, leaving him unable to escape the crisis. What frustrated him even more was that he had clearly cut the dog god into several pieces more than once, yet it always managed to recover moments later. It was as if his attacks had no effect at all. In an instant, Zhang Yu saw the clue. This was not a real 4th-tier demon beast, the dog god. It was a shikami. The real danger was the manipulator behind it. In that moment, his tense nerves relaxed. He shouted to Jiang Huan and the others, its weakness is at the heart. Jiang Huan, Wang Tang, you 6 can deal with it together. Wang Tang and the others seemed to hear a familiar voice, turning back just in time to see Zhang Yu's figure. They hurriedly shouted, Teacher Zhang, save us. But Zhang Yu only threw back, concentrate your spiritual power on the spirit tool. Attack its heart with all your might. I have something else to do. Then he ran off in another direction, as if he hadn't seen them at all. Wang Tang was dumbfounded, even forgetting to escape. How could a teacher be so indifferent to the lives of their students? However, what they didn't know was that, in Zhang Yu's view, even a shikigami like this could be taken down by 6 students working together. Meanwhile, he needed to flush out the instigator hiding nearby. Suddenly, the dog god lunged forward, a blast of energy shooting towards Wang Tang. Wang Tang instinctively closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the square. Wang Tang kept his eyes shut, but the imagined pain did not come. Instead, he heard Jiang Huan's loud shout, Stop closing your eyes. Didn't you hear what old Zhang said? Hurry and help. Wang Tang opened his eyes and saw Jiang Huan struggling with the dog god, wielding a long knife. He swallowed hard, then summoned his spiritual power, and a meteor hammer appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, the dog god let out another roar, shattering the courage he had just mustered. Fear arose from his heart, and he suddenly realized the dog god was too fast. If he wanted to escape, he had to be ruthless. A reckless thought emerged in his mind, and he recalled how Jiang Huan had just beaten him. Perhaps, as long as the dog god was busy eating this annoying brat, he could not only survive, but also never have to see this guy again. In the next moment, the meteor hammer in his hand struck heavily against Jiang Huan's back. Bang! Jiang Huan, along with the dog god, was sent flying. The sudden blow made Jiang Huan's insides churn, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for his strong physique, perhaps that blow would have taken half his life. However, he had no time to hold a grudge against Wang Tang, because the inugami pinned beneath him opened its mouth to bite at his neck. Zhang Huan raised his fist without hesitation and smashed it toward its gaping maw. The ring on his fist carried a paralyzing effect, preventing the inugami from closing its mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Huan tightened his grip on the long knife and aimed to stab it into its heart, but the blade was firmly held in its palm. At this moment, Zhang Huan was on top. The inugami was below. A struggle between man and beast began anew. Veins bulged from Zhang Huan's neck, and only killing intent remained in his eyes. The inugami, which had originally been holding the long knife with one hand, gradually needed both hands to resist the approaching blade. Bang! The long knife seemed to shatter something, and the inugami looked down at its heart in confusion. To its surprise, the long knife, which had previously been a fist's distance from its heart, suddenly pierced into it. It seemed that the knife had grown longer than before. Weapon Spirit 1000 Blades kills the Shikigami Inugami, second tier puppet, experience plus 105. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 105. The shadow of the Inugami faded in an instant, and beneath Zhang Huan's knife, only a piece of yellow paper pierced by the 1000 blades remained. Zhang Huan slowly got up, his chest heaving uncontrollably. Only he knew the peril of that moment. If it weren't for the new effect of 1000 blades ever-changing, which allowed the blade to thin and extend, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he was the one lying down. He looked back, and behind him, there was no sign of Wang Tang and the others. He spat out a mouthful of saliva. What a bastard! At that moment, Zhang Huan finally understood why his mother always told him that sometimes humans are scarier than beasts. He silently vowed never to do the same foolish thing again. Detected the host's intense hatred. A man must repay his debts. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the mission, kill Wang Tang. Zhang Huan was taken aback for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on his face. Just wait, Wang Tang, we will settle our accounts. He picked up the long knife and removed the yellow paper that was stuck above it. The yellow paper was folded into the shape of the inugami, with red cinnabar writing that Zhang Huan couldn't understand. Just as he was about to casually discard the yellow paper, the system voice came again. Detected Shikigami Inugami, please find the manipulator behind it. Zhang Huan looked at the yellow paper and muttered, Shikigami? What the hell is that? But he didn't dwell on this question. Instead, he thought about how to find the manipulator behind it. He subconsciously thought of Zhang Yu. Old Zhang must know the weaknesses of this thing, which means he definitely knows what it is. After telling us the weakness, he turned and walked east, which means the manipulator is to the east. With this thought, Zhang Huan immediately ran in the direction where Zhang Yu had disappeared. After all, old Zhang's strength was evident, and if he was late, the mission might not be completed. At this moment, on the rooftop of a 6-story building not far from the square, Zhang Yu kicked open the iron door of the rooftop, looked around, but saw no one. Zhang Yu muttered, it was just here, how did it disappear? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He quickly looked down at the building. He saw a man in a suit sliding down the drainpipe, then turning and running out of the alley. Zhang Yu didn't have time to think. He flipped over and jumped down from the building, using his extraordinary balance and strength to land quickly and steadily while chasing after the man in the suit. The man in the suit was fast, but Zhang Yu was faster. The two chased each other through one alley after another. The man in the suit seemed eager to shake off Zhang Yu, continuously forming various hand seals while throwing one piece of yellow paper after another at Zhang Yu. The yellow paper instantly transformed into bat after bat, swooping down towards Zhang Yu. The ruler in Zhang Yu's hand spun like a high-frequency fan, fending off the attacks. Each time a bat collided with the ruler, a massive shockwave erupted beside Zhang Yu, as if a small explosive had gone off, and the bats turned into charred pieces of yellow paper, falling to either side of him. However, Zhang Yu, at the center of the impact, appeared unaffected, relentlessly pursuing the man in the suit, whose complexion grew increasingly pale. As the distance between them closed, the man in the suit decided to stop running and turned to confront Zhang Yu. With a thought, a katana appeared in his hand. I do not know you. Why are you being so aggressive? His clumsy Chinese made one want to slap him. Zhang Yu's expression was as cold as ice. What a stranger you claim to be. The spirit masters of the Yamano nation are truly shameless. The man in the suit looked puzzled. What do you mean? I really don't understand. Zhang Yu coldly regarded him. Shikigami. 10 years ago, the Yamato nation developed auxiliary combat puppets based on spiritual power, using spirit tools or the blood of demon beasts as mediums. Even ordinary people without spirit tools can activate them by taking special potions, thus realizing the ideal of a nation where everyone is a soldier. A flicker of emotion finally crossed the man's calm face. Are you from the demon suppression army? Zhang Yu met his pale, lecherous gaze. I was. The man in the suit immediately sighed in relief. If you let me go, I will give you 5 million. Zhang Yu slowly raised the ruler in his hand and pointed it at him, leisurely uttering 2 words. No deal. Why? Are you going to risk your life for that meager retirement pay every month? Zhang Yu shook his head. No reason, because I am a teacher now. The man in the suit's confusion deepened. He couldn't understand the connection between the two. Zhang Yu looked at him coldly and continued, and you just almost harmed my student. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu's figure shot forward like lightning. He lunged at the man in the suit with the ruler in hand. Under the night sky, Jiang Huan was searching around the urban village. He had no idea where Zhang Yu had gone. All he could do was follow a rough direction and rely on his instincts. Until he heard a series of explosions. The shops along the way had long since closed, and the residents in the buildings had tightly shut their specially made doors and windows. In the entire urban village, it seemed that only Jiang Huan remained, along with the faint sounds carried by the wind from afar. What is this? Jiang Huan picked up a charred piece of bat yellow paper, instinctively recalling the inugami yellow paper from earlier. Following the trail of the bat yellow paper, he soon saw Zhang Yu engaged in a fierce battle with the man in the suit in an alley. This was Jiang Huan's first time witnessing Zhang Yu fighting with all his might. He saw that Zhang Yu, who had previously appeared somewhat bulky, now looked extremely robust. The ruler in his hand resembled a 3-foot-long sword, each swing carrying a sense of admonition. In front of him, the man in the suit gripped his katana tightly but could only struggle to hold his ground. Beside the man in the suit was a phantom of a ronin, wielding a long sword similar to his, both attacking Zhang Yu in unison, yet they could only defend against his onslaught. Zhang Yu's strikes were clean and decisive, and behind him, a scholar-like phantom occasionally manifested, catching the man in the suit and the ronin off guard. Jiang Huan was somewhat astonished, to be able to channel every bit of spiritual power into the blade. No wonder old Zheng dares to be so arrogant on a daily basis. Ordinary spirit tools could only assist spirit masters in battle in the form of weapons. When the quality of the weapon spirit reaches C grade or above, and the spirit master attains a strength of 3rd tier or higher, they can manifest the weapon spirit, allowing for coordinated combat between the weapon spirit and the spirit master, significantly increasing combat power. If the quality of the weapon spirit is sufficiently high, even if the spirit master is only 1st tier, they can still manifest the weapon spirit. However, manifesting the weapon spirit requires a large amount of spiritual power, so low-tier spirit masters do not easily manifest weapon spirits. Yet, Zhang Yu's method of manifestation left Jiang Huan in awe. Most of the time, Zhang Yu faced the suited man and the wandering weapon spirit alone. Only at critical moments would his weapon spirit, the scholar, suddenly appear, striking the suited man or the wandering weapon spirit away with a ruler. This method not only greatly reduced the consumption of spiritual power but also made Jiang Huan realize that Zhang Yu's control over spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary people. He is in the light, and his weapon spirit is in the dark. This is not like a scholar at all, but more like an assassin. Old Zhang is indeed a retired member of the Demon Suppression Army. The suited man's face grew increasingly pale, his neatly pressed suit now tattered and torn. Blood oozed from the rips, revealing crushed flesh beneath. The wandering weapon spirit behind him was also in bad shape, its form flickering as if it might dissipate at any moment. He raised his hand to halt the battle. You have good skills. I admit defeat today. I'll give you 10 million, let me go, and consider it a favor from the Tianzhou Society. How about that? Zhang Yu shook his head. The suited man gritted his teeth. For the sake of his life, he can only continue. Are you really going to fight me to the death? Do you think I could infiltrate Kaiyun City without someone backing me? If I die here today, your days in Kaiyun City won't be easy either. Zhang Yu snorted coldly. You mean the Yi family, right? Don't worry, even without you, the Demon Suppression Army and the Yi family will still have their conflicts. At this point, Zhang Yu paused. Moreover, our great Xia sage has long said, since you are here, make yourself at home. The suited man, suppressing his rage, asked, what do you mean? Zhang Yu looked at him with disdain. Since you've come, you might as well be buried here. The suited man could no longer contain his anger. As a 3rd-tier spirit master, he had never endured such humiliation. Since there was no way to resolve this peacefully, he would fight to the death. He and his weapon spirit swung their katana together, their forms turning into a blur as they lunged at Zhang Yu. Yet, Zhang Yu showed no sign of tension. Instead, he coldly watched the approaching suited man. In an instant, the scholar weapon spirit behind Zhang Yu flexed its arms, and the originally loose scholar's robe was instantly filled with bulging muscles. The next moment, the ruler in the scholar's hand expanded several times. With a single wave, the wandering weapon spirit was shattered, and the suited man was heavily struck aside. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Huan couldn't help but click his tongue. Thank goodness I didn't get into a fight with old Zheng today. With his ability to concentrate spiritual power like that, I could barely withstand 3 moves. Zhang Yu slowly walked towards the suited man, seemingly in no hurry. But Jiang Huan suddenly realized something. Damn, if old Zhang keeps this up, I won't even need to complete my mission. Jiang Huan's figure vanished from his spot, using his stealth ability to move through the darkness, quickly approaching the suited man. The blood-soaked suited man stood up unsteadily, his form swaying, but his smile grew increasingly sinister. You forced me. Let's go to hell together. He suddenly grabbed the katana and aimed it at his lower abdomen. At that moment, the usually calm Zhang Yu showed a hint of panic on his face. He swung the ruler in his hand towards the suited man. It struck him heavily, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, yet his form remained steadfast. The katana drew ever closer to the suited man's lower abdomen, and the smile on his face became even more grotesque. His lips silently murmured, and judging by the shape, it seemed to say, "Long live Amaterasu." Put. The sound of a long knife piercing through the torso echoed with a dull thud in the night. The suit-wearing man's sinister smile froze on his face as he blankly looked down at his chest. Before him appeared a long knife that seemed to be made of fragments, abruptly manifesting in his sight. He instinctively turned to look back, only to see a youthful face emerging from the shadow behind him. "Thank you." The man in the suit was bewildered. Why would someone thank him after stabbing him? In the next moment, the long knife that had pierced his heart was pulled sideways, shattering his chest cavity, severing his right arm, and completely cutting off his life force. The man in the suit collapsed weakly into a pool of blood, and the mechanical system voice followed. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades kills a 3rd-tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 345. Joint progress activation. Host experience plus 345. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades experience plus 500. Compatibility plus 5. Joint progress activation. Host experience plus 500. Rewarding host ability. Calm heart. Amidst countless temptations in the world, only a pure heart can break through. Jiang Huan, what are you doing here? Before Jiang Huan could properly study the system rewards, Zhang Yu's voice came through. Jiang Huan awkwardly smiled. Good evening, Teacher Zhang. Don't play dumb. I asked you, how did you end up here? Jiang Huan shrugged and made up an excuse. I was just worried you might run into danger, so I came to take a look. Although Zhang Yu felt somewhat skeptical, the excuse seemed plausible enough, so he didn't press further. You're worried about me? Do you know how dangerous your actions just were? Jiang Huan scratched his head. Dangerous? I just saw him standing there dumbly, so I came over and stabbed him. Zhang Yu shot him a glare. He's from the Amaterasu Society of Japan. He was about to burn his blood to unleash his spirit tool. Once his spirit tool goes berserk, even I would have to temporarily escape. Only then did Jiang Huan realize, glancing nervously at the man in the suit lying in a pool of blood. Teacher Zhang, what is this Amaterasu Society? Zhang Yu shrugged. It's a spirit master organization from Japan. They've sent spies into the Great Xia over the years, seemingly looking for something. Halfway through, Zhang Yu's gaze suddenly fell on the long knife in Jiang Huan's hand. His eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Huan, did your spirit tool upgrade? Zhang Yu clearly remembered that Jiang Huan's spirit tool was a broken knife covered in rust and bloodstains. But how had it changed in just a few days? Jiang Huan seemed to be more capable than he had imagined. Jiang Huan nodded, grinning, and continued to make up a story. Yeah, I sold the purification liquid the school rewarded me, and with a bit of savings, I bought some materials to refine my spirit tool. I was just lucky. I advanced in one go. Advanced in one go? Zhang Yu couldn't help but be moved. His spirit tool started at D level, and after saving for many years in his youth, he refined it 5 times before successfully upgrading to C level. Over the years, he had poured his earnings into improving the quality of his spirit tool, but after more than 10 refinements, each one had failed. Although the quality of his spirit tool had improved, it had never advanced to B level. He calmed his emotions and continued to ask, so your spirit tool has upgraded to E level? That's good. At least you can join some small mercenary groups in our Sangyun city. Zhang Yu habitually lit a cigarette and began to puff out smoke. Teacher Zhang, it's D level. Jiang Huan had no intention of hiding this matter, as in 2 months, his graduation certificate would also record the relevant information. Cough cough cough. Jiang Huan's answer surprised Zhang Yu, and he inadvertently choked on the smoke. Say that again. What level? D level. How many times have you tempered it? Once. Zhang Yu fell silent. At this moment, his heart was filled with envy and jealousy, recalling the effort he had put in over the years to improve the quality of his spirit weapon. He just wanted to ask the heavens what he had done wrong to have such extraordinary luck. Jiang Huan noticed he wasn't speaking and didn't say anything more. The reason he only mentioned tempering it once was to avoid too much explanation. After all, having tempered it once, Jiang Huan could say his family had some savings, but for a family like his, consecutive tempering would be hard for most people to believe. With nothing to do, Jiang Huan casually picked up the samurai sword that the suited man had dropped and began to play with it. A crisp system notification then sounded. Detected extremely weak D-level spirit weapon, Ronin, will dissipate within 2 hours. Please choose, contract or refine. Jiang Huan was a bit puzzled. Contract? Fusion? Contract. When the compatibility of the spirit weapon is below 60, the system will force the spirit weapon to sign a contract with the host, making it the host's spirit weapon. Refine. For spirit weapons that cannot be contracted, the system will refine them into experience, supplementing the host's existing spirit weapons. Jiang Huan was momentarily stunned. He seemed to have discovered a quick way to enhance his own strength. Just as he was contemplating how to persuade Zhang Yu to leave the spirit weapon, Ronin, for himself, a deep voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, what are you two doing over there? A 5-man patrol team strode up to the two. Old Zhang? What are you doing here? The leader clapped Zhang Yu on the shoulder, and the two seemed quite familiar. Jiang Huan felt the voice was somewhat familiar but couldn't recall where he had heard it before. The man's gaze then turned to Jiang Huan. Hey, it's you, the kid who left the city that night. Your name is Jiang Huan, right? Jiang Huan then remembered that the person was none other than the city guard captain, Zhang Zhouan. Jiang Huan nodded, sighing inwardly. It seemed he would have to hand over the spirit weapon. According to the rules of the Great Xia Sanctuary City, Great Xia spirit masters were not allowed to privately keep items belonging to members of hostile organizations. All items must be surrendered, and any violations would be severely punished. Captain Zhang, I didn't expect to run into you here. As the smell of blood gradually spread, Zhang Zhouan finally noticed the body of the suited man in the shadows. He frowned. Old Zhang, what's going on? You do know that killing someone in the sanctuary city is a serious crime, right? Zhang Yu shrugged. Zhouan, this guy is from the Tianzhou Society. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhouan said no more but walked closer to the suited man's body, observing his physical features, while signaling his subordinates to search the corpse. Before long, they discovered some items related to his identity. Captain, this guy is indeed from the Tianzhou Society, but his spirit weapon. As he spoke, the patrol officer cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Huan. Zhang Zhouan's gaze was sharp, naturally noticing the spirit weapon hidden behind Zhang Huan, but he merely nodded, indicating that there was no need to say more. He turned to Zhang Yu and smiled. I didn't expect you to be so powerful, even scattering the guy's spirit weapon. Don't worry, I'll apply for a reward for you from the Lord's office. With that, he turned and led his team away, dragging the suited man's body with them. Zhang Yu watched the patrol team leave, casting a complex glance at Zhang Huan. You little brat, are you familiar with Zhang Zhouan? Zhang Huan looked bewildered. I just met him once when I left the city a couple of days ago. That's strange. That slippery Zhouan would actually help you. After a pause, he asked, what were you doing outside the city? Zhang Huan smiled awkwardly. Well, all the money is being used to refine the spirit of the weapon. Hunting is just a way to earn some money to supplement my living expenses. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a bit complicated. This kid didn't seem as unambitious as he thought. A trace of regret inexplicably rose in his heart. He looked at the spirit of the weapon hidden behind Zhang Huan, and his stern face softened slightly. Alright, stop hiding it. If you like that spirit, just take it. But I must remind you, whether you plan to use it yourself or sell it, you need to quickly nourish it with this spirit-nurturing liquid. Otherwise, this low-level spirit will dissipate quickly without the nourishment of spiritual power. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of light yellow liquid from his storage ring and tossed it to Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan thanked Zhang Yu and quickly stored the spirit of the weapon, Wanderer, and the spirit-nurturing liquid into his system space. However, this scene fell into Zhang Yu's eyes as he watched Zhang Huan put these items into the white snake bone ring on his hand. He couldn't help but mutter, your storage ring has quite a unique design. Storage rings come in various shapes, and each workshop has its own aesthetic. Zhang Huan chuckled and didn't explain anything, instead asking, Teacher Zhang, what are you doing at the West Mountain Camp? Home visit. Home visit? Whose home? Yours. Zhang Huan was stunned. Teacher Zhang, you're not joking, are you? There's nothing worth visiting at my home, and it's getting late. You should hurry back. Zhang Huan's family was among the poorest in the school, and even though he was strong on the outside, he didn't want his teacher and classmates to see his embarrassing home situation. However, Zhang Yu ignored him and lit another cigarette, saying lightly, lead the way. In Kaiyun City, at the West City office of the Patrol Division, Zhang Zhouan was still busy organizing the report for tonight's events, while the team members around him gradually stood up to leave. Captain, we've finished our tasks, we're heading back now. Zhang Zhouan nodded. Everyone's tired tonight, take a half day off tomorrow morning, and come back in the afternoon. Thanks, Captain, you should head back early too. After the two Patrol Division team members bid farewell to Zhang Zhouan, they took the elevator down together. A chubby man asked, What do you think that kid's relationship with the captain is? The captain didn't even pretend to see him hiding the spirit. The younger guy beside him laughed. Fei Gu, you don't understand. That kid actually has nothing to do with the captain. Nothing to do? The young man nodded. If you want to say there's a connection, it's barely a little. Stop keeping me in suspense, just say it. The young man chuckled. That kid's homeroom teacher is called Morong Shui. Morong Shui? Yeah, the one from Lord Morong. The chubby man suddenly realized but keenly sensed something. It can't just be because of that, right? The young man hooked his arm around the chubby man's shoulder and whispered in his ear, Fei Gu, you're really smart. To be honest, I suspect the captain likes Morong Shui, and that kid seems to be quite favored by her. The chubby man looked incredulous. How do you know? The young man said meaningfully, a couple of days ago, that kid went out of the city at midnight. I happened to be on duty at the city gate with the captain. The captain told me to respect others' destinies and let go of the urge to help. Then he turned around and used that as an excuse to call Morong Shui. You don't know, when Morong Shui found out the captain let him out of the city, she scolded him like crazy. You know the captain's temper. When has he ever been wronged? But he was scolded by Morong Shui for half an hour and didn't say a word. After it was over, he was even worried she would be tired from scolding and ordered her a cup of milk tea. The two became more and more animated as they spoke, even deciding to go to a bar to discuss it further. However, unlike their ease, Zhang Huan was currently receiving Zhang Yu at home with a complex expression. Zhang Yu took a sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over the simple yet tidy room, feeling quite conflicted. He recalled the words he had shouted at Zhang Huan this morning, accusing him of being poor in both wealth and ambition. Those were words spoken in anger. If directed at someone from an ordinary background, they might not matter, but aimed at Zhang Huan, they seemed to pierce like needles. Zhang Huan, where's your mom? My mom is sick and sleeping. Oh, and what about your dad? Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan did not respond but turned to look at the memorial tablet in the corner of the living room. Zhang Yu followed his gaze and then noticed the tablet standing there. The air became stagnant, and both of them tacitly fell silent. At this moment, Zhang Yu's heart was in turmoil. He vaguely remembered that he had shouted at Zhang Huan this morning, "Do you deserve your parents?" Such a common phrase felt like a knife trampling on Zhang Huan's dignity. He finally understood why Zhang Huan had asked him to fight in that situation. In the past, he had pitted Zhang Huan's misfortune and been angry at his lack of ambition. But tonight, Zhang Huan's performance far exceeded his expectations. One could only wonder how much effort a boy from such a poor family had to exert to gather enough resources for a single refinement of a spirit tool. Guilt filled his heart. At a loss, he picked up the tea on the table again, sipping it repeatedly, as if only this could ease his restless heart. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom opened. A pale-faced woman stepped out. "Huaner, we have a guest at home? Who is this?" Zhang Huan quickly stood up and helped Su Liuxiang to the sofa. "Mom, this is my teacher Zhang from the practical class visiting." Su Liuxiang forced a smile. "Hello, teacher Zhang. You came for a home visit so late. Did Zhang Huan do something wrong at school? If he did, feel free to scold him. I won't mind." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's sense of guilt deepened, and he quickly explained to Su Liuxiang, No, you misunderstood. Zhang Huan has been performing very well at school. This is just a regular home visit." Zhang Huan was filled with confusion. When did old Zhang change his ways? Not only was he not scolding anyone, but he was also speaking well of me. However, Su Liuxiang took Zhang Yu's words as a way to save face for Zhang Huan. "Huaner, you go back to your room first. I want to talk to your teacher alone." Zhang Huan understood his mother's intention and nodded before returning to his room. He quietly pressed his ear against the door, wanting to hear what Zhang Yu would say to his mother. However, after a moment, he became even more puzzled. What's up with old Zhang tonight? He keeps talking nonsense. Zhang Huan clearly heard that Zhang Yu was mostly asking about trivial family matters, with no hint of reporting any wrongdoing. After thinking for a while and being unable to come up with an answer, he decided not to dwell on it. A thought crossed his mind, and the system panel appeared before him. Host, Zhang Huan level, first stage, 2 stars experience, 93% ability, mutual progress, pure heart martial skills, stealth, backstab physique, 395. He then switched to the system interface for the Spirit Tool 1000 Blades. Spirit Tool, 1000 Blades quality, D effect 1, sudden cold light effect 2, ever-changing experience, 93% compatibility, 62 refinement count. It seems 1000 Blades is about to level up again? But this time, it seems the required experience is much more than the previous 2 times. Zhang Huan then switched to the system space. At this moment, besides the 18 sword boxes floating continuously, there was also the spirit tool Ronin among them. However, he clearly saw that Ronin seemed to be trembling. The first spirit protested strongly against the host placing the Ronin in the space. The 18th spirit believed that the Ronin was of too low a rank to be in their presence. The third spirit was somewhat curious about the Ronin, and after a glance, felt that the host had poor taste. Zhang Huan murmured, "They seem to look down on the Ronin." In the next moment, the Ronin appeared in his hand. Zhang Huan could sense that the Ronin seemed relieved to have escaped that space. "System, what's going on?" There was a hierarchy among the spirits, and the Ronin felt an endless pressure among the 18 spirits, trembling in fear. Zhang Huan murmured, "A hierarchy? It seems the status of these 18 spirits is indeed extraordinary. I wonder how they will view Qianrun." With a thought, Qianrun appeared in his hand, and Zhang Huan then threw it into the system space. In an instant, Zhang Huan could clearly sense that 18 gazes were scrutinizing Qianrun. Among these gazes were curiosity, doubt, and surprise, yet there was no disdain directed at the Ronin. Zhang Huan also felt a calm attitude from Qianrun, as if it did not regard the 18 spirits before it at all. Both Qianrun and Ronin are D-rank spirits, yet their attitudes are completely different. Zhang Huan tried to find answers from the system, but it seemed to have frozen, offering no response. He sighed, "Forget it, maybe the answer will come in the future." He turned his gaze back to the Ronin, intending to contract another spirit. Although the Ronin was not as good as his other spirits, as long as the contract was successful, Zhang Huan could pose as a spirit body and receive an extra subsidy. The so-called spirit body refers to those who can contract multiple spirits. Each spirit body is an extremely rare existence. Even those who can only contract 2 spirits are a rare find. Therefore, those who possess a spirit body enjoy preferential resources from their organization. Zhang Huan infused spiritual power into the Ronin, carefully sensing its condition. The Ronin was still weak, but there were no signs of dissipating. What's going on here? He hadn't had the chance to use the nurturing liquid Zhang Yu gave him, which was still safely in the system space. In the system space, unbound spirits will maintain their original state. In an instant, Zhang Huan fell into deep thought. Ordinary spirits need the host's spiritual power to continue existing. Only unusual spirits, like his father's, can autonomously absorb spiritual power from the world to persist. Once ordinary spirits lose their spiritual nourishment, they gradually dissipate, and their compatibility with the original host also decreases. When the compatibility drops to a certain level, the success rate of contracting them increases, but the risk of dissipation also rises. However, as long as they are placed in the system space, not only will their compatibility with the original host continue to decrease, but this also avoids the risk of dissipation. Unbeknownst to him, this increased the probability of successful contracts. Thus, as long as Zhang Huan was willing, he could even contract countless spirits. Even if he didn't want a contract, he could use this method to wear down the spirits' compatibility with their original hosts, sell the spirits, and make a fortune. With this thought, Zhang Huan felt a surge of excitement. System, begin contracting the Ronin. Contract in progress, please inject spiritual power, host. Following the system's instructions, Zhang Huan began to inject spiritual power into the Ronin. The spiritual power, guided by the system, started to move along a specific path. Suddenly, Zhang Huan felt a strong rejection from the spiritual power he had just injected. The mechanical system sound rang out. The spirit tool Ronin has a high compatibility with the original host. It is recommended that the host wait until the compatibility decreases before proceeding with the contract or refining it. It actually failed. Buzz! The Ronin began to emit a series of blade sounds, seemingly angry at Zhang Huan's offense. Zhang Huan even felt its disdain, not just for himself, but a contempt for all the spirit masters of the Great Xia. Zhang Huan muttered, "Truly ungrateful." His gaze turned to the system panel. System, refine it, and give 1,000 blades a boost. Refining in progress, target selected, 1,000 blades, please wait. In the next moment, a vast surge of spiritual power erupted from Zhang Huan's palm, enveloping the blade of the Ronin. The Ronin emitted a series of wailing blade sounds, but Zhang Huan remained unfazed. Within this overwhelming spiritual power, the Ronin gradually transformed into the purest spiritual entity, ultimately being drawn and infused into 1,000 blades. Refinement successful. Spirit Tool 1,000 blades gains experience plus 872. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 872 experience sufficient. Would you like to refine the Spirit Tool? Experience sufficient. Does the host choose to advance? Oh, I can advance again. Zhang Huan chose yes without hesitation. A subtle yet immense power pumped out from within Zhang Huan, coursing through his hands and flowing into 1,000 blades. The 1,000 blades glimmered with a cold light, and Zhang Huan could feel that every bit of spiritual power flowing into it transformed into the purest killing intent. The blade was covered in fragments, as if they were solid entities formed from the gathering of killing intent. Amidst the cold light, a streak of blood red gradually coalesced. Refinement successful. D-grade spirit tool 1000 blades successfully advances to C-grade spirit tool. Compatibility +10. Spirit tool 1000 blades awakens effect 3 shattered edge. The blade transforms into countless fragments, delivering a sweeping strike to the opponent. Just as the spirit tool 1000 blades finished refining, Jiang Huan fell into a familiar mystical sensation. The vast spiritual power continuously refined his body, and Jiang Huan seemed to hear something within him shattering. Host level increased from first stage 2 stars to first stage 5 stars, physique greatly enhanced. Just as Jiang Huan was immersed in the process of enhancing his strength, in the living room, the conversation between Zhang Yu and Jiang Huan's mother also got to the point. I wonder what your plans are for Jiang Huan's future. I know about Jiang Huan's spirit tool, it's not impressive, so I have no expectations for him. I just hope he can stay in Kaiyun City after graduation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu nodded. The guilt he felt towards Jiang Huan made him think about how to compensate him. If there were a better path for Jiang Huan, would you oppose it? Su Liuxiang was somewhat taken aback. A better path? Teacher Zhang, what do you mean? Zhang Yu straightened up. Joined the demon suppression army. A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Liuxiang's face, but she quickly concealed it. Teacher Zhang, are you joking? I remember the minimum requirement for the demon suppression army is that the spirit tool must be D-grade or above, and one must reach second stage 3 stars by 18. My Jiang Huan doesn't have that kind of strength. Zhang Yu smiled gently. Normally, that's indeed the case. But what you don't know is that I retired from the demon suppression army 15 years ago. In the military, there are quotas. Any retired personnel can recommend a young person to enlist. The assessment requirements are simpler compared to normal enlistment. I've kept my quota and used for the past 15 years. Zhang Yu met Su Liuxiang's haggard face. This year, I plan to give this quota to Jiang Huan. Su Liuxiang forced a smile. Teacher Zhang, please don't joke. With Jiang Huan's qualifications, if he really joins the demon suppression army, he would just be a burden. You should give the quota to someone else. Although she wore a smile, it was very strained. Zhang Yu was puzzled and thought that Su Liuxiang believed he was joking, so he emphasized once again, Miss Su, I'm not joking. Although the treatment in the demon suppression army is not as good as that of first-class mercenary groups like the Yi family, the demon suppression army is definitely the most suitable path for Jiang Huan. You must. Before he could finish, the always humble and polite Su Liuxiang suddenly shouted, Enough, Teacher Zhang. I said Jiang Huan is not suitable, and that's it. Don't bring it up again. This sudden change made Zhang Yu involuntarily swallow hard. He didn't even know which of his words had gone wrong. Zhang Yu cautiously glanced at Su Liuxiang and then noticed that, he didn't know when, tears were actually welling up in her eyes. Silence, a deathly silence. After a long while, Su Liuxiang finally spoke again. In the past, Jiang Huan's father was also a member of the demon suppression army. At that moment, Zhang Yu finally understood why Su Liuxiang had suddenly lost control of her emotions. He wanted to say something, but the words piled up in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single one. Su Liuxiang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Teacher Zhang, it's getting late. Before Su Liuxiang could finish, Zhang Yu had already stood up, looking guilty as he replied, I'm sorry, I didn't notice the time. I should be going. Please don't take to heart what I said tonight. As he spoke, he had already walked to the door. I'll have Jiang Huan see you off. Zhang Yu waved his hands repeatedly. No, let him rest early. Kids at this age are still growing. Goodbye, Ms. Su. With that, he had closed the door and hurriedly fled the Jiang family. Not long after Zhang Yu left, Jiang Huan came out of his room. When he saw his mother sitting alone on the sofa looking a bit lost, he asked in confusion, Mom, what's wrong? Su Liuxiang looked at Jiang Huan, and the gloom in her eyes instantly turned gentle. She smiled and said, I'm fine, just a little hungry. Can you cook me a bowl of noodles? Jiang Huan nodded, okay. Under the night sky, Zhang Yu walked alone towards the outskirts of the city. As he walked, he muttered, I really should be damned. Especially when he thought of the words he had once said to Jiang Huan, he wished he could slap himself. Suddenly, he thought of something, quickly took out his phone, and dialed a number. Moments later, a gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Old Zhang, why are you calling me? Teacher Morong, you've really put me in a terrible position. Under the dim streetlight, Zhang Yu was on the phone with Morong Shui. Teacher Morong, you mean you also don't know who Jiang Huan's father is in the demon suppression army, but one of your tasks is to secretly take care of them? Yes, Jiang Huan's father has a very high position in the demon suppression army, and my authority is not enough to find out. Do you know how his father sacrificed himself? I don't know. The public information only mentioned he went missing in action, but it's obvious that the higher-ups are hiding something. Zhang Yu sighed, and Morong Shui laughed. What's wrong? Feeling guilty? Zhang Yu did not deny it and shared all his discoveries from tonight with Morong Shui. After a moment, Morong Shui muttered, so the weapon spirit has advanced. It seems his strength has also improved. No wonder I felt something was off while running this morning. Teacher Morong, I plan to make it up to Jiang Huan, but his mother won't let him join the army. Can you give me some advice? Morong Shui pondered for a moment and then smiled. I can give you advice, but how do you plan to thank me? This year's investigation report for the Demon Suppression Army's undercover team. I'll give you a perfect score. Morong Shui smiled, seemingly satisfied with this answer. She said, Jiang Huan is very proud, so if you want to help him, you can't be too direct. And then, as you must have seen tonight, Jiang Huan's mother is suffering from a strange illness that costs a lot of money, so his family is quite short on cash. But according to the rules, a spirit master cannot join a mercenary team before obtaining their graduation certificate. And in our school, you are one of the few teachers qualified to take students out for training to complete mercenary tasks. With this, Zhang Yu suddenly realized. In the past, he had taken the mercenary training qualification exam to earn more money to cultivate spirit tools. He never expected it would come in handy today. He repeatedly thanked Morong Shui. After hanging up the phone, his heavy heart seemed to be released all at once. The next morning, Jiang Huan was awakened by Zhang Yu's call. Although his body resisted, under Zhang Yu's pressure, he dragged his sleepy self to school to wait for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu had not yet arrived, and as he waited, feeling a bit bored, he decided to check his status panel. Host, Jiang Huan, level, first stage 5-star, experience, 2%, ability, mutual progress, pure heart, martial skills, stealth, backstab, physique, 473. When his gaze swept over the physique section at the bottom, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Only a first stage 5-star and already 473. I remember the standard for a third stage 0-star is around 500. Jiang Huan, you brat, you came quite early. Zhang Yu patted Jiang Huan's shoulder and handed him a bag of breakfast. Have some breakfast. Today, the teacher needs your help with something. Usually serious and unsmiling, Zhang Yu managed to squeeze out what he thought was a kind smile at that moment. However, Jiang Huan found that smile somewhat unsettling. Jiang Huan nervously accepted the breakfast but didn't dare to eat. Since last night, he had felt that Zhang Yu was acting a bit strange, but he couldn't figure out why. Teacher, what do you need my help with? Zhang Yu, supporting Jiang Huan's shoulder while eating breakfast, smiled and said, It's nothing much. The teacher has been a bit tight on funds lately, took on a few mercenary tasks, and needs someone to lend a hand. Can you help the teacher out? Seemingly afraid Jiang Huan would refuse, he added, Don't worry, the teacher won't take on any dangerous tasks. When we go out, the teacher will ensure your safety, and the commission will be split 50-50. Jiang Huan looked at Zhang Yu suspiciously, his eyes were full of sincerity, as if he really just needed someone to help. Considering that his mother's medical expenses were a bottomless pit, after much deliberation, Jiang Huan nodded, All right. But Teacher Zhang, when are we leaving? At that moment, Zhang Yu seemed to find redemption. The weight he had been carrying in his heart finally eased a bit. Now, towering city walls stood behind them as a rugged motorcycle roared down the cracked national highway. The rough motorcycle wind, thick tires, and roaring exhaust. The wild wind swept past Zhang Yu's sturdy figure, leaving only a few gentle breezes to brush against Jiang Huan's cheek. He looked enviously at the motorcycle beneath him. Motorcycles in this era had undergone special modifications. They were not only incredibly fast but also had strong impact resistance, able to adapt to most terrains. The only downside was their exorbitant price. Just Zhang Yu's bike alone cost several million. It was far beyond what this poor kid could afford. Even so, Jiang Huan was determined that once his strength improved, he would definitely get a better bike than Zhang Yu's. Teacher Zhang, what task are we going to execute? An E-level task. Some supplies from a trading company were intercepted by a beast on the road, and our goal is to find these supplies and then send the coordinates to the task issuer. When they send someone to collect it, the task will be complete. The commission seems to be 200,000. Soon, the two arrived at a ruin. It looked like it had once been a small town. Zhang Yu stored the motorcycle back in his storage ring and smiled. Jiang Huan, do you know where this is? Jiang Huan shook his head. Zhang Yu smiled and said, Gong County. This used to be quite a large county town. Decades ago, a beast tide destroyed it. You need to be careful here. What you encounter will mostly be second-tier demon beasts. Zhang Yu led Jiang Huan along the main road of the county town. Along the way, Jiang Huan realized what it meant to be a professional soldier. Jiang Huan, do you see? This seemingly chaotic little path is actually the trail of the second-tier demon beast, the Qingfeng wolf. They are very cunning. As they move forward, they use their tails to sweep away their tracks. This is something we should learn from. If you want to shake off a pursuit, remember to destroy any traces you leave behind at all times. Of course, it's not hard to determine their direction of movement. It boils down to 4 words: observe, listen, inquire, and deduce. Observe, which means looking for traces around. Listen, any creature that passes will inevitably leave a scent. Jiang Huan, and this spot here, there are a few feathers, but if you look closely, you'll find they can be divided into 3 clusters. Generally speaking, the females are duller, while the males are more vibrant. Demon beasts have a behavior similar to animals called courtship display. From this, it's not hard to deduce that 2 male avian demon beasts fought fiercely for mating rights, and one of them was severely injured and fled in panic. Jiang Huan, look, this place clearly shows signs of a fight. From the marks left on these walls, it seems there were 2 opposing forces. From the remaining footprints, one side likely had about 5 people, while the other had 3. Although we don't know the reason for the conflict, it likely stems from greed or lust, a result of contradictions. So, Jiang Huan, you must remember, if you become a mercenary in the future, you can trust no one but yourself, especially in the ruins outside the shelter city. On the journey to search for supplies, Zhang Yu was less of a teacher and more like a concerned elder for Jiang Huan. He continuously imparted various survival methods in the ruins and ways to find demon beasts, even sharing some social experiences without reservation. Although Jiang Huan had doubts, he absorbed all the knowledge like a sponge. Suddenly, Zhang Yu's footsteps stopped in front of a pile of ruins. In the silent ruins, a faint mooing sound grew closer. It seems we've found those guys. He gave Jiang Huan a look, signaling him to remain silent. The 2 of them stealthily climbed up the small hill made of rubble, lying flat and peering into the distance. About 10 meters ahead, there was a 2-story building that had collapsed on one side. Beside the building, 4 or 5 second-tier demon beasts were playing. Zhang Yu murmured, "It looks like a medium-sized herd of Tuanyo, and with the ones in the building, there should be around 17 or 18. Do you have confidence, Jiang Huan?" Jiang Huan didn't speak. He merely coldly scanned the herd of Tuanyo. Seeing his demeanor, Zhang Yu chuckled. Tuanyo are exceptionally fierce demon beasts, and their trampling is what they fear most. If a spirit master with lesser strength doesn't retreat in time, they could fall into a brief stupor. But this is also their weakness. As long as we act quickly and leave their attack range or kill them before they trample, we can be safe. So there's no need to be nervous. Jiang Huan replied without raising his head, "Teacher, I'm not nervous." "Then what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about whether Tuanyo's beef brisket stew with potatoes would be more fragrant than that of yellow cattle." Zhang Yu was speechless. Jiang Huan suddenly asked, "Teacher, what do I need to do?" "Simple. Just like last night." Jiang Huan was a bit confused. Zhang Yu explained, "I'll attract the demon beast's attention in front, and you sneak up and give them a surprise." Jiang Huan nodded, not opposing this arrangement. After all, with his stealth, he was best suited for ambushes. Moreover, this was a perfect opportunity to enhance his 1,000 blades. After exchanging a glance, the 2 immediately took action. Zhang Yu swaggered into the line of sight of the herd of Tuanyo. His sudden appearance alerted the herd, causing them to stomp their hooves wildly and snort repeatedly, trying to warn the intruding Zhang Yu. However, it seemed as if Zhang Yu didn't see them at all, continuing to walk towards them with a swagger. The herd began to gather, with some Tuanyo hidden inside the house also joining in. As he approached them, Zhang Yu suddenly lunged forward, swinging his ruler heavily and murmuring, "A gentleman must be formidable to be respected." In an instant, a massive Tuanyo was sent flying by Zhang Yu's ruler. The herd charged at Zhang Yu in that moment. Zhang Yu turned and ran, but he didn't run fast, seemingly intending to tease the herd. Whenever a Tuanyo got close to him, he would shout, "Stand firm at 30. No confusion at 40. Know your destiny at 50. With each phrase he uttered, a Tuanyo would suffer. The Tuanyo tried to knock him out, but as cunning as he was, he would turn and jump in another direction, causing the herd's stampede to miss him. Jiang Huan looked on in confusion. What do those words from old Zhang mean? I need to ask him later. After saying this, Jiang Huan's figure appeared like a ghost behind the herd of Tuanyo. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades kills a second-tier monster Tuanyo. Experience plus 175. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 175. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades kills a second-tier monster Tuanyo. Experience plus 175. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 175. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades kills a second-tier monster Tuanyo. Experience plus 175. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 175. Each Tuanyo that Zhang Yu sent flying had not yet hit the ground before Jiang Huan pierced its chest with his long knife, ending its life. Moments later, the entire gathering of Tuanyo lay scattered, their bodies strewn about. Zhang Yu was panting heavily, exhausted. He spat quietly, cursing inwardly, "Damn, being a good teacher is really tiring." However, when Jiang Huan walked towards him, he once again forced a smile that he considered friendly. "How is it, Jiang Huan, are you adapting?" Jiang Huan looked at his appearance and handed him the water he had prepared, then said, "Not bad, you've worked hard, teacher." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, as if at that moment, all his previous efforts were worth it. Not hard, who told me to be your teacher?" Jiang Huan then asked, "Teacher, what did those phrases you just said mean?" Zhang Yu was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "I found an ancient text online before. It seemed to be called Luanyu, and I memorized it. It's quite interesting, so I renamed the effects of the spirit tool. Like what I just said, a gentleman must be formidable to be respected means that a gentleman must strike hard to establish authority, corresponding to the spirit tool's power enhancement. Stand firm at 30 means I need 30 people to stand up and fight. This effect corresponds to double damage. No confusion at 40 means I won't be confused when fighting 40 people, which is an upgrade from stand firm at 30. Know your destiny at 50 means I need 50 people to be beaten by me before they know I am the chosen one. This is also an upgrade from stand firm at 30. Jiang Huan listened to these explanations in shock, feeling something was off, but he silently noted them down. He always felt that it might come in handy during a fight. It was like calling out a plane or a bomb in a game of Do Diju, giving a special buff. As Jiang Huan listened to Zhang Yu speak at length, he scanned the Tuanyo one by one. Gradually, he sensed something was amiss. "Teacher, isn't there still a leader missing from this herd of Tuanyo?" Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, then swept his gaze over the fallen Tuanyo. His expression gradually grew serious. "It really is missing a leader. Every group has its own leader, whose strength far surpasses that of ordinary demon beasts." The two of them simultaneously looked at the two-story building in front of them, and they saw a hint of gravity in each other's eyes. Suddenly, the sound of stomping echoed from within the building. Those Tuanyo that had originally fallen were now standing up one by one. Their eyes were hollow, and with the stomping sounds from inside the building, they began to stomp their feet continuously. The stomping sounds surged one after another. The surrounding hills, formed from piles of rubble, began to slide down continuously. The thunderous stomping sounds relentlessly impacted Jiang Huan and Zhang Yu's emotions. The Tuanyo that had stood up were slowly approaching the two, but their movements were particularly sluggish at this moment. Jiang Huan tried to knock them down again. However, no matter how many times he knocked the Tuanyo down, he would no longer hear any system notification sounds in his mind. It was as if they were now merely manipulated corpses. Zhang Yu's pupils constricted. He shouted sharply to Jiang Huan, who was fighting the resurrected Tuanyo. "Jiang Huan, it's a Tuanyo leader close to the 4th rank. It has already begun to glimpse the domain. Forget about these dead Tuanyo, we must find it immediately. Otherwise, we will both be done for here." Jiang Huan was startled upon hearing this. He knew that the domain was a unique ability belonging to weapon spirits and demon beasts. Weapon spirits of grade B and above, as well as demon beasts of 4th rank and above, have the chance to awaken their domains. The domain is a means to significantly enhance strength. Battles between high-level spirit masters are often battles of domains. The Tuanyo leader had clearly discovered them from the very beginning. The reason it had not appeared was evidently because it had not yet reached the 4th rank and had spent time brewing its domain. The two resolutely rushed into the two-story building. Inside, the space was cramped, and the stomping sounds were even more piercing. Countless stomping sounds formed a unique echo wall in the empty room. It shook the two of them to the point where they felt their hearts might leap out. Zhang Yu roared, "Jiang Huan, materialize the weapon spirit." In the next moment, the figure of the scholar appeared in midair behind Zhang Yu. Two strong hands tightly covered his ears. However, Jiang Huan, having been half a beat slow, suddenly fell into a state of extreme confusion. The crisis was still ongoing. 7 or 8 demon beasts with the bodies of men and heads of bulls appeared in an instant. 3rd-rank leader guards. They pounced towards Jiang Huan and Zhang Yu from all directions. The two were in imminent danger. Seeing this, Zhang Yu, disregarding the leader guard in front of him, turned and lunged towards Jiang Huan. "Jiang Huan, don't faint on me now." While protecting Jiang Huan behind him, Zhang Yu struggled to withstand the frenzied attacks of the leader guards. However, at this moment, Jiang Huan was completely unaware of it. He seemed to be in a world that had turned completely white, as if he were about to be drowned by the endless whiteness at any moment. Suddenly, 1,000 blades appeared before his eyes. On his previously calm face, there was now a hint of worry. It swam continuously in front of Jiang Huan, seemingly trying to awaken him by any means possible. A glimmer of spirit finally returned to Jiang Huan's eyes. In an instant, a cool sensation surged from his heart, spreading throughout his body. The stomping sounds that echoed in his ears were suddenly isolated from him. Jiang Huan finally regained consciousness. He murmured silently, "It seems that 1,000 blades and the new ability, Pure Heart, saved me." In front of him, Zhang Yu was still independently facing the attacks of the demon beasts. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Jiang Huan, wake up already. If you don't wake up, we're both going to be buried here." Jiang Huan smiled and walked to Zhang Yu's side, fighting alongside him. "Teacher, you worked hard just now. Now, it's time to collect the interest." Zhang Yu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. A formidable aura erupted from him. Just now, he had been forced to passively endure the blows due to some concerns. But now, he was going to make this group of ignorant fools pay the price. He charged forward like a speeding heavy truck, constantly swinging the ruler in his hand. Alone, he engaged in a fierce battle with two chief guards. His moves were extremely simple, horizontal slashes and vertical cuts. Yet, with just these two simple techniques, the two chief guards were left in a state of utter disarray. He suddenly leaped up. The ruler in his hand sliced through their heads like a 3-foot-long blade. As the two halves of their heads fell to the ground, he too landed, blood dripping from the ruler in his hand. This was a set of moves he had deliberately designed after a brief moment of contemplation. He firmly believed that this move would captivate a young man like Jiang Huan. He wanted to use this impressive move to elevate his relationship with Jiang Huan to a new level. He confidently looked in Jiang Huan's direction, but the next moment, he was dumbfounded. In the dimly lit building, Jiang Huan's figure appeared and disappeared. He moved alone among the remaining 6 demon beasts, continuously swinging his long knife, inflicting damage upon them. The demon beasts tried to resist, but could only grasp at Jiang Huan's afterimages. Jiang Huan's agile steps suddenly halted in the middle. The 1,000 blades transformed into countless shards of stars, launching a rapid assault on the 6 demon beasts indiscriminately. They tried to defend, but the countless shards of stars unleashed a second wave of attacks. In an instant, there was no longer a single intact piece of skin on any of the chief guards. Blood flowed continuously from their wounds, and their vitality was rapidly fading. Spirit Tool, 1,000 blades, killed a 3rd-tier demon beast. The Tuanyo Guard, experience plus 245. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 245. Spirit Tool, 1,000 blades, killed a 3rd-tier demon beast. The Tuanyo Guard, experience plus 245. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 245. Spirit Tool, 1,000 blades, killed a 3rd-tier demon beast. The Tuanyo Guard, experience plus 245. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 245. Moments later, inside the small building, all the Tuanyo guards lay dead in a pool of blood. Zhang Yu stared blankly at this scene. Is this the effect of an awakened D-grade spirit tool? His heart ignited with the thought of bringing Jiang Huan into the demon suppression army. Such a powerful spirit tool, no matter how low the starting point, was worth cultivating. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the small building. It sounded as if something had jumped down from the 2nd floor. Zhang Yu immediately reacted. Not good. The Tuanyo leader is trying to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and chased outside. But Jiang Huan was even faster. Damn it! Jiang Huan, don't be reckless. That's a demon beast about to reach the 4th tier. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Huan's figure had already vanished. Zhang Yu's heart was burning with anxiety. He didn't resent Jiang Huan's recklessness. He only regretted that he had consumed too much spiritual power while protecting Jiang Huan just now, making it impossible to catch up with him now. Outside the small building, a humanoid bull-headed Tuanyo leader, leaning on a bone staff, was running for his life. His figure was smaller than the previous Tuanyo, but his eyes were filled with intense hatred. His face was pale, as if he had suffered severe internal injuries. The sound of hurried footsteps behind him made him even more anxious. Whoosh! A whistling sound came from behind, and the Tuanyo leader quickly turned around, raising his bone staff to defend. Clang! The long knife struck the bone staff. Chunks of bone flew off. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Huan's eyes. He hadn't expected the Tuanyo leader's bone staff to be so sturdy. However, the Tuanyo leader was even more surprised, because Jiang Huan had directly vanished before his eyes. Put! The long knife pierced through his back, penetrating his entire heart. His vitality was rapidly fading. He exerted all his strength to look back, and there was a youthful yet resolute face. A strong unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level. Why did it all come to nothing, encountering this calamity before him? Thud! The bone staff fell to the ground. He knelt weakly, blood gushing from his chest, staining the cracked concrete pavement red. Spirit Tool, 1,000 blades, killed the 3rd-level beast. the Tuanyo leader, experience plus 595. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 595. Experience sufficient. Would you like to refine the spirit tool? Experience sufficient. Does the host choose to advance? I can improve my strength again? Zhang Huan did not make any choice. After all, Zhang Yu was about to come out. At that moment, Zhang Yu's voice also rang out. Zhang Huan, be careful. His voice grew fainter until it was inaudible. At this moment, Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. A beast on the verge of reaching the 4th level just died at Zhang Huan's hands? Zhang Huan, did you kill it? Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Huan, then at the Tuanyo leader lying in a pool of blood. His gaze switched back and forth between the two, almost voicing his disbelief. Zhang Huan chuckled, Teacher, you don't doubt me, do you? After all, it's just the two of us here. And this Tuanyo leader doesn't seem as powerful as you said. Not as powerful. Zhang Yu wanted to refute, because every beast capable of manifesting a domain was not something an ordinary spirit master could handle. But the words stuck in his throat, unsure how to counter. After all, the Tuanyo leader had indeed died at Zhang Huan's hands. But looking at Zhang Huan's indifferent attitude, he feared that Zhang Huan would suffer greatly in the future due to arrogance. His mind raced, recalling all the experiences and knowledge from his past life. A report he had once read flashed in his mind, and he finally found the answer. He snorted coldly, once again adopting a stern expression. Not as powerful? Zhang Huan, do you know why you were able to kill it? That's because it was just a beast about to reach the 4th level. It had just begun to glimpse the domain, but it hadn't fully mastered it. Forcing the domain ability that can only be mastered at the 4th level led to its backlash. That's what allowed you to take advantage. From now on, don't show off. If the sky falls, let someone taller hold it up. Do you understand? Zhang Huan nodded, not angry. He felt the concern in Zhang Yu's stern tone. I understand, Teacher Zhang. I won't do it again next time. Seeing Zhang Huan's attitude, Zhang Yu nodded, his appreciation for him increasing a few notches. Recognizing one's mistakes and daring to face them. With such a mindset, he was far ahead of his peers. Teacher, look, what's going on here? Zhang Huan suddenly pointed to the side and asked. Zhang Yu followed the direction Zhang Huan was pointing, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Under the Tuanyo leader, the once blood-soaked ground was now crazily flowing into his bone staff. The Tuanyo leader's body gradually shriveled. The pale bone staff slowly turned dark red. The gash that Zhang Huan had cut was also gradually healing. When the bone staff was dark red as if it were about to drip blood, the dark red quickly faded away. Moments later, the bone staff returned to its original pale appearance. Zhang Yu stepped forward to pick it up, a smile on his face. You lucky brat. Your luck is really good. This is a spirit embryo. You might not even encounter one among 3,000 beasts. Zhang Huan was somewhat taken aback. A spirit embryo, a special beast material. It absorbed the essence of the beast and carried its will. Through special refining techniques, a spirit embryo could be made into a spirit tool. Unlike the spirit tools that have lost their hosts, like the Ronin, the spirit embryo, once refined into a spirit tool, can achieve a success rate of nearly 100% after a brief interaction with the intended contractor. After all, it has not yet formed any bonds with humans. For ordinary people who are inherently without spirit tools, if they can obtain a spirit embryo by chance, they will definitely become spirit masters, which is one of the fastest ways for ordinary people to turn their fortunes around. For spirit masters with high-level spirit tools, if they possess a spirit tool body, then the spirit embryo can become their new spirit tool. If the spirit master does not have a spirit tool body, then the spirit embryo can still serve as one of the best materials for refining spirit tools. Because of this, the price of spirit embryos in the market is extremely high. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, as if making a certain decision. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and put it away. After being refined into a spirit tool, at the very least, it will be a D-level spirit tool. Zhang Huan was somewhat surprised. Zhang Yu's meaning couldn't be clearer. He was actively offering the spirit embryo to him. He had seen Zhang Yu's joyful expression just moments ago. Teacher Zhang, are you sure? Zhang Yu curled his lip. What do you mean, sure? This spirit embryo was obtained by you after killing the Tuanyo leader. What does it have to do with me? Zhang Huan did not respond directly, then smiled. In that case, Teacher Zhang, how about you give me some money, and I'll sell it to you? A flicker of excitement passed through Zhang Yu's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Years of failed refining experiences gave him an intuition that sea level was already the limit for his spirit tool. Why waste energy on this? Rather than that, it would be better to give the opportunity to improve strength to a promising young person. With this thought, he gave Zhang Huan a heavy pat. What are you selling for? Don't just think about money all day. Improving strength is far more important than money. You keep this spirit embryo. What if you are a spirit tool body? Even if you are not a spirit tool body, this spirit embryo can still refine spirit tools. Who knows, one day your spirit tool might advance to sea level. Zhang Huan did not refuse any longer, for he saw a certain attitude in Zhang Yu's somewhat reluctant yet resolute gaze. A teacher imparts knowledge and skills. Zhang Yu seemed to have always been this way. Although he was stricter than other teachers, he truly wanted to cultivate every student into a talent. After expressing his thanks, Zhang Huan stored it in the system space. To be honest, he did not care much for this spirit embryo. Especially after seeing the attitude of the 18 spirit tools towards the Ronin, Zhang Huan knew that there were perhaps few spirit tools in the world that could compare to those 18. However, he needed an excuse for the spirit tool's advancement. Upon seeing him accept it, a smile immediately appeared on Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Huan pointed to the Taonyo scattered all over the ground and asked, "Teacher, this task is also completed. Shouldn't we send the coordinates to the task provider?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's face darkened instantly. Damn it! Just mentioning this makes me angry. A beast close to 4th rank is here, and there are 8 3rd-rank leader guards. How dare they set this task as E-level? Zhang Huan frowned. "Teacher, are you saying this doesn't count as an E-level task?" Zhang Yu cursed. "Of course it doesn't count. A task of this difficulty. At the very least, it should be D-level. It might even barely qualify as C-level." Zhang Huan suddenly felt like he had been cheated. "Teacher, what should we do?" Zhang Yu snorted coldly. "What to do? With this task's difficulty, if they want to retrieve the goods, they need to pay more." After a while, as the sunset's afterglow filtered through the thick fog, dyeing the entire ruins red, the task provider arrived in the ruins based on the coordinates provided by Zhang Yu. For the first time, Zhang Huan witnessed a completely different aura from Zhang Yu. He seemed like a soldier, firmly planting the ruler into the ground, his neck reddening as he haggled with the task provider. Zhang Yu had a look that suggested he was ready to fight desperately with the task party if the payment wasn't in place. In the end, the task party had no choice but to raise the price to 500,000, and only then did they move their goods back from the 2-story building. When the task party left, Zhang Yu was as happy as a child, showing the payment page on his phone to Zhang Huan. "Zhang Huan, did you see? 500,000. Count them, that's 5 whole zeros. Hurry, give me your account number, and I'll transfer you half." Soon, the payment notification came through. From 200,000 to 500,000, Zhang Huan couldn't help but exclaim, "Teacher, you're amazing." "Where am I amazing? I almost had to fight them just now, but didn't they also back down to you?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "They didn't back down to me, they backed down to the Demon Suppression Army." Under Zhang Yu's explanation, Zhang Huan learned that the Demon Suppression Army was different from other large organizations. Every retired soldier, if they encountered difficult problems in life, could seek help from the Demon Suppression Army. Faced with the Demon Suppression Army, these unscrupulous merchants could only bow their heads. Zhang Yu cheerfully asked, "Hey, Zhang Huan, have you thought about joining the Demon Suppression Army? I can write you a recommendation letter." Zhang Huan shook his head. "No, why not? The benefits are much better than those of small organizations. Plus, you need connections to get by. My mom won't allow it." Zhang Yu was momentarily speechless, recalling that night when Su Liuxiang had lost control. He understood Su Liuxiang's concerns, but he felt that someone as strong as Zhang Huan could only have a better future by joining the Demon Suppression Army. Zhang Huan continued, "Besides, the Demon Suppression Army is too dangerous. I want to live a few more years." Zhang Yu sighed. Compared to other mercenary groups, the tasks executed by the Demon Suppression Army often involved greater risks, with fewer benefits, or even no benefits at all. He didn't say much more, just patted Zhang Huan on the shoulder. "Let's go, we have the next task to do." As the roar of the motorcycle echoed, under the blood-red sunset, Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu set off towards their next destination once again. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of Kaiyun City, at the Shanghai No. 1 community, this was a gathering place for the wealthy of Kaiyun City. Unlike the decay in the western part of the city, this place exuded nobility and elegance everywhere. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom drove in from a distance, stopping outside a luxuriously decorated villa. Lu Zhiyue got out of the car and respectfully bowed to the man inside. "Captain Long, thank you." The man in the car nodded. "Practice the martial arts and methods I taught you well. It will help you awaken your spirit faster." The vehicle slowly drove away, and a complex expression appeared on Lu Zhiyue's face. She slowly opened the villa's front door and walked straight to the living room. In the living room, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa, smoking a cigar and reading a newspaper. After much deliberation, she decided to speak up. "Dad, Inagai Ichiro is dead." The man sitting on the sofa was none other than Lu Zhiyue's father, Lu Yuanming, the president of the Kaiyun City Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanming put down the newspaper and exhaled a long puff of smoke. "What did Long Chun say?" Captain Long said, "If he's dead, he's dead. Don't worry about him. just complete the tasks they assign us as soon as possible. Lu Yuanming nodded. Got it, hurry up and improve your cultivation. He then picked up the newspaper, intending to continue reading. However, Lu Zhiyue did not move. A hint of confusion flashed in Lu Yuanming's eyes. Zhiyue, what's wrong? Lu Zhiyue bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke. Dad, I don't understand. Lu Yuanming smiled kindly at her and put down the newspaper again. What don't you understand? Is it that you don't understand why you were asked to give the tampered water to Zhang Huan and let the Japanese spirit masters hunt him down? Or is it that you don't understand why you were told to befriend Yi Wudi? Lu Zhiyue shook her head. Dad, I don't understand at all. Lu Yuanming placed the newspaper on the tea table in front of him. Everything is for Wushuang. Lu Zhiyue's eyes widened. The Wushuang from Zhang Huan's family? Lu Yuanming nodded, gently patting the empty seat beside him, signaling Lu Zhiyue to sit next to him. Zhiyue, do you know who Yi Wudi is? The only heir of the Yi family. Do you know him well? Lu Zhiyue shook her head. I only know that his weapon spirit is an S-class, sword spirit, and I don't know anything else. Not knowing is normal. This is a secret of the Yi family. I only found out after getting involved with them last year. Lu Zhiyue looked at Lu Yuanming in confusion, quietly waiting for an answer. Lu Yuanming affectionately stroked her hair. Sword spirit, maybe an S-class weapon spirit, but it is more like a supportive weapon spirit that can slowly enhance the quality of other sword-type weapon spirits, equivalent to a slow refining process. However, in terms of combat power, it might not be as strong as your Rose Sword Knight. Lu Zhiyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lu Yuanming. She suddenly understood why there had never been any news of Yi Wudi participating in battles online. Lu Yuanming continued to explain. So, he urgently needs a powerful sword-type weapon spirit. Lu Zhiyue was somewhat puzzled, but Dad, Lu Yuanming interrupted her. I know what you want to say. You want to say that there are so many sword-type weapon spirits, and with the Yi family's capabilities, it wouldn't be impossible to find an S-class or higher weapon spirit contract. Why focus on Wushuang? Lu Zhiyue nodded. Lu Yuanming smiled. Wushuang is known as the most powerful A-class sword-type weapon spirit, and it has a characteristic that very few people know about. No matter what quality it is enhanced to, it is the most powerful sword-type weapon spirit of that quality. Lu Zhiyue gasped. Dad, do you mean that if Wushuang is enhanced to S-class, then it would be the most powerful S-class sword-type weapon spirit? Lu Yuanming picked up the red wine that had already been poured on the table and took a sip. Yes, so you understand why I had you give that bottle of water to Zhang Huan, right? Because only if Zhang Huan is seriously injured will his family be willing to sell Wushuang. But even so, if the Yi family wants to get Wushuang, they can just go and seize it themselves. What does that have to do with us? Why should we be their white gloves? Lu Zhiyue argued. Lu Yuanming sighed. My silly daughter, don't you understand why you were designated as a reserve member of the Yi family's core team, and why the so-called strongest spirit master among the 12 core teams, Long Chun, would travel a long distance to be your mentor? Lu Zhiyue was stunned. She had thought it was all because her weapon spirit was excellent enough. Dad, what do you mean? Zhiyue, I admit your weapon spirit is the best among our Lu family in recent years, but that's only within our family. Looking at all known A-class weapon spirits in the Great Xia, your weapon spirit can only be considered among the lower ranks of A-class. Lu Yuanming slowly stood up. Daughter, without absolute strength, we can only be others' white gloves. Moreover, there are many people competing for this opportunity to be a white glove. If you don't want to be a white glove, then work hard to improve your strength and elevate our Lu family to the same level as the Yi family. Until then, please remember, you are a daughter of the Lu family, and in everything, you must prioritize the interests of the Lu family. Lu Zhiyue fell silent. She vaguely felt that her father, who had never been angry with her, was truly angry this time. I remember Fang Changtian's son. I think his name is Fang Jia. He is also your classmate, right? Lu Zhiyue hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Zhang Huan's mother goes to his family's hospital for checkups every so often. I don't need to say more, do I? A terrifying thought flashed through Lu Zhiyue's mind as she struggled. Dad, we. Lu Yuanming shot her a glare. I know you have some feelings for that Zhang kid, but so what? You're still young and don't understand that feelings are the most useless thing in the world. Moreover, if you think our Lu family can handle the wrath of the Yi family, then you can ignore what I say. With that, Lu Yuanming stood up and walked upstairs. In the living room, only Lu Zhiyue sat there in a daze. Her eyes were hollow, her thoughts seemingly frozen. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Yes, what else could she do? In this small town of Kaiyun City, she was the daughter of the Chamber of Commerce president, and the Lu family was among the powerful. But what could they do against a giant like the Yi family? Lu Yuanming's words suddenly echoed in her ears. If you don't want to be a pawn, then work hard to improve your strength and elevate our Lu family to the same height as the Yi family. Her tears gradually stopped. A determination she had never felt before shone in her eyes. Since the Yi family could use her family, why couldn't she use the Yi family? As for Jiang Huan, it was just a bit of affection. Compared to family interests, what did it matter? With that thought, a sweet smile returned to her face. She took out her phone and dialed a number she had never called before. Hello, Fang Jia? It's me, Lu Jiyue. In the endless ruins lay the proof of a once-existing technological era. In the quiet night, occasional rustling sounds could be heard. Suddenly, a flock of sleeping birds took flight in a panic. In the distance, a series of crackling chase sounds echoed. A massive, shimmering second-order Qingfeng wolf was clumsily fleeing ahead. Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu were hot on its heels, one on each side. Teacher, let's finish it off with one strike. We've been chasing for ages. I'm exhausted. Nonsense. The task requires its complete pelt. If you mess up the cut, all our efforts tonight will be in vain. But, no buts. This isn't just a Qingfeng wolf. This is a mad dash for 300,000. Zhang Huan was speechless. He gained a new understanding of Zhang Yu. Money over life. The Qingfeng wolf was the fastest beast among second-order monsters. They had been chasing it with all their might for 2 hours. Even though Zhang Huan was physically stronger than his peers, he was starting to struggle. No, if this continued, whether they could catch up to the Qingfeng wolf was uncertain. They might end up exhausting themselves instead. I need to think of a way quickly. A thought flashed through his mind. Teacher, do you still have strength left? Zhang Yu was taken aback, then immediately began cursing. You little brat. Who do you look down on? I'm a third-order 5-star, with a physique of 650. I could keep chasing for another 2 hours without a problem. Zhang Huan knew he had misunderstood, but he couldn't explain. Teacher, help me out. In the darkness, Zhang Huan swiftly dashed in front of Zhang Yu, who gritted his teeth and then picked him up around the waist. The next moment, Zhang Huan was thrown forward like a cannonball. The Qingfeng wolf was still running wildly. Zhang Huan was still a distance away from it. Just as he was about to land, at a critical moment, Zhang Yu shouted, Confucian scholar. The Confucian scholar appeared behind Zhang Huan in an instant, once again lifting him up around the waist. A tremendous force came from the scholar's arms, and Zhang Huan was thrown forward once more. He landed steadily, but the distance between him and the Qingfeng wolf was now alarmingly close. Close enough that the Qingfeng wolf couldn't turn in time. Zhang Huan gripped the 1,000 blades tightly, his gaze fixed on the approaching Qingfeng wolf, yet he remained motionless. Zhang Yu, who was closely following behind, couldn't help but feel his heart leap to his throat. This kid isn't scared silly, is he? A roar erupted from the Qingfeng wolf. A strong, fishy odor sprayed from its mouth as it raised its front paw to strike at Zhang Huan. The gust of wind sent Zhang Huan's black hair flying back. Zhang Huan remained unmoved, murmuring just 2 words, seemingly addressing the Qianrun in his hand, change. In an instant, the Qianrun transformed, becoming slender and elongated. Before the Qingfeng wolf's sharp claws could land, it pierced through its pupils into its brain. Its front paw ultimately stopped just 2 centimeters above Zhang Huan's head. Bang! The Qingfeng wolf's body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The spirit weapon Qianrun kills the second-tier monster Qingfeng wolf. Experience plus 178. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 178. The host's reckless actions have drawn the attention of 18 spirit weapons, all of whom are looking at you with interest. Zhang Yu's hurried steps gradually came to a halt, and the figure behind the thick smoke once again made a bold move. But all he felt in his heart was admiration. This courage, this judgment, probably rivals the best spirit masters of the demon suppression army. As the dust settled, Zhang Huan slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Only he knew how immense the pressure he had endured in that moment was. A moment too soon, and perhaps the wolf's skin would have been damaged. A moment too late, and he would have been seriously injured. While Zhang Yu skinned the wolf, he laughed and scolded, "Stinky kid, you're really a natural fighter. It's a pity you won't join the demon suppression army." Zhang Huan chose to ignore him. After a moment, Zhang Yu stood up and looked at Zhang Huan. "Let's go, next mission." Zhang Huan rolled his eyes at him. "Teacher, we've completed 4 missions in 1 day. Even if I'm a lump of iron, I should get some rest, right?" Zhang Yu shrugged. "Fine, you take your time to rest, I'll do it myself. When it comes time to settle the commission, don't be jealous that I have 100 or 80,000 more than you." With that, he didn't care whether Zhang Huan got up or not and headed off to the next destination. Zhang Huan, helpless, muttered, "Zhang Skinner." Then he quickly got up and caught up with Zhang Yu. The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth were almost unable to contain his joy. What Jiang Huan didn't know was that this high-intensity tasking was actually Zhang Yu's test for him. It should be noted that one of the standards for the Demon Suppression Army's assessment is endurance and resilience. Although Jiang Huan repeatedly stated that he would not join the Demon Suppression Army, Zhang Yu always believed that once the time was right, he would change his mind. Time seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Under the night sky, Zhang Yu sat by the campfire, with a leg of an unknown monster roasting over the flames. Golden oil dripped down from the heat, splattering with a crackling sound. Zhang Yu held a small knife, occasionally slicing into the beast's leg, looking thoroughly pleased. Jiang Huan sat beside him, staring at the flickering campfire in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Jiang Huan, in these 3 days, we've completed 18 missions, and the total commission is nearly 3 million. Our efficiency is still a bit slow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huan pouted. Teacher, you really don't treat me like a person. These days, Jiang Huan had been like a robot, waking up each day to do tasks. He didn't even have time to be alone. Zhang Yu chuckled, it's about making money, what's the harm in being a bit tired? Money is the foundation for improving strength. Jiang Huan was too lazy to argue with him and began scrolling through his phone. Soon, his attention was caught by a news article from 2 days ago. A 4th-tier monster was discovered in the ruins outside Kaiyun City, and 3 mercenary teams have already been killed. Jiang Huan frowned, recalling the moment of distraction during the battle with the Tuanyo leader that day. He felt a bit uneasy. Teacher, with our current strength, can we handle a 4th-tier monster in a direct confrontation? Zhang Yu pulled a handful of seasoning from his pocket and sprinkled it on the beast's leg in front of him. What are you joking about? A proper 4th-tier monster is someone who has mastered domain abilities. The beast form is easier to deal with, as its strength is relatively low. I'm more afraid of encountering a humanoid one. If we do, we should escape immediately. Jiang Huan handed his phone to Zhang Yu, who glanced at the news and laughed. I've seen this news, it's in the ruins of Luxian, about 180 miles from here. As long as we don't go near that place, we'll be fine. Seeing Zhang Yu speak so casually, the stone in Jiang Huan's heart finally eased. He slowly stood up and walked into the thick fog. Teacher, I'm going to the bathroom. Remember to save me some of that beast leg. At first, Jiang Huan walked leisurely, but once he was sure Zhang Yu couldn't see him in the fog, he suddenly began to speed up. He twisted and turned until he reached the 2nd floor of an abandoned hotel, looking around to confirm no one was nearby before sitting down against the wall. Finally, I have some time. Zhang Yu's madness for completing tasks had far exceeded his understanding. With a thought, the 1,000 blades appeared in his hand, and he then pulled up the system page. Weapon Spirit, 1,000 blades quality, see Effect 1, Cold Radiance appears Effect 2, Ever-Changing Effect 3, Shattered Edge Experience, 131% Compatibility, 72 Refinement Count, 3 Sufficient Experience. Would you like to refine the weapon spirit? Jiang Huan chose yes without hesitation. A mysterious energy, not belonging to him, began to surge wildly into the 1,000 blades. The 1,000 blades seemed to respond to some kind of call, buzzing and resonating with this energy. The only dark red hue on the blade began to spread at that moment, climbing up most of the blade like flames. Refinement successful. C-grade weapon spirit 1,000 blades successfully advanced to B-grade weapon spirit, compatibility +5. Following that, Jiang Huan pulled up his own page. Host, Jiang Huan level, 1st tier 5 stars experience, 131% ability, mutual progress, pure heart martial skills, stealth, backstab physical strength. For 73 the immense spiritual power continuously refined his body, and Jiang Huan seemed to hear something breaking within him. Host level increased from 1st tier 5 stars to 1st tier 8 stars, physical strength significantly enhanced. The mysterious feeling gradually faded, and Jiang Huan slowly opened his eyes. The man wearing a bamboo hat on the 1,000 blades once again materialized before him. This time, Jiang Huan could no longer see a trace of killing intent in his eyes. It was as if all the killing intent had been absorbed into his body. In his deep gaze, other emotions began to stir. Only loyalty remained in his eyes, and there was even a hint of indulgence. It was like the affection an elder has for a younger one. Jiang Huan looked at his figure, which seemed as solid as a real person, and inadvertently felt a sense of illusion. The 1,000 blades seemed like a real man. Maybe after a few more refinements, he will be able to communicate with me actively. Jiang Huan propped his chin up, suddenly realizing a problem. This refinement seemed not to have awakened any new effects. System, what's going on? Effect awakening is random and does not guarantee that every refinement will awaken an effect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huan pondered for a moment and understood. For an ordinary person's weapon spirit, having 2 or 3 effects is already quite good. Even a typical genius might only awaken 4 or 5 effects. The vast majority still rely on different martial skills to enhance their combat power. For someone like him, having a weapon spirit refined to B grade with 3 effects is already quite fortunate. After figuring out this problem, Zhang Huan reached out to the system space again. The spiritual embryo obtained from the bull leader appeared in his hand. Detected spiritual embryo, bullhead sacrifice, can be refined into D-grade weapon spirit, bullhead sacrifice. Would the host like to choose a contract or refining? It can only be refined into a D-grade weapon spirit, which is a bit low level. With this thought, Zhang Huan immediately chose to refine. Executing refining, selecting target, 1000 blades, please wait. In the next moment, a vast amount of spiritual power surged from Zhang Huan's palm, splitting into 2, covering the spiritual embryo and the weapon spirit respectively. After a few cries of anguish, the spiritual embryo turned into a puddle of liquid, being enveloped by the spiritual power and merging into 1000 blades. The 1000 blades, within the spiritual power, was now emitting a joyful humming sound. Refining successful, weapon spirit, 1000 blades, gained experience plus 981, compatibility plus 5. Joint progress activated, host experience plus 981. Weapon spirit, 1000 blades, awakened effect 4, chaos spirit, disrupts the mind, disturbs thoughts, attacks the enemy's unpreparedness. Another awakening effect? It seems quite similar to the domain effect of the bull leader. Zhang Huan picked up the 1000 blades to examine it closely and discovered that a bone drill, white and eerie, had appeared at the handle. System, why did it awaken an effect without leveling up this time? The spiritual embryo is transformed from the blood of a demon beast, and when refined together with the weapon spirit, there is a probability of awakening a new effect, which is related to the characteristics of the demon beast. The corners of Zhang Huan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Having 4 effects at B grade, especially when he was only at first stage 8 stars, how could that not be exciting? Zhang Huan once again turned his gaze to the system page. Weapon spirit, 1000 blades, quality, B, effect 1, cold radiance appears, effect 2, ever-changing, effect 3, shattered edge, effect 4, chaos spirit, experience, 35%, compatibility, 82, refining times, 4. Zhang Huan focused his thoughts and brought up his own page. Host, Zhang Huan, level, first stage 8 stars, experience, 35%, ability, joint progress, pure heart, martial skills, stealth, backstab, physical strength, 550, not bad. My current physical strength is equivalent to a 3rd stage spirit master, but compared to old Zhang, I'm still a bit lacking. I need to work harder. Just then, a woman's scream echoed throughout the ruins. Zhang Huan cautiously crouched on the windowsill, looking in the direction of the sound. Thick fog obscured his vision, but Zhang Huan could clearly hear that many demon beasts around seemed to be frantically fleeing from the source of the sound. A strong curiosity made Zhang Huan eager to know what was happening in the fog. Zhang Huan immediately flipped over and jumped down from the hotel, rushing towards the direction of the sound. Along the way, Zhang Huan saw groups of demon beasts fleeing in panic. Among them were not a few 3rd stage demon beasts. Zhang Huan's brows furrowed tightly, secretly activating stealth, carefully sneaking through the fog. The closer he got, the stronger his sense of unease became. He even faintly heard strange murmurs. Soon, in front of a shopping mall, Zhang Huan saw 5 figures fleeing in a frenzy. 4 men and 1 woman, it looks like a mercenary team, but I don't know what they're hiding from. Zhang Huan hid in the shadows, quietly observing the scene before him. Before long, a line of people appeared behind the 5. They wore white clerical robes, indistinguishable from ordinary people. The only difference was that they had a hooked tail behind them. In the middle of the crowd was a not too large shoulder-borne sedan. A middle-aged man with a kind face, dressed in a black clerical robe, sat high upon it. Behind him stood a large cross, as if bearing countless hopes. His followers varied in appearance, tall and short, fat and thin, men and women, old and young. But there was one thing that was the same: they had expressionless faces and were constantly murmuring words that Zhang Huan could not understand. However, despite not understanding, Zhang Huan felt an impulse to step forward and worship them. He quickly activated his calm heart, and in an instant, the fluttering in his heart was swept away. At the same time, Zhang Huan witnessed a scene that left him utterly shocked. Among the 5 fleeing individuals, 2 male mercenaries fell due to exhaustion. In an instant, the pursuing group caught up with them. A towering Gothic church suddenly appeared, encompassing the entire group along with the 2 stragglers. The church burst forth with a holy white light, and the murmuring within grew louder. It was as if the congregation was engaged in the most devout prayers. However, Zhang Huan's brows furrowed into a frown. He seemed to hear, beneath the sound of these devout prayers, a muffled wailing and gnawing. Yet, he had no intention of intervening. The last time he had saved Feng Jia from a plot still replayed in his mind. The 9th spirit was becoming violent, it seemed to recall some unwilling memories. The ninth spirit's fury attracted the attention of other spirits. Some were soothing the ninth, some were mocking it, and some chose to watch. The system was trying to suppress the ninth spirit. The host must leave this place immediately. The scene before him was wildly stimulating the ninth spirit. The host must leave this place. The urgent system prompts echoed continuously in Jiang Huan's mind. What's going on? Jiang Huan's confusion deepened. Before he could ponder further, a sudden rush of footsteps came from behind. Immediately after, a strong grip seized his collar, pulling him away as the ruins on either side flew past him. Jiang Huan intended to fight back, but the voice in his ear left him no choice but to let himself be dragged. Jiang Huan, what are you doing here? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Zhang Yu's figure caught up from the side, and at that moment, the one holding Jiang Huan's collar was the spirit scholar. Jiang Huan's body swayed like a kite in the wind, held by the rushing scholar. He shrugged and chuckled. Teacher, I didn't think it was that dangerous. Zhang Yu shot him a glare, running while pointing back and scolding. Just look for yourself. In front of them all, the white light dissipated in an instant, and the towering church vanished just as quickly. The group was still the same, chasing after the remaining three, and in place, only two cleanly gnawed bones remained. Jiang Huan's expression turned extremely grim as he swallowed hard and said, they were gnawed quite cleanly. Zhang Yu snorted coldly, a young calf isn't afraid of tigers. Do you know what that thing is? Under Zhang Yu's explanation, Jiang Huan finally understood what he had just encountered. A fourth-order beast priest, a special beast that, after the appearance of the Great Fog, liked to roam and preach. They enjoyed transforming into human form to enlighten others. The stronger they were, the more followers they attracted. Once the number of followers reached a certain threshold, they could advance. Their domain was the church. It seemed sacred and inviolable, but its essence was chilling. Anyone who inadvertently entered would be indoctrinated, ultimately becoming nourishment for the beast and its followers. Zhang Yu said seriously, do you know that if you had listened to their hymns a moment longer, you might have walked into their domain yourself? Jiang Huan didn't take it to heart. After all, the beast's hymns had no effect on him. He muttered to himself, I was wondering why those two didn't hurry to get up and escape. Turns out they were brainwashed. Seeing this, Zhang Yu gave Jiang Huan a hard knock on the head. You little brat, what are you running over there for if you're fine? Jiang Huan scratched his head and chuckled. I just heard someone scream and got curious, so I went to take a look. He paused and asked, Teacher, how did you find me? Jiang Huan was puzzled. Logically, he had activated his concealment. Unless the area was small, like last time when he was cornered by Wang Tang and the others in an alley, how could anyone find him so easily? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes at him. I smelled the barbecue scent on you. Smelled it? I went through some things when I was young, and my sense of smell got unexpectedly enhanced. Jiang Huan felt speechless. It seemed that this concealment had its flaws. He would need to find a martial art that could truly hide him in the future. The two of them ran far away until they were sure the priest wouldn't catch up, then they stopped to rest. Jiang Huan seemed to think of something. Teacher, do you think the fourth-tier monster mentioned in the news is that priest? Zhang Yu nodded. It should be. Besides him, most monsters have their own activity ranges and won't run around everywhere. So what do we do next? Head back to the city? Zhang Yu shot him a look. Why go back to the city? Have you earned enough money? Jiang Huan pointed in the direction behind him. Aren't you afraid of running into the priest again? Zhang Yu shrugged indifferently. I'm afraid, but outside the city is inherently fraught with danger. This is something you'll have to face in the future. Besides, he just passed through our area. He won't be back for a while, so we just need to be careful from now on. At this moment, Jiang Huan gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Yu. He was not only cautious but also bold and meticulous. While they were talking, Zhang Yu pulled out a plastic bag from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang Huan. Inside the bag was half a roasted beast leg. Jiang Huan's face lit up with joy. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yu scolded him with a smile. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, we have the next task tonight. Jiang Huan tore off a piece of meat and swallowed it with grease all over his mouth. Teacher, it's late at night, we should rest. Zhang Yu glanced at his watch. Rest? I just accepted a task to catch 2 night owls for the research institute. 300,000. In another hour or two, the night owls will come out to hunt. Jiang Huan sighed, feeling unfortunate to have such a workaholic teacher. However, what he didn't know was that Zhang Yu simply wanted to help Jiang Huan earn as much money as possible in these 2 months while also helping him improve his skills through practical experience. After Jiang Huan finished devouring the half-beast leg, he walked aside to take a bottle of water from the system space, preparing to wash his hands when he felt a vibration near his thigh. Jiang Huan mumbled, "Who's calling me at this hour?" As he spoke, he answered the call, wedging the phone between his head and shoulder while squatting down to wash his hands. Who is it? Is this the family member of Su Liuxiang? This is the Fong Family Hospital in Kaiyun City. Jiang Huan's heart tightened at the words. He clearly remembered that this was the hospital where his mother had regular checkups. Is there something wrong? Well, the patient Su Liuxiang fainted during a routine checkup yesterday. She has been in a deep sleep for a day and a night now. The water bottle in Jiang Huan's hand slipped, splashing water everywhere. When our doctor checked just now, we found her condition critical. She has been sent to the emergency room. Currently, the patient's condition is critical, and we need a family member to sign the critical illness notice. Are you in Kaiyun City? If so, please come and sign as soon as possible. Jiang Huan felt darkness closing in, unable to speak for a long time. Over the years, he and his mother had relied on each other. She was everything to him. Hello? Can you hear me? Jiang Huan came back to his senses and quickly replied, Sorry, I'm outside the city. I'll be back right away. Please hurry and treat my mother, I beg you. According to regulations, we cannot act without the family's signature. For now, we can only take measures to prevent her condition from worsening. So, please return to the city as soon as possible to sign, or have a relative come to sign on your behalf. After the call ended, Jiang Huan looked back at Zhang Yu in a bit of a panic. Teacher, I need to go back to the city immediately. Although Zhang Yu didn't know what had happened, he sensed that something bad had occurred and without hesitation took out his motorcycle from the storage ring. Let's go. We're heading back to the city. Late at night, the roar of the motorcycle echoed through the ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped towards colorful Cloud City. At 3 a.m, the speeding motorcycle stopped at the entrance of Fan's hospital. Jiang Huan didn't wait for Zhang Yu and rushed towards the emergency room. Dressed in simple attire, Morong Shui quickly stopped him. Teacher Morong, how is my mom? Morong Shui shook her head. We don't know yet. The doctors are still trying to save her. To avoid delaying his mother's treatment, Jiang Huan had called Morong Shui from outside the city, asking her to sign on his behalf. Jiang Huan helplessly sat on a bench outside the emergency room. He was anxious and restless. At that moment, Zhang Yu hurried in as well. He exchanged a glance with Morong Shui, and they both tacitly remained silent. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Huan felt as if every minute was a needle prick. Half an hour later, a doctor in green surgical scrubs came out. Who is the patient's family member? Jiang Huan quickly stood up. I am. Doctor, how is my mom? The doctor sighed. For now, her condition is temporarily stable. But you should know, your mother has a spiritual power allergy. Jiang Huan nodded. The doctor continued, currently, there is no specific medication to treat spiritual power allergies. Generally, ordinary patients will occasionally fall into a deep sleep. Although it can be somewhat inconvenient, it is not fatal. The most concerning issue is if the condition worsens. Once it worsens, the patient will fall into a deep sleep, leading to self-deception of the brain. Jiang Huan looked at the doctor in confusion, while Morong Shui and Zhang Yu's expressions changed upon hearing this conclusion. Doctor, what does self-deception of the brain mean? The doctor looked at Jiang Huan with some pity. Simply put, it means the brain thinks it has died, and then issues death commands to the body's organs. After a period, the patient will die due to organ failure. Jiang Huan struggled to control his emotions and urgently sought help from the doctor. Doctor, is there no way to treat it? The doctor shook his head. Currently, it cannot be cured. The only thing we can do is to continuously stimulate the patient's nerves to prevent the brain from falling into self-deception. However, Jiang Huan looked at the doctor in confusion. But what? The doctor replied helplessly, this treatment can only maintain her basic life signs, and it is extremely costly. For an ordinary family like yours, my advice is to give up treatment. Continued investment will only increase your burden. Jiang Huan refused to give up. Doctor, no. If it can be treated, then treat it. I can endure. I am a spiritual master, and I will earn a lot of money in the future. The doctor looked at him in silence for a long time, as if he had something difficult to say, but in the end, he could only say, the patient's condition is temporarily stable. In a while, you can go to the intensive care unit to see her. Jiang Huan thanked the doctor, who nodded slightly and was about to leave. But he seemed to remember something and gently patted Jiang Huan's shoulder before leaving. Child, you are still young, the road ahead is long. In the intensive care unit, Su Liuxiang lay quietly on the hospital bed, her complexion as pale as ever. Various tubes and instruments of different sizes were connected to her body. Jiang Huan felt as if his heart were being cut, yet he could only sit quietly beside her, holding her hand tightly. Morong Shui and Zhang Yu looked at this scene with some pain, especially Zhang Yu, whose heart was filled with guilt. If he hadn't taken Jiang Huan out for the mercenary mission, perhaps Su Liuxiang wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. At that moment, a nurse walked in. She handed the bill in her hand to Jiang Huan. Jiang, please go to the payment office and pay the medical fees first. Jiang Huan took the bill in confusion, his eyes scanning it. a sense of powerlessness rising from the depths of his heart. The rescue fee plus the treatment fee totaled 50 million. The ongoing monthly treatment fee was 4 million. He walked out of the intensive care unit with a blank mind, looking at the scattered medical staff in the hospital lobby, as well as the family members waiting in front of the wards. For the first time, Jang Hwan felt what it meant to be powerless. Even if he became a mercenary, regardless of the peak or off-peak seasons of mercenary tasks, whether he could snatch the high-paying tasks from others was a question. Even if he went hunting in his spare time, hunting itself was random. He couldn't guarantee that he would earn 4 million every month. His mind was in chaos, not knowing what to do. He had never been someone who liked to ask for help. If he could bear it himself, he would definitely do so. But now, he had no idea how to bear it. The minute hand on the wall swept by second, and at 4 in the morning, Jang Hwan still stood outside the ward, at a loss. Perhaps seeing that he hadn't returned for a long time, Zhang Yu and Morong Shui walked out of the ward. When they saw Jiang Huan, who was full of fatigue, they felt nothing but pity. Morong Shui said softly, "Jiang Huan, what's wrong?" Although Zhang Yu didn't speak, his eyes were full of concern. Jiang Huan forced a smile, his eyes fixed on a string of numbers at the bottom of the bill, weakly murmuring, "Teacher, what should I do?" Morong Shui and Zhang Yu followed Jiang Huan's gaze, and when they looked at the string of zeros on the bill, they couldn't help but gasp. For an ordinary spirit master, a monthly pressure of 5 million was indeed quite large. Moreover, Jiang Huan was just a student who hadn't graduated yet. The three fell into silence for a long time before Zhang Yu spoke first. "Jiang Huan, the commission from our mission, plus a little savings from the teacher, totals more than 23 million. Send me your card number, and I'll transfer it to you first." Jiang Huan seemed not to hear, still staring blankly at the bill in his hand. It was Morong Shui's bell-like voice that finally made Jiang Huan react. "Jiang Huan, don't be afraid, the teacher will cover for you." After saying that, she reached out to take the bill from Jiang Huan's hand. However, Jiang Huan did not let go. He knew Morong Shui had money, but he didn't want to owe anyone anything. Zhang Yu glared at him and sternly reprimanded, "Jiang Huan, I know you have a strong sense of pride, but the one inside is your mother. You can't refuse her medical expenses just because of your pride." Jiang Huan still did not let go. Zhang Yu's temper, which had disappeared for several days, surged up. Just as he was about to curse, Morong Shui reached out to stop him. Morong Shui looked at Jiang Huan with concern. "Jiang Huan, this is not the teacher's sympathy for you. This is the teacher lending you money. You have to pay me back later, and you need to calculate the interest." Jiang Huan's grip on the bill finally loosened, and Morong Shui took the bill to the payment office to make the payment. When Morong Shui returned to the intensive care unit, Jiang Huan was still guarding the window of Su Liaoxiang's sick room. His eyes were filled with endless guilt and concern. He saw Morong Shui come back and took the receipt. In addition to paying the treatment fee, Morong Shui had also prepaid 2 months of hospitalization fees, a total of 60 million. Jiang Huan deeply bowed to the two of them. "Teacher Morong, Teacher Zhang, thank you. I will pay you back as soon as possible." Morong Shui quickly helped him up. "We'll talk about the money later, but you need to know that there are 4th-tier demon beasts wandering outside the city during this time. Don't go out just to make money." After reminding Jiang Huan, the two of them spent a short time together and noticed his low spirits, feeling that he needed some time alone. So they decided to leave the hospital. As they walked out of the hospital, the golden morning light spilled over the horizon. Morong Shui looked at the rising sun, breathed in the fresh morning air, and asked Zhang Yu beside her, "Teacher Zhang, you noticed something was off too, right?" Zhang Yu nodded. "That doctor." Normally, experienced old doctors are used to life and death and wouldn't have much sympathy for the patients' families. But he said so much to Jiang Huan. Morong Shui's eyes moved, as if they contained myriad emotions. "Yes, and I always feel that the last sentence from the doctor was quite pointed." Zhang Yu fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. "Teacher Morong, what do you think?" Morong Shui smiled helplessly. "What can I think? We don't have anyone watching over their house." Zhang Yu instinctively lit a cigarette, but before he could take a puff, Morong Shui directly snuffed it out. "Teacher Zhang, didn't anyone tell you that smoking next to a lady is impolite? Especially when talking to a superior?" Zhang Yu had no choice but to put the cigarette back in his bag. "Teacher Morong, what do you think Jiang Huan will do next?" Morong Shui shook her head. "Hunting? Taking on missions? Desperately making money? I don't know." Zhang Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. "4 million in hospital fees every month, and he's just a kid. He has to risk his life to earn it." He paused, a bit curious, and asked, "Teacher Morong, although we don't know about his father's situation, since he's missing, isn't there any support from above for their family?" Morong Shui crossed her arms and replied softly, "Not at all. From what I know, after Jiang Huan's father had an accident, the higher-ups intended to give special care to the Jiang family, even planning to send people to guard them 24 hours a day. But Jiang Huan's mother has been filled with disdain for the demon suppression army since the incident. Not only did she refuse their protection, but she also returned every subsidy the demon suppression army sent to their family without a single cent accepted. Zhang Yu sighed and said no more. In the intensive care unit, Jiang Huan sat blankly beside Su Liuxiang. Su Liuxiang's eyes were tightly closed, and a gentle breeze stirred her yellowing long hair. Jiang Huan looked serious. He was feeling very anxious. He was troubled by his mother's condition and the medical expenses. "Mom, you always told me that the hardest debt to repay in this world is the debt of gratitude. It's better for others to owe us than for us to owe them. But this time, I've incurred a huge debt of gratitude. What should I do?" "Mom, it's not that I have no way out. I'm just afraid you'll scold me when you wake up." The intensive care unit was eerily quiet, with only the occasional soft beep from the nearby machines. Suddenly, Jiang Huan seemed to have made up his mind. "Mom, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement." He gently tucked the blanket around Su Liuxiang, then forced a strained smile on his face. After that, he tiptoed out of the intensive care unit and slowly closed the door behind him. In the residential building of Shishan Camp, in the living room of Jiang Huan's home. At this moment, Jiang Huan knelt upright in front of his father's tablet, 3 sticks of incense burning slowly, with blue smoke swirling around. His father's name on the tablet was so glaring. The long sword in front of the tablet, however, was unremarkable, as if it were no different from an ordinary long sword. "Dad, Mom is sick. I have no money, and I need to discuss something with you. Can I take your spirit weapon, Wushuang, to pawn?" "Don't worry, it's just for a while. Once Mom gets through this hurdle, I'll immediately redeem you." The living room fell into silence, and Jiang Huan buried his head deep. It seemed that only in this way could he avoid facing his own guilt. After a long time, he said, "Dad, if you don't speak, I'll take it as your tacit approval." With that, he slowly stood up, walked to the spirit platform, and picked up the Wushuang. He gently pulled the tip, revealing 2 inches of the blade, its cold light piercing. A sense of sword intent that looked down upon the world instantly spread out. The first spirit slowly opened its eyes, glanced at Wushuang for a moment, then closed its eyes again. The second spirit burst forth with intense battle intent, wanting to compare with Wushuang to see which was sharper. The 18th spirit considered this a worthy opponent. A series of voices echoed in Jiang Huan's mind, and he couldn't help but examine the Wushuang in his hand once more. It seems Dad's spirit is truly remarkable. Otherwise, with these 18 gentlemen, an ordinary spirit wouldn't catch their eye. Jiang Huan tried once again to infuse spiritual power into it, and the system voice followed. A-level spirit Wushuang. Please choose between contract or fusion. This was Jiang Huan's first encounter with Wushuang since awakening the system. Past experiences of failure echoed in his mind, and Jiang Huan subconsciously believed it wouldn't succeed. However, before pawning the Wushuang sword, he still wanted to give it a try. The spirit Wushuang has too high a compatibility with the original host. Please wait for a while before trying again. Dad's spirit is really loyal. After a sigh, he took Wushuang and went out. He found a shared electric bike downstairs and headed towards the city center. The midday sun was exceptionally bright, yet it couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart. An hour later, he arrived near the Duobao building. Just as he was looking for a place to park, Wang Tong, who was playing with a few friends in a milk tea shop across the street, happened to see him. This kid is still alive? Looks like he hasn't even been hurt? Ever since he had plotted against Jiang Huan that day, he had been hiding at home out of unease. He was afraid Jiang Huan would survive. With the school recruitment approaching, if Jiang Huan suddenly exposed what he had done, then no employer would even glance at him. After all, no one wants to hire someone who enjoys backstabbing their companions. It wasn't until 2 days ago, when he was sure the city patrol wouldn't come looking for him again, that he felt somewhat at ease and returned to his usual attitude towards life. But he never expected Jiang Huan to be completely unharmed. His mood was complicated, and his original smile faded. "Hey, Tango, what's wrong with you?" Sun Fatty was the first to notice Wang Tang's unusual behavior. The others followed suit and also noticed Wang Tang's oddness, asking him one after another. Wang Tang glanced around at the 4 people beside him, then lowered his voice and said, "I saw Jiang Huan." The others didn't take it seriously. "So what if you saw him, Tango? Let's not provoke him. Damn it, that bastard is simply cheating. F-level spirit, 5 physique, can beat us up like that, ridiculous. Yeah, this kid is too strange, let's keep our distance." Hearing this, Wang Tang felt a surge of anger in his heart, but he still patiently explained what had happened between him and Jiang Huan. The others exchanged glances. "Tango, you said you plotted against him?" "Tango, I'm not saying you, but he saved you. Even if we don't like him, we shouldn't do that, right?" Exactly. When Wang Tang heard everyone scolding him like this, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he slammed the table heavily, causing the milk tea shop owner to frown. However, given their identity as spirit masters, the milk tea shop owner could only vent his dissatisfaction on his homemade lemon tea. Wang Tang glared with wide eyes and lowered his voice to curse. Damn it, do you really think you're something special? Let me tell you, once this matter blows up, none of you will escape. This is called organized, premeditated murder in the shelter city. As long as he wants to take revenge on us, our lives will be over. Silence enveloped everyone as they realized they seemed unable to extricate themselves from this mess. After a long pause, someone finally asked, Brother Tang, what should we do? Wang Tang looked around and slowly uttered, cut the grass and eliminate the roots. The other four turned pale at once upon hearing this. They were still just students, they could bully others, but who among them had the courage to kill? A bespectacled boy muttered softly, Brother Tang, we can't beat him. Wang Tang, upon hearing this, gave him a heavy shove on the head. Can you use your brain? Can't you find someone? The others exchanged glances, seeing hesitation and fear in each other's eyes. Sun Fatty hesitated for a long time before being the first to stand up. Brother Tang, you know my parents are strict with me, so I won't get involved in this. But I remember I owe you 300,000. I'm paying you back now. As he spoke, he lowered his head to transfer the money. Brother Tang, my mom is calling me home for dinner. I'm leaving now. After saying this, he got up to leave. The others, seeing this, immediately followed suit. Brother Tang, I also seem to owe you 100,000. Here, take it. By the way, I have to go to makeup classes, so I won't be with you. I think I also owe you 200,000. Right, my relatives are visiting today, so I'll head back too. Moments later, only Wang Tang remained at the table, along with 5 cups of milk tea that had only been sipped twice. Wang Tang looked at the incoming transfer notification on his phone, his face turning ashen. How could he not understand what these people meant? They were simply afraid of being implicated, so they found an excuse to give him some money as hush money. A bunch of cowards. You have no guts. I'll do it myself. Once I make it big in the future. Don't think about currying favor with me. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Zhang Huan, who was talking to the salesgirl in Duobao building, downed the milk tea in one go, and then angrily left the shop. Inside Duobao building. At this moment, Zhang Huan was following the salesgirl up to the second floor. After passing through a tastefully decorated long corridor, the salesgirl opened a rather stylish office for him. Mr. Zhang, the specific matters will be discussed with our manager. I won't disturb you. The general manager of Duobao building was a shrewd-looking fat man. His 2 mustaches resembled the shopkeeper Zhang Huan had seen in a TV drama. Mr. Jian, right? Please, take a seat, take a seat. The manager warmly invited Zhang Huan to a guest table, where 2 cups of hot tea had already been prepared. He placed a cup of clear tea in front of Zhang Huan, the rich aroma of tea wafting into Zhang Huan's nostrils. My surname is Liu, and I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Jiang. I heard from Xiao Wan that you want upon a spirit tool, right? Zhang Huan nodded and then took out the wuxuang. Manager Liu took the wuxuang, slowly drawing the long sword from its sheath, his keen eyes scanning every inch of the sword. A sharp sword intent spread out, and even before infusing it with spiritual power, he could sense an overwhelming aura of a unique spirit tool. It can already autonomously absorb spiritual power and condense into a physical form. What a good spirit tool! He then tried to infuse his own spiritual power into it, but as soon as he infused a trace, the sword hummed, and a strong sense of resistance immediately came back. Arrogance overflowing, sharpness exposed, and it has even developed self-awareness. This is at least the most exquisite A-grade spirit tool. He observed for a long time, and suddenly, with a hint of disbelief, he asked, Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want upon it? This is a top-tier A-grade spirit, not just any S-grade spirit. Zhang Huan nodded. Name your price. Manager Liu reluctantly reinserted the wuxuang back into its sheath, his emotions difficult to calm as he asked, May I ask how long Mr. Zhang intends to pawn it? And for how much? 6 months, 80 million. Zhang Huan had already calculated that with his rapidly improving strength, he would be able to take on high-level tasks and deal with high-tier monsters in 4 to 5 months at most. By then, he would not only be able to afford his mother's medical expenses but also have enough money to redeem wuxuang again. Manager Liu regained his previous shrewdness. After hearing Zhang Huan's offer, he pondered for a long time before speaking. Mr. Zhang, this price and the pawn period make it difficult for me. According to the industry rules. Before he could finish, Zhang Huan reached 4 wuxuang on the table, preparing to leave. Sorry for the disturbance, I'll go check other places. Manager Liu was stunned. Isn't business all about bargaining? Who leaves just because of a disagreement? He hurriedly grabbed Zhang Huan. Mr. Zhang, let's discuss this further. Typically, pawnshops only allow for 3 months. After 3 months, if you don't renew the pawn, we have the right to sell it. However, considering your spirit is too high level, 6 months it is. Upon hearing this, Jung-hwan slowly sat back down. He took a sip of tea and smiled at Manager Lu. You may continue. Manager Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief and forced a professional smile. However, Mr. Jung, if you want to pawn it for 6 months, 80 million is indeed a bit high. After all, I'm just a manager. He spoke while carefully observing Jung-hwan's expression, fearing that his words might provoke him. Seeing Jung-hwan still expressionless, he tentatively offered, Mr. Jung, for 6 months, we can only give you 50 million. Monthly simple interest of 12%. Oh, then I'll just look for another place. Jung-hwan stood up again, ready to leave. He wouldn't fall for the common tactic of price reduction. After all, there were many pawnshops in Kaiyun City, and he only chose the Duobao building because of their large scale and good reputation. Manager Lu hurriedly rushed in front of Jung-hwan, blocking the door with his body. Mr. Jiang, 70 million, 70 million, monthly simple interest of 10%. If you still don't agree, I can't help it. This is definitely the highest price in Kaiyun City. Jung-hwan smiled and extended his right hand. Deal. When the notification of the funds arriving hit Jung-hwan's phone, a smile finally appeared on his face. Before leaving the office, he reminded Manager Lu, remember to take good care of it. I will definitely come to redeem the sword before 6 months are up. Manager Lu nodded repeatedly, escorting Jung-hwan downstairs, his face always wearing a professional smile. Once Jung-hwan's figure disappeared from view, the smile on his face vanished instantly. He took out his phone and dialed a number. After a series of busy signals, a gentle female voice came through the receiver. Third uncle, what's up? Ziyue, you were right. Just as you said. Today, a kid with the surname Jiang came upon an A-grade spirit. But that kid is quite shrewd. I ended up spending an extra 10 million to secure that spirit. You see, after pawning the spirit, he headed west out of the city. I don't know if he's going home or leaving the city. Don't worry, the official seal on the contract has been tampered with just as you instructed. It's in my hands now. Alright, I'll send someone over to you right away. At 3 in the afternoon, in an inconspicuous private room of a billiard club in Kaiyun City. On a regular day, Morong Shui would be dressed in a floral dress, but now she had changed into a fiery outfit. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the white ball, her body slightly leaning forward, and her slender fingers firmly grasped the cue. With a gentle strike, the red ball brushed against the pocket and collided with the edge of the table, producing a crisp sound. Zhang Yu, holding the cue, laughed and said, Teacher Morong, this doesn't seem like your level. Morong Shui frowned, exasperated, and tossed the cue aside, lazily lying down on the pool table. I'm not playing anymore. I'm just not in the mood today. Zhang Yu wasn't angry. What's wrong? Still worried about Jung-hwan? Morong Shui nodded. I just feel something's off. I had someone hack into the internal system of the Feng Hospital and looked at Jung-hwan's mother's medical records. Logically, her condition shouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. So you mean someone is up to something behind this? That's the current suspicion, but we need to send someone to find evidence without being too obvious. Otherwise, if we can't find any evidence, our undercover identities might be exposed. Just as they were discussing, Morong Shui's phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up casually. It was a text from the bank confirming a 60 million deposit. Immediately after, there was another message from Jung-hwan expressing his gratitude. Morong Shui stared at the text, falling into deep thought. Zhang Yu waved his hand in front of her. Hey, leader, why aren't you talking? Morong Shui flipped over and pointed her phone screen at Zhang Yu. You look. After reading the message, Zhang Yu couldn't help but mutter, just like you said, that brat Jung-hwan really doesn't like to owe anyone a favor. Morong Shui shot him a glare. Is that the point? Zhang Yu paused for a moment before realizing, what the hell? Where did this kid get all this money? Morong Shui shook her head. I don't know, but it's probably borrowed. What do you think he'll do next? Zhang Yu couldn't help but curse. What else can he do? Go make money in the fog. That brat. He's really reckless. There are fourth-tier priests out there. Morong Shui scolded angrily. Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and call Zhang Zhouwan. Make sure he doesn't let Jung-hwan leave the city. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly, quickly pulling out his phone to find Zhang Zhouwan's number. However, at that moment, Morong Shui's phone rang again. Looking at Zhang Zhouwan's call, her expression seemed a bit displeased, as if resisting something. But in the end, she decided to answer. Hello, Teacher Morong, I have something to tell you. It's about that kid from your class, Jung-hwan. He left the city again. I was afraid you'd scold me again, so as soon as he walked out the city gate, I called you. Morong Shui fell silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and roared, Zhang Zhouan, don't you know there are fourth-tier monsters outside? He's just a kid. How could you let him leave the city? I don't care about that. You right now, immediately, get him back. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Zhouan to respond, she hung up the phone. Zhang Yu looked at the furious Morong Shui and instinctively swallowed. Morong, isn't Zhouan just fond of you? There's no need to. Morong Shui shot him a fierce glare, and Zhang Yu immediately felt a wave of killing intent. He hurriedly dashed out of the booth, shouting without looking back, I'm going out of the city to find Zhang Huan. At the western gate of Kaiyun City, Zhang Zhouan stared blankly at the hung-up call, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Still the same as always, such a fiery temper. But really, it's quite cute. He then stood up and walked out of the guard station, lazily stretching. Air, take the tracking dog. We're heading out of the city soon. In the fog. In a supermarket that had collapsed for the most part, dozens of first-tier steel claw monkeys were playing on the shelves. Zhang Huan flipped over the shattered glass of a floor-to-ceiling window and quietly slipped inside. One steel claw monkey, leaning in a corner, was still sound asleep, as if dreaming some beautiful dream. Drool dripped uncontrollably from the corner of its mouth, and its dirty yet incredibly sharp claws scratched the air continuously, as if embracing something. With a thought, Zhang Huan summoned the 1,000 blades into his hand. One hand aimed at the monkey's mouth, while the other targeted its heart. In the next moment, as he covered the monkey's mouth, 1,000 blades suddenly pierced out, shattering its heart. The steel claw monkey's eyes widened, unable to make a sound before it breathed its last. The entire process went unnoticed by the other steel claw monkeys. Spirit 1,000 blades killed a first-tier steel claw monkey, experience plus 70. Joint progress activated, host experience plus 70. Zhang Huan once again concealed himself in the darkness, coldly scanning the group of monkeys, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. The steel claw monkeys had 2 claws comparable to fine steel and were agile in movement. A single steel claw monkey might not pose much of a threat to an ordinary spirit master. However, steel claw monkeys love to gather in groups, and a collective attack from them could give even a third-tier spirit master a headache. Especially since these creatures held grudges, if they couldn't defeat an opponent, they would temporarily retreat and quietly follow their target. Once they found an opportunity, they would launch a frenzied retaliation. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Huan would certainly not bother with them, but now, he had no choice but to seek them out. It was because their claws, resembling fine steel, were the best choice for most low-tier spirit masters to refine spirit tools and craft protective gear. A pair of claws could sell for around 1,000 yuan. The price was attractive and quite popular in the market. Soon, Zhang Huan set his sights on 2 steel claw monkeys hiding nearby, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Using the broken walls and scattered shelves, along with the agile steps of concealment, he silently approached the 2 monkeys. Swish! One strike. The 2 monkeys gasped their last breath, not even having time to cry out. Spirit 1,000 blades killed a first-tier steel claw monkey, experience plus 70. Joint progress activated, host experience plus 70. Spirit 1,000 blades killed a first-tier steel claw monkey, experience plus 70. Joint progress activated, host experience plus 70. However, before Zhang Huan could once again hide in the darkness, a monkey's howl echoed throughout the supermarket. Following the sound, Zhang Huan saw the steel claw monkey that had been sleeping nearby now screaming frantically. A noticeable streak of crimson was evident on its scarred face. Damn! I didn't pay attention to my control. The blood that flew out startled it. In the next moment, dozens of steel claw monkeys lunged at Zhang Huan, their howls reverberating in the dilapidated supermarket. Their towering tails resembled banners of war. They aimed to tear Zhang Huan, the intruder, to shreds. Without hesitation, Zhang Huan wanted to escape, but this group of steel claw monkeys, which had lived in the fog for many years, immediately sealed off all exits around him. Damn monkey spirits, Zhang Huan couldn't help but mutter. A rugged-looking steel claw monkey was the first to attack Zhang Huan. It lunged fiercely, its claws locking onto Zhang Huan's throat. Before Zhang Huan could react, dozens of steel claw monkeys launched an attack on him. Zhang Huan had no choice but to rely on the agile steps brought by concealment, weaving through the group of monkeys while occasionally counterattacking. However, facing the relentless assault, Zhang Huan rarely managed to achieve a one-hit kill. His brows furrowed as he dealt with the swarm of monkeys while pondering how to break the deadlock. Damn it! I can't waste too much time here. In a month, I need to earn at least 5 million or more, so that I can afford my mother's medical expenses and redeem Wushuang. When the long knife severed the claw of a steel-clawed monkey, producing a metallic clang, Zhang Huan's lips curled slightly upward. He suddenly leaped up, landing on a broken wall behind him. Xianran, lend me a hand. A figure, somewhat weathered, solitary, and desolate, suddenly appeared behind Jiang Huan. In his hand was a long knife, entirely condensed from spiritual energy, identical to the Qianren in Jiang Huan's grasp. His form had solidified considerably, and his gaze toward Jiang Huan had softened somewhat. However, when his eyes swept over the group of monkeys charging toward them, a cold killing intent surged forth from his eyes. The group of monkeys halted in an instant. This was Jiang Huan's first time manifesting Qianren to fight alongside him. If it weren't for the desire to save time, he would never have resorted to such a wasteful use of spiritual energy. The monkeys' momentary daze lasted only a moment. Soon, they adjusted and once again roared as they pounced toward Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan exchanged a glance with Qianren, and both plunged their long knives into the ground with force. In that instant, waves of sound erupted from the two as the center. Upon closer listening, the sound resembled a series of stomping noises. Occasionally, it was interspersed with low moos. The group of monkeys once again stopped in front of the two, the closest ones barely 2 steps away from Jiang Huan. This was the fourth effect of the weapon spirit Qianren, Chaos of the Gods. Attack! At this moment, Jiang Huan had already devised a way to eliminate the group of monkeys. As his voice fell, Jiang Huan and Qianren lifted their long knives with one hand and kicked out. The 2 long knives shot out like lightning, piercing through the chests of several steel-clawed monkeys in their path before halting in the center of the group, no longer advancing. Jiang Huan's right hand slowly rose, and his open fingers suddenly clenched into a fist. Shatter! The 2 long knives began to fracture from the tips. In the blink of an eye, the 2 long knives transformed into thousands of floating fragments suspended in midair. Scatter! In the next moment, thousands of fragments turned into shooting stars, flying amidst the group of monkeys, the sound of flesh being pierced echoing continuously, creating bursts of blood flowers. Dozens of steel-clawed monkeys lost their lives in an instant. This was the fourth effect that Qianren had awakened, Shattered Edge. Gather! The fragments reassembled into 2 long knives. As the last fragment coalesced, dozens of steel-clawed monkeys that had lost their lives fell to the ground simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Dust rose in the ruined supermarket. Jiang Huan wiped his nose, a look of disdain on his face. Suddenly, amidst the swirling dust, a figure stubbornly stood up. Those green eyes, through the dust, locked onto Jiang Huan with fierce intensity. As the dust settled, the scarred steel-clawed monkey king glared at Jiang Huan with a face full of malice. Dark red blood occasionally oozed from its wounds, and its green eyes gradually turned blood red. Jiang Huan frowned. A monkey king that has broken through to the second tier? Mastered fury? Fury was a skill commonly possessed by demon beasts. It could significantly enhance combat power for a short time, but the downside was that the body would be completely exhausted afterward. Like a 3-second real man, the blood energy surged within the steel-clawed monkey king, its body gradually swelling. The blood vessels around it coiled like a dragon. Its momentum was rapidly increasing. Suddenly, Jiang Huan dashed forward in a few quick steps. He grabbed the long knife suspended in midair with lightning speed. Then, he charged toward the steel-clawed monkey king at an even faster pace. The steel-clawed monkey king let out a furious roar. It reached out to grab Jiang Huan. Its calloused claws firmly locked onto the long knife in Jiang Huan's hand, revealing a sinister smile on its face. Just as it was about to raise its other hand to smash down on Jiang Huan's head, its pupils suddenly constricted. Jiang Huan vanished right before its eyes. Put! A long knife, glinting with cold light, pierced through its back and into its chest. It looked at the long knife in disbelief. It had already reached the second tier. Its body was even harder than its companions. Why did this long knife penetrate its body as if it were piercing through a piece of paper? It tried to turn around and take Jiang Huan down with it, but in the next moment, Jiang Huan yanked hard. The long knife tore through half of its body. The Steel Claw Monkey King died instantly. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades kills the second tier Steel Claw Monkey King. Experience plus 150. Joint progress boost, host experience plus 150. Blood dripped from the knife, and soon, there was no more blood on the long knife. The blade, made of fragments, remained dazzling and emitted waves of cold light. Do you think I'm stupid? I won't wait for you to completely fall into a rage. Just moments ago, when the Steel Claw Monkey King activated its fury, Jiang Huan realized that the fastest and easiest way to deal with it was to finish it off before it completely lost control. TSK. After the spirit tool upgraded to B rank, the lethality of this cold light flash has increased geometrically. Jiang Huan suddenly felt a gaze upon him. He looked up at the humanoid form of 1000 Blades across from him. 1000 Blades had a slight smile at the corner of its mouth, seemingly pleased to see a spirited junior. Its figure gradually became ethereal, and the 1,000 blades floating between the two also began to fade. One person and one blade transformed into countless tiny particles, flowing into Zhang Huan's body and into 1,000 blades. Zhang Huan then opened the system page for 1,000 blades. Spirit Tool, 1,000 blades quality. B Effect 1, Cold Light Flash Effect 2, Ever-Changing Effect 3, Shattered Edge Effect 4, Chaotic Mind Experience, 40% compatibility, 82 refinement count. For I've killed over 40 beast monsters, and my experience only increased by 5%. As the quality of the spirit tool increases, the experience required also grows. It seems that to enhance my own strength, I need to hunt more beast monsters as much as possible. Zhang Huan felt a bit annoyed, but when he saw the steel claw monkeys scattered all over the ground, that annoyance vanished instantly. It's all money. Zhang Huan moved among the steel claw monkeys, continuously swinging 1,000 blades. Pair after pair of claws were collected into the system space. Spirit Tool No. 1 looked at the host with a very disdainful expression. Spirit Tool No. 5 was filled with disgust towards the host and strongly demanded that the host throw these materials out of the system space. Spirit Tool No. 13 was quite frantic. She didn't understand why the host treated the system space like a garbage dump. Spirit Tool No. 9 appreciated the host's actions of slaying beast monsters and believed that exterminating beast monsters was the duty of their kind. A series of system prompts sounded, most of which expressed dissatisfaction with Zhang Huan throwing bloody claws into the system space. Zhang Huan curled his lips. You guys shut up. The system space is mine. I can throw whatever I want. You have no say in it. For a moment, the 18 spirit tools were in an uproar. Zhang Huan, however, ignored them completely. System, temporarily block all their information. In an instant, the world became quiet. Zhang Huan moved quickly, rapidly collecting the claws of the monkeys. When he reached the steel claw monkey king and swung his knife twice to cut off its claws, he suddenly felt that 1,000 blades seemed to tremble. In the next moment, the ethereal form of 1,000 blades reappeared beside Zhang Huan. 1,000 blades, what's wrong? 1,000 blades pointed at the spine of the steel claw monkey king, indicating for Zhang Huan to break it open. Although Zhang Huan did not understand why, he still followed the instructions of 1,000 blades, and opened up the back of the steel claw monkey king. A spine, covered in flesh and blood, was exposed before Zhang Huan's eyes. He looked at 1,000 blades again. 1,000 blades raised a hand, pointing at the spine, making a motion as if to split it vertically. Zhang Huan nodded, then swung his long knife, sliding it along the spine. The long knife glided over the irregular spine, making a clattering sound. The spine, which had been incredibly hard, offered no resistance during the cutting process. Zhang Huan felt as if he were slicing through butter. He marveled again at the sharpness brought by the enhancement of 1,000 blades. The spine split in two, and Zhang Huan's gaze was drawn to a small golden point on the 17th segment. What is this? Unlike the blood-streaked white spinal marrow, this tiny golden point was truly unique. Zhang Huan flicked his wrist, and the long knife precisely picked out the tiny golden point. It did not feel solid, nor was it particularly soft. Compared to the spinal marrow, it resembled a piece of golden jelly. Detected trace spirit marrow. Would the host like to refine it? The system's prompt sounded suddenly, and in an instant, Zhang Huan finally understood why 1,000 blades had materialized and instructed him to dissect the steel claw monkey king's spine. Spirit marrow was extremely important to both demon beasts and weapon spirits, and not every demon beast could produce spirit marrow. Generally, the higher the rank of the demon beast or weapon spirit, the greater the chance of producing spirit marrow, and the more spirit marrow there was, the stronger the being. This was also why the Steel Claw Monkey King could withstand Zhang Huan's strike and still rise to fight him desperately. After obtaining the spirit marrow, Zhang Huan chose to refine it without hesitation. Executing refinement, target selected, 1,000 blades, please wait. In the next moment, a vast amount of spiritual power surged from within Zhang Huan, enveloping the spirit marrow in his hand. Within this overwhelming spiritual power, the spirit marrow gradually transformed into the purest spiritual body, ultimately being drawn by the spiritual power and infused into 1,000 blades. Refinement successful, weapon spirit, 1,000 blades, gained experience plus 783. Weapon spirit, 1,000 blades, feels a boost in power, contract level plus 2. Joint progress activated, host experience plus 783. Zhang Huan smiled slightly and once again brought up the system interface for 1,000 blades. Weapon spirit, 1,000 blades, quality, B, effect 1, cold radiance appears, effect 2, ever-changing, effect 3, shattered edge, effect 4, chaotic mind, experience, 41%, compatibility, 84, refinement count, 4, a tiny bit of spirit marrow just added 1% experience. If I can hunt more demon beasts with spirit marrow in future hunts, I might be able to enhance my strength even faster. Jiang Huan suddenly recalled that when he refined the weapon spirit, Ronin, earlier, the experience also increased by 7 or 800. The two are not much different, which means that refining someone else's weapon spirit is essentially just taking the spirit marrow for oneself. A wild thought suddenly surged in Jiang Huan's mind. Perhaps if he just went and stole someone else's weapon spirit, he could improve even faster. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Not to mention that he didn't like taking advantage of others, even if he really intended to do so. If one day he accidentally provoked someone backed by a powerful family, he might have to live in darkness forever. Jiang Huan sighed. In this era where strength was paramount, he needed to keep a low profile until he possessed absolute power. He shook his head and decided not to think about this issue any further. Xiao, are you sure you haven't taken a wrong turn? Is Cloud City really in this direction? Suddenly, a burst of voices came from outside the house, and without hesitation, Jiang Huan activated concealment, hiding in the shadows. He quietly peered outside the supermarket. Not far away, 2 men and a woman gradually emerged from the thick fog, all looking disheveled. Zhang Yang, you have to believe me, this direction is definitely right. No, Xiao, you said the same thing yesterday, and as a result, the 3 of us almost got killed by a group of third-tier demon beasts. Lu Yiming, that was an accident. How was I supposed to know that I could buy a pirated map? The girl with a high ponytail, her cute face marred by dirt, was currently arguing with a short-haired young man. Standing between them, a slightly tanned young man wearing glasses seemed a bit annoyed by their behavior. Alright, stop arguing. Don't you think this is already stressful enough? Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming instinctively swallowed their words, a hint of sadness flashing in their eyes. Seeing this, Su Zhangyang seemed to realize his tone was a bit harsh, and then said, let's rest up ahead. Sangyun City shouldn't be far. The 3 of them walked straight to the dilapidated supermarket, found a collapsed wall, blew off some dust, and sat down on the ground. Xu Xiaoxiao took out some food from her storage ring and shared it with the 2. They ate in silence, no one speaking further. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Huan frowned slightly. He unexpectedly encountered them here again. These 3 were none other than the survivors of the mercenary team Jiang Huan had met earlier in front of the ruined large shopping mall. 2 of their teammates had been completely devoured by a 4th-tier demon beast right in front of Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan was curious as to why they didn't hurry into the city but instead lingered in the fog. At that moment, Xu Xiaoxiao, who had been silent and eating, suddenly began to cry inexplicably. At first, she was just choking back sobs. Slowly, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Tears mixed with the dry food in her hands, swallowed down her throat. Su Zhanyang and Lu Yiming exchanged glances and sighed, then began to comfort Xu Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, don't cry. No one wanted that to happen, but who could have thought we would encounter the priest here? Xu Xiaoxiao's tears flowed uncontrollably, but they died so tragically, not even leaving behind their bodies, just 2 skeletons. Xiaoxiao, they are heroes who sacrificed themselves for us to achieve great things, heroes of our White Tiger camp. Yes, Xiaoxiao, don't be sad. After you spend a few more years in our demon suppression army, you'll understand that sometimes parting is so sudden, you never know when will be your last meeting. Xu Xiaoxiao's tears gradually stopped, her sobs becoming quieter. She looked at Su Zhangyang in confusion. Zhangyang, are we really going to assassinate Long Chun? Su Zhangyang looked at Xu Xiaoxiao, his eyes filled with determination. Yes, this is the only chance to wash away the shame of our team. He paused. If you're scared, you can go back to Hansui City first. Xu Xiaoxiao stubbornly shook her head. Zhangyang, that's not what I mean. I just want to say, Long Chun has been a 6th-tier spirit master for many years. Can we really fight against him? Before Su Zhangyang could respond, Lu Yiming interjected, Xiaoxiao, you don't understand. According to the intelligence report, Long Chun failed to refine a spirit last month, and not only was the spirit severely injured, but he himself was also seriously wounded. It is said that he might not even be able to exert 3rd-tier strength now. Su Zhangyang nodded and continued, so, Xiaoxiao, this is our only chance. Once he recovers, it may be even harder to wash away the shame of our team. Xu Xiaoxiao seemed a bit confused, not fully believing in the strength of the 3 of them, but seeing the confident expressions on Su Zhangyang and Lu Yiming's faces, she eventually nodded. The 3 smiled, but Su Zhangyang's expression suddenly became serious. He signaled the 2 to be quiet, then slowly turned to look at the dilapidated supermarket behind them, revealing a double-edged short axe in his hand. Xu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming's nerves immediately tensed up. At the same time, both of them had a thought, and a supersized syringe, along with a pair of cold-looking gauntlets, appeared in their hands. As the 3 spirit weapons manifested, they stood in a triangular formation, each intently watching the surrounding grass and trees. The encounters in the thick fog over the past few days had made all 3 wary. Xu Xiaoxiao lowered her voice and asked, Zhangyang, what's wrong? Su Zhangyang sniffed. Do you smell blood? Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao both sniffed the air. The previously odorless air now indeed carried a scent of blood, which seemed to be growing stronger. The three of them looked towards the dilapidated supermarket, their expressions gradually becoming serious. Meanwhile, hiding in the ruined supermarket, Zhang Huan gripped his 1,000 blades tightly. His heart had already jumped into his throat. Su Zhengyang and the others cautiously stepped towards the supermarket. Each step was taken with extreme care. They could even faintly sense the strong fluctuations of spiritual energy among the three. It was a sign that they could unleash their domains at any moment. As expected of the demon suppression army, the distance between them remained unchanged as they advanced. If an accident occurred, they could support each other without affecting one another. Soon, they entered the supermarket. Once inside, their brows furrowed tightly, especially Chu Xiaoxiao, who instinctively covered her mouth and nose at the sight of the river of blood. My God, which mercenary team did this? She was just a newcomer who had joined the demon suppression army less than 2 years ago. Although she had seen bloody scenes, they were usually small-scale, at most involving the hunting of a dozen or so demon beasts. Never had she seen dozens of demon beasts lying in a pool of blood. After getting Su Zhengyang's consent, Lu Yiming quickly circled the supermarket to check. Moments later, he returned to the two. I've checked everywhere, there's no one left. They must have left. What he didn't know was that several times, he had brushed right past Zhang Huan. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Huan seemed to merge with the darkness, and he had not noticed him at all. Upon hearing this, Su Zhengyang and Chu Xiaoxiao's anxious hearts finally relaxed. The three of them spread out to begin examining the corpses of the steel claw monkeys. Steel claw monkeys are notoriously troublesome. Usually, just a dozen of them can give even a second-tier spirit master a headache. There are over 40 here. Even a third-tier spirit master would likely suffer if unprepared. Yeah, but how could an ordinary third-tier spirit master target such low-tier demon beasts? I think it was a small team made up of second-tier and first-tier spirit masters, with at least 5 second-tier ones. Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao exchanged their judgments based on the scene. Su Zhengyang, however, remained silent, merely scanning the bodies of the steel claw monkeys. He didn't mind the sticky blood and occasionally used his hands to pry open the wounds of the steel claw monkeys for a closer look. He stopped in front of the corpse of the steel claw monkey king, his gaze sweeping over the split spine on its back. He carefully examined the wound that pierced from its back to its chest. Zhang Yang, why are you staring so seriously at a dead body? Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming curiously approached Su Zhengyang. When they saw the completely split open back of the Monkey King, a look of disdain appeared on their faces simultaneously. Su Zhengyang glared at them. I told you to learn theoretical knowledge well from the instructors. Each of you is all talk and no action. Can't you bear to look at a slightly ugly corpse? Do you think you're still precious at home? Remember, you are soldiers now. Observe this Monkey King's corpse properly. The two had no choice but to comply. Su Zhengyang pointed at the corpse and explained, all the front claws of the steel claw monkeys have been completely removed. It's clear that the intention of the assailant was to seek profit. It must have been mercenaries. The two were somewhat unconvinced. They had already drawn such conclusions long ago. Su Zhengyang continued, each corpse has dozens of wounds of varying sizes. You might assume that this was the work of a team, but I must tell you, you guessed wrong. From start to finish, only one person killed this group of steel claw monkeys. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming widened their eyes, incredulously arguing, Brother Zhengyang, don't joke around. So many steel claw monkeys. Low-level spirit masters can't handle them. High-level spirit masters look down on them. How could it possibly be one person? Su Zhengyang felt a bit helpless and could only continue to explain, have you carefully observed the wounds on each corpse? Although the locations of the wounds vary and the sizes of the wounds are inconsistent, the depth of all of them is the same. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming looked somewhat confused. In other words, these monkeys were killed by the same person, at the same time, using immense spiritual power to precisely control thousands of spirit blades, simultaneously killing them. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming couldn't help but gasp in shock. Brother Zhang Yang, you're not joking, are you? Controlling thousands at the same time? They had seen spirit masters who could multitask, but to disperse spiritual power to thousands of blades was simply unfathomable. Su Zhengyang shook his head. No, I'm very serious. After a moment of silence, he added, it could also be a special spirit tool similar to raining pear blossoms. Lu Yiming couldn't help but exclaim, you mean, the other party likely possesses a spirit tool above grade A? Su Zhengyang nodded, and look, for the Steel Claw Monkey King, the real fatal wound is from the chest. In other words, the other party only used 2 moves to slaughter all 40 or so steel claw monkeys. Chu Xiaoxiao was amazed and curiously asked, 2 moves? How strong must that be? Su Zhengyang murmured, if his spirit tool is grade A, then he's at least half a step into the 4th tier. If his spirit tool isn't grade A, it must be higher than the 4th tier. Lu Yiming couldn't help but take another look at the Monkey King's corpse. Brother Zhangyang, could your estimate be too high? Su Zhangyang shook his head again. Absolutely not. If you carefully sense it, there are no residual domain fluctuations in this area. This means the other party didn't even use the power of a domain to kill all these monkeys in just 2 moves. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Huan furrowed his brow as if his belt had tied itself in a knot upon hearing this. He couldn't help but glance at the 1,000 blades in his hand, filled with doubt. Am I really that powerful? Unlike Zhang Huan's doubts, Zhu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming were shocked again. The 3 of them were all 4th tier experts, especially Su Zhanyang, who was about to step into the 5th tier. They all had some understanding of domains. If the other party had really used a domain, there would definitely be some residual spiritual power fluctuations. Zhu Xiaoxiao frowned tightly. But if he's that powerful, why is he targeting this group of low-tier monsters? Lu Yiming smirked and said, Xiaoxiao, if I call you an idiot, you won't admit it. I can see this point, and you still haven't reacted. Zhu Xiaoxiao stubbornly muttered, you know? Then tell me, why did he kill this group of low-tier monsters? Lu Yiming smiled, seeing that Su Zhanyang didn't interrupt him, and proudly pointed at the Monkey King's back. Look, the spine has been cut open. Xiaoxiao, you can't possibly not know what it means for a beast's spine to be cut open, right? Zhu Xiaoxiao instantly realized and blurted out, spirit marrow. However, the next moment she became puzzled again. But how does he know that this Monkey King has spirit marrow in its body? Look, the corpses of other beasts don't have any signs of being cut open. Lu Yiming clicked his tongue and said, I thought I disliked attending classes enough, but Xiaoxiao, it turns out you hate it even more than I do. Zhu Xiaoxiao stepped forward and pinched his arm hard. You better speak up, don't keep me in suspense. Lu Yiming winced in pain. I'll tell you. Only then did Zhu Xiaoxiao release her grip, and Lu Yiming looked at his arm, which was already red and swollen. He rubbed his arm and explained, the reason Zhang Yanggu judged that the opponent is at least an A-level spirit is that only A-level and above spirits can sense which materials are crucial for refining themselves. Zhu Xiaoxiao seemed to recall something and suddenly understood. Every spirit needs to be refined by a spirit master to advance. However, the refining materials required by spirits vary. If it's a documented spirit, one can refer to the records of predecessors for refining. But if it's a newly emerged spirit, one must find the materials through their own exploration. Fortunately, spirits of A-level and above can sense the materials they need. This invisibly reduces a lot of losses for spirit masters. This is also why higher-level spirit masters are often valued by various organizations. Of course, no one would expect a peculiar case like Zhang Huan to appear. He doesn't even need to search for the refining materials he needs. He just has to keep completing tasks and killing beasts to advance. Su Zhangyang slowly stood up, scanned the interior of the supermarket again, and then said, let's go, we should leave here quickly. Lu Yiming seemed not to have rested enough. Zhang Yanggu, how about we rest a bit more? We've been busy escaping and finding our way these past few days without proper rest. Su Zhangyang shook his head. No way. It's too dangerous here. We don't even know if the expert who killed the monkey group is friend or foe. If we run into him again, we might be in serious trouble. Lu Yiming wanted to say more, but Su Zhangyang looked at him. I've already lost 2 comrades. The 3 quickly left the dilapidated supermarket and soon disappeared into the thick fog. Concerned that the other party might return, Zhang Huan only emerged from the shadows after a long while. Only A-level and above can sense? It seems that 1,000 blades is really a bit different. Zhang Huan's gaze fell on the 1,000 blades in his hand, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. He then looked in the direction where the 3 had disappeared, murmuring, I thought they were like old Zhang, all having a dog's nose. Seems I was overthinking it. But they also seem to be from the Demon Suppression Army. I wonder if they know old Zhang. At that moment, Zhang Huan's phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone to see that the caller was Zhang Yu. Zhang Huan frowned slightly and did not answer, letting it vibrate continuously. He began to lower his head and deal with the traces he had left in the dilapidated supermarket. It was obvious that Zhang Yu had come out of the city to find him. They didn't want Zhang Huan to leave the city during this sensitive period. However, Zhang Huan had to leave the city. He didn't want to owe anyone too much. After he had cleared all the traces he left behind, a sly smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Huan's mouth. If old Zhang knew I was using the methods he taught me against him, he'd probably be furious. Having previously experienced Zhang Yu's dog nose, Zhang Huan followed the method of Qingfeng Wolf all the way, moving forward while clearing the traces he left behind. Sometimes, he would even find some low-level demon beasts and tie the tattered clothes he had prepared long ago onto them. Then, he would make a cut on their rear, sending them running in the completely opposite direction from him. Everything was to prevent Zhang Yu from forcibly bringing him back to the city. Jiang Huan turned and walked into the fog, heading in a direction completely different from that of Chu Xiaoxiao and the others. Along the way, he seemed like a steamroller. No matter what demon beast appeared before him, he would mercilessly kill it. Then he would remove its most valuable parts and toss them into the system space. Spirit Tool, 1000 Blades, killed a first-tier heavy bone rabbit, experience plus 70. Joint Progress Activation, host experience plus 70. Spirit Tool, 1000 Blades, killed a second-tier bridge snake, experience plus 145. Joint Progress Activation, host experience plus 145. Spirit Tool, 1000 Blades, killed a second-tier crimson flame deer, experience plus 170. Joint Progress Activation, host experience plus 170. Sometimes he would encounter some troublesome third-tier demon beasts, and if Jiang Huan thought he couldn't quickly resolve the battle, he would not hesitate to change targets. At this moment, he had only one goal in mind: to make money while rapidly leveling up. Only then could he kill higher-tier demon beasts faster. Meanwhile, in another direction completely opposite to Jiang Huan's path in the ruins, Zhang Yu was speeding on his motorcycle, zipping past one demon beast gathering after another. Occasionally, he would stop the motorcycle, carefully sniff the air, and then change direction again. Sometimes, he would also take out his phone and call Jiang Huan. After a moment, when the call didn't connect, he cursed and continued to find his way by scent. "Damn it, Jiang Huan, you little brat, just wait until I find you. I'll make you carry 200 pounds. Running from dawn till dusk. Suddenly, he caught a much heavier scent than before. "You little brat, you're done for." He twisted the throttle, and his whole body sped towards one direction. A few breaths later, the motorcycle came to a sudden stop. A low-level sharp-toothed squirrel clung to a tree trunk, barely alive, with a still wobbling ruler stuck in its body. Zhang Yu got off the motorcycle, strode over to the squirrel, and scrutinized it, finally noticing a piece of tattered cloth hanging from its neck. He removed the cloth and brought it to his nose to sniff. It was indeed the scent of Jiang Huan. "You little brat, you're really cunning. You know how to use old clothes to fool me." A smile crept onto his lips, a mix of helplessness and pride. "Using my best method to confuse me, you really are my most outstanding student over the years." He yanked out the ruler, and the sharp-toothed squirrel slid to the ground. Then, he turned and mounted the motorcycle once more. "It seems that along this way, any trace left by Jiang Huan is likely just a smokescreen he set up." He exhaled a long puff of smoke, his face revealing an unprecedented passion. As the most outstanding soldier in the Demon Suppression Army for 7 consecutive years, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance were his core subjects. Years of teaching had made him forget this feeling. "Jiang Huan, you better hide well. If I catch you so quickly, I'll skin you alive." The next moment, accompanied by the twist of the throttle, Scholar appeared behind him. "Old buddy, to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." Target, Jiang Huan. Zhang Yu didn't tell Jiang Huan that he had several effects he hadn't disclosed. Many were new effects he gained after merging with the spirit embryo. And to hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening was for reconnaissance purposes. It meant inquiring about the opponent's whereabouts from everything around. Once he found the opponent's location, their death would be imminent. Although he did not intend to kill Jiang Huan, as a student, it was only right to teach him a lesson for daring to toy with him like this. After receiving his order, the scholar immediately charged forward from the back. Every blade of grass and every tree ahead seemed to be influenced by the scholar. In the absence of wind, they twisted and turned, continuously pointing the way for him. If Jiang Huan were here, he would surely notice. Although the directions indicated by these plants occasionally contained errors, they were quickly corrected by other plants. Zhang Yu was steadily approaching his location. In a dilapidated factory shrouded in thick fog, 2 individuals in their 30s, looking like mercenaries and covered in wounds, were kneeling before a group of 6 mercenaries, trembling in fear. Not far from them lay 2 ordinary-looking but shattered spirit weapons. Clearly, the 2 had their spirit weapons destroyed in a fierce battle against the 6. "Please spare us, we will give you everything we have on us." The leader, a bald man with a blue scorpion tattooed on his head, wore a mocking smile on his fierce face. He squatted in front of the man, gripping a dagger and dragging it across the man's face with force. Crimson blood flowed down the man's cheek. "No need to go through all that trouble. As long as you die, we have ways to get all these things, including all the money in your account." The man tried to escape the painful torment, but his head was firmly held by the scorpion man, and his limbs had already been broken. He could only wail helplessly. The woman beside him was already pale with fear, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Her proud chest heaved in terror. A meaningful smile appeared on the scorpion man's face. "Though not particularly good-looking, this figure is quite nice. You guys are in for a treat." Instantly, a chorus of lewd laughter erupted from behind him. Only one youth, who was thinner than the others, looked somewhat uneasy. Scorpion, isn't robbing someone on the way outside our contract? The Scorpion man laughed without turning around. What? Young Master Wang, are you feeling guilty? The youth was Wang Tang, who had secretly monitored Zhang Huan ever since he discovered he was still alive. He was looking for an opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. To this end, he had even spent a fortune in the black market of Kaiyun City to hire a mercenary group specialized in dealing with troublesome individuals. Seeing the Scorpion's provocative demeanor, the always proud Wang Tang feigned indifference and snorted coldly. Feeling guilty? He's not someone important to me. If he dies, he dies. Upon hearing this, the Scorpion burst into loud laughter. Oh, it seems young Master Wang is quite brave. Of course, I'm super brave. The Scorpion suddenly stood up and handed the dagger to Wang Tang. Then I'll leave it to young Master Wang to show me and my brothers just how brave you really are. At that moment, Wang Tang felt utterly lost. He could hire someone to kill, or he could push Zhang Huan towards a beast. But having just turned 18 this year, he felt a deep reluctance to kill with his own hands. Young Master Wang, could it be that you lack the guts? Well, if you had the guts, why would you need us to do it? Young Master Wang, forget it. We can't take this job. Let's head back to the city. A chorus of sighs surrounded Wang Tang, and he could even feel the malicious gazes of the others. You seem to really dislike us doing this, young Master Wang? The Scorpion spoke politely, but a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Tang understood that they were forcing him to get his hands dirty, fearing that he might one day feel guilty and report them. A dead friend is better than a living enemy. With that thought, Wang Tang took the dagger. Taking a deep breath, disregarding the man's pleas, she plunged a knife into his chest. The laughter of Scorpion and the four men behind him echoed through the dilapidated factory. Wang Tang, his mind blank, walked towards the woman. The woman kept retreating, continuously begging for mercy. Let me go. I'll do anything you want. Wang Tang remained unmoved, numbly grabbing the woman's hair. Just as he was about to end her life with a knife, Scorpion's voice came again. Hey, young Master Wang, let's keep this woman for now. We haven't had our fun yet. Wang Tang, dazed, lowered the knife in his hand. Aren't we supposed to be looking for Zhang Huan? At that moment, Wang Tang believed that the reason he had stained his hands with someone else's blood was entirely because Zhang Huan had refused to let him beat him up thoroughly from the start. Yes, it was all Zhang Huan's fault. Like every villain, Wang Tang could always find a self-consistent logic for his actions. Because of this, he was eager to find Zhang Huan as soon as possible. Scorpion grinned, looking carefree. Your classmate is quite the cunning fox. We've been out for 2 days, and every time we think we've found him, we only end up with his tattered clothes. If it weren't for him not returning to the city and not taking any countermeasures, I would even think we were exposed. Wang Tang's expression was complex. The reason he decided to leave the city with this group of mercenaries was to witness Zhang Huan's death firsthand, to avoid another unexpected incident like last time. Who would have thought that Zhang Huan, like a madman, would occasionally catch a few low-level demon beasts and run around with his old clothes, making them waste several days in the fog for nothing? Scorpion patted Wang Tang's shoulder. Don't worry, Huang Mao and One Eye went out to look for clues. The woman's wails filled the entire dilapidated factory, interspersed with the mercenaries' laughter and curses. Wang Tang stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. A small part of his conscience told him this was wrong, but his instincts urged him to try it out. Just as he was caught in this internal struggle, Scorpion's phone suddenly rang. While still fighting, Scorpion answered the call. Hello, One Eye. Did you find him? Good. We're on our way. He hung up, savoring the last moments of pleasure. 2.5 minutes later, the woman who had just been humiliated by everyone had a line of blood appear on her neck. Wang Tang was stunned, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Scorpion threw an arm over his shoulder. Relax, in our line of work, we have to ensure our identities aren't known to outsiders, otherwise, we won't be able to return to Kaiyun City. The 6 of them headed north, and 2 hours later, they arrived at a dilapidated supermarket. A foul stench hit them, and before them lay the nearly devoured corpse of a steel claw monkey. Most of the white bones were exposed to the air, and many maggots were wriggling on the remaining flesh. Scorpion's brows furrowed, his expression grave. Huang Mao, are you sure you found a clue about Zhang Huan here? Beside him, a young man with a yellow buzz cut and a lip ring nodded. One Eye and I checked several directions before narrowing it down to here. Where's One Eye? One Eye went ahead to scout, leaving me here to wait for you. With a glance from Scorpion, the others covered their mouths and noses and moved forward, enduring the stench as they began to closely examine the corpses scattered on the ground. Boss, the wounds go straight to the bone. The steel claw monkey's hardest pair of claws was severed in one blow. This shows that the weapon spirit is at least C-grade or higher. Boss, on the rotting flesh, there are faint traces of dozens of deep wounds that reach the bone, varying in size and shape. Preliminary judgment suggests at least 30 different types of weapon spirits caused these wounds, and we cannot rule out the possibility of a weapon spirit body. At least one mercenary group of no less than 10 people has been here, and all of them are at least second-tier experts. Boss, the footprints were all ruined by bloodstains, and the few remaining prints were also destroyed. However, it could be vaguely determined that this mercenary group was composed entirely of skilled individuals. Scorpion listened to his subordinate's report, his face, full of flesh, displaying a complex expression. His pair of eyes, filled with malice, constantly scanned the dilapidated supermarket. Boss, we found something. Come look. Upon hearing this, Scorpion and the others quickly rushed to his side. They saw the subordinate covering his mouth and nose, crouching next to a monkey that was larger than the other steel-clawed monkeys. Boss, this should be the steel-claw monkey king. It has at least over 200 wounds. The fatal injury is a stab that pierced through its chest from behind. The steel-claw monkey is already agile, and a spirit master with insufficient realm would find it difficult to approach from behind, let alone the monkey king. This shows how high the realm of the person who delivered this stab is. The subordinate pointed to the severed spine. Boss, the spine is broken, indicating that this monkey king possessed spirit marrow. You know, a monkey king with spirit marrow is a completely different concept from one without. Logically, such a monkey king would have a sturdier spine. But look at how smooth the two sides of the break are. This indicates that the opponent either has an extremely high-level spirit weapon or an exceptionally high realm. Based on my judgment, I believe this is a mercenary team of at least 10 people. Moreover, their captain's spirit weapon is at least B grade, and his cultivation has reached the level of 3rd tier 9 stars. Scorpion's brows furrowed into a tight knot, and the series of reports from his subordinate left him feeling unsettled. He asked Huang Mao, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Isn't Jiang Huan alone? How could a mercenary group suddenly appear? Huang Mao shook his head. Boss, you know that my spirit weapon and scorpions are best at tracking. I sense the flavor, and he traces the tracks. If one person makes a mistake, it could still be an error, but how could two people make a mistake together? Scorpion nodded, saying nothing more. He turned back to look at the entrance of the supermarket. There were 3 sets of footprints leading out. He stepped forward to examine them closely. Then he held his breath and closed his eyes, seemingly trying to feel the fluctuations of spiritual power. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, but the seriousness on his face deepened. Seeing this, his subordinates anxiously asked, Boss, what did you sense? Scorpion did not answer but instead gestured for Wang Tang to come forward. Wang Tang felt uneasy, but under pressure, he had no choice but to step up. Scorpion boss, what? Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed through the supermarket. Wang Tang was knocked to the ground by the heavy slap, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Scorpion in a daze, unable to speak for a long time, seemingly still in shock from the sudden slap. Speak! Who sent you? What are you trying to trick us into doing here? Wang Tang was confused. Scorpion boss, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Scorpion, hearing this, became even angrier and kicked Wang Tang several times, each kick delivered with all his strength. Even without using spiritual power, it still made Wang Tang cry out in pain. Don't understand. I'll make you not understand. Still pretending with me at this time. Scorpion's sudden rage left his subordinates somewhat bewildered. Once they realized what was happening, they quickly held Scorpion back, saying, Boss, don't hit him. Don't hit him, this guy is our employer, how can we hit him? Scorpion pointed at Wang Tang and scolded, Damn it, do you know? We almost got killed by this kid. The crowd was confused. Boss, what do you mean? Scorpion broke free from their grasp, pointing at Wang Tang and scolding, In these years, we've done a lot of wicked things. In the open and in the dark, who knows how many people want to find us, right? The crowd nodded. Scorpion continued, I just sensed something next to those footprints. I sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the domain, even though they are about to completely dissipate. But I am sure that there are 3 completely different domains. As the words fell, there was a dead silence among the crowd. This group of mercenaries, despite their fierce reputation, had no one among the 7 members of their mercenary group whose spirit had a domain. A spirit master capable of perfectly unfolding a domain could easily annihilate their entire mercenary group with just one person, not to mention 3. From the very beginning, I found it strange. What deep-seated hatred could there be among students? Why would they need us, these desperate rogues, to kill each other? Moreover, didn't that kid say it himself? Jiang Huan isn't even at the 1st level. Where is this? In the central area of the fog outside of Kaiyun City. This is not a place where someone who hasn't entered the ranks would dare to venture. Now I understand. Perhaps it's a hidden danger we left behind in the past that is coming back to haunt us. They used this kid to lure us into the fog, and then arranged for a mercenary group with at least 3 capable fighters waiting for us. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of a group of monkeys disrupting their plans, maybe before long, we would have lost our lives here. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. It was unclear who took the lead, but in an instant, everyone began to unleash their fists and feet on Wang Tang. Wang Tang was beaten to the point of begging for mercy. His mind was filled with question marks. He understood every word from the scorpion, but when put together, it left him utterly confused. "Stop hitting me. I don't know anything. It has nothing to do with me. I really just want to kill Jiang Huan. Please, don't hit me anymore. We are partners. This is all a misunderstanding. Still not being honest. Brothers, hit him harder. Aim for the smoking flat. Partners, let me tell you, the partnership is cancelled. Brothers, keep going. Beat him until he reveals who is plotting against us." Even though no one used a shred of spiritual power, the continuous beating still left Wang Tang bruised and battered, curled up and howling in pain. Just as everyone was in the heat of the moment, the scorpion's phone rang again. The scorpion stepped out of the crowd, frowning as he looked at the caller, one-eyed. He then instructed the crowd, "Don't stop without my orders. Keep hitting him hard." After that, he answered the call, one-eyed. "What's up?" "What? You found Jiang Huan? At Supply Town No. 27? Stop following him. It's a trap. There must be a mercenary group of no less than 10 hiding nearby. Once you expose yourself, you're done for. Hurry and find a chance to come back." "What? No. Did you see clearly? You've scouted the area thoroughly, and aside from Jiang Huan, there are only the normal mercenaries and civilians entering and exiting the supply town? He hasn't contacted anyone along the way?" "No. How do you know he didn't send a text? He's been on the road and killing monsters the whole time? He hasn't even checked his phone? He moved again? All right, we're coming right away. You keep following. Get closer and see if this kid is up to something. Let's keep in touch via text." After hanging up, the scorpion quickly called for everyone to stop. He looked at Wang Tang, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, and read the grievance and anger in his eyes. It seemed he was truly wronged. The scorpion pulled him up, brushed off the dust from his body, and forced a hypocritical smile. "Young Master Wang, are you alright? Let's continue our partnership." In the central fog, at Supply Town No. 27. Outside every shelter city, there are several supply towns. Although small, the supply towns are bustling with activity. They provide medicine and lodging for every passerby, and many people also post temporary tasks here. Due to a lack of regulation, even someone like Jiang Huan, who hasn't obtained a graduation certificate, can accept tasks. Jiang Huan lived in the thick fog for several days, passing through many supply towns. His understanding of the world of spirit masters evolved from a vague notion to a clear comprehension. Even some unspoken rules that couldn't be made public began to feel familiar. Jiang Huan was ragged, with not a single clean spot on him. Days of travel had left him looking no better than a homeless person. He strode into a hotel, where a charming middle-aged woman stood at the counter. Her light blue bodycon dress barely covered her thighs, evoking a desire to explore. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes did not diminish her charm. Instead, they added a mature beauty to her. "Big Sister Hong, I'm back. Jiang kid, you're back already? Was the mission too dangerous?" Just yesterday, Jiang Huan had taken a mercenary job from her. It was about a warehouse on the edge of town that had been invaded by a monster. Although there were many mercenaries in town, most found her offered commission too low, while Jiang Huan thought it was far more worthwhile than hunting monsters. Big Sister Hong's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Huan, her gaze seemingly pulling him in. She had seen many young spirit masters, but most only dared to enter the fog under the guidance of their elders. Moreover, Jiang Huan was handsome, much more pleasant to look at than some rough men. Jiang Huan smiled and took out a black, tiger-striped pelt from his storage ring. "Big Sister Hong, I've cleaned out the warehouse on the edge of town. This is the pelt of a second-tier monster, the Great Yao Niu. It's said to replenish blood, suitable for you." A genuine smile appeared on Big Sister Hong's face. In her youth, many had given her gifts, but as she aged and lost her looks, no one was as crazily infatuated with her as before. Big Sister Hong quickly settled the bill with Jiang Huan, totaling 100,000. Jiang Huan looked at the payment notification on his phone, a smile creeping onto his lips. He was one step closer to redeeming his sword. "Big Sister Hong, can you get me a room? I need to take a shower." Big Sister Hong glanced at Jiang Huan flirtatiously. "A room? Why waste money? Just come to my room." She leaned over the counter, her suggestive gaze hinting towards the room behind her. Jiang Huan was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to do, a faint blush appearing on his soiled face. Big Sister Hong burst into laughter. "Looks like you're still a novice. I won't tease you anymore." She pulled out a key from under the counter. "Here, room 301. no charge. Jiang Huan was about to take the key and rush upstairs. Just as he reached out, Big Sister Hong grabbed his hand. Suddenly, Jiang Huan felt a bit uneasy. He had heard people say that women in their 30s are like wolves, and in their 40s, like tigers. If things went wrong, he might not make it out of here. Big Sister Hong slowly leaned closer, her enticing fragrance invading Jiang Huan's nostrils, causing him to feel a bit flustered. Fortunately, the calm heart quickly took effect, soothing his restless heart. You little brat, your self-control is quite good, Big Sister Hong whispered in Jiang Huan's ear, like a lover's murmur. Jiang Huan awkwardly smiled. Big Sister Hong, stop teasing me. I smell bad, I might offend you. Who's teasing you? You little brat, tell me, did you offend someone in the fog? Jiang Huan's heart suddenly tightened. Big Sister Hong, why do you say that? Many guests came and went in the hotel, smiling at their exchange. Big Sister Hong, are you fishing for new prey again? Still so young, can you handle it? Big Sister Hong raised an eyebrow. Not your concern. Then she wrapped her arms around Jiang Huan's head, turning him to the right. Logically, in our line of work, it's better to avoid trouble. But since you're good to me, I naturally can't ignore you. When you came yesterday, I noticed a one-eyed dragon following you. I originally thought it was just a coincidence, but I just saw him again. Jiang Huan was about to turn around when Hong Jie suddenly hugged him tightly. Are you stupid? If you turn around now, won't that expose us? Pretend you don't know. Hold me tight. Jiang Huan had no choice. Just as he hesitated, Hong Jie pulled his hands up and placed them on her waist. The soft, delicate touch made Jiang Huan's breath quicken. Her proud chest pressed against his, feeling as if it were filled with water, soft to the extreme. Damn it! When young, one doesn't know the goodness of an older sister, mistaking a younger sister for a treasure. Jiang Huan, I have a back door. You can go out from there. Jiang Huan frowned. If I go out, won't he cause you trouble? Hey, I've been hanging around this supply town for quite a few years. What trouble could he cause me? Jiang Huan fell silent. He didn't like being indebted to others. After a moment, he had an idea. Hong Jie, you like this? After they embraced for a while longer, Jiang Huan took the key and went upstairs. As he reached the corner of the stairs, he took the opportunity to glance back. He saw a one-eyed man with a face full of flesh in the shop across the hall, staring intently at Jiang Huan. When the one-eyed man noticed Jiang Huan looking at him, he quickly averted his gaze. In room 301, Jiang Huan took a nice shower and then changed into a new set of clothes from his storage ring. While drying his hair, he stood behind the curtain, peeking downstairs. The one-eyed man was still watching, occasionally fiddling with his phone. Looks like he's contacting his teammates. TSK, this place outside the city really isn't peaceful. What exactly is he fixated on? I don't remember exposing any value about myself. Jiang Huan kept pondering but couldn't figure out why the other party was fixated on him. Forget it. I'll know why he's following me once I catch him. Soon, Jiang Huan went downstairs, joked with Hong Jie for a bit, and then headed toward the back of the hotel. Seeing this, the one-eyed man hurriedly came in, wanting to follow Jiang Huan. Hong Jie quickly blocked him. Hey, what are you doing? The back is a private area. The one-eyed man glared at Hong Jie and asked, what's that kid going to do? Hong Jie snorted coldly. What my little boyfriend does is none of your business. The one-eyed man was anxious and didn't care about anything else. He pushed Hong Jie aside and rushed toward the back of the hotel. Ouch! You scoundrel! Don't you understand how to cherish a lady? However, when the one-eyed man burst into the backyard, apart from a row of 3 small bungalows, there was an already opened back door. The one-eyed man felt something was off and rushed out the back door without thinking. There were dim alleys on both sides, and he instinctively wanted to manifest his spirit tool to continue tracking Jiang Huan. A faint voice came from behind him. Hey, are you looking for me? A yellow light flashed. A short wolf-toothed club suddenly appeared in the one-eyed man's hand. Behind him, a shadow of a one-eyed wolf also appeared in an instant. However, Jiang Huan was even faster, his long knife slicing down at the one-eyed man. 1,000 blades manifested in an instant, severing the one-eyed wolf's head. The one-eyed man spat blood, the wolf-toothed club in his hand shattered, and he turned to flee. But Jiang Huan leaped forward, his long knife pointed at the man's neck. Tell me, why are you following me? The one-eyed man sneered, clearly thinking that Jiang Huan, a young boy, could never commit murder. It was just a scare tactic. Jiang Huan frowned, applying slight pressure with the long knife, and a stream of bright red blood flowed from the man's neck. Thud! The one-eyed man instantly knelt down. Jiang Huan, don't kill me, please, don't kill me. Jiang Huan's expression was serious. This guy even knew his name, proving that he hadn't just randomly targeted him. Tell me everything you know. Will you let me go? Jiang Huan raised an eyebrow, the long knife pressed harder against the one-eyed man's neck. Blood stained the one-eyed man's t-shirt red, and he no longer dared to bargain. It's Wang Tung, Wang Tang gave us a sum of money. He wants us to kill you outside the city. Wang Tang again. I haven't gone to find him, yet he came looking for me first. Jiang Huan sneered inwardly. You? Who exactly are you? Scorpion Mercenary Group, our boss is Scorpion. Sister Hong's exclamation came from behind Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan looked at her in confusion. Sister Hong, do you know this mercenary group? Sister Hong nodded. They're one of the stronger mercenary groups in our Kaiyun city, all at the second tier, and their captain, Scorpion, has even reached the second tier, 9 stars. She paused, continuing with a worried expression. But they are vengeful, if someone provokes them or if they set their sights on you. Seeing Sister Hong's demeanor, the courage the one-eyed man had just lost surged back. He smugly said to Jiang Huan, you little brat, if you know what's good for you, let me go. I promise, I won't let Boss Scorpion make things difficult for you. Jiang Huan stared at him, and after a moment, broke into a sunny smile. All right, put. The long knife sliced through the one-eyed man's throat, blood staining the ground. Spirit Tool, 1000 Blades, kills a second-tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 215. Joint Progress Activation, Host Experience plus 215. This sudden change made Sister Hong gasp. How could you kill him? He's from the Scorpion Mercenary Group. Jiang Huan nodded. I know, that's why I had to kill him. Ever since the one-eyed man revealed Wang Tang's name, Jiang Huan had harbored murderous intent. He still clearly remembered how this kid had given him his first lesson in society. If he spared the one-eyed man to please the Scorpion Mercenary Group, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain, increasing his own enemies. Jiang Huan would not make such a foolish mistake. Jiang Huan bent down to search the one-eyed man's belongings. His spirit tool was shattered by 1000 blades, losing its value for recovery. However, his storage ring contained quite a bit of supplies and monster materials. There were even some cheap equipment. Jiang Huan roughly estimated it to be worth over 500,000. Sister Hong watched Jiang Huan rummaging through the corpse, shocked. A novice student could treat a life so calmly. Moreover, the other party was an experienced old mercenary. What she didn't know was that ever since Jiang Huan first left the city to hunt monsters, he had often found himself in crisis. After several brushes with death, his mindset had long since changed. So, Jiang Huan, what level are you at now? First tier, I told you when I took the mission yesterday, didn't I? Sister Hong looked incredulous. Impossible. If you were only first tier, how could you defeat him so easily? Even his spirit tool was destroyed in one move. Jiang Huan pondered for a moment before giving a non-answer. Maybe he was just too weak. Sister Hong fell silent. Perhaps he really was too weak. After all, Jiang Huan had single-handedly helped her deal with the monsters in the warehouse yesterday. There was not only a second-tier monster but also 4 or 5 first-tier minions. In that situation, Jiang Huan had managed, not to mention facing a second-tier one-eyed man. After a moment, Jiang Huan slowly stood up, expressionless, holding the one-eyed man's phone and a stack of cash. Sister Hong, thank you for today. This 150,000 is my token of appreciation. Sister Hong did not refuse, instead smiling as she accepted the money. However, she only took 50,000. You little brat, you really are my lucky star. Not only did you help me complete the mission, but you also sent me some money. Having mingled in the supply town for many years, Hongjia naturally understood Jiang Huan's meaning. This money was not just a token of gratitude, it was also an attitude that Jiang Huan wanted. An attitude that would not report him to the city patrol for killing outside the city. Jiang Huan then smiled a bit awkwardly and said, Hongjia, I'm sorry for getting this dirty. Hongjia shot him a glance. If you were really sorry, you wouldn't have acted just now. Jiang Huan chuckled. Hongjia shook her head helplessly. I'll take care of the body for you. What do you plan to do next? At that moment, the one-eyed man's phone vibrated. Jiang Huan looked down to see a message from Scorpion. One-eyed, have you caught up with him? We should arrive at Supply Town No. 27 in about 2 hours. Jiang Huan's fingers moved quickly as he replied. Then he smiled at Hongjia. Hongjia, I have something to take care of, so I'll leave this to you. I'll thank you properly later. Hongjia watched Jiang Huan leave through the back door, then returned to the hotel courtyard. She looked at the one-eyed man's body and couldn't help but recall Jiang Huan's appearance. He really looks like him, especially that carefree smile. It's almost identical. In the next moment, she felt a thought stir, and a girl dressed in a black Lolita outfit, with twin ponytails and wielding a 6-foot-long scythe, appeared behind her. Doll, crush him. The tone was fierce, the demeanor calm, completely devoid of the earlier softness. A shadow swept past the one-eyed corpse, and countless flashes of blade light appeared. The one-eyed corpse vanished from the spot, and the crimson blood and flesh seemed to be drawn into the side's blade. The entire hotel courtyard returned to calm once more. In the thick fog, the roaring sound of an engine grew closer, and a speeding motorcycle gradually slowed down, finally stopping at the entrance of a dilapidated supermarket. Beside the motorcycle stood a scholar-like figure, staring intently at the supermarket. "Jean, you got off the motorcycle, scholar? Are you sure Jiang Huan has been here?" The scholar nodded. After scanning the surroundings, Jiang Yu cautiously followed the scholar into the dilapidated supermarket. As soon as he entered, he was stunned by the scene before him. The ground was littered with the bones of steel-clawed monkeys, all sharing a common feature: they had lost their hands. 40 to 50 steel-clawed monkeys have been killed. Did a mercenary group come here? He carefully approached the corpses for a closer look, and after a moment, his brows furrowed as he overturned his conclusion. No, the wounds on these bones, though varying in size, have similar depths. This wasn't done by a mercenary group. It was one person. Could it be Jiang Huan? He clearly remembered that one of Jiang Huan's abilities was to shatter his long knife into fragments for indiscriminate attacks on his opponents. He shook his head, quickly dismissing this thought. He had seen Jiang Huan use this move. While fast, it lacked sufficient damage. Against a small number of slow-moving creatures, it could work, but against the steel-clawed monkeys, with their speed and the gathering of 40 to 50 beasts, it would be impossible to handle. Unless Jiang Huan had made significant progress in strength in just a few days. But was that possible? Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly, even he thought he was crazy for making such a guess. But why were there traces of Jiang Huan here? His gaze continued to scan the surroundings, and suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his pupils constricting. He found a direction and quickly walked over. Closing his eyes, he focused intently. 3 faint spiritual energy fluctuations, almost dissipating, appeared in his perception. These were the remnants of the domain left by at least 3 fourth-tier experts. Could they be targeting Jiang Huan's weapon spirit? In the chaotic supermarket, he imagined a scene where Jiang Huan was targeted by a master and fled in panic to the supermarket, using a group of monkeys to escape. It should be noted that Jiang Huan's spirit tool had already advanced. He was no longer the inconspicuous F-grade waste spirit tool of the past. It was only natural for him to be targeted by some villains. At this moment, he was anxious. Confucian scholar, hurry, quickly re-established Jiang Huan's location. His concern for Jiang Huan stemmed from a sense of responsibility as a teacher, as well as feelings of guilt towards Jiang Huan. Confucian scholar slowly closed his eyes, seemingly searching for Jiang Huan's position again. He faced left for a while, then right, as if trying to discern the direction Jiang Huan had taken. A breeze swept through the dilapidated supermarket, creating a whistling sound, as if responding to Confucian scholar. Unlike before, this time, Confucian scholar took a long time to finally find the direction. The person and the spirit tool rushed off again. But unlike the previous ease, Zhang Yu's expression was grave. He did not believe he could defeat 3 fourth-tier masters. However, after living for so many years, who didn't have a few desperate means? I hope I'm overthinking it. Although I really want to test the power of the domain, I really don't want to use that thing. Jinlong Temple. This was once the largest temple within the boundaries of Kaiyun City, built against the mountains with a complex terrain. However, due to its special efficacy, many wealthy merchants traveled thousands of miles, spending lavishly just to stay here for a few days. Yet, it had long since fallen into decline. Jiang Huan hid high at the mountain gate of Jinlong Temple, occasionally looking down. It seemed he was waiting for someone to arrive. The waiting process tested a person's patience the most. Jiang Huan quietly observed, and all he could see were broken walls and ruins. A flock of crows flew by, and the blood-red sunset dyed the thick fog. A group of 7 finally appeared at the mountain gate of Jinlong Temple. Boss, the one-eyed guy just sent a message saying he accidentally lost track of that Jiang kid in the temple. What should we do now? Losing track is normal. Tracking requires the 2 of you to cooperate for maximum effect. However, since you just lost him, he must still be in the temple. After pondering for a moment, Scorpion quickly made arrangements. This way, Huang Mao and Detu will form one team, Taisho and Scarface will form another, and I will take Erhu with our young Master Wang. We'll split up and quickly catch this little fox for young Master Wang. Boss, won't splitting up be a bit risky? Huang Mao was somewhat uneasy. What are you afraid of? He's just a kid who hasn't even broken through to the first tier. Scorpion scoffed, then grinned, his scorpion tattoo on his face wriggling, making him appear sinister and venomous. I believe after this is done, young Master Wang won't be stingy with extra rewards, right? Wang Tang felt a surge of anger. This was extortion, bare-faced extortion, but his face still bore the bruises from earlier. He could only force a smile. Of course, after it's done, I'll treat you all to a lavish time at Honglang Man. The 6 laughed heartily, unsure if they were celebrating Wang Tang's generosity or mocking his cowardice. The 7 split up, heading in 3 directions to search for Jiang Huan in the temple. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Huan watched the direction the 7 disappeared, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Wang Tong, you want to scheme against me, but you didn't expect that I am also scheming against you. Jiang Huan slowly stood up, his eyes filled with endless indifference. Now, the roles of offense and defense have reversed. Jiang Huan leaped down from the heights, darting into a small path beside the mountain gate, heading first towards the weakest, Huang Mao and Detu. The reason he chose to lead them here was precisely because of Jinlong Temple's complex terrain. Regardless of Wang Tong, a first-tier 3-star guy, the other 6 were all capable second-tier experts. Jiang Huan was uncertain whether he could handle 7 people on his own. The best approach was to exploit their underestimation of his strength and their blind confidence, using the environment to make them act separately. To better deceive them, Jiang Huan even spent time walking around the entire Golden Dragon Temple 3 times, becoming intimately familiar with every suitable spot for ambush and hiding. The drum tower was built along the mountain, with lush trees encroaching from both sides due to lack of maintenance. Dense branches would occasionally spring out, blocking the path of Huang Mao and Detu. Huang Mao, are you sure we can find that kid here? Detu asked, gripping a large axe and chopping down a branch that obstructed his way. Isn't that obvious? My spirit weapon is a D-grade dog blade, and its ability to sense targets is incredibly strong, okay? As he spoke, a curved blade resembling a dog's fang buzzed in Huang Mao's hand, as if responding to his words. Suddenly, Huang Mao made a shushing gesture and pulled D2 close. Keep it down, the dog blade says the target is nearby. In the next moment, as Huang Mao concentrated, a shadow appeared on the curved blade. A pitch-black, fierce-looking hellhound leaped out from the blade and dashed towards the front of the drum tower. The hellhound ran faster and faster, as if it would lose track of Jiang Huan if it didn't hurry. The mountain path was rugged, and the drum tower was steep. To keep up with the hellhound, the two had to quicken their pace. At a sharp turn of the drum tower, a massive tree occupied most of the corridor, leaving just enough space for one person to pass. Huang Mao and Detu quickly adjusted their positions, shifting from side by side to a front-and-back pursuit. Whoosh! A sharp sound suddenly erupted from the tree trunk. Thick bark and moss, along with dust, shattered in the air. A long knife made of fragments suddenly thrust out. Before Huang Mao could react, the long knife pierced through his neck. The knife intended to cut towards Detu, but Detu decisively kicked Huang Mao's body, using the force to retreat. The unfortunate Huang Mao, who had been pierced through the neck, was instantly decapitated, his head hanging limply, blood splattering everywhere, completely lifeless. Spirit weapon, 1000 blades, kills a second-tier spirit master. Experience plus 275. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 275. After creating some distance, Detu finally saw clearly who had just attacked him. It's you, Jiang Huan. The one who ambushed them was none other than Jiang Huan, who had been hiding in the shadows. He was covered in tree bark and hay, exuding a strong smell of decaying vegetation. In the blink of an eye, Detu understood Jiang Huan's trick. Good. Using the beast to carry your clothes to attract our attention while you hide yourself with rotting bark and hay to mask your scent, making us focus on the chase while you wait for the right moment to strike. You little brat, you're quite clever, but this is where it ends. You'll soon find out that outside the city, wisdom alone is useless. With a thought, a large axe appeared in his hand. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in combat. The advantage gained from training with Zhang Yu in the fog gradually manifested during the struggle. Detu was surprised to find that Jiang Huan not only aimed for his vital points with every strike but also attacked from extremely tricky angles, making it hard for him to defend. He suddenly realized that if he compared skills with Jiang Huan, it would only be a waste of time. As a second-tier spirit master, he excelled in physical strength. The contest of spiritual power was the key to victory. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the drum tower. Jiang Huan's long knife was held up from below by Detu's giant axe, unable to get any closer. Muscles bulged like a dragon, and cold sweat streamed down Detu's forehead. Damn it, it seemed he had underestimated this kid's physical strength. But so what? As long as I can hold on, the rest depends on whose spiritual power is greater. This kid in front of me, no matter how strong he is, what good is it? Could it be that his spiritual power is greater than mine? The rapid consumption of spiritual power must be making him feel terrible. He disdainfully glanced at Jiang Huan, but the imagined look of discomfort did not appear. Jiang Huan wore a calm expression, the corners of his mouth slightly curling. With such a struggle for spiritual power, you must be in a lot of pain, right? Don't worry, the pain will pass soon. Before the big head could understand the meaning of this statement, a sharp pain suddenly pierced into his brain. He instinctively lowered his head to look, but found that even a slight movement of his head would double the pain drilling into his brain. He caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, and a storm surged in his heart. Jiang Huan's long knife had somehow transformed into a sickle. Although the blade was still held back by a giant axe, the tip of the knife had turned into a curved blade, piercing into his own head from the jaw. He could clearly sense that the tip of the knife was mere millimeters away from his brain. Moreover, it cleverly avoided every nerve and blood vessel. He didn't know how Zhang Huan managed to do this, nor did he understand why he felt no pain at all during the process of the long knife piercing into his head. All he knew was that now, Zhang Huan could take his life in an instant. "No, please, let me go." The penetration of the long knife made the big head's speech become unclear. He didn't even dare to make any sudden movements, fearing that he might inadvertently move the long knife and lose his life. Zhang Huan looked at the big head in mockery. "Let you go? If I fell into your hands, would you let me go?" The big head's eyes turned fearful, a sense of dread rising from his heart. Bang! A fierce surge of spiritual power poured from the blade into the big head's brain, shattering everything within his skull like a blender, finally producing a soft sound. The big head's skull turned into a mist of blood, exploding apart. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades kills a second-tier spirit master. Experience plus 298. Joint progress triggered. Host experience plus 298. The blood mist spread around, falling just a step away from Zhang Huan. Clearly, Zhang Huan's control over spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary people. Zhang Huan couldn't help but glance at the snake bone ring on his right pinky. The shapeshifting of 1000 changes combined with the paralysis effect of venomous fangs is indeed a nice combination. Zhang Huan's gaze swept over the two corpses before him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Moments later, Zhang Huan left with 2 storage rings. Only 2 bare corpses remained in the drum tower. In the side hall, after a brief bout of fighting, the side hall fell into a dead silence once more. Zhang Huan quickly looted the supplies from the scarred face and iron hand, including their spirit tools without exception. Only Wang Tang and the others are left. They should be at the scripture pavilion by now. After saying this, Zhang Huan once again slipped into a secluded path, heading towards the location of the scripture pavilion. Scripture pavilion. The 3 scorpions were searching through the collapsed loft, layer by layer, for Zhang Huan's traces. Occasionally encountering some oblivious beasts, they would swiftly eliminate them with ruthless efficiency. "Damn it, where the hell did that brat hide? We've been searching for ages and still can't find him. Boss, do you think Huang Mao and the others might have already found him?" "Impossible. If they had found him, they would have contacted us long ago." "What if something unexpected happened to them?" "Eru, you're getting more and more backward. What unexpected thing could happen to them? You don't mean to tell me they can't even handle a student, right?" Eru shook his head. "Boss, that's not it. I'm just curious why, after such a long time, no one has contacted us. You know, back when we were on missions, no matter what, everyone would exchange messages from time to time." The scorpion fell into silence. After pondering for a moment, he dialed Huang Mao's number. A busy tone came from the phone. Erhu frowned slightly, then quickly took out his phone to call Scarface. Again, there was a busy tone. The two exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they saw the gravity of the situation. Then, they turned their gaze to Wang Tang. The doubts they had about Wang Tang resurfaced once more. A strong sense of unease rose within Wang Tang. Scorpion, what do you want to do?" Bang! The response to Wang Tang was the fists and feet of Scorpion and Erhu. "Speak, you brought us here. What do you really want?" "I didn't. Don't hit me. I'm innocent." At that moment, Wang Tang felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He regretted why he had to take revenge on Zhang Huan, and even more so, he regretted why he had mixed with this group of desperados. A faint sound came from a distance, and Scorpion and Erhu looked towards the source of the sound at the same time. In the thick fog, it seemed that a figure was darting away into the distance. Just as Erhu was about to chase after it, he was immediately pulled back by Scorpion. "Boss, aren't we going to chase? Are you stupid? The opponent is in the dark, and we are in the light. Besides, have you forgotten how that group of steel claw monkeys died? Can we take them on?" Erhu's expression changed as he recalled the 3 domain experts hiding in the shadows. "So what do we do? First, let's get out of here." Scorpion gritted his teeth. "What about this kid?" Erhu's expression turned unfriendly as he pointed at Wang Tang. "Take him, in case we get chased. This guy is one of them. We can use him to make them hesitate." Wang Tang looked at Erhu, who was approaching step by step, feeling bewildered and unable to stop retreating. Although he still couldn't understand what the two were talking about, he knew that if he continued to be with them, his ending would surely be tragic. "What are you talking about? I'm not anyone's. I just simply want to take revenge on Zhang Huan." "I won't take revenge anymore. I'll give you the money right away. Can we terminate our cooperation?" The warrior wielding the meteor hammer immediately stood between Erhu and Wang Tang. "Don't come any closer." Erhu was too lazy to waste time with him. With a thought, a man holding 2 red tassel pistols suddenly appeared, engaging in a fierce battle with the meteor hammer warrior. In just a few breaths, the meteor hammer warrior was firmly suppressed by the dual gun man. Seizing the opportunity, Erhu stepped forward and struck Wang Tang on the back of the head with a knife hand, causing Wang Tang to faint immediately, and the meteor hammer warrior dissipated in an instant. Hurry up, don't waste time, Scorpion said somewhat dissatisfied, quickly walking ahead. Erhu carried Wang Tang and followed closely behind Scorpion as they rushed towards the mountain gate. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Huan frowned as he watched everything unfold, muttering to himself, what are they so afraid of? At first, when Scorpion and the others called, Zhang Huan felt a bit nervous. Although he had long anticipated such an assassination method, he knew that once the other party started making calls, they could be exposed. But he didn't expect the exposure to happen so quickly. Through his observations of the two, Zhang Huan had already discovered that both were skilled fighters on the verge of reaching the third tier, far surpassing others. Zhang Huan was unsure if he could easily defeat them. If it required a great cost, it would be a loss for him. After all, his time was extremely precious right now. Therefore, he had just deliberately sent Qian Run to the distance, hoping to attract their attention and see if he could separate them and find an opportunity to act. But who would have thought that these two would act as if they had seen a ghost, immediately turning on each other and venting all their anger on Wang Tang. Although Zhang Huan didn't understand what they were afraid of, he knew that once fear took root in a person's heart, even if they originally had 10 points of strength, they could only exert at most 7. What he needed to do now was only one thing: continue to amplify their inner fear. Watching the figures of Scorpion and the others gradually disappear into the distance, Zhang Huan's lips curled into a cold smile. Want to leave? Can you really get away? Scorpion and Arrow carried Wang Tang and rushed towards the mountain gate. Relying on his knowledge of Jinlong Temple and the enhancement of concealment, Zhang Huan quietly followed behind them. In his hand, the 1,000 blades occasionally waved, driving out some of the monsters hidden in the dilapidated temple's bushes. Not good. There's an ambush. Don't run forward anymore. We need to turn back quickly. The two didn't even consider checking ahead and changed direction to continue fleeing towards the mountain gate. However, they were surprised to find that no matter where they ran, they would soon be surrounded. The two stopped on the steps in front of the Mahavira Hall, furious. Damn it! We flipped over in the gutter. Our opponents are just too many. Yeah, it feels like wherever we go, there are their people. Boss, what should we do now? Scorpion furrowed his brows tightly, and after a moment, shouted with full force, Brothers, when did I, Scorpion, offend you? If there have been any past offenses, please forgive me. I am willing to pay you handsomely. I only ask that you spare our lives. Scorpion's voice echoed in front of the Mahavira Hall, but there was no response. Boss, they're not speaking. Do you think they don't plan to let us go? Scorpion shot him a glare, signaling him to be quiet. Brothers, as the saying goes, spare the rod and spoil the child. You've already killed several of our brothers. Letting us go wouldn't hurt, would it? Moreover, you should know that a cornered beast will fight back. If my brother and I fight desperately, you won't fare any better. Scorpion's voice echoed in the dilapidated temple, gradually fading away. The entire temple was left in silence, a silence that felt somewhat oppressive. This oppression hung like a knife over their heads, keeping the already irritable Arrow on the edge of fury. Damn it, boss, do you think they're trying to scare us? If they really had so many people, wouldn't they have come out to deal with us by now? Why hide in the dark and play tricks? Zhang Huan, hidden in the shadows, felt a tightening in his heart. This is bad. It's gone too far. Am I really going to let the tiger return to the mountain and bury an unstable factor for my future? Just as Zhang Huan was in a dilemma, Scorpion's words dispelled his concerns. Eru, you followed me for so many years. How can you still be so stupid? Do you know that when a cat has no worries, it rushes to eat the mouse? Boss, you mean they see us as mice? The reason they haven't killed us yet is just to toy with us. Scorpion looked despairingly into the distance. That's probably it. The evening wind whistled through the branches. Eru's fists cracked as he clenched them. When had he ever suffered such humiliation in the territory of Kaiyun City? He threw Wang Tang to the ground and kicked him hard twice. Damn it! If you won't let me live, I'll just beat this little bastard to death. The intense pain woke Wang Tang, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a size 42 foot coming at him. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! It really has nothing to do with me. Scorpion ignored this and continued to shout, You all see, this little brother's life is still in our hands. You wouldn't want anything to happen to him, would you? Zhang Huan couldn't help but sneer. This is my beloved friend. I can't wait for him to have an accident. With that thought, Zhang Huan's long knife suddenly appeared and plunged into the ground. Chaos. Centered around Zhang Huan, waves of sound surged one after another, echoing around the temple. This sound was composed of waves of stomping, and if listened to closely, it was occasionally interspersed with mooing sounds. Not good. Eru, run! They have someone who can control the monsters. The Scorpion suddenly shouted, but Era showed no reaction. He glanced sideways and discovered that both Arrow and Wang Tang had dazed expressions. No, this isn't controlling the demon beasts. This is a spiritual attack from the weapon spirit. The scorpion instantly understood everything, and thanks to his usual focus on training his mental strength, he avoided falling into a faint like the other two, merely blinking in the process. A three-pronged steel fork appeared in his hand, and a charming phantom instantly materialized behind him, delicate hands covering his ears. The world suddenly became quiet. Just as the scorpion was about to wake Arrow, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Instinctively, he pulled Arrow in front of him. Thud! A long knife made of fragments pierced through Arrow's back and out of his chest. A face he had only seen in photos appeared before him. It's you. Arrow, caught between the two, finally regained clarity in his dazed eyes. The pain in his chest nearly caused him to faint again. He looked down in confusion, only to find a long knife piercing through his chest. Boss, what happened to me? The scorpion snorted coldly. Good brother, just rest easy. In the next moment, the three-pronged steel fork was thrust out violently, piercing through Arrow's chest towards Zhang Huan. Bang! The violent spiritual power exploded through Arrow's torso, scattering his flesh. Zhang Huan immediately retreated to the side. You little brat, I'm taking your life today, to honor my fallen brothers. The moment Zhang Huan launched his attack, the annoying spiritual assault vanished in an instant since no one else was attacking him. The scorpion immediately realized he had been played by Zhang Huan. From start to finish, it was only Zhang Huan here. The three-pronged steel fork shot out from his hand like a relentless storm. In this unending assault, Zhang Huan seemed to see a charming woman joining the scorpion in the attack. But in the blink of an eye, that woman transformed into a giant poisonous scorpion, and the steel fork in the scorpion's hand seemed to turn into the scorpion's stinger. Clang! A crisp sound echoed in front of the Great Buddha Hall. Zhang Huan's figure instantly vanished before the scorpion. Without looking back, the scorpion positioned the three-pronged steel fork at a strange angle behind him. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Huan's eyes. This was the first time the backstab had failed. A sinister smile appeared on the scorpion's face. You're much stronger than Wang Tang, but your practical experience is still lacking. My weapon spirit is a poison scorpion. When it comes to ambushes, I'm an expert. In the next moment, the charming woman that had appeared behind the scorpion gradually faded away. A strong sense of unease surged from Zhang Huan's heart. Without hesitation, Zhang Huan withdrew his knife, but the scorpion pressed forward, forcing Zhang Huan to stay. What's wrong? Want to hide right after we meet? The scorpion's smile grew increasingly sinister, and the attacks with the steel fork became more frequent. Whoosh! A cold wind swept in from behind Zhang Huan, putting him in imminent danger. Clang! Another crisp sound echoed in front of the hall. Behind Zhang Huan, a man wearing a straw hat, holding a long knife, and looking weathered suddenly leaped out. The long knife blocked the three-pronged steel fork. His gaze was indifferent, as if he were looking at a corpse, staring at the weapon spirit poisoned scorpion that was about to launch a sneak attack. In an instant, the two engaged in dozens of exchanges. A glint of greed flashed in the scorpion's eyes. You little brat, it seems you've hidden quite well. Even your classmates don't know you're a B-grade weapon spirit. At this moment, he had made up his mind. Not only did he want to kill Zhang Huan, but he also wanted to strip him of his weapon spirit. The scorpion's offensive grew increasingly fierce, but a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. As a spirit master just a step away from the third rank, he was actually fighting fiercely with a student who hadn't even graduated. Even as time passed, he faintly sensed a suppressed momentum. Moreover, the other party, aside from being a bit surprised at first, had maintained a calm demeanor ever since. Suddenly, it seemed he understood something. You little brat, you're using me as bait. Zhang Huan's gaze remained indifferent. Annoying. After several rounds of combat, Zhang Huan had realized that he had overestimated the strength of these mercenaries. For him now, unless the opponent was far stronger than him or exceptionally gifted, otherwise, in a one-on-one fight, an ordinary second-tier spirit master was truly no match for him. The reason he hadn't gone all out was entirely because Zhang Huan wanted to hone himself in a real life and death battle. The scorpion no longer dared to engage Zhang Huan and turned to flee. Zhang Huan moved swiftly, appearing before him in an instant, his long knife striking towards him. Clang! The three-pronged steel fork directly intercepted the long knife, forcibly changing its direction to parallel with his chest. However, before he could catch his breath, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He saw the blade that was being held in place deform in an instant. The originally smooth side of the blade suddenly sprouted a sharp spike in the blink of an eye, stabbing towards his heart. The three-pronged steel fork that was meant to restrain Jiang Huan was now being counter-restrained by Jiang Huan's long knife. With no other choice, he could only let go of the three-pronged steel fork. And because of this action, the scorpion, who was fighting with 1,000 blades, vanished without a trace in an instant due to the loss of spiritual energy. The scorpion didn't even have the courage to look back. All he wanted was to escape. But just as he had taken a few steps down the stairs, a man wearing a straw hat appeared before him, coldly watching him. He turned to flee again, only to find Jiang Huan with the long knife appearing behind him. Jiang Huan, Jiang classmate, we have no deep-seated hatred between us. It was all your classmate Wang Tong who bribed us. How about this? I'll give you all my savings. Just let me go, okay? Jiang Huan ignored him, and the spirit, 1,000 blades, also paid him no mind. The two of them dragged their long knives, stepping closer to him. Don't do this, let's talk it out. We're all civilized people, why resort to violence? Don't force me, I said, don't come near me. The distance between the two was closing. The sound of the long knives scraping against the ground only added pressure on the scorpion. He looked around, watching the two draw nearer, his breathing becoming rapid. The oppressive feeling of waiting for death made him involuntarily scream out. But when he turned back, Jiang Huan and 1,000 blades, who had been on either side, had already vanished, as if they had never appeared. Poof, poof. Before he could react, two long knives pierced through his chest, one from each side. He looked blankly to the sides, and there were still Jiang Huan and 1,000 blades. He just didn't know when their positions had swapped. The scorpion fell helplessly to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Spirit, 1,000 blades, kills a second-tier spirit master. Experience plus 298. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 298. The positional attack method between the host and spirit, 1,000 blades, has made 1,000 blades look at you with new eyes. Compatibility plus 1. The unique attack method has impressed the third spirit. It has begun to have some expectations of you. The ninth spirit is amazed by the cooperation between you and spirit, 1,000 blades, and its recognition of you has increased. At this moment, it was the time of day when yin and yang were divided, and Jiang Huan looked at the scorpion with indifference, his eyes wide as if they were copper bells. It seemed he couldn't comprehend why he had lost to a young man. Indeed, in a dim environment, combining with the concealment, agile steps can achieve an elusive effect. Jiang Huan then looked at 1,000 blades. Thanks, Qianrun. Qianrun said nothing more and, in the blink of an eye, returned to the long knife. As always, Jiang Huan was about to start searching the corpse, but just as he removed the scorpion's storage ring, he realized there was still one thing left to do. Wang Tang had not been dealt with yet. Previously, because Wang Tang had fainted, Jiang Huan decided to deal with the scorpion first. Now that everything was mostly resolved, it was time to settle accounts with Wang Tang. Jiang Huan remembered clearly the matter of repaying kindness with enmity. He walked towards the direction where Wang Tang had fainted, picking up the scorpion's spirit tool, a three-pronged steel fork, along the way. Detected B-level spirit tool, poison scorpion, please choose to contract or refine. Jiang Huan ignored the system's inquiry. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Wang Tang first. However, halfway there, Jiang Huan's expression turned serious. The originally unconscious Wang Tang had disappeared. Clearly, during his battle with the scorpion, this guy had suddenly woken up and seized the opportunity to escape. Jiang Huan crouched down, carefully observing the footprints left by Wang Tang, and there were even a few drops of blood along the way. Jiang Huan reached out to touch it. The blood was still wet. Obviously, Wang Tang had just escaped not long ago. The game of cat and mouse has begun. Jiang Huan dashed into the bushes, making all sorts of noises without restraint, following the bloodstains left ahead. At this moment, Wang Tang, fleeing through the bushes, had blood dripping from his face. These were the wounds left by the two tigers. He didn't know if they were intentional or accidental. When they hit him, they aimed for his face. As a result, blood was flowing uncontrollably from his face. But Wang Tang had no time to care about the blood on his face. God knows how terrified he was right now. Just waking up from a faint, he saw the two tigers lying beside him, eyes wide open in death. Following the sounds in the distance, he happened to see Jiang Huan delivering the final blow to the scorpion. How could this be possible? He told himself countless times that this must be an illusion, but the burning pain on his face kept reminding him that this was the truth. Jiang Huan's cold gaze and decisive actions filled him with dread. He chose to flee without hesitation, because he knew this was outside the city, and given the enmity between him and Jiang Huan, he didn't believe Jiang Huan would let him go. All that was left in his heart was regret. If he had known this would happen, why the hell did he provoke him? As night fell, the nocturnal beasts began to emerge. Every strange sound made Wang Tang's heart race even faster. But he dared not pause for a moment. He always felt that Zhang Huan was watching him not far behind. Moreover, there was a mocking smile on his face. Boom! The sound of a motorcycle roaring closer. This familiar sound of the throttle momentarily relaxed Wang Tang's tense nerves. Once, he hated hearing this sound the most in school, but now, he felt this sound was delightful. The roar of the throttle grew louder. Hope ignited in Wang Tang's heart. Teacher Zhang was coming. Not far behind Wang Tang, Zhang Huan was watching him with a mocking gaze. He was in no hurry to kill him. Since he had found him, he would let him taste the feeling of becoming the prey from being the hunter. The familiar engine sound grew closer, and Zhang Huan's brows furrowed tighter. It seems Teacher Zhang has indeed found this place. Zhang Huan tightened his grip on the long knife. He could no longer play around. Once Xiang Yu arrived, he would have to let him go. With this thought, Zhang Huan's Shenrun suddenly plunged into the ground. Waves of sound surged from the blade, quickly rushing towards Wang Tang not far away. The sound waves formed a small encirclement around Wang Tang. Inside the circle, Wang Tang stopped, and the vegetation all bent down. Outside the circle, the beasts frolicked, and the weeds stood tall. It was as if two realms had formed inside and outside the circle. Wang Tang seemed to have fallen into a space full of emptiness. He desperately wanted to escape, yet he was always struggling in a vast expanse of white. Suddenly, countless upright oxen appeared before him. They held war drums, continuously beating. The rhythmic sound of their hooves accompanied the drum beats, thumping against the ground. The sound of drums, the sound of mooing, the sound of trampling. The sounds were relentless. They kept pounding at Wang Tang's heart. Wang Tang felt the blood in his body boiling, as if it wanted to break free from him. He darted left and right, trying to break through the encirclement of the herd. But the approaching herd of oxen made him feel increasingly suffocated. Found you. A voice like a devil's death knell rang out behind him. He turned sharply to look back. Before the herd of oxen, Zhang Huan was slowly walking towards him, holding a long knife made of fragments. The long knife sliced through the white space, producing a series of friction sounds, creating a pitch-black crack. Zhang Huan, what do you want? This is murder. Do you want to be wanted by someone? But Zhang Huan ignored him, still approaching him with the long knife. Wang Tang turned and ran, but as he looked back, he was dumbfounded. Another Zhang Huan, wielding a long knife, was leading countless oxen towards him. He fled south. Still Zhang Huan. He fled north. Still Zhang Huan. All around him were Zhang Huan and oxen. He looked around in panic. His eyes were about to burst. Every Zhang Huan was so real. He had nowhere to escape. Why? Why? You are a poor wretch. You are a useless spirit. What right do you have to want to kill me? The immense fear drove Wang Tang nearly to madness. With a thought, a meteor hammer appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The meteor hammer was swung by him with great force. It was about to smash towards Zhang Huan in the east, but after swinging it a few times, it fell powerless at his feet. The madness in Wang Tang's eyes had faded, and fear once again occupied his heart. Zhang Huan, don't kill me. We are classmates. My parents only have me as their son. Please let me go. Before him, countless oxen had, he didn't know when, all transformed into Zhang Huan's appearance. And the war drums in their hands had also transformed into countless long knives. Thousands of long knives rubbed against this space, creating a cacophony of sounds. Wang Tang could no longer muster a shred of resistance. Thousands of people surrounded Wang Tang in an instant, and thousands of long knives were raised in an instant. Each of those long knives made of fragments reflected countless terrified faces of Wang Tang. No, please don't. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Tang closed his eyes and fell silent. The white space quietly faded away. The bushes were still the same bushes. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades assisted in killing a first-tier spirit master. Experience plus 128. Joint progress activation, host experience plus 128. Zhang Huan stood before Wang Tang, holding the long knife, a puzzled expression on his face. I haven't even struck yet, how did he die? Zhang Huan squatted beside Wang Tang and lifted his eyelids to take a look. His pupils had already dilated. Scared to death? Zhang Huan couldn't help but find it amusing. It turned out that the school bully, who usually liked to act tough, could also be scared to death. At that moment, a series of system prompt sounds followed one after another. Kill Wang Tang task completed. 1000 Blades experience plus 2000. Joint progress activation, host experience plus 2000. Task reward, martial skill breath concealment. Conceal your aura, undetectable by the outside world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan couldn't help but feel delighted. This breath concealment came at just the right time. Especially when used in conjunction with stealth, Zhang Huan would essentially have an invisibility technique. Even the keen-nosed Zhang Yu wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Boom! The sound of a revving engine was close at hand, and Jiang Huan's thoughts raced. Oh no! Teacher Zhang arrived sooner than I expected. I have to leave immediately. Jiang Huan lifted his leg to leave, but after taking just 2 steps, he stopped. No! I can't leave. The whole temple is filled with corpses. Teacher Zhang must have used some means to find my location so quickly. If I leave now, Teacher Zhang will definitely suspect that I am related to their deaths. It doesn't matter about others. The key is Wang Tang. According to Teacher Zhang's nature, he will definitely investigate to the end. Only by staying here will Teacher Zhang not suspect me right away. Jiang Huan's brows furrowed tightly, his star-like eyes constantly shifting. He was pondering how to rid himself of suspicion. Soon, he had an idea. The scorpion's 3-pronged fork appeared in his hand. He tried to infuse spiritual power into the 3-pronged fork, but a strong sense of repulsion immediately arose. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Huan wrapped more spiritual power around it. The 3-pronged fork slowly floated into the air. Sweat dripped from Jiang Huan's forehead. Clearly, forcibly controlling a highly compatible spirit tool put a lot of pressure on him. He quickly walked to a spot not far from Wang Tang, turning his back to the 3-pronged fork. The cold gleam of the 3-pronged fork was dazzling in the night. Jiang Huan gritted his teeth. The 3-pronged fork suddenly flew out. It firmly embedded itself in Jiang Huan's back. A sharp pain surged through him instantly, but Jiang Huan didn't utter a sound. Fortunately, the spirit tool was controlled properly, only piercing in about an inch. Jiang Huan endured the pain and withdrew the 3-pronged fork back into the system space, found a comfortable position, and lay down. I got seriously injured to cover for Wang Tang's escape. Teacher shouldn't suspect me now. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Huan's pale face. A dark red bloodstain unexpectedly oozed from the corner of Jiang Huan's mouth, and a strong sense of dizziness surged before his eyes. Damn, I was careless. I forgot this 3-pronged fork is called Poison Scorpion, and it's inherently toxic. Previously, when Jiang Huan fought the scorpion, due to the agile movement of concealment, all the scorpion's attacks missed. Because of this, Jiang Huan was unaware that this spirit tool, Poison Scorpion, carried poison. The feeling of the world spinning around him came like waves, continuously crashing over him. Jiang Huan seemed to hear a faint sound of footsteps slowly approaching him. He could no longer open his eyes, and even his 5 senses were gradually fading. A sudden fear surged in his heart. What if the person coming wasn't Zhang Yu? But there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. The only thing Jiang Huan could do was pray in his heart. The person must be Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu must have an antidote with him. When Jiang Huan opened his eyes again, what met his gaze was a cluster of dim firelight. Beside the firelight was a dust-covered golden Buddha statue, looking down upon all beings. Behind the firelight, Zhang Yu was smoking a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke, with a pile of cigarette butts at his feet. His entire face was filled with worry. "You're awake?" Jiang Huan slowly sat up, the pain in his back hitting him in waves, making him grimace. "Teacher, what happened to me, and how did you get here?" Jiang Huan asked knowingly. Zhang Yu's gaze was fixed on the flames that flickered up and down, and he slowly uttered, "I came here to find you, didn't I? Lucky for you, if I had come a little later, you would have been poisoned to the point of no return, and even a deity couldn't save you." Jiang Huan scratched his head. "Sorry for the trouble, teacher. So, tell me, what have you been through? How did you end up with Wang Tang?" Jiang Huan then recounted the story he had long prepared, roughly saying that he had gone out hunting to raise money to redeem a sword. Coincidentally, after encountering Wang Tang, due to the exposed wealth, the two were targeted by a group of mercenaries. They fled everywhere and eventually ended up here. To seize a glimmer of hope, Jiang Huan risked himself as bait, just to let Wang Tang go out and find help to rescue him. After finishing, Jiang Huan looked around in confusion and pretended to ask, "Teacher, where's Wang Tang? He must have brought you here, right?" Zhang Yu sighed and pointed to the side. In the dim corner, a body lay quietly there. Jiang Huan seemed to be struck hard, staring blankly for a long time before asking in a daze, "Teacher, Wang Tang is dead?" Zhang Yu nodded, a look of self-reproach on his face. Silence enveloped the two of them, and after a long while, Zhang Yu finally broke the stillness. "All right, Jiang Huan, don't be sad. It's not your fault, you've done your best. I checked his body, and aside from the signs of being beaten, his real cause of death was shock." Jiang Huan still seemed a bit out of it, as if he couldn't accept the death of his classmate. Zhang Yu sighed and continued to ask, "Jiang Huan, do you know who was chasing you?" Jiang Huan finally came to his senses and shook his head. "I don't know. I only know he has a poisonous scorpion tattooed on his head, and his subordinates call him Scorpion." Zhang Yu nodded. "That's right, it really is them." Jiang Huan pretended to be surprised. "Teacher, do you know them? Then hurry and let the city patrol catch them." Zhang Yu showed a helpless expression. "The city patrol can't catch them. It seems only the black and white impermanents can." Upon hearing this, Jiang Huan was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "Teacher, you killed them all." Zhang Yu spread his hands, "Not me, by the time I got there, they were all dead." Jiang Huan looked shocked, seemingly unable to believe this answer. He repeatedly confirmed with Zhang Yu, and in the end, he even stood up excitedly, cheering. It was as if all the resentment from being hunted for days, along with the satisfaction of avenging his classmate, was released at that moment. Throughout the process, Zhang Yu quietly observed the changes in Jiang Huan's expression. It was all because Zhang Yu found different angles of knife wounds on the bodies of the 6 members of the Scorpion mercenary group. Although these cuts varied somewhat, he was able to deduce the user's techniques from some clues, based on his experience. Some moves were surprisingly similar to Jiang Huan's weapon spirit effects. "Jiang Huan, have you ever faced them directly?" Jiang Huan nodded, "Yes. At first, I could hurt them, but after a while, my spiritual energy was consumed too quickly, and I could only escape." Jiang Huan's half-truthful answer left Zhang Yu in a dilemma. It seemed that the non-lethal injuries on those mercenaries were all caused by Jiang Huan's counterattacks. But was there really someone else who killed them? "Jiang Huan, during your escape with Wang Tang, did you go to any special places or encounter any unusual people or events?" Jiang Huan's mind raced. He didn't know what Zhang Yu was referring to. In just a moment, he came up with several analyses. Was it about the murders in the supply town, or his hunting of monsters in the fog? Someone like Hong Jia, who had established herself in the supply town for years, would never betray her own. The hunting of monsters was too common. Zhang Yu had no reason to ask him about that. Wait, a thought flashed through Jiang Huan's mind. It wasn't just about humans and monsters. Could it be something involving a combination of humans and monsters? Jiang Huan quickly recalled the events in the dilapidated supermarket. There, he indeed encountered 3 special people. With this thought, Jiang Huan had a plan in mind. "Yes, Wang Tang and I once escaped to a dilapidated supermarket. Why did you two run in there?" Zhang Yu's appetite was suddenly piqued. This was the key to finding the answer. Seeing his expression, Jiang Huan already understood most of it. He immediately answered half-truthfully, "Because there was some commotion inside. With our low cultivation, we could only find a righteous person to have a chance at survival. Of course, we had to go in and check it out." "Who did you encounter?" 3 young people who were hunting. They should be about 7 or 8 years older than me. "Did they help you?" "Not really. They just started fighting as soon as they met. We took advantage of the chaos to escape." The host's ability to fabricate stories received a disdainful glance from the spirit of the number 7 device. The spirit of the number 3 device, however, felt that the host's adaptability was commendable, and he cast a look of approval at you. Jiang Huan's words plunged Zhang Yu into silence. Every word he spoke was so reasonable. It seemed he had been overthinking. But who killed the members of the Scorpion mercenary group, and took all their storage rings and such? Could it be that those 3 came seeking revenge? "Teacher Zhang, do you know why they started fighting?" Jiang Huan's question pulled him from his thoughts. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and replied somewhat helplessly, "What else could it be? They were afraid their prey would be snatched away. Do you remember what I told you? In the fog, it's not like in the sanctuary city, anything can happen. Those 3 must have thought the Scorpion mercenary group was going to rob them, so they struck first. You 2 were just lucky to save your own lives. Otherwise, I might not just be collecting Wang Tang's body now." The 2 fell silent again, one feeling guilty over the death of a student, the other feeling guilty for deceiving Zhang Yu. Jiang Huan even felt he was bullying an honest person. "You can still move, right?" Zhang Yu tossed away the cigarette but then stomped his toes a few times. "A bit painful. Teacher Zhang, what's wrong?" Zhang Yu slowly got up and brushed off the dust from his pants. "We're going back to the city. Can't we wait until dawn?" Zhang Yu shot Jiang Huan a glance. "If I don't take you back, your homeroom teacher will kill me." He then strode over to Wang Tang's body and hoisted it onto his shoulder. "Besides, I need to return Wang Tang to his parents as soon as possible. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid he might start to smell." In the night, the speeding motorcycle headed towards Color Cloud City. The roaring sound of the throttle echoed throughout the ruins, startling clusters of monsters. Jiang Huan sat behind Zhang Yu, calculating the gains from this outing in his mind. The roaring sound of the throttle faded in an instant, but the motorcycle continued to speed along. Jiang Huan was puzzled. "Teacher, why is your bike so quiet?" "I switched to silent mode." "This thing has a silent mode?" "I paid to modify it." "Then why didn't you use it before?" "Having sound waves is cooler." "Then why are you using it now?" "I have a bad feeling." Upon hearing this, Jiang Huan immediately became alert. In this fog filled with danger, no one knew what would happen next. Suddenly, Jiang Huan felt a chill run down his back, as if someone was watching him. He took a deep breath and turned around abruptly. He immediately relaxed. It turned out that the bumpy ride had caused the deceased Wang Tang to open his eyes again. You almost scared me to death, Zhang Huan muttered, then reached out to close his eyes. The reason they didn't just toss him into the storage ring was that both Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu felt it was somewhat disrespectful to treat a person like cargo. The dead deserve respect. Even though Zhang Huan had a grudge against him, he felt it was wrong to leave him in the storage ring. As the motorcycle sped along, a fragmented hymn gradually emerged in their ears. This hymn was filled with truth, goodness, and beauty, giving one a sense of wanting to wash away their sins and start anew. Just as Zhang Huan was about to lose himself, a cool sensation slowly surged from the tip of his heart. The impulse he had just felt dissipated in an instant. Zhang Huan smiled. This purifying heart was indeed a nice ability. At the same time, Zhang Yu's voice rang out. Zhang Huan, stay alert. The priest should be just ahead. We can't take a detour, or it will add several hours to our journey. Keep your heart steady, and don't be swayed by its hymns. Soon, the two got off the motorcycle and hid behind a broken wall, looking ahead. Everything around gave Zhang Huan a sense of déjà vu, but ahead stood a towering Gothic church. It was majestic, ancient, and rustic, as if it had endured many years of wear. Yet it stood intact, starkly out of place among the surrounding ruins. What's wrong? Do you feel like this place is familiar, yet as if you've never been here? Zhang Huan nodded. Try to imagine removing this church from your sight, then recall. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan, though puzzled, did as Zhang Yu suggested. He mentally erased the church from his mind. A wave of familiarity washed over him. It's the site of that abandoned supermarket. Zhang Yu nodded. It seems this beastly priest has significantly strengthened his powers, able to directly overlay his domain on existing structures. Zhang Huan, let's go. Remember, don't disturb the beasts inside. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave tonight. The two cautiously used the broken walls for cover, carefully pushing the motorcycle as they crept through the darkness. The towering church was brightly lit, and hymns praising the divine floated over the high walls, echoing around them. Occasionally, some beasts that had wandered into the area would bolt at the first sound of the melody. They moved from the side wall to the back wall, then crossed over to another side wall. Teacher, this beast is expanding its domain here. It must be targeting a new goal, right? Zhang Huan whispered to Zhang Yu. That seems to be the case, Zhang Yu replied while glancing at the church's main entrance. Just one look, and he could no longer move his feet. Zhang Huan, push the bike ahead and wait for me. Teacher, what's wrong? I've run into someone I know. Zhang Huan couldn't help but look in the direction of Zhang Yu's gaze. In front of the towering church lay a dark red carpet. 6 figures were walking toward the church's main door, some with blank expressions, others in pain. The only thing they had in common was their extremely slow pace. Clearly, they were all resisting moving forward, but a force was pushing them into the church. Zhang Huan's brows furrowed in confusion. Why were they here? Among the 6, Zhang Huan recognized 4, Zheng Zhouwan from Kaiyun City, and Su Zhengyang, Xu Xiaoxiao, and Lu Yiming, whom he had encountered twice before. As for the other 2, dressed in city patrol uniforms, it was obvious they were Zhang Zhouwan's subordinates. Teacher, are you going to save them? Zhang Yu nodded. Yes, you wait for me ahead. He paused and added, if things go wrong, just take the motorcycle and leave, don't worry about me. Although Zhang Huan was puzzled, he could see that the relationship between Zhang Zhouwan and Zhang Yu was not that of ordinary friends. Zhang Huan quickly took the motorcycle, found the fastest spot to park it by the roadside, then started it up and ran back even faster. He hid behind a dead tree, closely watching Zhang Yu. Zhang Huan silently made up his mind. If anything unexpected happened, even if he couldn't help anyone else, he would rescue Zhang Yu. After all, the priest's domain had no effect on him. At that moment, Zhang Yu had already reached the front of the church. A more powerful, resonant hymn flowed out from within the church through the main door, filling Zhang Yu's ears. His expression turned grave, and his ruler flew in his hand. The sage says, do not listen to what is improper. The next moment, Zhang Yu's ears seemed to seal themselves, blocking the cochlea completely. Meanwhile, the spirit of the scholar appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yu rushed behind Zhang Zhouwan and slapped him on the shoulder. Zhouwan, wake up! However, Zhang Zhouwan seemed not to hear and continued to move forward at a snail's pace. Seeing this, Zhang Yu immediately decided to forcibly pull Zhang Zhouwan away. Gritting his teeth, he wrapped his arms around Zhang Zhouwan's waist, ready to lift him up. Yet, for some reason, the usually strong Zhang Yu could not lift Zhang Zhouwan, even with his face turning red from effort. The artifact spirit, Confucian scholar, quickly stepped forward to help. One person and one artifact spirit, they each took one of Zhang Zhouwan's shoulders and attempted to retreat backward. But something strange happened. Zhang Zhouwan seemed rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. Zhang Huan frowned. With teacher Zhang's strength, plus the assistance of Confucian scholar, how can we not move Zhang Zhouwan? At that moment, the beasts in the church seemed to sense something unusual. Their hymns grew louder, and the tone became much sharper. It felt as if they could pierce through flesh and strike at the soul. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhouwan, who had been at a standstill with Zhang Yu, seemed to be empowered by some force. His steps remained slow, yet he could now lead Zhang Yu and the artifact spirit, Confucian scholar, toward the church. The emotion of artifact spirit no. 9 is becoming agitated. Please leave this place immediately, host. Artifact spirit no. 9 feels provoked from the heart. The system is trying to calm it down. Please leave this place immediately. The emotion of artifact spirit no. 9 is gradually turning from agitation to rage. It seems to have been stimulated. Please leave this place immediately, host. The system's prompts kept coming, but Zhang Yu was still struggling in front of the church. How could he ignore Zhang Yu? Why can't I move them? Why is this happening? Zhang Huan's mind raced. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he realized something. I know the reason. Zhang Huan's epiphany came from the system's prompt. Artifact spirit no. 9 feels provoked from the heart. In other words, after the priest activated his domain, the hymns sung by him and his followers essentially controlled the hearts of their targets. Where the heart points, the body follows. Thus, even with Zhang Yu and Confucian scholar working together, it was difficult to move him even a little. Zhang Huan moved swiftly, activating concealment to its fullest, and with a ghostly step, he quickly reached Zhang Yu's side. Teacher, let me try. Busy pulling Zhang Zhouwan, Zhang Yu was startled by the sudden voice beside him and raised his hand to strike. But upon turning, he saw Zhang Huan's youthful face and quickly withdrew his hand. Zhang Huan, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Zhang Huan said seriously, Teacher, you can't take him away with brute force like this. If we waste any more time, once he enters the church, it will be the priest's domain. At that point, it will be difficult for us to save them. Zhang Yu understood this reasoning, but when a person is at a loss, they often cling to some foolish methods, hoping for a miracle. I know, but you need to leave quickly. Zhang Huan smiled. Zhang Yu's stern words seemed to have lost their usual deterrent effect. With a thought, Zhang Huan summoned 1,000 blades, which materialized into a human form behind him. After exchanging glances with the artifact spirit, Zhang Huan dashed forward to Chuxiaxio and Su Zhengyang's side. Grabbing them by the collars, he followed their steps and slowly walked toward the church. Zhang Huan, what are you doing? In the next moment, a wave of sound surged from behind him. Countless drumbeats, accompanied by stomping and mooing, suddenly swept past him and surged forward. He turned to look back, only to see 1,000 blades, thrusting a long knife made of spiritual power into the ground. Wave after wave of sound erupted from the long knife, forming a barrier in front of everyone. In an instant, the sacred and inviolable hymn of the church collided with the wave of murderous intent, as if the purifying divine had encountered a bloodthirsty demon. The familiar sound wave plunged Zhang Yu into contemplation. How does the effect of Zhang Huan's spirit tool resemble that of the Tuanyo leader so much? He looked meaningfully ahead at Zhang Huan, who was straining with both hands, seemingly ready to retreat at any moment. Behind the barrier, the crowd, once bewildered, was gradually regaining their senses. Yet, without exception, they all collapsed to the ground, as if their previous experiences had drained them of all their strength. What's happening to me? It seems we were ambushed by a beast. It's the priest's domain. Zhang Zhouwan's body went limp, and just as he was about to fall, a large hand caught him around the waist. Old Zhang? What are you doing here? Zhang Yu was about to respond when a brilliant white light erupted within the church, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. Zhang Huan felt a sense of foreboding. Teacher, hurry and take them away. In an instant, Zhang Huan grabbed the 2 people beside him and dashed backward. Zhang Yu also quickly lifted Zhang Zhouwan and a patrol officer, fleeing toward the rear. The scholar, like them, had both arms wrapped around Su Zhenyang and another patrol officer, immediately following in their footsteps. The sound wave barrier that had originally blocked their path was visibly being eroded. Gradually, the barrier made of sound waves shrank to less than 3 feet. Chen Ren's expression was grave, as if facing an unprecedented challenge. Zhang Huan unceremoniously tossed the 2 people in his hands onto the motorcycle, with Lu Yiming getting off and Chu Xiaoxiao getting on. Then he flipped onto the bike and gripped the handlebars tightly. Teacher, hurry! Zhang Yu shouted, you little brat. Just take care of yourself. He muttered, move like the wind. His calves suddenly surged with power, the solid muscles tearing his pant legs. He and the scholar's speed exploded to the limit, leaving Zhang Huan, who hadn't even started the bike, far behind. Damn! Teacher, you have this trick too. Zhang Huan looked on enviously. Although he possessed concealment, it was more about hiding his form, making his steps more agile. While his speed increased, it was nowhere near as fast as Zhang Yu's. Zhang Huan couldn't afford to think about anything else and immediately turned around, shouting, Chen Ren. The scholar, who had been struggling to hold on, transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward Zhang Huan. The motorcycle shot forward like a bullet, covering a great distance in just a few breaths. In an instant, the sacred hymn resonated throughout the ruins. Dozens of believers surged out of the church, and after a moment of orientation, they floated like ghosts in the air, chasing after Zhang Huan. Their speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, they significantly closed the distance to Zhang Huan. "Hey, you there, are you okay?" If those believers catch up, it won't be long before the priest catches up too. Chu Xiaoxiao's anxious voice rang out behind Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan snapped back. "Do you think I don't know? I've got the throttle all the way down. If you keep talking, I'll kick you off." Lu Yiming, a bit flustered, said, "Little brother, don't mind her. Xiaoxiao means no harm, she's just a bit anxious." Zhang Huan ignored him and focused on avoiding every obstacle ahead. "What are you staring at? Why are you still looking at me at a time like this? Pervert!" Chu Xiaoxiao scolded angrily. If she hadn't been so weak, she might have already taken action. Zhang Huan frowned. What was going on? Could it be that at a time like this, Lu Yiming still had ulterior motives? Just then, Lu Yiming's voice came through. "Little brother, can you tell your friend to stop staring at Xiaoxiao? Although she's pretty, it's not like she's worth staring at so intently, right?" In just a moment, Zhang Huan understood the reason. Wang Tang's eyelids were jolted open again. "Oh, you think too much. The person next to you is a dead man." In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had just been shouting endlessly, fell silent. Whoosh! Two light, floating figures appeared beside Zhang Huan in an instant, their claw-like hands reaching out to grab him. Without hesitation, Zhang Huan activated the 1,000 blades. A cold light flashed. In the blink of an eye, the two figures that had just caught up to Zhang Huan were shattered by the blade intent released from the 1,000 blades. But Zhang Huan did not relax. This was because the system's prompt had not sounded. "Little brother, it's useless. These are all puppets of the priest. As long as the priest is alive, it doesn't matter how many times you kill them." Just as Lu Yiming had said, the two figures that had been cut to pieces only paused for a moment before they once again pursued Zhang Huan. "Do you have any way to deal with this?" As he spoke, Zhang Huan activated the 1,000 blades once more. He unleashed the shattered blades to the extreme. Behind him, dozens of followers were hot on Zhang Huan's heels. In an instant, they turned into countless fragments. This scene left Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. A special spirit tool. In the blink of an eye, it killed dozens of demon beasts. Could this guy be the master who slaughtered the steel-clawed monkeys in the ruined supermarket before? The scene before them left the two in a daze for a long time. They didn't even hear Zhang Huan's question. "Hey, you two, stop spacing out. Quickly tell me, is there a way?" Chu Xiaoxiao was the first to react. "There's only one method that isn't really a method." "What method?" "The priest's effective control distance over these puppets is only 3 kilometers. Considering the priest has been pursuing us from behind, as long as we run 8 kilometers, they won't be able to find us anymore." Zhang Huan felt helpless. He thought about it and realized that if they really had a way, how could they have been chased by the priest all this time? At this moment, the followers once again restored themselves and lunged at Zhang Huan and the others. Zhang Huan could only activate the shattered blades once more, smashing them all. They came at him once, and he shattered them once. It was as if both sides were engaged in a tug-of-war of spiritual power. The frequent activation of spiritual power over such a large area left Chu Xiaoxiao somewhat stunned. She lowered her voice and quietly asked, "Lu Yiming, do you think he could be the person we encountered before?" Lu Yiming fell into deep thought, silently observing Zhang Huan. "Not likely. His aura isn't even as strong as ours." Chu Xiaoxiao hesitated. She still remembered Su Zhengyang's previous deduction clearly. The opponent was at least a 4th-tier master, and their spirit tool was at least A grade or above. Yet Zhang Huan not only lacked their strength, but even the spirit tool in his hand was only B grade. There was nothing that matched their deductions. But a woman's intuition told her that Zhang Huan was definitely not as simple as he appeared. The distance between Zhang Huan and the followers gradually increased as he continued to slaughter them. A few minutes later, the three finally shook off the followers. Zhang Huan slowly stopped the motorcycle and lifted Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming off the vehicle. Under the priest's control, they were not much better than vegetative patients at this moment. "Let's take a break." It wasn't that Zhang Huan truly wanted to rest, it was just that the high-intensity consumption of spiritual power was a bit too much for him to handle. Moreover, he needed to re-establish contact with Zhang Yu and the others. Zhang Huan sat down beside them, took out a bottle of water from his storage ring, and gulped it down. Then, he pulled out his phone, which had a dozen missed calls from Zhang Yu. He called back, and it was quickly connected. "Zhang Huan, where are you? Have you shaken off the demon beasts?" "I have shaken them off, but I can't really say where I am. I'll send you the coordinates in a bit. Half an hour later, Zhang Yu and the others arrived beside Zhang Huan. It was just different from before. At this moment, Zhang Yu and Zhang Zhouan were each being carried by Su Zhangyang. The spirit of the two city patrol officers they were carrying had transformed into a burly figure, wielding twin blades. Teacher Zhang, what's wrong? Su Zhangyang gently set him down. Zhang Yu's face was pale, forcing a smile as he said, "It's nothing, just the side effects of that escape move were a bit too much. Now my whole body feels weak." Zhang Zhouan interjected, "Isn't that right? If it weren't for Captain Su recovering quickly, we probably wouldn't have been able to come find you." At this point, Su Zhangyang smiled, "Don't say that, Teacher Zhang. If it weren't for you and Captain Zhang Zhouan saving us, maybe the three of us would have turned into a pile of bones." As they chatted and laughed, Zhang Huan finally learned the whole story. Zhang Zhouan had been forced by Morong Shui to leave the city to find him, but he had fallen for Zhang Huan's little trick and completely lost his sense of direction. By the time he realized what had happened, several days had passed. He retraced Zhang Huan's movements based on the remnants left at the scene, which led him to find his way here. But who would have thought that halfway there, they would run into the lost Su Zhangyang and his companions? After communicating, they learned that Su Zhangyang and his team were a small mercenary group from another region, looking for the direction to Kaiyun City. So, Zhang Zhouan decided to first take the three of them to find Zhang Huan, and then return to Kaiyun City together. However, just as they were investigating a dilapidated supermarket, they inadvertently fell under the influence of the monster priest Sim and nearly walked into its territory. Fortunately, they encountered Zhang Yu and Zhang Huan, otherwise, the six of them would have been in grave danger. After hearing this, Zhang Huan couldn't help but glance at Chu Xiaoxiao a few more times. This directionally challenged person seemed to have led them astray again. But what were they really going to Kaiyun City for? Could it be that they were actually planning to assassinate Long Chun? Zhang Huan was lost in thought, his gaze unconsciously lingering on Chu Xiaoxiao. Such an impolite gaze made Zhang Yu feel a bit embarrassed, and he suddenly knocked Zhang Huan on the head. "What are you looking at? This mess is your fault. You have to take full responsibility." Zhang Huan winced in pain and muttered, "Why should I? If you hadn't come out, would I have bothered to look for you? Would Zhang Zhouan have bothered to look for you? If Zhang Zhouan hadn't looked for you, why would Captain Su and the others have gone through this trouble?" Zhang Huan wanted to refute, but he vaguely felt that there was indeed some truth to it. At that moment, Zhang Zhouan spoke up. "Old Zhang, don't bully Zhang Huan anymore. To be honest, it's embarrassing. We clearly came to find Zhang Huan, worried he might encounter some danger in the fog. But who would have thought that in the end, we were all saved by Zhang Huan? How embarrassing." For a moment, everyone looked awkward, especially when they learned that Zhang Huan was still just a high school student who hadn't graduated. The feeling of shame deepened. Finally, it was Zhang Yu who broke the silence. "Has everyone rested enough? If there's nothing else, shall we head back to Kaiyun City?" Everyone nodded in agreement, and Zhang Zhouan and his two team members each took out a cool cruising motorcycle from their storage rings, especially Zhang Zhouan, whose motorcycle was even cooler than Zhang Yu's. With just one glance, Zhang Huan couldn't take his eyes off it. Zhang Zhouan gestured for Chu Xiaoxiao to sit behind him, just noticing Zhang Huan's gaze. He smugly patted the gas tank. "What do you think? Isn't my bike cool? It cost me 5 years' worth of salary and bonuses, and I even borrowed some money from the old city lord to buy it. The design is based on an excavated motorcycle manual. I think it's called Night Road." Zhang Huan's mood instantly sank. He really wanted a bike like that, but at least until his mother fully recovered, he didn't dare to entertain such thoughts. Zhang Yu keenly noticed Zhang Huan's dejection and immediately shooed Zhang Zhouan and the others away. "Go, go, go. What a useless thing, showing off like a child." The roar of the motorcycle echoed through the silent ruins, leaving only Zhang Yu and Zhang Huan. "Zhang Huan, don't envy him. It's just a broken motorcycle. If you want it, I can give you mine." Zhang Huan thanked Zhang Yu but still refused. He didn't like being in debt to others. "Teacher, aren't we leaving yet?" Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment but finally spoke up. "Zhang Huan, I've noticed that your spirit seems to have gained another effect. That effect seems to be mental, right?" Zhang Huan forced a smile. As expected, the teacher had noticed this detail. He once again doubted whether his death was related to Wang Tang. How could he dispel the teacher's suspicions this time? Zhang Huan nodded but didn't respond. "Wang Tang was scared to death. Does this really have nothing to do with you?" Zhang Yu spoke with a smile, looking at Zhang Huan, as if it were not an interrogation but a friendly inquiry. Zhang Huan shook his head, meeting Zhang Yu's gaze. "Teacher, it has nothing to do with me." The stubbornness of the youth, the clear conscience, was evident at that moment. Zhang Huan didn't believe he had done anything wrong. If it weren't for Wang Tang's repeated provocations, How could he have struck him down? The two stared at each other in silence for a long time. After a moment, Zhang Yu smiled and hooked his arm around Jiang Huan's shoulder. Jiang Huan, I believe you. His hearty laughter drifted away with the wind. Jiang Huan was a bit puzzled. Just like that, he believed him? Wasn't that a bit too straightforward? Zhang Yu seemed to see the doubt in his heart and patted his shoulder heavily. The teacher just thinks that a student who would risk his life to save the teacher from a fourth-tier monster can't be a bad person. The corners of Zhang Yu's mouth lifted slightly, and for the first time, a natural and kind smile appeared on his usually stern face. He didn't press Jiang Huan further or investigate deeper. He even felt that this was completely unlike his usual style. Was it gratitude for Jiang Huan's life-saving grace? Or was it guilt towards Jiang Huan? In any case, Zhang Yu didn't plan to pursue it any further. He was sure that Jiang Huan was not a bad person, and that was enough. By the way, Jiang Huan, your spirit has awakened an incredible effect this time. Although its quality is still D rank, overall, it might be on par with some C rank spirits. In Zhang Yu's understanding, spirits that could be successfully refined multiple times were at least of decent initial quality. So, he naturally assumed that Jiang Huan had awakened a new effect of his spirit rather than successfully refining it. Jiang Huan smiled faintly. Teacher, my spirit is now B rank. With the school recruitment coming up in a month, Jiang Huan had no need to hide his spirit's level from Zhang Yu. However, his words left Zhang Yu momentarily stunned. B rank is good. B rank. Wait, did you just say, you're B rank? You refined it successfully again? Zhang Huan nodded. Yeah, I was lucky. No, how did you know what materials your spirit needed? And even if you knew, how could you gather them so quickly? Zhang Huan shrugged and smiled meaningfully at Zhang Yu. Isn't that thanks to you, teacher? Thank me? Thank me for what? Zhang Yu instinctively asked, but he quickly remembered that Jiang Huan's spirit effect was similar to the ability of the Tuanyo leader. He couldn't help but point at Jiang Huan, exclaiming in shock, the last spirit embryo. Jiang Huan remained non-committal. Besides the spirit embryo, what other materials did you add? Zhang Yu asked anxiously. His spirit had been stuck at C rank for many years. Although Jiang Huan's refining experience might not be applicable, it still had some reference value. Jiang Huan smiled indifferently. Teacher, I only used the spirit embryo, no other materials. At that moment, Zhang Yu was in disarray. You mean, you didn't add any other auxiliary materials, just used the spirit embryo? Let your spirit tool advance from D rank to B rank. Jiang Huan nodded. That's right. That's not scientific. I've never heard of such a thing. Jiang Huan shrugged, casually saying, who knows? I was just thinking that I didn't have money to buy other materials, and following the principle of not wasting, I tried to refine it directly with the spirit embryo. And who would have thought, it succeeded in one go. Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Huan with a complex expression, filled with envy and jealousy. That's not scientific. That's not scientific. I've never seen a case in those papers where you could succeed in refining just with a spirit embryo. Jiang Huan patted Zhang Yu's shoulder. Teacher, what era are we in? You're still talking about science? Zhang Yu was stunned. Yes, it had been 300 years since the revival of spiritual energy, and all sorts of absurd things had happened. Using a spirit embryo to refine a D-rank spirit tool into a B-rank spirit tool was nothing strange. However, teacher, if we really want to find a reason, I think it might be that the spirit embryo is quite special. Who knows, maybe any spirit tool could be refined successfully to increase its rank. Jiang Huan casually made up this story. Since the spirit embryo had already been refined by him, it was equivalent to having no evidence of a crime. However, these words fell into Zhang Yu's ears like steel needles piercing his heart. He clearly remembered that Jiang Huan had initially wanted to give the spirit embryo to him. If he had accepted it, wouldn't that mean that the Confucian scholar could become a B-rank spirit tool? He had personally cut off the possibility of the Confucian scholar advancing. At this thought, he felt a wave of sadness. 2 lines of hot tears slowly slid down from the corners of his eyes. Teacher, why are you crying? It's nothing, nothing. I'm just moved to be alive after a disaster. The motorcycle slowly started, driving at a leisurely pace towards Rainbow Cloud City. By the way, Jiang Huan, after we return to the city this time, make sure not to leave the city. Why? What else could it be? We intercepted the priest halfway tonight? That's equivalent to robbing him of his dinner. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be looking for us everywhere for a while. Leaving the city during this time is just asking for death. Jiang Huan responded and turned to gaze far in the direction of the priest. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the night. A flock of avian demon beasts flew up from the woods, scattering in a panic. Damn it! Chased me so miserably. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will tear down your church. Mission triggered. A real man should stand tall. How can one be hunted by petty villains? Please eliminate the demon beast priest. Upon completion, a random reward will be granted. Jiang Huan's lips curled slightly. Under the blazing sun, it was the second day since Jiang Huan returned to Rainbow Cloud City. Perhaps due to the previous hectic life, after sleeping for 12 hours, Jiang Huan still looked half asleep. After washing up and getting dressed, he remained in a daze, half asleep and half awake. Once everything was done, he lay back down on the bed. Just 5 more minutes. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Overslept again. Jiang Huan sat quietly on the bed, lost in thought. After a long while, he finally fished out a storage ring from under his pillow. With a thought, he began to explore the spoils from this trip to the ruins. 892 pieces of first-tier demon beast materials, 378 pieces of second-tier demon beast materials, 35 pieces of third-tier demon beasts. If I sell them all, it should be worth nearly 2 million. There was no joy on Jiang Huan's face, because, after this hunt, he deeply realized that relying solely on hunting could not earn enough for his mother's medical expenses. He had been out for 10 days this time, and although he had obtained demon beast materials worth over 2 million, most of it was dug out from the storage rings of the 7 members of the Poison Scorpion mercenary group and Wang Tang. The amount he hunted himself was at most half. With another thought, 7 spirit tools suddenly appeared on the bed. A D-grade spirit, for C-grade spirits, and 2 B-grade spirits, plus a bunch of various potions in the storage ring. Altogether, these things should be worth at least 100 million. Indeed, nothing beats the quick money from robbery. Jiang Huan finally smiled. Detected multiple spirits. Would the host like to choose a contract or fusion? Jiang Huan's gaze immediately fell on a curved dagger at the edge. He clearly remembered that this was the spirit of that guy named Huang Mao, a D-grade, but its effects were no worse than a C-grade. System, let's fuse it. Add it to 1,000 blades. Executing fusion, fusion object dog blade, target 1,000 blades, please wait. Vast spiritual energy poured into dog blade, which began to tremble involuntarily, the frequency increasing and the amplitude growing larger. Jiang Huan could even feel it wailing. Fusion successful, Spirit 1,000 Blades experience plus 700. Joint progress boost, host experience plus 700. Spirit 1,000 Blades felt the host's care, compatibility plus 1. After the refinement, although the quality of 1,000 Blades did not improve, Jiang Huan could already sense the sharp blade intent contained within the long knife. If it was drawn, blood would surely be shed. With a thought, the data panel for 1,000 Blades appeared before him. Spirit, 1,000 Blades quality. The effect 1, Cold Radiance appears effect 2, Ever-changing effect 3, Shattered Edge effect 4, Chaotic Mind experience, 81% compatibility, 86 refinement count, for still 19% experience needed to level up. With this thought, Jiang Huan turned his gaze to the 2 spirits in the center. One was Wang Tang's B-grade meteor hammer, and the other was Scorpion's 3-pronged steel fork. As soon as Jiang Huan's hand touched them, both began to tremble spontaneously. It seemed they were in fear. B-grade spirits seem to have some instinctive reactions compared to other spirits. Jiang Huan smiled slightly. However, 4,000 blades to level up. I need you to sacrifice yourselves. Executing fusion, fusion object poison scorpion, target 1,000 blades, please wait. Executing fusion, fusion object meteor, target 1,000 blades, please wait. In the next moment, 2 immense waves of spiritual energy erupted from Jiang Huan's body, flowing through his hands and pouring into the 2 spirits. The 2 spirits tried to resist, but under the system's unreasonable suppression, their bodies gradually transformed into various liquid forms and began to merge into 1,000 blades under the system's guidance. Spirit 1,000 Blades felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, compatibility plus 1. Spirit 1,000 Blades felt himself growing stronger, filled with gratitude towards the host. Compatibility plus 1. Fusion successful, Spirit 1,000 Blades experience plus 8,000. Joint progress boost, host experience plus 8,000. Spirit 1,000 Blades seemed to touch a different kind of power, but there remained a thin barrier to break through between him and this power. Jiang Huan frowned slightly. A different kind of power? 1,000 Blades is about to break through to A grade. Could it be a domain? Jiang Huan's gaze turned again to the remaining 4 C-grade spirits on the bed. Fusing 2 more spirits should be fine. With the rest plus materials and various potions, selling them in the black market should be enough to gather the money to redeem Peerless. With this thought, Jiang Huan focused on a pair of black gauntlets and a 7-section whip. Executing fusion, fusion object Iron Fist, target 1,000 blades, please wait. Melting in progress, melting object, chain whip, target selected, 1,000 blades, please wait. Spiritual energy infused. The burning sensation of cold outside and heat inside continuously scorched the 2 weapon spirits, gradually transforming them into molten iron. Under the pull of spiritual energy, they merged with 1,000 blades. Buzz! Thousand Blades, erupted with a refreshing blade cry. The weapon spirit, Thousand Blades, had already touched that layer of barrier, ready to break through at any moment. It was filled with trust in its host, compatibility +1. Melting successful, weapon spirit, Thousand Blades, experience +2980. Joint progress stimulation, host experience +2980. Experience sufficient. Would you like to refine the weapon spirit? Experience sufficient. Does the host choose to advance? Zhang Huan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. After many days, he could finally advance again. This time, I should be able to grasp the power of the domain, right? Zhang Huan chose to refine without hesitation. Unlike before when the system infused spiritual energy, Zhang Huan could clearly feel countless spiritual energies around him being drawn into Thousand Blades. At this moment, Thousand Blades was like a feeding baleen whale, instantly absorbing all the spiritual energy around Zhang Huan. Small whirlpools gradually appeared on its blade, spinning faster and faster. Even the distant spiritual energy was being drawn in. Suddenly, the whirlpools abruptly stopped. Pitch black began to spread from the tip of the blade, as if it were a writhing life. In an instant, endless darkness covered Zhang Huan's room and continued to expand outward. What's going on? Why is it dark? Is it going to rain? Why can't I feel the spiritual energy in the air? Old man, come help me check. Why is this TV not getting a signal? In the blink of an eye, the building where Zhang Huan lived became the center, and a 10-meter radius of residential buildings was covered by this endless darkness. Most of the people were ordinary, unaware of the means of spiritual masters. Daylight turned to night in an instant, and they thought it was just a change in weather. Occasionally, some low-level spiritual masters sensed something unusual, but they didn't know what to do, because, at this moment, they not only couldn't perceive any spiritual energy, but their 5 senses also dulled significantly under the shroud of darkness. Refinement successful, B-grade weapon spirit, Thousand Blades, successfully advanced to A-grade weapon spirit, compatibility +5. Weapon spirit, Thousand Blades, awakened domain ability, deadly darkness, low level. The maximum coverage range of the domain can be 5 meters in radius. Within the coverage range, target perception decreases by 30%. Thousand Blades, floated in mid-air, a figure stepped out from the long blade, from virtual to real. Thousand Blades' body became increasingly solid. At this moment, it seemed like a living person. It smiled gently, the long hair under the hat swayed without wind. Thousand Blades, you've become stronger. Zhang Huan and Thousand Blades were in sync, naturally sensing its difference immediately. Thousand Blades nodded, and then its body slowly floated into the air. It raised its hands slowly, and Zhang Huan's body also began to float slowly. During this ascent, Zhang Huan felt an inexplicable sensation. He seemed to be gradually merging with this dark space. He could clearly perceive every person shrouded in darkness. For example, the ant downstairs was curled up in the arms of old Wang next door, shivering. The young man upstairs was oblivious to the situation outside, still immersed in his game. This omniscient perspective brought great joy to Zhang Huan. He finally understood why people often said that having a domain and not having a domain for weapon spirits were two different concepts. He excitedly looked at Thousand Blades in front of him, only to unexpectedly find it less than an inch from the ceiling. Thousand Blades, stop, we're going to hit the ceiling. Thousand Blades just smiled, and the two continued to rise. The imagined collision did not occur. Zhang Huan glided through the ceiling like air, continuing to rise, passing through one neighbor after another in the building above him. These ordinary people, devoid of spiritual power, seemed oblivious to Zhang Huan, engrossed in their own activities in the darkness. It seems that the domain can indeed suppress people's perception. When facing a spirit master, even if the suppression weakens, it can still create an advantage for me to some extent. Moreover, this domain is currently only in a low-level state. If it were to be upgraded to a higher state, it might possess even stronger abilities. Before long, Zhang Huan was floating above the residential building, guided by the Thousand Blades. He looked around, and the entire domain appeared like an inverted bowl, covering an area of about 10 meters in diameter. At that moment, he felt as if he had completely merged with the darkness. With a thought, he instantly vanished from his spot and reappeared in a small alley covered by the domain. With another thought, he entered a pink bedroom, a fragrant scent wafting through the air. A bare, white thigh lay exposed on the bed, and as Zhang Huan looked up along the thigh, he saw a fair chest mostly revealed before him. A handsome girl was taking a nap. Zhang Huan suddenly felt a bit breathless and, with another thought, returned to the side of Thousand Blades. Within the domain's coverage, I can appear freely in any corner. Zhang Huan seemed to have thought of something. He slightly shifted his thoughts, and the domain's coverage area instantly shrank several circles, finally transforming into a form-fitting black outfit that wrapped him tightly in shadows. Indeed, the domain can be reduced. In that case, as long as I'm not facing some special environment, I can infiltrate it. But this fluctuation of spiritual power. With that thought, Zhang Huan began to activate the newly acquired martial skill, Conceal Breath. Moments later, he withdrew the domain. Damn! As soon as the domain was lifted, his body began to fall. But in the blink of an eye, it halted in midair. 1,000 blades held him tightly in its embrace. I was careless. I forgot I still can't float. He scratched his head, thanked 1,000 blades, and began to carefully sense the residual fluctuations of spiritual power. Then, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. As expected, Conceal Breath is indeed a great martial skill. At that moment, there was no trace of spiritual power left where he had just been. In other words, with the power of the domain and the characteristics of Conceal Breath, Zhang Huan could come and go freely in any place without special countermeasures. If I had another martial skill that could increase my speed, maybe I could go assassinate the President of America. After saying this, Zhang Huan couldn't help but laugh. Even he found such a thought to be quite exaggerated. Not to mention the number of people protecting him, just considering the strength of someone capable of leading a nation was far from being as simple as it appeared. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze, and his complexion turned pale. It hurts. Laughing too hard had pulled at the wound left by the three-pronged steel fork on his back, and the toxins lingering in his body began to torment him again. Time to apply some medicine. After returning to his room, Zhang Huan simply applied some medicine to his back and then opened his data panel to check. Experience sufficient. Does the host choose to advance? Zhang Huan chose to advance without hesitation. A surge of spiritual power erupted from his core, coursing through every inch of his meridians, flesh, and bones. Waves of profound comfort washed over him, and he seemed to hear several faint cracking sounds. Host level upgraded from first stage 8 stars to second stage 2 stars, physical body significantly enhanced. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the second stage. Reward ability, slow healing. When the host is injured, self-healing will occur. Is it some kind of healing ability? As the words fell, a cool and comfortable sensation unexpectedly surged through Zhang Huan's back. The wound that had been throbbing just moments ago was now completely pain-free within seconds. Instead, it was replaced by a tingling itch. More effective than applying medicine? Zhang Huan hurried to the full-length mirror to closely examine his back. The wound, which had been somewhat festering, was now gradually receding. The bright red flesh at the wound site was sprouting several granulations, visibly covering the entire wound at an astonishing speed. Scabs formed and fell away. In just a few minutes, the 3 glaring wounds on his back were replaced by newly grown tender skin. This speed? Is it still considered slow? System. Do you have some misunderstanding about what slow means? In Zhang Huan's understanding, even a skilled healer would find it difficult to achieve such healing effects unless they were exceptionally powerful. It seems that as long as I have a breath left before my spiritual energy is exhausted, it's going to be hard for me to die. Host, Zhang Huan, level, 2nd tier, 2 stars, abilities, mutual progress, pure heart, slow healing, martial skills, stealth, backstab, breath control, physical strength, 870, my physical strength has reached 870. I remember the standard for the 4th tier is around 1000. I suppose, during the upcoming campus recruitment, I should be able to find a good job. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Huan's face. It seemed his life was finally getting back on track. The sky darkened. It was now dusk. At this hour, the black market people should be getting busy. I should head out. Zhang Huan had quite a few items in hand, all of which he had taken from Scorpion and others. If he sold them through regular channels, it would eventually attract attention. Although the black market offered lower prices, it allowed Zhang Huan to avoid many unnecessary troubles. Moreover, Zhang Huan had a principle: no single sale would exceed 500,000. Selling them off piecemeal, it had already been 5 days since Zhang Huan had sold all the stolen goods he had on hand. Under the bright sun, at noon, Zhang Huan walked out of the bank. He looked at the bank balance on his phone, unable to hide his joy. 2 C-grade spirit tools, plus a bunch of monster materials and some potions, sold for 80 million. I pawned them for a total of 20 days, and with a 10% interest, that's about 7 million. My current balance is nearly 90 million. After deducting the principal and interest, I still have about 15 million left. A month ago, I couldn't even scrape together 10,000. Now I still have over 15 million. Fate is truly unpredictable. After calculating, Zhang Huan couldn't help but sigh. If I were just an ordinary person with this money, I could live comfortably for the rest of my life. But I'm a spirit master. This money can at most buy me a decent C-grade spirit tool, and this amount is only enough for my mom to stay in the hospital for 3 months. Zhang Huan shook his head, casting aside all these chaotic thoughts. Why think so much? As long as my strength increases, money won't be a worry in the future. Now, I should hurry and redeem Wuxuang. In the lobby lounge of the Duobao building, Zhang Huan sat idly on a stool, quietly waiting, with a glass of water in front of him. After a moment, a graceful female clerk led a shrewd middle-aged man in a suit over. Mr. Zhang, hello. Our manager Liu has left. This is our new manager, Mr. Zhao. You can discuss the redemption with him. Manager Zhao wore a professional fake smile and immediately shook Zhang Huan's hand. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I wonder which item you wish to redeem. His enthusiastic attitude made Zhang Huan feel somewhat uncomfortable. Zhang Huan took the pawn ticket from his arms and handed it to Manager Zhao. About half a month ago, I pawned an A-grade spirit tool. I came today to redeem it. Manager Zhao took the ticket and examined its contents carefully, nodding from time to time. Oh, it's an A-grade spirit tool that has developed self-awareness and can autonomously absorb spiritual energy. The onlookers in the waiting area cast envious glances at Zhang Huan. Regardless of the rarity of A-grade spirit tools, the fact that he could redeem it after just over half a month already proved that Zhang Huan was not short on money. Manager Zhao quickly finished reviewing the ticket and smiled at Zhang Huan. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. He then called over a female clerk. Xiao Wang, could you please bring me the A231 file from my office? I need to verify some information. Moments later, the clerk returned with a stack of documents. Manager Zhao began to check them carefully while Zhang Huan waited quietly beside him. Manager Zhao's brows gradually furrowed, and from time to time, he picked up Zhang Huan's pawn ticket to examine it closely, as if searching for something. Manager Zhao, is it ready? Zhang Huan casually asked. Hearing this, Manager Zhao paused for a moment, still wearing a smile. Mr. Zhang, I wonder if I have offended you in any way that you would come here to amuse me today. Manager Zhao, what do you mean? Manager Zhao smiled and pushed the pawn ticket back to Zhang Huan. Mr. Zhang, let's not beat around the bush. This pawn ticket is forged, isn't it? Zhang Huan felt a bit displeased. Manager Zhao, I don't understand what you mean. The people resting nearby couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Zhang Huan, their eyes filled with curiosity. Manager Zhao pointed at the ticket. First of all, this pawn ticket is from Duobao Building. However, this is only the paper we use for internal documentation. Our official documents for external use bear the header of Lu's Trading Group in Kaiyun City. He then pointed to the official seal. Moreover, your seal seems to have no issues at first glance. However, when we at Duobao Building affix our seal, we also add a special watermark for anti-counterfeiting, which can only be revealed under specific lighting. If you don't believe me, take a look. With that, he took out a copy of a pawn ticket from the documents in his hand and pulled a small light from his belt. Shining it casually, a seal with the Lu's Trading Group watermark appeared before Zhang Huan's eyes. He then shone the light on Zhang Huan's pawn ticket. Just as he said, there was no watermark at all. At this moment, Zhang Huan's expression grew serious. He had already guessed what had happened, but he remained silent. The gazes of the onlookers gradually shifted from curiosity to disdain. Seeing this, Manager Zhao smiled. Mr. Zhang, putting all that aside, our Lu's greatest principle is to serve every customer well. Since you requested to redeem, I checked the inventory records to see if you really pawned the A-grade spirit tool, Wuxuang, at our shop. At this point, he gave Zhang Huan a meaningful glance. Noticing Zhang Huan's lack of reaction, he felt a bit contemptuous. Indeed, a low-level spirit master wouldn't dare to make a sound when faced with trouble. Even if they had something good, it would eventually be taken away. However, despite his disdain, he still wore a smile. Mr. Zhang, I regret to inform you that last month, our shop received the highest grade spirit tools, which were 2 B-grade spirit tools. One was a long sword type, Lingzi, and the other was a defensive type, Guja. There was no Wuxuang, as you mentioned. Moreover, I believe that a general person wouldn't sell an A-grade spirit tool, would they? After saying this, he organized the files on the table and made a gesture for Zhang Huan to leave. If you have no other matters, please leave our shop and do not disturb our work. His face was always adorned with a professional fake smile, as if he was not issuing an eviction order but rather had struck a deal with Zhang Huan that satisfied both parties. Zhang Huan lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly, his nails seemingly digging into his flesh. He had considered that Wuxuang might attract attention, which is why he chose to sell it at Duobao Building. After all, this was the largest shop in Kaiyun City, and he wouldn't do anything to tarnish his own reputation. But he never expected that the other party not only wanted to blacken Wuxuang but also to slander his innocence. He had always underestimated human nature. The gazes of the onlookers towards Zhang Huan shifted from disdain to contempt. I thought he was a formidable young man, but it turns out he's just a fraud. I said this generation of young people is useless, and they even set their sights on Duobao Building. they don't even realize where this is. Kid, get lost quickly, or when the city patrol arrives, you'll be eating public food. The mocking laughter and curses from the crowd pierced Zhang Huan's ears like knives, stabbing at his heart. Zhang Huan suddenly stood up, startling Manager Zhao. He was just an ordinary person, but because he had a good business mind, he could work at Duobao Building. Even the most ordinary spirit masters could easily deal with him. Mr. Zhang, I must warn you, this is the city. Even if you are a spirit master, if you dare to cause trouble, the city patrol won't let you off. As he spoke, a second-tier security captain rushed in with 5 first-tier security guards. Kid, want to cause trouble? Don't you know where this place is? Zhang Huan couldn't help but sneer. The security reacted so quickly, clearly indicating they had long been prepared for him. If he caused a scene here, with Duobao Building's power, the city patrol had probably already been bribed. Once he acted out in front of everyone, he would inevitably face endless retaliation. Moreover, the other party wouldn't even need to torment him. They could just lock him up in jail for a few months, and his mother would likely be in danger due to unpaid hospital bills. Sorry for the disturbance, I take my leave. After a brief analysis, Zhang Huan turned and walked out of Duobao Building. The disdainful looks from the customers and the sales clerk were completely ignored by him. A smile flickered at the corner of Manager Zhao's mouth. He thought it would be troublesome, but it turned out to be a coward who didn't dare to cause trouble. He held the documents on the table and turned to head upstairs. With this matter settled, this month's bonus should be quite a sum. Should I go to Hanlingman to find Naimi, or to Fengqingwen to find Jiuyu? He pushed open the door to the general manager's office, where Manager Liu, who was supposed to have resigned, was now comfortably reclining in the boss's chair, his feet propped up on the desk, puffing on a Cuban cigar. Xiao Xiao, is everything settled? Nothing went wrong, right? Manager Liu, it's all settled. That kid was very timid, we scared him a little, and he left without saying a word. A smug smile appeared on Manager Liu's face, just as he was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a deep, bottomless darkness spreading in the office. The brightly lit office was instantly shrouded in darkness, where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Who were you just saying was a coward? A haunting voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible for them to discern where it was coming from. The boy's voice was now filled with threat. As the darkness enveloped them, both felt as if they were trapped in a viscous space. Not only was their vision obstructed, but all their senses were significantly dulled. Manager Liu panicked. Who's speaking? Manager Zhao immediately realized it was Zhang Huan's voice. Manager Liu. It's him, that kid named Zhang. Both were ordinary people, utterly powerless against a spirit master. Therefore, their first instinct was to escape. But they unexpectedly found that the office door, which had always been within reach, was nowhere to be found at that moment. Manager Liu, what's going on? I remember the door was clearly right here. Manager Liu, being more experienced than Manager Zhao, cursed, damn, it's the domain. The office has been divided into 2 spaces. Hurry and call someone up. As he spoke, Manager Liu reached for a teacup beside the desk. Clearly, this teacup was an alarm. However, before his hand could reach the alarm, a long knife made of shards flew out from the darkness. Bang! The teacup shattered loudly. The long knife quivered as it embedded itself in the desk. Manager Liu unconsciously swallowed, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Manager Zhao was in a panic. Mr. Zhang, it has nothing to do with me. It was Manager Liu who made me do it. Buzz! The long knife suddenly flew up and vanished into the darkness. A thin figure holding the long knife stepped out slowly from the shadows. After leaving the Duobao building, Zhang Huan had not gone far. Instead, he circled to the back of the shop and infiltrated the Duobao building using the domain of Qianrun, Deadly Darkness. Want to mess with the peerless left by his father? Dream on. Misunderstanding? It really is a misunderstanding. Manager Liu, haven't you already resigned? Why are you still sitting in the office? The long knife swept across the office floor. The expensive carpet seemed like a piece of white paper, easily torn apart by the knife. An invisible pressure enveloped the heads of Manager Liu and Manager Zhao, and as soon as they saw Zhang Huan, they instinctively began to retreat. Even though they were not spirit masters, they knew that in the domain, the other party was the absolute ruler. Mr. Zhang, I just thought there were some things that weren't handed over clearly, so I came back to hand them over. Manager Liu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile, trying to make himself look like he was telling the truth, while subtly nudging Manager Zhao with his arm. Manager Zhao quickly chimed in, yes, Mr. Zhang, I just took office not long ago. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the long knife smoothly swept across Manager Liu's neck and embedded itself 3 inches in front of Manager Zhao's groin. Both men were drenched in cold sweat. If it had been just a little off, Manager Liu would have met the king of hell, and Manager Zhao would have to live as a sister from then on. Mr. Jiang, let's talk this over. We beg you. Jiang Huan tilted his neck, making a cracking sound. He then slowly walked towards the two, cracking his knuckles, the popping sound of his joints particularly jarring in the dark space. Words, of course, need to be spoken properly. However, before that, I need to collect some interest first. Both Manager Lu and Manager Zhao had a foreboding feeling, but at that moment, they were like fish on a chopping board, utterly powerless to resist. The sounds of fists and feet striking echoed within the domain of Xianrun, the cries of anguish rising and falling endlessly. Lu, didn't you resign? Now you're handing over work. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Is there a problem with the ticket? The header is wrong, right? There's a problem with the official seal, right? It needs a watermark, right? Zhao, can't you call security? Go ahead. Shout until your throat is hoarse and see if anyone pays attention to you. You want to find the city patrol to deal with me. I want to see if you have any evidence. Jiang Huan ruthlessly beat the two, venting all his anger through his fists and feet. The two screamed continuously. However, their voices seemed to be isolated. Occasionally, a few slender receptionists walked past outside the office door, completely unaware of the screams inside. The guests coming and going downstairs chatted and laughed as usual. An hour later, Jiang Huan relaxed his wrist, a charming smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Well then, thank you both for your honesty. In front of him, Manager Lu and Manager Zhao were tied to two chairs, their large heads entangled with ties, their stubbled lips pressed tightly together. Crimson blood stained their heads. You two really should be more careful. You're bleeding. When bleeding, one must pay attention to disinfection, otherwise, the wounds can easily get infected. Let me help you with the disinfection. After all, you did at least tell me the whereabouts of Wushuang. Inside the closet, Lu's favorite Hennessy was unceremoniously taken out by Jiang Huan and poured over the two men's heads. The high-proof liquor flowed down their heads, seeping into their wounds, causing them to grimace in pain. At this moment, they regretted it immensely. They regretted why they had provoked such a calamity. Wasn't it said that he was at the bottom of the class in school? Why did his spirit have a domain? How could he silently infiltrate a shop full of surveillance and people coming and going, without anyone noticing? Moreover, with such torturous methods, he hardly looked like a student. Jiang Huan smiled brightly. Gentlemen, keep it down. Otherwise, it will affect the shopping experience of the customers. As he spoke, Jiang Huan forcefully inserted a damp towel through the gap between their heads. Then, without warning, he struck both of their necks with a knife hand, and they fell into a deep sleep. Finally, Jiang Huan locked the office door from the inside. By the time those shop assistants find them, it will probably be a few days later. In these few days, I have enough time to retrieve Wushuang. After all, within the city, Jiang Huan couldn't go too far, otherwise, it would only bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Jiang Huan took a piece of white paper from the desk, on which was written an address. No. 16, Shanghai No. 1 Community. That's a place for the wealthy. Jiang Huan's figure gradually faded into the darkness, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the alley behind the Duobao building. He whistled, hailed a cab, and headed eastward. The bright moon slowly climbed high into the sky, casting its light over the city. Inside Shanghai No. 1 Community, the nightlife of the wealthy and famous was just beginning. At Lu Zhiyue's home, the butler Lu Fu, dressed in a tailored suit, stepped out of a luxury car with a knife case in hand and walked straight to the living room. At this moment, Lu Zhiyue was half reclining on the sofa, her light pink silk gown showcasing her curvaceous figure perfectly. She held half a glass of red wine in her hand, her dreamy eyes clearly showing signs of intoxication. A pair of jade-like feet, delicately manicured, rested lightly on the coffee table. Her toenails were trimmed straight, painted with a light, starlit pink nail polish, complementing her rosy arches. "Miss, I'm back," the butler Lu Fu said, standing tall. Although he was already in his 40s, every move he made exuded masculine charm. Lu Zhiyue glanced at Lu Fu with her dreamy eyes. "Why are you back now instead of accompanying my father to meet Team Long?" Lu Fu's gaze was fixed on the ground. His professional demeanor as a butler prevented him from looking directly at Lu Zhiyue. The Yi family was very satisfied with the gift for the master, so they sent a return gift. As he spoke, he placed the knife case on the coffee table and then pulled out a beautifully decorated brocade box from his pocket. Lu Zhiyue took a sip of red wine and curiously glanced at the knife case and the brocade box. "What is this?" Lu Fu respectfully replied. "Inside the brocade box is an S-grade spirit nurturing pill, which can help the miss break through from second tier 8 stars to at least third tier 1 star. Inside the knife case is a pair of A-grade dual spirit weapons, Yizangking. Team Long said it was a gift from young Master Yi to congratulate you on awakening your spirit. Lu Jiyue raised an eyebrow slightly. A-grade spirit weapons and S-grade potions, just like that? The Yi family is quite generous. She smiled gently, her eyes charming. Uncle Fu, is this really just a gift? During this time, Lu Jiyue had grown rapidly, and she naturally understood that in this society, many so-called gifts were essentially just exchanges of interests. Lu Fu did not answer immediately. Silence enveloped the two of them. After a moment, Lu Fu finally spoke. Miss, some questions are better asked of the master. It is not appropriate for me to say more. Lu Jiyue did not press Lu Fu immediately. She stood up and was about to return to her room. Miss, the master said he hopes you can quickly enhance your strength and contract the second spirit. As he spoke, he reached for the items on the table to follow Lu Jiyue. Lu Jiyue shot Lu Fu a glance and rudely took the items from his hand. I can do it myself. Lu Fu nodded slightly. Miss, to avoid any disturbances while you enhance your strength, the entire villa has entered a state of high alert. Not even a mosquito can get in. At this moment, Lu Jiyue had already walked to the spiral staircase. A hint of a cold smile appeared on her face. Disturbed? With you, a fourth-tier expert, as the steward, there's probably no one in this small town of Kaiyun City who can affect me. Lu Fu bowed slightly. I am just following the master's orders. The sound of rustling insects began to echo around the villa. A slender figure, avoiding the patrolling security, appeared in the night. Jiang Huan looked at the decorative walls before him, where the elegantly decorated villa exuded luxury. A single household occupies 3 acres of land. The gap between people is sometimes even greater than that between humans and animals. Jiang Huan couldn't help but sigh when he thought of himself and his mother still renting a less than 70 square meter apartment in a city village. Jiang Huan activated concealment and breath control, quietly moving forward a short distance. Soon, he noticed something unusual. What's going on? Why is this family so heavily guarded? The villa before him not only had more than 10 first-tier spirit masters stationed but also had 3 to 5 second-tier spirit masters patrolling at irregular intervals. Moreover, in some inconspicuous corners, there were hidden sentinels. Additionally, they had several tracking scent hounds and red-eyed hawks for surveillance. The security in this community is already top-notch, yet they still arranged for so many people to keep watch. These security measures might work against others, but they fall short against me, Jiang Huan scoffed. However, despite his disdain, he carefully analyzed the situation before him. What are they really doing? Chances are they are doing something that cannot be disturbed. Jiang Huan's heart suddenly stopped. Could it be that they are going to sell wuxuang, or use some special potion to contract wuxuang? Jiang Huan's breathing became rapid in an instant. If the other party transferred wuxuang to someone else, Jiang Huan might never find wuxuang again. Alternatively, if they used a special potion to contract wuxuang, it could cause irreparable damage to wuxuang, making it very difficult for Jiang Huan to reclaim wuxuang. Either scenario was something Jiang Huan did not want to face, because, to him, wuxuang was the only proof of his father's presence in his life. With this thought, Jiang Huan activated the domain, deadly darkness, enveloping himself. He then layered it with the martial skills, concealment, and breath control. Under this triple insurance, Jiang Huan boldly entered the villa right under the noses of the patrolling guards and beasts. The towering walls and thick glass seemed non-existent, allowing Jiang Huan to move freely. Inside the villa, the decor of flowing streams and small bridges, with pavilions and towers everywhere, caused Jiang Huan, who had just entered, to get lost more than once. He patiently searched for over half an hour but still could not find wuxuang. As he reluctantly stepped out of a master bedroom, he couldn't help but sigh, damn it, with so many rooms, can this family even live in all of them? Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from a nearby room. Jiang Huan carefully sensed it and couldn't help but mutter, someone is breaking through to the 3rd level. Jiang Huan quickly walked towards the source of the aura, and before he even entered the room, he caught a whiff of a scent that was distinctly feminine. Jiang Huan frowned slightly. This smell. Why does it feel a bit familiar? When Jiang Huan slipped into the room, he was stunned. The woman sitting on the bed, breaking through to the 3rd level, was someone he knew. It was none other than Lu Jiyue, whom he had a good impression of. How could it be her? Usually, although Jiang Huan was on good terms with Lu Jiyue, she was extremely low-key. Apart from knowing that her family was well off, he didn't know anything else. Her fair, snow-like face was adorned with delicate features and long eyelashes. With her eyes tightly closed and wearing a nightgown, she was captivating. Suddenly, her aura surged. Then she slowly opened her beautiful eyes, which resembled a bright moon. A faint smile appeared on her face. Jiang Huan knew she had successfully broken through to the 3rd level. She picked up her phone beside her and walked barefoot towards the balcony, letting the evening breeze tousle her long hair. She dialed a number against the wind. Dad, I've broken through to the 3rd level. I haven't started the contract for the 2nd spirit yet. I have a question for you. The things Uncle Fu brought back, are they really just the Ye family's return gift? Engagement gift? What? Is it not enough for them to just want Wuxuan? Lu Jiyue's tone was surprisingly calm, as if she was not at all surprised by this decision. I understand, family comes first in everything. I will contact Yi Wudi. At that moment, Jiang Huan seemed to understand something, and his feelings were complex. Once, he thought Lu Jiyue was a kind and beautiful girl, but tonight, he realized how wrong he was. Duobao Tower, Lu Group, isn't that the Lu of Lu Jiyue? Once beautiful memories turned into an unforgettable lesson. Ha, women. He quietly watched Lu Jiyue's silhouette, unsure whether he should reveal himself and ask her for clarity. After the call ended, Lu Jiyue slowly walked back to the room, stopping in front of the vanity. Only then did Jiang Huan notice that there was a knife box on the vanity. Lu Jiyue gently placed her hand on it. The knife box slowly opened, revealing 2 identical twin blades before Jiang Huan's eyes. The long sword on the left resembled a red sun, radiating a beautiful sunlight, with a gentle sword intent slowly blooming. The long sword on the right resembled a cold moon, emanating a chilling aura, with a sharp sword intent rushing towards him. Jiang Huan couldn't help but sneer. Clearly, this was the transaction between the Lu family and the Yi family. They exchanged Wuxuan for this set of twin blade spirits. Disappointment, sadness, and anger intertwined in Jiang Huan's heart in an instant. In a split second, his spiritual energy suddenly became chaotic. Lu Jiyue sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Domain. Who's there? A delicate long sword suddenly appeared in her hand, stabbing towards Jiang Huan's hiding place. The delicate long sword pierced into the thick wall, creating a hole right before her eyes. You sure are quick to dodge. Suddenly, Lu Jiyue was astonished to find that the opponent's spiritual energy fluctuations had vanished. However, she reacted extremely quickly. A rose garden unfolded behind her, enveloping her bedroom in an instant. An unmissable patch of black stood out within it. What a unique domain. This was the first time Lu Jiyue had seen someone sneak into her home silently using a domain. If it weren't for the opponent accidentally revealing their aura, and if she didn't also possess a domain, perhaps she would never have known how she would die. Moreover, from beginning to end, the opponent had been concealed in complete darkness. She hadn't even seen his appearance clearly. With this thought, her long sword drew across. Cross slash. Countless petals rose with the sword, like sharp blades flying towards Jiang Huan. A fierce offensive whistled towards him. Just as Jiang Huan was about to dodge, his feet suddenly faltered. Jiang Huan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Only then did he realize that the roses surrounding him had somehow entwined near his domain. As the rose petals approached, a smile appeared on Lu Jiyue's face. Such a dense offensive was unavoidable. It was either death or injury. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened. Countless fragments shot out from the darkness, not only clearing all the roses nearby but also shattering the incoming petals one by one. Moreover, hundreds of fragments were rushing towards her. The opponent could actually control more fragments simultaneously. In a panic, she swung her long sword repeatedly. Thorn shield. In the blink of an eye, a massive shield made of countless thorny vines appeared before her. The fragments of 1,000 blades were incredibly sharp. They continuously sliced through the thorn shield before her. However, the thorn shield showed no fear of consumption. With every inch the 1,000 blades broke through, the surrounding roses thickened another foot behind it. Jiang Huan's expression was serious. It seemed I also need to expand my domain, otherwise, within her domain, the current 1,000 blades would find it hard to harm her. With this thought, the darkness that originally only covered Jiang Huan expanded in an instant. Within the range of darkness, the roses that had been blooming withered and turned to ash in a moment. The rose garden that had occupied the entire room was suddenly reduced to 1/3. Lu Jiyue could clearly sense that her weapon spirit was being significantly suppressed at the point of their domain clash. Not only that, but even her own 5 senses seemed to only be able to glimpse a small part of the opponent's domain before being unable to advance further. The blade formed by 1,000 blades, under the cover of the black domain, became even more ferocious. The speed of the thorn shield's formation was gradually unable to keep up with the speed of 1,000 blades breaking through the shield. Lu Jiyue's face turned pale, beads of sweat the size of beans oozed from her forehead. Who on earth is this guy? In Kaiyun City, every expert is known to me, but I have never seen this guy's weapon spirit. If this continues, my defeat is only a matter of time. Jiang Huan's offensive grew increasingly frenzied. The fragments soaring in the air formed a sharp cone. They focused on a single point of the thorn shield for a fierce assault. At this moment, Jiang Huan had only one thought: since this woman, who was so contradictory, used Unmatched to exchange for her family's future, then she should pay the price for it. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps climbing the stairs came over. Jung Hwan's brow furrowed even more, while Lu Jiyue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Clearly, the sounds of their fierce battle had attracted the attention of the security personnel. "Who are you? If you don't honestly confess, I guarantee you will die today." Jung Hwan snorted coldly. "Want to keep me? You're not worthy." The next moment, Jung Hwan suddenly sheathed his sword, moving with ghostly steps around Lu Jiyue. He rushed towards the knife box she had placed on the vanity. "Since I can't punish her today, at least I must make her pay the price." Lu Jiyue suddenly realized Jung Hwan's intention and leaped to block him. However, Jung Hwan kicked out fiercely. "Get lost!" Boom! Before Lu Jiyue could get close to Jung Hwan, he kicked her against the wall, the immense force directly cracking the wall with fissures. "Who are you? How dare you act so recklessly here?" A deep male voice sounded behind Jung Hwan, followed by the crackling sound of electric sparks. Without looking back, Jung Hwan rolled towards the knife box. But like a dragon, the lightning struck first, accurately hitting Jung Hwan's hand that had just reached out. Zzz. Numbness. Pain. Burning. Jung Hwan's arm was streaming with fresh blood. The darkness that covered his arm was shattered in an instant. "Miss, are you alright?" A butler dressed in a uniform, with a single-frame glasses over his right eye and holding a double-headed shotgun, slowly walked in from the doorway. "Uncle Fu, I want him dead." Lu Jiyue clutched her chest, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, her once pure face now covered in dust, looking utterly disheveled. "Miss, don't worry, he won't escape today." At the same time, more than a dozen second-tier security personnel finally arrived. Without needing orders, they spontaneously surrounded Jung Hwan. At this moment, Jung Hwan was besieged on all sides. Jung Hwan hid in the realm of darkness, coldly scanning the crowd before him. The pitch-black domain once again enveloped his arm, and under the effect of slow healing, his arm, which smelled of roasted meat, was gradually healing. "Young man, if you know what's good for you, give up resisting, and I'll make it quick for you." Uncle Fu glanced disdainfully at Jung Hwan. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Under the thunderous assault, even with the domain's weakening, it was enough to reduce the opponent's combat power by 30%. Jung Hwan sneered and suddenly lunged toward the knife box again. He proved his choice with action. "You don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth." As Uncle Fu's words fell, the long gun was thrown out fiercely. Several bolts of lightning surged toward Jung Hwan. At the same time, the more than 10 security personnel surrounding Jung Hwan activated their respective weapon spirits and charged at him. With attacks raining down from all directions, a normal person's first reaction would be to dodge. However, Jung Hwan moved forward with even greater speed. Lu Jiyue's pupils constricted. "Has this guy gone mad? Who does he think he is? Just someone slightly stronger than me. Does he really think he can withstand so many weapon spirits attacks?" In the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of the crowd, Jung Hwan wielded the long knife and fiercely slashed at the knife box before him. Dozens of weapon spirits attacks were merely inches away from Jung Hwan. Bang! The long knife shattered the knife box, and the onslaught followed. The sound of crackling echoed throughout the bedroom, which had once been filled with a youthful ambience, now turned into a wasteland. Dust filled the air. Before everyone, a massive hole suddenly appeared. Behind the hole lay the shattered knife box and the nearly severed twin knives. As the dust settled, a shadow stood behind the knife box. Lu Jiyue's pupils constricted. Uncle Fu and the others looked on in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone withstand dozens of attacks without a scratch? The shadow slowly looked at Uncle Fu, then scanned the crowd, finally resting its gaze on Lu Jiyue. Even though he was hidden in darkness, everyone present could feel a wave of contemptuous eyes. "You are nothing but insignificant." The sneering laughter was not loud, but it pierced the ears of everyone present. After saying that, Jung Hwan stepped down from the hole before him, moving like a ghost, passing through the first floor's walls and leaving. Not a single person among them made a move to stop him. They all seemed to be intimidated by Jung Hwan's aura. Lu Jiyue was the first to react. She quickly walked toward the hole and shouted sternly, "Are you all stupid? What are you waiting for? He's already run away." Only then did everyone snap out of their daze and rush in the direction Jung Hwan had disappeared. Uncle Fu quickly called out to stop them. "Wait a minute." Lu Jiyue frowned. "Uncle Fu, what's wrong?" Uncle Fu slowly walked to the spot where Jung Hwan had just stood. There was a pool of dark red blood, and upon closer inspection, one could see arcs of electricity flickering within the blood. "Miss, we were all fooled by him just now. That kid just took at least 8 of my electric arcs. Now, his body is filled with static electricity. If he doesn't go to the hospital to discharge the static electricity within 24 hours, he will suffer organ failure and die, and the whole process will be unbearably painful. So, we just need to send someone to track down all the hospitals and clinics in Kaiyun City, and he won't be able to escape. Lu Jiyue nodded. Since that's the case, Uncle Fu, please arrange for someone to handle it. Then Lu Jiyue slowly walked around the hole in the floor and approached the shattered knife box, picking up the nearly severed Yuzanking. Uncle Fu expressed some regret. Miss, to be able to damage Yuzanking like this, that person's weapon spirit must be at least A level, or even higher. Lu Jiyue also looked regretful. Yes, even if we repair this weapon spirit, its quality will probably drop to B level. Uncle Fu hesitated for a moment. Miss, you don't plan to contract a B level weapon spirit, do you? Lu Jiyue shrugged. Do I have a choice? Uncle Fu fell silent. Yes, this Yuzanking was both a gift from the Yi family and a reflection of the Yi family's attitude towards the Lu family. If Lu Jiyue chose not to contract this Yuzanking due to the drop in quality, perhaps the Yi family would think that the Lu family was not determined to stand on the same front as them. In the future, it would be very difficult for the Lu family to have a chance to rise again. This guy is really a bastard. Knowing that if he takes the weapon spirit, he will face endless pursuit, he simply chooses to destroy it. Lu Jiyue sighed. It seems I can only find materials to refine it later and bring it back to A level. She looked towards the spot where Jiang Huan had just stood, her chest tightening with pain. That was really ruthless, but that voice seems a bit familiar. Lu Jiyue frowned slightly, as if trying to recall where she had heard that voice. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Could it be Jiang Huan? Even though the voice was a bit rough, the underlying tone still resembled Jiang Huan. She then took out her phone and quickly dialed Jiang Huan's number. After a brief ringing, the call connected. Hello, Jiyue, what's up? His tone was calm, his breath steady, and there was a sound of wind blowing on the other end. Lu Jiyue smiled. Jiang Huan, where are you now? I'm about to go to the hospital to see my mom. Is there something wrong? No, it's just that we haven't seen each other for over half a month, so I thought I'd give you a call. After chatting for a while on the phone, Lu Jiyue hung up. She couldn't help but laugh. What was I thinking? How could it be him? He just broke through to the first level, and his weapon spirit is still only F level. Meanwhile, about 2 kilometers outside the Shanghai No. 1 community, in a sewer, dirty water flowed with some indescribable filth, and a suffocating stench hit the face. A few scraggly, ugly rats watched a figure not far ahead with caution. After a moment, sensing the killing intent from that person, the rat turned and fled into the distance. Jiang Huan leaned against the wall of the sewer, the Qianrun discarded beside him. He clenched his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles cracking. It seemed he was enduring immense pain. The figure of Qianrun materialized from the blade, frowning as he looked at Jiang Huan, worry filling his eyes. Just as Uncle Fu had said, when faced with an attack from more than 10 people, Jiang Huan not only did not dodge but instead moved forward, completely taking a gamble. He was betting that the martial skill backstab would allow him to slip behind the knife box at the moment of impact. In the past, Jiang Huan had only used this move on living beings. This was the first time he used it on a non-living object, and he had no idea what the effect would be. Fortunately, he won the bet. Before the effects of the many weapon spirits could hit him, he slipped behind the knife box and destroyed the dual blades. The effects of the many weapon spirits continued unabated, shattering the floor of Lu Jiyue's bedroom, just creating a way out for him. Jiang Huan originally wanted to take advantage of the swirling dust to escape, but he underestimated the power of Uncle Fu's spirit. The arcs of electricity he released moved at lightning speed. Before Jiang Huan could react, he was struck by 7 or 8 arcs as thick as arms. The domineering arcs penetrated his skin and surged into his blood vessels, continuously impacting and burning every inch of his meridians. If it weren't for his strong physique and the constant healing of the slow healing ability repairing his damaged flesh, Jiang Huan would have likely collapsed right then and there. At that moment, he was nothing but a paper tiger. If anyone had been bold enough, Jiang Huan would have been finished. Fortunately, he managed to intimidate them, giving him a chance to catch his breath and successfully escape from the Lu family villa. However, the escape was fraught with challenges, and with Lu Jiyue's sudden call, Jiang Huan was forced to use more spiritual power to suppress the residual static electricity within him, thus disguising himself as calm and unbothered. After the call ended, Jiang Huan was in so much pain that he could no longer run and had to dive into the sewer to hide temporarily. The pain, stimulating his nerves and flesh from the inside out, made Jiang Huan want to roll around in the sewer. But he couldn't, because he knew that if he didn't find a way to expel the static electricity from his body, even with slow healing to keep him safe, he would lose a significant amount of combat power for the next month or two. He couldn't afford to lose his combat power. Otherwise, how could he make the Lu family pay the price? Jiang Huan gritted his teeth and looked at Qianrun. With just a glance, Qianren understood his intention. Zhang Huan wanted him to help expel the static electricity from his body. And to do that, they would have to break open Zhang Huan's body. Qianren, you're the only one who can help me now. At this moment, the balance between the slow healing and the destructive static electricity had reached a dynamic equilibrium. Cold sweat dripped continuously from Zhang Huan's face, and his complexion turned pale. Every word he spoke drained all his strength. Qianren's gaze became somewhat hesitant. Qianren, I command you now, do as I say. I have less than a month to make them pay the price. Zhang Huan was right, the school recruitment was approaching. After the recruitment ended, Lu Jiyue would leave Kaiyun City and head to Huahua City to join the Yi family. By then, if Wu Shuang was deceived and he sought revenge for the heavy injuries from tonight, who would he turn to? Looking into Zhang Huan's determined eyes, Qianren finally made up his mind. The long knife flew from the ground to Qianren's side in an instant. Bang! With a soft sound, the long knife shattered into thousands of fragments, displayed before Zhang Huan. The first spirit was shocked by the host's crazy actions, exclaiming that the host was insane. The third spirit looked grave, seemingly worried that the host would end up harming himself. The ninth spirit began to admire the host a bit more, his recognition of you increasing. The 11th spirit cast an appreciative glance at the host. She just loved such a crazy host. In an instant, the attention of all 18 spirits was focused on Zhang Huan. They all seemed eager to see just how long Zhang Huan could hold on. Put! Thousands of fragments sliced through Zhang Huan's skin in the blink of an eye, cutting into his flesh and reaching his bones. Hundreds of tiny arcs of electricity were interrupted in their path through Zhang Huan's body, only to be pulled away by the following fragments. Bright red blood, arcs of electricity glowing blue, and the gleaming knife edges created an extremely eerie scene in the entire sewer. The piercing pain penetrated to the marrow, yet Zhang Huan gritted his teeth and persisted, only letting out a faint muffled groan. Any loud noise would attract attention from others. Zhang Huan didn't know if any security personnel had chased nearby. All he could do was remain quiet. He urged slow healing with all his might, and the areas where the static electricity was expelled healed at a visibly rapid pace. The Thousand Blades was also exerting all its effort to control the flying shards, not only to block the path of static electricity within Zhang Huan's body but also to avoid harming the areas that had already absorbed the static. Even though it was just one person and one spirit tool being extremely cautious, the blood flowing from Zhang Huan still stained the murky water in front of him red. When all the static electricity within Zhang Huan was completely drawn out, he let out a sigh of relief and then fainted entirely. Countless shards reassembled into the long blade Thousand Blades, and the surface of the blade began to spark with constantly jumping arcs of electricity. The manifested Thousand Blades frowned slightly, a strange expression appearing on its face. After a moment, the arcs gradually faded, and at the hilt of the long blade, a bead the size of a sugar cube appeared, glowing a deep blue. Thousand Blades quietly sat beside Zhang Huan, guarding him. With the destruction of static electricity gone from Zhang Huan's body, the damaged flesh was healing at a visibly rapid pace. 2 hours later, the stench from the sewer woke Zhang Huan. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that Thousand Blades was still guarding him, vigilant of the surroundings. Zhang Huan smiled. Thanks, Thousand Blades. He slowly got up and tentatively twisted his body. Compared to before, although he still felt a bit weak, he had improved significantly. With the aid of slow healing, he would likely be able to bounce back to his usual self by dawn. Thousand Blades smiled faintly, then its form gradually became ethereal, finally disappearing atop the long blade. The long blade flew back into Zhang Huan's hand with a swoosh. As soon as he grasped it, Zhang Huan felt the difference in Thousand Blades. He picked up the long blade and examined it closely, only to discover that at the hilt, next to the white gem produced from refining the spirit embryo, there was now a deep blue gem. However, compared to the white gem the size of a soybean, the deep blue gem was only the size of a sugar cube. What is this? Zhang Huan recalled carefully. It seems the system issued some prompts after I fainted. With that thought, Zhang Huan immediately opened the system panel. Host, Zhang Huan level, 2nd tier 2-star abilities, joint progress, pure heart, slow healing martial skills, stealth, backstab, breath control experience, 1% physique, 945 Zhang Huan muttered, all the other data hasn't changed, but my physique has increased quite a bit. Then Zhang Huan pulled up the data page for Thousand Blades. At a glance, he noticed the differences from before. Spirit Tool, Thousand Blades Quality, Effect 1, Sudden Cold Radiance Effect 2, Ever-Changing Effect 3, Shattered Edge Effect 4, Chaotic Spirit Effect 5, Resilience Domain, Lethal Darkness, Low Level. Within the domain, the host can appear freely within the covered area. Target perception within the range decreases by 30%. Experience, 1% compatibility, 92 refinement count, 5 1 more effect added, and the compatibility has increased by 2. Zhang Huan focused on effect 5, and the details of the effect immediately displayed. Resilience, the baptism of blood and electricity makes the blade stronger, actively sharing more damage for you. It looks like a supportive effect, Zhang Huan mumbled. However, from the looks of it, if I encounter that old guy again, his electric arc shouldn't harm me as much. Truly a blessing in disguise. With that thought, Zhang Huan couldn't help but recall the pain from the previous battle. The electric arc had suddenly leaped at him, and he instinctively raised his blade to block, but who would have thought that the arc, aided by the long blade, would move even faster and enter his body in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man resembling a butler reappeared before Zhang Huan. Then the middle-aged man's phantom began to shatter, reassembling into the handsome figure of Lu Zhiyue. Zhang Huan's fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. It seems I need to quickly improve my strength. With that, Zhang Huan turned and walked towards the nearby climbing ladder. It was getting late. He had to hurry home to rest and then head out of the city again to enhance his abilities. The afternoon sun was particularly scorching, and there were very few pedestrians on the road. At the north gate of Kaiyun City, the patrolling officers stood listlessly by the gate, weakly checking every person coming in and out. Zhang Huan, now dressed in a different outfit, appeared particularly spirited. He stood quietly behind 3 or 5 people waiting to exit the city. Since Zhang Yu and Morong Shui had forbidden him from leaving the city on his own during this time, and considering Zhang Zhouwan's familiarity with Zhang Yu and others, Zhang Huan chose not to use the nearest west gate this time. Before long, it was his turn. Name, purpose of leaving the city. Zhang Huan, hunting monsters, to support my family. The patrolling officer, who had been focused on his work, looked up at Zhang Huan with a meaningful glance. A student from No. 3 middle school? Zhang Huan sensed something unusual and was about to leave. However, the officer grabbed him. Hey, little brother, wait a moment. He then called to his companion. Hey, Shaoli, bring our files over. It's in the left drawer of the duty room desk. Moments later, a young man, only a few years older than Zhang Huan, approached with a blue paper featuring Zhang Huan's photo, resembling a wanted poster. Zhang Huan's heart tightened. A wanted notice? Did the Lu family bribe the patrolling officers to capture me here? The officer who had stopped Zhang Huan took the paper and kept glancing between Zhang Huan's face and the photo on the paper. Lies at No. 128, North District, Shishan Camp? Zhang Huan was confused but nodded nonetheless. Upon hearing this, the officer immediately told Shaoli, keep an eye on him. I'll make a call to get the captain here. Zhang Huan's expression grew serious. He didn't understand how he had been exposed. He even considered whether he should directly deal with the 3 second-tier spirit masters in front of him and escape the city. After half an hour, the roar of 2 motorcycle engines grew louder as they approached. Zhang Yu and Zhang Zhouwan soon appeared before Zhang Huan. As soon as they got out of the car, Zhang Yu slapped Zhang Huan on the head. You little brat. I knew you wouldn't behave. Zhang Huan looked blankly at the angry Zhang Yu and the smirking Zhang Zhouwan beside him. Zhang Zhouwan shrugged innocently and said with a smile, you can't blame me. After returning to the city last time, he and your homeroom teacher forced me to have someone keep an eye on you at the city gate. If I didn't do as they said, those 2 would have skinned me alive. Zhang Huan sighed. Clearly, leaving the city openly was not going to work. At this moment, Zhang Yu also noticed Zhang Huan's wanted notice. He frowned. Zhouwan, this might not be appropriate. If this gets out, those who don't know might give Zhang Huan a beating. Zhang Zhouwan chuckled. Didn't you say it needs to be eye-catching, something that would grab the attention of the brothers at all 4 city gates? This wanted notice is the only thing from the patrolling office that can attract attention. Zhang Yu shot him a glare and said no more. He reached out to Zhang Huan's shoulder. So you really want to leave the city like this? Zhang Huan met his gaze. The pressure on my shoulders is heavy. I can't afford to slack off. Zhang Yu assumed the pressure Zhang Huan mentioned referred to his mother's medical expenses. Aren't you afraid of the priest? Just avoid him. What if you can't avoid him? Then I'll fight with all I have. The 2 locked eyes, and it seemed Zhang Yu was engaged in some internal struggle. After a moment, Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Zhouwan. Open the gate. Zhang Zhouwan's face turned pale. Damn, Lao Zhang, don't put me in a tough spot. If Morong finds out, I'm done for. Zhang Yu disdainfully glanced at him. What are you afraid of? If something happens, I'll take the blame. Zhang Zhouwan shook his head. That's not acceptable. Zhang Yu sighed. Zhouwan, do you know why Morong looks down on you? Why? Because you're too timid. Zhang Zhouwan. Silence enveloped tonight's Kanqiao. Suddenly, Zhang Zhouwan pointed at Zhang Yu and roared, Old Zhang, who the hell are you calling timid? Open the door. Let us through. Zhang Huan was taken aback. What's going on? The captain of the city patrol was provoked by such a simple taunt? A sly smile crept onto Zhang Yu's lips. He then patted Zhang Huan on the shoulder. What are you dazed about? Let's go. He then walked towards the main door, lost in his own thoughts. Zhang Huan, puzzled, asked, "Teacher, where are you going?" Without turning back, Zhang Yu shouted, "No nonsense. I have to ensure your safety. Do you think I would let you leave the city alone?" Zhang Huan smiled and quickly caught up with Zhang Yu. During the time spent with Zhang Yu, he had already discovered that this seemingly stern middle-aged man had a heart gentler than anyone else's. At Feng Hospital, in an office, Feng Jia was on the phone while fiddling with his computer. "Really? Ji Yu, does that mean the Yi family has communicated with you? Am I one of the reserved spots? Good, 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 Ji Yu, you're so good to me." Suddenly, Feng Jia's computer screen went black, and the computer froze. "Damn, what's going on?" "No, Ji Yu, I'm not talking about you, my computer just crashed." Okay, I'll call you back later." After hanging up, Feng Jia slapped the computer a few times, but the screen remained pitch black. "Damn computer!" Feng Jia spat, then walked out of the office towards the ward. Along the way, nurses and doctors nodded and bowed to him, addressing him as young master. The flattery from everyone made Feng Jia quite pleased. Soon, he arrived at the intensive care unit. He looked meaningfully through the glass window of the door. On the hospital bed, Su Liuxiang, with a rosy complexion but somewhat frail, lay quietly. Feng Jia took a piece of gum from his bag and chewed it, his gaze fixed on Su Liuxiang. On that sickly yet still beautiful face, he seemed to see Zhang Huan's brows and eyes. "Old bitch, ha!" Just as he was about to leave, Zhang Huan's attending physician, accompanied by a nurse carrying several bottles of medication, approached. "Young master." As the two were about to enter the ward, Feng Jia stopped them. "Wait a moment." The attending physician felt displeased but still halted. Feng Jia walked up to the nurse, scrutinizing the bottles of medication. "Which of these can maintain her minimum life state?" The doctor remained silent. Feng Jia's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the nurse. His oppressive gaze made the nurse feel an uncontrollable fear. This bottle." Feng Jia nodded. "Very good, later go to the finance department and tell them I want you to get an extra 500 a month." After saying that, he cast a meaningful glance at the attending physician. He then reached out and took all the other medications from the physician's tray. "Poor people, why use so many medicines? Remember, if it's not necessary in the future, just one injection of this will be enough." The attending physician's hands under the white coat trembled with anger, but he said nothing more. "Understood, young master." Feng Jia was very satisfied with this, holding 3 or 4 bottles of medication he had just taken, playing with them as he passed a trash can, casually tossing all the medications inside. Meanwhile, at Kaiyun City No. 3 Middle School, in the teacher's dormitory, Morong Shui was typing furiously on a laptop. Various data flashed continuously on the screen. Finally, she slowly closed the computer. According to the inventory records of the Feng Hospital Pharmacy and the time of Zhang Huan's mother's hospitalization, the reason Su Liuxiang's condition worsened is entirely due to the hospital staff's interference. But who is targeting this defenseless ordinary woman? Morong Shui pondered for a long time, but still had no answer. "It seems I need to find a way to contact her mother's attending physician without being noticed. Moreover, her mother needs to be transferred to another hospital as soon as possible." Morong Shui's expression showed difficulty, as if there were some insurmountable issues. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Outside the city, in the ruins, a dilapidated street, with scrapped vehicles and collapsed shops everywhere. The sounds of fierce fighting echoed through the street. A group of about 10 green-skinned lizardmen were attacking Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan did not use any martial skills but relied solely on his combat techniques to engage with the lizardmen. Zhang Yu was sitting cross-legged in a nearby scrapped car. At his feet lay 3 green lizardmen, their deaths gruesome. "Zhang Huan, what did I teach you? Unify your waist and horse, concentrate your spiritual power at one point, and break through with that point. Your breath is chaotic. Fall back. When dealing with a beast about to reach the 3rd tier, you must learn to find its weaknesses. Martial skills and spirit weapon effects can enhance your combat power. But these are all auxiliary. Only by refining your combat instincts in pure battles can you make optimal counterattacks without thinking in different situations." As before, while Zhang Huan was out with Zhang Yu, he continued to impart various experiences and techniques. Today, they were practicing combat instincts. Zhang Yu's teachings constantly entered Zhang Huan's ears. Zhang Huan adjusted his angles, strength, timing, movement steps, speed, and distance. As one lizard man after another fell to Zhang Huan's basic slaughter techniques, his admiration for Zhang Yu grew. Perhaps in terms of spiritual power, he was not as good as some high-tier spirit masters, but in overall strength, he was definitely the strongest among his peers. When the last lizard man was split in half by Zhang Huan's blade, his back was already drenched in sweat. He smiled, ready to show off his performance to Zhang Yu. Suddenly, a barely audible sound of something slicing through the air came from behind. Without thinking, Zhang Huan swung his 1,000 blades at an incredible angle. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the ruins. Just as he was about to strike again, he recognized the person and quickly sheathed his blade. "Teacher, why are you here?" Zhang Yu smiled. Not bad, that unexpected angle was clearly an instinctive counterattack. "Zhang Huan, you really did well." Zhang Yu was very pleased with Zhang Huan's performance. "With your current qualifications, if you join the Demon Suppression Army, it might not take long before you become one of the top members." Zhang Huan pouted. "Teacher, here you go again." Zhang Yu's hearty laughter resonated through the ruins as he hooked his arm around Zhang Huan's shoulder. "Come on, let's go find some other beasts." Zhang Huan nodded and walked alongside Zhang Yu. "Teacher, is Zhang Zhouan really that easy to provoke?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu laughed heartily. "What nonsense are you talking about? That kid is very cunning." "Then, what about the incident a few days ago when we left the city?" Zhang Yu explained with a smile. "That kid never intended to stop us, he just had to give Morong a little explanation. When Morong asks, he can say it was all my provocation." "What else can Morong say?" Zhang Huan pouted. "Why do I feel like you three are all full of schemes?" Suddenly, Zhang Yu's gaze became sharp. He abruptly stopped Zhang Huan. "Teacher, what's wrong? Our old acquaintance has come knocking." Zhang Huan frowned slightly, the 1,000 blades, already tightly gripped in his hand. Since leaving the city, the two had been cautious, worried about retaliation from the Yi priest. Whenever they detected any signs that could be left by the Yi priest, they would immediately change direction. Who would have thought they would still be found? "Teacher, aren't we going to escape?" "We can't escape, we are surrounded." A gentle breeze swept by, stirring up a cloud of dust. The sacred hymn grew louder, accompanied by the sound of footsteps approaching. Soon, through the thick fog, a group of figures emerged, surrounding Zhang Huan and his companion from all sides, leaving them no way out. In front of them, 7 or 8 tail-dragging followers approached slowly, carrying a sedan chair on their shoulders. Inside the chair stood the Yi priest, clad in a black robe, with golden hair and blue eyes, standing straight, his dreamlike eyes surveying all. Zhang Yu's expression was grave as he spat. Gripping the ruler tightly, the scholar appeared behind him. "Zhang Huan, use all your strength, the Yi priest's power has increased." Without needing Zhang Yu to say more, Zhang Huan felt the Yi priest's aura was far stronger than any previous encounter. Zhang Huan dared not be careless, and the figure of 1,000 blades appeared behind him. "The No. 9 spirit has become somewhat agitated. Host, please resolve this quickly and leave this place." The sacred hymn, with its melody cleansing the hearts of all beings, swept through the ruins filled with rubble and began to attack Zhang Huan and his companion. Without hesitation, Zhang Huan plunged his long knife into the ground. Chaos. One barrier after another, composed of murderous intent, gathered in front of Zhang Huan and his companion, constantly clashing with the hymn. Perhaps due to the increase in power, this time, chaos could actually contend with the hymn. Zhang Yu shook the ruler in his hand, a fierce aura spreading out. "Teacher, go forward and hold him off. Wait for the right moment to run." Zhang Yu shouted, "Do not listen to indecency." His ears instantly closed off, and he shot forward like a rocket. "Teacher, don't be reckless, I'll take you away." With the characteristic of the domain, deadly darkness, as long as Zhang Yu did not step into the Yi priest's domain and found the right moment, Zhang Huan was confident he could take him away. However, Zhang Huan's shout was destined to be unheard by Zhang Yu. At this moment, Zhang Huan just wanted to curse Zhang Yu, pig teammate. He had just wanted to chase after Zhang Yu when the followers of the Yi priest suddenly launched an attack. In an instant, Zhang Huan found himself dragged back, unable to advance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu had already broken through the barrier created by 1,000 blades, the ruler in his hand flying left and right, scattering more than 10 who attempted to ambush him. At this point, he was less than 10 meters away from the priest. A gentle smile appeared on the Yi priest's face as he looked down upon all beings, slowly extending his hand, seemingly wanting to stroke Zhang Yu's head. Zhang Yu snorted coldly. A gentleman does not impose unless he is respected. At 30, one stands firm. At 40, one is not confused. At 50, one knows the mandate of heaven. With each shout, Zhang Yu's aura surged by 10%. In an instant, his strength had reached the peak of the 3rd stage. "Since we are here, we shall be at peace." With a flick of the ruler in his hand, he struck heavily against the priest's body. The priest's form immediately dispersed. Zhang Yu's pupils constricted. There was no sensation of contact with any physical object on the ruler, as if striking the air. A burst of white light, as if to expel all darkness. Zhang Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. "Do not look at indecency." He tightly closed his eyes, but it was too late. He felt as if a pair of hands embraced him from behind. These hands were warm and strong, providing an extraordinary sense of security. A warm current, devoid of any rebellious consciousness, slowly rose from his heart. A voice echoed in Zhang Yu's ear. God said, "The world is sinful, and I will cleanse you of your sins." Zhang Yu's gaze gradually lost its brilliance, becoming numb and hollow. The Confucian scholar, seeing this, immediately lunged forward, aiming to attack the priest behind Zhang Yu. A warm smile appeared on the priest's face. God said, "When beings plead, let him knock on the door." The ruler, tightly gripped in Zhang Yu's hand, slowly loosened. Clang! The fell to the ground. The Confucian scholar's attack on the priest was almost upon him, but in the next moment, without the infusion of spiritual power, his form dissipated in an instant. All of this was hard for Zhang Huan to believe. A demon beast. It had actually learned the language of humans. Moreover, the murmured words seemed to carry a powerful seductive force. In the next moment, the priest turned to Zhang Huan, raising his hands high. God said, "Those who believe in me shall have eternal life with me." His body erupted with a strong light, particularly dazzling in the thick fog. As the light faded, a towering Gothic church suddenly appeared before Zhang Huan. The priest gave Zhang Huan a meaningful glance, then turned and entered the church. Those followers who had been entangled with Zhang Huan also withdrew from the battlefield in an instant, following the priest's steps into the church. Zhang Yu followed at the back, moving slowly, seemingly resisting. A strong independent will was battling with his body's instincts for control. More and more followers entered the church, and hymns began to resonate from within. At first, the sound was like buzzing insects, but soon it resembled the tolling of a great bell. The instincts began to gain the upper hand, and Zhang Yu was moving at a snail's pace toward the church. Zhang Huan's pupils constricted. He hurried forward. He knew, once Zhang Yu entered the priest's domain, he would soon become a follower of the priest. From then on, he would be reduced to a puppet, relying on the priest for existence, devoid of any thoughts. Zhang Huan pushed his speed to the limit. "Teacher, hold on." But suddenly, a series of system alert sounds rang in his ears. The No. 9 spirit felt disdained, and its emotions were spiraling out of control. "Please, host, leave this place immediately." The No. 9 spirit recalled the past it was unwilling to remember. Rage controlled its will. The system was trying to soothe it. "Please, host, leave this place immediately." The hymns grew increasingly fervent, and Zhang Yu's steps gradually quickened. His instincts had taken the upper hand, and his remaining consciousness was continuously weakening. He was getting closer to the door leading into the priest's domain. Zhang Huan was burning with anxiety, but the system's warning voice kept repeating. Zhang Huan did not know what would happen if the system could not suppress the No. 9 spirit, but he could not abandon Zhang Yu when he had the ability to help, to accept the kindness of others and repay it with all his strength, to bear the hatred of others and destroy himself in return. This was Zhang Huan's value system. He gritted his teeth and sprinted toward the church, wishing he had 2 more legs. However, at this moment, Zhang Yu had already stepped into the church, and the tall, narrow door was slowly closing. Zhang Huan cursed under his breath. Damn! He suddenly threw his long knife. The 1,000 blades fell like a meteor into the church door. In an instant, the 1,000 blades condensed into a human form, firmly blocking the door from closing. The usually resolute face of the 1,000 blades showed a serious expression. The heavy door was obstructed, and the followers and the priest inside the church couldn't help but look at the 1,000 blades. They made no move, and the singing suddenly halted, a chilling smile appearing on their faces. Then, the hymn resumed, a high-pitched melody echoing throughout the ruins. The force from the door surged. The outstretched arms of the 1,000 blades bent slightly. He looked back at Zhang Huan, as if to say, "If you don't hurry, I won't be able to hold on." Seeing this, Zhang Huan gritted his teeth, and an incredible force erupted from his legs. With each step he took, pits exploded in the ground. With this surge of momentum, Zhang Huan pressed forward. The door was about to close, and Qianren gritted its teeth, creating a narrow gap barely wide enough for one person. Zhang Huan leaped. He landed sideways, falling over Qianren's head. Zhang Huan let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Qianren." In the next moment, Qianren's figure suddenly appeared beside Zhang Huan. The massive door behind them slammed shut. In an instant, all the eyes of the beasts and demons inside the church focused on Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan and Qianren ignored them, scanning the interior of the church, continuously searching for Zhang Yu's trace. However, inexplicably, Zhang Huan felt that all the faces of the believers inside the church seemed to be covered by a layer of white light. He couldn't discern which one was Zhang Yu. In the center, a huge crucifix drew attention. Below it, a priest in black spread his arms, wearing a smile. "To the weary and burdened people of the world, come to me, and I will bring you comfort. I will lead you into the kingdom of God." The high, peaceful, and intoxicating hymn echoed once more in Zhang Huan's ears. He didn't know how long it had been, but Jiang Huan slowly opened his eyes, as if he were in a serene world, surrounded by grass, trees, and livestock, with men singing and women playing. A thought surged in his mind. Stay here, enjoy this. Even the usually violent No. 9 spirit in the system had quieted down at this moment. Brother, this is for you. A chubby 5-year-old girl in white, holding a freshly picked red flower, skipped towards Jiang Huan, her face adorned with an innocent smile. Seeing this, Jiang Huan couldn't help but smile back. He reached out to take the red flower. Just as the flower was about to fall into Jiang Huan's hands, a sudden chill swept over him without warning. Jiang Huan instinctively blinked. The girl before him no longer bore any trace of her previous innocence. Her mouth was filled with sharp teeth like a shark, a gaping maw at the back of her neck, blood-red eyes, and 2 dog ears on her head. The red flower in her hand was a snake, continuously spitting out venom. Everything around, the men and women, was as ugly as the girl. They held knives and forks, staring hungrily at Jiang Huan and the girl, as if they were looking at a delicious dish. At the same time, the No. 9 spirit in Jiang Huan's system became violent again. Brother, don't you like this flower? The heavenly voice of the girl turned hoarse and unpleasant, like nails scratching a blackboard. The girl blinked her bloodshot eyes, tilting her head to look at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan smiled. I like it, of course. Just as Jiang Huan was about to take the red flower, he cleverly bypassed it and directly patted the girl's head. But, brother's family taught me that I can't take things from others for free, so I have to give you something in exchange. A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes, as if it was the first time she had encountered someone who didn't take her flower. However, she still patiently tilted her head, putting on a cute expression. Brother, what will you give me? The suppressed voice, combined with her ugly appearance, made Jiang Huan feel a wave of disgust, but he maintained a smile on his face. I want to give you a knife. A flash of white light. The girl's head rolled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, her face still wearing a feigned sweet smile. The sudden turn of events left the men, women, cow demons, sheep demons, and various beasts watching in a daze. But in the next moment, they all charged at Jiang Huan with anger. Heretic, die! A heretic abandoned by God. Tear him apart. The kingdom of God does not welcome scum. The rising and falling shouts of curses converged into a chorus, and Jiang Huan felt as if his body was being suppressed by some force. This force was telling him that he should surrender and wait for his companions to rescue him. Jiang Huan scanned the approaching followers, snorting coldly. It seems these are the true forms of the priest's followers. The force that is hinting at me must be the priest's domain ability. With this thought, a confident smile curved at the corners of Jiang Huan's mouth. A domain, after all, isn't something only you possess. He gripped the 1,000 blades tightly with one hand and slashed horizontally. A deep, rich black erupted from the tip of the blade, spreading as it sliced through the air. Before long, an area of impenetrable darkness appeared in this desolate domain. The enraged followers lunged from the darkness, only to find that they could not locate Jiang Huan at all. Their senses were sealed, and they flailed about like headless flies. A few clever ones vaguely sensed something was wrong and tried to escape the black domain, but it was as if they were locked within a barrier. No matter how they pounded, they could not leave this darkness. Jiang Huan floated in midair, hidden in the shadows. His gaze swept over the many demon beasts above and below, caught in a frenzy of powerlessness, carefully sensing Zhang Yu's aura. After a moment, Jiang Huan's brow furrowed tightly. The teacher isn't here. It seems the teacher hasn't been completely controlled, so the priest can't bring him here. In that case, Jiang Huan's gaze turned cold. The long knife in his hand began to shatter inch by inch, swirling around him. 1,000 blades, crush them. The 1,000 blades, transformed into countless fragments, gathered like a swarm of wasps, their sharpness enhanced by the domain of deadly darkness. Their momentum grew stronger. They streaked through the darkness like meteors in the night, each pass leaving behind a trail of blood. Wails, cries of pain, the sound of skin tearing, and bones breaking echoed in this pitch-black domain. Spirit, 1,000 blades, killed a second-tier demon beast puppet. Experience plus 298. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 298. Spirit, 1,000 blades, killed a second-tier demon beast puppet. Experience plus 253. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 253. The system prompts rang incessantly. Before long, there was not a single demon beast left in the entire domain, falling into a dead silence. Jiang Huan frowned, his gaze piercing through the deadly darkness, to survey the desolation outside. This area should be a domain within a domain, but the priest hasn't fully mastered it yet. No wonder I was hypnotized with a single misstep. It turns out it was a demon beast that mastered the overlapping of domains. Its overall strength is probably not much less than that of a 5th-tier demon beast. Thank goodness for purity of heart, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died here. Both spirits and demon beasts could wield the power of domains. Those with spirit bodies could perform domain overlap as long as they fully mastered the powers of two domains. And there were also those demon beasts lucky enough to master multiple domains by chance. Clearly, the Ji priest was one of them. However, from the fact that Zhang Huan had been killing the followers for a long time without any reaction from the Yi priest, it was evident that the Yi priest had not yet fully mastered the power of the second domain. Zhang Huan looked around, scanning in all directions. Since you haven't fully mastered it, then you might as well give up on this domain. With this thought, the darkness around Zhang Huan spread once more, reaching its limit. In the areas shrouded by darkness, no light could penetrate. The fragments transformed from thousand blades, swirled around Zhang Huan again. They flew up, down, left, and right like meteors, seemingly trying to slash at something. At first, this space remained calm, but gradually, cracks began to appear in this space. Holy light shone in through the cracks. Sacred hymns echoed through this precarious space. However, neither the holy light nor the divine songs could penetrate the black barrier. As expected, it's a layered domain. With the second layer being destroyed, he has already sensed my counterattack. However, within my domain, unless the priest is far stronger than me, he cannot cross my domain to harm me. Moreover, his strength lies in mental control. With pure heart, I am practically his nemesis. Zhang Huan sneered. The ninth spirit fell into a frenzy again, feeling the humiliation of being deceived by the beast, while the system attempted to soothe him. Please resolve the battle quickly and leave the scene. Otherwise, you will face the spirit's tempering. Zhang Huan's smile vanished. Spirits tempering? System? What the hell? However, the only response was the system's continuous warnings. It seems I can only resolve the priest quickly. The attack of the thousand blades became increasingly fierce, and in the blink of an eye, the priest's second domain was left riddled with holes. Zhang Huan returned to the church once more. At this moment, only the priest remained in the church. He still stood at the altar, wearing a smile. However, he now held a thick, yellowed book in his hands. Zhang Huan, holding the thousand blades, searched around with his gaze but could not find Zhang Yu. His domain was right here. Where had his teacher been hidden? Suddenly, Zhang Huan's pupils constricted. Behind the priest, on the 10 suffering statues, was a man whose hands and feet were tightly bound. If it wasn't Zhang Yu, who could it be? Without hesitation, Zhang Huan charged forward with his blade. The black domain passed through the smooth foam like a scalding iron ball, making a screeching sound wherever it went. The priest looked at the scene before him with some surprise. He slowly opened the thick book in his hand, resting his left hand on it. God said, "If you draw near to God, God will draw near to you." Zhang Huan's steps slowed, as if the air in front of him had become a pair of large hands, holding him back and preventing him from approaching the priest. The ninth spirit loathed such supernatural tricks. It wished it could cleave the monster before it in two. Zhang Huan snorted coldly, and the long knife in his hand slashed out fiercely. A cold gleam flashed. The 4'3" long knife suddenly unleashed a blade of light 5 to 6 meters long. It cleaved through all obstacles in front of him, directly aimed at the priest. The priest hurriedly dodged, and the warm smile on his face turned to one of anger in an instant. He pressed one hand on the yellowed book. God said, "If you offend God, you will bear the wrath of God." In an instant, white light burst forth, so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. After the white light, the priest disappeared. In his place stood a figure as tall as the entire church, dressed in a white robe, with a big beard, looking somewhat amiable. However, his eyes were filled with rage. Zhang Huan knew he was the priest. The ninth spirit was very displeased with the other's gaze, and it had the thought of gouging out the man's eyes with dual blades. God said, "Let there be light," and thus the world had light. The dazzling light shone again, the holy light attempting to dispel the darkness, repeatedly eroding Zhang Huan's domain. Before long, Zhang Huan's domain was eroded down to a sphere of less than 4 feet. Zhang Huan's face also turned pale. Clearly, this blow had dealt him a heavy blow. The ninth spirit felt that the host's strength was too weak, even contemplating replacing him. Zhang Huan spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, whether I'm weak or not is not for you to criticize. If you provoke me, I'll melt you down to add to the 1,000 blades." No. Ninth spirit felt offended, but he also had a hint of admiration for his host. The other spirits began to mock No. 9, and he increasingly wanted to prove himself. A series of alert sounds rang out, but Zhang Huan paid them no mind. At this moment, he just wanted to resolve the battle as quickly as possible before the system could suppress the spirit. With agile steps, Zhang Huan's figure continuously closed in on the old man. At the same time, the figure of 1,000 blades appeared behind Zhang Huan, and then, it surged into Zhang Huan's body. Zhang Huan's gaze sharpened, and the aura around him began to change. The long knife transformed into countless fragments, ready to attack the old man from all directions. The old man glanced indifferently at the rushing fragments. God said, "Let there be water," and so this world had water. A water shield abruptly appeared in front of the old man, poised to block the thousands of fragments. The moment the fragments made contact with the water shield, they all vanished. A backstab was initiated. Zhang Huan's figure suddenly appeared behind the old man. The scattered fragments quickly reassembled into a long knife. Zhang Huan's expression bore a striking resemblance to the serious Thousand Blades. At this moment, Thousand Blades was Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan was Thousand Blades. In an instant, the long knife was enveloped in a blade aura that spanned 4 to 5 meters, and Zhang Huan struck out with a blow that was nearly impossible to evade. This strike shook heaven and earth. The magnificent murals inside the church and the dazzling floor were all shattered by the blade aura. The priest changed countenance. God said, "I am everywhere." Zhang Huan's vision blurred. This unavoidable strike simply cut through empty air. The priest's figure instantly flashed to a distance. The priest looked pale. The previously calm expression on his face turned extremely ferocious, as if he would not rest until he had ground Zhang Huan to dust. Clearly, this move was an immense burden for him. The Nine Spirits sensed the beast's arrogance. It was trying to break free from the sword box's restrictions, and the system estimated it could hold for another 10 seconds. The host needed to leave this place quickly. 10, 9, 8. The sudden alert sound startled Zhang Huan. Although he did not know what the spirit's trial was, it surely was not a good thing. Zhang Huan immediately turned and lunged toward Zhang Yu on the cross. At this moment, rescuing Zhang Yu was the priority. The priest noticed Zhang Huan's anomaly. God said, "Everything in this world is mine." With that, his face turned even paler. But the scattered chairs, fallen candlesticks, and broken plates around Zhang Huan seemed to come to life, transforming into the old man's form and attacking him. The sudden change caught Zhang Huan off guard, and he was heavily struck away. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining the ground. A massive wave of dizziness washed over him. Whispers of the priest's teachings began to echo in his ears. God said, "The world is sinful, only I can lead you to the kingdom of God." God said, "As long as you fear God, you will be protected by the divine." God loves the world, as long as you also love God. The priest's seductive voice continuously tempted Zhang Huan, while a stream of cool energy surged within him, resisting the priest. But at this moment, Zhang Huan's head was still filled with the overwhelming dizziness from the sneak attack. The pale-faced priest, holding a yellowed book, slowly approached Zhang Huan. His once kind face showed signs of damage from the battle, revealing scaly skin beneath. As he drew closer, his fair hands began to slowly morph into claws. His gaze turned greedy, and a hoarse voice emerged from his throat. What a wonderful believer! The system's countdown continued. 3, 2, 1. The system failed to suppress the Nine Spirit, and the S-rank Spirit Thousand House was about to emerge from the box. The host will soon face the trials of the Nine Spirit, Thousand Household. Please prepare yourself. In the system space, the thick chains on the ninth sword box drifting in the endless darkness began to fall away. The sword box emitted a rich aura of loyalty and righteousness. It transformed into 4 parts and slowly opened. A plain sword, as tall as a person, flew out first from the top of the sword box. In this endless darkness, it brought forth a shocking momentum. Then, several long knives flew out simultaneously from both sides. On the left side, 5 goosefeather knives surged forward, bound together by a long whip at their handles, moving as one. On the right side, 2 willow leaf knives flew out side by side, steadily heading towards the plain sword. The lid in front of the sword box quietly descended. Hundreds of flying knives shot out at once. Plain sword, goosefeather knives, willow leaf knives, flying knives, long whip. The sound roared continuously in this endless darkness. The claws of the Yi priest were about to touch Zhang Huan's forehead. A shadow suddenly leaped out from Zhang Huan's body. The overwhelmingly powerful plain sword slashed directly at the oncoming claws. The Ji priest, seeing this, hurriedly withdrew his hand. But it was too late. His lizard-like claws were instantly severed by the plain sword. A resolute-faced general, clad in armor and draped in a black cloak, suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Huan. He held the plain sword in one hand. On his waist hung the willow leaf knives on both sides, and on his back were 5 goosefeather knives, with a long whip tucked at his lower back. He lightly slammed the plain sword onto the ground, and a gust of air immediately surged up. The cloak behind him moved with the airflow, and a faint sound of metal clashing could be heard. His gaze, filled with killing intent, swept over the Yi priest, causing the Yi priest, to feel an inexplicable sense of heart palpitations. Thousand Household snorted coldly, "Demon, die." In the next moment, his figure flickered. The plain sword in his hand slashed towards the priest's head with ghostly speed. The priest, knowing he could not evade, immediately held a book. "God says, I am everywhere." In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished within the church. He seemed to feel a deep-seated fear of Thousand Household. Thousand Household scanned the church and snorted again. Running? He flipped the plain sword in his hands. The tip of the sword suddenly plunged into the ground. Waves of powerful spiritual energy surged out from the plain sword, shooting out in all directions. Boom! Everything in the church was destroyed, and the vanished priest was blown out from the mural on the wall. Before he could react, Thousand Household swiftly grabbed the 5 goose feather knives from his back with an unseen speed. One by one, the goose feather knives flew from his hands like arrows, whistling towards the priest. The priest, helpless, could only chant again, "God says, I am everywhere." His figure flickered and instantly left the spot. He appeared above the cross at an angle. His pale face bore several scars from the goose feather knives due to his delayed evasion. Most of his facial skin had been destroyed, revealing a devil-like visage hidden beneath human skin. He extended his remaining claw to grasp Zhang Yu's heart. It seemed that as long as he consumed Zhang Yu's heart, the priest would regain much of his power. Thousand Household frowned, "Demon, insolent." He moved swiftly, suddenly shaking his cloak. Hundreds of flying knives all chased after the priest. The priest, helpless, disregarded his dignity and rolled down. Dozens of flying knives embedded themselves in the wall, but the remaining flying knives, as if they had eyes, pursued the priest. Thud 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 thud. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed throughout the church. The priest was on the brink of death. His remaining consciousness only wished for survival. He crawled backward with his only remaining hand, trying to distance himself from the approaching Thousand Household. You are disrespecting the divine." The hoarse voice was extremely jarring. Qianhu fixed his gaze on him, slowly drawing out the 2 willow leaf knives tucked at his waist. Playing tricks. Whoosh! The 2 willow leaf knives shot out. One to the left and one to the right. They were pinned into Shinfu's legs. The 2 knives trembled as they stuck into the ground, causing Shinfu to lose his ability to escape. God, I won't let you go." Qianhu snorted coldly, "Demon pretending to be a god. What is there to fear?" He seemed unable to utter a complete sentence, yet even so, at this moment, Shinfu was still terrified. Qianhu pulled out a whip from his lower back, swinging it behind him without looking back. The whip immediately wrapped around the handles of 5 goose feather knives, and with a tug, the 5 willow leaf knives flew towards Shinfu's head with a sudden force. Thud 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 thud. 5 light sounds. Shinfu's head was smashed into 5 pieces like a watermelon. Red, white, yellow, scattered all over the ground. The towering church turned into a pile of powder in the blink of an eye, ruins reappearing before them. Jiang Huan, who had long been awake, stared in shock at the scene before him. Beside him, Qianrun was slowly helping him up. Seemingly sensing Jiang Huan's gaze, Qianhu suddenly turned around. He looked at Jiang Huan with a complex expression. In his eyes, a violent emotion erupted once again. He strode forward, dragging the heavy wooden knife towards Jiang Huan. The heavy wooden knife scraped against the ground, creating sparks. His battle intent was unabashed. Seeing this, Qianrun's expression grew serious, immediately shielding the recently recovered Jiang Huan behind him. He gripped the long knife tightly with both hands, staring intently at the increasingly close Qianhu. Spirit Qianhu killed a 4th-tier demon beast, experience plus 1,200. Spirit Qianrun killed a 4th-tier demon beast, experience plus 800. Joint progress activated, host experience plus 2,000. Task to kill 4th-tier demon beast Shinfu completed. Spirit Qianhu experience plus 4,000. Spirit Qianrun experience plus 1,000. Joint progress activated, host experience plus 5,000. Task completed, reward S-grade potion, 1 bottle of perfect domain stacking agent. Temporarily place any 2 spirits in the potion, and their domains will achieve perfect stacking. Reward S-grade full status recovery potion, 1 bottle. The user will fully recover to peak condition. Reward A-grade potion frenzy, 1 bottle. The user's all attributes will temporarily increase by 30%. As the system prompts continued to sound, Qianhu also arrived in front of Jiang Huan. Qianrun protected Jiang Huan behind him, locking eyes with Qianhu, as if sparks were about to fly between the 2 spirits. Let! Qianhu's deep voice carried a commanding tone. Qianrun, however, tightened his grip on the long knife even more. The air seemed to freeze. Jiang Huan gently pushed Qianrun aside, signaling him not to be nervous. Although he didn't understand what Qianhu intended to do, Jiang Huan had just caught a glimpse of Qianhu's data panel. Compatibility 10. Although somewhat low, it shouldn't lead to an immediate attack. Qianrun stepped aside. Zhang Huan and Qianhu locked eyes, and Zhang Huan seemed to see a complex emotion in Qianhu's gaze. There was doubt, confusion, and a hint of rage hidden beneath a resolute expression. He gripped the wooden knife tightly in his left hand, lightly tapping the ground. A strange wave of energy immediately radiated from the center of the two, rippling out in circles. Zhang Huan vaguely felt that there seemed to be a pulling force hidden within this vortex. At this moment, Qianhu slowly raised his free right hand, parallel to his shoulder, slightly clenched into a fist, quietly holding it between the two. Spirit Qianhu has initiated a trial for the host. Does the host accept? If the trial is successful, the host will gain the recognition of Spirit Qianhu. Trial failure may result in the host's death. Zhang Huan gazed into the eyes of Qianhu, remaining silent for a long time, lost in thought. Finally, Zhang Huan smiled faintly and raised his fist to bump fists with Qianhu. Tap! The two fists met with a light sound. Zhang Huan gradually felt his head becoming heavy and his eyelids extremely weighted. His body went limp, and just before he fell, Qianrun caught him tightly. Qianrun looked at Qianhu with a face full of killing intent, ready to fight him. But then he felt someone pull him back and realized it was Zhang Huan, who was looking at him calmly. It's okay. Qianrun was puzzled, glancing at Zhang Huan and then at Qianhu. Qianhu smiled, and then his figure seemed to sink into the water, gradually disappearing into the ripples beneath his feet. When he completely vanished, a clear system prompt echoed in Zhang Huan's mind. The spirit Qianhu admires the host's courage, compatibility +1. The tempering of the spirit Qianhu is about to begin, please prepare the host. Then, a tremendous suction force came from beneath Zhang Huan, as if it were trying to pull his soul in. Zhang Huan forced himself to focus and looked at Qianrun. I leave this to you. Then he completely fell into a deep sleep. When Zhang Huan opened his eyes again, he was awakened by the surrounding noise. It felt as if he had arrived at an ancient military camp he had seen on a TV drama. All around him were robust men, fully focused and passionately staring at a makeshift arena in front of them. Above, a man resembling a general was sparring with an ordinary soldier. With every punch and kick, both sides were doing their utmost to knock each other down. Zhang Huan's pupils constricted. Qianhu, the man on the stage, resembling a general, was indeed the spirit Qianhu. A dark-skinned man beside him lightly patted Zhang Huan's head. Hey, kid, you should call him Lord Qianhu. If it weren't for the fact that you're new here, I'd have knocked you out. Zhang Huan frowned slightly, but he wasn't angry at the man's offense. Instead, he was puzzled by his words. Lord Qianhu? Isn't Qianhu just a spirit? Why does he seem to be a living person in the eyes of these people, and highly respected? Zhang Huan thoughtfully watched the fight in the arena. The Qianhu on stage was not much different from the one he had seen before. The only difference was that he had many more expressions on his face, unlike the cold demeanor he had previously encountered. He occasionally joked with the soldier he was fighting and offered pointers during their exchanges. Whenever the soldier managed to hit Qianhu, the crowd would erupt in cheers. Zhang Huan looked at all this in confusion and then struck up a conversation with the man beside him. Big brother, I'm new here. Why are you all so excited about a match? The man glanced at Zhang Huan. You just got here, right? You don't even know about the annual selection of personal guards by Lord Qianhu? Zhang Huan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Through his explanation, Zhang Huan gradually learned that the place he was in was the judgment army of the court. The Zhuo Qianhu on stage was the strongest demon-slaying general in the judgment army. Although he was just a Qianhu, everyone knew that it was his upright character that led to this. Moreover, he was naturally generous and valued loyalty, winning the hearts of the soldiers in the judgment army. Therefore, every year, the selection of personal guards by Zhuo Qianhu became a significant event in the army. Each year, as long as someone could land 10 hits on Zhuo Qianhu in the arena, they could become his personal guard. However, those who could pass the assessment each year were extremely rare. Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. As long as you gain Lord Qianhu's recognition on the stage, the entire judgment army will respect you threefold. This is the fastest way for newcomers to establish themselves in the army. And, whenever you go out to eliminate the demon beasts, the national master will also bless you. The more Zhang Huan listened, the more confused he became. Judgment army, national master, demon suppression general, the court. Wasn't this just a trial for the weapon spirit? Why did it feel like a real event had occurred? This weapon spirit trial was quite interesting. Zhang Huan smiled nonchalantly, then quickly sensed the key point in the man's words. Gaining the recognition of the 1,000 household lord, could this be the trial of the 1,000 household? If that were the case, did it mean that all I needed to do was go up and defeat him? With this thought, Zhang Huan instinctively wanted to manifest the 1,000 blades. However, there was no response. The connection between them seemed to be blocked by a barrier. He could feel the presence of the 1,000 blades, but he couldn't establish any contact with it. System, What's going on? Currently in the Weapon Spirit 1000 Household trial, the host can only rely on his own strength to conquer the Weapon Spirit. Jiang Huan frowned slightly, then began to check himself. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my abilities and martial skills are still intact, and most of the system's functions are normal. After a while, the fierce battle on the stage came to an end. The challenging soldier was kicked off the platform by the 1000 Household Lord. The 1000 Household Lord was hit 0 times. Zhao Shanhe was hit 13 times. Zhao Shanhe's challenge failed. Next, the crowd below whispered among themselves, but no one stepped up. At this moment, the man beside Jiang Huan nudged his shoulder and laughed. "Kid, do you want to go up and give it a try? I'll cheer for you." Jiang Huan smiled. "Sure." Then, he squeezed through the crowd. "Make way, make way." The man stared blankly at Jiang Huan's gradually receding figure, muttering, "I was just joking, and you're really going up. Are all the young people these days so hot-headed?" Jiang Huan squeezed through the crowd and took 2 steps onto the stage. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, the bustling discussions from below surged in. "This kid must be a new recruit, right? Just arrived and dares to challenge the 1000 Household Lord. Really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Don't underestimate the young, who knows, he might actually have some skills? I say, let's not jump to conclusions. What if he really succeeds in the challenge?" Succeed? Are you overestimating that kid or underestimating the 1000 Household Lord? I bet he won't last more than 2 moves before being kicked off the stage. Jiang Huan didn't pay any attention to the voices from the crowd. At this moment, his eyes were only on the left 1000 Household, who was holding 2 wooden swords. The wooden swords were marked with white ash to indicate whether the opponent had been hit. After several rounds of combat, the left 1000 Household was remarkably clean. While Jiang Huan observed the left 1000 Household, the left 1000 Household was quietly observing him as well. Suddenly, he laughed. "Hey, kid, fists and feet have no eyes, get down, or I might mess up your face, and no one will like you anymore." His words drew laughter from the crowd below. Jiang Huan didn't care at all. "What's wrong? Is the 1000 Household Lord afraid to fight me?" The left 1000 Household was taken aback. Clearly, no one had ever spoken to him like that. Then he laughed heartily. "Good kid, you've got guts. What's your name?" Jiang Huan met his gaze without a hint of fear. "Jiang Huan." The Weapon Spirit 1000 Household has taken a slight interest in the host, compatibility +1. The clear voice of the system echoed in Jiang Huan's mind, making him even more convinced that perhaps this arena match was indeed the assessment of the 1000 Household. The left 1000 Household nodded and then said, "Go to the side and choose a weapon." Jiang Huan walked to the edge of the platform, where 2 rows of weapons were displayed. Swords, spears, axes, halberds, and various weapons were arrayed before him. However, they were all made of wood. At the very edge, there was a bucket of prepared white ash paste, used for staining weapons. Jiang Huan's gaze swept over the 18 types of weapons, and he ultimately chose a wooden willow leaf knife. After applying the white ash, Jiang Huan stepped back onto the center of the arena. With the sound of a gong, the 2 charged at each other simultaneously. Left Qianhu was faster, crossing the center of the arena in an instant, wielding his twin knives to strike at Jiang Huan. This move has been unleashed. It seems Lord Qianhu was determined to end this quickly, not wanting to waste time with him. Indeed, with these twin knives attacking in succession, even our strongest iron bull in the army wouldn't be able to withstand it. Strength is one thing, but Lord Qianhu's move is as fast as lightning. I was defeated by this very technique. There's no way to dodge it. The crowd below was abuzz with discussion, and in the blink of an eye, Left Qianhu had unleashed several strikes. However, the expected sound of metal clashing did not occur. Each time the twin knives swung towards Jiang Huan, they only struck his afterimage. Whoosh! A powerful slash aimed at Manhwa came rushing in, and Left Qianhu could only hurriedly raise his twin knives to defend. Clang! A tremendous force came from Jiang Huan's knife, causing Left Qianhu's hands to tingle slightly. What incredible speed! What immense power! Left Qianhu jumped back, unable to help but praise Jiang Huan. Weapon Spirit Qianhu glanced at the host, compatibility +1. And it was precisely because of this simple praise that the crowd erupted. No way, I must be seeing things. This kid actually caught Lord Qianhu's twin knife barrage. Not caught. Lord Qianhu didn't hit him at all. Looking at Lord Qianhu, it seems like his strike had quite a bit of weight. What are you talking about? Lord Qianhu is just letting him have a chance because he's young. Just keep watching. On the stage, facing Left Qianhu's admiration, Jiang Huan smiled lightly. Lord Qianhu, come again. With the agility of the martial skill concealment, he had yet to see anyone's movement technique more agile than his own. Left Qianhu nodded. Kid, you're much stronger than I imagined. I should treat you as my opponent. After saying this, he casually tossed one of the wooden knives behind him, accurately embedding it into the weapon rack behind him. Weapon Spirit Qianhu developed a slight respect for the host, compatibility +3. Then, left Qianhu gripped the remaining wooden knife tightly with both hands. Come again. He shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Zhang Huan's movements were agile, constantly evading him. And despite often being unable to predict Zhang Huan's next move, he could still catch up to Zhang Huan with even greater speed. The two displayed exquisite knife techniques, exchanging blows dozens of times in an instant. The crowd below stared at each other in disbelief. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Lord Qianhu threw away a knife? Isn't that lowering his own strength? What do you know? Lord Qianhu is showing respect to his opponent. He doesn't want to take advantage of the weapons. Do you think this kid can win against Lord Qianhu? Who knows? But I think just the fact that he can earn Lord Qianhu's respect means he should be solidly entering the personal guard. At this moment, Zhang Huan and Left Qianhu's duel had reached a stalemate. Both of them had several streaks of white ash on them. At this moment, their offensive was still sharp, yet incredibly cautious. Everyone knew that if anyone was even slightly careless, they could face defeat. Zhang Huan's expression was serious, but he felt a bit of joy inside. Weapon Spirit Qianhu was surprised by the host's unfathomable moves, compatibility +1. Weapon Spirit Qianhu looked down on the host's underhanded knife techniques, compatibility -8. Weapon Spirit Qianhu admired the host's exchange of injury for injury fighting style, thinking the host was a madman, compatibility +10. With every exquisite move, Zhang Huan always earned the recognition of Qianhu, making him constantly think about how to maximize his compatibility while fighting. However, experience ultimately took the upper hand. Zhuo Qianhu deliberately left an opening, leaving 2 streaks of white ash on Zhang Huan. At this moment, Zhang Huan's expression grew serious, and countless thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. No, if I get hit with another streak of white ash, the trial will be a failure. It seems I can't hold back any longer. With this thought, Zhang Huan changed his previous evasive and guerrilla tactics. He began to confront Zhuo Qianhu head-on. The 2 wooden swords flew back and forth in their hands, like 2 golden dragons battling each other. Bang! Suddenly, Zhang Huan swung a horizontal slash. A gust of wind erupted from the center of the two, causing those near the arena to squint against the fierce wind. In the next moment, Zhang Huan's figure vanished before Zhuo Qianhu's eyes. A backstab. Zhang Huan appeared behind Zhuo Qianhu without any warning. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed several strikes, each aimed at Zhuo Qianhu's vital points. In an instant, everyone held their breath. Poof! The swift blade brought forth a strong sound of slicing through the air. After a fierce battle, Zhang Huan and Zhuo Qianhu landed one after the other, and the entire arena fell into a dead silence. Each of them bore an additional streak of white ash. Zhang Huan's performance was truly breathtaking, far exceeding everyone's expectations, leaving most of them in a state of shock. The soldiers stationed on either side of the arena, once they regained their senses, immediately stepped forward to inspect the white ash on the two. Zhang Huan was hit 10 times. Lord Qianhu was hit 8 times. Zhang Huan's challenge failed. Next. As the soldiers' words were only halfway through, the crowd erupted with passion as if they had been given a shot of reassurance. I told you, this kid is impressive. But how could he possibly be a match for Lord Qianhu? You scared me. I almost thought I was really going to wash my hair upside down. Not to mention, even so, this kid is indeed impressive. But this is where it ends. They all hoped to defeat Zhuo Qianhu, but if someone nearby truly defeated him, jealousy would arise in their hearts. Who would have thought that Zhuo Qianhu would stop the two who were about to announce the results? The moment his gaze swept across, the area fell silent. The crowd was puzzled as to why he called for a stop, and the next moment, he looked at Zhang Huan with burning eyes. The spirit of the weapon, Qianhu, has developed an appreciation for the host, compatibility +1. The spirit of the weapon, Qianhu, finds the host increasingly pleasing to the eye, compatibility +1. The spirit of the weapon, Qianhu, believes the host is a natural swordsman, compatibility +1. His intense gaze fixed on Zhang Huan made him feel a chill in his heart. That burning gaze seemed to penetrate through Zhang Huan's clothing, seeing right into his very being. Even as he listened to the system's continuous notifications, Zhang Huan still found it hard to adapt. Lord Qianhu, could you please stop staring at me? I don't have any special preferences. The disrespectful words caused everyone present to gasp. Everyone knew that offending a superior in the military would lead to punishment. In the crowd, some began to look at Zhang Huan with pity. But who would have thought that Zhuo Qianhu would merely be momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter? Don't worry, I like women. Just as the crowd found Zhuo Qianhu's reaction strange, he gestured for everyone to quiet down. Everyone, I have something to tell you. I have lost. The simple 3 words sounded like a thunderclap. More and more questions arose from the crowd. Zhuo Qianhu signaled for silence again. I know you are confused, but I truly lost. Then, he turned around, his head slightly bowed, and his index finger gently pointed to the back of his neck. A thin white line appeared, glaringly visible against his bronze skin. Everyone, if that was a real battle just now, I would already be dead. At this moment, the crowd began to stir, differing opinions emerging. But, Lord Qianhu, this is a trial. It's not a real battle. Yes, if that's the case, then didn't that kid also get a knife from you? And his thigh. If it were a real battle, he would have bled to death. Zhuo Qianhu remained calm, waiting until everyone had voiced their doubts before he smiled lightly. The reason we set up this arena is to select my personal guards. As you all know, being my personal guard is more dangerous than being an ordinary soldier because we often face beasts that are more ferocious than humans. When facing beasts, they won't tell us how many moves it takes to defeat them. The crowd fell silent for a moment, but still wanted to argue further, only to be halted by Zhuo Qianhu. And who told you that this to Baihui was just one move? The crowd exchanged glances. Lord Qianhu, what do you mean by that? Zhuo Qianhu looked meaningfully at Zhang Huan. This is 3 moves. I don't even know how he does it, appearing silently behind me each time, striking out unexpectedly. Moreover, each of his strikes can precisely hit the same spot. Even if I react quickly, I can't withstand so many sneak attacks from him. The spirit Tool Qianhu was curious about the host's ghostly backstab. Compatibility +1. The spirit Tool Qianhu was curious about the host's hidden aura concealment. Compatibility +1. Zhang Huan curled his lips, offering no explanation. After all, both backstab and concealment were skills Zhang Huan had earned with his life. As for why he could hit the neck accurately, if you had a teacher like Zhang Yu who focused on the basics, you could too. Countless eyes scrutinized Zhang Huan, and he sensed a complex mix of emotions from those gazes. There was envy, jealousy, doubt, and admiration. Zhuo Qianhu stood with his hands behind his back, smiling in the center of the arena. Zhang kid, congratulations, you are now a member of my personal guard. Zhang Huan nodded, his face showing little joy. The arena competition continued, with Zhuo Qianhu selecting personal guards from the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhang Huan stood aside, lost in his thoughts. Since I've already succeeded in the challenge, why am I still in this trial? Do I need to fill my compatibility? Zhang Huan made a hypothesis, but quickly overturned it. Impossible. If that's the case, can compatibility be filled in the outside world? Why go through this unnecessary step? Zhang Huan frowned. Could it be that this arena competition is not the trial of Qianhu? Zhang Huan's gaze sharpened, instinctively looking at Zhuo Qianhu, who was energetically sparring with the soldiers. If that's the case, then what is the real trial? Zhang Huan felt anxious, as this was related to whether he could return to reality quickly. He didn't have much time to waste in this trial. However, who would have thought that he would spend 3 days in the military camp, lost in his questions, until a sturdy man came to the barracks to find him, taking him to the central military tent. Zhang Huan finally sensed that the real trial seemed to be approaching. In the central military tent, a kind-faced mage was seated in the main position. He wore a cross around his neck and held a book of laws. The main generals of the Judgment Army, including Zhuo Qianhu, sat beside him, chatting and laughing. 30 of Zhuo Qianhu's personal guards, including Zhang Huan, stood quietly to the side, waiting. I hope the generals can help with the matter of the Red Lotus Sect's rebellion. Master Puhong, you are being too modest. You pray for the court's blessings and avert disasters. Now that this small matter has arisen, we will certainly do our best. We just don't know who we are supposed to capture? Han Guosher sighed upon hearing this, then took out a portrait from his robe and handed it to the people beside him to pass around. As everyone unfolded the portrait, their expressions became somewhat unnatural. It's actually the unrivaled bishop. Han Guosher nodded. I must admit, it's quite embarrassing. Under my leadership, there are 3 bishops in the Honlian sect. I thought they were all steadfast servants of the Heavenly Father. Who would have thought such a heretic would emerge? At this moment, a general stood up to comfort him, saying, Guosher, there's no need to be sad. There will always be those who do not recognize the teachings of the Heavenly Father and walk the wrong path. And that is the very purpose of our judging army's existence. Han Guosher nodded and asked, I wonder which of you generals will lead the troops to eradicate the heretics this time. You should know that Unrivaled has already fled to Pingnan town, 500 miles away. Based on my speculation, he may have already gained the power of some evil god. Once you get there, you may be facing an entire town of demon beasts. You must not be careless. The generals laughed upon hearing this. Guosher, you can rest assured. Tomorrow, Zhuo Qianhu will set off with his 30 personal guards. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. But that's Zhuo Qianhu, who claims to be the best of the judging army. The crowd was non-committal. Zhuo Qianhu had already respectfully stood up. Guosher, you flatter me. Han slowly rose and walked towards Zhuo Qianhu, sincerely grasping his hands. Lord Qianhu, for the safety of the people, I entrust all of this to you. I will personally come to see you off before you depart tomorrow." Zhuo Qianhu was taken aback. "I thank you, my lord. I assure Guosher, I will not let you down." Hong smiled. "The Heavenly Father is with you." The pleasantries exchanged among those present all fell into Zhang Huan's eyes, especially the behavior of Hong Guosher and Zhuo Qianhu, which made Zhang Huan frown. "Why does the weapon spirit, Qianhu, always go berserk when facing the demon beast, the priest?" He vaguely had some bold guesses. The next morning, in front of the judging army's camp, Zhang Huan and the 30 personal guards stood there, holding their tall steeds, their armor polished to a shine, each with a willow leaf knife at their waist, their fighting spirit far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers. Even Zhang Huan himself felt a bit emotional. The armor and weapons of the personal guards were indeed much stronger than those of ordinary soldiers. Wearing it made him look quite handsome. Fully armed, Zhuo Qianhu stood at the camp gate, occasionally gazing into the distance, a hint of anxiety on his face. "Lord Qianhu, why hasn't Guosher arrived yet? It's already half an hour past the agreed time." A square-faced personal guard stepped forward to ask Zhuo Qianhu. Zhuo Qianhu patted his shoulder. "Guosher is busy with affairs. Perhaps he has been delayed by something." The personal guard pouted. "Lord Qianhu, I think it's because he doesn't take us seriously at all." Before he could finish, the rest of his words were silenced by Zhuo Qianhu's angry glare. "Do not speak carelessly. Guosher is dedicated to the court. It's quite normal for some matters to be delayed. Hurry back and stand at attention." The personal guard returned to the group feeling somewhat wronged but did not speak again. Zhang Huan watched this scene with a furrowed brow. Something was off. It seemed that Qianhu held a lot of respect for this so-called Guosher. Why, then, did he later harbor such hatred for the priest? "Hey, you're Zhang Huan, right?" Just as Zhang Huan was lost in thought, a deep voice quietly called out to him from the side. Zhang Huan looked over to see a young man about his age standing next to him. However, he was nearly 2.5 meters tall, with dark skin, giving the impression of a bear standing beside him. Zhang Huan nodded. He blinked, and a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. "Let me introduce myself. I'm called Sha Zhu." Zhang Huan knew him. 3 days ago, like himself, he was one of the only 2 newcomers to join the personal guard by passing the test of the left 1,000 households in the arena. However, unlike Zhang Huan's flexibility and adaptability, this guy relied purely on his tough skin and strong physique. Once he seized the opportunity in the arena, he clung desperately to the thigh of the left 1,000 households, refusing to let go. The left 1,000 households kicked him a few times, and in the end, fearing he might injure him, could only persuade him to release his grip. This kid took advantage of the situation to leave 10 moves on the left 1,000 households. This scene shocked everyone present. It seemed that to join the personal guard, one could be so shameless. The left 1,000 households, being magnanimous, smiled and accepted him. However, from that moment on, there was an additional rule in the arena: no shameless behavior allowed. "Zhang Huan, you were simply amazing that day." Zhang Huan smiled. "You were pretty impressive too." The silly pillar awkwardly scratched his head. "What do you mean impressive? You can take a beating," Zhang Huan teased. For a moment, the silly pillar's dark face even turned a bit red. "Hee, sorry to make you laugh." He paused and then asked, "Zhang Huan, why did you want to join the personal guard? Was it because you admire the left 1,000 households?" "What? Does joining the personal guard require admiration for him?" The silly pillar shook his head. "No, it's just that in the entire camp, who wouldn't take pride in joining the personal guard?" "You too?" Zhang Huan asked curiously. Tainyo's gaze suddenly became intense. "Yes, the left 1,000 households is loyal and righteous. Moreover, he is exceptionally strong. At my age, he was already leading a team to slay monsters in various places. My biggest wish in this life is to become a person like the left 1,000 households." Zhang Huan nodded, muttering, "Seems like the left 1,000 households is quite narcissistic. A trial isn't enough. He has to create a few fervent fans for himself. If I hadn't known this was a trial, I might have really taken all of this seriously." Just as the two were whispering, a group approached quickly from a distance. In an instant, the entire camp of the Judgment Army was filled with the sound of horns, and everyone wore a serious expression. In front of the group, handsome young men and women walked ahead, sprinkling holy water and petals. Strong men played instruments, performing sacred music. Above a noble palanquin, a golden lotus was placed, and the Puhang master sat on it, exuding an aura of compassion for the world and a desire to save all beings. The National Masters Group quickly arrived before the Judgment Army. The young men and women did not stop their steps. They walked with light steps, wearing pure smiles, surrounding the left 1,000 households and 30 personal guards, beginning to sprinkle the holy water and petals in their hands. When the holy water and petals touched Zhang Huan, an unprecedented sense of comfort immediately washed over him. More and more holy water and petals were thrown towards Zhang Huan, and he gradually felt as if he were enveloped in a warm embrace he had never experienced before. Just as he was about to lose himself in this warmth, a cool sensation arose from the depths of his heart. The purifying heart once again played its role. Zhang Huan's mind cleared in an instant. He keenly realized, this holy water in petals, combined with the strange steps of these young men and women, formed a moving illusion array, and he had almost fallen for it. Zhang Huan did not rush to act but squinted to observe his surroundings. He wanted to see what the national master was really up to. Zhang Huan saw that, apart from him, the personal guards and the 1,000 households were all in a state of complete relaxation, as if they were receiving some kind of blessing. The soldiers watching from the sidelines looked envious, as if it were some rare and supreme opportunity. After a while, the young men and women all stopped, standing opposite the 1,000 households and the others. Pu Hang's voice slowly rang out, "You generals serve the court and eliminate heresy. This national master has no way to repay you, so I can only pray for the Heavenly Father to send down holy water for you to dispel disasters and resolve difficulties." Pu Hang's voice seemed to carry a hint of divinity, evoking respect from the listeners deep within their hearts. Yet, to Zhang Huan's ears, it was filled with seductive vibrations. The crowd slowly opened their eyes, and Zhuo Qianhu stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with cupped fists in gratitude. "I, Zhuo, thank the national master for his grace." Zhang Huan, feeling helpless, could only mimic the other guards, stepping forward to kneel on one knee and cupping his fists in thanks to Pu Hang. In an instant, the venue erupted with gratitude like mountains and seas. Zhang Huan frowned, his heart filled with confusion. It was one thing for the others, but why was Zhuo Qianhu deceived by the illusion array and the seductive voice? He clearly remembered how decisive Zhuo had been when he killed the priest before. Logically, he shouldn't have been fooled. Could there be another reason? Pu Hang's sacred voice came again. "To ensure that you all can return safely, I have asked the Heavenly Father for the jade liquid and fine nectar, not for any other reason, but to hope that you all can gain a pair of wise eyes to distinguish between humans and demons, to increase your strength and eradicate all evil in the world." After speaking, the young men and women shook the red cloth in their hands, and military water bags filled with jade liquid and fine nectar appeared in their grasp. They once again stepped forward with light, agile steps, handing the water bags to Zhuo Qianhu and the 30 guards. "Warriors, I, the national master, assure you that the Heavenly Father is with you. In the future, you will surely ascend to the divine realm. May you achieve victory and return triumphantly." Immediately after, the national master's entourage quickly made way. Zhuo Qianhu mounted his horse. "Everyone, I, Zhuo, also assure you." With a clang, he drew his long knife, swearing to the heavens, "Since I am taking you 30 out, I will definitely bring you 30 back intact. I, Zhuo, will never abandon any brother." Zhuo Qianhu's words ignited like a lit fuse. In an instant, the atmosphere of the Judgment Army reached a climax. Even Zhang Huan, who had always viewed this as a test, couldn't help but be influenced by the atmosphere. He even began to doubt if this was what had happened in history. The 30 guards mounted their horses. Zhuo Qianhu turned his horse's head and sheathed his long knife. "Everyone, depart. Target, Pingnan Town." Late at night, in Kaiyun City, Lu's Hotel, in a training room exclusively for VIPs on the 6th floor, a man and a woman were sparring, wielding a long sword and dual daggers, their different domains constantly clashing. "Jiue, too slow, your heart isn't ruthless enough. The domain isn't used like that. It's not just a tool for battle, but an extension of your fighting will." The woman was none other than Lu Jiue, and the one sparring with her was a handsome man wearing frameless glasses, sporting a stylish American slicked-back hairstyle, whose gentle gaze unconsciously revealed a hint of melancholy. Although he appeared young, those familiar with him knew he was already a middle-aged man in his 40s. This man was none other than Lu Jiue's mentor, the strongest captain of the Yi clan's 12 core star teams, Long Sha, Long Chun. However, while he skillfully dealt with Lu Jiue's attacks, his slightly labored breathing proved his vulnerability. Lu Jiue deflected Long Chun's long sword with her dual daggers. "Mentor, why don't we take a break?" Long Chun's gaze was sharp. "Do not lose focus in battle." As he spoke, the long sword spun, and a golden dragon flew out from the tip, charging straight at Lu Jiue. As Lu Jiue quickly retreated, a female warrior's figure appeared behind her, dual daggers striking out to shatter the golden dragon. The powerful force of the blades nearly knocked Long Chun off balance. "Mentor!" Lu Jiue hurriedly sheathed her daggers, wanting to help Long Chun up. However, someone was faster than her. 3 figures rushed in like phantoms from 3 directions of the training room. "Long Chun, you traitor! Today is your day of death." In an instant, the 3 were only 2 meters away from Long Chun. These 3 were none other than Su Zhangyang, Xu Xiaoxiao, and Lu Yiming. A vast spiritual power radiated from the 3 of them. 3 different domains unfolded in an instant. The collision between the domains sent the unsuspecting Lu Jiue flying. As for Long Chun, he seemed to be forcefully bound in the center by the three powers, unable to move an inch. In front of the three, their respective spirit forms materialized in the blink of an eye. A seductive nurse, clad in revealing attire and holding a massive syringe, wrapped around Long Chun with lightning speed. She clamped her legs around his head and raised the syringe to stab it into his skull. A muscular man, bare-chested, and with fists clad in boxing gloves, took 2 steps toward Long Chun's left, raising his fist charged with spiritual power, ready to smash it down on his head. A general wielding a double-bladed giant axe appeared at Long Chun's right side, swinging down a thunderous axe toward his neck. Mad Nurse, Iron Fist, Giant Spirit. 3 B-class spirit forms gathered. All the spiritual power of a 4th-tier spirit master was unleashed. The overwhelming spiritual power made Lu Jiyue, who was far away, feel suffocated. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded. The training room was blown to pieces, dust swirling everywhere. A golden dragon flew out from the dust, roaring to the sky, its dragon's roar echoing throughout the hotel. The 3 attacking him immediately sensed something was wrong. His strength hasn't declined. His spirit form didn't fail to refine. We've been tricked. Retreat. Long Chun's voice drifted out from the dust. Want to leave? Ha! The golden dragon soaring from above began to weave around the ceiling, and in an instant, it transformed into countless small golden dragons, raining down on the 300 dragons falling. The rapid assault left the 3 in a desperate situation, especially Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao. If it weren't for Su Zhenyang occasionally helping them, they would have been severely injured by now. Yiming, Xiaoxiao, you two hurry and go. I'll hold him off. Brother Zhang Yang, stop wasting words. Go now. Su Zhenyang's expression was exceptionally serious, leaving no room for doubt. Then, his aura erupted, and the spirit form, Giant Spirit, shone brightly, growing in size, single-handedly withstanding countless golden dragons. Chu Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but was pulled up by Lu Yiming. Xiaoxiao, hurry! Staying here will only add to Brother Zhengyang's troubles. Long Chun sneered, do you think you can escape? He moved to grab the 2, but halfway through, he was forced back by a suddenly appearing double-bladed axe. Whether you can escape or not is not for you to decide. Su Zhenyang once again engaged in battle with Long Chun, just to buy time for the 2 to escape. In Su Zhenyang's desperate fight, the 2 were momentarily locked in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao finally managed to escape. The stone that had been weighing on Su Zhenyang's heart finally fell, and his gaze turned fierce. Long Chun, I told you, today you will pay the price. In the next moment, the spiritual power in the air surged toward Su Zhenyang like a tide. At the same time, Su Zhenyang took out a bottle of purple potion and poured it into his mouth. Intense pain stimulated his nerves, and his bones and muscles crackled under the potion's effects. In an instant, he advanced from a 4th-tier 9-star to a 5th-tier 5-star. The spirit form, Giant Spirit, also erupted with unprecedented power under the influx of vast spiritual energy. It crazily attacked the golden giant dragon. Long Chun, you will die today. Su Zhenyang's attacks became incredibly sharp, each move a life-for-life exchange. However, he gradually sensed something was off. Even with his forcibly enhanced strength, Long Chun remained as calm as ever. How could this be? A hint of mockery appeared on Long Chun's face. How? Do you really think that by burning your essence and using the demon-suppressing army's drugs and divine ghost lore, you can fight me? Little Su, how can you still be so naive like back then? Do you really think you fought for those 2 fools to gain a way out? Su Zhenyang's pupils trembled violently, and at this moment, they suddenly realized that this had been a trap from the very beginning. From Long Chun's failed attempt to refine the spirit tool and getting severely injured, to the back-and-forth battle with him, it was all a scheme orchestrated by Long Chun. Su Zhenyang didn't know what he was planning, but he knew that now, all he could do was fight with all his might. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Zhenyang's eyes. The spirit tool, the Giant Spirit, seemed to sense his intent and instantly withdrew, standing behind Su Zhenyang. A similar wave of spiritual energy began to bloom around Su Zhenyang and the Giant Spirit, resonating and complementing each other. A dangerous aura filled the entire training room. Lu Jiyue, hiding in the distance, immediately realized Su Zhenyang was preparing to burn all his essence and spiritual power for a self-detonation. She felt a bit flustered, unsure whether she should escape. Instinctively, she looked at Long Chun, who wore a faint smile, still appearing calm and unbothered. Lu Jiyue's heart instantly settled. Perhaps, everything was under Long Chun's control. A vast amount of spiritual power gathered within Su Zhenyang's body. At this moment, he felt like a balloon about to burst, teetering on the edge of explosion. His face bore not a trace of pain, but rather a smile of fulfillment. At least he could wash away the shame for the team. Hey, little Su, you're about to explode, right? Long Chun strolled over to Su Zhanyang with a leisurely pace, even yawning out of boredom. The spiritual barrier surrounding Su Zhanyang was easily shattered by Long Chun with a light flick. The giant spirit, standing behind Su Zhanyang, immediately swung its axe with all its might. Whoosh! The giant axe fell heavily, yet there was no scene of blood splattering. At this moment, Lu Jiyue stared in shock at the scene before her. The towering, giant spirit, with all its strength, swung the axe, but Long Chun pinched it with 2 fingers, unable to advance even an inch. Little Su, 8 years have passed. Your strength is still so weak. In the next moment, Long Chun lightly flicked his index finger. A strange force began to spread from the giant axe, rapidly ascending. The giant spirit, solidified from spiritual power, instantly transformed into countless particles, dissipating into the air. Su Zhanyang was immediately backfired. The spiritual power gathered within him silently began to dissipate, and he continuously spat out mouthfuls of blood. Soon, Su Zhanyang, who had just been swollen like a balloon, turned into a mere skeleton, as thin as a poisonous insect. He lay weakly on the shattered ground, blood staining the floor. You broke through to the 7th level long ago. Long Chun smiled gently. Finally, you're smart for once. Why release false information? Long Chun squatted down, adjusting his glasses. Otherwise, how could I trick you into coming to assassinate me? Then, why? Before he could finish, Su Zhanyang breathed his last. His unwilling eyes remained open, proving his inner discontent. Long Chun shook his head helplessly. Why did you have to die like this? It's so boring. Lu Jiyue walked over slowly, thoughtfully gazing at Su Zhanyang's corpse. Mentor, I don't understand. Why let those 2 go? Long Chun slowly stood up. If I don't let them go, how would the demon-suppressing army send experts to assassinate me next time? Mentor, why does the demon-suppressing army want to assassinate you? Long Chun adjusted his collar and couldn't help but laugh. Why? Because I used to be one of them. Lu Jiyue looked at Long Chun in disbelief. Long Chun smiled faintly. Don't believe it? No wonder, after I left, the demon-suppressing army sealed off the news. He paused for a moment and continued. This matter is quite complicated. I'll tell you more about it later. Lu Jiyue nodded gently. Long Chun seemed to remember something and glanced at Lu Jiyue. I heard that the manager of your Duobao building was attacked? Lu Jiyue nodded again. Yes, but I find this matter a bit strange. A few days ago, since the manager had been missing for several days, she personally went to Duobao building to check. After sending someone to pry open the door of the manager's office on the 2nd floor, she discovered that manager Lu and another person had been locked in the office, tied mouth to mouth. They had already fainted from hunger. If they hadn't been found in time, they might have starved to death in a few more days. Strange? What's strange about it? They said it was my classmate Jiang Huan who dealt with them, but he's just an F-level spirit. How could he silently enter Duobao building? Moreover, our store has a security system, and not a single checkpoint detected Jiang Huan's presence. Long Chun did not immediately answer Lu Jiyue's question. After pondering for a moment, he looked thoughtfully at the twin daggers in Lu Jiyue's hand. Why is it impossible? Don't forget, Wu Shuang went missing from your store. And on the same night, someone also broke into your villa, right? Lu Jiyue looked at Long Chun in surprise, as if a revelation had struck her. Mentor, are you saying that the person who broke into my house could be Jiang Huan? But he only has an F-level spirit. She had suspected Jiang Huan before, but the thought of him only having an F-level spirit made her find this hypothesis somewhat ridiculous. Long Chun shrugged. I never said it must be him, but everyone has secrets, don't they? If it were me, I would eliminate any unstable factors, even if it's just a possibility, right from the start. Lu Jiyue fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Yes, her family had already blackened Wu Shuang. Jiang Huan likely knew that Duobao building was related to her. In other words, they were now enemies, just not having confronted each other face to face yet. Since they were enemies, why keep this unstable factor around? With this thought, she seemed to have made a certain resolution. Mentor, I understand. Tomorrow morning, I will report this to the city patrol. Long Chun smiled with some satisfaction. The student at least resembled him in some ways. He patted Lu Jiyue's shoulder. Remember, it's better for me to betray the world. Then, he took out a pile of precious materials from his storage ring and handed them to Lu Jiyue. Since the quality of Yazanking has decreased, hurry up and refine it back to its original quality. An F-level spirit is not worthy of being my Long Chun's student. Lu Jiyue thanked Long Chun and then pointed at Su Zhanyang. Mentor, how should we handle his body? Long Chun smiled. Isn't your Lord Morong fond of neutrality? The member of the White Tiger camp of the Demon Suppression Army, Su Zhanyang, attempted to assassinate the core team leader of the Yi mercenaries, Long Chun. I want to see how he continues to maintain neutrality. Outside the ruins of Kaiyun City. At this moment, Jiang Huan was still undergoing the trial of Qianhu. Wulong Ridge, which is less than 100 meters from Pingnan town. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated temple. The sky was already dark. After days of travel, even this group of excellent soldiers was feeling a bit worn out. Zhang Long, Zhao, go check this broken temple. If there are no problems, let's rest here for the night. The two sturdy men immediately dismounted and strode into the broken temple to inspect it. Not long after, a sudden sound of smashing and a woman's voice came from inside the temple. Let me go. You guys let me go. Jiang Huan and Shaju frowned at the commotion, while the others seemed to have grown accustomed to it, showing little change in their expressions. After a moment, Zhang Long and Zhao came out carrying a disheveled girl. The girl tried to resist, but against the two strong men, it was utterly futile. Lord Qianhu, we found this girl behind the statue in the dilapidated temple, one of them reported. Zhou Qianhu glanced at the girl for a moment. Although her face was muddy, her features were still handsome. Beneath the torn coarse linen garment, her snow-white body was particularly alluring. What were you hiding in there for? The girl angrily retorted, this is my home. What do you think I'm doing here? Zhang Huan immediately understood. Clearly, she was a homeless little beggar with nowhere to go, so she had been living in the broken temple. Zhou Qianhu frowned slightly but was not angry. Since this is your home, you didn't need to hide behind the statue, did you? The girl laughed in anger at Zhou Qianhu's question, pointing at her own nose and scolding. What do you mean by that? 31 of you rode in on tall horses, and I'm just a girl. What do you expect me to do, hide behind the statue? Zhou Qianhu clasped his hands together and said, Miss, I apologize for the disturbance tonight, I hope you can forgive us. As he spoke, he took out a handful of loose silver and handed it to the girl. This little bit of silver is my apology to my brothers. As night fell, the campfire flickered. Zhou Qianhu and the others sat together in small groups, roasting the dry rations they had brought. Shaju looked around to see if anyone was watching him, then ran over to Zhou Qianhu and quietly handed him something. Zhou Qianhu was momentarily taken aback, then helplessly patted Shaju's shoulder and smiled. Shaju's face also showed a hint of an embarrassed smile. Instead of returning to his spot, Shaju moved closer to Jiang Huan. Hey, Jiang Huan, this is for you. In the dim firelight, Jiang Huan finally saw that he was holding a piece of beef jerky about the thickness of a finger. Seeing that Jiang Huan didn't take it, he became a bit anxious. Come on, take it. I only have a little. If the others see it, it'll be so embarrassing. Jiang Huan smiled and took the jerky, hiding it in his palm and quietly nibbling on it. The faint salty taste mixed with the aroma of the jerky burst forth in his mouth, evoking the flavors of sunshine and a gentle breeze. Shaju wore a silly grin. Hey, Shaju, you only have a little, and you're sharing it with me? Shaju sneakily took a small bite of the jerky. My mom said good things should be shared with good friends. Jiang Huan couldn't help but laugh. So Lord Qianhu is also your good friend then? Shaju shook his head. No, he isn't. He is the person I admire the most. I gave him the biggest piece. At that moment, Jiang Huan vaguely felt someone was watching him. He looked up and saw the girl in the corner staring at him eagerly. When the girl noticed Jiang Huan looking at her, she immediately turned her head away. But her throat, which kept moving, betrayed her hungry heart. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Huan stood up and walked over to the girl. He split the piece of jerky in half and handed it to her. The girl accepted the jerky, her eyes shining with delight. Thank you, you're a good person. Jiang Huan felt helpless. He rarely did a good deed and was immediately labeled a good person. Who could he complain to about this? But seeing the girl's satisfied expression, he couldn't help but smile. The 13th spirit felt strange about the host's actions. Why be so kind to a girl he didn't even know? The sudden prompt made Jiang Huan pause, but he didn't take it to heart. The moon was high in the sky, a pure moon that Jiang Huan hadn't seen in a long time. In Kaiyun City, the moon was mostly covered by thick fog, only allowing a hazy view of the moon. In the dilapidated temple, the sound of snoring rose and fell, carried away by the night wind. A barely audible sound of footsteps caught Jiang Huan's attention. He frowned and looked over, only to see a girl approaching him. She made a shushing gesture towards Jiang Huan, then took 2 steps for every 3 she made to reach his side. Come with me. Without waiting for Jiang Huan's consent, she grabbed his hand and ran outside. Her hand, seemingly boneless, wrapped around Jiang Huan's fingers, sending an indescribable warmth from his fingertips to his heart. Her long hair danced in the wind, and her jewel-like black eyes were so alluring in the night. The 13th spirit sensed Jiang Huan's emotional shift and became curious about how the host would respond to the girl. Jiang Huan was somewhat distracted, not because he was unable to control his feelings, but because it was strange that a little beggar could have such a soft and fragile hand. After all, most common children, due to their hard work at a young age, would have hands much tougher than their peers. Before long, the girl led Jiang Huan into a nearby dense forest. To Jiang Huan's surprise, throughout the entire process, the guards responsible for tailing them showed no reaction. Moreover, in the forest, there was a fine horse that had already been prepared. The girl nimbly climbed a large tree and took out a bamboo whistle. With a gentle blow, the sound of an owl echoed through the sky. Moments later, another owl's call came from afar. The owl's calls grew increasingly urgent, the intervals between them shortening, as if something urgent was about to happen. Jiang Huan frowned slightly, and with a few agile movements, he jumped up the tree and grabbed the girl's slender neck. "Speak! What are you doing?" A murderous aura spread between the two. The girl turned pale with fright at this sudden change, but upon seeing it was Jiang Huan, she let out a sigh of relief. "I thought you were different, but you're just like those corrupt officials." Jiang Huan's gaze turned fierce. "What do you mean? You guys, if we put it nicely, are the Judgment Army. If we put it bluntly, aren't you just the dogs of the Red Lotus sect? What else do you do besides clearing out those who refuse to believe in the universal navigation?" The girl remained calm, as if she had long since put life and death aside. Such a demeanor made Jiang Huan curious. From his brief understanding of the Judgment Army, they only did two things. 1. Eliminate the rampant beasts. 2. Eradicate organizations seduced by evil gods. Why did she see the Judgment Army as nothing more than the executioner's blade? Jiang Huan released his grip on the girl's neck. "I don't understand what you're saying." The girl chuckled, seemingly unconcerned about Jiang Huan having just choked her. "Of course you don't know. Looking at you, you're at most a year or two older than me. Joining the Judgment Army at such a young age, you must be a rookie who knows nothing. I guess it's worth saving you." At that moment, a wave of footsteps approached from afar. Jiang Huan looked towards the dilapidated temple, where 40 to 50 beasts were charging towards it. A horn sounded throughout the broken temple, and in an instant, Zhuo Qianhu burst out with a group of subordinates. But it was too late. They had already been surrounded by the beasts. Everyone's expression turned grave, but Jiang Huan was even more serious. The reason was simple. He was worried that Zhuo Qianhu would die at the hands of these beasts. If that happened, could his trial continue? Jiang Huan's gaze swept over the beasts, and soon, his anxious heart calmed down. The strongest among these beasts was only at the third tier. He believed that with Zhuo Qianhu's strength, he could easily handle them. But Jiang Huan soon fell into deep thought again. What exactly was the trial of the Qianhu? He unconsciously looked at the girl. Perhaps I can find some clues from her. In the distance, the beasts confronted Zhuo Qianhu and his group, and in the next moment, the beasts launched an attack. The chaos of battle was about to erupt. A victorious smile appeared on the girl's face. "Lackeys, you're all doomed." With that, she leaped, jumping directly from the tree onto the horse's back, raising her head to shout at Jiang Huan. "Jiang Huan, don't you want to know why? Come, I'll take you to Pingnan Town, where you'll find the answers." In a prison in Pingnan Town, Jiang Huan followed an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Beside him was the girl beggar from before. Behind them were 5 or 6 men and women. Soon, they arrived at a heavily guarded cell. Inside the cell, a middle-aged man dressed in the Red Lotus sect's robes was firmly locked in place by thick iron chains. He weakly glanced at the group, his gaze fixed on the white-haired elder. "Beware, the Heavenly Father will punish you. And you, Lu Yuan, I never expected you to betray the Heavenly Father too." The man locked in chains was none other than Chen Si, the leader of the Red Lotus sect in Pingnan Town. The old man who brought Jiang Huan into the prison was Beware, one of the former archbishops of the Red Lotus sect. The girl beggar also had a notable background. She was the saintess of the Red Lotus sect in Pingnan Town. The others were the guards of Beware and Lu Yuan. Chen Si's anger stemmed from Lu Yuan's alliance with Beware to control him, and through a series of means, they caused the entire population of Pingnan Town to stop believing in the Red Lotus sect. Beware looked at Jiang Huan. "Young brother Jiang, I assume that during your expedition, Pu Hang must have gifted you his so-called jade dew nectar?" Jiang Huan nodded. "May I ask you to hand it over? I will show you why we are resisting Pu Hang." Just last night, after Jiang Huan rode into Pingnan Town with Lu Yuan, their brief exchange made Jiang Huan understand why Lu Yuan wanted to bring him here. The reason was simple. They were severely lacking in top-tier combat power. As a member of the Judgment Army and a personal guard of the Left Thousand household, Jiang Huan was the best choice. Moreover, due to his young age, he was not completely poisoned by some of the Red Lotus sect's rhetoric. In Buer's words, Jiang Huan had great potential for transformation. Without any hesitation, Jiang Huan took the jade dew nectar given by Pu Hang from his waist and handed it to Buer. To be honest, he had always been curious about what this thing was actually for. However, the Left Thousand household had insisted that they could only use it after entering Pingnan Town. Bu'er smiled slightly. Thank you, young brother Jiang. As he spoke, he signaled with his eyes, and a burly man beside him took the jade dew nectar and opened the cell door. Roughly pinching Qianxi's mouth, he poured the jade dew nectar into it. Then, he hurriedly fled the cell, his eyes filled with fear, as if he was afraid of something. Before long, Qianxi's previously weak body suddenly showed bulging veins. His eyes gradually turned blood red. His already furious demeanor became even more volatile. The murderous intent in his gaze, even from behind the bars, could chill one to the bone. Then, Bu'er smiled at Lu Yuan. Miss Lu, sprinkle some medicine. Otherwise, in a little while, we won't be able to control him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan immediately unfastened her water pouch from her waist, twisted open the cap, and a foul smell wafted out. Without hesitation, she poured the thick green liquid over Qianxi. In the next moment, Qianxi's crimson eyes gradually faded. He fainted weakly. Zhang Huan frowned as he watched all of this, filled with questions. Bu'er noticed his confusion and explained, "Do you know the difference between those who believe in the Red Lotus sect and those who do not?" Zhang Huan shook his head. "Is there a difference?" Bu'er nodded slightly. "Those who believe in the Red Lotus sect will follow Pu Hang's guidance, reciting scriptures to the Heavenly Father daily. Over time, they will emit a kind of frenzied aura beneath their piety. And those who find themselves and no longer worship the Red Lotus Church, this aura will gradually dissipate. Every year, a few people, upon realizing that believing in themselves is better than believing in a religion, will leave the Red Lotus Church. To prevent this situation from spreading, someone must nip it in the bud." Thus, the Judgment Army was born. Zhang Huan's confusion grew stronger. Isn't the Judgment Army meant to deal with heretics and monsters? So, are you saying they don't spare ordinary people either? But I haven't heard of the Judgment Army harming civilians on my way here. Bu'er smiled meaningfully and stopped speaking. Lu Yuan shot Zhang Huan a glance. "Why are you so stupid?" Zhang Huan looked at Lu Yuan in confusion, but felt no anger. The 13th spirit saw the playful girl and couldn't help but recall some dim past events. "Otherwise, why do you think Pu Hang sent you this so-called jade dew nectar?" Lu Yuan's light remark, combined with the fact that there had never been rumors of the Judgment Army killing civilians, suddenly made Zhang Huan realize, this jade dew nectar not only enhances the user's combat power but also causes the user to regard civilians lacking faith as monsters. To verify his suspicion, Zhang Huan took his jade dew nectar. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he took several big gulps. "You can't drink that." But they were ultimately a step too late, and everyone immediately looked at Lu Yuan. "Quick, splash him with the awakening water." Lu Yuan showed a face more unsightly than crying. "Well, I just splashed it all, the rest is at the church." Bu'er's expression changed drastically, and without looking back, he ran outside. "What are you all standing there for? Run! Who among us can fight against the Judgment Army after taking that thing?" As he spoke, Bu'er had already run over 10 meters, his agile steps not resembling those of a gray-haired old man at all. Seeing this, everyone frantically fled outside, as if Zhang Huan had transformed into a murderous demon. Outside the prison, Bu'er and the others quickly locked the prison door and then leaned against it, panting for a moment. "Girl, where did you find this little madman? How could he drink that thing without a word?" "Exactly. This prison probably won't last long before he tears it down." Yes, ordinary people can significantly increase their combat power after drinking it, let alone the personal guards of Captain Zhua. "Stop talking nonsense, Lord Bu'er, let's hurry back to get the awakening water. Otherwise, once this kid breaks out of the prison, all 1,432 people in Pingnan Town will be done for." Bu'er nodded, helplessly replying while supporting his old waist, "Old Wu, you have to carry me a bit. I pulled my back running too fast just now." Once everyone was ready, they were about to leave the prison. But Lu Yuan suddenly stopped. "Something's not right." Everyone looked puzzled. "What's not right? Let's go. Otherwise, we'll be done for." Lu Yuan still didn't move. "Haven't you noticed that since he drank that thing, there hasn't been a sound from the prison?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent and listened intently to the sounds inside the prison. Quietly, only a faint sound of wind remained. "It really seems like there's no sound at all. What's going on? Did that little guy die? Something's off. This is different from the Judgment Army soldiers who drank the jade nectar before." Everyone turned their gaze to Bu'er, hoping that he, as a former high-ranking member of the Red Lotus Church, could provide an answer. Bu'er frowned. "Looking at me won't help. I don't know what's going on either." Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Finally, it was Lu Yuan who spoke up. "How about we go in and take a look?" Under Lu Yuan's insistence, everyone reluctantly followed her, cautiously making their way back into the depths of the prison. However, they all unconsciously hid behind Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan felt angry but helpless. After all, it was her idea. Soon, they returned to the interior of the prison. Qianxi was curled up in the corner of his cell, his shifty eyes constantly darting around Jiang Huan. Meanwhile, Jiang Huan kept his eyes tightly shut, occasionally sipping the jade dew nectar, as if he were sensing something. Am I seeing things? That kid is drinking the jade dew nectar like it's water? He doesn't seem to have any reaction? This stuff can't be fake, right? But then again, didn't we just see Qian Ci's huge reaction? Everyone exchanged glances, and finally, they all focused their attention on Lu Yuan. Why don't you go take a look? At the same time, Jiang Huan remained immersed in the act of drinking the jade dew nectar. It wasn't that Jiang Huan was greedy, he was just caught in an absurd predicament. The entrance was soft, a single line to the throat. In terms of taste, it was undoubtedly top-notch liquor. However, Jiang Huan quickly noticed its peculiarity. After swallowing it, the spiritual energy within him began to boil like boiling water, and his fighting spirit surged. Yet, this state didn't last long before it was neutralized by two forces within him. Purifying heart resolved the crisis of him nearly going berserk. Slow healing gradually calmed his boiling spiritual energy. In desperation, Jiang Huan could only keep increasing the dosage for himself. Fortunately, during this process of increasing the dosage, Jiang Huan confirmed one thing. Just as he had suspected, those who drank this jade dew nectar would not only experience a significant boost in strength but would also see non-believers of the Red Lotus sect transform into various monstrous beasts in their eyes. No wonder Pu Hang kept emphasizing that the reverse end gained the power of the evil god. Jiang Huan finished the last sip of jade dew nectar, not because he wanted to continue researching it, but simply because he thought it tasted good and didn't want to waste it. The host's continuous act of poisoning himself has attracted the attention of several spirit tools, and they have begun to take a slight interest in the host. Spirit Tool No. 13 was puzzled by the host's self-harm behavior. She couldn't understand the host's thought process. Spirit Tool No. 17 found the host very appealing. He loved tinkering with these strange things the most. The system's sudden notification left Jiang Huan somewhat speechless. After days of interaction, he had already confirmed that these spirit tools could not be understood with normal human thinking. Jiang Huan. A low voice came from the corner, and Jiang Huan turned to look. Bu Er and the others were cautiously hiding behind Lu Yuan, their bodies poised for a quick escape. Caution was written all over their faces. With just one glance, Jiang Huan saw through everyone's careful thoughts. A mischievous idea surged in his heart. Wow! Jiang Huan suddenly roared, causing Bu Er and the others to tumble and scramble out again. Oh my! I told you not to come in. You insisted on coming in. Run, stop talking. Dead. Everyone's faces turned pale, only caring to blame each other. Ha ha ha! Laughter echoed through the prison. The group, who had just run a short distance, instinctively turned back to see Jiang Huan standing in place, laughing uncontrollably. Jiang Huan, are you okay? Lu Yuan asked suspiciously. Jiang Huan shrugged. Should I be? Everyone's eyes kept sizing up Jiang Huan, their faces filled with admiration. Bu Er stepped forward, pinching Jiang Huan's shoulder and then touching his arm, looking astonished. A miracle! This is simply a miracle. Someone actually drank that stuff and didn't get affected. Fu Er sighed for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly looked at Jiang Huan with a serious expression. Jiang Huan, I have something to give you. As he spoke, he took out a yellowed book from his bosom. Do you know why I can discover the followers of the Red Lotus sect? They exude a different aura. Jiang Huan had thought about this question, but he had not found a suitable answer. Now that he thought about it, it must be related to the book in his hand. Like most people before, I had a strong faith in the Heavenly Father and the universal navigation, until I became curious about what changes would occur when people no longer believed in him and instead believed in themselves. I kept pondering until one day, suddenly, a lot of things popped into my mind. I couldn't understand it, as if someone had forcibly stuffed it into my brain. I was afraid of forgetting, so I quickly wrote it down. Over the years, I have flipped through it countless times and gradually grasped a principle. Rather than believing in God, it is better to believe in oneself. At this point, a proud smile appeared on his face. I studied for 3 years and finally caught a glimpse of a truth. My eyes can see the aura that each person emits. The followers of the Red Lotus sect, beneath their pious exterior, have an insecure and crazy heart. And this is also the reason why I decided to leave the Red Lotus sect. I hope to lead the people of the world to find themselves, but I am already 83 this year, too old. He earnestly patted Jiang Huan's shoulder. Jiang Huan, you are very different and very young. Perhaps you can help us out of this predicament. As he spoke, Fu Er handed the book in his hand to Jiang Huan. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, gaining the recognition of Master Fu Er, and obtaining the book truth. Current study level is 0%. The system's sudden prompt echoed in Jiang Huan's mind, and he looked at the yellowed, somewhat tattered book in his hand in surprise. The small, neat characters were written with a righteous spirit. Each line seemed to be inscribing Master Fu Er's long-held wishes. After handing truth to Zhang Huan, Master Fu Er seemed to feel much lighter in his heart. Let's go, it's getting late, we should go back and rest. Calculating the time, Zhuo Qianhu and the others will soon arrive in the town tomorrow. We need to rest well and think of a way to persuade them early tomorrow. Lu Yuan looked at Master Fu Er in confusion. Master Fu Er, they shouldn't be able to come anymore, right? Master Fu Er shook his head. Lu Yuan, I won't pursue the responsibility for your unauthorized actions. But you don't think that 40 or 50 ordinary monsters can pose a threat to Zhuo Qianhu and his guards, do you? As night fell, it was silent. Zhang Huan sat at the desk, flipping through the newly acquired truth. What do I think it is? After reading a dozen pages, it keeps saying one principle: one should seek the self within, rather than relying on the outside. Believing in God is not as good as believing in oneself. This is something even a 10-year-old child in our place would know. The host has flipped through truth, studied its contents, mastered 30% of the truth, and obtained the martial skill discernment. The world is half true and half false, and you observe it with a cold eye. A new martial skill? Before Zhang Huan could study it in detail, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Run! The court's lackeys are coming to kill us at night. The cries of battle outside the inn echoed throughout the town, and without hesitation, Zhang Huan rushed out of the inn. However, upon entering, he was met with a scene reminiscent of hell. Men, women, and children were fleeing in panic, many of them covered in blood. Candles and lanterns knocked over in the chaos ignited the various houses and shops. Every face was filled with panic. Zhang Huan frowned and quickly helped a girl who had fallen in panic. What happened? The girl cried out, "They're here! The people from the court are here!" After saying this, she fled into the distance without looking back. Zhang Huan knew that direction led to the center of Pingnan town, the former church of the Red Lotus sect, now a gathering place for people like Master Wu Er. Zhang Huan looked into the distance, where the flames and night surrounded the fleeing commoners. At the end of the road stood a tall figure, indistinguishable as male or female, but the scarlet eyes were particularly piercing in the darkness. It was rushing towards him. Zhang Huan gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist with one hand, his gaze sharp. Even without the 1,000 blades by his side, he could still confront his opponent with his own strength. Even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat safely. The fleeing commoners rushed past him, perhaps fearing the willow leaf knife at Zhang Huan's waist, as no one dared to approach within a meter of him. Perhaps due to the new martial skill Distinguish, Zhang Huan felt that his vision was better than before. He could clearly see the figure rushing towards him from afar. Shaju? The man chasing the commoners was none other than Shaju, one of the 30 personal guards. At this moment, he swung his willow leaf knife left and right, and with each swing, a commoner fell. Clearly, he had already consumed the jade dew offered by Puhang. Zhang Huan frowned slightly and rushed towards Shaju. With a sudden pull, he drew the willow leaf knife along with its sheath. Although he had known Shaju for a short time, he was sincere, and along the way, they had sparred occasionally, forming a deep friendship. Therefore, Zhang Huan was reluctant to strike him down unless absolutely necessary. Shaju quickly noticed Zhang Huan, but in his scarlet gaze, he saw a fierce-looking fox demon charging at him with a willow leaf knife. "You little beast, dare to show off in front of me." He also raised his willow leaf knife and charged at Zhang Huan. He infused all his spiritual power into the knife, a slight smile on his lips, as if he could already envision the scene of the demon being slain by his blade. "This strike, let's see how you dodge." I specifically learned this move from Zhang Huan. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the night as the willow leaf knife was knocked away, leaving Shaju with empty hands, his palms still trembling involuntarily. He was dumbfounded. What happened? The strike from the demon opposite him was exactly the same as his own? Shaju? When did you learn this move? Shaju's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the fox demon across from him. Zhang Huan? Zhang Huan breathed a sigh of relief. At least Shaju still retained some awareness, making it not too troublesome to explain the situation. "Yes, it's me. You're a damn beast," Shaju shouted angrily, suddenly lunging forward, kicking Zhang Huan's willow leaf knife away, then closing in with a flurry of punches. Zhang Huan was a bit dazed. "Wait, I didn't provoke you, so why are you getting more worked up just because you heard it was me?" Shaju's punches were fierce, but each time they brushed past Zhang Huan's face, he grew angrier. "You damn beast. You ate Zhang Huan and are imitating his voice to deceive your grandpa. Do you know he's my brother? If I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your surname." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan quickly guessed the reason. It seemed that after they dealt with the demon that day, they hadn't found him and naturally assumed he had been eaten by the demon. and among the demons, there were certainly some that mimicked their victims after eating them. Clearly, Shaju had mistaken him for one of those demons. With this thought, Jiang Huan couldn't help but smile slightly. He felt a mix of anger and helplessness. However, when he smiled, it turned into provocation in Shaju's eyes. "Ah, you cunning fox spirit! After being beaten by me to the point of only being able to defend, you still dare to laugh." In the next moment, Shaju's fist became even more fierce. Yet, to Jiang Huan, dealing with this impenetrable fist was surprisingly easy. "No, I can't waste any more time. There must be more than just Shaju among the guards attacking Pingnan Town. I need to deal with Shaju quickly. Do I really have to kill him?" Jiang Huan hesitated, especially seeing Shaju's vengeful expression, making it even harder for him to act. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Huan. The awakening water. That thing seemed to be at the gathering place of Buer and the others. If I could get some for Shaju, maybe he would wake up. With this thought, a mischievous smile appeared on Jiang Huan's face. He moved swiftly, like a ghost, dodging Shaju's punch, getting close, and suddenly giving him the middle finger. Then without saying a word, he turned and ran. According to Shaju's stubborn and foul temper, from then on, his eyes would only have Jiang Huan in them, no one else. You dare to look down on me. If you have the guts, don't run." As expected, Shaju was so furious at Jiang Huan that he didn't care about the fleeing civilians along the way. His eyes were only on Jiang Huan, who was running far away. Like the other guards, although Shaju was powerful in combat, he was somewhat lacking in speed. To avoid him catching up, Jiang Huan had to slow down, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Soon, the two arrived at a modest-looking church. At this moment, the church doors were tightly shut. There were barriers on the door, making it difficult to break through with brute force. Even from outside, Jiang Huan could sense dozens of spiritual energy fluctuations, all locking onto him. "Don't attack! Open the door quickly!" Inside the church, Lu Yuan and Buer saw Jiang Huan rushing towards them through the crack of the door, along with Shaju close behind, and they were momentarily conflicted. "Buer, should we open the door? It looks like Jiang Huan is being chased by the Judgment Army. If we let him in, our people might not be enough to withstand the Judgment Army." "Yeah, and to be honest, I suspect Jiang Huan is an undercover agent placed here by the Judgment Army, just waiting to trick us into opening the door and then capture us all." Buer frowned deeply, and while he was pondering, Jiang Huan had already reached the door, banging on it forcefully. "Why are you dawdling? Open the door." Watching Shaju closing in behind Jiang Huan, Buer's heart was also in turmoil. If they didn't open the door, Jiang Huan might fall into danger. If they did open it, perhaps he and the dozens of followers behind him would die here. Should I open the door or not? As he was contemplating, Jiang Huan was already at the church entrance, knocking heavily on the door, and Shaju was just a step away. Hearing the urgent knocking, recalling how Jiang Huan was unaffected by the jade dew and the friendliness he had shown Lu Yuan before, Buer gritted his teeth. "Open the door." The moment the door opened, dozens of people inside the church gathered together in an instant, ready to fight to the death with the enemy. Jiang Huan and Shaju leaped into the church at the same time. Shaju glanced around. In his eyes, he had entered a damp cave filled with 40 to 50 demon beasts. "What cunning demon beasts! You lured me to your lair. It's a pity. You underestimate me too much. Once I deal with you, I'll take care of them." "Buer, where is the awakening water?" Jiang Huan shouted while maneuvering around Shaju. Buer immediately understood Jiang Huan's intention, pointing to the altar. "It's over there." Jiang Huan looked up. Above the altar were two large bowls, each covered with a lid. With a leap, Jiang Huan jumped in front of the altar and opened the lid. The familiar stench rushed to his nose. Jiang Huan picked up one of the large bowls and turned to splash it behind him. "Jiang Huan, take it easy. Just 2 bowls." Hearing this, Jiang Huan hurriedly restrained his strength, but a third of it had already splashed out. The foul liquid drenched Shaju's face, yet Shaju still swung his fists at Jiang Huan. Before the punch could land, Jiang Huan had already kicked out. Thud! Shaju's body flew backward. The tremendous force made Shaju curl up on the ground, groaning for a long time. However, the crimson in his eyes had faded. Jiang Huan shook his head helplessly and strode over to him. "Hey, Shaju, can you still get up?" Jiang Huan reached out his hand. The familiar voice made Shaju look over in pain, and Jiang Huan's familiar face instantly appeared before him. "Damn, Jiang Huan, did that beast kick me to the underworld? I've come to the underworld to be your brother." Jiang Huan rolled his eyes at him and pulled him up. "If you want to go to the underworld, just run into a wall yourself." Even though Shaju was straightforward by nature, he sensed something was off. He scanned the surroundings and kept pinching Jiang Huan. "What are you doing?" Jiang Huan pushed him away. Shaju was momentarily stunned, then suddenly hugged Jiang Huan, his broad chest nearly suffocating him. "Jiang Huan, my good brother, you're not dead." You won't believe it, just now there was a beast. It even tried to imitate your voice to trick me. In the end, I beat it up and it ran away in disgrace. Zhang Huan couldn't help but roll his eyes again. This silly boy really knew how to flatter himself. After a brief exchange, the massive amount of information left Shaju dazed. Everything had exceeded his brain's single-thread processing capacity. Meanwhile, Zhang Huan learned everything that had happened since he left the royal guard. In short, the national master had suddenly caught up with their group, intending to guide the misguided citizens back to the right path. Left Qianhu was worried that delays would lead to changes, so he chose to send the remaining 29 royal guards to rush ahead and eliminate the rebels. As for himself, he would protect the national master closely. As the two conversed, more and more citizens poured into the church. Zhang Huan's brows furrowed tighter. Could this be the trial of the Qianhu? What I really need to do is defeat Qianhu and others for war? If that's the case, how to quickly deal with the remaining 28 royal guards is a big problem. The key to solving it might just be this awakening water. Just as Zhang Huan was pondering, two powerful waves of spiritual energy surged in. The many guards stationed outside the church were knocked down in an instant. Zhang Huan looked up. In the pitch-black night, two familiar figures were slowly approaching. Zhang Long, I didn't expect the beasts to be so rampant. They actually dared to establish a den in Pingnan town. Yeah, Zhao Hu, over the years, we've eliminated so many beasts, but this is the first time we've seen one build its lair in a town. It seems War's rebel has been deeply poisoned by the evil god. Who cares about that? Let's act quickly, before others come to kill us, or else the military merits will be divided again. As the two chatted, they dragged their bloodied willow leaf knives and continued forward. Zhang Huan instinctively reached for the awakening water. Who would have thought he would grab nothing? Brother Zhang, Brother Zhao, don't be foolish. Don't kill indiscriminately. I'm here to save you. Shaju rushed out holding a large bowl of awakening water. Just moments ago, he learned from Zhang Huan that it was this green, foul-smelling liquid that prevented him from killing indiscriminately, so he wanted to test it himself. Finally seizing the opportunity, he naturally rushed out faster than anyone. However, everyone else, including Zhang Huan, had their hearts in their throats. Shaju, stop right there. Just 2 bowls. Silly Zhu chuckled and quickened his pace. I know. I'll just use 2 bowls. 1 for each person. As he spoke, he had already dashed out of the church. Zhang Huan, seeing this, was extremely anxious and hurried after him. This was crucial to whether he could complete the trial. At this moment, in the eyes of Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, the once faithful Silly Zhu had transformed into a large black bull charging at them with 2 bowls in hand. The words he spoke about saving the two had turned into a threat to turn them into a side dish. The two exchanged glances and immediately rushed at Silly Zhu with their willow leaf knives. Although Silly Zhu was straightforward, his skills were not lacking. He seized the moment when Zhao Hu had just exerted force and couldn't turn in time, suddenly throwing the large bowl in his left hand. Crash! The long knife shattered the bowl, and green liquid splattered all over Zhao Hu. A full jar of foul-smelling liquid filled the air, the stench invading his nostrils and overwhelming him. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and promptly fainted. Seeing this, Zhang Long immediately halted, staring intently at the remaining large bowl in Silly Zhu's hand. Silly Zhu chuckled, his 8 snow-white teeth gleaming brightly in the firelight. Brother Zhang, just stand there and don't move, let me splash. The familiar voice coming from the large black bull made Zhang Long frown. Does this bull demon know me? Before he could think it through, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. A fox demon suddenly sprang out from somewhere and kicked the large black bull away. The green liquid in the bull's hand landed safely in the fox demon's grasp. The fox demon looked pained. Wasteful thing. There are only 2 bowls of this stuff, and you wasted 1. What's going on? Are demon beasts really that heavy-handed? Even such a stinky thing is worth fighting over? Suddenly, the fox demon's figure flickered. He vanished from Zhang Long's sight in an instant. Not good. Years of military experience made Zhang Long instantly alert. A strong sense of crisis surged from behind, and without looking back, he swung his knife backward. However, he only shattered the fox demon's afterimage. Ha! What kind of demon beast is this? Why does this move feel familiar? The next moment, a piece of rag soaked in thick, foul-smelling liquid unexpectedly smeared across his face from behind. The suffocating stench made him collapse to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Zhang Huan, why did you kick me just now? Silly Zhu approached, covering his face, looking aggrieved. Zhang Huan couldn't help but recall the scene when he splashed Silly Zhu earlier. He had used 1/3 of the amount, far more than what he had used on Zhang Long, yet Silly Zhu could still swing his fists at him. Unlike Zhang Long, who had instantly lost his combat ability, Zhang Huan instinctively sniffed the rag in his hand. It was indeed quite stinky. This showed that Silly Zhu was not only tough but also highly resistant. Moments later, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, with the help of Jiang Huan and Silly Zhu's manual wake-up service, sat up again. Like Silly Zhu, they were somewhat surprised when they first saw Jiang Huan. Then, with the explanations from Jiang Huan and Silly Zhu, as well as the confirmation from Master Buer, Zhang Long and Zhao, who gradually accepted everything they knew. When they saw the surrounding houses ablaze and some civilians who had not escaped lying in pools of blood, their hearts were filled with shame and anger towards Pu Hang. Before Jiang Huan could speak, they proactively requested, "Jiang Huan, can you share some of that stinky stuff with us? We still have 26 brothers making mistakes." Jiang Huan readily agreed. This was crucial to whether they could complete the trial of 1,000 households quickly. How could he oppose it? Moreover, Jiang Huan had already been in this trial for quite some time. He didn't know if the flow of time in this trial was consistent with reality. If time here was slower than in reality, then wasting more time might mean that by the time he got out, the school recruitment would be over, and he would lose the best opportunity to take revenge on Lu Zhiyue. As for saving the common people, Jiang Huan didn't care. To him, a trial was akin to a game dungeon. Who would care about the life and death of virtual characters? Jiang Huan divided the remaining green liquid in the large bowl into 4 portions. After each of the 4 took their share, Jiang Huan repeatedly reminded them to use it sparingly. After all, no one knew if the left captain guarding the national master had also fallen for the same trick. Once everything was ready, the 4 of them rushed in different directions, each face filled with anxiety. The difference was that Jiang Huan was worried about wasting too much time here, while the other 3 were concerned that if they were late, their colleagues would kill more innocent people. Meanwhile, inside the dilapidated supermarket in the ruins, after the church domain was destroyed, Zhang Yu, who had been tied to the cross, fell onto the shattered floor of the supermarket. Due to the heavy psychological blow from the priest, Zhang Yu had been unconscious for 7 or 8 days before slowly opening his eyes. Upon waking, he saw the manifested 1,000 blades, holding a long knife made of what looked like shattered glass, quietly guarding the still unconscious Jiang Huan. Around the ruined supermarket, there were a few demon beasts lurking, clearly waiting for an opportunity. Evidently, during his unconsciousness, 1,000 blades had protected both Jiang Huan and himself. He slowly got up, and 1,000 blades merely glanced at him before ignoring him again. However, this had already stirred up a tremendous wave in Zhang Yu's heart. Jiang Huan was still unconscious, yet 1,000 blades could manifest. Clearly, it no longer needed the host's spiritual power infusion. Instead, it was directly drawing spiritual power from the outside world. Moreover, with that glance just now, although the scholar would subconsciously look around, most of the time, the scholar's eyes were dull, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. But Zhang Yu had just seen a hint of tension in 1,000 Blades' gaze. It seemed to be worried about an unexpected incident targeting Jiang Huan. Could it be that 1,000 Blades has advanced to an A-level spirit? To verify his suspicion, he tentatively asked 1,000 Blades, "Are you now an A-level spirit?" 1,000 Blades shot him a glance, as if to say, "Is it stupid to ask this now?" In its eyes, nothing was more important than the safety of its host. However, even so, the experienced Zhang Yu still reached a conclusion. 1,000 Blades had refined into an A-level spirit, and it was of extremely high quality and compatibility. Damn! Jiang Huan, you little brat, just how much luck have you stumbled upon? At this moment, Zhang Yu's feelings were complex. He had witnessed Jiang Huan's spirit rise from F-level to D-level, then from D-level to B-level, and now, just a few days later, the B-level spirit inexplicably advanced to A-level. As a spirit refiner who had worked for years yet ultimately stopped at C-level, Zhang Yu felt jealousy in his heart. But as Jiang Huan's teacher, he was genuinely happy for him. This was his student, once looked down upon by the vast majority. Now, with his spirit reaching A-level, it meant that in the future, he would have a broader path ahead. In the future, he could proudly say, Jiang Huan was once his student. After adjusting his thoughts, Zhang Yu smiled helplessly and said, "Truly, the world is unpredictable. If this kid can enter the demon suppression army, he must be a good seed." At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Morong Shui. "Hello, Teacher Morong, what's up?" As soon as the call connected, Morong Shui roared at Zhang Yu like she had swallowed dynamite. "Teacher Zhang, what on earth is going on with you? Look at how many calls I've made to you. Why did you only pick up now? Jiang Huan is with you, right?" Zhang Yu endured the wave of sound and briefly recounted the incident involving Jiang Huan and the priest. Only then did Morong Shui's anger gradually subside. "I'm sorry, Teacher Morong. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. I'll take my time and bring Jiang Huan back to Kaiyun City shortly." Zhang Yu sincerely apologized. After all, if he hadn't agreed to let Jiang Huan leave the city, they wouldn't have encountered such a situation. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with Morong Shui's strong opposition. "No, you can't bring Jiang Huan back right now, at least not in the short term. You can't bring him back to the city. And be careful outside. Don't expose your whereabouts. Zhang Yu looked puzzled. Teacher Morong, what happened? Morong Shui sighed. Lu Jiyu reported to the city patrol, suspecting that Zhang Huan broke into the Duobao building and her family's villa, causing personal and property damage to her and several employees of her company. Moreover, a few days ago, Long Chun was attacked, and the Yi family firmly claimed it was the work of the Demon Suppression Army. Since Lu Jiyu was also present during Long Chun's attack, they suspect that Zhang Huan is one of them. Now the Lu family and the Yi family are pressuring my dad. They are forcing him to seek an explanation from the White Tiger camp. Fortunately, Zhang Huan is not in the city right now, so my dad can still delay things by claiming the lack of the involved party. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yu looked at the still unconscious Zhang Huan. He was breathing steadily, his complexion rosy, as if he were merely asleep. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. This is a big mess. Zhang Huan can't meet anyone for a while. Where should I take him? After pondering for a long time, he finally found an answer. It seems I can only take this kid Zhang Huan there. In the trial of the 1,000 households. In the church of Pingnan Town, all the seats that were originally arranged inside the church had been cleared to the side. Master Buer stood in front of the altar, speaking endlessly about everything he knew. Below the stage, the 29 awakened personal guards, along with Zhang Huan and the followers who had been with Master Buer, were quietly listening. As for the civilians who had fled here, they were uniformly arranged in a safe area behind the church. Everyone, in short, the vast majority of the demon beasts you eradicated in the past were citizens who no longer believed in the Red Lotus sect. If you don't believe it, you can retrace the path you took here. Look at those bodies lying in pools of blood. Are they really demon beasts? For a moment, aside from Zhang Huan, the 29 personal guards all lowered their heads in silence. The fundamental purpose of their enlistment was to protect their homes and country. Now, they were being told that they had not only once slaughtered unarmed civilians. How could their conscience be at peace? Especially when they saw the hatred and fear in the eyes of the civilians in the refuge camp behind the church, their shame grew even stronger. Looking back now, every time they eradicated demon beasts, they were essentially eradicating innocent civilians. No wonder, after all these years, no one had ever cried out for injustice to the court. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stepped forward. Master Buer, please tell us how we can make amends for the mistakes we've made. With the two leading the way, the others stepped forward as well. Master Buer, what should we do? Master Buer smiled gently, shaking his head helplessly. I'm old. Some things should be left to the younger ones with more vigor. After saying this, his fiery gaze turned to Zhang Huan. From being in prison and taking drugs without any change, to standing calmly in the face of crisis, he organized Shaju and others to awaken the remaining guards, bringing the top combat power of the Judgment Army under his command. Such a capable young man was admired by Buer more than anyone else. Everyone's gaze followed Buer, gradually focusing on Zhang Huan. It felt uncomfortable to stare at Zhang Huan. He was about to refuse, but then thought again. Perhaps this was related to whether he could complete the trial of the 1,000 households. With this thought, he suddenly became particularly confident. Without Buer signaling him, he walked up to the altar on his own, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd below. I, Zhang Huan, have joined the guard team for just a few days. Some people have become friends with me, while others, we are just acquaintances. But I want to say, if you do something wrong, you must correct it. If you get hit, you must stand straight. The Judgment Army is not the Judgment Army of the Red Lotus sect. It is the Judgment Army of the people. A simple statement stirred the guards' blood, and Zhang Huan could even feel their somewhat uncontrollable fluctuations of spiritual power. At this moment, the guards in the church, along with some followers with combat power, erupted with intense fighting spirit. Just as Zhang Huan was about to say something more, a gust of evening wind blew in from outside the church. Although it was summer, it felt somewhat bone-chilling. Everyone unconsciously looked towards the door. The main road of the dark and silent town was eerily quiet. A faint sound of bells could be heard, seemingly mixed with some murmurs. The sound of the bells grew louder, and the murmurs gradually became clearer. The familiar scriptures flowed into the church with the night wind. A formation of dozens of people emerged from the darkness. The young men and women leading the way each held a red lotus lantern. A strange atmosphere enveloped the hearts of the residents of Pingnan Town. In an instant, all the exits of the church were surrounded by this formation. Zhang Huan frowned tightly, and everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to him. We can only respond to whatever comes our way. The crowd followed Zhang Huan's lead and stepped out of the church. The opposing formation suddenly split into two rows, and a sedan chair, along with a figure, walked out from the formation. Two familiar figures appeared before Zhang Huan. It was Pu Hang and Zhuo Qianhu. Pu Hang held a scripture, murmuring softly, looking like a compassionate person. Meanwhile, Zhuo Qianhu stood on horseback, holding a tall broadsword in one hand, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Heroes, You worship evil gods. You have already become this half-human, half-demon appearance, and still do not know how to repent? Zhuo Qianhu's booming voice echoed in the night. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. Their expressions were serious. It seemed that Lord Qianhu did not regard them as human. Just as they suspected, at this moment, in Zhuo Qianhu's eyes, everyone appeared as half-human, half-demon. The straightforward Shaju couldn't help but shout, "Lord Qianhu, you've been deceived. We are not demons." Pu Heng seemed to hear a joke, silently revealing a chilling smile. Zhuo Qianhu's cold gaze swept over the crowd, and he snorted, "I, Zhuo, have spent my life exterminating demons and upholding the way. The evil spirits and various beasts I have killed are countless. You think you can deceive me? There is no need for Lord Qianhu to waste words with them. Quickly kill all these followers of the evil gods and avenge the people of Pingnan Town." Pu Heng's voice, like heavenly music, rang out, and Jiang Huan immediately sensed something unusual. Zhuo Qianhu's eyes became sharp, filled with killing intent. What the national master says is true. He dismounted and strode towards Jiang Huan, the broadsword dragging on the ground, making a sound. The west wind blew fiercely. The sound of bells drifted with the wind. The murmurs continued. The recited scriptures echoed in Pingnan Town. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from Zhuo Qianhu enveloped Jiang Huan and the others. Shaju felt an inexplicable sense of palpitations. "Jiang Huan, can we handle Lord Qianhu? Why do I feel like the 30 of us are surrounded by him?" Jiang Huan shot him a glance. "Don't we all still have some awakening water left? Who told you to confront him head-on?" At this moment, the pressure from Lord Zhuo Qianhu on Jiang Huan was far greater than during their previous encounter in the arena. But as the core of the group, Jiang Huan had to remain calm. Suddenly, Zhuo Qianhu quickened his pace, rushing towards Jiang Huan in just a few moments. The wooden knife swung out, directly aimed at Jiang Huan's head. Concealment activated. Jiang Huan's figure flickered, and he vanished before Zhuo Qianhu's eyes. At the same time, the other 29 bodyguards moved. They coordinated with each other. Some wielded willow leaf knives to parry Zhuo Qianhu, while others held the remaining awakening water, waiting for the right moment. Some remained vigilant against Pu Heng and his subordinates. Jiang Huan seized the opportunity and instantly splashed the small bowl of awakening water. Clang! Zhuo Qianhu's cloak flicked, and a small flying knife suddenly shot out. It directly shattered the small bowl. The awakening water hadn't even touched Zhuo Qianhu before it splattered all over the ground. However, before Zhuo Qianhu could make his next move, the bodyguards who had been with him day and night hurled their small bowls from all directions. Unorthodox methods. Zhuo Qianhu yanked his cloak. Several flying knives shot out. The sound of shattering echoed continuously. The foul-smelling awakening water covered the ground, but not a single drop landed on him. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged from the depths of Zhuo Qianhu's heart. Without even looking, he raised his hand and slashed to the left. Clang! The wooden knife struck heavily against a willow leaf knife. The clear sound of metal clashing resonated in the night sky. Backstab activated. Jiang Huan's figure suddenly appeared at his right side. In his hand was a damp, tattered cloth, which he pressed against Zhuo Qianhu's face before he could react. Then, Jiang Huan quickly withdrew. Zhuo Qianhu's movements clearly stalled for a moment. At that instant, Jiang Huan and all the bodyguards focused their attention on Zhuo Qianhu. Jiang Huan had long guessed that with Zhuo Qianhu's skills, they would never have a chance to splash the awakening water on him. So at the beginning, he had only thrown out a small bowl filled with well water. The real awakening water had already been soaked into the tattered cloth, just waiting for the right moment to smear it on Zhuo Qianhu. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zhuo Qianhu. The success or failure of this move would determine the pressure they faced. Suddenly, the chanting around them grew louder. Pu Heng slowly spoke, "Lord Qianhu, why are you so merciful in the face of adversity?" His ethereal voice carried an unassailable authority. In the next moment, Zhuo Qianhu's crimson eyes scanned the crowd, and he plunged his wooden knife into the ground. He slowly drew out 2 willow leaf knives from his waist. The faces of the 28 bodyguards, except for Jiang Huan and Shaju, instantly changed. Not good. Lord Qianhu has drawn both knives. He's serious. In the next moment, Zhuo Qianhu's figure flickered. His agile steps combined with the swift dual knives made him like a ghostly specter, each slash forcing the bodyguards to exert all their strength to resist. Unlike Zhuo Qianhu's lethal strikes, the 29 bodyguards, fearing for Zhuo Qianhu's life, found themselves at a disadvantage. Even several bodyguards, including Shaju, had already sustained injuries due to their lack of agility. Fortunately, their tough skin and strong bodies prevented them from losing their combat effectiveness. Jiang Huan concealed himself among the bodyguards, but facing Zhuo Qianhu's relentless dual-knife assault, his tried-and-true ambush lost its effectiveness. At this moment, All Jiang Huan could do was to step in at the right time to protect their lives as the other bodyguards fell into disadvantage. Jiang Huan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. What on earth was going on? Why did the awakening water lose its effect on Zhuo Qianhu? Jiang Huan looked at the increasingly fierce Zhuo Qianhu, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered the conversation between Pu Hang and Zhuo Qianhu. Compared to earlier in the Judgment Army's camp, Pu Hang's tone seemed to carry a hint of command. Could it be that Zhuo Qianhu was under his control? No, rather than control, it was more about continuously implanting the idea of eliminating the opposition in him. Then, recalling some religious methods Jiang Huan had learned about in reality, it seemed that brainwashing was something religions often did. Jiang Huan's peripheral vision caught Pu Hang. Sure enough, Pu Hang's lips were constantly moving. Connecting this to his earlier urging of Zhuo Qianhu to act quickly, it seemed that continuously implanting thoughts in Zhuo Qianhu was also a burden for him. In fact, it wasn't that Pu Hang didn't want Zhuo Qianhu to drink the jade dew, but rather that Zhuo Qianhu had enough confidence in his own strength, so he had no intention of drinking it. In desperation, Pu Hang could only influence Zhuo Qianhu's judgment in other ways. It seemed that Pu Hang sensed Jiang Huan's gaze, and his half-squinted eyes suddenly shot a glare at Jiang Huan. Just one glance, Jiang Huan felt as if he saw an inviolable, unapproachable presence emanating from Pu Hang. Jiang Huan even had an impulse to kneel. The purifying heart, quietly activated, a faint coolness surged into Jiang Huan's heart. Just as Jiang Huan was about to kneel, his knees straightened instantly. What's going on? Jiang Huan stared intently at the sacred shadow on Pu Hang, his mind filled with confusion. It seems similar to that move from the priest. He instinctively wanted to see clearly what lay beneath that shadow. Discernment activated. A warm current began to flow into his eyes, gradually heating up, becoming scalding, burning. It was as if it wanted to illuminate all the illusions in the world. However, this scorching heat made Jiang Huan's eyes feel an unprecedented clarity. Everything before him seemed to become clearer. The shadow on Pu Hang that could not be looked at directly now appeared as if the thick fog had been parted. Jiang Huan saw Pu Hang beneath the fog. Perhaps he could see even more clearly. Just as this thought flashed by, the Pu Hang before him seemed to be peeled away layer by his gaze. Jiang Huan saw his true form. It was an ugly giant centipede. Jiang Huan's eyes widened. He found it hard to believe. He had heard of demon beasts transforming into human forms before, but when it happened right before his eyes, he was still somewhat shocked. Pu Hang's brows furrowed tightly. He also sensed something was different about Jiang Huan. Rebel! How dare you look directly at the father? A strong pressure suddenly enveloped Jiang Huan. 2A. Playing tricks. Jiang Huan almost instinctively spat at Pu Hang, and with the wrapping of spiritual power, the spit passed through the white shadow and stuck directly to Pu Hang's forehead. Pu Hang was dumbfounded, and the shadow on him dissipated in an instant. How dare he? This was not just an offense to the father. It was an even greater disrespect to the father. All of this was due to that old rascal Bu'er. I will crush him to ashes. Everyone, go! Capture Bu'er and this boy alive. With a command, the many followers who had been watching coldly from the side suddenly sprang into action. The guards and Bu'er's followers had been on guard against them, so their sudden attack did not gain a significant advantage. Moreover, their combat strength was not too strong. Despite their numbers, they struggled to form an effective threat. However, their overly fanatical faith gave them the courage to act recklessly, causing quite a bit of trouble for the guards for a moment. Coupled with Zhuo Qianhu's fierce offensive, the pressure on the guards gradually increased. Pu Hang saw the battle situation stalemated, and for a moment, he felt a surge of anger. Waste! In a fit of rage, he leaped forward, charging straight at Jiang Huan. With a powerful grasp, a gigantic hand appeared in the air. A sense of unprecedented crisis surged in Jiang Huan's heart. He instinctively activated his concealment and breath control to the utmost. Boom! Dust filled the air. In just a few breaths, Pu Hang could no longer find Jiang Huan's trace. Good. The kid runs pretty fast. I want to see if you can escape. Can Bu'er escape? After saying this, he suddenly changed direction and charged towards the church. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu saw this and immediately swung their knives at him. Lowly commoners dared to offend the father. With a flick of his long sleeve, the two were sent flying. He continued striding towards the church. However, Shaju unexpectedly charged at him, holding a beam he had found from who knows where. The top of the beam was still ablaze. Pu Hang, I want your life. Crack! The flaming beam smashed heavily onto Pu Hang's head, breaking into two. The high temperature scorched his cheek, and the tremendous impact sent blood flying from his face. Yet, his figure did not budge an inch. Not even a trace of pain appeared on his face. Shaju was stunned. Doesn't it hurt? Pu Hang glanced at him expressionlessly, as if looking at a dead man. Lowly commoner, the father commands me to punish you. Bang! With just a light slap, his arm was shattered. His entire body was sent flying far away. He had just wanted to continue moving forward when Zhang Long and Zhao Hu had already gotten back up. Around him, 7 or 8 of Buer's followers charged in. Pu Hang's eyelids twitched, his anger boiling. He could no longer waste time on these small fries. First, he sensed that Zhuo Qianhu's will to resist was awakening, and the thought of eradicating the demon beasts he had planted was gradually dissipating. Second, he had yet to see Buer. If he ran away with the Yi truth again, the next time he might bring even greater trouble. Zhuo Qianhu, slay the demons, leave none alive. The wind howled, dust swirled. Pu Hang's figure transformed in the blink of an eye. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In an instant, over 30 Pu Hangs marched towards the church. At that moment, Zhang Huan regretted not having the 1,000 blades in hand. With shattered edge out, what would it matter how many Pu Hangs there were? However, the next moment, Zhang Huan's expression turned extremely grave. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and 5 or 6 other guards swung their willow leaf knives at Pu Hang. As the blades sliced through the Pu Hangs before them, Pu Hang's figure split once more. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 more Pu Hangs appeared. They did not attack the guards but focused solely on marching towards the church. It's an illusion. The guards immediately realized something was wrong, but for a moment, they didn't know what to do. They feared that if they acted, it would only create more Pu Hangs. Zhang Huan scanned the dozens of Pu Hangs, and with the enhancement of distinguish, he saw that the false Pu Hangs were all composed of a white energy. Suddenly, Zhang Huan's gaze turned fierce, and he pointed at a figure in the crowd. Beneath that skin, there was an unusually large centipede. There! The next moment, Zhang Huan raised his knife and slashed at Pu Hang. Clang! Pu Hang's hands, hidden beneath his long robe, gripped Zhang Huan's knife like iron pincers. Good kid, you can see through my true form. I can't let you live. He raised his hand to pounce at Zhang Huan's head. Zhang Huan, run! Shaju's familiar voice came from the side. Bang! A long knife suddenly slashed down towards Pu Hang's arm. The immense force caused the long knife to break into 2. Pu Hang's outstretched hand left only a shallow white mark, but with this powerful blow, it lost its direction. Zhang Huan took the opportunity to slip away. The scene before him left the already one-armed Shaju stunned. What the hell? Iron Man? But the next moment, Shaju brandished his broken knife and lunged at Pu Hong's chest. I was born to forge. Pu Hong was furious. Not only was his chance to kill Zhang Huan interrupted, but he was also repeatedly provoked by Shaju. He immediately kicked out. You overestimate yourself. Pu. Scalding blood gushed out like a fountain, and Shaju's body flew backward. Even though he was tough, lying on the ground for a moment, he could only exhale without inhaling. Pu Hong searched around, once again losing track of Zhang Huan. He snorted coldly and was about to continue into the church. Clop clop clop. The sound of galloping hooves was particularly jarring in the deep night. Pu Hong looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 fine horses racing away from the church's side door in the darkness. From their silhouettes, it was indeed Lu Yuan and Master Buer. Trying to run, he lifted his leg to chase after them. Whoosh! More than a dozen personal guards instantly rushed in from all directions, heading straight for Pu Hong. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded him again. Pu Hong, don't even think about catching Master Buer. The corner of Pu Hong's eye twitched involuntarily, as Buer and Lu Yuan's figures gradually faded away. Losing them again was no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. Pu, the long knife sliced through armor. Zhang Long collapsed to the ground. The noisy night seemed to quiet down at this moment, leaving only the sound of the wind. Behind Zhang Long, Zhuo Qianhu's willow leaf knife was still dripping with blood. The personal guards looked incredulously at the scene before them. Their most respected Qianhu had just killed his good brother, who had fought alongside him for many years, with a single blow. Zhuo Qianhu coldly met the gaze of his former subordinate, his crimson eyes sweeping over one personal guard after another. As if sensing a gaze, he instinctively looked down. In Zhang Long's dying gaze, Zhuo Qianhu felt a wave of disappointment. Disappointment, yes, the half-human, half-demon rebel had been killed. What remained was nothing but disappointment, right? But why did I have this inexplicable strange feeling? Zhuo Qianhu snorted coldly, dismissing it as his own inner demons. Master National Teacher, I'll leave this to Zhuo. I kindly ask the National Teacher to personally take action to capture Buer, to eliminate the tumor for the court. I would be immensely grateful. As he spoke, he had already raised his dual knives, assuming his stance ready for battle. A chilling smile flashed across Pu Hong's face. Then I will trouble you, Qianhu. The next moment, Pu Hong's figure transformed again, several shadows moving with ghostly steps toward Buer. Although they were just walking, they were a few beats faster than galloping horses. Several personal guards moved in an instant. They couldn't let Pu Hong get close to Buer. However, Zhuo Qianhu was even faster than them. His dual knives flew up and down, and in the blink of an eye, he single-handedly blocked all the personal guards. For a moment, everyone's expression turned grave. Everyone knew that if no one could quickly rescue Buer, then all that awaited him was a dead end. Zhao Hu was the first to react. He immediately shouted loudly, "Jiang Huan, go save Master Buer. We'll hold off Qianhu." Jiang Huan, hiding in the crowd and waiting for an opportunity, found himself in a dilemma. Previously, he had judged that the trial of the Qianhu meant to protect Buer by defeating Zhuo Qianhu. If Buer didn't escape, then by defeating Zhuo Qianhu, he would also protect Buer. But now that Buer had already fled, and Pu Hong and Zhuo Qianhu were acting separately, this made his original assumption go awry. If the trial of the Qianhu was simply to defeat Zhuo Qianhu, then it would be fine. He wouldn't need to rescue Buer and would still complete the trial. However, if the trial of the Qianhu referred to protecting Buer's life, regardless of whether it included defeating Zhuo Qianhu, as long as Buer died, this trial could potentially fail. How should this be judged? System, give me a hint. However, Jiang Huan's system seemed to have crashed, showing no response. Seeing that Jiang Huan had not yet acted, everyone thought he was worried that after he left, the pressure from Zhuo Qianhu would increase, and they were all extremely anxious. Jiang Huan, no need to worry about us. Hurry and save Master Buer. Jiang Huan, we have known Master Qianhu for many years. We know his methods well. Jiang Huan, Master Buer's life is crucial. Only you can see through the illusions. Only you can save him. While everyone was dealing with Zhuo Qianhu's fierce attacks, they kept persuading Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan furrowed his brows but remained deep in thought. It was simple, if the mission failed, he could die. He had to consider this carefully. As for whose life was more important, he didn't care. Jiang Huan, don't waste time here. If Master Qianhu knew the situation, he would definitely go save Master Buer. A familiar voice rang out, and Jiang Huan looked in the direction of the sound, only to see the previously half-conscious Sha Zhu getting up again. He picked up a long knife and charged into the chaotic battle with Zhuo Qianhu. Master Qianhu, wake up! Sha Zhu, severely injured, was now fighting purely on adrenaline. He kept trying to attack Zhuo Qianhu's non-vital areas, roaring in an attempt to wake him up. Jiang Huan's gaze shifted back and forth between Sha Zhu and Zhuo Qianhu, and suddenly, it seemed he understood something. He turned and chased after Pu Hang. I'll leave this to you. Sha Zhu's words opened Jiang Huan's mind. Yes, since this was the trial of the Qianhu, he should consider the problem from Zhuo Qianhu's perspective. Remembering Zhuo Qianhu's disdain for the priest, it was clear that if Zhuo Qianhu were awake, he would choose to protect Buer and kill Pu Hang. Since that was the case, catching up to Pu Hang was the real priority. As soon as Jiang Huan left, the pressure on everyone suddenly increased. They were already at a disadvantage, and now they were being completely suppressed by Zhuo Qianhu alone. Especially Sha Zhu and the others, who were fighting head-on against Zhuo Qianhu's personal guards, were now covered in wounds. Put! The blade sliced through flesh, and a relatively weak personal guard was the first to be killed by Zhuo Qianhu's knife. With a few more light sounds, 3 personal guards were caught off guard and lost their lives to Zhuo Qianhu's dual blades. Tai Niu, Da Huang, Zhao San, Lu Jia. Sha Zhu watched as 4 companions fell under Zhuo Qianhu's blade, his eyes turning red in an instant. A total of 24 personal guards were momentarily stunned. After years of fighting, although there were occasionally old faces replaced by new ones, they had all died at the hands of enemies. No one had ever imagined that on the same day, including Zhang Long, 5 colleagues had already fallen under Zhuo Qianhu's blade. The single-minded Sha Zhu felt tears streaming down his cheeks. Master Qianhu, I used to respect you because you are a man of deep feelings and loyalty. Now, I tell you, you do not deserve my respect. Zhuo Qianhu snorted coldly, half-human, half-demon monster. This general has no need for your respect. If I were you, I would have already offered my neck for slaughter. Sha Zhu found it amusing that he was arguing with a man who had lost his mind. He tightened his grip on the willow leaf knife and couldn't help but laugh. All right, Master Qianhu, since you want to kill us so badly, let's see who is stronger. Even if I die, I will splatter you with blood. With that, Sha Zhu dragged his scarred body, gripping the willow leaf knife tightly with his remaining hand, and charged at Zhuo Qianhu without hesitation. Sha Zhu, don't be stubborn. Everyone tried to stop him, but it was too late. Before Sha Zhu's knife could fall, a flash of white light passed by. Sha Zhu's footsteps came to a halt as he stared blankly at Zhuo Qianhu, feeling as if something had just happened, but he hadn't had time to react. Then the blade in his hand snapped in two. Overestimating yourself. Zhuo Qianhu snorted coldly. In the next moment, a line of blood appeared on Sha Zhu's neck. A few drops of blood flowed down from the line, and Sha Zhu, feeling empty-headed, dropped the broken knife from his hand and reached to touch his neck. Blood stained his palm. Thud! Shaju's body collapsed before Zhuo Qianhu. His wide-open eyes, like Zhang Long's, were filled with disappointment. Zhuo Qianhu frowned, a strange feeling rising again in his heart. Why do I feel this way? Did I do something wrong? No, what could I have done wrong? I am eradicating the rebels for the court, eliminating the followers of the evil god for the people of the world. I did nothing wrong. It is these rebels who have stirred my inner demons. Hiss! As blood gradually seeped out, the air entered Shaju's broken skin, and the pressure difference inside and outside his blood vessels caused blood to spurt from his neck. The blood, like a mist, stained Zhuo Qianhu's cheek red. A smile unexpectedly appeared on Shaju's face. It seemed to say, "See, I told you I would splash you with blood." Bang! Shaju's body finally fell down. The blood on Zhuo Qianhu's face still carried Shaju's body heat, burning like the sun on his skin, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He had heard that the blood of loyal and righteous men is hot, and when they are powerless to turn the tide, they would spill blood 3 feet, just to restore the world to its bright and clear state. He couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. This scene was keenly captured by the remaining 23 personal guards. Zhao Hu looked at Zhang Long's body not far away, then at the just fallen Shaju. He laughed loudly. "Lord Qianhu, I don't know what Pu Hang has done to you, but you really let me down. I have followed you with Zhang Long for 10 years, fighting for you in all directions. We have gone through 653 battles, big and small. 9 years ago, in the Lanruwa temple, I was tempted by beauty and almost eaten by a tree demon. It was you who single-handedly drove the tree demon away and saved my life. 8 years ago, while killing the rebels, I almost lost my life on the battlefield, and it was you who carried me out from the sea of corpses and blood. Over the years, you have saved me a total of 27 times. I have long made up my mind. This life will serve you. If you want my life, take it." Zhao Hu almost shouted, clearly on the verge of breaking down. "But before that, I still want to try harder." As he spoke, he twirled the long knife in his hand. "Today, I sever ties with Lord Qianhu. You and I have no more friendship to speak of." In the next moment, the long knife cut through the robe, and a piece of dark red, blood-stained fabric fell. Zhuo Qianhu coldly watched this scene, feeling a vague discomfort in his heart, but he forcibly suppressed it. What are these half-demon, half-human rebels doing? Do they really think of themselves as my subordinates? Ha, the evil god is indeed the evil god, not even knowing what they are doing. But then again, why have Zhang Long and the others not shown up after setting off so long ago? Just as Zhuo Qianhu's doubts had not been resolved, he became even more puzzled the next moment. He saw the other 23 personal guards, mimicking Zhao Hu, cutting their robes with long knives. In unison, they shouted, "Today, I sever ties with Lord Qianhu. You and I have no more friendship to speak of." These words seemed like embroidered needles, piercing straight into the softest part of Zhuo Qianhu's heart without warning. What is happening? Why do I feel like I have lost something? Just as he was in doubt, Zhao Hu spoke again. "The cold star's intention is unperceived. I offer my blood to recommend Xian Yuan." He held the knife in one hand and strode towards Zhuo Qianhu. The cold light flickered, and the long knife seemed poised to strike at Zhuo Qianhu. Instinctively, Zhuo Qianhu swung his own blade, and Zhao Hu's head flew high, blood splattering all over Zhuo Qianhu. The scalding blood seeped through his armor, soaking the fabric and burning his skin. Zhuo Qianhu suddenly realized that Zhao Hu's knife had merely hovered above his head, not coming down. "Unwilling to harm me? Yet you come to seek death? What on earth were these followers of the evil god doing?" A strange feeling surged from the depths of his heart once more. He had no time to dwell on it, as the remaining 23 personal guards also brandished their long knives and charged at him again. "With the cold stars as my witness, I offer my blood to Xian Yuan." An unprecedented battle intent erupted from them. At this moment, it seemed that life and death no longer mattered. Zhuo Qianhu's expression grew serious. "Humph, a bunch of insignificant scoundrels." He suddenly hurled out 2 willow leaf knives, but that was not all. The 5 goosefeather knives embedded in his back flew from his hands like arrows. 7 long knives scattered out, directly threatening the crowd. Immediately afterward, he leaped and picked up the willow leaf knife from Zhao Hu's hand. He charged straight at the 23 personal guards. A murderous intent burst forth. The bloody battle was about to unfold. The deafening cries of battle echoed through the night, and in the blink of an eye, the 23 personal guards were entangled in combat with Zhuo Qianhu. They fought fiercely, unafraid of death. The long knives in their hands were the weapons that awakened Zhuo Qianhu. The blood on their bodies washed away past mistakes. Their fighting spirit was high. At this moment, they fought for themselves and for the deceased common people. Even so, facing the fully unleashed Zhuo Qianhu, they were still no match for him. Zhuo Qianhu moved like a wolf among sheep, wielding 7 long knives as if they were trained predators, playing with them in his hands. His sharp movements, combined with the occasional falling long knife, left the 23 personal guards unsure of how to defend themselves. He struck with the ferocity of a gale sweeping away leaves. With each swing of his knife, bright red roses bloomed on this land. However, his brow furrowed deeply. The reason was simple. For some unknown reason, every personal guard that fell completely would have their scalding blood land on him. No matter how he dodged, their blood seemed to have eyes, splattering all over him. The more blood that splattered, the stronger that strange feeling in his heart became. It felt as if he was losing something very important to himself. When the last personal guard was cleaved down by him, the 7 long knives were sheathed one after another. Zhuo Qianhu coldly surveyed everything before him. The entire scene fell silent. Only he remained standing alone amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The night wind howled, disturbing the strands of hair falling from his forehead. Suddenly, a tear flowed from the corner of his eye without warning. Zhuo Qianhu instinctively reached out to wipe it away. "Ha, why am I crying?" More and more tears flowed uncontrollably, and an endless sadness surged within his chest. This sadness came so suddenly that he didn't even know why he felt sorrowful. He tried to wipe away the tears, but the floodgates had opened, and the tears kept falling, washing away the bloodstains on his face one by one. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually faded, and the suppressed consciousness finally regained the upper hand. The scene before him left him frozen in place. His once familiar brothers in arms lay sprawled before him, missing limbs, their wide-open eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. It felt as if a heavy blow had struck the back of his head. There were no thoughts left in his mind, only a lonely heart beating wildly. His limbs felt drained of strength, leaving only instinct to walk among the corpses. His gaze fell on Zhang Long, with whom he had shared a meal just days ago. His gaze then shifted to Zhao Hu, who had treated a female beggar roughly that day, and afterward, he had quietly criticized him. His steps halted as he found a bear-like man lying before him. He still remembers that straightforward boy, who joined the Judgment Army and had not even been a month. He remembers how, in the arena, the boy, with his little cleverness, joined the Judgment Army and looked so cheerful. He remembers that day in the dilapidated temple when the silly pillar secretly stuffed a big piece of beef jerky into his hands. "Lord Qianhu, this is for you. Lord Qianhu, I want to become a general who can take on 100 like you. Lord Qianhu, let's spar." Memories of the past surged in his heart, and Zhuo Qianhu could only feel tears streaming down his face. He remembered everything. It was he who had personally slaughtered hundreds of innocent civilians in this small town. It was he who had sent his 29 personal guards one by one to the underworld. On the day before the expedition, he stood at the front of the army, drawing his sword and swearing an oath. "Since I have taken you 30 out, I will definitely bring you all back intact. I, Zhuo, will never abandon any brother." The words of the past echoed in his ears, like countless needles constantly pricking at his conscience. Regret filled his mind as he helplessly held the silly pillar in his arms. I'm sorry. Countless words reached his lips, but in the end, they all turned into apologies. His tears could no longer be stopped. He finally understood what the strange feeling surging from his heart was. It was his conscience and loyalty. It was he who had trusted Pu Hang, and for the sake of so-called faith, had repeatedly suppressed his conscience and loyalty. The howling evening wind seemed to mock his helplessness. He held the silly pillar, gradually stopping his sobs. Regret and frustration piled up in his heart, overlapping, and eventually turning into hatred. Pu Hang. It was Pu Hang. It was all Pu Hang's fault. He was the one who brought disaster to the country and its people. He was the one who made me and my brothers kill each other. He gently laid down the silly pillar's cold body. He slowly stood up, walked into the sea of corpses, and knelt down with a thud. "Brothers, it is I, Zhuo, who has wronged you. I should have paid with my life, but the treacherous have not been eliminated, and your great revenge has not been avenged. I promise you, tonight, I will slay Pu Hang under my blade, and then I will bury you properly, and then take my own life before you to atone." After saying this, he bowed 3 times in all directions. He suddenly stood up, and the regret in his eyes had already been replaced by hatred. He drew the simple knife that stood beside him, found a direction in the darkness, and strode forward. In the pitch-black and silent night, the cold gleam of the simple knife was fully revealed. Outside the town, in the wilderness. At this moment, Zhang Huan was once again entangled in battle with Pu Hang. However, his condition seemed to be somewhat unwell. He was covered in blood. Behind him were the pale-faced Lu Yuan and the injured Master Buer. 5 minutes ago, due to Pu Hang's speed, when Zhang Huan caught up with them, Pu Hang had already engaged in combat with Buer and Lu Yuan. Fortunately, although the two were weaker, they were not incapable. With their cooperation, despite being seriously injured, they managed to hold on until Zhang Huan arrived. However, because he had to take care of the two and lacked the assistance of 1,000 blades, Zhang Huan felt for the first time how difficult it was to face the enemy head-on. Normally, he could easily use concealment and breath control, to escape even if he was at a disadvantage. But today, he could not escape. Dozens of Pu Hang's attacks crisscrossed, and Zhang Huan's gaze was sharp, accurately finding Pu Hang's true body among the phantoms, and he struck out with a knife. Put! Pu Hang could not dodge in time, and a deep gash was torn on his shoulder, yet not a drop of blood oozed out. He slapped Zhang Huan, causing Zhang Huan to stagger back a few steps. He looked at the wound on his body in surprise, as well as the Zhang Huan who had only retreated a few steps. At such a young age, to have such formidable strength, to be able to injure me. Kid, this master values talent, and I hope you can find your way back from the wrong path. Do not associate with the likes of Buer. Zhang Huan scoffed at this, so much nonsense. This was a trial he could not afford to lose. How could Zhang Huan concede to Pu Hang? Zhang Huan was not afraid of death, but he could not die in a trial like this. He still had many things to do. His mother's illness was not cured. He had not yet found Wu Shuang. Lu Zhiyue had not yet paid for her actions. Seeing Zhang Huan's stubbornness, Pu Hang's anger flared, and he immediately stopped holding back. His hands moved like a raging sea, all aimed at Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan's long knife danced continuously, but beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his forehead. Damn it! The Chenren could not be used. If he wanted to kill Pu Hang, it seemed he could only use that move. Just as Zhang Huan was pondering how to respond, a steady yet urgent sound of footsteps rushed from afar. The figure of Zhuo Qianhu suddenly appeared. Zhang Huan's heart leaped to his throat. His arrival made Zhang Huan acutely aware of one thing. The entire army of Shaiju had been wiped out. His own pressure would increase exponentially. Unlike Zhang Huan's tension, as soon as Pu Hang saw Zhuo Qianhu rushing over with a knife, the murderous intent in his eyes could not be suppressed by the smile on his lips. Zhuo Qianhu, chop him down for me. As he spoke, Pu Hang's offensive grew stronger, forcing Zhang Huan into a corner. Zhuo Qianhu said nothing, but his steps quickened. He closed the distance between the two. A cruel smile appeared on Pu Hang's face, as if he could already see Zhang Huan being killed with a single blow. Jiang kid, bow your head. Zhuo Qianhu's commanding voice rang out. The sharp wooden knife, with an overwhelming momentum, swept past Zhang Huan's head and horizontally struck at Pu Hang's body. This sudden change caught Pu Hang off guard, and the wooden knife directly severed half of his hand. However, where the hand was severed, there was still no blood. Pu Hang quickly stepped back, and the severed hand began to squirm, and in the blink of an eye, a complete hand grew back. He looked at Zhuo Qianhu in astonishment, only to find that his eyes had returned to normal. What replaced it was a full of rage. He murmured, seemingly wanting to control Zhuo Qianhu again. However, he was surprised to find that no matter what he did, it had no effect. Suddenly, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Using hatred to strengthen your heart, Zhuo Qianhu, you have taken a wrong path. The inner demons will slowly devour you. Return to the right path. The Heavenly Father will forgive you. As his voice fell, he kept murmuring. Dozens of illusions reappeared, and they chanted in unison, the complex scriptures echoing in this desolate wilderness, appearing exceptionally eerie. Zhang Huan instinctively wanted to use the discrimination, but the next moment, dozens of Pu Hang began to draw closer to each other, and in an instant, only 3 Pu Hangs remained before them. Zhang Huan tried to discern the true from the false but felt that the Pu Hang in front of him was nested within layers of skin. It was indeed a bit difficult to distinguish for a while. Zhuo Qianhu only frowned slightly. Zhang kid, quickly take Buer away. After saying this, he shook his cloak. Hundreds of small flying knives suddenly shot out, about to shred the 3 bodies. A sudden change occurred. The 3 Pu Hangs turned transparent in the blink of an eye, and the flying knives passed through their bodies. Then they disappeared right before Zhang Huan's eyes. Only the incomprehensible insects remained chirping, quietly and silently. But the feeling of danger rapidly grew in the hearts of Zhang Huan and Zhuo Qianhu. The two instinctively protected Lu Yuan and Buer at the center, guarding them on both sides. Zhang Huan pushed the discrimination to its limit. As someone who often played sneak attacks, he feared the most was being ambushed by others. Suddenly, a flash of white light crossed Zhang Huan's peripheral vision. He almost instinctively swung his knife. The figure of Pu Hang immediately vanished. Poof! A light snort sounded, followed by the voices of Lu Yuan and Buer. Zhuo Qianhu. Zhang Huan turned back to see that Zhuo Qianhu's left arm had been severed, blood splattering everywhere, and the 2 figures of Pu Hang disappeared in the blink of an eye. Clearly, Zhuo Qianhu's presence made Pu Hang more cautious. Thus, he received special attention. Zhuo Qianhu, are you all right? Zhuo Qianhu shook his head, biting down on the remaining willow leaf knife, enduring the immense pain from his wound. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, but he remained silent. He used one hand to tear a piece of cloth from under his robe and quickly bandaged his severed arm. Then he drew a goose feather knife from behind, vigilantly watching his surroundings. The evening wind howled. The surroundings fell into a dead silence once more. After a long while, even Jiang Huan began to doubt whether Pu Hang had already left. Zhuo Qianhu still maintained a stance of readiness. Whoosh! Another flash of white light surged toward them. This time Jiang Huan reacted swiftly. He swung his hand toward the white light. A severed hand fell before his eyes. Rather than a severed hand, it was more like an insect's leg. This time, Jiang Huan dealt a heavy blow to Pu Hang. However, Zhuo Qianhu was even more ferocious than Jiang Huan. Although his eyes could not locate Pu Hang's whereabouts, his combat instincts were extraordinary. Illusion. Sensing the crisis, Zhuo Qianhu disdainfully snorted. Then he lifted his long knife, splattering the blood that had fallen to the ground, spraying it around. The two hidden clones of Pu Hang were instantly stained with blood, their whereabouts immediately exposed to Zhuo Qianhu's eyes. Zhuo Qianhu's figure flickered, his right hand wielding the knife to sever one clone's head, which then dissipated. Then, using the knife he held in his mouth, he severely injured another clone. The clone turned to flee. He raised his hand and threw the goosefeather knife. The long knife pierced through Pu Hang's clone. It went straight through. Pu Hang's last clone also dissipated. This scene was firmly etched in Jiang Huan's mind. This was not a killing technique, nor was it any special ability. It was the body's instinct in response to a special situation. This was the instinctive combat that Zhang Yu had always urged Jiang Huan to learn. This series of counterattacks stirred a thought in Jiang Huan's heart. Zhuo Qianhu and each of his weapons had already merged into one. With the two clones destroyed, Pu Hang's figure could no longer hide. He reappeared before everyone. However, compared to his previously untouchable demeanor, he now appeared quite disheveled. His entire face was covered in wounds, unable to heal. Some characteristics of the demon beast had already been exposed. Clearly, the attacks from Jiang Huan and Zhuo Qianhu had inflicted considerable damage on him. Zhuo Qianhu, since you refuse to repent, today, this master will suppress you both. Zhuo Qianhu switched the willow leaf knife from his mouth to his hand and quietly murmured to Jiang Huan, "Wait for the right moment to take Bu'er and the others away. The future of the court still needs you." Then he disdainfully looked at Pu Hang. "You don't even look human. Take off your mask. Let me see what you really are." As he spoke, he leaped out. With an incredibly swift body technique and rapid knife skills, first, he severed Pu Hang's arm, then he aimed for his head. In an instant, Pu Hang was left with only his chest, standing in place. Is Pu Hang dead? Is it over? Bu Er and Lu Yuan looked at the scene before them in disbelief. But Jiang Huan and Zhuo Qianhu did not dare to let their guard down. Jiang Huan's figure flickered as he moved forward to deliver a finishing blow. Zhuo Qianhu shook his cloak, and hundreds of flying knives poured out. Just as the two were about to strike Pu Hang's remaining body, suddenly, a blinding white light erupted. Pu Hang's remaining body exploded. A pure, inviolable figure appeared before the crowd, a silver-haired old man in a white robe. He was tall and solemn, even more sacred than the golden Buddha statues within the temple. "The Heavenly Father is here. Why do you not kneel?" His words were laden with an undeniable pressure. It was as if he intended to suppress all those before him who disobeyed the doctrine. Jiang Huan possessed the protective aura of pure heart, so he remained unaffected. However, Bu Er and Lu Yuan seemed somewhat dazed, even making gestures of worship. This caused Jiang Huan to frown. What a burden! In the next moment, Jiang Huan swiftly struck two knife-hand blows to the back of their necks. They immediately fainted. Jiang Huan shrugged, not that he wanted to do this, but without 1,000 blades in hand, he had no other way to help others resist mental control. Suddenly, Jiang Huan felt a pang of anxiety. He clearly remembered that Zhuo Qianhu had also been under mental control before. If he were to be controlled again, perhaps this trial would end in failure. Fortunately, Zhuo Qianhu's eyes remained clear. Yet, within that clarity, there seemed to be a deep-seated hatred. Could it be, just as Pu Hang said, that the current Zhuo Qianhu was holding onto his true self solely out of hatred? Zhuo Qianhu was filled with hatred. He remembered clearly. Just a few nights ago, Pu Hang had used this very tactic to plant the thought of slaying demons in him. Thus, in his eyes, the common people who did not believe in the Red Lotus sect were demons, and the loyal guards who recognized reality were also demons. Everything was orchestrated by Pu Hang. Pu Hang, no matter what you are, take this blade. He threw the willow leaf blade with one hand. Then, his right hand moved as if it were on a spring, swiftly drawing. The remaining 4 goosefeather blades on his back were thrown out in an instant, 3 of them. The willow leaf blade combined with the goosefeather blades formed a continuous line of 4 long knives, heading straight for Pu Hang. A brilliant white light burst forth. The 4 long knives fell like raindrops into the sea, not stirring a single ripple. The might of the Heavenly Father is not to be offended. An ethereal voice echoed in the ears of Jiang Huan and the others. Jiang Huan sensed something was amiss and pulled Zhuo Qianhu aside. "Lord Qianhu, retreat for now. We can seek revenge another day. Zhuo Qianhu shook off Jiang Huan's hand, his face resolute. I was deceived by evil. I killed loyal ministers and righteous men. Today, to atone for my sins, I will fight him. Pu Hang suddenly unleashed a mighty palm. This palm blotted out the sun. It seemed as if he intended to crush Jiang Huan and the others into dust. Zhuo Qianhu leaped forward, striking out with a decisive blow. This palm that blotted out the sun was actually shattered by Zhuo Qianhu. Zhuo Qianhu landed, still holding his blade with one hand, charging towards Pu Hang. If I do not enter hell, who will? Jiang Huan, run! Pu Hang radiated brilliant light, resembling a blazing sun in the night, blinding everyone. A flicker of respect for Zhuo Qianhu flashed in Jiang Huan's heart, and then he grabbed Bu Er and Lu Yuan, racing away into the distance. At this moment, he had already determined that the main task of this trial was to protect Bu Er's safety, to sacrifice oneself for righteousness, only to atone for mistakes. The trial of the weapon spirit, Qianhu, has been completed by 30%, reward martial skill, killing instinct. All rewards will be granted in one go after the trial ends. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, and in an instant, Jiang Huan fell into confusion. He had been running wildly, and after so long, this trial had only been completed by 30%. Was protecting Bu Er not the goal of this trial? Or perhaps there were multiple objectives for the trial, not limited to just protecting Bu Er. The white light in the distance gradually faded, and Jiang Huan could no longer sense Zhuo Qianhu's presence. At the same time, he sensed that the sacred and inviolable aura around Pu Hang was dissipating, replaced by a sharp, brutal, and bloody aura. What is happening? Just as Jiang Huan pondered this, he suddenly sensed that aura rushing towards him. Jiang Huan leaped onto a large tree, looking in the direction from which the ominous aura was coming. He saw a giant centipede, about 7 or 8 meters long, wriggling its thousands of long legs, chasing after him. Wherever it passed, chaos ensued. Jiang Huan frowned. No more pretending? Time to show your true self? His expression was grave, his gaze flickering between Bu Er, Lu Yuan, and the giant centipede. Damn it! I can hide my own aura, but I can't hide theirs at all. The giant centipede is so fast. With them in tow, I can't shake it off. What a ridiculous trial. Everything is a guessing game. If I can just complete this trial, the first thing I'll do is find a way to get a fast-moving martial technique. Under immense pressure, Jiang Huan's pent-up anger finally erupted. He cursed loudly, no longer caring about his image. Damn it! If I fail this trial, I'm dead. Who cares about this broken image anymore? His curses roused Bu Er and Lu Yuan. What happened to us? Why did we faint? Seeing their bewildered expressions only fueled Jiang Huan's anger further. He was about to scold them, but when he met Lu Yuan's innocent and carefree look, the harsh words stuck in his throat. The host's contrast puzzled Spirit No. 13. Why are people always inconsistent inside and out? Jiang Huan had no time to pay attention to the system's prompt. He glanced at the two with some helplessness. You two hurry and find a way to hide. After saying that, Jiang Huan turned to leave. Lu Yuan quickly asked, Hey, Jiang Huan, aren't you escaping with us? Jiang Huan smiled. I'm not running anymore. If I keep running, I might not be able to complete this trial. His words left Lu Yuan and Bu Er confused, but Jiang Huan's figure had already disappeared deep into the woods. Lu Yuan's gaze towards the host reminded Spirit No. 13 of some things, some not so pleasant things. Jiang Huan hid in the canopy of a towering tree. Under the effects of concealment and aura suppression, even a nearby owl failed to notice Jiang Huan's presence. The location of this towering tree was on the giant centipede's path, and Jiang Huan planned to ambush it here. He didn't know if he could kill the giant centipede, nor did he know if this choice was correct. Jiang Huan simply felt that with his speed, carrying Lu Yuan and Bu Er, they would eventually be caught by the giant centipede. It was better to fight to the death than to keep fleeing. Moreover, from the perspective of Zhuo Qianhu, if he were still alive, then avoiding confrontation was definitely not his style. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. The giant centipede gradually approached, knocking down trees of all sizes, countless beasts becoming its meal in the blink of an eye. The owl beside Jiang Huan finally sensed something was wrong. It flapped its wings, trying to fly away. Jiang Huan suddenly grabbed its neck, squeezing tightly, and the owl gasped its last. Killing it wasn't for any particular reason. It was just that the pressure in Jiang Huan's heart was too great. Its flapping only made him more irritable. Jiang Huan gripped the willow leaf knife tightly. All his spiritual energy surged into it. He sought a single, fatal strike. Boom! 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 The giant centipede finally came into view, like a steamroller, ready to flatten everything in its path. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The distance between it and Jiang Huan grew smaller. A massive amount of spiritual energy flowed into the willow leaf knife, causing the blade to hum. Just as the giant centipede was about to crash into the towering tree, Jiang Huan leaped down with the knife raised. With both hands gripping the hilt, under the dual influence of spiritual energy and gravity, he thrust fiercely at the giant centipede's head. Zzz. The long knife pierced in, making a sound like metal cutting. Even with all his strength, the knife only penetrated 3 inches before it could go no further. Roar! The giant centipede let out a fierce roar, raising its front half and casually tossing Jiang Huan, along with his sword, away. Before he could react, the giant centipede opened its fangs and lunged at him. Jiang Huan quickly leaped aside, activating his skills of concealment and breath control to hide his presence. In no time, the giant centipede lost track of him. It howled to the sky and began searching for the scents of Bu Er and Lu Yuan, chasing after them once more. At this moment, Jiang Huan felt extremely frustrated. Damn it! Can you stop playing dirty? We're fighting. Why do you always drag others into this to force me out? Cursing aside, Jiang Huan leaped again, landing on the giant centipede's body. He raced along its back, taking 2 steps to jump onto its head once more. With both hands gripping his sword, he aimed directly at the previous wound and stabbed down again. Hitting 100 points of the enemy is not as effective as striking 1 point hard. Opening the mind. Jiang Huan was a professional. Swoosh! The willow leaf blade pierced down with unstoppable force. This time, the long knife sank halfway in. The giant centipede rolled in pain. Jiang Huan lost his balance and was directly pinned beneath the giant centipede. Thousands of pounds of weight pressed down on him, and Jiang Huan felt his flesh being crushed, blood being squeezed out, and his bones threatening to shatter. The pain pierced his soul, making him feel as if he had entered an unknown era. Fortunately, the giant centipede was in so much pain that it couldn't control its rolling, and in the blink of an eye, it swept past Jiang Huan, turning to wreak havoc on other nearby creatures. Jiang Huan lay on the ground, weakly watching this scene. He wanted to move, but his severely injured body made even that a challenge. Jiang Huan gasped for breath, desperately activating slow healing. The crushed bones were reforming, blood vessels reconnecting, and flesh healing. Jiang Huan was burning with anxiety. He saw the giant centipede climbing back up. It seemed to have adapted to the recent injury. Its bloodthirsty eyes were fixed on Jiang Huan. For the first time, Jiang Huan felt that the name of the ability, slow healing, was not a mistake. This was indeed a bit slow. The 2 fangs in front of the giant centipede opened and closed, making Jiang Huan's heart race. He seriously suspected that the reason for the disappearance of Left Shinhu's presence was that it had been swallowed whole. Jiang Huan instinctively directed all the effects of slow healing to his legs. He did not want to be eaten by the giant centipede. The giant centipede lunged at him again. It opened its massive mouth, ready to swallow Jiang Huan whole. The stench hit him like a wave. Jiang Huan's legs had regained sensation, and he took the opportunity to kick the giant centipede's head. His entire body was propelled backward by the reaction force. At this moment, his lower body had mostly recovered, but his upper body still felt numb, his arms swinging uncontrollably like sleeves as he ran. Jiang Huan quickly activated the effects of slow healing on his arms while keeping an eye out for the fallen willow leaf blade. After a few backflips, he reached the side of the blade, crossed his legs, and with a flick of his strength, the willow leaf blade shot up. Then, Jiang Huan bit down, clamping the blade in his mouth. Since his hands had not fully recovered, he would imitate Left Shinhu and fight to the bitter end with the blade in his mouth. The second spirit tool admired the host's courage, but it appreciated even more the host's ability to apply what he had learned. The 13th spirit tool felt a bit reluctant, believing that this trial had exceeded the host's capabilities. It was trying to communicate with the 9th spirit tool to lower the difficulty of the trial. Some spirit tools believed the host should escape and wait until he was stronger before battling the enemy. Some spirits believe that a host's bravery is extraordinary, and that breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat is the true nature of a man. At this moment, Jiang Huan felt that the system was a bit noisy, but he had no time to silence it, because the giant centipede was attacking again. Thousands of insect legs wriggled up and down, and Jiang Huan felt an immense pressure. He once again concealed his figure in the darkness. With nimble steps, he silently approached the giant centipede. Spiritual energy surged in. He twisted his neck to the right. The willow leaf knife pierced into the giant centipede's side. Just as Jiang Huan had guessed, its abdomen was softer than its back. The stabbing pain in its side caused the giant centipede to falter. Jiang Huan would not let it off easily. With a powerful push of his legs, he held the willow leaf knife and dashed along the giant centipede's body. The soft abdomen was pulled open, creating a long gash. Thick, foul-smelling green blood poured over Jiang Huan's head, making him look like a clay figure at that moment. Roar! The giant centipede howled, and thousands of insect legs suddenly fell, forming an impenetrable net aimed directly at Zhang Huan. Helpless, Zhang Huan could only kick the giant centipede's side hard and once again use the force to propel himself away. He did not want to be crushed and severely injured by the giant centipede again. The giant centipede glared fiercely at Zhang Huan, and he could feel the anger in its eyes. He had no doubt that the giant centipede intended to crush him to dust. At that moment, Zhang Huan's arms finally regained feeling. He took the knife from his mouth with his right hand, his eyes scanning left and right, constantly analyzing how to engage in the most advantageous battle. In an instant, the giant centipede charged at Zhang Huan again. This time, Zhang Huan did not charge at the giant centipede but turned and fled backward. There was a tall tree over 10 meters high. Zhang Huan planned to take advantage of the giant centipede's inability to turn quickly and jump behind it to attack. Zhang Huan was panting heavily, his spiritual energy was less than 1/3. After a series of fierce battles, if it were an ordinary second-tier spirit master, they would have run out of spiritual energy by now. Even so, this was the hardest battle Zhang Huan had fought since stepping into the second tier. Zhang Huan was close to the big tree, but the next moment, there was no sound behind him. Zhang Huan couldn't help but look back. He saw that the giant centipede, which had just been unstoppable, suddenly stopped for some reason. Its breath was gradually fading. Exorcising demons and slaying monsters, undefeated in 100 battles, successfully killed the treacherous national master Pu Hang. The spirit, Thousand House, has completed 70% of the trial, reward martial skill, Blood Fury. After the trial ends, all rewards will be issued at once. Zhang Huan frowned slightly. What was going on? Did the giant centipede die? Those few moves of mine could at most severely injure it. How could I possibly kill it? Moreover, why did it die? And the trial only completed 70%. What was the remaining 30%? Just as Zhang Huan fell into deep thought, the giant centipede's body suddenly emitted strange sounds. The sound was particularly jarring in the quiet night. Listening closely, the source of the sound came from the side of the giant centipede that Zhang Huan had cut open. Put, put, put. A series of muffled sounds came from within the giant centipede's body. It sounded like metal slicing through flesh, occasionally accompanied by the sound of hitting hard objects. Zhang Huan held his breath and focused, hiding his figure in the darkness, not daring to be careless. Put! A sharp blade protruded from the giant centipede's abdomen. With a rip, a towering figure, covered in foul-smelling blood and countless pieces of flesh, crawled out from the giant centipede's abdomen. Zhang Huan's pupils constricted. The person before him held a serrated goosefeather knife and was clad in armor. It was none other than Zhuo Qianhu. Zhang Huan instinctively took 2 steps toward him, but before he could reveal himself, Zhuo Qianhu suddenly looked up in his direction. Just one glance, Zhang Huan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The Zhuo Qianhu before him seemed no longer to be Zhuo Qianhu. His severed left arm had already regrown. What emanated from him was no longer the pure battle intent of the past, but a towering killing intent. Zhang Huan had a strange illusion. The Zhuo Qianhu before him seemed like a Shura that had walked out of purgatory. He wanted to slay all life in front of him. Demon! Kill! Zhuo Qianhu's powerful voice became incredibly hoarse, as if the evil spirits of hell were whispering. In the next moment, he charged at Zhang Huan with his knife. Zhuo Qianhu arrived in an instant, and Zhang Huan hurriedly raised his knife to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the jungle, and in the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The splattering sparks illuminated the night. Zhang Huan grew increasingly alarmed. Zhuo Qianhu's strength seemed even more formidable than before. His blade, the feathered knife, glowed with a strange crimson hue after being infused with spiritual power. It was clearly dull, yet it continuously carved gashes into Zhang Huan's sharp blade. If it weren't for Zhang Huan's spiritual power constantly being infused, perhaps his willow leaf knife would have already snapped in two. But because of this, Zhang Huan's already dwindling spiritual power was rapidly depleting. Moreover, his previously most adept skills of concealment and breath control seemed to be suppressed. He could hide his figure, but before long, Zhuo Qianhu would find his approximate location. Then, under the storm-like wide-range attacks, Zhang Huan was forced to expose his whereabouts. In just 10 minutes of combat, Zhang Huan's body, which had only recently healed, was once again covered in injuries. Furthermore, Zhang Huan could clearly sense that a strange force seemed to be preventing the effective, slow healing from taking place. Zhang Huan looked at Zhuo Qianhu's feathered knife and frowned slightly. This knife must be enchanted. As his spiritual power gradually ran low, Zhang Huan's expression became unprecedentedly grave. No, if this continues, I will undoubtedly lose. With this thought, Zhang Huan turned and fled. Just like their first encounter, Zhang Huan pushed concealment and breath control to the limit. Although his speed couldn't match Zhuo Qianhu's, His agile changes in direction made it so that Zhuo Qianhu couldn't do anything about him for a while. Moreover, this time the battle was not limited to the arena, allowing Jiang Huan to exploit his advantages even more clearly. Jiang Huan continuously changed direction, and the distance between the two was gradually widening. Hiding behind a large rock, Jiang Huan held his breath and focused. The high-intensity, high-frequency battle had left him with not a drop of spiritual power remaining. He slumped behind the boulder, anxiously rummaging through his storage ring for something. Where is it? Where is it? Why can't I find it? Where's the reward for killing the priest last time? Jiang Huan was not someone who particularly liked to categorize and organize every item, and usually, it wasn't a problem, but this time, he felt for the first time how important it was to keep everything in order. Damn it, after this trial is over, if I survive, I will definitely change my bad habit of throwing things around. While rummaging, he kept an eye on the increasingly close Zhuo Qianhu. He simply couldn't understand how Zhuo Qianhu had found his whereabouts. Based on what he had learned about Zhuo Qianhu in recent days, he shouldn't have any martial skills that could see through his movements. Under the immense sense of crisis, Jiang Huan's thoughts raced. When he found the S-grade full recovery potion, the joy in his eyes was hard to conceal. He clearly remembered that this thing could restore the user to peak condition. The light blue liquid slid down his throat, leaving a faint sweetness lingering between his teeth. Then, a torrent of spiritual power instantly coursed through Jiang Huan's body, filling his depleted form. Jiang Huan's previously exhausted body, nerves, and senses were restored to their peak in an instant. In that moment, he understood all his doubts about Zhuo Qianhu. The restoration of severed limbs was somewhat similar to the recovery of ordinary injuries. The essence of Puhang is the giant centipede, and Zhuo Qianhu crawled out from within it. Jiang Huan did not know what Zhuo Qianhu had experienced, but he could guess that this experience was something that ordinary people could not endure. It was precisely this experience that allowed his severed arm to regenerate. Moreover, Pu Hong had previously mentioned that Zhuo Qianhu, driven by a deep-seated hatred, clung to his inner self, and a single misstep could easily lead to a backlash from his inner demons. Reflecting on Zhuo Qianhu's state during their confrontation, Jiang Huan could clearly sense that Zhuo Qianhu's mind was now consumed by a single thought, slaying all the demons and monsters in the world. However, sadly, he could no longer distinguish between humans and beasts. His battles were all instinctual. He fought based on his understanding of the blade. At this moment, Jiang Huan finally understood everything. This was the final goal of the Qianhu trial, to defeat Zhuo Qianhu, who was fighting purely on instinct in a frenzied state. With this realization, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Huan's lips. It seems that to win, I can't hold back this potion. With a thought, a bottle of red potion immediately appeared in his hand. An A-grade potion of frenzy, which would temporarily boost all attributes by 30% for the user. If only the Qianrun were here, perhaps this potion could have been saved. Whether it was the all-attribute recovery potion or this frenzy potion, Jiang Huan had originally intended to keep them. An S-grade potion and an A-grade potion could easily sell for around 10 million at an auction. If a cure for his mother's illness suddenly appeared one day, selling these two precious potions would be the quickest way for him to raise money. However, the situation was urgent, and plans could not keep up with changes. To defeat Zhuo Qianhu, he could not afford to save this potion. He pulled out the cork and drank it in one gulp. Unlike the all-attribute recovery potion, this frenzy potion had a slightly sour taste, reminiscent of a mix of grape juice and lemon juice. The sweet and sour flavor made him smack his lips. In the next moment, his body began to heat up. Jiang Huan felt as if the blood in his veins was boiling. A vast amount of spiritual power was flowing rapidly within him. His body craved a vigorous battle to vent the fervor in his heart. Zhuo Qianhu had already approached Jiang Huan, who smiled slightly and kicked out. Boom! The massive rock behind him shattered. All the fragments of stone flew towards Zhuo Qianhu. This trial, I must survive. The moment Jiang Huan revealed his presence, Zhuo Qianhu keenly sensed his location. With a few swift movements, the Yenling knife in his hand danced like a spirited blood dragon, slicing through the flying debris. Clang! 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 The two engaged in fierce combat once more in the woods. The fierce momentum of the blades stirred up a howling wind, lifting countless fallen leaves and dust. After dozens of exchanges, the trees around them were bent low by the raging wind. Jiang Huan's expression grew serious once again. Although the frenzy potion provided a certain degree of power enhancement, there was still a gap between the two. Moreover, the power boost from the frenzy was only temporary. If he could not resolve the battle quickly, he would inevitably lose as time passed. No, I cannot lose. We have already reached the final goal. I must not lose. In the Qianhu trial, I should try to adopt Zhuo Qianhu's perspective to understand his every action. If I want to win against him, I must understand him. Right now, he is fighting purely on instinct. If I were him, to resolve the battle quickly, I would definitely use my strongest moves. Wait! A flash of insight crossed Zhang Huan's mind. He seemed to realize something. While fending off Zhuo Qianhu's attacks, he continued to ponder along this line of thought. Zhuo Qianhu's strongest move was to wield both blades simultaneously, but he was not using both blades. Even if it was because there was no second knife here, casually picking up a branch, with Zhuo Qianhu's strength, he could defeat me even faster. The reason he didn't do this must also be instinct. What is his other instinct? Zhang Huan began to recall everything he had experienced with Zhuo Qianhu, ultimately fixating on the scene from that day in the arena. On that day, Zhuo Qianhu had thrown away one of his twin knives because he respected Zhang Huan. He chose to fight fairly. He didn't want to take advantage of his weapons. If that's the case, does it mean that fighting fairly is also one of Zhuo Qianhu's instincts? If that's the case, clang! Zhang Huan raised his knife to meet Zhuo Qianhu's downward strike. A vast surge of spiritual power erupted from the blade, and both were blown back simultaneously. The noisy forest fell silent once more. Zhang Huan and Zhuo Qianhu locked eyes, seemingly waiting for the other to make the first move. Zhang Huan smiled, "Lord Qianhu, since you are fighting according to your instincts, let's have a battle of instincts." With that, he let go of the willow leaf knife. With a clatter, the willow leaf knife fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Zhuo Qianhu looked at him coldly, and he returned the cold gaze. He was betting that one of Zhuo Qianhu's instincts was to pursue a fair fight. Zhuo Qianhu's knife techniques were fierce, and Zhang Huan knew very well that if the effects of the berserk potion faded, defeat awaited him. However, as long as Zhuo Qianhu dropped his knife, his strength would be greatly diminished, and he would have a fighting chance. After all, fighting with instincts was something he had also been forced to practice. Zhuo Qianhu seemed to understand Zhang Huan's thoughts, loosening his grip, and the curved blade goosefeather knife fell to the ground, also making a light sound. Zhang Huan smiled and assumed a stance for free fighting. This was a combat technique his father had insisted he practice before he awakened his weapon spirit. For the past 10 years, Zhang Huan had never dared to slack off. Zhuo Qianhu seemed a bit puzzled. He had never seen such a strange movement. But puzzled or not, he also assumed a stance reminiscent of ancient warriors. The next moment, both charged at each other simultaneously. Their fists, like a torrential storm, struck without mercy. Straight punches, hook punches, knee strikes, elbow strikes, shoulder throws, backflips, rabbit kicks. Ancient martial arts clashed with modern combat techniques, experience and skills rubbing against each other. Zhang Huan and Zhuo Qianhu's fists and feet landed on each other in succession, the dull thuds echoing through the forest. At first, Zhang Huan had not fully entered the instinctive state and was being pressed by Zhuo Qianhu. But as he continued to take hits, Zhang Huan gradually entered the instinctive state. In this state, he seemed to forget time and space, his mind only remembering three things: attack, defense, dodge. Gradually, he began to keep up with Zhuo Qianhu's rhythm. Every punch from Zhuo Qianhu was met with an equally powerful punch from him. Every kick from Zhuo Qianhu, before it could land, was intercepted mid-air. Just as Zhuo Qianhu was about to execute a shoulder throw, Zhang Huan pushed Zhuo Qianhu's waist, breaking the incomplete shoulder throw. When Zhuo Qianhu swung a punch with all his might, Zhang Huan also retaliated without retreating. Bang! The two fists collided, and the vast force seemed to create waves, making the entire forest rustle. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of tiny bones breaking echoed, and under their already tattered sleeves, their exposed skin began to ooze blood, more and more. Zhuo Qianhu and Zhang Huan simultaneously knelt on the ground. The high-intensity, high-frequency punches had already reached the limits of their bodies. The two looked at each other weakly, seeing defiance in each other's eyes. A few birds flapped their wings as they flew past the night sky, and the forest fell into silence once again. The only sound left was the heavy breathing of the two, one inhaling and the other not exhaling. After a long while, Zhang Huan staggered to his feet, dragging his severely injured body to stand before Zhuo Qianhu. Zhang Huan smiled gently, "Lord Qianhu, you lost." In Zhuo Qianhu's eyes, there was still a mix of murderous intent and unwillingness, along with a hint of confusion. It seemed he could not understand why, despite being so gravely injured, Zhang Huan was still able to stand. He certainly did not understand. After all, Zhang Huan had never mentioned the matter of slow healing to anyone during this trial. Zhang Huan's words struck Zhuo Qianhu's heart like a heavy hammer. The murderous intent and unwillingness in his eyes quietly faded away, and Zhuo Qianhu burst into laughter. "Pu Hang is dead. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Shizhu, brothers, I personally beheaded Pu Hang. Did you see it? I fulfilled the promise I made to you. I can finally meet you all." Amidst the grandiose words, Zhang Huan could hear the sadness hidden beneath. He did not know what had happened between Zhuo Qianhu and the 29 personal guards, but he could guess it was certainly not a good thing. Suddenly, Zhuo Qianhu choked up, a tear rolling down the corner of his eye. "Zhang Huan, I'm sorry. The sudden apology caught Jiang Huan off guard. It seemed he was apologizing for attacking Jiang Huan multiple times. However, Jiang Huan did not blame him. After all, to him, this was merely a trial, with no right or wrong. Although we haven't known each other for long, Jiang Huan, I still want to say thank you. A sense of foreboding flashed through Jiang Huan's heart. No. In the next moment, Zhuo Qianhu raised his hand and struck his own heart fiercely. Bang! Bright red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he shattered his own heart with the last of his strength. Despite such a painful death, a smile lingered on his face. Jiang Huan understood he was happy for his own release. Yet, while he was happy, a frown appeared on Jiang Huan's face. No, Zhuo Qianhu, you can't just die like this. I'm really panicking. Zhuo Qianhu was a key figure in the trial, and with his sudden death, Jiang Huan feared the trial would be deemed a failure. Just as Jiang Huan's mind was in turmoil, the system's crisp notification sound rang out. Defeated the lost Zhuo Qianhu, the spirit of the trial, Qianhu, has completed 90%, reward ability, domain sharing. All rewards will be granted in one go after the trial ends. The trial is 90% complete, so it hasn't failed. But what could the remaining 10% be? The night, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face, was the closest to dawn. Tap, tap, tap. A blunted goosefeather knife was used as a cane, supporting a somewhat hunched figure moving through the woods. On his back was a man with a resolute face, though his complexion was devoid of color. They were bound together by a tattered cloak. Zhuo Qianhu, although this is just a trial, seeing your corpse lying in the wilderness, I really can't bear it. But to be honest, before your spiritual power fully recovers, you are really heavy. At this moment, Jiang Huan had no spiritual power at all. Any bit of recovery would be used to activate slow healing. There was no choice. Fighting Zhuo Qianhu had completely drained his body. Suddenly, Jiang Huan felt a chill run down his back. He immediately turned to look, only to see 7 or 8 pairs of eerie green eyes lurking behind the dense bushes, watching him intently. How unlucky, running into a pack of wolves at this time. Jiang Huan muttered, but there was no trace of fear on his face. With a face smeared with blood and mud, his eyes, filled with killing intent, defiantly stared back at the wolf pack. The wind rustled through the trees. The two sides faced off for a long while. The lead wolf lowered its head slightly and let out a howl, causing the wolf pack to tuck their tails and quietly retreat. A smug smile appeared on Jiang Huan's face. Beasts are just beasts. You really can't show weakness in front of them. This was an experience Jiang Huan had summarized after multiple battles with demon beasts. When facing seemingly ferocious creatures, you must be even more ferocious to scare them off. When the first rays of morning light fell, Jiang Huan, carrying the body of Zhuo Qianhu, finally returned to Pingnan town. The entire town was eerily silent, with not a single survivor among the townsfolk. Jiang Huan looked at the corpses scattered across the ground, feeling dazed. It was the first time he had witnessed such a scene, with bodies lying everywhere and blood flowing like rivers. Even though it was a trial, Jiang Huan felt it was too real, so real that it seemed to have truly happened in a history he was unaware of. He carried Zhuo Qianhu and finally arrived at the open space in front of the church. What met his eyes were 29 of his personal guards lying haphazardly on the ground. Jiang Huan's gaze swept over them. Not a single body was intact. He even reconstructed the battle from the previous night in his mind through the wounds and traces of the fight left on their bodies. Suddenly, Jiang Huan felt a heaviness in his chest, as if a giant stone were pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Before him lay the broken body of Sha Zhu. Not only was one of his arms missing, but there was also a line of blood around his neck, and beneath him was a stain of blood seeping into the ground. For some inexplicable reason, Jiang Huan felt a pang of sadness in his heart. What am I sad about? It's just a trial. It's all fake. He muttered this to himself, but memories of his brief interactions with Sha Zhu flashed before his eyes. Uncontrollably, he picked up Sha Zhu and placed him down in a relatively clean spot. Perhaps for convenience, he gently set down Zhuo Qianhu as well. Looking at the faces of Sha Zhu and Zhuo Qianhu, Jiang Huan couldn't help but recall the first time he chatted with Sha Zhu. My biggest wish in this life is to become a person like Lord Qianhu. Jiang Huan shook his head helplessly. He suddenly felt very sad for Sha Zhu, who had idolized Zhuo Qianhu but ultimately died by his hand. But Zhuo Qianhu was also very sad, unable to distinguish between man and demon. He had wanted to slay demons and eliminate evil, only to slaughter his own comrades as if they were beasts. Were any of them wrong? Jiang Huan didn't know. He couldn't make sense of this question, and in the end, all his doubts turned into a long sigh. Consider it my debt to you, since you are good comrades, you should be buried together. Jiang Huan began to busy himself among the bodies, weaving between the old acquaintances of the past. By the time the sun set behind the mountains, there were 30 small mounds of earth in front of the church. In front of each mound stood a simple wooden tombstone, each inscribed with a brief summary of Jiang Huan's thoughts about them, serving as an alternative epitaph. However, when it came to Zhuo Qianhu, Jiang Huan found himself at a loss. Should he write about his unparalleled loyalty and his slaying of demons? Or should he mention his massacre of the townsfolk and the killing of his comrades? He pondered this until the next day, when the blood-red sun rose from the horizon, and Jiang Huan still had no answer. Finally, looking at the rolled-edge goosefeather knife in his hand, he felt a sense of melancholy. Zhuo Qianhu, oh Zhuo Qianhu, your tombstone is so difficult to establish. It seems that no matter how I write it, it wouldn't be fair to you. With that, Jiang Huan yanked Zhuo Qianhu's tombstone out of the ground and tossed it aside. Then, he firmly planted the rolled-edge goosefeather knife in front of the grave. In that case, I'll use the knife as a tombstone, let others judge your merits and faults. As soon as he finished speaking, the goosefeather knife standing before the grave suddenly began to tremble violently. Buzzing. The sudden change made Jiang Huan instinctively take a few steps back. He furrowed his brows, looking gravely at the buzzing Yanling knife. What's going on? The next moment, streams of blood energy surged forth from 30 graves. In the blink of an eye, 30 phantoms hovered before the graves. 29 personal guards were shoulder to shoulder, laughing and joking as they had in life. The foolish Shu, at the far end, kept waving at Jiang Huan, as if urging him to come over quickly, or else he would be scolded by Zhuo Qianhu later. Standing at the forefront was none other than Zhuo Qianhu. He was full of bravado, his face brimming with confidence, just as it had been when Jiang Huan first met him. With a single glance from Zhuo Qianhu, the 29 personal guards immediately fell silent. Just as Jiang Huan was puzzled about what Zhuo Qianhu was going to do, Zhuo Qianhu unexpectedly turned and knelt on one knee before the 29 personal guards. The 29 personal guards exchanged glances, and finally, a smile reappeared on their faces. They rushed to help Zhuo Qianhu up, as if they had never blamed him at all. After a moment of commotion, at a signal from Zhuo Qianhu, the 29 personal guards suddenly knelt on one knee. 30 pairs of loyal eyes stared directly at Jiang Huan. 30 men, filled with loyalty, bowed in gratitude to Jiang Huan. At that moment, a strange feeling arose in Jiang Huan's heart. It was as if a bond tied him closely to Zhuo Qianhu and the 29 personal guards. The next moment, the 30 phantoms transformed into blood shadows in an instant, all rushing into the Yanling knife, which had a rolled edge, before Zhuo Qianhu's grave. The red glow dyed the entire small town, as if the blood color was competing with the rising sun. As the red glow faded, the rolled-edge Yanling knife became sharp once more, its chilling brilliance making it hard to look directly at. Swish! The reborn Yanling knife flew into Jiang Huan's hand on its own. Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of Zhuo Qianhu and his personal guards. The spirit tool, Qianhu's trial is 100% complete, and the contract with spirit tool, Qianhu, is successful. After leaving the trial, all rewards will be issued at once. A crisp system notification sounded, and the next moment, a dark tear was ripped open in the azure sky, with an endless suction force emanating from it. Houses, shops, corpses, churches, graves, everything in the small town began to be devoured by the endless darkness, dissipating into countless particles. Jiang Huan stood in place, staring blankly at all of this. Is the trial over? It seems I have to return to reality. What a serendipitous turn of events. I wonder how many days are left until the campus recruitment. I hope there's still time. Lu Jiyue, you must not leave Kaiyun City. Supply Town No. 27, Red Leaf Hotel. Sister Hong, are you sure you haven't seen this boy? 2 burly men in sunglasses, dressed as mercenaries, were inquiring while holding a photo. What are you saying, old Dao? Didn't I give you all the check-in information? How could I possibly deceive you? The scar-faced man called Old Dao put away the photo, grinning lewdly. That's true. But who knows if you've forgotten to register. As he spoke, his large hand quietly patted Sister Hong's curvy backside. Sister Hong shot him a flirtatious glance and gently swatted Old Dao's hand away. You scoundrel, who doesn't know that Supply Town No. 27 is your territory? I wouldn't dare to deceive you. Old Dao laughed heartily. Alright, Sister Hong, I believe you. But I must remind you, this kid is the one the Lu family is looking for. If you have any news, remember to tell me quickly, you won't miss out on the benefits. Sister Hong smiled. Money to be made? What has this kid done to attract the Lu family's attention? Old Dao's smile suddenly froze, glaring at Sister Hong. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Sister Hong watched the two leave with a smile until they disappeared from sight, her face instantly falling. Daring to touch me, you'll end up dead sooner or later. Then she discreetly glanced around, confirming that no one was watching her before she gracefully turned and walked back into the store. She picked up several bottles of different potions from beneath the counter and then headed to the back of the inn. Behind the inn was still a row of bungalows, and Hong Jia directly pushed open the door to the second room. The room was clean and tidy, yet empty. She walked to the bedside and gently tapped the bed frame, 3 long knocks followed by 2 short ones, alternating. The next moment, the bed frame slowly opened, and a dim yellow light greeted her, revealing a narrow entrance right before Hongjie. She stepped inside, and the bed frame closed behind her. The quilt on the bed remained neatly arranged, as if it were firmly secured by some means. Hongjie walked down the stairs, and after a moment, a well-decorated room appeared before her. It was clearly a basement, yet it was more luxurious than many high-end hotels. In the center was a bed, where a handsome young man lay, breathing steadily, sound asleep. Beside the bed, on a half-height shelf, hung a small bottle of nutrient solution, dripping through a tube into Jiang Huan's body. A middle-aged man sat quietly in a chair, with deep dark circles under his eyes, indicating that he hadn't had a good rest in a long time. Hongjie, I'm sorry to trouble you. The two were none other than Zhang Yu and Jiang Huan. Hongjie shot him a glance. Old Zhang, if you really felt sorry, you wouldn't have come to me this time. Zhang Yu felt a bit awkward, scratching his head. Besides your place, I can't think of anywhere outside the city that is both safe and won't be discovered by those with ill intentions. Hongjie pouted. Isn't that right? I don't know who was chased outside the city back then and came to me begging for help. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhang Yu's usually serious face. It's fate. It's all fate. Just as Hongjie said, a few years ago, when he was still at the second tier, 9 stars, he had gone out on a mercenary mission and accidentally found some rare refining materials, only to be targeted by villains. Outnumbered, Zhang Yu could only flee for his life. Fortunately, after escaping to Supply Town No. 27, he received Hongjie's help, who hid him in this room, allowing him to escape disaster. Years later, he found himself hiding in this room once again. Hongjie smiled helplessly and casually placed the potion she was holding aside. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Speaking of which, this kid has helped me too. Zhang Yu looked puzzled. Helped you? Hongjie then briefly recounted how Jiang Huan had cleared out the warehouse of monster beasts for him. Upon learning that Jiang Huan had been able to kill second-tier monster beasts a month ago, Zhang Yu's eyes filled with surprise. It seemed he had always underestimated Jiang Huan's strength. Remember to change his nutrient solution later, Hongjie reminded. Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly. Hongjie sat by the bed, gazing at Jiang Huan's face, studying it carefully for a while. With her left leg crossed over her right, the thin black stockings wrapped around her fair, delicate calf, and just one glance made Zhang Yu's face turn as red as a monkey's bottom. By the way, what did this kid do to provoke the Lu family into going through so much trouble to catch him? Zhang Yu then shared the information he had learned from Murong Shui and what he had gathered from the news during this time with Hongjie. Upon hearing this, Hongjie's brows slightly furrowed. So, this kid pawned his father's spirit weapon to the Lu family, but now the Lu family is denying it? Zhang Yu nodded. From the information I have, that does seem to be the case. Hongjie smiled. What kind of spirit weapon could make the Lu family risk tarnishing their own reputation to go after him? An S-class or above spirit weapon? Zhang Yu shook his head. That's not it. When I visited his home last time, I heard his mother mention that it seems he has an A-level spirit tool called Wushwang. Hongjie, upon hearing this, showed a flash of surprise in her eyes, but quickly masked it with her clever demeanor. From the name, it does sound impressive. Zhang Yu shrugged. It really is quite remarkable. When I glanced at it during my last visit, just the hint of sword intent it released made me feel powerless, as if any spirit tool should bow to it, even those above S-level. But, Hongjie, you're not a spirit master, you wouldn't understand. High-level spirit tools have their own temperaments. Not just anyone can form a contract with them. If they are not recognized and a contract is forced, the lightest consequence could be backlash. The worst could mean destruction for both the spirit tool and the host. Hongjie feigned realization and looked at Jiang Huan a couple more times. He looked so much like someone else, no wonder I felt a sense of familiarity with him. Sigh. Just as they were talking, Zhang Yu suddenly sighed involuntarily. Hongjie raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with you? Why the sigh? Zhang Yu looked melancholic. I feel sorry for the kid. It's not your spirit tool that's been taken over. Why do you need to be so melancholic? Zhang Yu shook his head. The spirit tool is one thing, but the main point is, he is my student. I've seen his progress during this time. The school recruitment is tomorrow, and with his current strength, even if he can't get into the Yi family, he could still join other top mercenary groups in the country. As long as he gets in, it would be a chance to change his fate. But he's been unconscious for over half a month now, and there are no signs of waking up even today. Hongjie, do you think he can wake up? Listening to Zhang Yu's concerned words, Hongjie's gaze returned to Jiang Huan. I don't know either. Hongjie had secretly used her spiritual power to check Jiang Huan's condition. Everything seemed normal, so why couldn't he wake up? If he were just an ordinary person, she wouldn't care whether he woke up or not. But why did it have to be his son? If there really is a miracle, heavens, please let him wake up soon. For a moment, Hong Jia was lost in thought, even silently praying for Zhang Huan in her heart. Cough, cough. A slight coughing sound came, and both Hong Jia and Zhang Yu looked up in unison. Zhang Huan slowly opened his eyes and saw the anxious expressions of Zhang Yu and Hong Jia. Zhang Huan, how are you? Do you feel better? Zhang Huan, you finally woke up. I was so worried about you. What day is it today? The first thing Zhang Huan did upon opening his eyes was to ask what day it was, but due to not having drunk water for a long time, his vocal cords seemed to be stuck together, making it hard to speak. The attentive Hong Jia quickly poured water for Zhang Huan, who drank 3 large cups before feeling somewhat better. Zhang Yu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, you finally woke up, otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Zhang Huan chuckled and then noticed Hong Jia beside him in the well-decorated room. Hong Jia, how did you end up here, and where is this place? Hong Jia smiled meaningfully and glanced at Zhang Yu. Let old Zhang explain it to you. After a round of explanations, Zhang Huan not only learned about the relationship between Zhang Yu and Hong Jia but also understood his current situation, and his anger towards the Lu family surged. Lu Jiyue, Lu family. You not only want to use Wushuang to secure your family's future but also want to put me in a dead end. This is truly too much. Zhang Yu and Hong Jia both keenly sensed the killing intent in Zhang Huan's eyes. Zhang Huan, you mustn't act impulsively. The Lu family is the foremost noble house in Kaiyun City, and they have no idea how many experts above the 3rd rank they have at home. Impulsiveness is not advisable. Zhang Huan nodded. Teacher, don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. In just a few breaths, the killing intent around Zhang Huan dissipated completely. The sudden change surprised both Zhang Yu and Hong Jia. Is this the temperament of an 18-year-old boy? Zhang Huan didn't notice the surprise in their eyes. At this moment, he was more concerned about the campus recruitment. Teacher, is the campus recruitment happening soon? Zhang Yu nodded. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, all the large, medium, and small enterprises cooperating with Kaiyun City will come to Kaiyun Stadium for the recruitment. Zhang Huan fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he looked earnestly at Zhang Yu. Teacher, can you take me back to the city? Before Zhang Yu could respond, Hong Jia couldn't sit still any longer. Zhang Huan, are you crazy? Going back to Kaiyun City now? Zhang Yu also opposed. Zhang Huan, while I really hope you can find a suitable job at the campus recruitment, given the current situation, I suggest you wait for next year's recruitment. Zhang Huan shook his head, looking unusually determined at the two of them. Teacher Zhang, Hong Jia, I understand your concerns, but I'm not afraid. Zhang Huan paused, seeing that the two still looked serious, and then smiled. Moreover, I believe that according to our city lord's temperament, without evidence, he won't allow the Lu family to act recklessly in the city. A flicker of emotion passed through Zhang Yu's eyes. Although City Lord Morong had not taken sides with the Demon Suppression Army, he was fair in his dealings. If the other party didn't present substantial evidence, they really might not be able to do anything to Zhang Huan. But it's easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Hong Jia quickly reminded. Zhang Huan shrugged. Since it's a hidden arrow, as long as I'm careful enough, they won't be able to hurt me, right? Zhang Yu still felt uneasy and wanted to persuade Zhang Huan in another way. Zhang Huan, it's too far from Kaiyun City. Even if we rush back at full speed, we might not make it to tomorrow's recruitment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan jumped off the bed, patted Zhang Yu's shoulder with a mischievous grin. Little Zhang, of course, time is a bit tight. Otherwise, why would I ask you to take me back to the city? Zhang Yu's eyes widened in shock. After a quick tidy up, night fell, and the small town was bustling with people. Boom! A cool cruising motorcycle sped towards Kaiyun City in the night, the roaring engine echoing through the sky. Hong Jia watched the two figures gradually fade into the distance, seemingly recalling something, and couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Huan, Zhang Feng. Boss, the last time I saw him, he was still a baby nursing in his sister-in-law's arms, and now he's grown up so fast. The evening breeze tousled her long hair, and her still charming face was filled with melancholy. It's been 10 years, where on earth have you gone, boss? The motorcycle sped through the thick fog, with stars twinkling through the mist, casting a hazy glow. Trees, bushes, and demon beasts rushed past Zhang Huan's eyes. Zhang Yu focused on driving the motorcycle, looking straight ahead. Teacher, thank you. Zhang Yu could have refused Zhang Huan or simply rented him a motorcycle in the supply town to let him return to the city on his own. However, he chose to personally take Zhang Huan back to the city. This made Zhang Huan genuinely grateful to Zhang Yu. Without looking back, Zhang Yu joked, "What are you thanking me for? It's my bad luck to have become your teacher. I've realized that ever since I became your teacher, my life has become much more troublesome." For a moment, Zhang Huan felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed he had indeed caused Zhang Yu a lot of trouble. However, the next moment, Zhang Yu's words eased Zhang Huan's mind. But, to be honest, these troubles are quite exciting. They make me feel young again. Hey, Jiang Huan, if you really want to thank me, consider joining the Demon Suppression Army. Jiang Huan shot him a glance. No way. The howling wind swept past, and even Jiang Huan, as a spirit master, couldn't help but feel a bit cold. He tightened his leather jacket, and with a thought, the system panel appeared before him. Host, Jiang Huan, level, 2nd tier 2-star, abilities, mutual progress, pure heart, slow healing, domain sharing, martial skills, stealth, backstab, breath control, discrimination, killing instinct, blood rage. Experience, 32%, physique, 945. The experience points have been stuck at 32% since killing the Yi priest, which means that any enemies killed during the trial won't increase my experience. Jiang Huan couldn't help but recall the thrilling scenes from the trial. My strength is still insufficient. There are still 17 weapon spirits. If each weapon spirit goes through a trial, sooner or later, I'll be defeated in the trial. With this thought, Jiang Huan resolved to improve his strength as much as possible before the next trial. He then began to study the new martial skills and abilities he had acquired in this trial. Domain sharing, at the host's will, weapon spirits can exchange their respective domains for use. Killing instinct, when rational analysis cannot defeat the enemy, it might be worth trusting your instincts. Blood rage, burning vital blood significantly enhances combat power, but always be cautious. Once the vital blood is exhausted, even deities cannot save you. These are all martial skills that can greatly enhance combat power, but it's a pity I still haven't obtained any skills to increase speed. However, this domain sharing is quite good. Exchanging domains could catch the enemy off guard. With a thought, Jiang Huan switched to the weapon spirit panel. When the weapon spirit panel appeared before him, Jiang Huan immediately noticed something different. There's an extra one? It seems Xianhu really has successfully contracted with me. Next to the panel of Xianren, there was an additional light blue translucent panel. Floating on the panel was a beautifully crafted blood-red goosefeather knife. Below it was labeled its name, Xianhu. Aside from a bit of joy, Jiang Huan felt more confusion. Wait, why does this, Xianhu, look different from before entering the trial? Jiang Huan clearly remembered that when facing the Yi priest, Xianhu had just leaped out of the sword box. It was a complete set of weapon spirits consisting of a long whip, a broadsword, 2 willow leaf knives, 5 goosefeather knives, and several flying knives. But why, after coming out of the trial, was there only 1 goosefeather knife left? System, what's going on? A weapon spirit composed of multiple weapons defaults to the return form, multi-in-one, and the host can liberate it at any time to enter the departure form. Return form? Liberate? Departure form? From this, it seems to say that this entire set of weapon spirits can be integrated into one. When needed, it can be fully displayed. However, I've never heard of this return and departure terminology. Could it be unique to this, Xianhu? Jiang Huan had seen complete sets of weapon spirits before, but he had never encountered this situation through various channels. Even the A-grade, Yazanking, he had seen last time did not exist as a single entity. It seems humanity's understanding of weapon spirits is still too limited. He couldn't help but start examining the return form, Xianhu, closely. Like a blade soaked in blood, it presented the form of a goosefeather knife overall, yet there were subtle differences, as if it possessed the essence of the broadsword and willow leaf knives. The hilt was composed of fine scales that glimmered coldly, and upon closer inspection, its form was indistinguishable from that of a flying knife. A short rope was tied at the end. Rather than a short rope, it looked more like a shrunken whip. It seems that Xianhu, in the return form, has the characteristics of each weapon. With a sigh, Jiang Huan immediately opened the details of Xianhu, wanting to see what special effects it had. Spirit, Xianhu, quality, S, effect 1, ripple. Where the blade passes, there is the explosion of spiritual power. The lethality in the detached form is even greater. Effect 2, double slash, a flurry of strikes like a storm, leaving the opponent with no chance to fight back. The lethality in the detached form is even greater. Effect 3, whip, binding, striking, controlling. The lethality in the detached form is even greater. Effect 4, meteor, hundreds of flying knives emerge, like meteors streaking across the night sky, directed by the heart and the blade. The lethality in the detached form is even greater. Effect 5, 5 blades, a speed so fast it leaves one unable to react, each strike akin to a 5-hit combo. The lethality in the detached form is even greater. Domain, sacrifice for justice, low level. They were once the bravest warriors, loyalty and righteousness were the principles they lived by, blood and iron battles only unleash even greater power. Within the domain, all allies gain a 30% boost. Experience, 3%, compatibility, 23, refinement count, 0. After briefly looking at each effect, Jiang Huan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These effects seem to correspond to each weapon of Zhuo Qianhu. Jiang Huan instinctively recalled the battle with Zhuo Qianhu in a frenzied state during the trial, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, he fought Zhuo Qianhu barehanded. Otherwise, if he had encountered Zhuo Qianhu in full state and fully armed, he would have been doomed. His gaze focused again on the domain effective, Qianhu. It seems to enhance combat power. If combined with the domain effective, Shenrun, it could suppress the enemy while boosting ourselves. Even against a 4th-tier expert, we might still have a fighting chance. But what exactly do they mean? Zhang Huan couldn't help but fall into deep thought, pondering without arriving at a conclusion. Forget it, after returning to the city, I'll find an opportunity to activate the domain and I'll know. A person's face inexplicably surfaced in Zhang Huan's mind. The butler named Fu Bo at Lu Jiyue's home. His strength is probably around 4th tier 5 stars, with a physique fluctuating around 2000. The spirit seems to be a B or a grade. Just wait, after I deal with Lu Jiyue tomorrow, I will definitely come to settle the score with you. The motorcycle sped along. The cold wind blowing against him seemed to disperse all the gloom in his heart, and a slight smile appeared on Zhang Huan's lips. Although he hadn't improved his realm during this outing, successfully awakening Xianhu greatly boosted his confidence. With some of his own trump cards, he believed that when he faced Fu Bo again, he would surely avenge the heavy injuries from that night. The next day, at 5:23 p.m., in Kaiyun Stadium, the autumn recruitment in Kaiyun City was nearing its end, and students from various martial arts schools had found mercenary groups or companies within their capability through competitions and physical tests at the job fair. In the senior year area of Kaiyun City 3rd High School, Morong Shui, dressed in a short skirt and white shirt, was wearily dealing with the envy of the other teachers. Teacher Morong, congratulations. I always believed in Lu Jiyue. I didn't expect her to perform exceptionally and get into Yes with the first place. Yes, especially Fang Jia. I didn't expect him to also enter Yes with the 3rd place. Teacher Morong, don't be sad. Although Zhang Huan is missing, I believe the city patrol will find him. Besides, didn't your class have 5 or 6 students who got into Yes? Smile a little. By the way, I heard the city lord prepared enrollment gifts for the top 10 in the city. Remember to remind the students to prepare. After finally dealing with the surrounding teachers, Morong Shui slumped down in her seat. The gaze swept over the students in front, finally settling on Lu Jiyue. At that moment, Lu Jiyue was chatting with Fang Jia from the neighboring class. As if sensing Morong Shui's gaze, she waved her hand specifically towards her. Morong Shui nodded in acknowledgement, looking elsewhere, but her thoughts remained on Lu Jiyue. There were too many questions in her heart. Why didn't the Yi family take action themselves, but instead chose to use the Lu family to tarnish Zhang Huan's father's legacy through business means? Lu Jiyue had clearly cared about Zhang Huan in the past. What made her decide to turn against him? In Fang's hospital, was Lu's family behind Zhang Huan's mother's sudden illness? Why did they insist on linking the demon suppression army with Zhang Huan? At that moment, Zhao Yi, who usually got along well with Lu Jiyue, suddenly ran over. Teacher, I had bad luck and only got into the Black Panther mercenary group in our Kaiyun city. She looked aggrieved, with tears glistening in her eyes. Morong Shui quickly hugged her, stroking her head to comfort her. It's okay, once your strength improves, you can switch to a higher-level mercenary company. Zhao Yi buried her head in Morong Shui's neck, as if she had suffered a great injustice. In a voice only the two could hear, she whispered, Teacher, I just heard them say that the Lu family has already hired 70% of the mercenaries in Kaiyun City, searching for Zhang Huan everywhere outside the city. Not only that, but it seems that quite a few grassroots members in the city patrol have also been bribed. Once they find Zhang Huan, they will use the excuse of refusing to assist in the investigation to execute him. Morong Shui's pupils trembled, and her gaze involuntarily darted towards Lu Jiyue. That handsome face was blooming with a smile, but all Morong Shui could think of were 4 words, venomous and treacherous. Why did she have to put Zhang Huan in danger? Was there a shadow of the Yi family behind this? Kaiyun City, Kaiyun Stadium. To ensure the smooth progress of the school recruitment, 4 burly city patrol members stood at each entrance. The surrounding vendors wisely maintained a distance of about 2 meters from them. A motorcycle roared in from the West City Gate, the thunderous engine noise provoking a round of curses from the crowd. Zhang Yu drifted the motorcycle and parked it steadily in front of the gate. Zhang Huan, hurry! There are only half an hour left. To save time, they entered through the West City Gate. Most of the guards at the West City Gate were Zhang Zhouwan's subordinates, so the two were not troubled. The moment the motorcycle stopped, Zhang Huan performed a side flip and jumped off the bike, heading straight for the south gate of the stadium. Just as Zhang Huan was about to step inside, a Krukut City patrol member stopped him. Sorry, no one is allowed to enter before the recruitment work is finished. Zhang Huan met the serious eyes without a hint of fear. I'm here for the school recruitment. No one is allowed to enter the examination room 30 minutes after the exam starts. Otherwise, we will arrest you for disturbing the order of the examination. Zhang Huan remained unfazed, reaching out to push the man's hand aside, forcing his way into the stadium. After all, his purpose was not really to take the exam. Whether he disturbed the order of the examination was of no importance to him. At that moment, Zhang Yu rushed over, holding his teacher's certificate, with a smile on his face. "You guys have worked hard. I'm Zhang Yu, the practical class teacher from the 3rd middle school. This is my student. He was delayed by something. The school recruitment is quite important for a student. Can you give him a break? Your captain, Zhang Zhouwan, is quite familiar with me." While speaking, he had already slipped a thick wad of cash to the crewcut man. The crewcut man took the money, a smile appearing on his face. "You're quite familiar with Captain Zhang, then I naturally have to give him face." With that, he stepped aside. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Thanks, brother." Then he turned to Zhang Huan and said, "Zhang Huan, don't just stand there. Hurry up, time waits for no one. Wait a moment." Just as the two were about to stride in, the crewcut man shot a glance, and his 3 subordinates once again blocked the entrance. Zhang Huan's face was already showing signs of anger. Zhang Yu was equally displeased, but still wore a smile. "Brother, what's going on? We are pressed for time." The crewcut man pushed Zhang Yu aside, his gaze constantly sizing up Zhang Huan. "It really is you, Zhang Huan." Zhang Huan's brows furrowed slightly. He seemed to have guessed something. Sure enough, the next moment, the crewcut man's words confirmed his suspicion. "Zhang Huan, due to your suspected involvement in the murder of Yes Corps team leader Long Chun, assaulting a manager from the Lu Group, and trespassing into private residences among other charges, we ask you to assist us in returning to the Patrol City Division for investigation." In an instant, the 4 surrounded Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's expression darkened immediately. "Brother, you need an arrest warrant to take someone in. Please show it to me." The crewcut man snorted coldly. "It's at the division, I didn't bring it with me." "Then please get the arrest warrant and come find my student." As he spoke, Zhang Yu had already shielded Zhang Huan behind him. The arrest warrant from the Patrol City Division must be reported to the City Lord's mansion by the captain. From Zhang Yu's understanding of Zhang Zhouwan and Morong Shui, if there was indeed any urgent need to arrest Zhang Huan, they would have informed the two of them long ago. The crewcut man seemed somewhat apprehensive, then took out a walkie-talkie. "Attention all units, someone is causing trouble at the school recruitment, come quickly for support." He then cast a cold glance at Zhang Yu and Zhang Huan. The suspect and his accomplice are resisting arrest and attempting to assault Patrol City Division officers. According to Article 8.5 of the Patrol City Division, execute on the spot. Zhang Yu was furious. "You're fabricating charges. I'm going to the City Lord's mansion to accuse you of defamation." However, the 4 Patrol City Division officers had already activated their spirit devices and charged at the two. A whistling white light flashed. Every strike was aimed at the two's vital points. Zhang Huan and Zhang Yu each saw a hint of seriousness in the other's eyes. "Zhang Huan, leave this to your teacher. Hurry inside." In the next moment, the 1,000 blades and scholar had already appeared in their hands. Inside the Kaiyun Sports Stadium, the final agenda was underway. The youth are the future of the Great Xia. To encourage the younger generation to strive, the City Lord of Kaiyun City, Morong Yun, has established the Rising Sun Award. Please have the students whose names are read out quickly proceed to the podium. Kaiyun 3rd Martial School, Lu Jiyue, Chang Tianhe, Feng Jia. Kaiyun 1st Martial School, Xiao Mingming, Lu Yuan. Tiger Martial Arts Hall, Sun Jiacheng. The 10 students led by Lu Jiyue quickly stepped onto the podium. The students and teachers from various martial schools and halls below looked up at the spirited group on stage with envy. 10th place Yang Tiancheng, from the Qinglong Martial Hall, employed by the Shanggu Mercenary Group, awarded 50,000 cash, 1 bottle of D-grade spirit nourishing pill. 9th place Zhou Gongcheng, from Kaiyun City's 4th Martial School, employed by the 10,000 Buddhas Association, awarded 80,000 cash, 1 bottle of D-grade spirit nourishing pill. 3rd place Feng Jia, from Kaiyun City's 3rd Martial School, employed by the Yi Mercenary Group, awarded 300,000 cash, 1 bottle of B-grade clear glass fire liquid. 2nd place Chang Tianhe, from Kaiyun City's 1st Martial School, employed by the Shadow Martial Hall, awarded 150,000 cash, 1 board of B-grade clear wind J2 capsules. 1st place Lu Jiyue, from Kaiyun City's 3rd High School, employed by the Yi Mercenary Group, awarded 200,000 cash, 1 bottle of A-grade everlasting liquid, and 3 taels of refining material meteorite gold. Are there any objections to the above rewards? If there are any objections, please raise them immediately. If there are none. The crowd below was buzzing with discussion, yet no one raised an objection. Everyone knew that those who could achieve such results were not someone they could provoke. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. "I object." Everyone turned their gaze towards the sound, and they saw a young man rushing in from the entrance. His face still bore a few drops of fresh blood, and the long knife in his hand, made of what looked like shattered glass, dripped blood as he ran. Behind him, 7 or 8 injured city patrol officers closely followed. Who is that guy? So flashy, and he dares to hit the city patrol? I think he's from the 3rd martial arts school. What was his name again? Jiang Huan? What do you think will happen to him with so many leaders watching? How will the city lord handle this? The people on the podium frowned as they watched Jiang Huan get closer and closer, especially Lu Jiyue, whose gloomy face looked worse than anyone else's. Meanwhile, the city lord, Morong Yun, who was awarding prizes on stage, had a dark expression. With a glance, he signaled the city patrol officers maintaining order around him to surround Jiang Huan. The chaos in the stadium also caught Morong Shue's attention. When she saw Jiang Huan covered in blood, rushing towards her with the 1,000 blades, her eyes were filled with confusion. How did this brat come back to the city? But she rushed forward without hesitation. Her swift steps stirred the whistling wind, causing her golden short hair to fly in all directions. Her speed was like lightning, and in an instant, she had shielded Jiang Huan behind her. Jiang Huan, you little brat, how did you come back to the city? Jiang Huan's lips curled slightly. Teacher, there are some things I must do. As the two spoke quietly, the voice of the city patrol captain, Zhang Zhouwan, interrupted their conversation. Teacher Morong, this matter has nothing to do with you. He disrupted the examination order and injured my city patrol officers. You'd better step aside. In the blink of an eye, dozens of city patrol officers responsible for security in the stadium, with various spirit tools manifested, stared menacingly at the two, just waiting for Zhang Zhouwan's command. A storm of attacks would come crashing down on them. If it were an ordinary person facing dozens of city patrol officers, they might have already cowered in fear. However, Morong Shui merely brushed her slightly disheveled hair and smiled. Zhang Zhouwan, look at you go. The next moment, the spirit power surged to its peak, and the aura of a 4th-tier 7-star expert suppressed everyone. Morong Shui placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Zhang Zhouwan and the other city patrol officers, scolding, I don't care what city patrol you are. I'll tell you. He is my student. A teacher protects their student. It's only right. You adults bullying a child. Do you have no shame? Teacher Morong, there are so many people watching. He disrupted the examination order. Don't you want us to handle this properly? Zhang Zhouwan said in a low voice, making faces. Not to mention that he liked Morong Shui, even if he wanted to handle it officially. With his 3rd-tier 2-star strength, he and all his subordinates were no match for Morong Shui. Morong Shui turned to Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, they say you disrupted the examination. I ask you, what are you doing here? Jiang Huan straightened his back and replied with full confidence, Teacher, I came to participate in the school recruitment. Morong Shui scolded, did you hear that? He came to participate in the recruitment. In an instant, Zhang Zhouwan's face turned red with anger, but he still suppressed his fury. Teacher Morong, have you ever seen a student coming for a recruitment who would beat up our colleagues like this? He pointed at his subordinates behind him, who were bruised and battered. Morong Shui was somewhat surprised. What happened? Did you really do this? Her understanding of Jiang Huan was still at the level when he was at D-grade spirit tools, making it hard to believe he had this kind of strength. Jiang Huan nodded and whispered, the surveillance didn't catch it. It was a serious matter to attack the city patrol in the city, so Jiang Huan cleverly chose to strike when passing through blind spots of the surveillance. Morong Shui shot him a glance. This brat was quite clever. Who knows how they got hurt? Or are your subordinates so weak that they can't even beat a student who hasn't graduated from a martial arts school? Morong, you! Zhang Zhouwan pointed at Morong Shui, unable to say a word for a long time. Morong Shui, not one to back down, continued to scold. What do you mean, you? Hurry up and tell your people to step aside. Otherwise, I'll help you clear the way. My student's future. Can you afford to delay that? The exams are about to end. What the hell can I delay? Morong Shui snorted coldly. Whether the exams are over or not is not up to you to decide. After saying this, she turned to look at the city lord Morong Yun on the podium. Zhang Zhouwan also looked towards the city lord Morong Yun. Morong Yun pondered for a moment, then smiled into the microphone. My little girl loves to cause trouble, and I apologize to all the friends who have come from afar. However, this recruitment has indeed not ended. Since this student says he has an objection, let's hear his objection. Zhang Zhouwan could only glare at Jiang Huan helplessly, then turned and left with his people. Morong Shui secretly pinched Jiang Huan. You little brat. If you don't stand up for me later, just wait and see how I deal with you. Jiang Huan smiled bitterly. Teacher Morong, I hope you won't be angry with me later. At this moment, Morong Shui still didn't know that Jiang Huan was preparing to shatter Lu Jiyue's pride in front of everyone. As the homeroom teacher, Morong Shui would only face countless inquiries from the school leaders of the 3rd middle school after her students fought on stage. Your name is Jiang Huan, right? May I ask what your objection is? Morong Yun asked calmly. possessing a natural aura of authority after years in a high position. Jiang Huan stood at the front of the crowd, his deep spiritual energy resonating in his throat, his voice strong and unyielding, echoing throughout the stadium. She doesn't deserve it. Jiang Huan pointed disdainfully at Lu Jiyue, who was standing in the center of the podium. In an instant, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Who the hell is this kid? How dare he provoke Lu Jiyue? She's a third-tier, 2-star expert. A spirit weapon body. Him? I've heard from my friends at the 3rd middle school. He's the bottom of the F-grade spirit weapon. I heard he used to have a good relationship with Lu Jiyue, but after being rejected, he probably turned to hate out of love. That's possible. Some people want the ones they like to regret. Does he think he's the protagonist of a novel? Morong Yun glanced thoughtfully at Lu Jiyue behind him. Lu Jiyue stepped forward slowly, looking innocent. Jiang Huan, I don't understand why you say I don't deserve it. I also don't understand why you would bully our manager, and I don't understand why you would slander my family's shop for ruining your A-grade spirit weapon. Is it just because I rejected your pursuit that you want to take revenge on me in various ways? With just a few simple sentences, she nailed Jiang Huan to the pillar of shame. Jiang Huan instantly became a shameless little man who couldn't win love and turned to hate. See, I guessed right, didn't I? Family, who understands? Even at a campus recruitment, you can encounter such a lowly man. If you ask me, he just wanted to live off a woman and got angry after being rejected. I don't know how his parents taught him to be so shameless. In an instant, the crowd was filled with murmurs, all disparaging and insulting Jiang Huan. Morong Shui frowned as she watched all of this from below the stage, her expression complicated. How had she not noticed before how deep Lu Jiyue's schemes were? After the crowd quieted down a bit, Lu Jiyue revealed a smug smile. Jiang Huan, if I don't deserve to stand here, do you think your F-grade spirit weapon deserves it? Despite Long Chun's hints, she never believed that the person who broke into her house that night was Jiang Huan. As her words fell, the crowd erupted again in murmurs. Once the news of the F-grade spirit weapon came out, it further solidified Jiang Huan's identity as a man living off a woman. Jiang Huan seemed not to hear the ridicule from others. A radiant smile appeared on his face. Since that's the case, I challenge you. With that, Jiang Huan leaped onto one of the platforms in the center of the arena. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire stadium reached its peak. No way, I must be hearing things. An F-level spirit wants to challenge our genius from Kaiyun City? Hey, kid, what a way to ride the wave. You want to be an internet celebrity? Guys, who understands? The guy down there is desperately trying to get the goddess's attention. It's just ridiculous. Lu Jiyue stood on the high platform, locking eyes with Jiang Huan, her gaze filled with disdain. It was absurd that I once had a good impression of such an ignorant guy. Just as Lu Jiyue was lost in thought, Fang Jia, who stood beside her, stepped forward first and sternly reprimanded Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, what do you think you are? Coming here to challenge Jiyue. Do you even have the qualifications? If you want to join the Yi family, please make sure to participate in the martial arts exam next year. Of course, whether you have the ability to pass is another question. His words dripped with sarcasm. Jiang Huan narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze resting on Fang Jia, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He had been infatuated with Lu Jiyue for years, and over the past 2 years, he had caused himself no small amount of trouble. According to the school recruitment requirements, anyone has the right to challenge the top 10 in the city before the last minute ends. If you don't believe it, you can verify it with the city lord, you fool. Morong Yun nodded. According to the rules, it should be so. However, it has been nearly 20 years since anyone has used this rule. Jiang Huan's gaze shifted back to Lu Jiyue, as if he had never regarded Fang Jia as a threat. If you lose, the admission quota for the Yi family and the rewards from Kaiyun City will all belong to me. If I lose, I will willingly become a slave. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue erupted. To willingly become a slave meant giving up all rights as a free person. From then on, he would only be a beast of burden for his master. Even if the master ordered him to die, he could only comply. Generally, only those who were truly at their wits' end would make such a choice. Who would have thought that Jiang Huan would make such a vow in front of so many people just to challenge Lu Jiyue? Morong Yun looked at Jiang Huan with a serious expression. He had been troubled by this kid's antics for days. If it weren't for his daughter insisting on protecting him, he might have even considered handing him over to the Yi family directly. He had thought this kid had some exceptional qualities, but now it seemed he was just crazy. Lu Jiyue was now a third-tier 2-star powerhouse, a top genius in Kaiyun City. What could he possibly use to compete with her? Moreover, the Yi family was so close to the Lu family. Even if Jiang Huan really defeated Lu Jiyue, could he really obtain a hiring quota from the Yi family? Meanwhile, Fang Jia behind Morong Yun was furious. partly because of Jiang Huan's disrespect towards Lu Jiu and partly because of Jiang Huan's disregard for him. He pointed at Jiang Huan, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Jiang Huan, you useless piece of trash! Now, I will teach you a good lesson for Jiu." As he roared, he jumped off the podium and rushed towards the platform in the center of the arena, raising his fist to strike Jiang Huan. Veins bulged on his fist, creating a punch that howled like a wolf. His fair skin gradually turned blood red. In an instant, it transformed into a dark blue. Martial arts, Iron Fist. This was a martial technique his father had specially gathered for him to enhance his physical strength. Once activated, his fists were as strong as steel. Facing the fierce punch, Jiang Huan did not hesitate to throw a punch of his own. Except for the fact that there was no dark blue hue attached to his fist, his starting position, raising his hand, swinging his hand, and stepping forward were all identical to Fang Jia's. Only, his movements were more decisive and crisp. Bang! Fist against fist, flesh against flesh. The collision was devoid of any flashy techniques. Fang Jia's face revealed a hint of mockery. "Your physical strength is quite good, but can you withstand this punch?" As he spoke, he prepared to swing his other fist, aiming to smash it down on Jiang Huan. In an instant, his fair fist seemed to turn a deep shade of iron, as if he were wearing an iron glove. Damn! Fang Jia is using his full strength in martial arts. He doesn't even want to use his spirit weapon, just wants to crush Jiang Huan with his fists. However, Jiang Huan still threw a completely ordinary punch, without any spiritual power. Bang! Another muffled sound echoed, and Jiang Huan remained completely unmoved. Fang Jia, on the other hand, staggered back more than 10 steps before stabilizing himself. He looked at everything in disbelief. A second-tier 8-star spirit master like him was actually being pushed back by this 0-tier 7-star guy, Jiang Huan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He naturally didn't know that with Jiang Huan's current physique, he was comparable to a 4th-tier spirit master, and it was a piece of cake to take a few punches from him with just his body. Fang Jia was puzzled. After thinking for a while, he finally found the answer. "Oh, Jiang Huan, you must have taken drugs, right? To attract Shiyu's attention, you even resorted to this. Taking drugs can enhance your physique, but what about your spirit weapon? With an F-grade spirit weapon, you're destined to be useless. You really are just like your hospitalized whore of a mother, relying on drugs to hold on." A glint of killing intent flashed in Jiang Huan's eyes. He could tolerate others insulting him, but he could never tolerate anyone insulting his parents. "What did you say?" Fang Jia wore a mocking smile. "You still don't know? Fang's hospital, the Fang of Fang Jia." Jiang Huan couldn't help but clench his fists, and a sinister smile appeared on Fang Jia's face. "Are you angry? It won't help. Let me tell you, a waste like you, I can bully you, and you still have to take it." A large knife suddenly appeared in Fang Jia's hand, and a faint shadow of a snake person, coiling its arms and flicking its tongue, could be seen on the blade. It was his spirit weapon, B-grade, snake person. Jiang Huan said nothing, his eyes filled with endless coldness. A pale blue light flashed in Jiang Huan's hand. A narrow-bladed long knife, made of fragments and measuring over 4 feet, suddenly appeared in Jiang Huan's hand. The moment 1,000 blades appeared, Fang Jia was the first to sense something was wrong. "This isn't right, his spirit weapon. I remember it being a broken knife. How did it change like this? Did it advance in refinement?" Fang Jia became somewhat cautious, but his tone remained arrogant. "So that's why you're so cocky. Your spirit weapon has advanced. But so what? E-grade? Or D-grade?" A chilling smile crept onto Jiang Huan's lips. The next moment, his figure vanished before Fang Jia's eyes. A sense of crisis surged from the depths of Fang Jia's heart. He almost instinctively raised the large knife to block. Block! A crisp sound echoed throughout the stadium. The audience, which had just been noisy, fell silent in an instant. The cold, piercing spiritual power, like a hidden assassin in the dark, surged into Fang Jia's large knife the moment it made contact, relentlessly tormenting the snake person. Fang Jia felt as if the snake person was being sliced by thousands of sharp blades. Bang! Another muffled sound. Blood mist erupted from his chest, and Fang Jia's body fell like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the arena. Jiang Huan's long knife slowly descended, and bright red blood continuously dripped from the blade. Moments later, the long knife remained chillingly cold, showing no trace of blood. The entire venue was dead silent, a pin drop could be heard. Jiang Huan's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Below the podium, everyone stared wide-eyed, especially the hundreds of students from the 3rd middle school who were familiar with Jiang Huan, each face filled with disbelief. In their impression, Jiang Huan should have been the most useless spirit master. As the homeroom teacher, Mu Rongshui had been prepared, yet she was still somewhat surprised, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Huan. "This kid seems to be stronger than I imagined. Could he have been specially trained by Zhang Yu?" On the podium, the city lord Morong-yun stared at Zhang Huan, equally filled with confusion. This kid is so ruthless? One move to take down the third place in the entire city? Could it be that the Yi family and the Lu family didn't frame him? Damn! If that's the case, how am I supposed to deal with the pressure from the Yi family and the Lu family after the school recruitment? One question after another flooded in, and Morong-yun unconsciously rubbed his head. Not far from him, Lu Jiyue, standing in the center, also frowned, no longer showing a hint of relaxation. Could it be that the person who entered my room that night was really him? Suddenly, she thought of something and took a few steps forward, quietly tugging at Long Chun, the head of the Yi family's mercenary group in Kaiyun City. Mentor! Long Chun glanced at Lu Jiyue beside him, then shifted his gaze to Zhang Huan, whispering, "You need to have confidence in yourself. You are a spirit vessel, he cannot be your opponent. The reason you lost that night was entirely because you had just broken through, and your realm had not yet stabilized. Moreover, as you said, whether that person was him is still debatable. But don't worry, whether he wins or loses, he can't enter the Yi family." Zhang Huan coldly watched Feng Jia, who lay unconscious on the ground and was receiving emergency treatment from the doctors, and calmly uttered two words, "Waste." If it weren't for the prohibition against killing in the protective city, Zhang Huan would never have spared his life. Then he raised his eyes to Lu Jiyue on the podium, his gaze as cold as ice in the polar regions. "It's your turn." Zhang Huan's simple three words once again brought the atmosphere on site to a peak. After a cheer, the entire venue fell into silence, with everyone eagerly watching Zhang Huan and Lu Jiyue. Whether Zhang Huan defeats Lu Jiyue or Lu Jiyue defeats Zhang Huan, those watching the excitement will never tire of the drama. Morong Shui was also closely watching the two. She was eager to know how much Zhang Huan had grown in nearly a month. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure swaggering out from the entrance nearby, dragging a buzzcut man by the hand. He took a couple of steps forward and then quickly retreated into the dark corridor. Moments later, a flickering red dot appeared in the corridor. Morong Shui frowned. "What is that guy Zhang Yu doing over there?" She quietly left her seat and quickly walked toward the corridor. On the podium, inexplicably, Lu Jiyue felt a strange fear when facing Zhang Huan's cold gaze. "You can't be a spirit master if you're too timid. I can sense that he is only around the second tier in strength. He could defeat Feng Jia entirely because of his strange movement technique. Since it's a movement technique, is there any need to be afraid? The martial arts technique I taught you a couple of days ago is something only formal members of the Yi family can learn." Long Chun quietly shared his analysis with Lu Jiyue. After hearing this, Lu Jiyue's inner turmoil vanished. "Yes, with that martial arts technique, no matter how strange Zhang Huan's movement is, so what?" With that thought, she leaped onto the stage and walked slowly to Zhang Huan. A delicate yet sharp long sword suddenly appeared in her hand. "Zhang Huan, why cling to this? You know I don't like you. If you keep this up, you'll only lose value in my heart." Her pained expression was as if Zhang Huan had betrayed her friendship. Zhang Huan rolled his eyes, not understanding how he ever had feelings for such a drama queen. "You make me feel sick. If you're too scared to fight, then get off and admit defeat." Zhang Huan, you! When had Lu Jiyue, who was always regarded as a goddess, ever been insulted like this, especially in front of thousands in the stadium? Anger burned in her heart, the long sword trembled, and then she lunged at Zhang Huan. The 3-foot-long sword glimmered brilliantly in the afterglow of the setting sun, causing the audience behind Zhang Huan to squint. Her speed was incredibly fast, her movements agile, and in the blink of an eye, she had closed the distance to Zhang Huan, the sword pointed directly at his throat. However, Zhang Huan didn't even glance at her, slightly shifting his body and lifting his toes. A trip. Lu Jiyue, rushing forward, nearly lost her balance and fell. Since their last encounter, he had gained a general understanding of Lu Jiyue's techniques. "What? Are you going to bow to me again?" Zhang Huan's mocking words drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. Lu Jiyue was furious. "Zhang Huan, you bastard!" She swung her sword backhandedly, her body twisting like a rose swing in a fierce wind. However, halfway through her swing, not only could she not strike Zhang Huan with her sword, but even her slender waist could not twist an inch. Zhang Huan, at some point, had closed in, one hand pressing against her waist and the other gripping her wrist. The ambiguous position instantly flushed Lu Jiyue's face with embarrassment. "Zhang Huan, let go." Zhang Huan smirked dismissively and quickly pulled away. "Your waist is really soft." Then he suddenly frowned, cautiously sniffing his hand with a look of disgust, just a bit fragrant. As his words fell, the entire sports field erupted in laughter, especially among the girls who were already jealous of Lu Jiyue, who laughed until they couldn't close their mouths. At that moment, Lu Jiyue could no longer endure Zhang Huan's ridicule. She tossed the sword from her right hand to her left and lunged at Zhang Huan again. Zhang Huan raised his hand to knock her sword away, but unexpectedly, she retreated instead, quickly creating distance between them. Zhang Huan was somewhat surprised, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. It seems the Yi family has put in a lot of effort into you. Your progress is quite obvious. This sarcastic remark made Lu Zhiyue's chest heave with anger. Zhang Huan, you will definitely not leave here in one piece today. She began to channel her spiritual energy to the extreme, her clothes dancing without wind. The long sword in her hand resembled a long flute, the sound of the 3-foot sword releasing an uncontrollable melody. Her steps were light, her figure instantly splitting into two, appearing now to the left, now to the right, now forward, now back. Zhang Huan did not dare to be careless, quickly activating concealment, using his agile and variable footwork to maneuver around her. On the podium, Morong Yun frowned and glanced at Long Chun beside him. Isn't this the internal martial art phantom shadow of the Yi family? How does she know it now? Long Chun smiled lightly. Anyway, she will be one of the Yi family sooner or later. What difference does it make whether it's early or late? Below the podium, at the entrance, Morong Shui watched the duel between Zhang Huan and Lu Zhiyue on the stage with her arms crossed. Zhang Yu was beside her, exhaling smoke. Behind them, a bald man with a bruised face was tied up and thrown into a corner. Why did you tie up the deputy captain of the patrol division? Zhang Yu glanced disdainfully at the bald man, with his level. Still a deputy captain? He then slowly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, briefly recounting to Morong Shui what had happened when he and Zhang Huan entered the sports field. Morong Shui frowned. The deputy captain has been bought off by the Lu family. This is completely different from the Lu family's previous principle of only doing business and not engaging in politics. It seems Lu Zhiyue joining the Yi family has given them quite a bit of courage, even expanding their ambitions. At that moment, Morong Shui's phone rang. It was the principal of the third school calling. Hello, principal, what's the matter? Teacher Morong, what's going on with that Zhang Huan in your class? Our school has 2 spots in the top 10. Look at his performance now. He could clearly challenge for second place, or even fourth. Our school has 3 in the top 10. 3. With these results, how many resources can we negotiate with the city lord? And, why didn't you tell me before that he has such strong abilities? Morong Shui rolled her eyes. Principal, should I have told you? I'm even more depressed than you. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. Don't call me again today, or I'll have my dad cancel all the resources for our school this year. After hanging up the phone, Morong Shui unexpectedly found that Zhang Yu's gaze was fixed on the stage, as if he were more nervous than if he were the one going up to compete. Teacher Zhang, who do you think will win? Morong Shui casually asked. Zhang Huan. Zhang Yu answered without even thinking. Morong Shui was a bit puzzled. Teacher Zhang, you probably don't know yet, but Lu Zhiyu has already contracted her second spirit, and she has broken through to the 3rd rank. 2 stars. Zhang Yu met her curious gaze and smiled. So what? Zhang Huan will definitely win. Morong Shui frowned. Teacher Zhang, aren't you worried about Zhang Huan getting hurt? Zhang Yu shook his head. What's the big deal about getting hurt? That's a man's glory. Teacher Zhang, you seem very confident in Zhang Huan. Zhang Yu was silent for a long time, then slowly asked, do you know who killed the priest? Morong Shui looked at Zhang Yu in disbelief. You can't be telling me it was Zhang Huan, right? Zhang Yu shook his head, looking a bit melancholic as he gazed at the arena. I don't know. I passed out at that time, and when I woke up, Zhang Huan was still unconscious, but the priest's body was lying right in front of him. From beating up the patrol officers to defeating Feng Jiao with one move, and now suddenly being told that the priest might have been killed by Zhang Huan. Morong Shui felt her head buzzing. The strength Zhang Huan had displayed in less than half an hour had already exceeded her understanding. She unconsciously looked back at the arena and noticed that although Zhang Huan had been grappling with Lu Zhiyu, he always wore a teasing smile on his face. It was as if a cat were toying with a mouse. It seems that in this battle, Lu Zhiyu's long-standing pride is about to be shattered. After a prolonged stalemate, Lu Zhiyu grew increasingly irritable. With a shake of her body, she conjured another figure. 3 figures shifted back and forth, her speed becoming even faster, and the long sword in her hand emitted clear ringing sounds. At this moment, Zhang Huan seemed to be in a daze, standing still and unmoving. Suddenly, 3 long swords simultaneously lunged at Zhang Huan from 3 directions. The onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Clang! Just when everyone thought Zhang Huan was doomed, a light sound echoed across the arena. Zhang Huan lightly flicked his long knife, deflecting the sword that was about to stab him in the heart. You don't think I can't tell which one is your real body, do you? With the ability to discern, even though Zhang Huan was confused by over 30 illusory figures, he could still accurately identify the real one, let alone Lu Zhiyu, who could only split into 2. As for her proud speed, in Zhang Huan's eyes, it was hardly different from slow motion. A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Zhiyu's face, but she immediately withdrew at an even faster speed. She glared at Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, you're forcing me. She suddenly hurled her long sword, which landed steadily in the center of the arena. The next moment, a massive vine spread out from the center of the sword, quickly covering the entire arena. Beautiful roses bloomed from the vines, red as blood. Domain. Lu Jiyu has activated her domain. Since the school recruitment until now, she has finally used her domain. Not only that, look, she's using both spirit weapons. Lu Jiyu is really angry. On the arena, behind Lu Jiyu, two illusory figures gradually solidified. On the left, a heroic female warrior in splendid silver armor, holding a delicate long sword, was coldly watching Jiang Huan. On the right, a stunning female warrior in simple green armor, wielding the dual swords of the sun and moon, was surveying Jiang Huan with an air of superiority. Jiang Huan seemed to be seeing a domain for the first time, looking around at the rose garden before him. As the wind blew, a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air. Countless petals rose, clinging to the bodies of the Yazanking and Rose Sword Servant. In an instant, the aura of the two weapon spirits became sharper, and Jiang Huan wore a faint smile on his face. Two weapon spirits, but only one domain has been used. If I'm not mistaken, you still can't fully unleash the power of your second weapon spirit. From a certain perspective, as long as there is one sufficiently strong weapon spirit, it can defeat your two weapon spirits. Jiang Huan calmly analyzed the situation before him, his voice not loud, yet it drew gasps of surprise from the crowd. What the hell? Who does he think he is? These are two A-class weapon spirits. He can't seriously think his useless weapon spirit can handle this, right? Don't say that. I have a feeling Lu Jiyue might really be in for a tough time. Winning against Feng Jia has made him so arrogant. He can't really think he's more talented than Lu Jiyue, can he? On the stage, Morong Yun wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed on Jiang Huan. Beside him, Long Chun smiled. It seems Lord Morong is quite concerned about this kid. Aren't you too, Captain Long? Long Chun smiled lightly. I'm just curious how this kid will deal with Lu Jiyue's domain. He paused, suddenly looking at Morong Yun, twisting his neck. Lord Morong should still remember my student's account, right? The guy who broke into her room had a very peculiar domain. Everywhere he passed was covered in darkness. Even the roses in her domain would instantly wither and die upon touching this darkness. At the same time, countless blades would shoot out. I suppose, at that time, without needing any other evidence, Lord Morong should hand Jiang Huan over to the Yi family, right? Morong Yun still wore a smile that is only natural. However, when he looked at Jiang Huan again, there was a hint of complexity in his gaze. These days, he had been unable to determine the suspect's identity to evade responsibility. But once Jiang Huan displayed the same domain, could he continue to evade? The power struggle on the stage was unknown to Jiang Huan. At this moment, he only wanted to force Lu Jiyue to unleash all her strength, and then defeat her in one fell swoop during her full effort. Jiang Huan shook his long knife, and the vines that were about to wrap around his legs were all severed. The next moment, under Lu Jiyue's signal, Yazanking and Rose Sword Servant suddenly surged forward. On the right, dual knives danced up and down, cold light spilling forth, stirring endless petals. On the left, a long sword dazzled, killing intent emerging, the rose garden beneath her feet rising and falling with her aura. One left and one right, they approached in an instant, about to strike Jiang Huan. Yet, Jiang Huan remained standing still, unmoving. Xianran, play with them for a bit. As the words fell, a figure transformed from illusion to reality leaped out from Jiang Huan. A long knife made of fragments shattered inch by inch, then surged towards Yazanking and Rose Sword Servant, like a storm. Rose Sword Servant and Yazanking exchanged glances. Then, the two phantoms aligned, Yazanking wielding dual swords, fending off the continuously shooting shards. Rose Sword Servant waited for the right moment, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Shenren. On the chairman's platform, Long Chun looked at Morong Yun with a half-smile. Lord City Master, look, countless blades are shooting out. Morong Yun nodded. There is some suspicion. Let's continue watching. Long Chun was not annoyed, seemingly having already guessed Morong Yun's attitude, and continued to watch the battle on the stage with a smile. Facing the cooperation of two A-class weapon spirits, even Shenron could only fight while maneuvering. Suddenly, his steps faltered, and looking down, he realized that countless vines had wrapped around his calves without him noticing. Suddenly, countless roses shot up from the ground. They clashed with the shattered blades like flying knives. In an instant, in front of the 1,000 blades, countless roses forced the empty gate wide open. One Zhang Cheng and Rose Sword Servant seized the opportunity, and the two weapon spirits immediately pounced on 1,000 blades. Clang! A light sound echoed across the arena. Everyone was astonished at the scene before them. Jiang Huan, who had been watching from the side, rushed to 1,000 Blade's side in an instant, his long knife blocking the deadly strike from the Rose Sword Servant. The fragments that had shot out reassembled into a spiritual long knife and returned to 1,000 Blade's hand, firmly blocking one Zhang Qing's dual blades. A struggle ensued. just as both sides were unwilling to give way. Zhang Huan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure rapidly approaching from behind. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, just as the long sword was about to strike at his neck. A backstab. He activated it. Zhang Huan's figure instantly appeared behind the Rose Sword Servant. The Rose Sword Servant couldn't retract her strength in time and stumbled forward. At that moment, Lu Jiyue's long sword also couldn't be retracted in time. Her expression changed drastically. She hurriedly forced the direction of her long sword to change, but it was too late. The long sword still struck solidly against the Rose Sword Servant's arm. No blood, nothing flowed out. On the Rose Sword Servant's arm, there was just a glaring gash. At the same time, Lu Jiyue's long sword inexplicably also bore a gash. Before Lu Jiyue could regain her composure, a long knife made of fragments pierced through her chest from the back of the Rose Sword Servant. The Rose Sword Servant's breath immediately weakened. The gash on Lu Jiyue's long sword grew larger. Clearly, this strike had completely diminished the quality of the Rose Sword Servant. The scene from that night when one Jiangqing was almost severed flashed before her eyes. Anger surged from her heart. Jiang Huan, you useless fool! In the next moment, the rose garden beneath their feet stirred without wind. Petals began to fall, one after another. Where the petals fell, new roses sprouted. In just a moment, the entire arena was covered in dense roses. Zhang Huan and Thousand Blades' feet were firmly locked by the roses. He could feel the spiritual power within him being continuously drained by the roses. However, there was not a trace of panic on Zhang Huan's face. What? Is this all your strength? If that's the case, then I'm very disappointed. Zhang Han shook his head in disappointment. A powerful wave of spiritual energy began to spread outward from his feet. On the stage, a smile flashed across Long Chun's face. Lord City Master, he's about to unleash his domain. Don't get dazzled. Morong Yun felt extremely nervous inside, but maintained a calm exterior. Let's wait and see. Waves of overwhelming spiritual power surged from Zhang Huan's feet, dark red waves crashing one after another, continuously striking the roses ahead, like a sickle, cutting through the roses at their roots. Moments later, a path of only rose roots appeared before Zhang Huan. Disordered petals and vines lay scattered everywhere. 29 soldiers clad in armor, each holding a willow leaf knife with one hand on their waist, appeared on the arena. They looked down on everything, as if only obeying Thousand Blades and Zhang Huan. Their faces were filled with a murderous aura. The entire sports field fell silent in an instant. On the podium, the stone in Morong Yun's heart seemed to have dropped. He looked at Long Chun beside him with a warm smile. Captain Long, his domain seems a bit different from what my disciple described. Long Chun was taken aback. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that he misjudged? Was the one who broke into the Lu family that night really not him? Then, a smile quickly appeared on his face. It seems we misunderstood. Let's continue watching. Just a misunderstanding? I'm afraid we still owe him an apology. Long Chun felt a fire in her heart. Although she understood that Morong Yun was taking the opportunity to attack, she could only nod repeatedly with a smile on her face. Of course, let's continue watching. The two of them maintained their cheerful demeanor, neither of them exposing the other's little thoughts. The moment the red domain appeared, Lu Jiyue felt the difference of the Thousand Blades. His aura was rapidly rising, and within that cold breath, there seemed to be a thread of relentless killing intent. Zhang Huan gently opened his mouth. Crush them. In the next moment, 29 soldiers uniformly drew their willow leaf knives from their waists. Swish, swish, swish. The synchronized sound of unsheathing was like the ominous call of death, shaking the hearts of all. They unconsciously split into two waves, one facing the Rose Sword Servants, and the other confronting Izanking. As 4,000 Blades, he took the initiative to approach Lu Jiyue. The scene of her ambushing Zhang Huan was firmly etched in his heart. The fierce long knife slashed towards Lu Jiyue with unparalleled momentum. The impenetrable offensive of Thousand Blades made it impossible for Lu Jiyue to lift her head. She wanted to seek help from Izanking and the Rose Sword Servants, but a glance showed that they were equally preoccupied with their own battles. Looking back at Zhang Huan, he still stood in place, calmly watching her like a bystander. How infuriating. Is this his domain? Why is it so formidable? His weapon spirit was still F rank 2 months ago. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. After carefully sensing the aura of Thousand Blades, an unbelievable answer surged in her heart. A rank. It's A rank. Zhang Huan's weapon spirit is A rank. Below, at the audience entrance, Morong Shui frowned, looking thoughtfully at Zhang Yu. A rank weapon spirit, old Zhang, you care about Zhang Huan even more than I do, even investing to bring him from F rank to A rank. When will you teach me some experience? My weapon spirit has been stuck at A rank for many years. Zhang Yu wore a bitter expression. Teacher Morong, please don't mock me. Although I have some experience in refining weapon spirits, you know that all I have are experiences of failure. If I were that capable, I would have raised the quality of Confucian scholar long ago. Morong Shui's doubts deepened. Wasn't it you who taught him? How did his weapon spirit quality improve so quickly? Zhang Yu spread his hands. How would I know? It's like he's cheating. In the blink of an eye, he jumped from F rank to A rank. I even think that one day, if he jumps to SSS rank or even higher, it would be normal. Hearing this, Morong Shui looked again at Jiang Huan, her eyes filled with confusion. Does this kid have some secret? Teacher Morong, this kid Jiang Huan is left to you. I need to go back and rest. I've been toiling with Jiang Huan in the ruins for almost a month, and I'm exhausted. Morong Shui blinked. What? You're not going to watch the results of Jiang Huan's match? Zhang Yu turned to leave, not looking back as he replied. What's there to see? Lu Jiyue is bound to lose. As he passed by the buzzcut man, Zhang Yu kicked him casually. By the way, remember to ask that kid Zhou Wang to investigate how many people in their team have taken money from the Lu family. He grumbled while holding his waist. Damn it, I'm getting old. Fighting with these young people has thrown my back out. Morong Shui smiled, her gaze returning to the arena. At this moment, the roses that once covered the arena were reduced to a few scattered blooms. Lu Jiyue's domain was constantly on the verge of shattering. She, along with Ye Zhanqing and the Rose Sword servants, was being forced into a corner. They were like a punching bag, with 30 men, including 1,000 blades, continuously pounding on the spiritual barrier they struggled to maintain from all directions. When someone got tired, they would switch out with another. Zhang Huan watched this scene with amusement. Long before the match began, he realized that once he unleashed the deadly darkness, this special domain would surely be exploited by the Lu and Yi families. Thus, he initially thought of trying to defeat Lu Jiyue without using the power of the domain. After a fierce battle, Lu Jiyue, despite having 2 A-grade spirit weapons, was suppressed by 1,000 blades due to her lack of practical experience. However, suppression aside, Zhang Huan found himself unable to secure a victory. Just as he was torn over whether to use the power of the domain, he suddenly remembered his new ability, Domain Exchange. Coincidentally, he also wanted to try out the domain of Thousand House. Therefore, under his will, 1,000 blades gained the authority of sacrifice for justice. As the domain unfolded, Zhang Huan finally understood that the they in sacrifice for justice referred to the 29 personal guards of Zhuoqianhu. With the enhancement of sacrifice for justice, Zhang Huan could have won this challenge early on, but he was unwilling to let Lu Jiyue lose so easily. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded on the stage. Alright, enough playing around, it's time to end this. Zhang Huan's voice was not loud, but it alerted Lu Jiyue. She felt a strong sense of crisis. This sense of crisis made her forget about her pride, and she immediately raised her hand to concede. But in the next moment, Zhang Huan lunged forward and kicked her hard in the abdomen. The overwhelming spiritual power shattered the barrier and forced the words she was about to say back down her throat. Ouch! Lu Jiyue winced in pain. Her 2 spirit weapons quickly intervened, just managing to push Zhang Huan back. But they were soon entangled by 1,000 blades and the 29 personal guards. Lu Jiyue quickly dodged. She wanted to shout her concession, but the excruciating pain in her abdomen left her unable to utter a word. Zhang Huan relentlessly pursued her, but she was too fast. He found it hard to catch up. Damn it! I can't keep up. Zhang Huan cursed his slow speed again. If Lu Jiyue had a moment to breathe, she would call out her concession, and he wouldn't be able to take revenge on her. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Huan. With a thought, the 29 personal guards who had been besieging one Zhang Qing and Rose Sword servant split into 2, surrounding Lu Jiyue from all sides. Lu Jiyue ran east. After just 2 steps, she encountered 2 personal guards charging at her with knives. She quickly turned to dodge, but just a few steps later, she was surrounded by 3 more personal guards. She rolled to evade the long knives swinging at her, and just as she was about to stand up, she saw Zhang Huan's face with its sharp brows and starry eyes. He looked at Lu Jiyue with a grin. Got you. Bang! A heavy kick landed. A size 40 black shoe print was glaringly stamped on Lu Jiyue's face. The entire arena gasped in shock. Even Morong Shui couldn't help but touch her own face, swallowing hard in fear. This kid is really ruthless. On the podium, Long Chun looked at the defeated Lu Jiyue below, his brow furrowed. How could this be? I clearly sensed that this kid was only at the 2nd level. Why could he beat Lu Jiyue like this? Morong Yan's voice rang out at an inopportune moment. Captain Long, the Yi family's phantom shadow, I remember it was said to be one of the best martial arts techniques in the Great Xiao realm, right? It seems a bit overrated now, doesn't it? Long Chun felt dissatisfied but smiled slightly. Mastering martial arts cannot be achieved overnight. Lu Jiyue has only been learning for a short time, so it's normal for her to suffer losses. But this Zhang Huan's domain is quite interesting. On the stage, Lu Jiyue, ignoring the pain in her cheek, rolled and crawled toward the edge of the arena. At this moment, she had only one thought: if she jumped off the stage, she could escape Jiang Huan. But 5 or 6 personal guards instantly blocked her escape route again. Jiang Huan appeared before her once more. "Got you again." Ah! Lu Jiyue collapsed. She felt as if she were a mouse toyed with by Jiang Huan. She could no longer care about any martial skills and raised the long sword in her hand to slash at Jiang Huan wildly. Jiang Huan, with great interest, dodged her attacks a couple of times before grabbing her wrist and tilting his head with a smile. "Little vixen, did you say I like you?" Just as Lu Jiyue was about to speak, slap. A loud slap landed on her face, instantly reddening her left cheek and causing a trickle of crimson to spill from the corner of her mouth. "Little vixen, did you say I slandered your family's shop?" Slap. Another slap struck her right cheek, making her lips tremble. "Did you say I am unworthy to challenge you?" Slap, slap, slap. Continuous slaps rained down on her cheeks. Everyone in the arena was dumbfounded. Was Lu Jiyue really the pride of Sunyun City? Was Jiang Huan really a waste? And on the stage, at that moment, Lu Jiyue was completely dazed by the relentless slaps. She finally realized 2 things. Not only was she not Jiang Huan's opponent, but Jiang Huan also intended to trample her self-esteem step by step, shattering her former pride. "Jiang Huan, don't hurt her. Jiang Huan, stop it." 2 powerful voices rang out, and 2 solid, imposing figures stood in front of Lu Jiyue. Jiang Huan's raised hand was firmly grasped by one person, while another held his wrist tightly. These 2 were none other than Long Chun and Morong Yun. "Morong City Lord, what do you mean by this?" Captain Long, during the student's duel, unless there is a possibility of death, no one can intervene until they concede. Long Chun's face turned ashen. "Morong City Lord, please tell me, how can she concede when she's been beaten like this?" Morong City Lord did not answer his question. Instead, his sharp, eagle-like gaze was directed at Lu Jiyue. "Lu Jiyue, do you concede?" Completely dazed from the beating, Lu Jiyue was now at a loss. Hearing someone speak to her, she subconsciously begged for mercy. "Don't hit me anymore, I concede, I concede." Thud. Then, Lu Jiyue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and weakly knelt on the ground. She was saved. A smile of someone who had survived a disaster appeared on her face. Morong Yun smiled gently. "Captain Long, it's clear she knows how to concede." Long Chun remained silent, his face dark and grim, as if he were about to devour someone. However, Morong Yun seemed not to notice. He grabbed Jiang Huan's right hand and raised it high. "Jiang Huan, you won." In the next moment, the crowd erupted in cheers. "This kid is really ruthless. He's so brutal to Lu Jiyue." Brutal? I could tell he was holding back just now. This kid won, but he's done for. He didn't even give face to the Lu and Yi families. Who knows how they'll retaliate against him. Morong Yun continued. "According to the agreement, the reward for first place is now yours." Jiang Huan nodded, but there was no joy on his face because he felt an unfriendly gaze. Long Chun wore a cold smile. "Jiang Huan, you're quite impressive." Then he paused and glanced at Lu Jiyue behind him. "But the Yi family refuses to accept you." He then scanned all the spectators present, as well as the companies and organizations participating in the recruitment. "Moreover, I announce that any company, organization, or individual that dares to recruit you will be blacklisted by the Yi family and will no longer enjoy services from any of the Yi family's enterprises." In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. "On what grounds? This is a conspiracy. You have no credibility. The Yi family is going too far." The onlookers were incensed. While it was common for the powerful to bully the weak, there had never been such a blatant display as Long Chun's. However, Long Chun merely glanced at them casually, then pointed at a few of the most agitated individuals in the crowd. You, and you. The Yi family will no longer welcome you in the future." In an instant, the previously boiling crowd fell silent. The Yi family mercenary group, the largest trust group within the Great Xia. For any ordinary spirit master to be blacklisted by the Yi family, it would be a fatal blow to their future career. When the venue was completely quiet, Morong Yun finally spoke up. "Captain Long, although your status is not low, this should be inappropriate, right?" Long Chun smiled slightly. "Lord Morong, everything I do is in accordance with the regulations of the Yi family." Morong Yun raised an eyebrow. Long Chun took a step forward, looking meaningfully at Jiang Huan. "I think you and everyone else must be quite unconvinced. Why is it that you won, yet you are not allowed to enter the Yi family, right?" Jiang Huan curled his lips into a charming smile. "No, actually, I don't want to enter the Yi family at all." Jiang Huan was speaking the truth. For ordinary people, the Yi family was an existence to be looked up to. But for Jiang Huan, with his system, he would eventually stand at the top of the world. By then, the Yi family could be easily destroyed. Long Chun took Zhang Huan's words as mere anger. He wasn't upset and continued to explain to the crowd. The Yi family is dedicated to cultivating backbone talents for the Great Xia. Every spirit master who can enter the Yi family is a treasure for the Great Xia. Mercenary tasks are arduous. To minimize losses, one must have reliable teammates. I can responsibly say, every member of the Yi family, even if there are conflicts among them, can completely trust their backs to each other during missions. Long Chun suddenly pointed at Zhang Huan. And he, as you all know, Lu Jiyu is his classmate. In a competition, he could lay such a deadly hand on a classmate. I even have reason to suspect, if it weren't for me and Lord Morong acting in time just now, perhaps classmate Lu would have already met her end. I ask you, such a person, does he deserve to enter the Yi family? Would you dare to trust your back to him? Today, I, Long Chun, even if I bear the name of being untrustworthy, will never allow him to enter the Yi family. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Although some experienced combatants had already seen through this as an excuse from Long Chun, who would dare to risk being blacklisted by the Yi family to help a young person seek justice, Long Chun stood with his hands behind his back, symbolically asking Zhang Huan, am I right? Zhang Huan, however, didn't even look at him. He turned and walked away. And after taking a couple of steps, he seemed to remember something and turned back to Morong Yun. Lord Morong, regarding the prize for the Rising Sun Award, you won't be like some people and act shamelessly, right? Morong Yun couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at Long Chun before replying, since you won first place, then the first place reward is yours. Zhang Huan's face was calm, as if everything Long Chun had just said had no effect on him. Lord Mayor, you are mistaken. It's not just first place, it's first place and third place. Morong Yun nodded. That was indeed my oversight. Rest assured, the rewards for both first and third places are yours. Zhang Huan's smile grew even brighter, his white teeth shining dazzlingly in the sunlight. Then thank you, Lord Mayor. Zhang Huan strode confidently towards the exit of the stadium. At the entrance, Morong Shui was waving at him continuously. Zhang Huan knew without thinking that Morong Shui was filled with questions, waiting for him to answer. That night, in the square in front of the Lu family hotel, Butler Fubo stood respectfully beside a black Rolls-Royce, accompanied by 7 or 8 bodyguards in suits. With a bruised face, Fang Jiao was squatting beside a flower bed not far away, pulling out precious flowers one by one, his expression dark and menacing. Inside the car, Long Chun wore a faint smile, while Lu Jiyu sat in the back seat with a swollen face, looking somewhat dazed, tears still glistening in her eyes. Long Chun gently stroked her head. What's wrong? Feeling defeated? Lu Jiyu numbly glanced at Long Chun, the scene of Zhang Huan humiliating her on stage flashing through her mind again. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Mentor, I'm a girl. How could he? She choked on her words, unable to speak. Long Chun crossed his legs and hugged his knees. You need to understand, once you become a spirit master, the words life and death are no longer just talk. We can scheme against others, and naturally, others can retaliate against us. I must tell you, if today were not in Kaiyun City, he might have beaten you to death in the arena. Lu Jiyu looked unwilling, mentor, but he's a waste. Long Chun looked at his naive student and couldn't help but laugh in anger. What? Is it not allowed for someone to have a fortuitous encounter? The secret's in the ruins, even if all the organizations in the world combined, can only understand at most 30%. Even if he is a waste, that is in the past. Although Long Chun's tone was calm, Lu Jiyu could tell he was somewhat angry. Feeling wronged, she could only mumble softly, mentor, but whenever I close my eyes, I see him slapping me. Long Chun hesitated for a long time before speaking. It was done. Zhang Huan had left her with a psychological shadow. Finally, he sighed. If you don't want to be stuck here for the rest of your life, the best way is to shatter this nightmare with your own hands. But, mentor, I can't beat him. Long Chun shook his head. It was over, her confidence was gone. You are not unable to beat him. I told you, he only has a second-tier aura. I investigated his recent activities. Basically, for the past 2 months, he has been outside the city. He looked meaningfully at Lu Jiyu. Do you know what this means? Lu Jiyu's big watery eyes were filled with confusion. Clearly, this setback had made her unwilling to even think. This means, while you are drinking coffee, he is in the ruins training in real combat. While you are sleeping, he is fighting against monsters. While you are sparring with those practice partners, he is outsmarting malicious mercenaries. You did not lose because of talent. You lost because of sweat. Long Chun's words struck Lu Jiyu's already dazed mind like a thunderclap. Lu Jiyu's pupils trembled and constricted. But after a moment, her gaze gradually cleared. It was my mindset that was wrong. Long Chun keenly noticed her change and was quite satisfied. It's good that you can understand this. But I must tell you, the shadow in your heart has not been shattered. it has only been temporarily suppressed by irrationality. If you don't find a way to resolve this shadow, in the future, you will only be able to break through to the 5th tier at most. Lu Jiyu bit her lip and nodded. Mentor, don't worry, I know what to do now. Long Chun smiled and took out a pendant from his pocket, handing it to Lu Jiyu. The pendant was exquisite, made of smooth white jade, with a golden cicada wing inlaid at the front, lifelike and vivid. Mentor, this is a pseudo-spirit artifact? Long Chun nodded. Yes, the golden cicada molted. Last year, the Yi family discovered several fragments of spirit artifacts in the Hongyan Tower of Jingzhou City. Based on their deductions, the original spirit artifact's quality was at least above SS level. The old fellows at the Yi Research Institute developed this pseudo-spirit artifact based on that. In terms of quality, it should be no weaker than an A-level spirit artifact. The so-called pseudo-spirit is a special item made by humans through various means, with varying effects. The biggest difference from a true spirit is that it does not require a contract. Anyone with spiritual power can use it. However, it cannot integrate into the human body like a true spirit and can only be housed in specific vessels. Moreover, they lack any spiritual intelligence and are more like handy tools. Lu Jiyue kept playing with the pendant in her hand, her eyes filled with uncontrollable joy. Mentor, are you worried that I might encounter danger while training outside? There are many pseudo-spirits, but most on the market are below C grade. Pseudo-spirits above C grade are rare due to the high manufacturing difficulty and are even more expensive than spirits of the same level. Even with the Lu family's strength in Kaiyun City, they have not found a suitable pseudo-spirit for her over the years. Long Chun nodded and then reminded her, in all these years, I've only taken you as a student, so naturally, I worry about your safety. But I must remind you, this golden cicada shedding should be used only if necessary. Lu Jiyue was somewhat puzzled. Mentor, why? Long Chun revealed a meaningful smile. You wouldn't want to know. Then, Long Chun glanced at his watch. It's getting late. I have to go. Lu Jiyue felt a bit reluctant. Mentor, are you really going back to Huahua City now? Why not stay a couple more days? Long Chun shook his head. No, the conflicts between the Yi family and the Demon Suppression Army are increasing, and there are many matters waiting for me to handle. Lu Jiyue obediently nodded. Remember, after you finish your matters, come to Huahua City as soon as possible. At that time, I will do my utmost to teach you. Lu Jiyue was taken aback by the favor, and a question flashed through her mind. Although she was considered a prodigy in the small city of Kaiyun, in a big city like Huahua City, she could at most be regarded as decent. Why was Long Chun so good to her? Not only did he travel a long distance to personally teach her in Kaiyun City, but he also gifted her a pseudo-spirit and even promised to teach her with all his might. She wanted to ask Long Chun, but when she met his deep, sea-like gaze, she couldn't bring herself to speak. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but in the end, it turned into a farewell. Mentor, safe travels. The black Rolls-Royce slowly drove away under the glow of the streetlights, eventually disappearing at the end of the road. Fang Jia impatiently ran to Lu Jiyue's side, looking like a lovesick puppy. Jiyue, you have no idea how worried I was about you. After I woke up, the first thing I did was come to find you. What did Team Long say to you? Is he not planning to help you take revenge? Lu Jiyue felt extremely annoyed with him, but still wore a smile. Fang Jia, do you like me? I do. How much do you like me? A sweet smile appeared on Lu Jiyue's face, leaving Fang Jia mesmerized. For you, I would be willing to die. Lu Jiyue gently held his hand, her soft and delicate palm making Fang Jia's blood rush, a wave of heat immediately surging from his nostrils. Lu Jiyue smiled like a blooming flower and even took out a handkerchief to wipe his nose. I don't want you to die, I want you to come with me, to kill Jiang Huan. Her voice, like silver bells, echoed in Fang Jia's ears, instantly waking him up. Jiyue, you know the rules of Kaiyun City. Lu Jiyue's hand that was wiping the blood from his nose suddenly froze, her tone turning cold. What? Our two families are joining forces, and you're still afraid of the rules? Fang Jia looked troubled, his voice already tinged with a hint of tears. But I can't beat him. A smile reappeared on Lu Jiyue's face as she continued to wipe his nose. Who told you to go? Don't you have a family? Doesn't your family have a spirit master? Fang Jia's dim eyes instantly lit up. Yes, my Fang family is a powerful family in Kaiyun City. Why should I do this myself? Lu Jiyue casually tossed the blood-stained handkerchief aside and then looked at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, I'm counting on you tonight. Uncle Fu nodded. It is my duty to relieve the young lady's worries. Lu Jiyue was in high spirits and turned to Fang Jia. Tonight at 11, we'll meet at Jiang Huan's house. After saying this, she walked straight into the hotel. Fang Jia watched her leave until her figure completely disappeared from view, then he impatiently picked up the bloodied handkerchief, a silly grin on his face. It really smells good, the scent can't be overshadowed by the blood. In the teacher's dormitory building of Kaiyun City No. 3 Middle School, on the 3rd floor. In a simple one-bedroom apartment, in the living room, Zhang Yu sat quietly on the sofa, his expression complex. There was a hint of fervor, a touch of greed, and a dash of reckless excitement. In front of him, on the coffee table, lay a yellowed book. If Jian Huan were here, he would definitely recognize this book as the one the priest always held. Half a foot into the 5th-tier monster's spirit embryo. If I can cultivate it into a spirit tool, it's guaranteed to be a C-level spirit tool, and if luck is on my side, it might even be a B-level spirit tool. If I use it to refine the scholar without adding any materials, will it succeed in advancing like Jiang Huan did? With a racing heart and trembling hands, Zhang Yu increasingly felt that this plan was feasible. With this thought, he took out a refining furnace from his storage ring, along with some spirit ore, placing it at the bottom of the furnace. Spirit ore is a special product of the revival of spiritual energy, usually found in places where monsters gather in large numbers. Its quality varies and is a primary energy source needed in the new era. Zhang Yu's motorcycle runs on it. The refining furnace is an essential item for low-level spirit masters to refine spirit tools. Due to insufficient spiritual power, they must use spirit or rich in spiritual energy as assistance. High-level spirit masters can rely on their vast spiritual power to refine directly. Of course, Jiang Huan is an exception. After all, his refining relies entirely on the system. The spirit embryo of the priest was gently placed on the refining furnace, and as spiritual energy slowly infused, the spirit or inside resonated, and the powerful spiritual energy danced like flames in the wind above the furnace. Zhang Yu controlled the refining furnace with one hand, and with a thought, the scholar appeared in the other. He began to attempt to use spiritual energy to differentiate the spirit embryo, transforming it into the purest form of energy. However, before the spirit embryo could differentiate, there was a loud bang, and the refining furnace exploded. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Why did it explode? Explosions during the refining process were common, but Zhang Yu had too much experience with refining. It was difficult for it to explode in the initial stages. With a thought, he took out a new refining furnace from his storage ring and repeated the previous steps. Due to past failures, Zhang Yu habitually prepared several refining furnaces in his storage ring. To avoid unexpected incidents, he even calmed his emotions before starting. However, not long after he began, there was another loud bang, and the refining furnace exploded again. This time, it exploded even more violently, not only destroying his coffee table but also leaving him with a frizzy hairdo and a face covered in soot. Something's not right, it never happened like this before. I refuse to believe this. With a thought, he took out yet another brand new refining furnace. This is the last furnace. This time, he was extremely cautious, even lighting 3 incense sticks in front of the image of the sage to pray for protection. With everything prepared, he repeated the previous steps once more. Even when infusing spiritual energy, he was exceedingly careful, afraid that even a slight excess would cause another accident. This time, the spirit embryo showed signs of differentiation, and Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, a smile just beginning to form on his lips. The next moment, bang! A tremendous roar echoed, and the powerful spiritual energy reverberated in the room, destroying half of the living room. Dust filled the air as Zhang Yu, sporting a wild hairstyle, stared blankly at the chaos before him. His mind buzzed, clearly dazed from the explosion. Teacher Zhang, are you blowing up the building? It's late at night. Why aren't you sleeping? Why don't you just go die? Downstairs. If you don't rest, we still need to. If you keep this up, I'm going to complain to the principal. Shouts from both upstairs and downstairs echoed from the balcony, and Zhang Yu barely had time to wash his face before rushing to the balcony to humbly apologize. When he returned to the messy living room, he felt frustrated. What on earth is going on? I've been failing all night. At that moment, the scholar thrown on the sofa began to tremble, catching Zhang Yu's attention. What's wrong with the scholar? He seems to have never acted like this before. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into the scholar, who then manifested before Zhang Yu in the form of a scholar. Though his expression was blank, Zhang Yu could sense a hint of sadness within him. Don't be sad, scholar. It's not our first failure. Tomorrow, I'll buy a few more furnaces and strive for success. He tried to comfort the scholar, but noticed the scholar's eyes beginning to flicker. Strangely, he read disappointment in the scholar's gaze. What's going on? Suddenly, the scholar raised a hand and pointed. Zhang Yu followed the direction of his finger, and in an instant, his head rang. The 3 incense sticks standing before the image of the sage had, he realized, gone out at some point. The scholar's deep disappointment, the sage unwilling to accept my incense, what is happening? Ever since Zhang Yu became a teacher, he had revered the sage above all. He didn't seek to cultivate 72 wise men like the sage but only wished to be worthy of each student, which is why he held every student to such high standards. Yet the scene before him left him perplexed. He pondered for a while, finally focusing on the spiritual embryo on the ground. Also, 3 consecutive failures in refining tonight. He picked up the spiritual embryo, plopped down on the tattered sofa, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly realized, revealing a bitter smile. That day, after waking up, he had noticed the spiritual embryo. He had intended to return it to Jiang Huan after he woke up, but thinking of how Jiang Huan's spirit had already reached A rank while his own spirit remained at C rank filled him with a sense of defeat. Remembering Jiang Huan's words about how he had successfully advanced his spirit using only the Tuanyo's spiritual embryo, that sense of defeat gradually morphed into greed, making him want to claim this trophy that rightfully belonged to Jiang Huan. To justify his logic, he even tried to console himself. After all, he hadn't seen who killed the priest, so he considered it a find. Using the found item to refine for the scholar could also be seen as recycling. Looking back now, he found his excuse laughable. Scholar, taking without asking is stealing. Using what I stole to refine for you must make you very sad. The scholar nodded slightly. Zhang Yu stood up and slowly walked to the image of the sage. The sage is like a thief's well, thirsty yet refusing to drink, loathing its name. Yet I, in my eagerness for the scholar to refine, have coveted my student's trophy. Such behavior is no different from that of a thief. He sincerely bowed 3 times before the image of the sage, reigniting the extinguished incense. Sage above, the student knows he was wrong. The student should not have coveted Jiang Huan's spiritual embryo. I will go find Jiang Huan. If he is willing to part with the spiritual embryo, I will not hesitate to offer money. If Jiang Huan is unwilling to part with it, I will return it with both hands. The incense was placed back in the burner, and the fragrant smoke curled upward. This time, the incense did not extinguish. He glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock at night. At this time, Jiang Huan should still be awake, right? He then turned his gaze to the scholar, smiling gently. Let's go, scholar, let's find our conscience back. A spark of liveliness flashed in the scholar's eyes, and for the first time, a smile appeared on his usually wooden face. His body gradually dissipated, merging back into the ruler. Then, the ruler transformed into a streak of light, diving into Zhang Yu's hand. Zhang Yu smiled, tidied up his appearance, and then strode out the door. At the Kaiyun Sports Stadium, in a nearby upscale hotel, on the 5th floor. In the suite, Jiang Huan sat on the sofa, unconsciously swallowing. Opposite him, Morong Shui wore a white shirt and a fitted short skirt, holding a teaching rod that she waved continuously. Teacher Morong, is this really appropriate for us? Morong Shui raised an eyebrow, flicking the teaching rod with a whoosh, creating a whistling sound. Stop the nonsense, honestly tell me, what kind of opportunity did you encounter? It's one thing for your spirit tool to advance to A level, but even Lu Jiyue can't beat you. Jiang Huan pouted, feeling somewhat helpless. After leaving the stadium, Morong Shui had been interrogating him. Although it wasn't forced, the pressure was indeed hard to bear. This tugging had lasted for several hours. Jiang Huan sighed. All right, I'll tell the truth, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Morong Shui blinked her long eyes. Okay. Actually, I have a system that guides me in cultivating spirit tools. Before Jiang Huan could finish, the teaching rod struck. Smack! It landed accurately on Jiang Huan's arm. Ouch! Teacher Morong, what are you doing? For Jiang Huan now, a normal hit didn't hurt at all. The redness and swelling from the strike quickly faded under the intervention of slow healing. The reason he cried out in pain was purely to consider Morong Shui's emotional value. Morong Shui pointed the teaching rod at Jiang Huan, lacking the authority expected of a 4th-tier spirit master, her thick, long eyelashes still exuding a youthful charm under the moonlight. You even have a system. Do you think I'm stupid? Why don't you just say you're a robot? If you don't come clean, I'll beat you to death. As she spoke, she struck Jiang Huan's chest again. Jiang Huan was speechless. He told the truth, but she didn't believe him. What could he do? Seeing Jiang Huan remain silent for a long time, Morong Shui's face showed displeasure. She plopped down on the sofa, casually tossing the teaching rod aside. Forget it. If you don't want to say, then don't. I won't pressure you anymore. Jiang Huan awkwardly smiled, picked up the teaching rod, and placed it beside her, then cautiously sat on the other side of the sofa. Seemingly sulking, Morong Shui didn't speak to Jiang Huan for a long while. After a while, Morong Shui threw something from her storage ring to Jiang Huan. Your things. Jiang Huan was a bit confused. I got the rewards for 1st and 3rd place from the city lord for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huan opened the bag. Inside were 4 items, a bank card with 500,000, a bottle of B-level Qingli fire liquid, a bottle of A-level everlasting liquid, and 3 or 2 refining materials of fallen gold. Morong Shui mumbled, remember to keep these safe, don't let anyone steal them, especially the potions and refining materials, they're all quite valuable. Jiang Huan smiled, among these items, except for the refining materials, the others weren't suitable for him. After taking out the fallen gold, he pushed the other items in front of Morong Shui. Teacher Morong, only the fallen gold is suitable for me, the rest you can keep. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Jiang Huan remembered very well how Morong Shui had taken care of him. Moreover, he needed to do something to make her stop being angry with him. Morong Shui was a bit surprised but quickly understood Jiang Huan's intentions. She felt happy inside but didn't let Jiang Huan off the hook. How come? Want to apologize? This isn't enough. Jiang Huan, feeling helpless, could only apologize to Morong Shui. Teacher Morong, I'm sorry, but there are some things I really can't explain to you. The 13th spirit of the instrument was surprised by the host's attitude towards Morong Shui. She found it strange why the host had such a completely opposite attitude towards Lu Jiyu and Morong Shui. Morong Shui could no longer suppress the corners of her mouth, and she smiled gently, her bright eyes and white teeth captivating. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, but you can keep these things for yourself. The teacher doesn't need them. Moreover, you've offended the Yi family today, so your future path will only become more difficult. Jiang Huan stopped insisting and put the potions he had brought into his storage ring. Looking at her worried expression, he felt a surge of emotions. Over the years, Morong Shui's care for him had left a deep impression on him. Teacher, don't worry about me. I promise you, in the future, when the Yi family sees me, they will have to bow their heads. The youthful ambition he had was only seen by Morong Shui as the ignorance of a young man. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Huan. What do you know, kid? The Yi family has blacklisted you, which means you can't even get sick because 70% of the medicines on the market in Dasha City are produced by them. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Initially, she regarded Jiang Huan as a task target, but after years of contact, her concern for him became genuine. Moreover, you've offended the Fong family and the Lu family today. Shouldn't you consider changing your mother to another hospital? Jiang Huan fell silent. In fact, after he learned that Fong's hospital was a property of the Fong family, he had the idea of changing hospitals for his mother. However, in the entire Kaiyun city, apart from Fong's hospital, no other hospital had the conditions to treat his mother. Teacher, changing hospitals is very difficult. He sighed and continued, although I hit Fong Jia, as a medical institution, they should be regulated by the city lord's office, right? They shouldn't dare to act recklessly. Morong Shui shook her head helplessly. After all, he was just a naive young man who always thought that everything was regulated and that there was no way for things to go wrong. Jiang Huan, do you know what a regulatory loophole is? Jiang Huan pondered. Morong Shui then told him all the investigation results she had blacked out from Fong's hospital. Jiang Huan's face gradually turned pale, his gaze as cold as the Arctic. The rules on the road state that family members should not be harmed. Even he, a student who had not yet graduated, knew that. Fong Jia had gone too far. Task triggered, those who dare to offend the host's family are unforgivable. Please kill Fong Jia. Upon completion, the host will receive a random reward. Seeing him like this, Morong Shui hurriedly advised, Jiang Huan, don't be impulsive. With your current strength, the Fong family and the Lu family are not something you can provoke. The priority should be to ensure your mother's well-being first. Jiang Huan's eyes softened again. Teacher, you're right, but I've offended both the Yi family and the Fong family. There are really too few hospitals that can treat my mother's illness. Morong Shui pursed her lips. Why don't you try joining the Demon Suppression Army? Jiang Huan was somewhat puzzled. What does that have to do with the Demon Suppression Army? He even suspected that this was a proposal she had discussed with Zhang Yu. Morong Shui explained, the Demon Suppression Army has military hospitals, and the medical conditions are better than those of the Yi family in some aspects. However, they only accept soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army and their families. In an instant, Jiang Huan's mind was in turmoil. If he didn't transfer hospitals, who knows how Fong Jia would harm his mother? But if he transferred, it would mean he had to enlist, which was the last thing his mother wanted to see. Time passed second by second, and Jiang Huan remained silent. Morong Shui understood Jiang Huan's dilemma, so she didn't urge him. When the time reached 10:50, Jiang Huan finally spoke up. Teacher, do I have to join the Demon Suppression Army to enter the military hospital for treatment? Morong Shui nodded. This is also a helpless measure. The base of the Demon Suppression Army is too large. If we don't impose such conditions, by the time the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army are injured and it's their turn for treatment, it might already be too late. After a pause, Morong Shui continued, moreover, you should know that the Yi family has blacklisted you. If you want to gain more resources, apart from the Demon Suppression Army, there's nowhere else that would dare to take you in. Jiang Huan understood this clearly. Compared to the Yi family, the Demon Suppression Army was like a self-sufficient closed circle. Any resources needed could be obtained internally. As long as one joined the Demon Suppression Army, in a sense, the Yi family's blacklist would become ineffective. However, even so, Jiang Huan still did not give a definite answer. Teacher, give me one night to think it over, and I'll get back to you tomorrow, okay? Morong Shui understood Jiang Huan's pressure and immediately stopped pressing him. It's getting late. How about you sleep here with me tonight? For some reason, when Morong Shui said this, Jiang Huan felt his heart race. Although he understood that Morong Shui was worried about him being schemed against by the Lu and Fang families on his way home, Jiang Huan would rather encounter them on the road. Since they dared to plot against his family, they must pay the price. Teacher, no need. I'm used to sleeping in my own bed, and with such a big Kayun city, I can take a taxi and avoid any unexpected incidents. Alright then, if anything happens, remember to call me immediately. You remember, in Kayun City, the teacher will always be your strongest support. The evening breeze tousled Jiang Huan's hair as he walked alone towards the rental house in the West Mountain Camp. Near Building 128 in the North District of West Mountain Camp, several luxury cars stopped on Jiang Huan's usual route home. Then, 7 or 8 men dressed in black got out of the cars. As soon as they got out, they took out several signs from the trunks and quickly planted them at all the surrounding intersections. With the infusion of spiritual energy, a red light flashed beneath the signs displayed at each intersection, forming a strange magical array. 4 people got out of the lead car. Lu Zhiyue and Fang Jia stood in front, while 2 middle-aged men stood behind. One was Lu Zhiyue's butler, Fu Bo, and the other was Fang Jia's henchman, a man with braids who exuded an aura not weaker than Fu Bo's. Clearly, he was also a 4th-tier expert. Lu Zhiyue's gaze wandered over the signs: no entry, no exit, and it can also isolate the spiritual energy fluctuations generated during battle. Fang Jia, I didn't expect your family to have such an interesting pseudo-spiritual artifact. What's it called, and what quality is it? Fang Jia, with a fawning expression, replied, it's a B-grade, isolation space. Jiyue, if you like it, I'll give it to you after we deal with Jiang Huan. Lu Zhiyue smiled but did not respond. She looked at the 2 middle-aged men behind her. Fu Bo, Shi Bo, I'll trouble you both tonight. After this matter, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The 2 exchanged smiles. It's our duty to relieve our master's worries. Please leave this place first to avoid being affected by the battle. Lu Zhiyue and Fang Jia nodded and then decided to find a good vantage point nearby to observe. The cars slowly drove away, and Fu Bo and Shi Bo exchanged smiles. Let's go. We should check on that cunning little mouse. Their figures flickered as they jumped onto the 3rd floor of Building 128, slipping through the window into Jiang Huan's home. Moments later, the door opened. The 2 walked out one after the other, standing on the balcony and gazing into the distance. Let's wait a bit longer. This kid hasn't returned yet. Damn it, I can't wait to crush him, but he hasn't come back yet. A teasing smile appeared on Uncle Fu's face as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one for himself, and tossed one to Uncle Shi. In the quiet night, dark clouds gathered ominously over Kayun City. With a howling evening breeze, the first drops of rain began to fall. Damn, why is it raining? Isn't rain a good thing? No matter how much noise there is, no one will notice. The blood he left behind will flow into the sewer with the rainwater, and by dawn, this street will return to normal. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile and resumed smoking on the balcony. Suddenly, their expressions turned sharp. Someone's coming this way. In the next moment, they tossed their cigarette butts to the ground and leaped into the area marked by the billboard to hide. Something strange happened. Their figures simply vanished. It was as if the inside of the billboard and the outside formed 2 independent spaces. Not far away, a lithe figure ducked under a promotional board to escape the rain. The rain soaked half of the cigarette in his mouth, and his shoulders were drenched. He looked forlornly at the incessant rain, exhaling a long plume of smoke. What a bad night. First 3 refining furnaces blew up, and now it's raining at Jiang Huan's place. From a metaphysical perspective, it could be considered a form of retribution. I really deserve this. I wonder when this rain will stop. Zhang Yu murmured to himself, glancing at the dark residential building where Jiang Huan lived. I don't know if they are already resting or haven't come back. Just as he was debating whether to call Jiang Huan first, he noticed a few flickering flames rising from the residential building in the distance. Is Jiang Huan's place on fire? He sighed, tossing the half-soaked cigarette into a puddle, revealing a helpless smile. Looks like I have to play firefighter tonight. With that, he stepped out into the drizzling rain, heading towards Jiang Huan's home. After running a short distance, he keenly sensed something unusual around him. This narrow road was filled with too many billboards. Moreover, he vaguely sensed a few faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. His past military experience told him that someone was lying in ambush. He slowed his pace, letting the rain drench him completely. He scanned his surroundings warily, and with a thought, the Confucian scholar appeared in his hand. Friends hiding in the shadows, no need to hide, come out. The night remained eerily quiet, only the sound of the rain pattering. Hidden in the shadows, Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi wore serious expressions. It wasn't that they were afraid of Zhang Yu, they just didn't want to complicate matters. To avoid revealing their spiritual energy, they even closed the isolation space, hoping Zhang Yu would leave quickly. However, Zhang Yu let out a cold snort. hiding your head and showing your tail. That fire on the residential building is probably set by you. If I'm not mistaken, you are here to take revenge on Jian Huan. The rain-soaked night remains silent, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of nocturnal creatures braving the rain. Zhang Yu frowned slightly and shouted, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." The Confucian scholar immediately materialized behind Zhang Yu. He clasped his hands together. A gust of evening wind blew. The rainwater all drifted towards the hiding spots of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi. Zhang Yu, quick on his feet, brandished his ruler and engaged the two in combat. The clanging sounds echoed through the rainy night, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. "Friend, this matter has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly and do not force us." Uncle Fu wielded a double-headed gun, constantly fending off Zhang Yu's attacks. Meanwhile, Uncle Shi, holding two black short axes, wore a playful smile. "Why are you wasting so much breath with him? Killing one is killing two is also killing. It's better to solve it all at once." Bang! A loud noise. The vast spiritual energy surged, evaporating the rainwater still hanging in the air. Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi retreated 3 or 4 steps but steadied themselves. Zhang Yu, however, retreated more than 10 steps before barely stabilizing his stance. Uncle Fu looked coldly at him. "You are not our match. Leave here, or you will die." Uncle Shi laughed mockingly. "You have 1 minute to leave, or else, die." From their earlier exchange, Zhang Yu already knew that both of them were 4th-tier experts, a whole realm above him. He was no match for them. However, he felt no panic. On the contrary, he felt a surge of anticipation. "If I guess correctly, you are from the Fong family or the Lu family, right?" Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi fell silent, seemingly calculating the time. "Well, if you were from them, how could you possibly admit it? But, based on my understanding of you two, after losing face during the day, you would definitely want to regain it at night. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here." Uncle Fu frowned. "You don't plan to leave?" Zhang Yu smiled, running his fingers through his wet hair, his face showing a mix of excitement and confidence. "Of course I plan to leave, but I want to take you two with me." Uncle Shi burst into laughter. "What are you talking about? Do you think you're some kind of hero?" Uncle Fu's brow furrowed. "Why? Isn't it good to live well?" Zhang Yu shrugged. "Why? Because I am his teacher. It's only natural for a teacher to protect their student. As for whether I can live, that's not for you to decide. I admit your strength is a bit higher than mine, but how do you know I don't have some special means to deal with you?" The rain gradually intensified, and the fire in the residential building behind them began to spiral out of control. Water and fire clashed, sending thick smoke into the air, creating a bizarre scene on this stormy night. Uncle Shi's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Time's up. It's time to send you on your way." In an instant, Zhang Yu felt a subtle wave of spiritual energy around him. Before his eyes, the billboards connected, creating ripple after ripple. He could still see the burning corridor not far away and the ordinary people awakened by the fire. They were trying to extinguish the flames, but the fire was too fierce, forcing them to flee down the stairs quickly. More than a dozen ordinary people rushed past him, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yu, anxiously passing by. Zhang Yu, experienced, immediately realized what was happening. A pseudo-spiritual isolation space? It seems you really want to kill in Kaiyun City. Uncle Shi cackled. "Are you scared now? It's too late." The next moment, 2 phantoms materialized behind them. Behind Uncle Fu stood a scruffy man holding a double-headed spear. Behind Uncle Shi was a bare-chested, dark-skinned man with a bushy beard, looking fierce, wielding 2 short axes. "Thunder, finish this quickly. Black Whirlwind, crush his spirit." The next moment, Thunder and Black Whirlwind rushed in, engaging in a fierce battle with Zhang Yu and the scholar. Strikes of blue lightning tore through the night sky, grazing Zhang Yu and crashing against the barriers created by the billboards, sending ripples flying. The 2 black axes blended into the night, like a wild wind sweeping away leaves, continuously hacking at the scholar. However, Zhang Yu and the scholar, with their astonishing combat skills, managed to find openings amidst the attacks of the 2 spirits, holding their ground for a while. White Tiger 7 Styles? Are you from the White Tiger camp of the Demon Suppression Army? Uncle Fu's sharp gaze immediately recognized the martial technique Zhang Yu was using. Not bad for a gaze. If you know what's good for you, get lost quickly. Otherwise, if anything happens to me, the Demon Suppression Army will definitely investigate to the end. A more chilling smile appeared on Shibo's face. For me, living people are even more dangerous. With that, the 2 simultaneously unleashed their domains. Domain Indestructible Thunder Cage. Domain Wind Sweeping the Clouds. In an instant, the isolated space clearly formed 2 distinct areas. One was incredibly dark, as if the Confucian scholar had fallen into a canyon filled with fierce winds, with gust after gust relentlessly attacking him. He tried to block. Clang! 2 massive axes suddenly swung out from the raging winds. He hurriedly dodged, but the fierce winds kept coming one after another. For a moment, the Confucian scholar was forced to retreat step by step. A vast expanse of thunderclouds loomed, with thick bolts of lightning striking down, complementing the weapon spirit thunder, protecting all his exposed flaws while continuously bombarding Zhang Yu. Even as Zhang Yu kept dodging, he was still struck solidly several times. Zhang Yu's brows furrowed into a shape, his spiritual power pushed to the limit. His and the Confucian scholar's eyes became exceptionally clear, a fighting spirit radiating from him, as if he had fallen into a state of only knowing how to fight. At 30, one stands firm. At 40, one is not confused. At 50, one knows the mandate of heaven. The auras of Zhang Yu and the Confucian scholar surged continuously. Under the dominance of their fighting instincts, the falling arcs of electricity, the howling fierce winds, and the sharp attacks of thunder and black whirlwind all missed their targets. They struck decisively, once again suppressing the two weapon spirits. Moreover, Zhang Yu, with his sharp offensive, pulled thunder into the domain of fierce winds, one ruler after another. The Confucian scholar and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, and in the next moment, the Confucian scholar actually began to fight 2 against 1. Fu Bo and Shibo showed displeasure. No one expected that Zhang Yu and his weapon spirit would have such fierce fighting will and skills. Suddenly, both of them launched their attacks at Zhang Yu. Raging thunder, killing all around. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the thunderclouds, continuously gathering on Fu Bo's double-headed spear, ready to strike. Shibo's figure expanded in an instant, resembling a small giant, yet his speed became extremely swift. He charged straight at Zhang Yu. However, Zhang Yu showed no fear. Instead, a relentless killing intent flowed from his eyes. Since you've come, you might as well settle in. Zhang Yu suddenly leaped up, the ruler in his hand resembling a great sword that could slay everything. Fu Bo and Shibo couldn't help but break out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Bang! In an instant, both sides were locked in fierce combat. The fierce offensive attacked each other, the residual force crashing against the barriers of the isolated space, creating ripples upon ripples on the barrier, yet the entire isolated space remained unmoved. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Zhang Yu could no longer withstand the storm-like attacks from the two and fell heavily backward. At the same time, the Confucian scholar was counterattacked by the two weapon spirits, his previously dominant form now flickering in and out of solidity. Clearly, under heavy injury, it was difficult for Zhang Yu to stabilize and infuse spiritual power into the Confucian scholar. Domain, yet another domain. If I had a domain too, how could you possibly be my opponents? Humph, you are indeed impressive, being able to fight us in our domain for so long just with martial skills, but it's a pity your weapon spirit is only a C-rank spirit. You will never master the power of a domain. Fu Bo glanced disdainfully at Zhang Yu, who was left with only half his life. To have pushed us to this point, you can rest easy on your journey. Shibo chuckled ominously, raising his short axe and walking towards Zhang Yu. In an instant, the Confucian scholar transformed into a streak of light, standing firmly in front of Zhang Yu. However, his form flickered in and out, as if he was about to dissipate back into the ruler at any moment. Shibo seemed to see some kind of joke, suddenly bursting into loud laughter. Not bad, your compatibility with your spirit is quite high, but seeing this deep master-servant bond, I'm a bit moved. How about this? Why don't you cooperate a bit and let us separate him? It doesn't matter if you die, at least your spirit can remain. The money from selling him can be considered your gratitude to us. Zhang Yu's lips curled into a smile, and though it was a smile, it carried a sense of determination. You seem to have not been paying attention. If I have a domain, you are definitely not my opponents. With a thought, a vial of alluring purple potion appeared in his hand. Fu Bo and Shibo's pupils constricted. Not good. It's the secret potion of the Demon Suppression Army, Spirit Summoning. Don't let him drink it. The two of them and their spirits acted in an instant, a vast offensive descending like a storm. The scholar immediately turned around, using his body to shield Zhang Yu. The purple liquid flowed through his teeth, cascading down, transforming into a strange power that filled Zhang Yu's body in an instant. Zhang Yu's aura surged. 3rd tier 5 stars, 3rd tier 7 stars, 4th tier 1 star, 4th tier 3 stars, finally stopping at 4th tier 7 stars. Similarly, as Zhang Yu's powerful spiritual energy continuously poured in, the scholar's form, which had been gradually fading, solidified once more. It was as if he had touched a power he had never encountered before. He spread his arms wide. The scholar's robe burst apart in an instant. Muscles like small mountains bulged, with veins coiling like dragons. The muscles on his chest continuously writhed, gathering into the character Ren. The muscles on his back trembled slightly, condensing into the character Da. The muscles on his shoulders resonated continuously, with veins gathering into the character Kai, Ren, De, Kai, and the shoulders. A magnificent aura surged forth like a roaring wave. Zhang Yu's gaze became sharp, domain unleashed, enlightening all beings. At the entrance of the Shishan camp, Zhang Huan had his hands in his pockets, holding an umbrella, kicking at the gravel by the roadside, muttering, "What a waste of excitement, I thought I would encounter Lu Jiyu or the assassins arranged by Feng Jia tonight. It's so embarrassing, why do they have no sense of revenge at all?" You see, in Kaiyun City, self-defense killings are not held accountable. Zhang Huan's experience points hadn't increased in a long time, and he was eager to find a hapless victim to test the edge of the thousand-house knife. He kicked a stone away in boredom and looked up, frowning slightly. In the distance, the fire raged fiercely, thick black smoke billowing continuously. Even the pouring rain couldn't weaken the flames. Occasionally, burnt wires crackled with electric sparks in the rain. On a day like this, someone's house is on fire. That family is really unlucky. He continued walking forward without a care, but after taking 2 steps, he seemed to realize something. That direction, doesn't it seem like my house? Damn! Lu Jiyu, Feng Jia, I curse you all. Zhang Huan's figure dashed forward like a ghost, leaving only an umbrella spinning in a puddle behind. Inside the isolated space, a simple academy appeared within. The howling winds and raging thunder seemed to be cut off from this academy. Zhang Yu gently clenched his fist. Is this the power of the domain? It really is subtle. At this moment, he felt as if he were the master of his domain, his power greatly enhanced. Suddenly, he keenly sensed 2 killing intents locking onto him. He swung the ruler in his hand sharply to the left. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, he engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 for dozens of exchanges. I didn't expect you to be such a tough guy. You've even used the spirit summoning. Don't you really want to leave yourself a way out? Fu Bo said. Zhang Yu scoffed. A dead end is not necessarily a way out. Shi Bo swung an axe horizontally. Why waste so much breath with him? Spirit summoning squeezes out all potential. His strength can only last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, all his bones will break. His muscles will atrophy. Even if we don't kill him, he won't live much longer. Zhang Yu's ruler was like a long sword, and with a swift motion, he struck the short axe away from Shi Bo. 10 minutes? That's enough to deal with you. He then delivered a vertical slash. The momentum from the ruler was like a mountain being split, causing Fu Bo to dare not resist and quickly create distance between himself and Zhang Yu. The weapon spirits, Thunder and Black Whirlwind, were also being pushed back by the Confucian scholar, and helplessly, the 2 weapon spirits could only withdraw. Zhang Yu sneered, over the years, I've comprehended many special effects of weapon spirits. It's a pity that my spiritual power is insufficient to activate them. But today is different, I can finally try out these new effects. And you 2 are honored to be the first and the last to experience them. Shi Bo and Fu Bo had an ominous premonition. They instinctively activated all their spiritual power, preparing for defense. Zhang Yu's lips slowly curled up, and the Confucian scholar followed his steps, slowly approaching the 2. A gentleman is not heavy, thus not imposing. 60, the age of understanding. 70, the age of following one's heart. With each step he took, his aura surged, and Fu Bo and Shi Bo felt as if Zhang Yu's footsteps were trampling on their hearts, instilling fear deep within them. The wise enjoy water. A vast spiritual power surged forth, thick enough to seem like it could block the flowing river. The benevolent enjoy mountains. The ruler in Zhang Yu's hand swung like a giant axe, aiming to split the mountains standing in his way. Faced with this unstoppable strike, the 2 dared not be careless. They unleashed their strongest attacks. Heavenly thunder falls. Dual axes slash 4 tigers. Countless bolts of lightning surged toward the ruler like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. The 2 short axes were forcefully thrown, creating a powerful whirlwind that crashed into the ruler without holding back. Not far away, on the rooftop of a small hotel, a man and a woman wearing special glasses were watching Zhang Yu's battle with great interest. The woman had a faint smile on her face, while the man wore a fawning expression, holding an umbrella for her. Jiyu, is it really okay for us to take action against Teacher Zhang like this? What does it have to do with us? Who told him to be such a hero? Right. I've never liked this old guy. Damn it! He has caused us no small amount of trouble these past 3 years. Feng Jia's agreement gave Lu Jiyu a sense of satisfaction in dominating the male. It felt as if the pride she had lost in Zhang Huan was gradually being regained. Jiyu, do you think Fu Bo and Shi Bo can defeat Teacher Zhang? I don't think their situation looks good. Just as Feng Jia said, at this moment, Fu Bo and Shi Bo faced Zhang Yu's sharp offensive, feeling like a small boat swaying in the vast sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Even they themselves did not understand why Zhang Yu, who had forcibly broken through to the 4th stage 7 stars, was able to pressure them, one at 4th stage 6 stars and the other at 4th stage 5 stars. The difference in realms was not significant, yet they were struggling to breathe. Lu Jiyu, however, looked relaxed. Our practical class teacher, I've heard my mentor mention him. He was invincible at the same realm in the Demon Suppression Army back in the day, especially in his understanding of martial arts. Even 4th stage experts, as long as they don't use domain power, find it hard to be his opponent. Now that Teacher Zhang has forcibly broken through to the 4th stage, it's inevitable that they are at a disadvantage. However, as long as they can hold on a little longer, until the effects of the spirit ghost-inducing medicine wear off, this battle will come to an end. Fang Jia nodded, somewhat understanding, and turned his gaze back to Zhang Yu. Suddenly, he pointed ahead, a bit excited. Jiyu, look, isn't that person Zhang Huan? Lu Jiyu followed the direction of his finger and saw a figure rushing through the area of the isolation space, hurrying towards the burning floor. It really is him, but why is he so anxious to rush into the fire scene? Jiyu, Uncle Fu, and Uncle Shi are dealing with Teacher Zhang. Should we let a few of the subordinates controlling the isolation space surround and kill Zhang Huan? Lu Jiyu glanced at Fang Jia as if he were a fool, wanting to ask him if he had a pig's brain on his neck. However, reason told her that at this moment, Fang Jia still had some value. What? Do you think Zhang Huan, who can easily defeat us in the arena, would be killed by 5 second-tier spirit masters working together? Fang Jia was speechless. Lu Jiyue's words reminded him of the scene this afternoon when he was defeated by Zhang Huan in one move. Shame and anger piled up in his heart. He wished he could swallow Zhang Huan alive. Seeing his expression, Lu Jiyue immediately understood what he was thinking. I know you're angry, but hold it in for now. With the isolation space in place, Zhang Huan won't even notice that Teacher Zhang is fighting near his home. Just hold on for another 2 or 3 minutes, and Teacher Zhang will break through without any attack. At that time, Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi will be able to deal with Zhang Huan. Then we can return nearby and personally take him down. Fang Jia's fists crackled as he clenched them. At this moment, he regretted not bringing a few more 4th-tier experts with him. Alright then, let him jump around a bit longer. Lu Jiyue smiled, her gaze fixed on the burning residential building. Look, he's coming down again. In this sorry state, he really looks like a smoked roast pig. But what is he holding in his hand? On the residential building, Zhang Huan braved the flames and leaped down from the balcony. He rolled to dissipate the force of his fall. At this moment, he was in a terrible state. Not only was he drenched, but his handsome face was also red and blackened from the thick smoke and high temperature. However, a smile was spread across his face. Thank goodness, Dad, I got you out. Zhang Huan held the tablet in his arms, looking relieved. He slowly got up, standing below and gazing at the towering flames, a hint of bitterness creeping into his smile. Alas, the house is gone. Luckily, Mom is in the hospital. Otherwise, if she knew about this, she would probably be sad for a long time. He couldn't help but think of Fang Jia and Lu Jiyue, and the smile at the corner of his mouth vanished in an instant. You like to set fires, huh? Fine, let's see who can set a bigger fire. He had just humiliated Lu Jiyue and Fang Jia during the day, and now his own house was burned down at night. Zhang Huan couldn't believe this was a coincidence. With that thought, he stored his father's tablet in his storage ring and was about to rush towards Lu Jiyue and Fang Jia's properties. However, just as he was about to leave, a few remarks made him stop in his tracks. In the pouring rain, Zhang Huan keenly listened to several uncles in their underwear discussing under the eaves. Whose house is using electricity recklessly? Don't they know we have old wiring here? The most feared are high-power appliances. The uncle in red underwear leaned against the wall, looking somewhat melancholic. Yeah, don't talk nonsense. We are all old neighbors. Who doesn't know to be careful with electricity? If you ask me, it's likely someone offended the wrong person. This is arson. The uncle in blue underwear squatting nearby analyzed seriously. Isn't that right? Let me tell you, half an hour ago, I was watching a Japanese romance movie when I suddenly heard the sound of engines. I looked out the window. Good heavens, all luxury cars. A group of people rushed down, and in no time, they disappeared right under my nose. The Mediterranean uncle in star-striped underwear said mysteriously, "What kind of place is this? To put it bluntly, it's a slum. The rich come here to do." Before he could finish, the uncle in red shorts quickly covered his mouth, signaling him with his eyes to stop talking. What nonsense are you saying? Haven't you taken your medicine today? The uncle in the stars and stripes was confused and struggled to push the hand of the uncle in red shorts away. What are you doing? Who took medicine? The uncle in blue shorts also looked bewildered. Old Wang, why don't you let old Zhao finish? When did he take medicine? I didn't know. The uncle in red shorts had a look of despair, murmuring in a low voice, "Don't you know that the perpetrator usually returns to the crime scene, pretending to be a bystander waiting for an opportunity to act?" As he spoke, he cast a wary glance at Zhang Huan, who was standing in the rain, listening to them. In their eyes, Jiang Huan seemed like a strange person, standing in the rain without seeking shelter, drenched all over, his dark face illuminated by the firelight, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. Although they were speaking in hushed tones, Jiang Huan's senses had long since sharpened. Every word they said was etched in his heart. Jiang Huan wanted to step forward and ask a few questions, but as soon as the three uncles saw him approaching, they quickly got up and headed for the door behind them, swiftly locking it. Jiang Huan felt speechless. Was it really necessary? Do I look like a bad person? However, even having only heard a few sentences, Jiang Huan still obtained useful information. First, the other party was wealthy. Second, they had come with many people. His expression turned serious. It seems they plan to go all out against me. But where are they now? Jiang Huan didn't believe that so many people had come here just to start a fire. If that were the case, why bring so many? The perpetrator will return to the crime scene, pretending to be a bystander waiting for an opportunity to act. If they set the fire, they must want to see my expression when I find my home burned down. In that case, let me play a game of cat and mouse with you. In the next moment, Jiang Huan's figure vanished into the rainy night. 2 minutes earlier, in the isolation space, Zhang Yu was confidently pressing down on Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi, while the weapon spirits, Black Whirlwind and Thunder, were also being held down by the Confucianist. Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi looked disheveled, blood seeping from all over their bodies. Perhaps, in a little while, they would die under Zhang Yu's ruler. However, when Jiang Huan braved the rain and quickly crossed through the isolation space, heading straight for the fire, a hint of panic flashed across Zhang Yu's confident face. Although he quickly suppressed it, Uncle Shi and Uncle Fu noticed. What's wrong? Panicking? Afraid you can't protect your precious student? It's simple, you stop now, and we'll leave you both with whole corpses. Zhang Yu's panic was entirely due to worry. He feared that if he fell, this promising young man would fall victim to these two guys' treachery. In his view, Jiang Huan was still too young. Even if he had remarkable combat power, it was only effective against beasts and inexperienced newcomers like Lu Zhiyue. Against two seasoned veterans who had been immersed in the fourth stage for years, Jiang Huan was still too immature. However, at this moment, he could only hide his anxiety, using unwavering determination to resolve this crisis. What's there to panic about? If I can quickly deal with you two, everything will be resolved. In the next moment, his already bulging veins twisted even more. The protruding veins became knotted. His bronze skin was stretched tight, and one could almost see the blood rushing through them with the naked eye. The sage says, education knows no class. Even ghosts and gods respect and keep their distance. In an instant, the Confucianist seemed to age significantly, his once black hair turning white, his tight skin becoming loose, wrinkles and spots covering his exposed skin. However, his breath became incredibly sharp, as if he had transformed from a naive scholar into a sage who had immersed himself in Confucianism for many years. It seemed that everything in the world should be accepted and educated by him. Madman. You are truly a madman. You don't even want the last few minutes of your life. You actually poured all your strength into this one strike. The two felt that this strike was unavoidable, defenseless. With a determined heart and gritted teeth, they simultaneously commanded their respective spirit tools to block in front of them. The overwhelming spiritual power surged like raging waves, crashing against the Black Whirlwind and Thunder, wave after wave. Their domains began to shatter, cracks appeared on their bodies, and they gradually became ethereal. It seemed that if they waited any longer, this domineering spiritual power would shatter their spirit tools and directly collide with them. Outside the isolated space, Jiang Huan's figure reappeared from the darkness, and he couldn't help but murmur, something's not right? Why is there nothing here? Just moments ago, he had searched through all the alleys and intersections around him at an incredible speed. However, he found nothing. This damned stormy night. At this moment, Jiang Huan hated the heavy rain. If it weren't for this downpour, he might have at least found some traces like footprints or tire marks on the road. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. He turned back in confusion, and upon closer inspection, at an intersection less than 20 meters away from him, that space rippled like a water curtain, sending out small waves again and again, then quickly disappeared, never to reappear. If it weren't for his enhanced vision after gaining the ability to discern, he might not have noticed it at all. What was going on over there? And why were there suddenly 5 billboards? Just like someone who habitually walks home, after walking the same route many times, Jiang Huan subconsciously wouldn't pay attention to the differences around him. However, this sudden ripple made him immediately realize that the appearance of these 5 billboards was somewhat abrupt. Suddenly, a phrase flashed in his mind, something an old man in star-spangled shorts had said. A group of people rushed down, and in no time, they disappeared right under my nose. Disappeared? Could it be that they were hiding like I am? But why have I passed through this intersection several times without being attacked? Jiang Huan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately overturned this judgment. No! Those ripples prove they were right there. His mind raced, and a reasonable hypothesis emerged in his heart. Unless someone among them possessed a space-type spirit tool, they had opened a new space at this intersection. With this thought, he subconsciously activated Discern. Spiritual power flowed into his eyes, and they seemed to burn. His line of sight felt obstructed by a strange force. However, when this force touched his burning eyes, it faded away in an instant, like darkness meeting light. Finally, before Jiang Huan's eyes appeared a vast whiteness, as if shrouded in thick fog, and 5 second-tier spirit masters, dressed in suits, were hiding in the corners, leaning against the billboards. Jiang Huan tried to look further inside, but in this white space, his vision seemed to be repelled. It seems I've reached the limit of Discern, but what exactly is in this white space? Jiang Huan's gaze lingered on the 5 individuals, and he keenly noticed that they were continuously infusing spiritual power into the billboards to maintain a certain delicate balance. So it's not a space-type spirit tool, but a pseudo-spirit tool. They are most likely from the Lu or Fong families, but why aren't they attacking me and are instead maintaining the pseudo-spirit tool? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I'll just open it up and see for myself. With that, Jiang Huan's figure once again vanished into the rainy night. The collars of the 5 men in black were adorned with communication devices, facilitating their communication and coordination in controlling the false spirit. Hey, who was slow just now? There was a small ripple outside the isolation barrier. Luckily, I adjusted quickly, otherwise, we would have been exposed. Fong Jia, it was me. A man with an honest face and somewhat thick lips, one hand resting on a billboard and the other pressing the communicator on his collar, answered nervously. Fong Yi, what's wrong with you? Thank goodness the young master, that stingy guy, isn't here, otherwise, he would dock your salary for half a year. Fong Yi, feeling a bit anxious, lowered his voice and asked, I was just thinking, that kid disappeared again. Do you think we might be exposed? A noisy voice came from the communicator. Fong Yi, what are you thinking? This false spirit is safest under this billboard, apart from inside the isolation space. Even if we laughed at him right next to him, he wouldn't be able to discover us. But he was staring at us just now. Fong Yi, you need to understand that when a person is under great stress, it's not strange to react in any way. If your house was on fire, you'd also be staring blankly at one spot. Exactly, and he was still looking our way? Do you think he's Sun Wukong? But, stop with the buts. Another wave of attack is coming. Quickly adjust the spiritual energy output frequency. Don't make such a rookie mistake again like just now. Fong Yi hurriedly gripped the pole of the billboard, holding his breath and focusing on adjusting his spiritual energy to respond to the residual wave coming from the isolation space. After a moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief, and a sound came from the communicator. Have you noticed that the 3 auras in the isolation space are slowly weakening? Is it about to be decided? Who knows? The only 2 special glasses that can see through the barrier were taken by that idiot young master to curry favor. If you ask me, that enchantress Lu Jiyue is not someone he can handle. Sooner or later, he'll pay the price for that woman. Fong Ding, watch your words. If the young master hears you, you won't be able to stay in Kaiyun City. The man named Fong Ding seemed quite unconvinced. If he hears, he hears. If he does, I'll ask him to his face. Why not give us the chance to deal with that Jiang Huan? Why does he keep all the good things for Shibo? If we brothers took action, a student wouldn't last 2 days before disappearing in Kaiyun City. It's not as troublesome as it is now. Brothers, if you ask me, when that kid passes by us again, let's not care about this isolation space, just go ahead and kill him, then go find the young master to collect our reward. How about that? In an instant, the communicator fell silent. It seemed everyone was contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. How much reward could there be to make you so excited? A faint voice sounded beside Fong Yi's ear. The usually honest and straightforward Fong Yi thought it was just the voice from the communicator. Just kidding, that's 2 taels of refined gold for refining materials, plus 5 million. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something was wrong and looked in the direction of the voice. Jiang Huan, holding a blood-red goose-feather knife, was looking at him with a half-smile. He widened his eyes, incredulously asking, "You can see me?" Jiang Huan tilted his head and smiled, "I can't see you, Fong Yi." Suddenly, Jiang Huan's figure vanished from his sight without warning. He widened his eyes, trying to find Jiang Huan's whereabouts. Poof! A piercing pain shot through his throat as a blood-red goose-feather knife unexpectedly severed his cervical vertebrae, pierced his carotid artery, and cut through his trachea. He wanted to scream but couldn't utter a word. Thud! He suddenly weakened in his knees and fell to the ground, instinctively covering his bleeding throat with the hand that gripped the signpost, but blood continued to pour out from his palm. In a moment, Fang Yi fell silent. Spirit Yin who kills a second-tier spirit master. Experience plus 298. Ability common progress activated, host experience plus 298. Spirit Yin who fights alongside the host, making him feel the joy of being trusted, compatibility plus 1. At the same time, due to the lack of Fang Yi's spiritual energy infusion, the delicate balance created by the isolation space was instantly shattered. Ripples appeared one after another before the eyes of ordinary people. Look! What is that? It's the spirit masters fighting in the city. Quickly call the city patrol. Don't look. Do you want to die? Hurry and hide. At this moment, the originally delicate balance of the isolation space was broken, and the remaining 4 black-clad individuals controlling the isolation space felt the pressure multiply. Fang Yi, what are you doing? Don't daze off. Hurry up and move. Fang Yi, what's wrong with you? Answer me. Not good. We are being attacked. The communicator in the pool of blood was noisy, and Zhang Huan's face was etched with a mocking smile. Don't panic, my revenge has just begun. Not far away, on the rooftop, Lu Jiyue looked at the bloody scene with a serious expression. Zhang Huan was like a death god hiding in the darkness, taking away one of the subordinates controlling the isolation space with every strike. No wonder my phantom is ineffective against him. It seems he must have practiced some technique to enhance his vision. Beside her, Fang Jia's face was pale, but his fists were clenched tightly. There were 2 reasons. First, Zhang Huan's performance filled him with fear, but the resentment in his heart was even stronger. Second, he saw that the battle within the isolation space was nearing its end. Zhang Yu still stood tall, while Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi had already fallen, their fates unknown. Tonight, no one could help him regain his ground. Lu Jiyue seemed to find it somewhat interesting, whether intentionally or unintentionally. She said softly, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of Zhang Huan?" In an instant, Fang Jia felt a wave of shame. Lu Jiyue's teasing expression trampled on his male pride, yet he felt helpless. Lu Jiyue glanced at him with a half-smile. "Don't be angry, in a little while, it will be our turn to strike, right?" Fang Jia was somewhat puzzled. Jiyue, Uncle Fu, and Uncle Shi are barely hanging on. How can they have the strength to deal with Zhang Huan? A silver bell-like laughter echoed in the rainy night, and Lu Jiyue's eyes resembled a crescent moon in the sky, captivating Fang Jia. Fang Jia, it's not just talk that old people become wise. Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi have average talent and background. Even so, they have managed to break through to the 4th tier for many years. You don't really think they have no means to deal with Zhang Yu, do you? Fang Jia listened, half understanding, his gaze wandering in confusion between Zhang Yu, Uncle Fu, and Uncle Shi. Jiyue, are you saying that Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi's injuries aren't as severe as they appear? But why? Lu Jiyue raised an eyebrow slightly. Let's keep watching, and we'll know. When the last black-clad individual controlling the isolation space fell before Zhang Huan, the 5 billboards seemed to have completely lost their effectiveness. The thick fog that had originally blocked Zhang Huan's line of sight slowly dissipated, and a hunched figure gradually appeared before him. When Zhang Huan saw the person's face, he felt an inexplicable sharp pain in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Yu, though still standing, was hunched over, his clothes tattered, and every inch of his skin was oozing blood. His face was withered, as if he were a dying flame. The only unchanging thing was his incredibly resolute gaze. Teacher Zhang. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Huan took 3 steps and 2, rushing to Zhang Yu's side. However, as he got closer, Zhang Huan's heart ached even more. Zhang Yu was not just standing there with a hunched back, his body was completely supported by a massive ruler behind him. On the terrifying wound, only a few drops of fresh blood seeped out, as if his blood had already flowed out almost completely. The stark white bones were directly exposed at the horrifying wound. Upon closer inspection, his bones were covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if they could turn to dust at any moment. Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Huan in front of him, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and with great difficulty, he raised his hand and pointed across. Zhang Huan, look, isn't the teacher amazing? I took down 2 4th-tier experts. Zhang Huan's mind was blank as he followed Zhang Yu's finger to look, only then noticing, amidst the chaos, 2 middle-aged men lying on the ground, their fates unknown. One of them was an old acquaintance of Zhang Huan, Uncle Fu. When Zhang Huan turned back to look at Zhang Yu, he felt an unbearable pain in his heart. At this moment, everything clicked for him. The reason why the assassins sent by the Lu and Feng families hadn't caused him trouble was entirely because of his teacher, Zhang Yu, shielding him from the storm behind the scenes. A retired soldier of 3-tier 5-star rank had to fight against 2 seasoned 4th-tier experts. Zhang Huan didn't even dare to think about the difficulties involved. Teacher, you really don't have to go to such lengths for me. Zhang Huan's voice was already choked with emotion. Zhang Yu, however, appeared indifferent. What nonsense are you saying? I'm your teacher. Of course I have to protect you. In an instant, Zhang Huan couldn't help but recall the first time he and Zhang Yu prepared to go out on a mission. Out there, the teacher protects you, and the commission is split 50-50. Zhang Huan remembered the first hunt when Zhang Yu tirelessly taught him how to survive in the ruins. He recalled the first time they took on a mission together, when he put aside his teacher's authority to argue with a shady businessman for an extra 200,000 in commission. Zhang Huan remembered the third time they tried to leave the city, when Zhang Yu chose to accompany him out of the city just to ensure his safe passage. He thought of the fourth time they left the city, when he was unconscious for half a month due to the trial of the Thousand House, and Zhang Yu stayed by his side, caring for him the entire time. It seemed he had always been practicing what he preached in his own way. Zhang Huan also recalled the scene 2 months ago when Zhang Yu publicly criticized him. It seemed that since then, he hadn't been scolded by Zhang Yu for a long time. Looking at the heavily injured Zhang Yu, whose vitality was fading, tears welled up in Zhang Huan's eyes. At this moment, he just wanted to do something for Zhang Yu. With a thought, the A-grade everlasting life liquid appeared in his hand. He carefully dripped the medicine onto Zhang Yu's severe wounds, afraid of overdoing it and causing Zhang Yu pain. However, the so-called life-sustaining liquid seemed to have lost its effect, showing no results on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu gently stroked Zhang Huan's head. It's useless, put the medicine away. The secret medicine of the Demon Suppression Army, the Spirit Ghost Guide, is to be respected by spirits and ghosts when used. After use, spirits and ghosts cannot save you. Zhang Huan looked at him helplessly, his heart full of words, but he couldn't utter a single one. Zhang Yu pulled out a pack of blood-stained cigarettes from his jacket pocket, lit one for himself, and a hint of joy appeared on his pale face. Zhang Huan, don't be sad. This is my fate. It's the saint punishing me. Zhang Huan looked at him in confusion. With a cigarette in his mouth, the thick smoke made it hard for him to open his eyes. It seemed that the exhaustion of spiritual power made it difficult for him to pull out a yellowed book from his storage ring. This is the spirit seed of the priest? Only upon seeing the book did Zhang Huan remember that after the Thousand House killed the priest, such an item indeed dropped. However, he had been so focused on seeking revenge against Lu Jiyue that he had not thought of it at all. Zhang Yu nodded. Back then, after you fainted, I took a liking to this spirit embryo. You know, the Confucian scholar has always been a thorn in my side, stuck at sea level, so, after a brief explanation, Zhang Huan understood everything. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of guilt. If it weren't for his careless remark that the spirit embryo could directly refine a weapon spirit, how could Zhang Yu have made a mistake? The sage is too much of a thief of the spring, thirsty yet not drinking. Yet I want to take your things for myself. What happened tonight has nothing to do with you, it is the sage's punishment for me. Until this moment, Zhang Yu was still trying to absolve Zhang Huan, fearing he would feel guilty. Clearly, he only needed to act as if he had seen nothing. Everything tonight would have nothing to do with him. With this thought, tears streamed down Zhang Huan's face like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. A man does not shed tears easily. The last time Zhang Huan cried was when he was 8. Realizing his father would never return. Zhang Yu, with his blood-stained hands, wiped away the tears from the corners of Zhang Huan's eyes, but the scalding tears mixed with the rain-soaked bloodstains, leaving another smudge on Zhang Huan's already dark face. This scene amused Zhang Yu. He laughed heartily, but as he laughed, he began to cough violently. Zhang Huan hurriedly helped him ease his chest. Zhang Huan, remember this. You are already 18. This time is your last time crying. In the future, even if someone puts a knife to your throat, you must not cry. Zhang Yu's weak words carried an unprecedented seriousness. Zhang Huan held back his tears and nodded heavily. Seeing this, a look of relief appeared on Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Huan, the teacher has a question he wants to ask you. Can you tell the truth to the teacher? Did you kill the priest? Zhang Huan was taken aback, first nodding, then feeling it was wrong, and shaking his head. It seemed that no matter whether he nodded or shook his head, he could not accurately express his meaning. He could only helplessly look at Zhang Yu. Teacher, I don't know how to say it. Yes, how should he say it? Should he tell Zhang Yu, like he did with Morong Shui, that he had a system? That the system contained 18 remarkable weapon spirits? Would Zhang Yu think he was joking with a dying person? Zhang Yu looked into his sincere eyes, seemingly understanding his dilemma. It's okay, the teacher will ask you in a different way. The death of the priest is related to you, right? This time, Zhang Huan nodded heavily. Ha ha ha. It seemed he had received the answer he wanted, and Zhang Yu burst into hearty laughter. Good boy. Not bad. The teacher did not misjudge you. You are definitely the best student in my 8 years of teaching. He looked at Zhang Huan with loving eyes, but only regret remained in his gaze. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity I won't see the day you shine. What a pity the demon suppression army won't have the fortune to recruit you. Zhang Yu's voice grew softer until it finally faded away. His head tilted, and his whole body slid off the ruler. Zhang Huan reacted quickly and hurriedly caught him in his arms. The ruler that had been supporting him turned to dust in an instant, dissipating into the world. At this moment, Zhang Huan was filled with immense sorrow. He choked silently, as if all his strength had been drained away. Zhang Yu was his teacher, and also the guiding light on his path of growth. Perhaps he would never encounter another teacher like him, one who guided him in every moment of his growth. Wow, wow, wow. What a deep bond between teacher and student. Damn it, so it really is the end of the line. I was scared stiff for half a day, afraid he was just pretending to fish. Pa! Two piercing sounds echoed, and Zhang Huan turned towards the noise, a blazing fire of revenge rising in his sorrowful eyes. Fu Bo and Shi Bo slowly got up, the cold rain and howling wind relentlessly striking their faces. The spirit tools in their hands, whether it was thunder or black whirlwind, were covered in cracks, their brilliance gone. Clearly, the two had used all their strength to activate the spirit tools to block Zhang Yu's frenzied attack in order to save their lives, which not only severely damaged their spirit tools but also left them in a poor state themselves. Moreover, due to the immense pressure Zhang Yu had exerted on them, after that strike they were so afraid he was feigning death that they remained prostrate on the ground. It was only after Zhang Yu had completely breathed his last and they could no longer sense his presence that they finally got up. You little brat! If you know what's good for you, get out of the way and stand aside. Once I chop his body into meat paste and feel better, I'll give you a quick end. Shi Bo spat out a mouthful of blood foam and cursed at Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan remained unmoved, casting a cold glance at Shi Bo. You little brat! You! As a fourth-tier expert, Shi Bo had never been so disregarded. Just as he was about to make a move, Fu Bo quietly pulled him back. Hurry up and recover your spiritual power, that's the real deal. The two had consumed too much spiritual power in their battle with Zhang Yu. At this moment, they were far from their peak condition. Moreover, what they had done in the Western Mountain camp had already been exposed to the public, and it wouldn't be long before the city patrol would arrive. At this point, the only thing to do was to quickly recover their spiritual power to ensure they could eliminate Zhang Huan with a thunderous strike. Shi Bo understood Fu Bo's meaning and snorted coldly, secretly beginning to recover his spiritual power. Zhang Huan observed their actions, but he had more important things to do at that moment. With the battle imminent, he couldn't allow anyone to further harm Zhang Yu's body. He slowly picked up Zhang Yu and walked directly to a safer spot under the eaves of a nearby building, gently laying him down. Zhang Huan tore a piece of cloth from his body and wiped away the dirt, blood, and rain from Zhang Yu's face. Zhang Yu lay quietly on the floor, his pale face bearing a resolute expression. Teacher Zhang, you rest here for a while. I will avenge you right away. Mission triggered, teacher, imparting knowledge and resolving doubts. Those who slay my good teacher, their sins are unforgivable, must be punished. Upon completion of the mission, the host will receive a random reward. The system's cold prompt sounded abruptly, but Zhang Huan seemed not to hear it. He slowly reached out to close Zhang Yu's eyes, then suddenly stood up, his icy, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Fu Bo and Shi Bo. Strangely, the two felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. A long knife made of shards began to coalesce in Zhang Huan's hand, inch by inch. A chilling aura spread, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the 3 inches of water beneath his feet. Today, I will use your 2 heads to appease my teacher's spirit in heaven. In the next moment, Zhang Huan's figure shot out, the long knife slicing directly at the vital points of the 2,000 blades, manifested at the same time, coordinating with Zhang Huan's simultaneous strike. Fu Bo and Shi Bo's faces turned fierce as they once again urged their respective spirit tools. You little brat! You don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. You dare to look down on us, just a mere second tier. In an instant, thunder and black whirlwind appeared once more in front of them. However, compared to before, the forms of the 2 spirit tools had become somewhat ethereal, their shapes ragged as if they were about to collapse at any moment. The 2 sides clashed in the blink of an eye, but in just a moment, Zhang Huan and 1,000 blades were firmly suppressed by the opponents. Not only were they constantly on the defensive, but there were also several instances where they nearly suffered serious injuries. I thought you were so powerful. Turns out you can only bully those inexperienced newbies. It seems you haven't learned your teacher's combat techniques? Your moves are so crude. I heard you have a mother, right? After dealing with you, I'll send your mother to reunite with you. Zhang Huan remained silent, his gaze towards Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi growing colder. Hey, Uncle Fu, Uncle Shi, leave him a breath. Let me kill him myself. A haughty male voice came from Zhang Huan's left side, and he glanced over with his peripheral vision. In the distance, at another intersection, Fang Jia stood beside Lu Jiyu, holding an umbrella for her, looking as if he wished to devour her alive. Zhang Huan, when you humiliated me on the arena during the day, did you ever think you would face this calamity? Lu Jiyu's voice trembled, and a sickly smile appeared on her previously calm face. The two had been closely watching the battle here, and when they saw Zhang Huan being beaten down by Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi, they rushed over without hesitation. They had only one thought: to personally kill Zhang Huan. Please wait a moment, my lords. We will subdue him shortly. As they spoke, the offensive from the two and their spirit weapons grew increasingly fierce, gaining momentum to defeat Zhang Huan in one go. However, Zhang Huan showed no signs of fear. Instead, a chilling smile crept onto his lips. Finally, I've lured you two out. This saves me a lot of trouble. When Zhang Huan killed 5 men in black, he had already deduced they were Fang Jia's people. The moment he saw Uncle Fu, he knew Lu Jiyu's shadow was undoubtedly behind this. Both were proud individuals. Since they wanted to take revenge on him, they naturally wouldn't be satisfied with just waiting in the shadows for the outcome. He wasn't sure if Lu Jiyu and Fang Jia would definitely appear, but pretending to be at a disadvantage for a while didn't affect anything. Thus, the scene of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi pressing Zhang Huan down to fight unfolded. Zhang Huan's cold smile made Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi, who were engaging him, feel uneasy, and it also made Lu Jiyu and Fang Jia involuntarily recall the fear they experienced at Zhang Huan's hands that morning. Lu Jiyu and Fang Jia exchanged glances and decided to leave and watch the situation unfold. However, Zhang Huan gave them no chance at all. Want to leave? Did you ask me? Zhang Huan swept away his previous slump, his legs flying, and with lightning speed, he kicked out twice, forcing Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi back. He suddenly threw the 1,000 blades, which firmly embedded itself in the direction Lu Jiyu and Fang Jia were trying to escape. The blade trembled continuously, its murderous intent preventing the rain from falling upon it. The domain unfolded, deadly darkness. A streak of pitch black emanated from the tip of the blade, rapidly spreading around, enveloping Lu Jiyu and Fang Jia in an instant. Lu Jiyu's pupils constricted. A month ago, that deep night, unpleasant memories surged back. It was him. It was really him, the uninvited guest who broke into her mansion that night and successfully escaped. It was really him. Lu Jiyu couldn't understand why the domain of 1,000 blades was different from what was shown during the day in the arena, but she had no time to think, because in front of her, 1,000 blades was holding the long knife made of fragments, coldly looking at her and Fang Jia. His weathered face was filled with indifference towards life. Damn, Ziyu, this domain is sinister. Not only do I feel powerless, but we also can't get out. Fang Jia gripped the serpent man, desperately hacking at the barrier at the edge of the domain. The big knife seemed to strike the air, causing not a ripple, but when he tried to break through, he felt the black curtain before him was like a cage, preventing him from taking a step outside. The pressure of death from 1,000 blades made Lu Jiyu unable to tolerate Fang Jia's foolishness any longer. Do you have a pig's brain on your neck? This is a domain. If we don't kill the master of the domain, how can we escape? Fang Jia looked at Lu Jiyu in shock, his mouth agape enough to swallow a whole egg. Jiyue, you scolded me. Lu Jiyue had no time to pay attention to him, and a long sword suddenly appeared in her hand. The domain unfolded blood rose garden. With a thought, countless blood-red roses began to grow wildly around her. The rose sword servant and Yazanking manifested before her at the same time. They stepped forward simultaneously, rushing towards Shenron. However, Shenron's figure was gradually disappearing into the darkness, outside the domain. Zhang Huan tilted his head to dodge the spear thrust by Uncle Fu, then ducked to avoid the double axes swung by Uncle Shi. He evaded several arcs of lightning shot from thunder, and escaped the fierce winds howling from black whirlwind. His agile movements left Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi in awe. You little brat, your movements are quite nimble, but you've committed a major combat taboo. Fighting on two fronts, without the assistance of a weapon spirit. Let's see how long you can hold out. Zhang Huan performed a sideways flip and leaped behind Uncle Shi, his cold gaze sweeping over his neck. Who said I only have one weapon spirit? A blood-red light gathered into a blade in Zhang Huan's palm, and an overwhelming battle intent roared through the heavens and earth. At that moment, it was as if the entire world had become Zhang Huan's main battlefield. A strong instinct for survival made Uncle Shi instinctively roll forward. Although he narrowly avoided the blade's edge, the intense blade intent emanating from Xianhu still cut through his skin. Blood continuously seeped from the back of his neck. I was careless. This kid is a weapon spirit body. This aura, at least an A-level weapon spirit. We can't hold back anymore. Activate the domain. At worst, we can buy 2 weapon spirit contracts again later. A hint of heartache flashed across Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi's faces. The reason they had been entangled in martial arts with Zhang Huan was that their weapon spirits had already been severely injured, and forcing the activation of the domain again might cause them to dissipate into the world. But at this moment, they had no other choice. The stormy clouds and howling winds of the domain unfolded again, enveloping Zhang Huan within. However, this time, their offensive within the domain was much weaker compared to when they faced Zhang Yu. Zhang Huan activated concealment, using agile steps to evade the gusts of wind and the descending arcs of lightning. He appeared calm and unbothered. "Is this your domain? It's really weak. Uncle Fu, I have to say, compared to our first encounter, this time, you're utterly weak." Uncle Fu's pupils constricted, and his old eyes kept sizing up Zhang Huan, suddenly as if he remembered something. "It's you! You were the one who broke into the Lu family that night." An arc of lightning struck down at Zhang Huan from an incredible angle, but Zhang Huan didn't even lift his eyes, nearly shifting his foot slightly to the left, causing the arc's attack to miss. "Only now do you realize? Isn't it a bit too late?" In the next moment, Zhang Huan's blood surged. His clear eyes turned blood red. His battle intent transformed into pure killing intent. Martial arts, blood rage. Zhang Huan's aura continued to strengthen. At this moment, both Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi felt a sense of illusion. The boy before them was not human at all. He was a demon that crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. But before they could react from their shock, the blood energy surged from Zhang Huan's long knife, spreading outward from the blade. A thick smell of blood wafted through the rainy night. Zhang Huan's voice became deep and hoarse. It sounded as if his throat had been burned by charcoal. Domain unfold as sacrifice for justice. The thick blood energy surged into the sky centered around Zhang Huan, and continuously eroded outward. Thunder, and black whirlwind, S-domain shrank to less than 2 meters wide within just a few breaths, and there was a constant risk of annihilation. However, what shocked them even more was, Zhang Huan's aura began to surge wildly again. What's going on? This kid's martial arts are bizarre. His domain is even more bizarre. He's clearly only at the 2nd level. Why do I feel a sense of crisis that only a 4th tier can have? We can't fight anymore. Retreat quickly. The two turned and fled towards the edge of the domain. A surge of spiritual power crazily poured into their own domain, attempting to break through by clashing between domains to escape from this dire situation. In fact, they were helpless. The battle with Zhang Yu had severely injured their strength, leaving them unable to exert even 70% of their original power, especially the weapon spirit, which was on the verge of dissipating at any moment. If they were facing an ordinary 2nd-tier spirit master, they could have struggled a bit and still managed to kill him. But they happened to encounter Zhang Huan, who not only possessed the martial skill, Blood Fury, to enhance his strength but also had the domain, Sacrifice for Justice, that allowed his power to rise steadily. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed behind Fu Bo and Shi Bo. The two instinctively turned to look back, their already desperate faces becoming even more hopeless. Behind them appeared a large camp. In front of the camp stood Zhang Huan and a man who looked like a general. He wielded a blood-colored goose-feather knife identical to Zhang Huan's, his crimson eyes staring directly at Fu Bo and Shi Bo. Behind the two, there were 29 fully armed soldiers, each with one hand resting on the willow leaf knife at their waist, also staring at Fu Bo and Shi Bo with cold eyes, as if the two were already dead men. 1,000 households, one for each. Remember, leave him a breath. I want to personally behead them. 1,000 households, nodded, his hoarse voice echoing, those who offend our Lord. Kill. As the words fell, the 29 personal guards simultaneously drew their willow leaf knives. The sound of blades unsheathing echoed in this blood-colored domain, constantly tugging at the fragile nerves of Fu Bo and Shi Bo. In the next moment, Zhang Huan and 1,000 households each charged at the two with their knives. The 29 personal guards spontaneously split into 2 teams. Each team rushed towards Fu Bo and Shi Bo alongside Zhang Huan and 1,000 households. Fu Bo and Shi Bo showed panic on their faces, hurriedly activating the weapon spirit's effects to defend themselves. Thunder struck. Double axes slashed at 4 tigers. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the double-headed spear. 2 pitch-black short axes, accompanied by howling winds, surged towards Zhang Huan and 1,000 households. In an instant, this impenetrable attack left no room for evasion. However, a shocking scene unfolded before the two. The personal guards charged forward one after another, using their bodies to block the relentless attacks aimed at Zhang Huan and 1,000 households. Their offensive could not stop the advance of Zhang Huan and 1,000 households. Fu Bo gritted his teeth and suddenly lunged at Zhang Huan with his double-headed spear. As long as he dealt with him, everything would end. John Brat, I'm going all out with you. Thunder roared. Violet lightning clung to the double-headed spear, and the weapon spirit, thunder, completely merged into the spear. This was its sacrificial strike. If it failed, it would perish. Jiang Huan's eyes held no sympathy, only the determination to slay his opponent. Double slash. Activate. It was merely a blood-colored long knife, but in Jiang Huan's hands, the high-frequency, successive strikes made it seem as if he wielded two knives, leaving only afterimages in the eyes of onlookers. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and Jiang Huan's relentless attacks finally ceased. The blade accurately struck the tip of the double-headed spear. In the next moment, the already cracked double-headed spear disintegrated into powder, inch by inch, in Fu Bo's hands. 15 personal guards then arrived, surrounding Fu Bo layer upon layer. In Fu Bo's eyes, only a trace of bewilderment remained, as if he couldn't believe that his longtime companion had ultimately met such a fate of being reduced to ashes. How could this be? How could this be? You're just a poor kid of the second tier. How could you possibly defeat me? Fu Bo muttered to himself. I said, today, I will take your two heads to appease the spirit of my late master. A flash of red light passed, and Fu Bo saw his body suddenly kneel to the ground. From his neck, bright red blood spurted up like a fountain. Then, he saw a bodyguard come over and pick up his head. Spirit Tool 1000 house kills of 4th tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 1,400. Joint progress activation. Host experience plus 1,400. Jiang Huan coldly watched the head in Shaju's hands, which was accompanied by a silly grin on Shaju's face. Though no words were spoken, Jiang Huan felt as if he could sense that Shaju seemed to be saying, "Don't be angry, look, your revenge has been half avenged." Indeed, there was still the other half to settle. Jiang Huan turned his gaze to the side. The 1000 House had also resolved the battle. At this moment, 1000 House and 14 bodyguards, a total of 15 long knives, were all pointed at Shibua's head. Jiang Huan walked slowly towards him, dragging the blood-red long knife behind him, producing a chilling scraping sound. Shibua looked at Jiang Huan, covered in blood, and having witnessed the fate of Fu Bo, he was completely panicked. Jiang Huan, you can't kill me. This is within Kaiyun City. Killing someone in the city will ruin your life. You're so young. You have a brilliant future ahead. You wouldn't want to lose your standing in Kaiyun City just because you killed a trivial person like me, right? I promise you, as long as you spare my life, I will accompany you to the city patrol to be a witness. I will testify against Fang Jia and Lu Jiyu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huan couldn't help but glance to the side. In the deadly darkness, he could clearly sense that 1000 Blades, like a ghost, was entangled with 2 people and 3 spirit tools all by himself. Although deadly darkness suppressed the opponent's 30% strength, the pressure on 1000 Blades was still somewhat great. Shibui interpreted Jiang Huan's moment of distraction as a sign of hesitation. He quickly seized the opportunity to say, "Jiang Huan, I guarantee, as long as you spare my life, from now on, I will follow you." Jiang Huan came back to his senses and looked at him indifferently, asking a question that puzzled him. "I remember you just said you wanted to chop Teacher Zhang's corpse into paste, right? And you also said you wanted to kill my mother, right?" Shibua quickly forced a smile. "Misunderstanding, it was all a misunderstanding." Before he could finish, Jiang Huan suddenly slashed with his knife. It directly severed his arm. Jiang Huan coldly looked at him. "Except for the head, chop the rest into paste." 15 long knives continuously swung down, and the horrific sounds echoed throughout the Shishan camp. Within the Shishan camp, every household simultaneously closed their doors and windows. Everyone was praying for the spirit masters of the city patrol to arrive quickly. Moments later, Shibua's head was picked up by Zhang Long, while his body turned into minced meat, flowing down the drain along with blood and rainwater. Spirit Tool 1000 house kills of 4th tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 1,200. Joint progress activation. Host experience plus 1,200. Task of killing the butcher of the good teacher completed. 1000 house experience plus 5,000. Joint progress activation. Host experience plus 5,000. Task completed. Reward for the host's ability bleeding. Where the blade passes, vitality slowly flows away with the blood. Let's go, 1000 house. We will help 1000 Blades. At your service, my lord. A total of 31 men, including Jiang Huan, marched boldly towards deadly darkness under the banner of sacrifice for justice. As the 2 domains were about to touch, Jiang Huan immediately felt a strong sense of repulsion. Jiang Huan frowned. What's going on? 1000 House reminded him. Not my territory, reject. Jiang Huan pondered for a moment and then found the answer. Each domain was equivalent to a private world of each spirit tool, and external spirit tools could not enter freely, possessing strong exclusivity. It was precisely because of this exclusivity that confrontations between domains occurred. 1000 Blades and 1000 households share the same host, and usually, they can freely enter each other's domains under Jiang Huan's will. However, when he wants to bring one domain into the other, he is met with rejection. Even though he possesses the ability of domain sharing, it can only allow one party to use the other's domain. Essentially, it still targets a single domain. It seems I need to find a way to overlap the domains of 1,000 blades and 1,000 households. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Huan had a thought, and 1,000 households immediately knew what to do. 1,000 households glanced back at the 29 personal guards behind him. Wait for my return. The 29 personal guards stood tall, watching Jiang Huan and 1,000 households. In the next moment, Jiang Huan stepped out of the red domain with 1,000 households, successfully entering the black domain. Upon entering, the two saw a rose garden appear within this black domain. Lu Jiyu and Fang Jiajun were huddled within this rose garden. At the edge of the rose garden, where it met the black domain, blood-red roses continuously withered and decayed, while new roses took root and sprouted. It seemed as if the confrontation between the domains had reached a stalemate. 1,000 blades hid in the shadows, continuously shooting out countless shards, attacking Lu Jiyu and Fang Jia, as well as their spirit tools. One Zhang Cheng and Rose Sword Servant stood by her side. With the support of the Rose Garden, they defended against the attacks from the darkness in various ways. Compared to Lu Jiyu's calmness, Fang Jia, who did not possess domain abilities, appeared extremely flustered at this moment. Ziyu, to the left. Be careful. To the right. There's a strike from above. Snake Man, save me. If it weren't for Lu Jiyu protecting him within the domain, and the spirit tool, Snake Man, manifesting to shield him from behind, he might have already perished under 1,000 blades. Jiang Huan and 1,000 households arrived without Lu Jiyu and Fang Jia knowing. 1,000 households, 1,000 blades, and Jiang Huan exchanged a glance, and the two spirit tools immediately understood each other's intentions. Focus on protecting Lu Jiyu. In the next moment, 1,000 households suddenly leaped out. The rushing footsteps caught Lu Jiyu's attention. A flash of blood-red figure rapidly approached her. That figure leaped high. With both hands holding a knife, it swung down towards her. Clang! One Zhang Cheng, wielding dual knives, blocked 1,000 households. But the opponent seemed possessed, swinging the knife with one hand, creating afterimages, striking one Zhang Cheng again and again. One Zhang Qing was forced to retreat step by step. Rose Sword Servant gathered the roses from the ground to support one Zhang Qing. However, the shards rushing in from the side left her overwhelmed. After finally cutting down the shards on the ground, 1,000 blades lunged at her with a long knife made of shattered glass. She thought this time the opponent would retreat after missing a strike like before. However, this time, the opponent chose to clash head-on. Although she managed to block the opponent's attacks each time, the next moment, the long knife made of shards began to change shape continuously. From various angles, it attacked her in all sorts of incredible forms, and for a moment, she was also pressed and beaten. Lu Jiyu stared in disbelief at the two spirit tools before her, her eyes filled with incredulity. Why does he have two spirit tools? Could he also be a spirit tool body? Impossible. Impossible. Spirit tool bodies are 1 in 10,000. In the entire Color Cloud City, I am the only one who is a spirit tool body. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged from behind her. Lu Jiyu instinctively turned around and swung a sword. In an instant, the roses before her began to grow wildly. They firmly bound Jiang Huan, who was hiding in the shadows. The thorns on the rose stems began to pierce Jiang Huan's skin, attempting to drain the spiritual power from within him. Upon realizing that Jiang Huan intended to ambush her, jealousy and anger burned continuously in her heart. Jiang Huan, in the entire city of colorful clouds, there can only be one spirit body like mine. What gives you the right? With a thought, the delicate long sword in her hand transformed into the dual swords of sun and moon. With two swords in hand, the left sword was scorching hot, while the right sword was icy cold. Two completely opposite auras. They continuously struck against the blood-red long knife in Jiang Huan's hand. However, there was not a trace of panic on Jiang Huan's face. It was as if Lu Jiyu's assault and the spiritual power drawn by the rose thorns had no effect on him. You ask me what gives me the right? Then what gives you the right to use my family's peerless to exchange for your family's future? What gives you the right to send someone to kill teacher Zhang? Jiang Huan's emotions grew more agitated. The blood-red long knife in his hand danced up and down, parrying every deadly strike from Lu Jiyu. Seeing the goddess being bullied, Fang Jia's heart burned with anger. Jiang Huan, how dare you bully Ziyu? I'll kill you. He brandished his large knife and charged at Jiang Huan. Get lost. Jiang Huan kicked out heavily, sending him crashing against the barrier of deadly darkness, and Fang Jia fainted completely. In the next moment, Jiang Huan slashed away Lu Jiyue's descending dual swords. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Double slash. Release the form. The blood-red long knife pressed firmly against Lu Jiyue, and then, in her puzzled gaze, Jiang Huan's previously idle left hand swiftly grasped the knife handle and gently pulled. A second blood-red long knife appeared in Jiang Huan's hand. Lu Jiyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Dual knives combined as one. How did you do that? Don't you think, instead of worrying about that, you should be more concerned about your own safety? In the next moment, both knives struck out. Continuous attacks from both sides, each slash landing on the dual swords of sun and moon. In Lu Jiyue's eyes, she couldn't see how Jiang Huan was making his moves. All she could see were trails of afterimages. The immense force forced her to keep retreating. The originally unstoppable dual swords gradually became riddled with chips. It seemed that in a moment, the dual swords would be severed by the blood-red long knife. Put! The blood surging within Lu Jiyue erupted, and she could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Wen Zhangsheng and Rose Sword Servant, seeing this, no longer cared about battling, Thousand House, and Thousand Blades. They turned back to support Lu Jiyue. Thousand Blades, seeing this, naturally wouldn't let such a perfect opportunity slip by. The long knife shattered inch by inch, shooting towards Rose Sword Servant. Rose Sword Servant caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye and waved her hand. Countless roses began to condense into shields beneath her feet, blocking the attacks of Thousand Blades. She then took the opportunity to rush towards Jiang Huan at an even faster speed. Wen Zhangqing parried Thousand House's blood-red long knife and was just about to leave. Thousand House snorted coldly, "Thief, don't you dare run." In an instant, the blood-red long knife in his hand transformed into a tall broadsword. He pursued 2 steps, transforming the knife into a spear with one hand, and thrusting it forward. Wen Zhangqing's advance was instantly halted, and a pitch-black wound appeared on her chest. The dual swords of sun and moon in Lu Jiyue's hands dimmed in an instant. She gritted her teeth and shouted at Jiang Huan, "Jiang Huan, I'll kill you." Rose Sword Servant had been heavily injured by Jiang Huan during the daytime recruitment, dropping from a rank to B rank. Wen Zhangqing had also been heavily injured by Jiang Huan a month ago, dropping from a rank to B rank. Half a month ago, with Long Chun's help, she had finally refined it back to a rank. But tonight, it was destroyed by Jiang Huan once again. How could she not be furious? She attacked Jiang Huan like a madwoman, even beginning to disregard her defense. Jiang Huan seized the opportunity and kicked out heavily. Bang! Lu Jiyue shot out like an arrow released from its bow. Blood poured from her mouth as she spat it out recklessly. Jiang Huan, how dare you treat Jiyue like this? Unbeknownst to her, Fang Jia had already gotten up, brandishing his large knife and charging at Jiang Huan once more. Jiang Huan didn't even look up, turning around with a kick. Get lost. Fang Jia was once again kicked away by Jiang Huan. This time he didn't lose consciousness, but the intense pain in his chest left him lying on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Jiang Huan walked slowly towards Lu Jiyu, holding a blood-red long knife. Lu Jiyu's legs had already gone weak. The courage she had felt earlier from her anger was shattered by Jiang Huan's kick. At this moment, she deeply realized that she was no match for Jiang Huan. She crawled on the ground, continuously retreating, but the distance between her and Jiang Huan was closing in. Jiang Huan, what do you want to do? I'll tell you, my Lu family is the #1 family in Kaiyun City. If you dare to touch me, you'll never be able to mix in Kaiyun City again. If you dare to touch me, the Yi family and Before she could finish her words, a fierce glint flashed in Jiang Huan's eyes as he grabbed her by the collar with one hand and lifted her up. Tell me, where is Wuxuan? Lu Jiyu was momentarily stunned, and in the next moment, the panic-stricken her surprisingly revealed a smug smile. She was the daughter of a merchant, and what she feared most was when the other party didn't make demands. Jiang Huan asking her about the whereabouts of Wuxuan was, in an invisible way, giving her bargaining chips. You want to know? Fine, but you have to let me down first, and then you have to kneel and admit your mistake. Parade through Kaiyun City for 3 days, if I'm in a good mood. A chill appeared out of nowhere, and she couldn't help but shiver. Only then did she realize that Jiang Huan was looking at her as if she were a fool. It doesn't matter if you don't say. I'll go to your house and find it myself. Whoever doesn't talk, I'll kill. I don't believe everyone is as tight-lipped as you. Jiang Huan was no longer the naive youth he once was. After several brushes with death, he had awakened to the reality of this era where strength was paramount. Things were either not done or done to the extreme. Jiang Huan's gaze gradually turned cold, and his left hand slowly raised the blood-red long knife, aiming for her throat. Jiang Huan, no, you can't kill me. We're classmates. I used to like you. Have you forgotten our 3 years of feelings? Have you forgotten how I took care of you? You still haven't returned the half eraser from the end-of-term exam 2 years ago. Lu Zhiyu's mouth was like a machine gun, speaking rapidly. She kept recounting the past, hoping that their previous feelings would make Jiang Huan abandon the thought of killing her. However, Jiang Huan remained unmoved. The long knife inched closer to her throat. In despair, she closed her eyes, tears sliding down from the corners. Jiang Huan, you can't kill me. Wu Wu Lu, the siren of the city patrol, was approaching from afar, now just outside the barrier. A smile of survival appeared on Lu Zhiyu's previously desperate face. Thank heavens, the city patrol is here. She swept away her earlier pitiful demeanor, adopting an imposing attitude. Jiang Huan, the city patrol is here. You're done for. You deliberately started a fire. Out of jealousy, you intentionally harmed your classmates. You caused serious physical and mental harm to me and Fang Jia. Wait to be arrested by the city patrol. You'll spend the rest of your life eating government food in prison. Jiang Huan frowned, cursing the city patrol in his heart for coming at this moment. But the long knife in his hand did not stop. Zhang Yu could not die in vain. If he couldn't kill these powerful figures tonight, it would be even harder to find opportunities in the future. Resolute, Jiang Huan tightened his grip on the long knife, preparing to strike Lu Zhiyu down with a thunderous force. Lu Zhiyu's eyes widened. She could hardly believe that Jiang Huan was a madman. Jiang Huan, you can't touch Lu Zhiyu and Fang Jia. A melodious female voice, like silver bells, rang out from beyond the barrier. Jiang Huan was momentarily stunned. How did she come? However, Lu Zhiyu seemed to have grasped a lifeline. She burst into tears. Teacher Morong, save me. Jiang Huan has gone mad. He wants to kill his classmates. Beside her, Fang Jia ran directly to the edge of the barrier, continuously pounding on it with her fists. Teacher Morong, quick, let the city patrol break this barrier. Jiang Huan is not human. Not only did he kill Teacher Zhang, he also killed all the subordinates who came with us. Hurry and save us. We don't want to die. Jiang Huan sneered, you privileged ones, are you born to fabricate facts? True, the textbooks taught me to be honest and trustworthy, to treat others sincerely. But I almost forgot. These things were also made up by people like you. If it weren't for this, how could you make us lower-class people obey? In the next moment, Jiang Huan's long knife suddenly stabbed towards Lu Zhiyue's throat. Lu Zhiyue was so scared she didn't dare to open her eyes. No! A flash of golden light erupted from Lu Zhiyue's neck, brilliantly illuminating the entire area of deadly darkness. Jiang Huan was unwilling to close his eyes, desperately urging discernment to resist the blinding golden light. 2 streaks of crimson blood slowly seeped from Jiang Huan's pupils. The blood-colored long knife in Jiang Huan's hand finally pierced through. Outside, deadly darkness. Dozens of city patrol officers had already set up a cordon. They firmly kept the onlookers at bay. Morong Shui looked anxiously at the 2 contrasting domains of red and black before her. Jiang Huan, did you hear me? Let them go immediately. Don't do anything foolish. Zhang Zhouwan looked at Morong Shui with some pity. Teacher Morong, the situation is urgent, give it up. Let us use violent means. The so-called violent means referred to the city patrol officers attacking together with their respective spirit tools to forcibly break Jiang Huan's domain. If Jiang Huan's spiritual power was sufficient, he would naturally have nothing to fear. But if Jiang Huan's spiritual power couldn't withstand the external explosion, both he and his spirit tool would suffer heavy damage. This was something Morong Shui did not want to see. Morong Shui glared at him. Let me try again. And remember to send these onlooking citizens back home. Seeing Morong Shui looking like she was about to eat someone, Zhang Zhouwan sighed. He understood this was Morong Shui's way of protecting Jiang Huan. Although he was unhappy, he could only cooperate with Morong Shui. Immediately, with a glance, his subordinates understood his meaning and quickly sent the crowd of onlookers back home. He scolded himself inwardly. Damn it, why did I tell Morong Shui about this? When he received dozens of emergency calls from the Shishan camp, he immediately thought of Jiang Huan. He quickly checked the IP addresses of these emergency calls, and without exception, they all came from the 128th residential building of Shishan camp. Since it involved Jiang Huan, he habitually reported to Morong Shui. When they rushed to the scene in a hurry, videos provided by several concerned citizens further confirmed their suspicions. Not only were the 2 domains unfolding before them Jiang Huan's, but even the people within the domains were Morong Shui's students. Moreover, nearby residents reminded them that they had heard different people wailing more than once during this time. All signs indicated that Jiang Huan was single-handedly suppressing Lu Zhiyue and Fang Jia. Zhang Zhouwan didn't know how Jiang Huan managed to do it, but he knew that these 2 people were not to be trifled with. One was the daughter of the president of the Kaiyun City Chamber of Commerce, and also a core team reserve of the Yi mercenary group. The other was the son of the chairman of the largest medical institution in Kaiyun City, also a reserve of the Yi mercenary group. If they were harmed, Jiang Huan would not only be unable to stay in Kaiyun City, but even his future could be targeted by the entire Yi family. He sighed, Jiang Huan, oh Jiang Huan, you can't fight against the strong. Why do you have to go against the Lu family and the Feng family? Suddenly, a golden light shot out from the black domain, soaring into the sky, then streaking away like a meteor. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see what it was. His brows were tightly knitted, and he had raised the cigarette to his mouth, forgetting to light it for quite a while. What the hell just flew out? Could it be that the suspect has escaped? He hurriedly rushed to Morong Shue's side. Teacher Morong, what just happened? Morong Shue also wore a puzzled expression, but she quickly sensed the aura emanating from within the barrier. It seems like one aura is missing. There are only 2 people left inside. Inside the endless darkness, Fang Jia looked dazed, staring blankly at Jiang Huan's palm. Jiyu's dress? Jiang Huan's face was grim. In his hand was Lu Jiyu's black short dress. On the ground lay her intimate clothing and several exquisite pieces of jewelry. A golden cicada shedding its shell? Jiang Huan muttered to himself. Just moments ago, his long knife had struck out, only to hit nothing. When the golden light dissipated, all that remained in Jiang Huan's hand was Lu Jiyu's dress. People often smile in moments of helplessness. Jiang Huan looked at the lace-trimmed intimate clothing on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. In a sense, Lu Jiyu could be considered the first woman to run naked in Kaiyun City. Fang Jia, hearing Jiang Huan dare to insult his goddess like that, felt a surge of anger. Jiang Huan, what the hell are you saying? Jiang Huan glanced over. Oh, you're still here. I almost forgot about you. With a look, Shenren and Qian Hu strode towards him. At that moment, Fang Jia regretted having spoken up. But it was too late for regrets. All he could do was quickly pick up his spirit weapon and infuse it with spiritual power. The serpent man flicked its tongue and appeared beside Fang Jia. Its sinister gaze swept over Qian Hu and Shenren. It seemed to sense the rampant killing intent emanating from them. It became somewhat hesitant. Fang Jia was anxious and jumped up. Serpent man, go, or I'm going to die. Under Fang Jia's command, the serpent man had no choice but to charge forward with its large knife. However, it unfortunately chose to target Qian Hu, who was particularly fond of exorcising demons. Presumptuous. Qian Hu took 2 steps forward, swinging the plain knife down. Clang! A light sound. The serpent man's body was split in 2, and then, with a gust of wind, it vanished into thin air. Fang Jia was dumbfounded. The spirit weapon in his hand instantly turned to dust. What? How could this happen? It was just one move. Before he could finish his sentence, Qianren grabbed him by the collar and tossed him in front of Jiang Huan. Facing Jiang Huan's indifferent face, his inner fear surged once more. Jiang Huan, I warn you. Jiyu has already left. She will bring people to rescue me soon. Moreover, Teacher Morong and the patrol officers are outside. You can't escape. If you dare to touch me, it will only add to your crimes. Jiang Huan couldn't help but burst into laughter. No wonder he was so infatuated with Lu Jiyu. It turned out he was a fool. She abandoned him and ran off, and in his eyes, she became a savior. Fang Jia, you seem to really like Lu Jiyu, right? Fang Jia was taken aback. He didn't understand why Jiang Huan was bringing this up now, but he assumed this was the beginning of Jiang Huan showing weakness to him. Perhaps next, he would confide in him about their school friendship. Yes, Jiyu is so beautiful and such an excellent girl. What man wouldn't like her? Jiang Huan nodded, casually tossing the black dress in his hand onto Fang Jia's face. Fang Jia quickly pulled it off, holding it in his hands as if it were a treasure. What are you doing? Jiang Huan smiled. Does it smell good? In an instant, Fang Jia's pale face flushed bright red. The scent of a young girl seemed to permeate the dress, and even though it was no longer with Lu Jiyu, it was fragrant enough to leave him dazed. He couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth twitching. Jiang Huan understood and pointed with his knife to the side. Look, there's more over there, close by. Fang Jia chuckled and bent down to pick it up. Jiang Huan, I didn't expect you to be so savvy. Even though you hurt me tonight, I think we can be friends. As long as you... Put. The blood-red long knife sliced through Fang Jia's throat, his head spinning in the air for 2.5 rotations before falling onto the waterlogged ground. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades kills a second-tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 145. Spirit Tool 1000 House kills a second-tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 145. Joint progression activated, host experience plus 290. The deadly darkness slowly dissipated, and the forms of 1000 House and 1000 Blades gradually returned to the blade. The heavy rain had long stopped, and the stars and bright moon hung high in the night sky. Jiang Huan looked at the guiding stars above, as if he could see Zhang Yu, who had continuously pointed the way for him in life. Zhang Huan's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Teacher Zhang, I've avenged you. Meanwhile, unlike Zhang Huan's ease, the members of the city patrol were tense, especially with Fang Jia's corpse still lying there. While Zhang Huan wore a smile, they felt a chill run down their spines. All units, pay attention. Prepare to act. Zhang Zhouwan's voice echoed through the communicator. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Zhang Huan. The surrounding changes did not affect Zhang Huan at all. It was as if nothing had happened. However, Morong Shui panicked. She knew Zhang Huan was no longer the same. But if nearly 100 city patrol members acted together, Zhang Huan wouldn't be able to withstand it either. In a moment of desperation, she directly pushed aside the city patrol member blocking her and angrily walked towards Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, you little brat, what have you done? You're making such a big fuss. Do you want to live longer? Don't you want to take care of your mother anymore? Slap. A resounding slap echoed throughout the Shishan camp. In an instant, the intersection filled with hundreds of people fell eerily silent. Morong Shui was genuinely angry. Youthful impulsiveness was common, but who else could do something like Zhang Huan, which could be said to shake the very foundations of Kaiyun City? Moreover, it was witnessed by countless ordinary citizens. She found it hard to protect him. Zhang Huan's cheek turned red from the slap, but his eyes remained calm. He could sense the deep concern in Morong Shui's angry gaze. He smiled gently. Teacher Morong, I did nothing wrong. Morong Shui was taken aback. You did nothing wrong. You're doing this kind of thing in Kaiyun City, and you think you're not wrong. Zhang Huan did not argue. He bent down to pick up Fang Jia's head and walked towards the Red Domain sacrifice for justice. In an instant, all the city patrol members' spirit tools manifested behind them. Morong Shui panicked. Don't act. Zhang Zhouwan frowned slightly but still raised his hand to signal his subordinates to hold back for now. Zhang Huan stood before sacrifice for justice, and with a thought, the red domain began to dissipate. As the red domain opened, 29 personal guards were exposed to everyone's sight. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The reason was simple. The 29 personal guards were holding the heads of 2 middle-aged men. Inside the domain, there were also 2 corpses and a pile of flesh. The 2 personal guards handed the heads to Zhang Huan, and in front of everyone's eyes, the red domain vanished in an instant. The entire process left Zhang Zhouwan in a state of shock for a long time. Dual spirit tools? Dual domains? Each domain more monstrous than the last. Is this really that kid who left the city in the dead of night 2 months ago? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Zhang Huan walked to the side, holding the heads of Fang Jia and the 2 others, Fu Bo and Shi Bo. Under the eaves of a residential building, a corpse lay quietly. Zhang Huan suddenly knelt down, placing 3 heads before Zhang Yu. He was very calm, so calm that it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. Teacher Zhang, the student performed quite well, right? Then, in the shocked gazes of the crowd, Zhang Huan bowed 3 times to the corpse. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of Zhang Zhouwan and Morong Shui. They had a vague sense of foreboding, but still hurried to Zhang Huan's side. When they saw Zhang Yu lying quietly under the eaves, it felt as if their heads had been struck hard. The 2 felt dizzy, their mouths moved for a while, but they couldn't utter a word. Their longtime friend, a teammate who had been lurking in Kaiyun City with them. Just this morning, they had been chatting casually. Now, they were separated by life and death. Morong Shui finally understood why Zhang Huan stubbornly insisted that he had done nothing wrong. How could a student avenging his teacher be considered a wrongdoing? It seemed that his wish had been fulfilled. Zhang Huan slowly stood up and walked to Zhang Zhouwan, extending his hands. Captain Zhang, I've caused you trouble. The host's actions puzzled the 13th spirit, as she saw the shadow of an old friend in the host, increasing her interest in him. The spirit Qianhu was moved by the host's loyalty, compatibility +10. The spirit Qianrun believed that only someone like the host, who insisted on his own views, deserved to be his host, compatibility +5. The other 16 spirits silently observed the host, each developing different thoughts. Zhang Huan's sudden confession left Zhang Zhouwan stunned. This captain of the patrol division, who had been in the profession for many years, suddenly didn't know what to do. If Zhang Huan had made a mistake for someone else, he could arrest him without hesitation. But why Zhang Yu? He had known Zhang Yu for many years, and just a month ago, Zhang Yu had risked his life to save him, allowing him to survive in the hands of the priest. For a moment, he was at a loss, helplessly looking at Morong Shui. Morong Shui was equally blank. At this moment, she was still immersed in the pain of Zhang Yu's death. But when Zhang Zhouwan cast a pleading glance, her rationality regained the upper hand. After a moment of thought, she gently nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Zhouwan immediately took out a pair of specially made handcuffs to suppress spiritual power from his waist. Zhang Huan, you are suspected of being directly involved in multiple homicides. Now, in the name of the patrol division, I arrest you. Click. With a light sound, Jiang Huan felt his whole body go limp, as if all his spiritual power had been drained away, and his connection with his own spirit was forcibly severed. At 3 in the morning, dozens of patrol division vehicles drove majestically down the empty road. In the largest patrol vehicle, Jiang Huan sat quietly. Beside him, across from him, Morong Shui and Zhang Zhouwan were fiddling with their phones, seemingly busy with something. After a moment, Morong Shui was the first to put down her phone. Together with Jiang Huan, they quietly watched Zhang Zhouwan. After a while, Zhang Zhouwan also put down his phone. Morong Shui's expression was serious. Is everything ready? Zhang Zhouwan nodded. Everything is ready. Jiang Huan looked at the two in confusion. They had been busy since he got in the car. But Jiang Huan had no idea what they were busy with. Just as he was struggling with whether to ask, Morong Shui spoke first. Jiang Huan, you did well. The teacher shouldn't have slapped you. If you hadn't acted today, it wouldn't be long before, with the Feng family's influence in Kaiyun City, Teacher Zhang would have died in vain. Her sincere apology left Jiang Huan somewhat at a loss. After all, he understood Morong Shui's state of mind at that time, so he had never blamed her. Morong Shui looked at Jiang Huan with a complex expression, her eyes filled with pity, admiration, concern, and an indescribable emotion. That gentle gaze made Zhang Zhouwan quite envious. Morong, it would be great if you could be a little gentler with me too. Morong Shui rolled her eyes at Zhang Zhouwan. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and unlock the handcuffs. Zhang Zhouwan pouted but quickly unlocked the handcuffs from Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, from a business perspective, you are foolish. But from my personal relationship with Zhang Yu, you are a good guy. I'm not as good as you. The moment the handcuffs were released, Jiang Huan felt a surge of spiritual energy throughout his body and connected with his spirit tool. These handcuffs were truly magical. Jiang Huan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At that moment, Morong Shui handed him a letter. This letter was prepared after you left the hotel. I thought you might need it, but I didn't expect you to use it so soon. You left the hotel. Zhang Zhouwan's pupils shook violently. It was as if he had heard a secret that filled him with despair. His gaze flickered between Jiang Huan and Morong Shui's faces. No wonder you care for him so much. Goodness, so you too have taken that forbidden step. For some reason, when this thought crossed his mind, he inexplicably felt that Jiang Huan and Morong Shui had a hint of a married couple vibe. What is wrong with me? Shouldn't I be angry? Why do I have the thought of blessing them? His constantly flickering gaze eventually caught the attention of Jiang Huan and Morong Shui. Seeing Zhang Zhouwan's expression, Jiang Huan knew what he was thinking. Jiang Huan felt a bit awkward, unsure how to explain. However, Morong Shui shot a glare at Zhang Zhouwan. I walk upright and sit straight. If you keep thinking nonsense, I'll scoop your brain out. Let's see if it's as smooth as a block of tofu. Her tone was fierce, but to Zhang Zhouwan's ears, it sounded like heavenly music. Thank goodness, I misunderstood. I mean, they have a 12-year age gap. How could there be a relationship? With that thought, he couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Morong Shui rolled her eyes at him again. Be quiet. Zhang Zhouwan quickly covered his mouth with both hands, afraid to make another sound. Morong Shui then explained to Jiang Huan, in another month, it's the new recruit assessment for the Demon Suppression Army. Take this letter to Hansui City, to the White Tiger camp of the Demon Suppression Army, and find someone named Wei Qingxuan. She will arrange everything for you. Jiang Huan did not take the letter. At this moment, his mind was in turmoil. He thought of his mother lying in the hospital and Zhang Yu's last wish. He didn't know how to choose. Morong Shui seemed to have anticipated this outcome. She immediately spoke up. You need to think clearly. In your current situation, there is no other path to take except joining the Demon Suppression Army. If you stay in Kaiyun City, all that awaits you is the Lu family, especially the revenge from the Feng family, both overt and covert. Jiang Huan, I admit, you have made great progress in these 2 months. I could even describe you as a prodigy. But I must tell you, we have no idea how many 4th-tier spirit masters the Lu and Feng families have, or if they even have any 5th-tier spirit masters. Prodigies, the only thing that matters is surviving. Jiang Huan remained silent. He understood everything Morong Shui was saying, but he couldn't stop worrying about his mother. Once he left, how would his mother be taken care of? Morong Shui seemed to see his concern. As long as you join the Demon Suppression Army, I can use my connections to send your mother to the Imperial Capital's Demon Suppression Army General Hospital. I assure you, your mother will receive the best treatment. You will never have to worry about being plotted against by malicious people again. Jiang Huan was somewhat taken aback. Teacher, you can do that? Morong Shui tilted her head slightly, a sweet smile appearing on her face. Actually, I used to be part of the Demon Suppression Army. I just retired and came to teach at the school. Zhang Zhouwan's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, Morong, you told me a few years ago that you were going abroad for graduate studies, and it turns out you were lying to me. You actually joined the army. Morong Shui shot him a glare. If you keep shouting, I'll hit you until you shut up. As she spoke, a powerful fourth-tier spiritual energy enveloped Zhang Zhouan, who wisely closed his mouth. Morong Shui was waiting for Zhang Huan to give an answer, glancing out the window from time to time, seemingly a bit anxious. Zhang Huan, in 10 minutes, we will pass through the West City Gate. That means you have 10 more minutes to think about it. Zhang Huan understood her meaning. The West City Gate was all Zhang Zhouan's people. Once they passed through, Zhang Huan would have no chance to leave the city again. The streetlights outside the car window flashed by, and Zhang Huan's brows remained furrowed. 8 minutes later, he turned to Morong Shui, his gaze becoming clear. Teacher, I've thought it through. I will join the army, as a way to give Zhang teacher an explanation. Of course, I will choose to retire later, as a way to explain to my mother. Morong Shui was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Huan's response. Aren't you going to ask yourself what you want? Zhang Huan shook his head. Living in this world is not just for oneself. I still owe Zhang teacher a life, and I can only repay it by doing something he hopes I will do. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Zhouan and Morong Shui couldn't help but look at Zhang Huan with greater admiration. In today's era, those who value loyalty and righteousness are indeed rare. The Spirit 2000 house admired the host's choice, and he began to look forward to the upcoming military life. Compatibility +5. Spirit Tool No. 13 seemed somewhat unhappy upon learning that the host was about to embrace military life. She seemed to have a past she was unwilling to face. The car was about to pass through the West City Gate. Zhang Huan looked through the car window and saw from a distance that the West City Gate was slightly ajar, with 4 or 5 patrolling officers yawning in unison. Then, one by one, they walked into the duty room, closed the small door, and drew the curtains. It seemed they wanted to take advantage of the lull to catch a quick nap. Morong Shui turned her gaze to Zhang Zhouan. Take it out. A look of heartache flashed across Zhang Zhouan's face. Morong, why don't we just forget it? Zhang Huan was somewhat confused. Teacher, what do you want him to take out? Morong Shui's lips curved into a sweet smile. Good stuff. The next moment, she glared at Zhang Zhouan with wide eyes. Zhang Zhouan, don't be unreasonable. We agreed on this. You don't want him to run away from the city, do you? Zhang Zhouan looked at Morong Shui and then at Zhang Huan, pleading pitifully, but that was my savings from 5 years. Bang! Morong Shui's fist grazed Zhang Zhouan's cheek and heavily struck the car compartment. The specially made metal compartment was forcefully dented by Morong Shui's delicate hand. Just say whether you will give it or not. Zhang Zhouan swallowed hard, revealing a smile that looked worse than crying. Give, give, give. As the patrol convoy gradually passed through the West City Gate, bang! A sudden explosion rang out. The front of the central patrol car caught fire, thick smoke billowing up. Then it began to lose control, careening wildly into other patrol cars. In an instant, a chain reaction of collisions occurred. Not only were 2 or 3 cars directly overturned, the entire convoy was thrown into chaos. The patrolling officers inside each car were thrown into disarray. Before anyone could react, the door of the malfunctioning patrol car was kicked open. A loud rumble suddenly erupted. Boom! A sleek, all-black night road motorcycle leaped out from the vehicle. Under the glow of the streetlights, it sped towards the city gate. A rider left in the dust. Not good. The suspect has escaped. Quick, chase after him. Some members of the city patrol reacted swiftly, immediately getting out of the car to pursue Zhang Huan. Among them were those skilled in techniques that could temporarily boost their speed. However, even so, after chasing for 200 or 300 meters, they had to admit, the speed techniques they had learned were simply too poor. They couldn't catch up to Zhang Huan at all. In just a few breaths, the other party had actually escaped through the city gate, disappearing into the night. Damn! What a broken car! How can it run so fast? Hey, Captain, can you hear me? The suspect Zhang Huan has escaped from Kaiyun City. What should we do? Are you stupid? The captain is in that car. Why are you asking here? Hurry up and save people. The car is going to explode. There are still many brothers trapped inside the car. Everyone could no longer care about Zhang Huan. They quickly turned back to save people. Inside the car, Morong Shui and Zhang Zhouan were covered in blood. To make their act more convincing, they even gave up using their spiritual power to resist, allowing their bodies to crash around inside the car. But throughout it all, Morong Shui's gaze never left Zhang Huan. She watched as Zhang Huan leaped out of the car and sped towards the city gate, ultimately disappearing into the night. A hint of a comforting smile appeared on her fair face. Run, Zhang Huan. Escape far away. Pulling back your fist is to strike out with more strength. Escaping is to better take revenge on the powerful in the future. Kaiyun City is too small, not suitable for you. Perhaps, the next time we meet, you will surprise me even more. 10 minutes later, more than a dozen city patrol members injured in the car accident, including Morong Shui and Zhang Zhouwan, were sitting by the roadside resting. Captain, why did your car explode? Zhang Zhouwan looked innocent. Can you blame me? It's over 30 years old. Isn't it normal for it to explode? Captain, wasn't that kid wearing suppression handcuffs? How did he break free? You didn't unlock them for him, did you? Zhang Zhouwan looked wronged. By heaven's conscience. You tell me, how many years has it been since our city patrol's equipment was sent for maintenance? Can you blame me for a temporary malfunction? Captain, but how come that motorcycle looks so much like yours? Zhang Zhouwan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? My motorcycle? Then he pretended to infuse spiritual power into his storage ring to check. After a while, he pounded his chest and cursed, thief, little thief. I calculated everything. I never expected that this kid would also have thieving skills. Damn it! He actually took my motorcycle while I was unconscious. My night rode. Zhang Zhouwan's exaggerated acting was noticed by several sharp-eyed people present, but they all wisely chose not to point it out. After all, how many people would be willing to do something that had no obvious benefit and could potentially offend others? Morong Shui face-bombed, patted Zhang Zhouwan's shoulder, and whispered, all right, if you keep acting, you'll give yourself away. Zhang Zhouwan awkwardly smiled. So, Morong, do you think if I went to act in a movie, I might have a chance to win a little golden statue or something? Morong Shui rolled her eyes at him. A golden broom would be more like it. Zhang Zhouwan seemed not to catch her sarcasm and muttered to himself, what's a golden broom award? It should be pretty good, right? At least it's an award. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and quietly asked Morong Shui, Morong, it won't be long before the Fong family and the Lu family go to the city lord's mansion to cause trouble. Have you thought about how to respond? Morong Shui crossed her arms, her face full of smiles. Didn't you just help me think of a plan? Ha! Zhang Zhouwan was utterly confused. Morong Shui shrugged and explained, the equipment is too poor because the Lord's mansion has no money. The Lord's mansion has no money because these powerful nobles are constantly finding ways to evade taxes. Can we be blamed for that? After hearing this, Zhang Zhouwan couldn't help but give Morong Shui a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly impressive. You know how to shift the blame. Morong Shui rolled her eyes at him, then took out a similarly cool white motorcycle from her storage ring. She hopped on, put on her helmet, and was about to leave. Morong, where are you going? Morong Shui smiled. Of course, I'm going to transfer Zhang Huan's mother to another hospital before the Fong family receives the news of Fong Jia's death. The white motorcycle sped away into the night, leaving Zhang Zhouwan dumbfounded. If only Morong would treat me with the same tenderness as she does Zhang Huan. In a dark alley in the south of Kaiyun City, a damp path was lined with a stinking pile of garbage. Occasionally, a few wet rats scurried about among the refuse. A figure, as smooth as mutton fat jade, appeared in the corner. Just the sight of those legs, resembling wine glasses, was enough to make one's heart race. Vaguely visible was a delicate face, panic etched across her features. Lu Jiyue peeked around, confirming no one was watching her, before rushing to the next dark corner. At this moment, she felt fortunate to have survived Zhang Huan's grasp, but she also felt wronged, so wronged that she wanted to cry. She never expected that the pseudo-spirit tool given to her by Long Chun would work like a golden cicada shedding its shell, stripping her of all her clothes and randomly transporting her to a place of absolute safety. She wanted to call her family but found her phone had fallen in Shishan camp. Helpless, she could only hide and seek clothes to cover herself as she made her way east through the southern part of the city. Unfortunately, she couldn't find a single piece of clothing, and due to the rain, the newspapers by the roadside were soaked, leaving her with nothing to shield her body. Suddenly, she seemed to hear a sound. Terrified, she held her breath, curled up, fearing that passers-by would see her in such a sorry state. She was Lu Jiyue, the most beautiful woman in Kaiyun City, the pride of the day. She cared about her image. 3 young men, drunk and dressed in bizarre outfits with hair dyed in various colors, staggered past under the dim streetlight. Moments later, the street fell silent again. Lu Jiyue let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't see me. She then activated her shadow phantom, covering her 3 private areas, planning to rush past in one go. However, just as she reached the middle of the road, a burst of raucous laughter came from the side. Ha ha ha, brothers, I just said I seemed to see someone hiding there. Wasn't I right? Little girl, why are you running around naked in the middle of the night? Do you need something? No worries, just tell Big Brother, and I'll help you. Yeah, we are well-known good guys in Kaiyun City. We love to help people. This is quite the opportunity. Why not play with us? The lewd words of the 3 ruffians kept drilling into Lu Jiyue's ears. Their lewd laughter echoed at the corner. Lu Jiyue trembled with anger, and in that moment, she disregarded her shame. With a thought, a beautifully crafted long sword, full of cracks, appeared in her hand, and her aura surged. The three ruffians sensed something was off and turned to flee. "I'm sorry, we didn't know you were a spirit master. Please, let us go. We won't dare again. Spare us. We won't tell anyone." The three fled for their lives, but no matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun a spirit master. After a few cries of despair, under the dim streetlight, 3 corpses lay sprawled on the ground, and there stood a stunning girl in bizarre clothing, her expression twisted in rage as she swung her sword down on the bodies beneath her. "Jiang Huan, bullying me is one thing, but you 3 lowly people dare to bully me. Play. You think you are worthy to mention that word to me. Do you know who I am? I am Lu Jiyue, the daughter of the Lu family, the pride of Kaiyun." Lu Jiyue seemed possessed, venting all the anger and resentment she had accumulated throughout the day onto these 3 ordinary people. She didn't know how long she had been chopping at them. Suddenly, she sat down on the ground and began to choke back tears. At first, it was a soft sob, then the sound grew louder, and finally, she burst into wails. As she howled, she unexpectedly started to laugh. She seemed a bit deranged. The blow Jiang Huan dealt her made her fall from the peak of the clouds into a canyon. Not only was her pride, which she had always been proud of, shattered, but the incident of being exposed also trampled her self-esteem. Gradually, she seemed to tire. She stopped crying, stopped howling, and stopped laughing. She just sat there quietly. For a long time, she picked up the phone she had just taken from one of them and dialed a number. After a brief tone, the call connected. "Hello, who is this?" "Dad, I killed someone." There was silence on the other end for a moment, then the voice asked again. "Address? I'll send someone to clean up. South City, Happiness Lane." Just as the person on the other end was about to hang up, Lu Jiyue continued, "Dad, I want Jiang Huan dead." In her eyes, like black jewels, was endless resentment and hatred. The blazing sun hung high. In Kaiyun City, the Lord's mansion. That day, the Lord's mansion was particularly lively. The sounds of arguing, cursing, and accusations were incessant. Bang! Finally, with the sound of a cup being smashed, the auras of the spirit masters clearly divided into 2 camps, enveloping the entire Lord's mansion. "Morong Yun, don't talk to me about tax collection issues leading to accidents. My son is dead. Do you understand? If you are unwilling to manage it, I will take care of it myself. Let me tell you, even if the Feng family goes bankrupt, we will kill that kid, Morong Yun, and my daughter." She went to find the Jiang kid last night to explain, hoping to resolve their misunderstanding. "What happened? Not only was my family's steward killed, but even her protector, teacher Zhang Yu, was killed by Jiang Huan. And that's not all. Do you know? My daughter has developed a psychological disorder because of him. She's still being observed in a mental hospital. I will say this here today. If you are unwilling to manage it, the Lu family will pay any price to catch that kid." Fang Jia's father, Fang Chantian, and Lu Jiyue's father, Lu Yuanming, were venting their dissatisfaction in the Lord's mansion in a fit of rage. However, Morong Yun looked at the two with cold eyes, a powerful aura emanating from him without anger. "Fang Chantian, Lu Yuanming, you don't need to intimidate me. The position of Lord I hold was not bought. It was earned with real swords and guns on the battlefield. It was fought for through wind and rain. You know how to wipe your noses when they run, but when your children are hurt, you know how to shout. Where were you all this time? The Jiang kid escaped. It's all your own doing. How many years has it been since you paid taxes? When your child is fine, you don't say a word. When your child is in trouble, you shout louder than anyone. I just want to ask you, every year, which ordinary family's child loses their life due to accidents? Who do they cry to? Furthermore, whether the Jiang kid killed someone or not is not determined by your one-sided words. Investigate, survey, collect evidence. Not a single step can be missed. As for what you want to do, outside the city, I won't interfere. But inside the city, if you dare to use any dirty means, I, Morong Yun, will definitely investigate thoroughly." Bang! The sound of the table being slammed echoed in the Lord's mansion. Moments later, Fang Chantian and Lu Yuanming walked out of the Lord's mansion in a fit of rage. The two stood at the entrance of the Lord's mansion with grim expressions, saying nothing. Fang Changtian's eyes were still a bit red. Lu Yuanming handed him a cigar. "Brother Fang, don't be angry. Morong Yun is clearly protecting Jiang Huan. My daughter said it was like this during the campus recruitment yesterday." Fang Chantian took the cigar and pulled out a delicate lighter from his pocket, trying to light it. His hand was shaking, and after several attempts, he still couldn't get the cigar lit. Frustrated, he smashed the lighter into pieces. "Damn it! He protects. I'll let him protect. I want to see if he has the ability to protect." Seeing this, Lu Yuanming instinctively lit the cigar for him. The two stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, puffing smoke, seemingly with no intention of leaving. "Brother Fang, have you thought about what to do?" Fong Changtian gritted his teeth and spat out a fierce sentence. Spend money. Spend money like crazy. I want all the mercenaries in Kaiyun City to find that little brat for me. Lu Yuanming nodded and then said, it's a method, but the efficiency might be a bit slow, and I've already issued a bounty task this morning. No one knows when there will be an answer. Fong Changtian frowned, looking displeased. Speak plainly. We're in the same boat now. Don't play tricks. Lu Yuanming smiled meaningfully. As far as I know, Jiang Huan's mother is lying in your hospital. Instead of searching everywhere for fish, why not wait for the fish to bite the hook? Such good bait shouldn't be wasted. Fong Changtian's hand holding the cigar paused, and his confused eyes seemed to see hope again. Really? The Fong family had many businesses in Kaiyun City, and usually, Fong Changtian was unaware of who came to the hospital for treatment. Lu Yuanming nodded. Absolutely true. My daughter visited his mother in the hospital before. It is said that your son has given him quite a bit of convenience. Upon hearing this, Fong Changtian cursed, little brat. What an ungrateful dog. After saying that, he quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. Xiao Wang, go check on a patient for me. I don't know the name, but the relative is called Jiang Huan. Once you find out, keep a close watch on her. No one is allowed to approach her. Do as I say. Also, just as Fong Changtian was giving orders to his subordinate, a nanny van stopped at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Morong Shui was the first to get out, followed by 4 or 5 people who looked like caregivers pushing a hospital bed. On the bed lay a comatose middle-aged woman, emaciated and pale. Make way, make way. Lu Yuanming and Fong Changtian had a vague sense of foreboding. At this moment, Morong Shui seemed to notice the two of them. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, Uncle Fong, Uncle Lu, please make way. The two stepped aside with their subordinates, clearing a path. Morong Shui stood to the side directing, slow down. This is a patient. Take her to the backyard. After the patient was brought into the city lord's mansion, Lu Yuanming could no longer contain his curiosity. Dear nephew, who is this woman? Why is she being sent to the city lord's mansion? Morong Shui's face was serious. The mother of the suspect Jiang Huan, Su Liuxiang. My dad said that to catch Jiang Huan, we must closely monitor his mother. So, I just brought his mother over from the Fong family. Fong Changtian trembled with anger, his right hand gripping the phone tightly. This is bad. One step too late. As a seasoned player, how could he not understand that the Morong family's so-called monitoring was actually protection? Morong Shui looked at Fong Changtian with a surprised expression. Ah, Uncle Fong, I also know about last night's incident. As Fong Jia's subject teacher, I express my deep sympathy. You mustn't let it get to you. Uncles, I won't talk to you anymore. My father is still waiting for me. Watching Morong Shui's departing figure, Fong Changtian was furious. He smashed his phone to pieces. This is infuriating. The Morong family is too much. He turned to Lu Yuanming. Brother Lu, how do you plan to handle this? The Morong family doesn't care about us at all. Lu Yuanming's face was grim. What can we do? My daughter is with the Yi family, and your son is also with the Yi family. If the Morong family doesn't take action, we'll go to the Yi family. In the entire Great Xia, I don't believe this kid can escape the Yi family's grasp. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion, Morong Yun and Morong Shui looked at the emaciated Su Liuxiang on the sickbed, a flicker of pity crossing their hearts. It seems the Fong family has been subtly abusing Jiang Huan's mother for a long time. During this time, let my private doctor take care of her. Morong Shui nodded. Yes, fortunately Jiang Huan left Kaiyun City this morning. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have gone to confront the Fong family today. Morong Yun shook his head helplessly, glancing at his daughter. I really don't know what the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Army are thinking, to protect such an unknown kid. I can tell you, I've done my best regarding Jiang Huan, but as for how the two families will deal with him next, I think I won't be able to help anymore. After saying this, Morong Yun walked out on his own. Morong Shui quietly looked at the woman in her mid-40s before her. Despite being so thin, the beauty of her youth could still be seen in her eyes. She sighed. Aunt Su, I know you don't want Jiang Huan to join the army, but he has no other way out. If you weren't ill, you wouldn't blame him, right? Morong Shui adjusted the blanket for her and was about to leave when she suddenly saw 2 lines of tears sliding down Su Liuxiang's cheeks. In town no. 27. Under the blood-red sunset, Jiang Huan, wearing a hat and covering his mouth with a mask, quickly walked out of the Red Leaf Hotel. He hopped onto his night road and glanced back over his shoulder. In the light and shadows, more than 10 pairs of eyes were watching him from different corners. Jiang Huan sighed helplessly in his heart. The night road was cool, but it was indeed too eye-catching. Since he escaped from Kaiyun City early yesterday morning, the Lu and Fong families had acted too quickly. Before he had even left the borders of Kaiyun City, the mercenary market was already filled with bounty tasks related to him. To avoid trouble, he didn't dare to stop for a moment along the way. He drove straight towards Hansui City. It wasn't until this afternoon, feeling too exhausted, that he decided to take a short rest at the Red Leaf Hotel while passing through town No. 27. To avoid trouble, he even covered his face thoroughly, but unexpectedly, he was still exposed. He was sure he hadn't shown his face outside. The only explanation was that this car was just too eye-catching. It seems I need to modify this car again to make it less conspicuous. This car was too cool, and despite being too eye-catching, Jiang Huan couldn't bear to sell it for a more low-key one. Sister Hong swayed her graceful figure and walked out of the hotel. She directly wrapped her arms around Jiang Huan's neck. "Dear guest, if you don't stay a few more days, I will treat you well." The pleasant fragrance continuously invaded Jiang Huan's nostrils, and Sister Hong's every smile was incredibly charming. "Boss lady, thank you for your hospitality, but I have things to do, so I won't stay long." Sister Hong glared at him and whispered in his ear, "You little brat, if you leave now, you're really putting yourself in danger. Do you understand? If you stay here, they won't be sure it's you when they come, and there are so many people keeping an eye on you, no one wants to make clothes for others. You'll be safer." Jiang Huan smiled and whispered in Sister Hong's ear, "If a fight breaks out, Sister Hong, all your hard work over the years could be ruined." Jiang Huan's gaze swept over the four characters of the Red Leaf Hotel. Under the blue-tone night, the four large characters formed by neon lights had already lit up, with a few strokes broken, giving the sign a sense of age. Jiang Huan didn't know how long Hong Jia had been running this hotel, but there was no doubt that it was her labor of love. Staying any longer would only bring her more trouble. He didn't want to owe anyone too much. Hong Jia, helpless, could only quietly slip something into Jiang Huan's arms. "Keep the map safe. Navigation software will fail in places shrouded in heavy fog. Having a map will make things easier for you." Jiang Huan smiled and quietly thanked Hong Jia. Then, with a rev of the throttle, he rode off into the distance again. He had just left. 4 or 5 mercenary teams, about 30 people, hiding in the shadows, rushed out. Except for a few with only second-tier 9-star strength, most were third-tier experts. Among them, a scar-faced man was the most agitated. He grabbed Hong Jia's collar and lifted her up. "Hong Yi, tell me the truth. Is that kid Jiang Huan?" This man was none other than Old Knife, who had come to Town 27 to track Jiang Huan. Hong Jia still smiled brightly. "Which Jiang Huan?" Old Knife said anxiously. "The kid from the photo I showed you last time." Hong Jia exclaimed, then pretended to ponder, as if lost in thought. Everyone looked at her anxiously, hoping to get a definite answer from her. The Lu and Fong families had offered too much. Not only could they choose any B-grade spirit from Duobao building, but they could also select materials worth 50 million at will. Plus, they would become lifetime members of Fong's hospital. Small ailments and injuries treated for free, major illnesses and injuries at an 80% discount, and a commission reward of 50 million. Such conditions, who wouldn't be tempted? Hong Jia looked at the anxious gazes of the crowd, and after a long while, finally gave an answer. "Oh, I remember now, the handsome young man in the photo." Old Knife nodded repeatedly. Yes, is it him?" Hong Jia shook her head. "I don't know. You all saw it. That kid was covered up so tightly. Who knows what he looks like?" Old Knife and the mercenaries showed displeasure. "Don't know him? Then why were you so close to him just now?" Hong Jia acted nonchalant. "You all know me. I'm always close to handsome guys, right? Although I couldn't see that kid's face, just look at his build and demeanor. You can tell that even if he's not handsome, he won't be too bad. And his physique." As she spoke, Hong Jia licked her pink tongue over her lips, seemingly looking forward to something wonderful happening. However, this action infuriated Old Knife and the furious mercenaries. "Slap! Damn bitch! How dare you play us?" They had wasted time and still hadn't figured out whether the person who rode away on the motorcycle was Jiang Huan. How could this group of mercenaries, whose eyes were only on profit, not be angry? A loud slap struck Hong Jia's still alluring cheek, and a streak of crimson seeped from the corner of her mouth. Just as Old Knife was about to continue venting his anger, one of his subordinates quickly stopped him. "Boss, several mercenary teams from Lone Wolf have already caught up. If that kid really is him, wasting time here." Old Knife's eyes flickered, and he threw Hong Jia to the ground, spitting on the ground. "Old bitch, you better clean yourself up and wait for us to come back. If you don't serve us well, you can forget about staying in Town 27. One by one, weathered off-road motorcycles were taken out from the storage rings by the mercenaries. The roar of engines echoed, and under the hazy moonlight, they sped off in the direction Jiang Huan had gone. Hong Jia slowly got up, the evening breeze tousling her wavy long hair. Her once alluring face was now swollen, with a smear of blood at the corner of her mouth. The whole person exuded a sense of chaotic, shattered beauty. She spat out a mouthful of blood foam, watching the backs of the departing crowd, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Humph, it hurts so much. Old fool, you dare to hit me. even I wouldn't mind. You've made your life worth it. It seemed she remembered something again. Boss phone, your son is being bullied, and you don't even show up. Since you won't stand up for your son, then I'll have to do it for you. After all, I am considered his aunt. With that, Hong Jie's aura surged. A powerful presence of a 6th-tier spirit master was unleashed without reservation. In an instant, the entire town No. 27 was swept by a fierce wind, kicking up flying sand and stones. It was as if a super typhoon was attacking the city. A gigantic scythe, taller than a person and exuding a strong aura of death, appeared in Hong Jie's hand. Darling, let's go on a killing spree tonight. The next moment, in her flowing red dress, she dragged the black scythe like a flash of lightning, chasing after the direction the crowd had left. Her speed was several times faster than those speeding motorcycles. In the ruins, on a dilapidated food street, Jiang Huan parked his car boldly at the entrance, seemingly afraid others wouldn't notice him, so he turned on the headlights. Broken walls and rubble filled his view. Occasionally, some low-tier monsters hid in the corners, peering at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan sat idly in the driver's seat, casually handling the long knife, 1,000 blades. The hazy moonlight reflected off the knife made of countless fragments, casting thousands of blurry crescent moons. Where are those mercenaries? Haven't I slowed down enough? Can't they catch up? Yes, that's right. Jiang Huan was waiting here for the group of mercenaries who were looking to exchange him for a bounty. Since the Fang and Lu families had made their move, he had to retaliate. Otherwise, if any random troublemakers came looking for him on the way to Hansui City, he would be overwhelmed. Moreover, this was a chance for experience. How could he refuse? However, after waiting for half an hour, there was still no sign of the mercenaries. A strange feeling rose in Jiang Huan's heart. Something's not right. They are all seasoned mercenaries. They shouldn't have missed the tire tracks I left. If they haven't come for so long, something must have happened. Jiang Huan's gaze was like a star in the night. He turned the car around and headed back the way he came. He drove at a moderate pace, keeping his eyes and ears open. He dared not let his guard down for a moment. Suddenly, a faint smell of blood wafted through the air. Jiang Huan frowned slightly and even got out of the car. He stored the motorcycle in his storage ring and switched to walking, heading towards the source of the blood smell. At the same time, he activated Conceal and Suppress Breath. He moved forward quietly and quickly. As the smell of blood grew stronger, after walking about 2 kilometers, Jiang Huan witnessed a scene he would never forget. About 40 to 50 mercenaries lay sprawled before him, their bodies covered in knife wounds. Yet, not a single drop of blood oozed from them, as if their blood had been completely drained by some object. Jiang Huan stepped out from the shadows, carefully sensing the residual spiritual energy fluctuations, and closely examined the wounds on the dead mercenaries. His pupils constricted sharply. 6th-tier experts. Jiang Huan didn't know whether they were friend or foe, but he sensed a dangerous aura. If they were to attack him, he would have no way out. However, just as he was about to leave, a gentle breeze blew by, and a clanging sound came from a tree not far ahead. It seemed something was being blown by the wind, occasionally striking the trunk. Jiang Huan followed the sound, and when he saw what was making the noise in the tree, his anxious heart settled. Died so tragically, clearly someone seeking revenge. You old rascal, you must have provoked someone you shouldn't have, right? But since you want to use me to exchange for a bounty task, then you deserve it. In front of him, hanging from the tree, was a strange corpse. A man with a scarred face, his entire body stripped of flesh except for his head. Upon closer inspection of his face, one could even see that his fierce and menacing expression was filled with fear, especially his wide-open eyes, which proved he had endured immense pain before dying. The sound Jiang Huan heard was the clattering of his bones swaying in the wind, colliding with each other. The world of spirit masters is truly a world governed by the law of the jungle. They think of themselves as hunters, not realizing they are prey to someone even stronger. From now on, I need to be more careful. Jiang Huan sighed, his gaze sweeping over the 40 or so corpses in front of him. A smile crept onto his lips. He clearly saw that many of these corpses still wore storage rings. Their spirit tools, aside from those of a dozen people that had been completely shattered, most of the other spirit tools had fallen nearby. I've struck it rich. Even if I can't gain experience, refining these surviving spirit tools is just as good. These 6th-tier experts truly are 6th-tier experts. So many good things and they remain unmoved. I can't thank you enough, Jiang Huan exclaimed, then swiftly collected the fallen spirit tools and the storage rings from each person. 5 minutes later, Jiang Huan rode his motorcycle away, satisfied, heading into the distance. A beautiful figure in a red long dress slowly emerged from the tree that held the corpse. The hazy moonlight elongated her silhouette in the night. She gazed at Jiang Huan's departing figure, leaning against the tree, and jokingly scolded, "You little brat, all the spoils I worked hard for all night have been taken by you, not even leaving me a hair." There was no anger on her face, rather a somewhat helpless expression. This greedy look is just like his old man. 2 days later, in Blooming Flower City, East Flower District, Ye's mercenary building, the entire 45th floor had been turned into a huge office. The office was filled with rare treasures collected from around the world. In addition, there was a massive arena. At this moment, a young man with a delicate appearance, slightly curly long hair, around 26 years old, was fiercely battling Longchun in the arena. Young Master Yi, hurry, faster, even faster. Team Leader Long, don't get too cocky. I still have tricks up my sleeve. The next moment, a long sword filled with brutality, hatred, and anger suddenly appeared in his hand. Though called a long sword, it resembled a katana more. Team Leader Long, try this, Demon Cutter. Yi Woody casually swung the sword, and a ghostly figure with disheveled hair, fierce and menacing, with only one hand, half draped in tattered kimono, floated above the sword. Effect: Ghost Flame. The next moment, a pitch-black flame, seemingly condensed from ghostly energy, surged towards Longchun. Bang! A massive surge of spiritual power created ripples, but was quickly absorbed by the special device set up nearby. Longchun and Yi Woody each took 5 steps back before stopping. Young Master Yi, congratulations, you've successfully entered the 6th tier. With your talent, you might reach the 7th tier in less than 2 years. However, there was no smile on Yi Woody's face as he placed the Demon Cutter in front of Longchun. Team Leader Long, what do you think of this S-rank spirit tool, Demon Cutter, gifted by the Amaterasu Society of Japan? Longchun smiled, one of the top 10 spirit tools of the Wa country. It is said that this spirit once severed the arm of the demon god Shikagami, transforming part of its power into a tool soul. That Amaterasu would be willing to gift it to you proves their regard for the Yi family. Yi Woody sighed, in my heart, it will never compare to Wushuang. You sent it back a month ago, but unfortunately, no matter what method I use, I still cannot form a contract with it. Longchun nodded, Wushuang has a proud spirit, if it could be easily contracted, how could it be called Wushuang? There is still plenty of time, take it slow. You are a sword spirit body, the top tier body among tool spirits, you will succeed sooner or later. At that moment, the phone on the desk rang. Yi Woody strode over and answered the call. Father-in-law, I understand. I will arrange this matter. After hanging up, he cast a helpless glance at Longchun. Team Long, my cheap father-in-law Lu Yuanming called, saying that Lu Jiyue was bullied by that Zheng Huan and hopes I can help. Longchun shrugged, still smiling. Young Master Yi, what do you plan to do? Yi Woody smiled nonchalantly. How much storm can a second-tier spirit master stir up? I estimated that according to the temperament of the Lord of Kaiyun City, to avoid offending our Yi family, he definitely wouldn't dare to help him openly. Then this kid has only one way out in Daxia, the Demon Suppression Army. The nearest Demon Suppression Army to Kaiyun City is the White Tiger Camp in Hansui City. Just send someone to wait for him on the road. Longchun still wore a smile. Who do you plan to send? A meaningful smile appeared on Yi Woody's face. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? I don't plan to send our Yi family people. Team Long, do you remember Dugu Ming? If I'm not mistaken, he just took an A-level mission nearby from our Yi family last week. Longchun pondered for a moment and understood Yi Woody's intention, unable to suppress his applause. I remember Dugu Ming's mercenary group, the Dugu Mercenary Corps, is indeed a solid group composed of 8 4th-tier spirit masters. But that's not the point. The point is his brother Dugu Ba, the most outstanding soldier of the White Tiger Camp in the Demon Suppression Army. In terms of qualifications, he might only be slightly inferior to you. If Zheng Huan were to die at Dugu Ming's hands, that would be fine, but if he miraculously survives, the Demon Suppression Army will not be his safe haven. On the contrary, what awaits him will be a storm of revenge. What a clever plan to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Yi Woody smiled and then asked, Team Long, there's something I don't understand. Longchun seemed to have known what he was going to ask. Is it about Lu Jiyue? Yes, I don't understand why we should value her so much. She's just an ordinary A-level tool spirit body. Longchun smiled lightly. You are a sword spirit body. Any sword-type spirit will unleash greater power in your hands, but that's not enough. Sword spirits need someone to serve them, and Lu Jiyue just happens to be a sword servant body among tool spirits. Her existence will make you stronger, and she will also become stronger under your leadership. You are destined to complement each other. Yi Woody fell silent for a long time before finally slowly uttering a sentence. It seems I need to pay more attention to the Lu family's matters in the future. Near the highway of Hanyun country, beside the cracked road, stood a dead tree and a gas station that had long since fallen into disrepair. A layer of dust an inch thick would rise into the air with just a touch. Zheng Huan showed no disdain for the dilapidated environment. He was happily devouring freshly roasted demon beast meat, and by the campfire, there was a piece of half-baked bread roasting. Next to him was a bottle of drink. These were all supplies he had rummaged from his storage ring since last night. What a pity, if only this drink were cold. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Huan found a clean corner and began to tally up his harvest from last night. 43 storage rings. Aside from some daily necessities, the various materials are worth about 15 million. Why are these mercenaries so poor? Jiang Huan couldn't help but complain. The reason was simple. Previously, to redeem the wuxuan, he had earned over 80 million in just a month. With wuxuan taken by the Yi family, his 80 million remained with him. For 43 mercenaries, having only over 15 million was indeed a bit poor for him. After the complaint, a smile appeared on Jiang Huan's face again. But it's okay, I've gained quite a few weapon spirits. With a thought, dozens of uniquely shaped weapon spirits unfolded before Jiang Huan. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and various types of weapon spirits were all present. 1, 2, 3, 34, 35, 36. Not bad, a total of 36 weapon spirits. 5D grade, 27 C grade, 4 B grade. But who should I refine them for? For a moment, Jiang Huan fell into a dilemma. Both Shenran and Shenhu were his weapon spirits. No matter who he refined for, it seemed a bit unfair. However, if he split them evenly, it would instead slow down the progress of the weapon spirit's enhancement. With a thought, Jiang Huan opened the system page. Host, Jiang Huan, level, 2nd tier, 2 stars, abilities, mutual progress, pure heart, slow healing, domain sharing, martial skills, stealth, backstab, breath control, identification, killing instinct, blood rage, bleeding, experience, 43%, physique, 945, stuck at 2nd tier, 2 stars for over a month. I need to level up quickly. The information on the light blue screen changed, and the data of the weapon spirits appeared before him. Weapon spirit, Shenrun, quality, A, effect 1, cold light appears, effect 2, ever-changing, effect 3, shattered edge, effect 4, chaotic mind, effect 5, resilience, domain, lethal darkness, low level, experience, 11%, compatibility, 97, refinement count, 5, weapon spirit, Shenhu, quality, S, effect 1, ripple, effect 2, double slash, effect 3, whip, effect 4, meteor, effect 5, 5 blades, domain, sacrifice for justice, low level, experience, 3%, compatibility, 38, refinement count, 0. When the data of the weapon spirits, Shenhu, and Shenrun appeared before Jiang Huan, his brows furrowed. My experience with Shenrun is out of sync? After a brief contemplation, Jiang Huan found the answer. When he acted with Shenhu, Shenrun was not present, so he did not receive the kill experience and task experience. It seems I need to pay more attention to Shenrun in the future. Jiang Huan's gaze remained fixed on Shenhu's experience bar. Killing 2 4th-tier spirit masters and the substantial experience from completing the task only increased Shenhu's experience by 3%. It seems that even if I refine all these weapon spirits for Shenhu, the experience gained would be minimal. With this thought, Jiang Huan immediately decided to refine all the weapon spirits for Shenrun. His gaze swept over the many weapon spirits before him. Detected multiple weapon spirits. Please choose to contract or refine. Refine. In the next moment, Shenrun appeared in his left hand, while his right hand grasped a long spear that was entirely silver white. Executing refinement, refining D-grade, Little Overlord, target, Shenrun, please wait. Vast spiritual power poured into Little Overlord, causing it to tremble involuntarily, as if fearing something. Jiang Huan could even feel its painful moans. Refinement successful, weapon spirit, Shenrun, experience plus 657. Joint progress activated, host experience plus 657. The spirit tool 1000 blades felt itself becoming slightly stronger. Jiang Huan's lips curled up slightly. At this rate, I should advance before the quality of 1000 blades improves. His strength was about to increase, and Jiang Huan was extremely excited. He reached out for the next spirit tool, a ghostly knife glimmering with cold light. Currently executing refinement, refining target sea-level blade demon, selecting target 1000 blades. Please wait. Refinement successful. Spirit tool 1000 blades experience plus 1374. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 1374. The spirit tool 1000 blades felt itself becoming stronger again. Jiang Huan couldn't suppress the smile on his face as he reached for 2 short knives. Currently executing refinement. Refining target B-level living Yama, selecting target 1000 blades. Please wait. Refinement successful. Spirit tool 1000 blades experience plus 4100. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 4100. Continuous refining made the spirit tool 1000 blades feel the host's care. Compatibility plus 1. Watching the experience steadily rise, Zhang Huan excitedly grabbed a nearby Zen staff. Continue. Under the blazing sun, a total of 36 spirit tools were completely refined into 1,000 blades by Zhang Huan. A clear system prompt sounded immediately. Experience sufficient. Does the host choose to advance? Zhang Huan remained calm. It seems 1,000 blades still has a little way to go before leveling up. Without any hesitation, he chose to advance. Countless spiritual energies began to flow into Zhang Huan's body like a gentle stream, continuously strengthening his bones, flesh, and every inch of his meridians. Zhang Huan could clearly sense that he was becoming stronger. With a light crack, Zhang Huan's advancement reached its conclusion. Host level upgraded from second tier 2 stars to second tier 6 stars, physique greatly enhanced. I've broken through to second tier 6 stars. The data panel appeared before Zhang Huan again. Host, Zhang Huan level, second tier 6 stars abilities, joint progress, pure heart, slow healing, domain sharing martial skills, stealth, backstab, breath control, identification, killing instinct, blood rage, bleeding experience, 1% physique, 1465 physique increased directly from 945 to 1465. In terms of physique alone, ordinary 4th tier 2 stars and 3 stars spirit masters are no match for me. The strength of a spirit master is just one factor. There are many variables in this vast world. The biggest lesson Zhang Huan learned over the past 2 months was to never be arrogant. Only by remaining cautious at all times can one stand undefeated. Zhang Huan called up the data panel for 1,000 blades, his gaze lingering on the experience and compatibility sections. Experience, 78% compatibility, 99 with so many spirit tools, I've only reached 78%. It seems I still need to kill more monsters, whether there's a reason or not. But a compatibility of 99 is probably extremely rare among spirit masters. It is said that when the compatibility between a spirit tool and its host is high enough, some strange things will happen. Does this high enough mean breaking through to 100? Zhang Huan muttered, then took out a chunk of golden object from his storage ring. It was the 3 taels of fine gold he had won from Lu Jiyue during the campus recruitment. Detected refining material fine gold. Does the host choose to refine? This is a good thing. It is said that if an ordinary spirit master can add a few grams of it during refining, it can greatly increase the success rate. Using it for refining should be able to raise the compatibility to 100, right? With this thought, Zhang Huan immediately chose yes. A vast spiritual power surged into the 1,000 blades and the refined gold. Under Zhang Huan's will, the refined gold was struck by the immense spiritual power, scattering into chunks of various sizes. The spiritual power resonated continuously, generating high temperatures, and the chunk refined gold began to melt into liquid, flowing towards the 1,000 blades under Zhang Huan's guidance. The refined gold extended continuously, transforming into strands thinner than silk, flowing into the connections between the fragments of the 1,000 blades. Before long, the originally deep blue 1,000 blades, which shimmered with a cold light, appeared as if inlaid with golden threads, radiating a touch of sacred brilliance. Melt successful. Spirit Tool 1,000 blades experience plus 3,570. Joint progress stimulation. Host experience plus 3,570. Spirit Tool 1,000 blades awakened effect 6 exorcism, will have greater lethality against life forms filled with negative energy. The host's careful cultivation of the Spirit Tool 1,000 blades has made 1,000 blades deeply grateful. Compatibility plus 5. Congratulations to the host. Spirit Tool 1,000 blades compatibility has broken 100. Spirit Tool 1,000 blades has decided to express gratitude to the host in its own way. Please accept it calmly. A series of question marks appeared in Zhang Huan's mind, but he had no time to think. A dot the size of a mung bean, with a faint red hue and the deep blue and a glimmer of golden light, emerged from the 1,000 blades, then slowly floated towards Zhang Huan, quickly merging into his body. A strange sensation arose within Zhang Huan, but it vanished in an instant. Zhang Huan couldn't even describe the feeling it brought. Spirit Tool No. 13 was curious about the gift from 1,000 blades. She did not think the host deserved such a gift from 1,000 blades. Spirit Tool No. 7 felt it was a pity. If he could use the gift from 1,000 blades for himself, he would become stronger. The many spirit tools grew increasingly curious about the host. Their attention towards the host exceeded that of the past. A series of prompt sounds echoed in Zhang Huan's mind, but he still couldn't figure out what the small dot of light was for. The next moment, a man wearing a bamboo hat, with a weathered face, appeared above the 1,000 blades. 1,000 blades? What was that thing you just gave me? 1,000 blades smiled faintly, gently patting Zhang Huan's shoulder to show trust, but there was no sign of wanting to tell him. Then, a red light flashed, and 1,000 House appeared in front of Zhang Huan, also smiling at him. The gift from Spirit Tool 1,000 blades made Spirit Tool 1,000 House marvel at the host's charm. Compatibility plus 5. Ah, even Thousand House's compatibility increased. What on earth was that thing? He looked at Thousand House with a puzzled gaze, hoping to learn something from him. Thousand House just tilted his head. Good. Jiang Huan pouted. Alright, you all play like this, huh? Fine, if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. I'll find out sooner or later. At this moment, it was already dusk. Jiang Huan recalled the things he had obtained earlier. While there's still time, let's stack the domains of Thousand House and Thousand Blades. And the spirit embryo of the priest, let's refine it 4,000 blades as well. It needs to be upgraded to S level as soon as possible. Having made up his mind, Jiang Huan prepared to take action. However, a barely audible sound of footsteps made him stop his movements. Moments later, a series of cries for help echoed through the ruins. Help! Someone come save me! You bunch of stinky mercenaries! Aren't you afraid of the Demon Suppression Army? I'm from the White Tiger Camp. Demon Suppression Army? Afraid, of course. But as long as we handle it cleanly, what can the Demon Suppression Army do to us? Little girl, if you keep running, don't blame us for being ruthless to your lover. Smart one, you better come back quickly and serve the brothers well. The brothers will make it quick for you too. Due to the involvement of the Demon Suppression Army, Jiang Huan curiously looked in the direction of the voice. Under the setting sun, a girl, strikingly beautiful yet in a state of utter disarray, was frantically fleeing for her life. Her clothes were tattered, seemingly slashed by a knife. Behind her were 5 or 6 fierce second-tier mercenaries chasing her down. Jiang Huan's brows furrowed slightly. Is it her? Wasn't she supposed to have left Kaiyun City long ago? How did she end up here? The one fleeing was none other than Chu Xiaoxiao, whom Jiang Huan and the others had rescued from the priest earlier. Their assassination attempt on Long Chun had failed, Su Zhangyang had died in battle, and they were further troubled by the Yi family, who took the opportunity to make things difficult for the Demon Suppression Army, even linking them to Jiang Huan. To some extent, Jiang Huan and they could be considered to have shared hardships. However, faced with Chu Xiaoxiao's current predicament, Jiang Huan had no intention of intervening. There were 3 reasons. First, these mercenaries were not after him, so why meddle? Second, he had no ties to Chu Xiaoxiao. Even if they became comrades in the future, that was a matter for later. Third, Jiang Huan did not have much fondness for her. He clearly remembered that during the chase by the priest's puppet, she had kept shouting from behind, like a chattering sparrow, which was quite annoying. I'll wait until they leave. With that thought, Jiang Huan activated his concealment and breath control. He completely hid his figure in the shadows of the dilapidated gas station. At the same time, his gaze remained fixed on Chu Xiaoxiao and her pursuers. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was in a dire state, and the 6 mercenaries seemed to be toying with her. Whenever she attempted to escape in another direction, they would unleash their respective spirit weapons to attack that way, forcing her to run towards the gas station. Occasionally, a few arrows would shoot out, not aimed to injure her, but to tear her clothing. Before long, large patches of white appeared before everyone's eyes. Brothers, are those legs white? Hee. Lu Ming, you're clever. Drive her into the convenience store of the gas station. At that point, she'll be at our mercy. Chan San, quickly block her right side. Don't let her run that way. Chu Xiaoxiao felt as if she were a pig being herded into a cage. She tried to escape elsewhere but was driven into the convenience store. With no other choice, she could only grit her teeth and push her way inside, hoping there would be another way out. Inside the dimly lit convenience store, there was only one window opening to the west. Chu Xiaoxiao quickly jumped up to that window, just as she was about to leave. The next moment, a sickle-like knife grazed her nose, shattering the exposed wall tiles. Come, give Big Brother a kiss. A fat man with a round face suddenly appeared outside the window. Chu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and had to jump back into the convenience store. However, as soon as she took 2 steps back, a burly man grabbed her. Come here, Big Brother will take good care of you. Behind her, a man with a face full of flesh, bare-chested and holding a coiled dragon staff, had appeared. Chu Xiaoxiao broke free, leaping like a startled cat to the corner of the wall. A huge syringe appeared in her hand. Behind her, the mad nurse, dressed in revealing nurse attire, suddenly appeared. However, at that moment, the mad nurse looked dim and clearly had gone through a fierce battle, suffering severe injuries. Yet, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and fight. Because in front of her, the 6 men had gradually entered the convenience store, effectively blocking all exits. Jiang Huan's gaze swept over them. They were all second-tier spirit masters. His confusion deepened. What was going on? Chu Xiaoxiao was, after all, a 4th-tier spirit master, yet she was being chased so helplessly by a 2nd-tier spirit master. Hee, still a spicy little pepper. I like it. I'll be the first to go, you guys stay back. Why should you be first? I should be the first. The 6 men wore lewd smiles, seemingly in no hurry to act against Chu Xiaoxiao. To them, she was like meat on a chopping board, at their mercy. At that moment, a man standing at the edge, holding a yellow bow, leered, "Why fight over it? How about we let her perform a dance for us?" In the next instant, he pulled the bow with his left hand and drew the string with his right, gathering spiritual energy into arrows. Whoosh! Arrow after arrow shot out, positioned cunningly and at odd angles. Chu Xiaoxiao was forced to dodge the arrows in increasingly humiliating poses. Zhang Huan frowned at the sight, while the 6 men grew more and more delighted. "Hey, Lu Ming, don't just make her pose. Find a way to tear her clothes at the collar more." Lu Ming nodded, and in the next moment, 2 arrows appeared in his hands. He tilted the bow slightly, adjusting his fingers on the string. The next moment, 2 arrows whistled out, grazing the collar of Chu Xiaoxiao's clothes. The already tattered fabric fell away like a curtain. A large expanse of white peaks appeared before everyone. "Damn, that cleavage is deep. I can't cover it with just one hand. Old Lu, even if your piercing the yang is only D rank, its practicality is amazing." Filthy words continuously invaded Chu Xiaoxiao's ears, making her chest heave with anger, while the 6 men's breaths grew more rapid. As a young 4th-tier spirit master, she had never endured such humiliation. She immediately raised her large syringe and was about to charge forward. However, after just 2 steps, she was pushed back by a barrage of arrows. "Hee, brothers, this is a 4th-tier spirit master. If it were in the past, we would have been scared just to look at her. So what if she's a 4th-tier spirit master? She's just a support-type spirit. Once I break through to 3rd tier, I'll take care of her. I say, it's lucky that the captain and vice-captain seriously injured her. Otherwise, how would we get such a good opportunity?" At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao felt incredibly stifled. She wanted to fight these bastards desperately, but the reality was that the spirit master named Lu Ming was continuously shooting countless arrows, forcing her to flee around this cramped convenience store. Clang, clang, clang. The large syringe seemed to possess a certain power. With every push and pull, the arrows shooting in were as if drained of their spiritual energy, falling to the ground one after another. However, as time passed, her face grew pale, and her breathing became rapid. Damn it! If it weren't for being injured by Long Chun first and then being ambushed, how could she be beaten so helplessly? Lu Yiming would never have been captured by them. Clang! Another light sound, an arrow was deflected by Chu Xiaoxiao, and by coincidence, it flew straight towards Zhang Huan's hiding spot. Zhang Huan slightly turned to the side, narrowly avoiding the arrow. He shot Chu Xiaoxiao a glare from the shadows, silently cursing, "Lady, I don't want to get involved with you again, don't drag me down." However, the rain of arrows that had been shooting out suddenly stopped. Why did it stop so suddenly? Just as Zhang Huan was puzzled, the 6 men spoke up. "Brothers, look, there are signs of a fire pit burned here. There are drink bottles nearby. Crumbs of bread scattered all over the ground. Not good. Someone is hiding here." In the next moment, the 6 men suddenly scattered. Each summoned their spirits, launching a carpet-style attack on the dilapidated convenience store. In an instant, spiritual energy surged. Dust flew everywhere. Zhang Huan covered his mouth and nose, his long knife flipping up and down, continuously deflecting the incoming attacks. He was so furious inside that he was ready to ignore it all. Why did they have to trouble him? Moreover, with their level, they were mercenaries? To rashly strike without knowing the opponent's strength. If he did the same, he would have been scolded to death by Zhang Yu long ago. Moments later, the dust gradually settled, and the chaotic spiritual energy began to calm. A trace of fresh blood spilled from Chu Xiaoxiao's mouth, and her face turned even paler. Although she was not the target of the recent attacks, the residual force still left her feeling quite uncomfortable. "Brothers, are you sure there's someone here? I feel like I didn't hit anyone at all. Could it be that we scared ourselves? With our level of attack, even a 4th-tier expert wouldn't stay silent, right?" The 6 exchanged glances. The carpet bombing only injured Chu Xiaoxiao, yet there was not a single enemy in sight, making everyone doubt themselves. "I was originally going to let you go. Why did you have to force me?" A faint voice echoed, and everyone turned to look. They saw a figure slowly walking out of the dust, holding a long knife that seemed to be made of shattered glass. Chu Xiaoxiao felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall whose it was. When the figure fully emerged from the dust, Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. How could it be him? How did he end up here? Did he want to die? A flurry of questions surged in her mind, but she had no time to think. "Zhang Huan, hurry and run. You're no match for them." In her eyes, Zhang Huan might have some unique qualities, otherwise, how could he have saved them from the priest back then? But that didn't change the fact that Zhang Huan was just a 2nd-tier spirit master. Faced with 6 spirit masters who were half a step into the 3rd tier, Zhang Huan had no choice but to turn and flee to have a chance of escape. "Yeah, you little brat, if I were you, I'd turn around and run. Why would I wade into this muddy water? Now look, you want to run but can't. Come over here and we'll give you a quick end. At your age, Wouldn't it be better to stay home and drink milk? Why come to the ruins? When Lu Ming and the others first saw Zhang Huan, they were startled. However, when Chu Xiaoxiao shouted for the young man to run for his life, they quickly realized this kid might be trying to scare them. They carefully sensed Zhang Huan's aura. Like them, he was also a second-tier spirit master. Perhaps his talent was far superior to theirs, but how could a second-tier spirit master possibly be a match for 6 spirit masters? Zhang Huan ignored the mockery from the 6. He rested the long knife made of shattered glass on his shoulder and tilted his head, smiling at Chu Xiaoxiao. I'm starting to not dislike you. One sentence left Chu Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. What did it mean to not dislike her? Had she provoked him? What are you talking about? Running for your life is the real deal. As she spoke, Chu Xiaoxiao had already rushed in front of Zhang Huan, looking as if she would risk her life to protect him. She wanted to survive, but she couldn't use this innocent young man to do so. As a member of the Demon Suppression Army, she always remembered what the principles of the army were. Wait, I'll fight them. You look for a chance to escape. Do you understand? In an instant, Zhang Huan seemed a bit dazed. He had heard those same words from that man before. Hey, don't space out. Did you hear me? After a long silence without a response, Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but bump Zhang Huan with her shoulder. Hey, little girl, you care so much about him. Why not serve us well? If we're happy, we might just let him go. Exactly. Didn't expect you to be so young. You've kept quite a few lovers. If you don't agree, I guarantee this kid won't walk out of this room. Just as Chu Xiaoxiao was about to say something, she suddenly felt a wave of warmth. Looking down, she saw a black coat draped over her, firmly covering her half-naked upper body. You're quite cute. Zhang Huan's voice rang in her ear, his warm, slightly moist breath brushing against her ear, causing her to lose her focus for a moment. By the time she regained her senses, Zhang Huan had already shielded her behind him. 1,000 blades, 1,000 households, shatter them. Zhang Huan's tone was extremely calm, as if he were discussing something completely unrelated to himself. In the next moment, 2 men filled with killing intent and solid forms appeared behind Zhang Huan. Careless. This kid is a spirit body. Don't panic. So what if he's a spirit body? No matter how strong he is, he's just a second-tier spirit master. The 6 of us can wear him down. We must kill him today. I can feel it. These 2 spirits are at least B grade. In an instant, 6 various spirit tools appeared before the 6 men. They charged towards 1,000 households and 1,000 blades. Seeing this, Chu Xiaoxiao looked frustrated, as if she couldn't bear to watch. Why aren't you running away? So what if you're a spirit body? You only have 2 spirits. They have 6. You're all second tier. You can't hold out for long. As she spoke, she was about to command Mad Nurse to assist. However, she was stopped by Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, what are you doing? You don't really think your 2 spirits can handle 6, do you? Zhang Huan dug at his ear. Don't get in the way. Zhang Huan, you. His words successfully extinguished the flicker of goodwill that had just risen in Chu Xiaoxiao's heart. She frowned and looked ahead, and the next moment, she was dumbfounded. She saw the blood-red long knife in 1,000 households' hand had transformed into a simple blade, striking the ground with a forceful blow. Waves of ripples surged outward, and wherever the ripples passed, it was a place of spirit power explosion. The 6 spirit tools were shaken to the point of instability. 1,000 blades seemed like a ghost, appearing and disappearing. Every time he struck, a spirit tool would dissipate. When Lu Ming's spirit tool Piercing Yang attempted to attack 1,000 blades with an unending rain of arrows, 1,000 blades' long knife shattered into countless fragments, preventing him from lifting his head. Fortunately, the other spirit tools acted in time to protect Piercing Yang. Piercing Yang then tried to attack 1,000 households. However, in the next moment, 1,000 households shook his cloak, and countless flying knives shot out. Not only did they deflect the incoming arrows, but they also severely injured the 6 spirit tools. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and the others gradually realized something was wrong and immediately rushed to assist. However, 1,000 households was faster than them. With a flip, he brought down his large knife, directly engaging the 6. His grand and sweeping knife techniques killed 2 in the blink of an eye. Chu Xiaoxiao watched this scene in disbelief. Even though the 6 opponents were only second tier, she questioned whether she could have responded as calmly as Zhang Huan even at her peak. The scene of the steel claw monkey being brutally killed in the ruined supermarket flashed through her mind again. Was it really unrelated to him? Zhang Huan, what quality are your 2 spirits? She could sense that Zhang Huan's spirit quality was very high, but she couldn't determine its exact quality. Zhang Huan tilted his head. Guess. She frowned, observing 1,000 households and 1,000 blades again, tentatively asking, are both of them A grade? Zhang Huan smiled but did not answer. His gaze returned to 1,000 households and 1,000 blades. He couldn't afford to be careless. If anything went wrong, he would immediately step in to help 1,000 blades and 1,000 households. Fortunately, the one-sided slaughter lasted only 2.5 minutes. Looking at the devastation before him, Jiang Huan couldn't help but sigh. Xu Xiaoxiao assumed that Jiang Huan was feeling uncomfortable because it was his first time with blood on his hands, and she quickly spoke to comfort him. Jiang Huan, you really don't need to blame yourself, we're just protecting ourselves. Moreover, the world of spirit masters is like this, sometimes, two strangers will fight for their lives for no reason. Jiang Huan nodded, acknowledging her words. Little did she know that Jiang Huan's sigh was not out of self-blame, but rather a sense of regret. What a loss! If he had known, he wouldn't have shattered them. These two fools, they actually shattered both their bodies and their spirit tools. All that experience from refining those spirit tools is gone. What a huge loss. Jiang Huan cast a resentful glance at Qianhu and Qianrun. The two spirit tools, however, seemed oblivious to the sadness in Jiang Huan's eyes and instead gave him a thumbs up, as if they were trying to take credit. Look, you said to shatter them, and you shattered them. Not a trace of hesitation. Jiang Huan helplessly slapped his forehead. Jiang Huan, can you do me a favor? A voice like a mosquito came from beside him, trembling slightly, as if afraid of being rejected. As night fell, two figures moved quickly through the ruins, one in front of the other. The hazy moonlight filtered through the fog, casting elongated shadows of the two. Sensing the smell of danger, there were rarely any foolish beasts that dared to attack them. The task Xu Xiaoxiao entrusted to Jiang Huan was simple: accompany her to rescue Lu Yiming. Jiang Huan's willingness to help was not out of kindness. He simply felt that since they had already offended this mercenary group, it was better to eliminate the threat completely. He didn't want to be caught off guard one day. He walked behind Xu Xiaoxiao, one hand in his pocket and the other holding Qianrun. Along the way, through Xu Xiaoxiao's narration, he roughly understood why he encountered her here. Perhaps to avoid trouble, she deliberately concealed her identity as a demon suppression army member when explaining to Jiang Huan. She only mentioned that they were ambushed on the way, and Su Zhengyang sacrificed himself to protect them. Then they encountered a group of mercenaries and were captured. Lu Yiming fought to cover her escape, but even so, she was pursued for a long time. Where is it? Where is it? I clearly remember it was this road. Jiang Huan, trust me, it must be just ahead. Xu Xiaoxiao walked while looking around, constantly mumbling, but the dilapidated office building she remembered never appeared. They had set out at dusk and walked until the moon climbed high in the night sky. Jiang Huan finally confirmed something in his heart. He stopped Xu Xiaoxiao, who was still searching for directions, and looked at her seriously. You can't be directionally challenged, can you? In an instant, Xu Xiaoxiao's cheeks turned red, resembling a monkey's bottom. However, the girl's pride made her attempt to argue. You're the one who's directionally challenged. I was the one who brought Lu Yiming here all this way. Jiang Huan glanced at Xu Xiaoxiao with a complex expression, secretly sighing. No wonder they had left Kaiyun City for almost a month but were still wandering near its borders. Lu Yiming had a good temper. Knowing that Xu Xiaoxiao was directionally challenged, he still willingly followed her lead. If he continued to let Xu Xiaoxiao lead the way, perhaps when they found Lu Yiming, it would only be to collect his body. With that thought, Jiang Huan turned and walked back the way they came. Xu Xiaoxiao immediately panicked. Hey, Jiang Huan, where are you going? You said you would help me. You can't go back on your word. Even she didn't know why she needed Jiang Huan's help. Was it just because he showed strong abilities? But no matter how strong he was, could he handle a fourth-tier expert? Jiang Huan turned back to glance at her, going to save someone. But you don't know the way. You can't be planning to find the path by following your footprints, can you? Useless, most of them have been cleared away by me. And besides, you don't even know where they are. Jiang Huan, trust me one more time. Xu Xiaoxiao shouted incessantly like a nagging mother. Jiang Huan couldn't be bothered to respond to her and walked back along the path they had come. Along the way, he kept his eyes peeled and ears open, searching for traces left by Xu Xiaoxiao when she was being pursued. The bloodstains on every blade of grass and every tree, even in the dead of night, could not escape Jiang Huan's gaze. He walked, stopped, occasionally asking questions, and sometimes reconstructed the most likely scenarios in his mind based on the remnants left at the scene. At first, Xu Xiaoxiao was loud and boisterous, but as the surroundings became more familiar, she gradually fell silent. She quietly observed how Jiang Huan was doing it, and the more she watched, the more familiar it felt. Jiang Huan, how do you know the tracking methods of the Demon Suppression Army? She realized. Jiang Huan not only knew the tracking methods of the Demon Suppression Army, but he could also integrate various techniques such as footprint tracking, bloodstain tracking, interpersonal tracking, and deductive reasoning tracking. Although she had been a soldier for nearly 2 years and was familiar with the theories of these tracking methods, there was a difference between theory and practice. The vast majority of soldiers in the demon suppression army, including herself, could not integrate and cross-use multiple methods like Zhang Huan could. Zhang Huan picked up a handful of bloodied soil and carefully observed it under the moonlight, seemingly judging the time since the blood had dried. He looked around at the spacing between the bloodstains and the direction of the splatter until he determined a new direction, then answered without looking back. I don't know, my teacher taught me. Xu Xiaoxiao frowned. Your teacher? Zhang Yu. Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaoxiao's mind instantly conjured the image of a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, dressed in a polo shirt. So he is from the demon suppression army. I didn't properly thank him for saving us last time. Next time I have the chance, I must pay him a proper visit. She made up her mind that since he was a senior from the demon suppression army, she would have to bring a generous gift to express her gratitude. Zhang Huan suddenly stopped, turned back, and looked at her meaningfully, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. He remembered a saying he had read, "The joys and sorrows between people do not connect. Your sadness may just be noise to others." He was left with only himself now. He should learn to lick his own wounds. However, it was this slight pause that made Xu Xiaoxiao keenly aware of the sadness in his eyes. Zhang Huan, what's wrong? Zhang Huan quickened his pace. We should be close. Let's hurry. As the moon hung high in the sky, Zhang Huan and Xu Xiaoxiao concealed themselves among the ruins, peering ahead. Not far away, in a half-collapsed dilapidated office building, a cluster of torches burned in the lobby on the first floor. 5 or 6 men were scattered around, entertaining themselves. 2 mercenaries on lookout were squatting by the door, smoking and chatting idly. Do you think Lu Ming and the others can bring that woman back? This lookout is so boring, they should hurry back. Originally, lookout duty was the responsibility of second-tier mercenaries, but Lu Ming and the others had gone out to pursue Xu Xiaoxiao. Thus, the lookout duty fell to them. They should be able to, a severely injured 4th-tier spirit master, if he can't bring her back, he shouldn't be a mercenary anymore. Besides, isn't her lover still in our hands? If she doesn't come back, we'll just kill him. The words of the 2 men infuriated Xu Xiaoxiao, and she slammed her fist against the wall beside her. Lover, your mother's lover. We're just comrades. Zhang Huan frowned and made a shushing gesture. Lower your voice. Xu Xiaoxiao then realized and quickly lowered her voice. Zhang Huan, there are a total of 8 of them, and the captain is a bald guy, 4th tier 2 stars. The 2 vice captains are both level 4, 1 star. The other 5 are around level 3, 5 stars. If we confront them head-on, we won't stand a chance. In a bit, I'll go out and draw their fire from all 8 of them. You sneak in from the side and find a way to take Lu Yiming away. Also, we can't linger. Brother Su said before, speed is of the essence in warfare, and behind this office building, Xu Xiaoxiao was like a worried mother, constantly reminding Zhang Huan of every detail of how to act. Facing 3 level 4s and 5 level 3s, the only thing she could do was to hypothesize every possible situation they might encounter and inform Zhang Huan how to respond to various scenarios. Her incessant reminders left Zhang Huan feeling flustered. He simply extended his right hand and covered her mouth. Xu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned by his sudden action and instinctively pushed Zhang Huan's right hand away. Zhang Huan, what are you doing? But as soon as her right hand was pushed away, his left hand covered her mouth again. Zhang Huan's gaze remained fixed on the 8 people inside the office building. I ask, you answer, less nonsense. Seeing his serious expression, Xu Xiaoxiao, despite her inner resistance, instinctively nodded. 8 mercenaries, 3 level 4s, 5 level 3s, right? Xu Xiaoxiao nodded. The corners of Zhang Huan's mouth lifted slightly. Wait for me here. Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in confusion. Wait for you here? No. Don't tell me you're planning to take on 3 level 4s and 5 level 3s by yourself. Stop joking. Zhang Huan, this isn't a drill. Zhang Huan smiled, too lazy to explain much to her. He propped himself against the wall and leaped out of cover. Hey, brothers, can I get a smoke? In the quiet night, Zhang Huan's sudden appearance startled the 8 mercenaries in the hall. The 6 people inside glanced at Zhang Huan from a distance, saw he was just a boy, and dismissed him, continuing with their own business. However, the 2 outside on watch darkened their expressions. You little brat, why are you out here in the middle of the night? Don't make trouble for me. Get lost. If you're late, I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. Already forced to be on watch, Zhang Huan's sudden appearance was like asking for trouble. How could they not be furious? Zhang Huan, however, seemed not to hear them and continued to approach with a smile. 2 big brothers, it's late and I'm feeling the itch, help me out. As he walked, he put on an extremely uncomfortable expression. Xu Xiaoxiao was anxious, not knowing what to do. If she went out to pull Zhang Huan back, her appearance would expose him even faster. But seeing Zhang Huan step closer to danger, she felt guilty. What is this kid trying to do? How can he get into more trouble than I do? Just as she decided to take the risk and rush out to pull Jiang Huan back, the scene before her left her even more confused. The two watch mercenaries, seeing Jiang Huan unyielding, turned cold. Each produced a tiger head knife and a hoe. You little brat, there's a path to heaven and you won't take it, but you force your way into hell. Yet Jiang Huan seemed not to see them. I said, give me a smoke. Ha, you're looking for death. The two on watch laughed in anger. The next moment, they charged at Jiang Huan with their tiger head knives and hoe. However, Jiang Huan's figure vanished right before their eyes. Stealth, activation, thud, thud. The sound of long knives slicing through flesh echoed in the night sky. The two level 3 spirit masters fell just like that. Crimson blood gushed from their necks, soaking the dust on the ground. Spirit Tool, 1000 Blades, kills level 3 spirit master. Experience plus 370. Joint progress activation, host experience plus 370. Spirit Tool, 1000 House, kills level 3 spirit master. Experience plus 390. Joint progress prompts, host experience plus 390. The system's prompt sounded continuously, and Chu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in disbelief. Two knives? Jiang Huan appeared from the darkness, holding dual blades. In his left hand was a long knife made of shattered glass, cold and piercing. In his right hand was a long knife surging with blood energy, exuding a fierce battle intent. The commotion outside the office building startled the 6 people in the hall, who leaped out in an instant and surrounded Jiang Huan in the blink of an eye. Leading them was a bald man, his face full of flesh, holding a judge's pen in his hand. Kid, why did you attack my brothers? Jiang Huan smiled lightly. Got a smoke? His contemptuous words seemed to dismiss the 6 entirely. Gu team, stop wasting time with him, just take action. Gu team, he's just a second-tier kid, why talk so much with him? 2 men beside the bald man cursed. One held a 3-section staff, while the other gripped a rope dart. 2 shadowy figures loomed behind them, the murderous intent of the 4th tier firmly locking onto Jiang Huan. Clearly, these 2 were the vice-captains of the mercenary group, waiting for the bald man's command to strike Jiang Huan with overwhelming force. The bald man's eyes flickered, his fierce gaze constantly scanning Jiang Huan. As the team leader, he was more cautious than others. To easily kill 2 of his subordinates and remain so composed in front of him was definitely not the act of an ordinary person. Could he be a young master from some prominent family out training, with several experts secretly protecting him? Little brother, which family are you from? Jiang Huan's lips curled slightly. Guess. The more Jiang Huan provoked him, the more certain he became that Jiang Huan was a wealthy young master, making him even more hesitant to act. Gu team, he just killed our people. He must pay the price. Gu team, look at the 2 spirit vessels in his hands. They're definitely valuable. Gu team, I'll take action. I'll definitely cut him down. The 5 subordinates kept asking to fight, their eyes filled with murderous intent and disdain, constantly roaming over Jiang Huan. The bald man's expression flickered, his greedy gaze fixated on the spirit vessels in Jiang Huan's hands. Finally, he gritted his teeth and clasped his hands towards Jiang Huan. Little brother, I apologize for the earlier offense. Please forgive me. He then pulled out 2 packs of red-wrapped, gold-dotted unopened cigarettes from his storage ring and tossed them to Jiang Huan. Ordinary people only have huazi, hope you don't mind, little brother. He then ordered his subordinates, everyone step back. Make way for this little brother. His tone left no room for doubt. Looking at the 2 packs of cigarettes that had inexplicably appeared in his hands, Jiang Huan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The reason he remained so calm was, first, to have a legitimate excuse for asking for cigarettes. Second, he simply didn't regard this mercenary group as a threat. Even when he was at the 2nd tier, he could fight against the 4th tier 7-star Fubo and the 4th tier 6-star Shibo. Now that his strength had significantly increased, these remaining 6 were nothing more than insignificant characters to him. Seeing Jiang Huan smirk, the bald man assumed the matter was settled, and he cupped his hands to lead his men back into the hall. Hey, give me a light. Who would have thought? Jiang Huan's voice rang out again. A simple sentence sent everyone into a frenzy. How could you smoke without a light? Even the bald man's temper flared, but he ultimately controlled it with reason. He casually pulled out a beautifully designed oil lighter from his pocket and tossed it to Jiang Huan. It's a gift, no need to return it. This time, Jiang Huan was at a loss. Wait, according to the plot, aren't you supposed to be fearless and attack me? Why are you holding back so much? How am I supposed to find an excuse to strike? Hey, Jiang Huan, hurry up and go. Just as Jiang Huan hesitated over whether to act like a villain without reason, a shout from afar by Chu Xiaoxiao drew everyone's attention. In the distance, Chu Xiaoxiao was supporting the injured Lu Yiming as they jumped out from behind a broken wall and fled. Captain Gu, it's that girl from earlier. This guy is in cahoots with them. We've fallen for a diversion tactic. The bald man's expression darkened, and he waved his hand. Zhui, Zhou Chaoming, you two go after them. The rest of you, kill him. The two third-tier spirit masters turned and chased after Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao. The remaining four surrounded Jiang Huan, their spirit weapons manifesting before them simultaneously. The bald man slammed his pen down, writing the character death in a fluid motion before everyone. In an instant, a chill began to emanate from the tip of his pen, rushing toward Jiang Huan like a galloping wave. Domain unleashed, Hall of Life and Death. Jiang Huan felt as if he were standing in a courtroom, with the bald man before him transformed into a judge, controlling his life and death. Perhaps, with just a thought, Jiang Huan could be struck down right there in the hall. At the same time, the other two vice-captains also unleashed their domains. Various negative states instantly enveloped Jiang Huan. As for the third-tier spirit master without a domain, he charged at Jiang Huan using his martial skills. Calm Heart was silently activated. A refreshing sensation arose from the depths of Jiang Huan's heart, sweeping away all negative states. Within the three different domains, the four mercenaries, including the bald man, were all launching their martial skills at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan moved nimbly, weaving between the attacks of the four. You guys are bullying the few with your numbers, lacking martial ethics. The bald man gritted his teeth and cursed. If you think it's unfair, you can call back your two companions to help you. I'll send you all to the afterlife in one go. After being frightened by his own imagination for a while, the bald man felt a surge of anger. Jiang Huan smiled, as if he had heard a joke. More people, huh? Good. In the next moment, Jiang Huan's gaze turned fierce. He swung his blood-red long knife, unleashing overwhelming battle intent. Domain unleashed, Sacrifice for Justice. The blood-red domain bloomed like a flower bud, thriving wildly among the three domains. In an instant, it enveloped the three domains and the four mercenaries within. An ancient military camp suddenly appeared before everyone. 30 soldiers, including the Thousand House commander, emerged from the camp, holding their swords with one hand, glaring at the four and their spirit weapons. In just a moment, they completed the encirclement of the four and their spirit weapons. Under the erosion of the blood-red domain, their domains trembled continuously, as if on the verge of shattering at any moment. Left with no choice, they could only reduce the coverage of their domains to maintain stability. Jiang Huan mockingly laughed. Hey, bald guy, still think you have more people? The bald man snorted coldly and then whispered to his three subordinates, hold on, just a second-tier brat. No matter how powerful his domain is, I don't believe he has enough spiritual power to maintain it. Once his spiritual power runs out, we'll kill him. Their whispered conversation was clearly heard by Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan shrugged. Then I hope my spiritual power runs out quickly, so I can satisfy you. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow leaped out from beside Jiang Huan, condensing in the blink of an eye into a man wearing a conical hat, his eyes cold and indifferent. He wielded a long knife that seemed to be made of shattered glass. Just standing there, he exuded a sense of danger. You are a spirit weapon body. Jiang Huan shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. 1,000 blades, 1,000 house, pay attention this time, keep the spirit weapon if you can. In the next moment, Xianran and Xianhu, leading 29 personal guards, had already leaped out, charging towards the four with their spirit weapons. A one-sided massacre ensued. Not far away, Xu Xiaoxiao was enduring a bitter battle, and the situation was grim. On one hand, she was already severely injured. On the other hand, she had to ensure Lu Yiming's safety. The two were being forced back by two third-tier spirit masters, with nowhere to retreat, and could only rely on a broken wall for cover. With their respective spirit weapons, they were braving the relentless bombardment from the two third-tier spirit masters. Little girl, if you know what's good for you, come out quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. You really are loyal. For a lover, you brought a child to help. Are you stupid or just foolish? The cold mockery from the two third-tier spirit masters was unending. In their eyes, a young man like Jiang Huan, no matter how powerful, could never contend with three fourth-tier spirit masters. Xiao, if this continues, we're both done for. You should leave quickly, don't worry about me. Xu Xiao shot him a glare. Brother Su is already dead. If I abandon you now, I might as well not return to the White Tiger camp. And, if you die too, what will the other teams think of our Kuemu wolf? Lu Yiming's expression darkened, as if he had been struck at a painful spot. A wave of sadness washed over him, and he couldn't help but glance towards the direction of escape. There, the sky was filled with red light, and the air was thick with killing intent. It was unclear who had unleashed their domain. But, Xiao, even Jiang Huan has been harmed by us. A hint of guilt flashed in Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes. She wanted to say something comforting to Lu Yiming, but she didn't know how to express it. Almost 3 minutes had passed, and Jiang Huan had yet to catch up with them, clearly in grave danger. This matter had nothing to do with him in the first place. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The originally pale Lu Yiming suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning. He was frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back. His spirit weapon dissipated in an instant, and the pressure on the mad nurse surged. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the scene before her in panic. Lu Yiming, what's wrong with you? In an instant, she was in utter disarray, the spiritual energy she had infused into the mad nurse becoming chaotic. With a thud, as the two mercenaries struck the mad nurse one after the other, her body dissipated in an instant, and she was also backlashed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The two third-tier mercenaries leered as they approached Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming. You know, even injured, a fourth-tier spirit master is still quite difficult to deal with. Yeah, luckily the captain had foresight and gave that kid a shot of Lofi while he was unconscious. This addictive spirit energy blocking drug will keep him busy. The two then looked towards the distance, their gathering place. Who do you think that domain just now belonged to? Only Gu and his team have domains in our squad, but I remember their domain isn't like that. Who knows? It could be Captain Gu's trump card. Do you think it's possible it was that kid's? Are you kidding? None of us third tier can master a domain, and he's only second tier. Even if his spirit weapon is exceptional, a second tier spirit master with that physique could barely hold on for 30 seconds. After a brief argument, they turned their gaze back to the nearly breathless Chu Xiaoxiao. This girl seems to be on the verge of collapse. Let's give her some medicine. Are you trying to kill her? With her injuries, she needs at least a B-level recovery potion to be useful. How expensive is that bottle? You want to use it on her? But if we don't, such a pretty girl would be a waste, wouldn't she? What a waste! Take advantage of the moment. The two exchanged glances, a sinister smile creeping onto their lips. Their words fell into Chu Xiaoxiao's ears without missing a beat. She wanted to resist, but even breathing felt difficult. All she could do was despairingly watch as the claws drew ever closer to her chest. My life is over. What a pity. This time acting on my own not only failed to wash away the shame for the team but also nailed the entire Quimulang team firmly to the pillar of disgrace. Brother Su, Sister Wei, I am so useless. 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. The smiles of the two mercenaries, however, grew even brighter. Look, she's crying. I love seeing women cry. The more she cries, the more I put. A strangely shaped long knife pierced through one person's chest from behind, as if it had grown horns, with a sharp blade emerging from the side of the long knife, breaking through that person's chest and penetrating into another person's head. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Spirit Weapon 1000 Blades kills a third-tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 475. Joint Progress Activation, Host Experience plus 475. Spirit Weapon 1000 Blades kills a third-tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 430. Joint Progress Activation, Host Experience plus 430. Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to see a savior, and a trace of a pitiful smile appeared on her tear-stained face. In front of her stood a man wearing a bamboo hat, looking at her coldly, as if he were looking at a dead person. She did not feel afraid, on the contrary, she felt somewhat happy. It's his spirit weapon, he's not dead, he's come to save us. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a handsome face appeared before Chu Xiaoxiao just as she was about to lose consciousness. He looked at the two mercenary corpses on the ground, as if he had breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled faintly. I made it just in time. In the silent ruins, by a pile of firewood, Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming were still asleep, but their wounds had already healed. Clearly, someone had already treated them. The manifested 1000 Blades stood quietly beside Zhang Huan, his face as cold as ice. At this moment, Zhang Huan sat by the fire counting his gains, but there was not a trace of happiness on his face. Instead, he seemed somewhat restless. This was only because the system's prompt kept ringing in his head. Spirit no. 7 believes the host's methods towards scum are too merciful. In his view, such scum, no different from little ghosts, should just be dealt with. Spirit no. 13 thinks the host's recent actions were a bit excessive. How could the host have a nosebleed while treating a girl? Spirit no. 3 glanced at the host indifferently, then closed his eyes again. Zhang Huan rubbed his temples, unable to bear it any longer, and ordered the system, I can't take it anymore, mute all these chatterboxes. The system has muted the remaining 17 spirit weapons. The mute will automatically lift after 24 hours. In an instant, the world became quiet. Zhang Huan's mouth involuntarily curled up again. Especially when he saw the pile of gains in front of him, his smile became even harder to suppress. 8 storage rings, worth about 25 million. Except for 2 spirit weapons accidentally destroyed by Thousand House, 1 failed to detach, and 5 were successfully detached. 2 B-grade spirit weapons, 2 C-grade spirit weapons, and 1 D-grade spirit weapon. This was the first time Zhang Huan had failed to detach a spirit weapon after so many attempts. clearly due to the high compatibility between the other party's spirit weapon and the host. Even so, Zhang Huan was still very satisfied. After all, just the two B-grade spirit weapons could provide about 8,000 experience points for the spirit weapon. He turned to Thousand Blades, unable to suppress the joy on his face. Thousand Blades, you're one step closer to advancing. A trace of a smile actually appeared on the cold face of Thousand Blades. Spirit weapon Thousand Blades feels particularly happy about the host's care. Compatibility +1. Zhang Huan was not surprised by the sudden increase in compatibility. After spending time with spirit weapons, he found that as long as he interacted more with them, the compatibility would increase from time to time. If one can cater to their preferences, the degree of compatibility will increase even more. For example, previously, Zhang Huan had only expressed a desire to join the army, and the compatibility with Xianhu had directly increased by 5. Suddenly, a phantom quietly appeared to Zhang Huan's right, sitting by the fire. Zhang Huan smiled. Xianhu, why are you out? The spirit tool, capable of autonomously drawing external spiritual power, can manifest freely unless the host imposes a demand. Xianhu looked at Zhang Huan with a hint of grievance, raising a hand to point at the 6 spirit tools in front of Zhang Huan. My lord, I also have merit. Zhang Huan awkwardly smiled, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Indeed, these spirit tools were the spoils obtained by Xianhu and Shenrun working together. Xianhu was a soldier, and according to military rules, merit should be rewarded. He had been focused on quickly enhancing his overall strength, thinking of improving Shenrun's quality, but had overlooked Xianhu's feelings. However, he had already stated that he would use all these spirit tools to enhance Shenrun's power. If he were to give half to Xianhu now, how would he face Shenrun? Zhang Huan found himself in a dilemma. It seemed that Shenrun saw Zhang Huan's concerns and pushed all the spirit tools in front of Zhang Huan toward Xianhu, making a gesture of invitation. Zhang Huan looked at Shenrun in surprise, and a hint of a smile appeared on Shenrun's stern face. Zhang Huan then looked at Xianhu, and inexplicably, for the first time, he saw a sense of shame on Xianhu's resolute face. Xianhu then divided the 5 spirit tools into 2 portions, one portion with 1 B-grade spirit tool, 1 C-grade spirit tool, and 1 D-grade spirit tool. The other portion had only 1 B-grade spirit tool and 1 C-grade spirit tool. Then, Xianhu pushed the 3 spirit tools portion back to Shenrun, 1/2 for each. Shenrun and Xianhu locked eyes, and after a moment, both spirits displayed a helpless smile. Seeing this, Zhang Huan also smiled. This difficult problem was easily resolved thanks to Shenrun's humility. How could he not be happy? Each person got 2 spirit tools, and no one noticed that during the pushing and shoving between Shenrun and Xianhu, the 2 B-grade spirit tools had been trembling. They seemed to instinctively fear the fate that was about to befall them. While Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming were still unconscious, Zhang Huan skillfully began the refining process again. Moments later, the refining was complete. Zhang Huan opened the experience bars of the 2 spirit tools. As expected, Shenrun's improvement was quite evident, and with the experience gained from slaying mercenaries, the experience rose to 93%. Meanwhile, Xianhu only increased to 4%. The only good news was that due to the ability, Joint Progress, Zhang Huan's experience points skyrocketed to 10%. Perhaps it won't be long before I break through to the 3rd tier. At this moment, Zhang Huan was filled with confidence about the future. He firmly believed that one day, he would not only sweep through the Lu and Feng families but also the entire Yi family, forcing the Yi family to return Wushuang with both hands. Zhang Huan suddenly recalled the very human-like behavior of Shenrun and Xianhu just now. As the quality and compatibility increase, the performance of the spirit tools becomes more and more like that of a living person. Zhang Huan couldn't help but remember everything he experienced during Xianhu's trial. Those events felt as if they had truly happened. Zhang Huan couldn't resist making a bold hypothesis. If those events actually occurred in history, does it mean that before becoming a spirit tool, Xianhu was a flesh and blood general? Zhang Huan was startled by his own hypothesis. 300 years of spiritual energy revival. Public information indicates that spirit tools are drawn by some force after the revival of spiritual energy, generated in certain specific environments. If Zhang Huan's hypothesis is correct, it means that before the revival of spiritual energy, there were not just once but multiple occurrences of entities similar to weapon spirits in the long river of history that disappeared for thousands of years. But is such a hypothesis really correct? Assuming this conjecture is true, what kind of life has the weapon spirit Thousand Blades experienced? Zhang Huan couldn't help but recall the initial appearance of the weapon spirit Thousand Blades. Although it was an F-grade weapon spirit, it appeared more tattered than others of the same level. The blade was reduced to half, stained with blood and rust. Especially the manifested Thousand Blades, which exuded a sense of exhaustion and indifference, as if it had endured a non-human war. The deeper he thought, the more chaotic Jiang Huan's mind became, and his brows furrowed tighter. Jiang Huan. A weak female voice pulled Jiang Huan's thoughts back to reality. Following the sound, he saw that Chu Xiaoxiao, who had been unconscious, had awakened. Her handsome face was flushed. The moment she woke up, she realized that the wounds on her body had healed, including some more sensitive areas. There were only two men here, Lu Yiming and Jiang Huan, and since Lu Yiming was still asleep, it was obvious who had done it. At this moment, her heart was complicated. As a girl, she felt ashamed that someone had touched her body. But as a critically injured patient, she was grateful that Jiang Huan had even used a B-grade healing agent worth over 100,000 on her. For a moment, she didn't know how to face Jiang Huan. After calling out once, she fell silent. Seeing her look of deep embarrassment, hesitating to speak, with a flushed face, Jiang Huan guessed what she was worried about. "Don't worry, I applied the medicine with my eyes closed." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder, and she could even feel her cheeks heating up. Jiang Huan was telling the truth. He indeed applied the medicine with his eyes closed. However, because he had his eyes closed, it was inevitable that he would sometimes accidentally touch some more sensitive areas. After a long while, Chu Xiaoxiao finally stammered out, "Thank you, Jiang Huan." Then, she took out 2 bottles of B-grade healing agents from her storage ring. "Jiang Huan, this is for you." There are many types of healing agents, but most B-grade and above healing agents cost over 100,000 each. Jiang Huan had already saved her 3 times, and if she let him suffer again, she would feel guilty. Moreover, she felt even more remorseful for not informing Jiang Huan before sneaking into the office building to rescue Lu Yiming, which led to Jiang Huan being ambushed. The only thing she could do now was to ensure Jiang Huan didn't suffer such losses. However, as soon as she presented the healing agents, Jiang Huan didn't even glance at them. "You keep them, they're not valuable." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao was filled with confusion. After all, no matter how she looked at it, Jiang Huan didn't seem like someone who was short on money. In fact, the reason Jiang Huan said they were worthless was simply because he had never bought these potions. Currently, his storage ring contained 200 to 300 bottles of various potions of different qualities, most of which he had taken from other mercenaries. In Jiang Huan's words, this was the price they paid for daring to attack him. The quiet evening breeze blew in waves, causing the campfire to flicker. Jiang Huan and Chu Xiaoxiao chatted idly. Most of the time, it was Chu Xiaoxiao who was trying to find topics, while Jiang Huan responded perfunctorily. The reason was simple. At this moment, Jiang Huan felt that Chu Xiaoxiao was a distraction. He still had the priest spirit embryo to refine. The domains of Thousand Blades and Thousand House had yet to overlap. The old book he obtained during the trial in Thousand House had not been fully read. He had too many things to deal with. How could he have the leisure to chat with Chu Xiaoxiao? Jiang Huan's indifference did not escape Chu Xiaoxiao's notice. She decided to give Jiang Huan a little shock. "Jiang Huan, you've saved us several times now, and I feel I should be honest with you." She looked at Jiang Huan sincerely. "Do you know our identities? And do you know why we went to Kaiyun City?" Jiang Huan glanced at her, holding a twig in his hand, constantly fiddling with the flames in front of him. "The people from the White Tiger camp of the Demon Suppression Army are going to Kaiyun City to assassinate Longchun of the Yi family." A dramatic expression appeared on Chu Xiaoxiao's calm face. Her wide-open eyes and the mouth that had forgotten to close proved her surprise. "How do you know that?" Jiang Huan chuckled. How did he know? Of course, it was because he had heard them say it when they passed by the dilapidated supermarket. However, Jiang Huan naturally couldn't tell her the truth. He shrugged and casually made up a story. "The news about your assassination of Longchun has caused quite a stir in Daxia. How could I not know?" Chu Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly dimmed. "If this operation fails, maybe when we return to Hansui City, what awaits us is a military tribunal." The atmosphere fell into a dead silence, and Jiang Huan didn't know how to comfort the girl, nor did he intend to. To Jiang Huan, he and Chu Xiaoxiao were at most acquaintances, not even friends. Whether they would become comrades in the White Tiger camp in the future depended on whether Jiang Huan would eventually join the Demon Suppression Army. By the way, Jiang Huan, why did you suddenly leave Kaiyun City? Jiang Huan had no intention of hiding, to join the army in Hansui City. Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up. "Join the army? You mean, you also want to join the Demon Suppression Army?" Jiang Huan nodded. Chu Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. "No way." The conscription work was completed in May. The new recruits are all training in various camps, just for next month's selection. Your timing doesn't match. Just as Jiang Huan was about to explain, a noise came from beside them. They turned to look and saw the previously sleeping Lu Yiming, now foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back, and his body twitching uncontrollably, suffering like a drug addict. "Lu Yiming, pull yourself together." Chu Xiaoxiao kept slapping Lu Yiming's face, trying to wake the addicted Lu Yiming. However, Lu Yiming continued to writhe in discomfort, contorting his body into one strange position after another. Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered the words of the two mercenaries before he fell unconscious, and her eyes turned red instantly. Those bastards! How could they inject you with Lofi? Upon hearing this, Jiang Huan frowned slightly. He knew Lofi was an addictive drug targeting spirit masters. Once injected, when it acted up, the spirit master would feel the pain of their spiritual power being drawn out bit by bit. In this process, without a specific antidote for Lofi, a spirit master would be no different from an ordinary person, relying solely on willpower to resist. If timely treatment was not received, a spirit master injected with Lofi would suffer tremendous physical and mental damage. Moreover, this drug would gradually erode the spirit master's spirit, leading to a decline in their strength. Generally speaking, these were controlled substances and rarely entered the market. It was unclear where these ordinary mercenaries had obtained them. The more Lu Yiming cried out in pain, the more tears flowed from Chu Xiaoxiao. Lu Yiming, wait, I'll find the antidote right now. She frantically searched her storage ring, trying to find a remedy for Lofi. Nothing. In desperation, she had no choice but to use brute force to forcibly open Lu Yiming's storage ring, searching through it. Still nothing. She looked at Jiang Huan sharply. He was her only lifeline at that moment. Jiang Huan, do you have an antidote for Lofi? Jiang Huan shook his head helplessly. He had quite a few antidotes, but for a controlled substance like Lofi, it rarely appeared on the market. Therefore, very few people bought antidotes specifically for it. Chu Xiaoxiao was in despair, slumped beside Lu Yiming, helplessly shedding tears. Lu Yiming, we don't have an antidote for Luo Fei. Just hang in there, let's hold on until we reach the next shelter city. We can ask the local demon-slaying army for help. Xiaoxiao, kill me, I beg you, kill me. I feel so terrible. The immense pain twisted Lu Yiming's features together. At first, he could still groan in agony, but soon the pain became so intense that he couldn't make a sound. It was as if his life force was being drained away along with his spiritual energy, slowly slipping away. Chu Xiaoxiao cried like rain, unsure of what to do. In this operation, she had not only lost Su Zhenyang, but now Lu Yiming was also contemplating ending his life. For the first time, she felt that in the face of overwhelming adversity, spirit masters were no different from ordinary people. What should I do? A strong hand gently touched Chu Xiaoxiao's arm. Try this, it might help. The evening breeze was gentle and slightly cool. Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively moved closer to the fire. The once boisterous Lu Yiming now lay quietly asleep, like a child. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Huan with increasing confusion. Jiang Huan, thank you for the everlasting life liquid. When we return to Hansui City, Lu Yiming and I will pool our money to pay you back. Just moments ago, when Chu Xiaoxiao was at her most desperate, Jiang Huan had handed her the remaining half bottle of everlasting life liquid with a mindset of giving it a try. An A-grade everlasting life liquid costs $1 million, and it's priceless and hard to find. It was said that as long as there was a breath left, it could prolong life. Not only did it suppress Lu Yiming's addiction, but it also cleared most of the toxins from his body. In the days to come, he would only need to take a certain amount of the everlasting life liquid daily. Within half a month, Lu Yiming would be able to recover completely. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't know where Jiang Huan had obtained such a precious potion, but she was even more puzzled about his identity. Was he really just a poor student who could only hunt in the ruins? Or did he have another unknown identity? In response to Chu Xiaoxiao's gratitude, Jiang Huan dismissed it. No need to repay. It's just half a bottle of useless potion. To Jiang Huan, this incredibly precious potion was indeed useless. Was a potion that couldn't save Zhan Yu considered useful? It was just frustrating to look at. However, his words deepened Chu Xiaoxiao's confusion. Useless? You call a potion worth $1 million that saved Lu Yiming useless? She smiled awkwardly and then asked, Jiang Huan, since you're also going to the White Tiger camp, let's set off together. It would be good to have someone to look out for on the way. Jiang Huan was silent for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. Okay. The reason was simple. Looking at the map, the densely packed routes made it difficult for Jiang Huan to ensure he wouldn't get lost unless he was an experienced traveler. Therefore, having a companion who knew the way was naturally a good thing. After all, Chu Xiaoxiao was directionally challenged. Lu Yiming couldn't possibly be directionally challenged too, right? In the distance, a few howls of demon beasts could be heard, and Jiang Huan stood up and stretched. Get some rest early. I need to take care of something. After saying this, Jiang Huan strode off into the ruins. He wasn't really going to take care of business. He just felt that if he continued to stay by Chu Xiaoxiao's side, given her chatty nature, he might not find an opportunity tonight to overlap the domains of the two spirit tools. To avoid his secret being discovered, Jiang Huan turned left and right, and only after running about 2 kilometers did he stop. During this time, To avoid unnecessary disturbances, he even pulled out a first-level bear that was sleeping in a tree hole and moved it to a better place to sleep. With everything prepared, Jiang Huan focused his mind, and the two long knives, Thousand House and Thousand Blades, appeared in his hands. A vast spiritual power enveloped the two long swords, causing them to slowly rise. Perhaps understanding Jiang Huan's thoughts, he could clearly sense that the two weapon spirits were attempting to resonate with each other. The azure blade light and the dark red blade intent, under Jiang Huan's will, were trying to merge. Jiang Huan seemed to see 30 soldiers, including Qianhu, within the blood-colored long sword, attempting to pull Qianren into their midst. In the blink of an eye, he also seemed to see Qianren straining to open the endless dark realm, trying to create a passage for the 30 soldiers to enter. However, regardless of who was acting, it seemed there was an unbreakable membrane between the two weapon spirits, preventing their realms from merging. With a thought, a somewhat viscous golden potion floated out from his storage ring. It was the S-grade perfect overlay agent he had obtained earlier. As he opened the bottle, a gentle aura that could accommodate all rivers wafted out. The golden liquid, wrapped in Jiang Huan's immense spiritual power, continuously merged into the originally conflicting realms of Qianren and Qianhu. Wherever the golden liquid passed, it seemed to break the barriers between the realms. In an instant, the azure blade light and dark red blade intent began to continuously intertwine. The blades of Qianren and Qianhu started to vibrate rhythmically, as if a connection had formed between them. On the other side, at the resting place of Chu Xiaoxiao and the others, after Jiang Huan left, Chu Xiaoxiao found a corner close to Lu Yiming to take care of him. She did not fall asleep immediately but instead recalled the process of meeting Jiang Huan. It seemed that every time she and her companions fell into a crisis, he would always appear just in time. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but chuckle. This brother of mine must be my lucky star. At only 22 years old, calling Jiang Huan her brother was not an exaggeration. Xiao, where am I? Lu Yiming's weak voice came through. Chu Xiaoxiao hurried over, and seeing his steady breathing and normal complexion, her tense mood finally relaxed. Fortunately, the everlasting life liquid really works. Lu Yiming was filled with questions. Everlasting life liquid? What everlasting life liquid? Did you strike it rich? Chu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him and then recounted how she had encountered Jiang Huan and asked him to save Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming frowned deeply, looking at Chu Xiaoxiao with suspicion. Xiaoxiao, are you sure you're not lying to me? Jiang Huan not only wasn't injured, but he also single-handedly wiped out that mercenary group with 3 4th-tier spirit masters? Chu Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. Yes, is there a problem? There's a big problem. He's just a 2nd-tier spirit master. Even if he is a weapon spirit body, before fully growing up, he absolutely couldn't be a match for 3 4th-tier spirit masters and 5 3rd-tier spirit masters. Lu Yiming's confident words even made Chu Xiaoxiao doubt herself. But, there are only the 3 of us here. Moreover, he also told me he wants to join our demon suppression army. Without some strength, how could he enter the demon suppression army? Xiaoxiao, did you see him defeat them with your own eyes? Chu Xiaoxiao nodded, then shook her head. I don't know, I went in to save you at that time. You know what happened when I came out? We were chased by those 2 mercenaries and almost lost our lives. Later, my weapon spirit was severely injured, and I was knocked out by the backlash. I vaguely saw Jiang Huan arrive just in time to save us. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming fell into deep thought. Xiaoxiao, although I don't know why he was able to defeat that entire mercenary group, from the fact that he could produce the everlasting life liquid, I estimate that he should be a young master from some big family. You see, our recruitment for the demon suppression army ended a month ago. The new recruits who enlisted are now undergoing basic training in 4 large camps, preparing for the recruit assessment a month from now. Yet he is still here. The only explanation is that he has connections, and not just any connections. At this point, he couldn't help but admire his own analysis, especially when he saw Chu Xiaoxiao's bewildered expression, which made him feel even prouder. They say women like calm and thoughtful men. With my appearance, I can definitely win Xiaoxiao over. So, in summary, I conclude, the reason he was able to defeat that mercenary group must be because he possesses some unknown treasure, perhaps some kind of strength-enhancing potion, or maybe some powerful pseudo-spirit artifact. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Yiming in confusion. She vaguely felt something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly. Her expression suddenly turned dim. Connections. I thought he was so strong that bringing him into our Kuemu wolf team might help us wash away our shame in the future. Lu Yiming chuckled. Don't be so sad. Although his strength might not be particularly outstanding, just the fact that he is a spirit body makes bringing him into our Kuemu wolf team worthwhile. So on this journey, Xiaoxiao, you understand. As seniors, we must take good care of him. Leave him with a good impression of our Kuemu wolf team. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded blankly, the figure of Jiang Huan resurfacing in her mind. I just wonder what kind of spirit body he is. 7 days later. Jiang Huan and the others sped along, arriving at a mountain range called Luoxia Mountain. The massive mountains lay like a giant dragon, coiled within the vast jungle. Thick fog obscured the view of travelers. The three of them slowly stopped their speeding motorcycles and gazed into the distance. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be lost, Lu Yiming said, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Jiang Huan sighed. His greatest fear had come true. However, he did not blame Lu Yiming or Chu Xiaoxiao. The reason was simple. Under this vast mountain range, unless one was an experienced traveler, anyone could easily get lost. And in terms of outdoor training, Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao were clearly novices. Jiang Huan unfolded the map, trying to locate their current position. However, due to the lack of landmarks nearby, he had no idea where they were. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chu Xiaoxiao's face. Lu Yiming, can't we go back and take another route? Although it wasn't her route this time, Lu Yiming was also a senior in the Demon Suppression Army, and getting lost in front of Jiang Huan, a newcomer, made her feel guilty as well. Lu Yiming shook his head helplessly. Luoxia Mountain is the closest route to Hanshui City. If we don't take this road, we'll have to go around the mountain and take the water route back to Hanshui City. The water route might be a bit faster, but to go around this mountain, we would unnecessarily spend at least another month. By then, the recruit assessment will have passed, and if Jiang Huan wants to enlist, he will have to wait until next year. Silence enveloped the three of them. After a long while, it was Jiang Huan who spoke first. Let's go. Where there's a will, there's a way. Jiang Huan put away the motorcycle. In the towering mountains, the motorcycle had become a burden. He looked down at the direction of the growing grass and trees, then peered through the thick fog to roughly gauge the position of the sun. He then strode forward confidently. Jiang Huan, where are you going? Lu Yiming called out to him hurriedly. Chu Xiaoxiao, however, pulled Lu Yiming with a complex expression. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and follow him. Whether we can get out of Luoxia Mountain depends on him. Lu Yiming looked puzzled. Xiaoxiao, what are you joking about? He has never been here. How could he possibly know the way? Chu Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her anger, stomped hard on his foot. Even if you forgot the outdoor survival course from boot camp, you should at least have some impression of it. Isn't this how you determine direction? Then she hurriedly chased after Jiang Huan's footsteps. Lu Yiming, hearing this, felt some long-buried memories in his mind stir. It seems that during the first month of boot camp, we did indeed cover outdoor survival. But honestly, such a boring class, hardly anyone in the White Tiger camp paid attention. This kid just graduated high school, yet he seems more like a soldier than I do. He muttered a few words, only to realize that Jiang Huan and Chu Xiaoxiao had already gone far ahead. He quickly shouted, "Hey, wait for me." Along the way, he followed Jiang Huan, searching for direction in the jungle. Some of Jiang Huan's actions left him astonished. He could actually deduce what kind of monsters might be nearby from the subtle signs along the path. Those that were easy to deal with, he swiftly eliminated with a thunderous strike. For the more troublesome ones, he simply turned and took a detour. All of this was to get out of the Luoxia mountain range as quickly as possible. Although they occasionally crossed steep slopes and cliffs, all three of them were spirit masters, easily leaping over the complex terrain. Lu Yiming quietly grabbed Chu Xiaoxiao and whispered, "Damn, Xiaoxiao, this guy is simply born to be a soldier. Shit, did you notice? He's alert in all directions. Everything is about efficiency. I'm a 2-year veteran. In front of him, I feel like I can't compare to him in anything except fighting." Chu Xiaoxiao shot him a glance, her eyes full of disdain. "Stop it, Lu Yiming, you can't even compare to him in fighting. After all, you were saved from that group of mercenaries by him." Lu Yiming was left speechless. He wanted to argue for himself but found he had no grounds to do so. They ran another 10 kilometers or so when Jiang Huan suddenly raised his hand to stop Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming. Chu Xiaoxiao looked curious. "Jiang Huan, what's wrong?" Jiang Huan made a shushing gesture. "It seems like someone is nearby." Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both seeing confusion on each other's faces. As 4th-tier spirit masters, their senses should be stronger than Jiang Huan's. Yet, they hadn't heard any noise. Lu Yiming quietly asked, "Jiang Huan, could you be mistaken?" But Jiang Huan's expression was serious as he gestured for them to follow his lead quietly. The three changed their course slightly, taking a detour. As they moved forward, a grave expression appeared on Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao's faces. At that moment, they distinctly heard a sound. It was a wail, as if someone was experiencing immense pain, and faintly, they could hear someone comforting him. However, Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao were more concerned about another matter. If Jiang Huan could hear a sound from this far away, did that mean he had also heard them mocking him earlier? Perhaps out of pride, Jiang Huan hadn't called them out on it. In fact, it was true. As his physique continued to strengthen, his senses were also enhanced. However, since Jiang Huan noticed they weren't speaking ill of him, he let it slide. At that moment, he was more concerned about what was happening where the sound was coming from. Soon, the three arrived at a thicket. Through the bushes, Jiang Huan noticed about 200 meters away, under a tree, 5 men and 2 women, 7 mercenary-looking individuals, were solemnly guarding a tall, thin man. The thin man was covered in blood, gasping for breath, clearly on the verge of death. Jiang Huan, it looks like they were attacked by a monster. The thin guy probably won't survive, Chu Xiaoxiao whispered. Lu Yiming lowered his voice and added, Jiang Huan, it seems they are mercenaries from around here. Do you think we should ask them to lead the way? If they guide us, we should be able to get back to Hanshui City faster. Even Lu Yiming himself had not realized that during his interactions with Jiang Huan, he and Chu Xiaoxiao had already unconsciously come to regard Jiang Huan as their mainstay. Jiang Huan did not respond immediately but carefully sensed the aura of the 7 people opposite them. For some reason, he always had a strange feeling. It seemed that the cries of pain were not groans caused by suffering. Instead, they felt more like bait deliberately meant to draw them here. Therefore, he couldn't help but be more cautious. After a moment, Jiang Huan felt reassured. Apart from the strong man leading the group, who was a third-tier spirit master, the other members were all second-tier. With such strength, even if they wanted to make a move against them, perhaps they wouldn't need to act themselves. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming could handle it. Thus, he nodded, let's go. Having someone to lead the way is always good. The moment the 3 stepped out from the bushes, the 7 people opposite seemed like startled cats, each summoning their spirit weapons in an instant. Who is it? It seemed they were about to strike at any moment. Jiang Huan looked at the wary expressions on their faces and immediately stopped, fearing to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. Just as he was about to speak, a figure rushed swiftly between the 2 sides. Brothers over there, please don't misunderstand. We just accidentally got lost and wandered in here. Lu Yiming spoke politely, but his 4th-tier, 4-star aura was released without restraint. The fierce and domineering presence enveloped the 7 people, causing their faces to turn pale. Lu Yiming was quite satisfied with this. This was the effect he wanted. He simply wanted to prove his strength in front of Chu Xiaoxiao and show the kind of decisiveness a senior should have, hoping to earn Jiang Huan's favor for their group. However, what he didn't know was that this scene made Jiang Huan frown. Wasn't Lu Yiming a bit of a fool? Being so high profile outside, wasn't he afraid of attracting attention? The 7 exchanged glances, seemingly very wary of Lu Yiming's displayed strength. They whispered among themselves, and the strong man at the front cautiously stepped forward and politely asked, "This brother, my surname is Li, and my given name is Ming. May I ask what you need from us?" Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Lu Yiming immediately retracted his aura and laughed heartily. "Brotherly, it's like this, we 3 aren't lost. You should be mercenaries from the nearby town, right? We would like to ask you to lead us through the Luoxia mountain range." Upon hearing this, Li Ming and the others showed expressions of difficulty, seemingly reluctant to take on this task. Lu Yiming quickly added, "Don't worry, I understand the rules. Mercenaries don't work for free. We won't let you work for nothing." After this initial show of strength followed by courtesy, Lu Yiming felt good about himself, thinking he had established an image of a mature man in front of Chu Xiaoxiao. However, contrary to his expectations, the other party hesitated for a moment before rejecting Lu Yiming. "Brother, I'm very sorry. Our task is nearing its deadline, and we really don't have time to lead you. If you're not in a hurry, we can take you out after we finish our task." Chu Xiaoxiao became anxious upon hearing this. They had less than 2 weeks and couldn't afford to waste time. "What level of task are you on? When do you expect to finish?" A bitter smile appeared on Li Ming's face. "It's a C-level task, and as for when we'll finish, I don't know." He then looked sadly at the tall, thin figure behind him, covered in blood. "I overestimated the strength of our mercenary group. I thought we could finish quickly, but who would have thought? This is already the 2nd brother we've lost." Lu Yiming pondered for a moment before asking, "Captain Li, how about this? We help you complete the mission, and afterward, you take us out of the Luoxia mountain range?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao felt it was inappropriate. She secretly glanced at Jiang Huan and noticed his brows furrowed, seemingly displeased. "Oh no, this connection is unhappy. If he joins another team, that's one thing. But what if he complains to the old man and his family? The Kuemu Wolf team might find themselves in an even worse situation." At this moment, Li Ming and the others looked delighted, incredulously asking Lu Yiming, "Is that true?" Just as Lu Yiming was about to respond, Chu Xiaoxiao quickly pulled him back and whispered, "We don't have much time. We can't waste it here." Lu Yiming smiled, "Xiaoxiao, you don't understand because you haven't done mercenary tasks. Sea-level mercenary missions usually don't exceed 5 third-tier monsters. With the 3 of us, we can finish it in the afternoon at most. Seemingly worried they might change their minds, Li Ming quickly interjected. Yes, little sister, this brother is right. Sea-level missions are extremely difficult for us, but for you, it's incredibly simple. I can assure you, after completing the mission, with our guidance, you can leave the Luoxia mountain range in no more than 5 days. Li Ming's agreement pleased Lu Yiming, and he smiled at Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, if we delay for an afternoon, we can save a lot of time. You wouldn't object, would you? Zhang Huan did not respond immediately. His gaze swept over Li Ming and the others, quietly activating his discernment. The 7 faced Zhang Huan's sharp gaze, their eyes filled with vigilance and fear. They seemed no different from ordinary mercenaries. But from hearing the groans to the predicament of the 7 mercenaries before him, and Lu Yiming's proactive assistance, everything seemed reasonable. Yet, Zhang Huan felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Zhang Huan, you have no objections, right? Seeing Zhang Huan's silence, Lu Yiming thought he hadn't heard and patiently asked again. Zhang Huan could only retract his gaze, smiling and shaking his head, no. Upon hearing this, the 7 immediately beamed with joy. Li Ming's dark face revealed a hint of a relieved smile. Please wait a moment, we will first bury our fallen brothers. Then we will set off immediately to complete the mission. Save time. Zhang Huan seemed to realize something. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and his pupils constricted. Right, it's the corpse. He had been focused on observing the living 7 but had overlooked the dead tall one. He suddenly looked at the body leaning against the big tree. Just one glance, the doubts in his heart were resolved. Although the tall one was covered in blood, the stains did not seem to have seeped out of the body evenly, nor did they appear to have splattered out during a fierce battle. On the contrary, the bloodstains looked more like someone had deliberately poured them on. Zhang Huan did not make a scene. He pretended to be bored, chewing on a blade of grass, and began to wander around. Where he looked, there was not a trace of battle. Even if this was not the first scene of the fight, the 7 had fled here with the tall one. Why were the footprints left by the 7 along the way roughly consistent in spacing? It should be noted that when people are fleeing for their lives, some bumps and collisions are unavoidable. Some move quickly, while others are slower, resulting in varying distances between their steps. The corners of Zhang Huan's mouth slightly lifted, forming a charming smile. They are all good actors. If they love to act so much, I must cooperate with them well. Zhang Huan, what are you doing over there? Come on, we're setting off. Not far away, Chu Xiaoxiao was shouting at Zhang Huan. Behind her, the 8 people ahead were already walking along the forest path, Lu Yiming and Li Ming chatting happily, while the other 6 were engaged in casual conversation. Zhang Huan waved at her. You guys go ahead. I'll be right there after I take care of something. After saying this, Zhang Huan slipped into the nearby woods. Chu Xiaoxiao's cheeks instantly flushed red. She turned and chased after Lu Yiming and the others, not forgetting to mutter under her breath, shameless. Once the group had walked far, Zhang Huan slowly emerged from the woods and approached the freshly dug grave. After acting for so long, you must be thirsty, he said, then unzipped his pants and let loose at the spot where the tall, thin figure had been buried. Moments later, Zhang Huan looked at his handiwork, nodded in satisfaction, and then hurried in the direction the 9 had left. A flock of birds swooped through the trees, and the forest was eerily silent. Suddenly, a bony hand shot out from the grave, followed by a body that sprang up like a spring. The tall, thin figure was covered in dirt, looking disheveled. He sniffed, unable to suppress a frown, as if he had caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Damn it! Why are the young people today so uncouth? They even dare to pee on graves. He glared in the direction the 9 had left, cursing under his breath. Damn it, Captain Dugu's terrible idea. Next time, pay me more. I won't play dead again. Forget it. I need to lure that beast over here. With that thought, he concentrated, and a bronze-glowing steel claw appeared in his hand. Let's go! Flying tiger. The steel claw shot out like a dragon, firmly gripping a tree trunk, and in the next moment, his entire body burst forth from the ground, leaping onto a tall tree. In the dense jungle, he moved with agility, his center of gravity stable, darting between tree trunks as if walking on flat ground. His speed was incredible, faster than a flying arrow. In the dark, damp cave, the paths were intricate and complex. Accompanied by the beams of 7 or 8 flashlights shining into the distance, there were sporadically several beastly figures with human faces, covered in hair. They would suddenly spring out from the side, charging at the group. However, before they could get close, they would be swiftly killed by a spirit with a muscular build, bare-chested and wearing iron gauntlets, striking with lightning speed. Under the iron fists, these strange beasts were beaten to a pulp, their brains splattering everywhere. Brother Lu, your spirit is too powerful. Slaying these second-tier, mountain beasts, is like child's play. Is this the strength of a fourth tier? Brother Lu, why don't you consider it? Let us join you. I'll give you my captain position. Is this really just a B-grade spirit? I feel like it's even stronger than an A-grade. At this speed, I estimate we can leave this hellish place before midnight. Lu Yiming's spirit, Iron Fist, paved the way like a steamroller, unstoppable and unrestrained. The remaining 9 didn't even need to lift a finger. The 7 mercenaries looked at Lu Yiming as if they were seeing a fourth-tier spirit master for the first time, their faces filled with envy. They showered him with compliments along the way. Oh, it's nothing, just my usual routine, nothing to brag about. Lu Yiming, who had always been average in the demon suppression army, had never enjoyed such treatment before. As the praises poured in, he appeared humble on the surface, but the smile on his face never faded. Chu Xiaoxiao walked beside him, watching Lu Yiming, who looked like a small person who had just achieved success, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's not even your mission, you won't get paid for finishing it. Is it really necessary to be that happy? Along the way, Chu Xiaoxiao had learned from the 7 about their mission and had a rough idea of what it entailed. In simple terms, there is a demon beast called the Mountain Thief that is bold and reckless, which took advantage of the night to rush into a nearby town and steal valuable items from the wealthy families there. Their task is to retrieve the stolen goods. Chu Xiaoxiao knows about the Mountain Thief. It is naturally inclined to theft and is usually a second-tier demon beast. However, sometimes a third-tier Mountain Thief King may appear. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Yiming, who was so happy he seemed ready to fly, and the more she looked, the more displeased she became. Praise you a couple of times and you lose your head, idiot. She instinctively turned to glance at Zhang Huan, who had been hanging back. Zhang Huan still wore his indifferent expression, quietly walking at the back as if nothing concerned him. She couldn't help but smile. Zhang Huan is still the best, his emotions never show. Much more mature than Lu Yiming. At that moment, among the mercenaries, a woman whose face was painted with makeup like a white wall slowed her pace and walked alongside Zhang Huan. After chatting for a few moments, a rare sunny smile appeared on Zhang Huan's usually cold face. They seemed to hit it off well. Seeing this, an inexplicable anger surged within Chu Xiaoxiao. How could you lower yourself to such an ugly woman? She stomped her foot hard on the ground and made a face at Zhang Huan. You're not that great either. This sudden grimace and nonsensical insult left Zhang Huan bewildered. Is this girl sick? Why is she making faces at me for no reason? She's over 20, she shouldn't be acting like a child. The woman also noticed Chu Xiaoxiao's abnormal behavior. She smiled slightly, revealing her yellowed front teeth. Zhang Huan, is that your girlfriend? She seems a bit jealous. She should be a few years older than you. Older women are like gold bricks. You better hold on tight. Zhang Huan looked embarrassed. Sister Sophie, you misunderstood. We're just ordinary friends. Sophie had an expression of understanding and then sighed. Young people should cherish their time. What if one day something unexpected happens, and you don't get to say what you've been holding in your heart? Zhang Huan looked puzzled. To be honest, today we are burying someone I liked, and I never got to tell him I liked him. Sophie seemed to hit a sad spot, and tears suddenly fell. Zhang Huan, you don't know, we originally thought there were at most 2 leaders among this group of mountain thieves, which is why we took this task. Who would have thought there are actually 4 leaders among them? It was precisely because of this unexpected situation that Fatty died. The woman cried and fell into Zhang Huan's arms, her fair hand resting on his solid chest. Zhang Huan didn't know how this unrelated nickname came about, but he patiently comforted the woman. Sister Sophie, don't be sad, you can take revenge tonight. The woman nodded, wiped her tears, and choked as she spoke to Zhang Huan. Sister has a connection with you, so I told you all this, just hope you seize the time and never leave regrets in your life. Zhang Huan nodded but didn't say much more. He sensed a different flavor in her seemingly caring words. It felt like she was urging him to settle his last words early. Xiao, be careful. Lu Yiming's loud shout drew Zhang Huan's attention. He saw a larger mountain thief leap out from the blind spot of the crowd, its blood-stained, glinting claws heading straight for Chu Xiaoxiao's heart. The few mercenaries standing next to Chu Xiaoxiao rolled away at the first moment. Only Chu Xiaoxiao was left facing the attacking mountain thief. In the face of the impending crisis, Chu Xiaoxiao merely widened her eyes, showing no reaction at all. It was as if she had fallen into a state of mental control. Lu Yiming gritted his teeth and rushed towards Chu Xiaoxiao, but he was too far away, and he could see the mountain beast about to pounce on her. Clang! At this critical moment, a blood-red long knife suddenly fell. It severed the claws of the mountain beast that were lunging at Chu Xiaoxiao, and hot blood splattered onto her face. Only then did Chu Xiaoxiao come to her senses. She stared blankly at the blood-colored long knife embedded in the ground, and the whip-like rope that was 4 to 5 meters long behind it. It was the effect of the Thousand Houses' third whip under the return state. What are you still dawdling for? Do you want to be bitten to death? Jiang Huan's roar made her instinctively look up. She saw that the mountain beast, having lost its only claw, did not give up its attack. It opened its mouth full of fangs and lunged at Chu Xiaoxiao. Ah! In the next moment, the exposed crazy nurse suddenly leaped out from her body. Two slender yet curvaceous legs quietly clamped around the mountain beast's head, and a huge syringe swung down. With a gentle pull, the mountain beast's robust body deflated instantly, like a leaking balloon. Jiang Huan and Lu Yiming arrived almost simultaneously. Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Lu Yiming asked, his hands trembling with anxiety. Who would have thought that in the next moment, Chu Xiaoxiao would directly leap into Jiang Huan's arms? Jiang Huan, that was so scary. It just jumped out at me out of nowhere. Lu Yiming was dumbfounded, his already not so large eyes now wide open as if they might pop out. Silence, a deathly silence. Chu Xiaoxiao was still lost in her own world. Jiang Huan, you saved me again. At this moment, Jiang Huan felt incredibly awkward, especially under Lu Yiming's fiery gaze. What's that smell? Chu Xiaoxiao, lying on Jiang Huan's chest, instinctively sniffed. A mix of cheap perfume and a faint strange odor entered her nostrils, and in her mind, the image of Sophie's pale cheek flashed. She suddenly lifted her head, just in time to meet Jiang Huan's extremely awkward face. Only then did she notice that everyone's attention was on her and Jiang Huan. With a whoosh, her face turned red, as hot as a monkey's bottom. Jiang Huan, you smell terrible. She didn't know what got into her, but after saying that, she quickly ran out. Jiang Huan awkwardly looked at Lu Yiming. It's not my fault, she came onto me. Lu Yiming's fists were clenched tightly, his rational mind telling him that this had nothing to do with Jiang Huan. But seeing the person he liked throw herself into Jiang Huan's embrace, he couldn't accept it emotionally. He needed an outlet to release the anger in his heart. He glared at Li Ming and the others. Step by step, he walked towards them, his knuckles cracking. You, just now, why didn't you help Xiaoxiao? Deep in the cave, in a relatively spacious and ventilated area, two campfires burned. Jiang Huan and his companions sat distinctly apart from Li Ming and his group by the two campfires. A strange silence enveloped both groups. Just moments ago, Lu Yiming had tried to demand an explanation from Li Ming and the others, but ultimately received only a frightened response. He had wanted to vent all his anger on them. Who would have thought that the returning Chu Xiaoxiao would call a halt to it? A single phrase, "Did you forget our rules?" made Lu Yiming lower the hand he had raised in frustration, and ultimately, this mission could only be temporarily halted. Lu Yiming wanted to leave, but Jiang Huan told him to hold on, there might be a good show to watch. He didn't understand Jiang Huan's meaning and tried to seek support from Chu Xiaoxiao, but to his surprise, she said Jiang Huan was right. This only made his already gloomy heart even gloomier. The campfire crackled, and Li Ming was the first to break the silence. You three, please don't mind what just happened. After this matter, we will leave Luoxia Mountain. I will host a banquet to apologize to you, and give you a satisfactory compensation. Jiang Huan and Chu Xiaoxiao did not respond. In desperation, Lu Yiming could only pout and stand up to reply, don't worry, since we promised to help you complete the task, we won't go back on our word. As soon as these words were spoken, the 7 mercenaries breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. In that case, let's take a short break. We'll act again in the second half of the night when the demon beasts are resting. The cave once again returned to the pleasant atmosphere it had before. The mercenaries boasted and joked, trying to win favor with the three. Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't be bothered with them and immediately sat down next to Jiang Huan, chatting with him. Jiang Huan, the 3rd tier, Mountain Demon King, seems to have mental control. My thoughts felt like they slowed down a lot at that time. Jiang Huan nodded, I noticed, but as long as we are careful, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with. In fact, the moment he saw Chu Xiaoxiao's dazed expression, Jiang Huan realized that the Mountain Demon King should have some mental control techniques, just like the Yi priest. But it was only a little, otherwise, Chu Xiaoxiao wouldn't have been brought back to her senses by Jiang Huan's angry shout. Jiang Huan, you said earlier that there would be a good show tonight. Does that mean they have ulterior motives? Chu Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Jiang Huan and whispered. Jiang Huan shot her a glare and looked at Li Ming and the other 7, signaling her not to ask here. However, Chu Xiaoxiao moved even closer to Jiang Huan, lowering her voice further. That shouldn't be the case, right? 1 3rd tier and 6 2nd tier spirit masters. Lu Yiming could crush them all by himself. How dare they? The fragrant scent from Chu Xiaoxiao kept invading Jiang Huan's nostrils as she got closer. Jiang Huan quickly supported her shoulder to maintain some distance. It wasn't that Jiang Huan was a gentleman. He just felt that although she was beautiful, she ultimately lacked the charm that a mature woman should have. Therefore, he had no interest in her. What you see isn't necessarily the truth. In any case, just remind Lu Yiming to be careful tonight. Seeing Jiang Huan deliberately keeping his distance, and recalling his intimate actions with Sophie, Chu Xiaoxiao felt wronged. What kind of eyesight is that? How am I not as good as that ugly creature? Whether it was psychological or because women are naturally sensitive to smells, Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to catch a strange scent from Jiang Huan again. She quickly covered her mouth and nose. Jiang Huan, I can't be bothered with you. You smell terrible. After saying that, she walked off to a corner to sit by herself. At first, Jiang Huan thought Chu Xiaoxiao was just saying it out of anger. When the same words came up twice, even he began to doubt whether he really smelled bad. Could it be because I haven't showered while rushing on the road these past 2 days? Jiang Huan sniffed hard, constantly checking different parts of his body. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a faint, elusive, hard-to-detect strange smell from his chest. This smell did not belong to any category of irritating odors. It was like a hormone, quietly dispersing. If Jiang Huan hadn't sniffed carefully, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Is this a demon-attracting agent? No wonder the mountain demon ambushed us silently. It turns out it was lured here. Jiang Huan had been training in the ruins with Zhang Yu for many days. Zhang Yu had used the demon-attracting agent more than once to draw nearby demon beasts to train Jiang Huan's combat instincts. Therefore, Jiang Huan was very familiar with the demon-attracting agent. But when did I get this on me? Jiang Huan murmured silently, replaying the events of this afternoon in his mind. Suddenly, the image of Sophie crying with tear-filled eyes, her hand gently resting on his chest, flashed in his mind. So it was at that time. He turned his gaze towards Sophie. The cunning woman was chatting idly with her companion, a slender cigarette flickering in her hand. As if sensing Jiang Huan's gaze, she slowly turned her head, her alluring eyes seeming to want to devour him in the next moment. This scene was precisely witnessed by Chu Xiaoxiao, who was sitting in the corner, puffing up her cheeks in anger. Jiang Huan, is there something wrong with your eyes? How am I any less than that old hag? Chu Xiaoxiao's sulking was noticed by Lu Yiming, who had been secretly watching him. Oh no, Xiaoxiao can't be falling for Jiang Huan, can she? He cast a complex glance at Jiang Huan, only to find him locking eyes with Su Fei. A relieved smile appeared on his face. Thank goodness, Jiang Huan isn't interested in Xiaoxiao. I still have a chance, but this guy really has a peculiar taste. Forget it, everyone has their preferences. I just need to take care of myself. He then hurriedly walked over to Chu Xiaoxiao. Jiang Huan withdrew his gaze, looking down at the fire pit in front of him, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown playing at the corners of his mouth. The world is treacherous. I still need to be more cautious. However, since the seductive potion has already been used, if all goes well, this play should reach its final act. After going through such a long detour to deal with me, I'm really curious about what your final move will be. In the quiet of the late night, snoring echoed in the cave. Aside from one mercenary on watch, everyone else had fallen into a deep sleep. A wolf howl sounded from afar. The 6 who had been sleeping suddenly sat up. They exchanged meaningful glances, and finally, their eyes all turned to Jiang Huan and the other 2 on the other side of the cave, revealing a chilling smile. But the next moment, with a glance from Li Ming, everyone returned to normal, pretending to be drowsy. You 3, it's late, we should hit the road. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming quickly got up. As for Jiang Huan, he looked as if he hadn't had enough sleep. Although he sat up, his eyes remained closed. Li Ming walked over to Jiang Huan with a bright smile, patting him on the shoulder. Brother Jiang Huan, wake up. After we finish the mission, I guarantee you a long, peaceful sleep. The kind that no one can wake you from. Jiang Huan's face lit up with a youthful, innocent smile. It's a deal. Li Ming laughed heartily. It's a deal. Everyone packed up and continued deeper into the cave, following the tracks left by the mountain spirits. Whether to make up for past mistakes or to show their stance to Jiang Huan and the others, this time, the mountain spirits they encountered were mostly dealt with by Li Ming and his group. Unless they couldn't handle it, Lu Yiming would step in to resolve it. Another mountain spirit fell at Lu Yiming's feet, and everyone quickly passed by, but Jiang Huan stopped in his tracks. Jiang Huan, what's wrong? Chu Xiaoxiao turned back to look at him, noticing his gaze fixed on the fallen beast's corpse, and couldn't help but feel curious. Jiang Huan pointed to a spot, and Chu Xiaoxiao followed his finger, her face filled with surprise. It has wounds. She saw several cuts on the fallen beast's body, clearly different from the attack style of the Iron Fist. Su Fei, walking ahead, heard Chu Xiaoxiao's exclamation. She smiled and walked over to her. That's normal. There will always be infighting within a group. It's not uncommon for beasts to kill each other. Jiang Huan nodded, his 8 white teeth standing out in the dim cave. That makes sense. You're absolutely right, sister. Just as Su Fei wanted to say something more to Jiang Huan, she caught sight of Chu Xiaoxiao's almost predatory gaze, and then threw Jiang Huan a flirtatious glance, swaying her alluring figure as she walked away. Jiang Huan watched her retreating figure, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Sophie said he didn't believe a word. Based on his observations along the way, these mountain bandits looked panicked, as if they were fleeing for their lives. However, Jiang Huan was very curious about what they were up to and why they didn't just take action directly. Chu Xiaoxiao's soft voice came through. Jiang Huan, is she pretty? Jiang Huan was puzzled and focused his gaze on Sophie's back again. A slim waist, a curvy backside, and thighs that were firm yet voluptuous, with a proud and upright upper body. In terms of figure alone, Sophie was simply devilishly attractive. It's just a pity that on this devilish body, there was a devilish face. She's okay, her figure is better than yours. Jiang Huan's blunt words made Chu Xiaoxiao seem like a volcano about to erupt, on the verge of exploding at any moment. But her face isn't as pretty as yours. Jiang Huan stated the facts objectively, yet it was this one sentence that instantly calmed the soon-to-erupt Chu Xiaoxiao. Her face visibly flushed. So it turns out his taste isn't that heavy, I still have a chance. In an instant, her thoughts raced. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a word, rogue. Then she quickly chased after the group of mercenaries. Jiang Huan was left bewildered. Wait, how did I offend you? Stating facts makes me a rogue now? When Lu Yiming turned to look back, he happened to see Chu Xiaoxiao jogging away from Jiang Huan. He felt a secret joy in his heart. Xiaoxiao must have lost interest in Jiang Huan. My chances have increased a bit. As everyone delved deeper, the cave began to widen, and the path started to slope slightly downward. The temperature began to drop, and Chu Xiaoxiao and the other women had to take out warm clothing from their storage rings to put on. Why do I feel like we're going deeper underground? It's not underground, don't forget, we entered this cave halfway up the mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be inside the belly of the mountain now. I've heard that the mountain bandits like to pile all the stolen goods in one place, and that place is usually the safest spot in their gathering area. With so many mountain bandits around, do you think we're about to get rich? The mercenaries' eyes revealed an uncontrollable fervor. Clearly, the treasure trove of the mountain bandits was full of temptation for them. Jiang Huan's eyes were filled with even more confusion. Could it be that they were really just a group of mercenaries out to make money? Was I overthinking it? When vast treasures from the human world appeared before everyone, the 7 mercenaries could no longer contain their restless hearts. In front of them, aside from a small portion of useless furniture and clothing from human society, there were towering piles of gold, precious materials, and various valuable jewels. There were even quite a few low-level equipment and potions suitable for spirit masters. We're rich. We're rich. These things must be worth at least 500 million. This is a C-grade recovery potion, D-grade thermal suits, and this, a C-grade pseudo-spirit artifact. Captain, just the value of this treasure trove is several times higher than that mission's commission. In an instant, the mercenaries scattered, reveling in the joy of sudden wealth. Faced with so many treasures, even Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao were somewhat stunned. Even Jiang Huan couldn't avoid it. When a massive amount of wealth was presented before him, the impact was enormous. It was far beyond the cold numbers on a bank card. However, unlike the others, Jiang Huan's fervor only lasted for 2 seconds. It was then suppressed by a sense of coolness. His gaze swept over the treasure trove before him, and he noticed that behind this treasure trove, there was an enormous cave. Regaining his composure, Jiang Huan's mind was filled with many doubts. Since this is the mountain bandits' treasure trove, there should be many mountain bandits guarding it. They couldn't possibly have stolen these things and not even bothered to take a look, right? But along the way, apart from a few groups of mountain spirits, the party basically encountered no organized resistance. Moreover, weren't there supposed to be 4 third-tier mountain spirit kings? Aside from one that was killed by Chu Xiaoxiao, the other 3 have yet to appear. And what about the cave entrance behind the treasure vault? Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed in the vault, causing the frenzied mercenaries to unconsciously put down the treasures in their hands. Brothers, let me say a few words. Lu Yiming stood atop a wardrobe adorned with gold, silver, and jewels, a smile on his face. Once again enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention brought him great pleasure. Everyone, your task is to find the items entrusted to you by the wealthy merchant. Although we haven't found them yet, I estimate they are right here among this pile of treasures. The 3 of us accompanied you all the way here, and while we may not have contributed much, we've certainly endured hardships. Splitting this batch of treasures in half isn't too much to ask, right? A man with a mole on his face expressed his dissatisfaction. Why should we? After we finish, we still have to lead you out. This is an equal exchange. Lu Yiming snorted coldly. We only helped you complete your task, but we never said we would help you find the treasure vault. That's not part of our cooperation. This treasure vault is included in our task. It's part of the assignment. Why should we share with you? You're raising the price on the spot. You little brat. You're being unreasonable. In an instant, the mercenaries erupted in curses at Lu Yiming, seemingly forgetting how they had previously flattered him. Just as Lu Yiming was about to say something, he was pulled down by Chu Xiaoxiao. Lu Yiming, what exactly do you want to do? How is this any different from being untrustworthy? And, even if you want to share, the three of us should split half. Would they agree? Jiang Huan, hurry and help me persuade him. Jiang Huan, however, seemed not to hear, his right fist clenched, making a gesture of encouragement. Lu Yiming, you must have your reasons. Keep it up. We can't be at a loss. This sudden turn of events made Lu Yiming feel emotional. Good man. Jiang Huan really understood him. Indeed, only men understand the struggles of men. After we return to the demon suppression army, I will definitely look out for him. Chu Xiaoxiao was taken aback, then anger surged from her heart. Jiang Huan, you bastard, you greedy ghost. Jiang Huan smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. He found a clean spot and sat down, appearing completely unconcerned. In fact, although Jiang Huan was greedy, at this moment, he was more interested in using Lu Yiming to force out the mercenaries' true intentions. Seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao was unwilling to let go, Lu Yiming had no choice but to whisper in her ear, Xiaoxiao, do you think I want to do this? You know our team's current predicament. I just want to relieve some pressure for Sister Wei. Chu Xiaoxiao fell silent, as if recalling something, and slowly loosened her grip on Lu Yiming's hand. Lu Yiming chuckled, don't worry, I'll be careful. In the next moment, his aura surged, the presence of a fourth-tier 4-star spirit master enveloping everyone. A pair of iron gauntlets gleamed coldly as they formed around his fists. The murderous spirit of the weapon spirit, Iron Fist, then materialized behind him. I'm a person who values reason. I'll say it once, we've worked for you. Now we want half. Who agrees? Who opposes? Faced with Lu Yiming's unrestrained threat, the mercenaries turned pale, at a loss. One by one, they cast their gazes toward Li Ming. Only then did Lu Yiming notice that since arriving at the vault, Captain Li Ming had remained silent. Yet his gaze had been fixed on the treasures before him, never wavering. Lu Yiming felt somewhat displeased. Captain Li, I believe you wouldn't have any objections to my distribution plan, would you? Li Ming slowly turned his head, a sincere smile on his face. We are here entirely thanks to Brother Lu. It's only right that he takes everything, not just half. This answer pleased Lu Yiming greatly. He smugly glanced at the mercenaries who had just insulted him. Captain Li is reasonable, unlike some people. You Lu. Just as everyone was pulling at each other, Jiang Huan seemed to hear a rustling sound. However, due to the noisy commotion, he couldn't discern where the sound was coming from. These people really talk too much. Jiang Huan couldn't help but mutter. He saw Li Ming standing in front of the treasure vault of the mountain scoundrel, a faint smile on his face, looking meaningfully at Lu Yiming. However, Brother Lu, getting this treasure vault won't be easy. Lu Yiming was taken aback, then grew wary. What do you mean? At that moment, 6 mercenaries gradually walked behind Li Ming, looking at Lu Yiming with a mocking gaze. The eyes of the 7 of them focused on Jiang Huan. It's nothing, just asking you to fulfill your promise. Kill the beast for us. In the next moment, Li Ming pulled out a stone with strange patterns drawn on it with his left hand. He snapped his fingers lightly. The 7 of them instantly vanished before Jiang Huan and the others. One-time pseudo-spirit tool. Coordinate stone. Lu Yiming shouted instinctively, then immediately realized the situation was dire. Get out of here. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion erupted behind the 3. A massive shockwave sent their bodies flying, and countless treasures scattered across the ground. The entrance they had come through was instantly blocked by a huge rock. The explosions continued, as if the entire passage at the entrance had collapsed. As the dust settled, Jiang Huan and the others got up, covered in dirt. First the coordinate stone, then the spirit power bomb. Jiang Huan, you were right. These people have no good intentions. Lu Yiming spat out the dust in his mouth, angrily cursing. But what good does it do them to trap us here? Don't they want these things anymore? And why are they targeting us? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Huan in confusion. Jiang Huan remained silent, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Jiang Huan, what are you smiling about? Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao asked in unison. Jiang Huan smiled. We were so careful along the way, yet we still fell into their trap. Aren't you curious how they buried the spirit power bombs right under our noses? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming exchanged glances. Yes, ever since Jiang Huan had warned them, every move of the 7 had been under the watch of the 3. How did they bury the bombs? Don't think too much about it. This is the only way out in front of us. Are we going? Chu Xiaoxiao, who was not fond of thinking, decided to drop the issue. After saying that, she pointed casually at the huge opening behind the treasure vault. Due to the explosion's impact, nearly 1/3 of the opening was covered in rubble and dirt, but people could still pass through. Lu Yiming nodded. We can only take this path, but before we go, I need to collect more things. After saying that, he intended to gather all the valuable items in front of him into his storage ring. However, Jiang Huan grabbed his shoulder. Jiang Huan, what are you doing? Don't collect it yet, something is coming. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao's expressions turned serious. Although they didn't hear any noise, both knew that Zhang Huan's senses were sharper than ordinary people. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps, like someone jumping forward, grew closer and clearer. It's coming. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming instinctively took a few steps back until they stood in line with Zhang Huan, feeling a bit more at ease. The three of them activated their spirit tools at the same time. The Thousand Blades, Iron Fist, and Mad Nurse stood behind them, ready for action. The wait was long, although only a short time had passed. Chu Xiaoxiao felt as if days were dragging on. When the first mountain beast came rolling out of the cave, Lu Yiming rushed forward immediately. With a simple straight punch, he smashed the mountain beast's head. He spat. That scared me. Then, as if seeking praise, he turned to Chu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Huan, saying, "It's taken care of, let's go." However, Zhang Huan shook his head and pointed behind him. Lu Yiming was puzzled and looked into the cave. The darkness seemed endless, and the stench left by the beasts that had long inhabited this place wafted out continuously. A feeling of unease rose inexplicably within him. He vaguely heard footsteps approaching rapidly, like waves crashing. Glowing green eyes appeared in the darkness, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 10 pairs, 20 pairs, 50 pairs, hundreds of pairs. He could vaguely see 3 figures that were far more robust and taller than the others. Holy crap! A small beast tied. The moment Lu Yiming exclaimed, Zhang Huan and Chu Xiaoxiao sprang into action. They could not retreat. Otherwise, if these mountain beasts entered the treasure vault, the vast environment would leave the 3 of them surrounded. The 3 of them, along with their spirit tools, stood before the massive cave, engaging in a fierce battle with hundreds of mountain beasts. In the distance, in the cave where Zhang Huan and the others had previously rested, the campfire flickered. A tall, thin figure stood quietly with arms crossed nearby. Not far away, there was a stone the size of an egg, engraved with strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was identical to the one in Li Ming's hand. Centered around the stone, various intricate characters and materials formed a magic array that emitted a wondrous fluctuation. The magic array flickered like a heartbeat, as if resonating with something. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, and 7 figures appeared in the center of the magic array. The moment the 7 appeared, the stone in Li Ming's palm and the one in the center of the array both turned to powder. The brilliance of the entire magic array dimmed instantly. Upon seeing the tall, thin figure, Li Ming's hearty laughter rang out. "Fatty, you've worked hard. The timing for this bomb was just right. The plan is perfect." Fatty grinned ominously. "It's all thanks to Captain Dugu's good arrangements." Sophie stepped forward and threw herself into Fatty's embrace. The two shared a passionate kiss, their restless hands roaming over each other, and their hurried breaths echoed in the cave. The other 6 seemed unfazed, quietly waiting for the 2 to finish. After a moment, Sophie tidied her disheveled hair, gasping for breath, her face filled with satisfaction. "Captain Dugu, if you ask me, why not just take action directly? You made the brothers put on a show for so long." Sophie's complaint resonated with the others. "Exactly, Captain Dugu. You even made me flatter that brat Lu Yiming. I've never said so many disgusting things in my life. Just thinking about how he blabbers in front of us makes me want to shoot him. A 4th tier, 4-star kid, and he dares to threaten me." Dugu Ming looked at the displeased expressions of the crowd, his smile growing wider. "What's wrong? Can't you guess the reason?" The others shook their heads. Even Fatty, who had just returned, looked at Dugu Ming with confusion. Dugu Ming nodded. "Then let me tell you. Let me ask you, is our strength stronger, or is the Yi family's strength stronger?" Dugu Ming scanned the crowd and then asked. Everyone looked at each other, but still provided an accurate answer. "How can we, these scattered soldiers, compare to the Yi family? Then if they want to kill Zhang Huan, why don't they use their own people and instead look for outsiders like us?" A man with dreadlocks pondered for a moment and then provided an answer. "Didn't they say that their people have all gone out on missions?" Dugu Ming shot him a glance. "Only a brute like you would believe that." He then turned to Sophie. "Tell them about your feelings regarding Zhang Huan." Sophie nodded slightly. "As you all know, I previously followed the captain's instructions and tried to leave a lure on Zhang Huan, so I had a bit more contact with him. How should I put it? Zhang Huan gives me a sense of danger." The crowd was puzzled. Why? The contrast. The contrast in him is too great. Throughout this journey, he has been taciturn, like that classmate in school who never speaks, as if he were air. But, you saw it. When the Mountain Demon King launched the surprise attack, he acted decisively, without any hesitation. In fact, his reactions were much quicker than ours. He seems like a hidden killer lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. When he doesn't act, you don't even realize he's there, but once he does, you don't even have a chance to react. On the surface, he appears to have second-tier strength, but I have reason to suspect that, like us, he possesses hidden strength as a pseudo-spirit. However, considering his age, his strength probably doesn't exceed 3rd tier. The crowd fell silent. They were all experienced mercenaries, and while they might sometimes be arrogant, they would certainly take their teammates' viewpoints to heart. Du Ming continued. Let me ask you, what do you think of Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming? A man with a goatee crossed his arms and laughed. What can they do? One is a 4th tier 4-star, the other a 4th tier 3-star. Their strength is decent, but they exude a foolishness, likely flowers grown in a greenhouse, not to be feared. Du Ming sneered. Any additional comments? The goatee man frowned. Could it be that they have secrets too? Du Ming gave him a meaningful glance. Why wouldn't they? You should know that we aren't the only ones who hide our identities. The crowd looked puzzled. What identities are they hiding? Du Ming shook his head helplessly, seemingly disappointed in his subordinates. People can lie, but you should know that some habits formed in life can't deceive others. If you pay attention, you'll notice that when I called them awake in the late night, their swift and decisive movements were exactly like those of the Demon Suppression Army soldiers. Moreover, that Lu Yiming, when he walks, unconsciously straightens his back and straightens his legs. He doesn't look like an ordinary spirit master at all. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, but some still had doubts. Captain, even if one is hiding strength and the other is from the Demon Suppression Army, can't we 8 of us take them down at the same time? Du Ming's gaze turned cold. You should read more books, yet you insist on watching island films. Our mercenary group indeed has all members at 4th tier, with the strongest among the 8 being 4th tier 8-star. The weakest is 4th tier 2-star, with an average strength of 4th tier 5-star. On the surface, we seem to have them firmly suppressed, but when out in the field, who doesn't have some desperate means? Have you forgotten what the Demon Suppression Army gives to each soldier? At this, those mercenaries with a carefree attitude finally gasped in shock. They all thought of the same thing. The secret medicine of the Demon Suppression Army, spirit summoning. Du Ming disdainfully scolded. Now you know to be afraid? If Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao fight us to the death, among the 8 of us, there will definitely be a few unlucky ones who will be left here forever. The crowd fell silent. Du Ming saw that his goal of rallying everyone had been achieved, and he immediately switched to a gentler tone to continue. You are all my beloved friends. How could I let you take risks? That's why I used a little trick. Everyone suddenly understood. They finally realized why Du Ming had asked Fat Dun to pretend to be seriously injured, using his groans to attract Zhang Huan over. Then he had Fat Dun feign death to deceive Zhang Huan and the others into helping them enter the cave of the mountain spirits. Finally, he would blow up the exit, causing them to be besieged by hundreds of mountain spirits. At that time, they wouldn't have to take any risks to complete this task with Zhang Huan. The crowd couldn't help but praise Du Ming's cleverness. However, Su Fei wore a serious expression. Captain, their strength, that group of mountain spirits, even if there are 3 third-tier mountain spirit kings, at most they would just tire them out, right? They can't kill them. Upon hearing this, Du Ming exchanged a knowing smile with Fat Dun but said nothing. Fat Dun suddenly hugged Su Fei. Fei, do you think the captain asked me to do what? Isn't the captain asking you to plant the bomb? A lewd smile appeared on Fat Dun's face, and his large hands had already climbed to new heights. I've lured that black wind bear at the mountain top over. Su Fei's eyes widened. That beast is almost 5th tier. She wanted to ask more, but the intense reaction from her body made it impossible for her to continue. The 2 of them were engrossed in their own pleasurable actions, while the others seemed to have long since gotten used to it and paid no mind. The crowd sighed. Captain, as expected of you, double insurance. Zhang Huan and the others are doomed. Yes, those treasures in the treasury, plus hundreds of mountain spirit materials, and the injured Zhang Huan trio along with the black wind bear, and their storage rings and spirit tools. Captain, this is simply killing 4 birds with 1 stone. This wealth, I bet even your brother's 10 years of income can't compare. It was unclear who suddenly said this, but the crowd, who had just been grinning from ear to ear, instantly fell into dead silence. They had known Du Ming for many years and all understood that one must never mention his brother in front of him. Du Ming seemed to freeze for a moment. Memories of the past he least wanted to recall flooding his mind. In his mind, an 18-year-old youth, somewhat resembling him, was stepping on his spirit tool, a bracelet that could manifest as a green snake. My foolish brother, people are divided into ranks, and so are spirit tools. Their fates are determined from birth. I am the divine body among spirit tools. What makes you think you have the right to challenge me? Next time, don't let your disgusting spirit tool appear in front of me again, or I won't hesitate to destroy it myself. The memory abruptly ended, and Du Ming came back to his senses, noticing that his 7 subordinates were all too afraid to speak. Unusually, this time he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Yes, this mission of mine is worth 10 years of his salary. And this is just the beginning. the Yi family has promised to support us vigorously in the future. I believe that with our abilities, one day we will also become a top team like the Yi family's 12 fiends." As he finished speaking, everyone was momentarily stunned, but then they all burst into laughter. Success was within reach, and Duguming had already opened the knot in his heart from the past. "Captain, with the support of the Yi family, with your abilities, surpassing your brother in the future will be a piece of cake." "Exactly. We can still expect you to lead us to become top mercenaries like the Yi family's 12 Evil Stars team." "Captain, our future is promising." Looking at the joyful expressions of everyone, Duguming was filled with hope for the future. "Brother, can you see it? Not everything is predestined. As long as we seize the opportunity, even I, an ordinary spirit body, can turn the tide. You have the demon suppression army supporting you, and now, I also have the Yi family as my backing. Today, I can earn money faster than you, and in the future, my strength will surpass yours too." He adjusted his mindset and clapped his hands. "Alright, everyone calm down. In half an hour, we will go collect Zhang Huan's body. With his life, we exchange for our bright future." In the treasure vault, a heavy smell of blood lingered, refusing to dissipate. Hundreds of corpses of the mountain beast lay scattered in the corridor, and Chu Xiaoxiao was drenched in sweat, having already removed her jacket. Her white t-shirt was soaked, the outline of her purple heart-shaped underwear faintly visible as she fought. Quite charming. As the last mountain beast fell to her, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "I'm exhausted. In my 2 years of military service, this is the first time I've killed so many monsters in such a short time." Chu Xiaoxiao wiped the sweat rolling down her cheek and pouted at Zhang Huan. "Zhang Huan, why didn't you release your other spirit just now?" Lu Yiming also expressed his dissatisfaction. "Yeah, Zhang Huan, if you had released your other spirit, our pressure would have been much less. Just moments ago, the three of them had faced hundreds of mountain beasts. In just over 10 minutes, the wave of monsters had made Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao feel immense pressure. They could only regret not being spirit bodies themselves, wishing they had more spirits to share the burden. In contrast, Zhang Huan, who clearly possessed 2 spirit bodies, had only used 1. Thinking of how hard they had fought while Zhang Huan had held back, both felt a bit resentful. Zhang Huan glanced at the two and simply said, "Conserve strength." Chu Xiaoxiao's expression was complicated. The small tide of monsters formed by hundreds of beasts was not to be underestimated anywhere. At such a time, conserving strength felt like a joke with her and Lu Yiming's lives. Lu Yiming, however, wore an expression of understanding. I get it. Conserving strength for emergencies." He then pulled Chu Xiaoxiao aside and whispered, "Xiaoxiao, I told you long ago, he's just a well-connected guy. The reason he could deal with those mercenaries with the surname Gu must be because he has some disposable good stuff hidden on him. But it seems that thing can't be used now, and it probably has some side effects, preventing him from activating the second spirit." Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. "No way? Then why did he say to conserve strength?" Lu Yiming chuckled. "Xiaoxiao, you don't understand, men can't say they can't do something, they care about their pride." Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but glance at Zhang Huan, only to see him frowning slightly, wandering through the sea of mountain beast corpses as if observing something. Lu Yiming, but why do I feel like he's worried about something happening? Lu Yiming crossed his arms and looked around, puzzled. Worried about what? This is the lair of the mountain beasts, could there be other monsters? As for that bunch of bastards led by Li Ming, I hope I don't run into them again. Otherwise, I'll let them taste the power of the Iron Fist. Zhang Huan paid no attention to their murmurs. He didn't believe that Li Ming and his gang had gone to such lengths to trap them here just to let hundreds of mountain beasts deal with them. Any mercenary with a bit of experience could tell that this group of mountain beasts could only tire the 2 4th-tier spirit masters. They posed no real threat to their lives. At this moment, he leaned down beside a mountain beast king, his eyes scanning it back and forth, his expression grave. The mountain beast king in front of Zhang Huan was covered in blood, with numerous wounds all over its body. In addition to many cuts from long knives and heavy blows from iron fists, there were also several egg-sized penetrating wounds beneath its gray-black fur. Most mountain beasts have terrifying penetrating wounds to some extent. These wounds look like they were caused by long spears, but none of us three have any spear-type spirit weapons. Could it be? Zhang Huan recalled the scene of the mountain beasts rushing out of the cave in a frenzy. They didn't seem to be coming to attack the three of them. Rather, it looked more like they were fleeing for their lives. Is this your backup plan? Well, it seems that Qianrun can level up today. He slowly stood up, the previously stored Qianrun gradually coalescing in his left hand. At the same time, blood energy surged, and Shihu appeared in the dark red blood energy. The ability to force the mountain beasts to flee for their lives without a care made Zhang Huan wary. He looked seriously at the pitch-black cave entrance in front of him. All he could see was an endless darkness, with only the occasional sound of howling wind breaking the silence. Jiang Huan's sudden movement caught the attention of Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming. "Jiang Huan, what's wrong?" As she spoke, Chu Xiaoxiao shot a meaningful glance at Lu Yiming. "Didn't you say he couldn't summon a second spirit weapon? What's going on now?" Lu Yiming looked confused. "No, could it be that he really was conserving his strength?" Jiang Huan stared ahead and said coldly, "Big trouble is coming." Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming exchanged glances, then without hesitation summoned their spirit weapons and rushed to Jiang Huan's side. Although they were puzzled, they both knew that Jiang Huan's senses were far sharper than theirs. Adopting a better safe than sorry attitude, they didn't dare to be careless. The three of them stood once again before the cave, but apart from the overwhelming stench and the occasional sound of the wind, there was no other noise. After a long while, there was still no other unusual sound. Lu Yiming frowned. "Jiang Huan, are you sure there's really trouble?" Even the confused Chu Xiaoxiao now doubted Jiang Huan. "Jiang Huan, did you hear something just now?" Jiang Huan seemed not to have heard, still silently staring ahead. At this moment, even he found it strange, since the mountain beasts were being hunted, why had there been no sign of the pursuers for so long? Was that guy human? Or a beast? Even if the mountain beast's cave was complex and the pursuers were busy hunting other mountain beasts along different paths, it had been so long, why had they not shown up? Lu Yiming relaxed, curling his lip. "Jiang Huan, you're not just messing with us, are you? This joke isn't funny at all." Chu Xiaoxiao also looked displeased. "Jiang Huan, there's a time and place for jokes. We've been tired all night, how can you play with us at a time like this?" Chu Xiaoxiao chattered on in Jiang Huan's ear, but he turned a deaf ear, feeling that things were not so simple. Instinctively, he activated his discernment, hoping to catch a clue in the surrounding darkness. His gaze swept across, but still saw nothing. Just as Jiang Huan was about to doubt whether he was being overly sensitive, a series of system prompts echoed in his mind. "Spirit weapon no." Seven suddenly opened its eyes. It seemed to have encountered an acquaintance. "Spirit weapon no." 13's gaze flickered. She caught a whiff of that person's scent in the howling wind. "Spirit weapon no." 10 hated this scent. It seemed they had an unwelcome past. "Ha, what's going on?" A strong sense of unease rose from the depths of Jiang Huan's heart. Spiritual energy surged into his eyes, causing his pitch-black pupils to shimmer with a faint golden light. His pupils instantly contracted. His figure shot out like lightning, darting between Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao. "Get out of the way." As the long knife swung, he kicked out twice in quick succession, sending the two of them tumbling behind him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the sea of corpses and blood, amidst the treasure trove filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Ethereal yet deadly. Jiang Huan's sudden kick sent the two flying, rolling several times before finally crashing against the cave wall to come to a stop. "Ouch, that hurts." "Jiang Huan, what are you doing?" "Jiang Huan, I did just say something bad about you, but you didn't have to kick me, right?" Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming, one holding their waist and the other supporting their back, grimaced in pain as they looked at Jiang Huan. However, the next moment, their faces were filled with confusion. What is Jiang Huan doing? In front of them, Jiang Huan held dual knives, veins bulging like coiling dragons on his exposed forearms, his aura surging, causing his clothes to rustle. He exerted all his strength, as if grappling with an invisible foe. In the dim environment, with the enhancement of discern, Jiang Huan vaguely saw a swirling black wind before him. Its speed was not fast, yet it obscured what lay within. It seemed as if this black wind was merely to conceal its form in the dark. Jiang Huan pushed discern to its limits, barely making out that within the black wind was a pitch-black spear. The dual knives clashed against the black spear, equally matched, as if neither could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Jiang Huan vaguely saw a pair of eyes filled with malice within the black wind. The quail egg-sized pupils spun continuously, seemingly puzzled. It appeared to have never encountered anyone daring enough to confront it head-on. The black wind gradually weakened, yet the pressure facing Jiang Huan grew ever greater. The opponent was abandoning its concealment, preparing to confront Jiang Huan with full force. A figure as large as a small mountain slowly emerged. Jiang Huan finally saw the true form of the creature hidden in the black wind. Its fur was dark and shiny, stained with a few drops of mountain blood. Below its somewhat pointed mouth, its fangs interlocked, thick saliva stretching between its upper and lower jaws. It looked as if it had not yet had its fill of killing. "Damn! A fourth-tier black wind bear!" Lu Yiming instinctively shouted. Jiang Huan had seen the black wind bear online. It was a powerful beast that roamed places where the dead gathered, feeding on death energy, using black wind to conceal its form, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Coupled with its fierce strength, ordinary spirit masters might never even see its face before meeting their demise at its hands. At this moment, Jiang Huan just wanted to curse Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao's entire family. The reason was simple. The pressure from the Black Wind Bear was simply too great. This pressure far surpassed that of Uncle Fu and Uncle Shi combined. Clearly, it was a beast on the verge of reaching the 5th tier. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming was busy lamenting, while Chu Xiaoxiao stood by watching. How could he not be furious? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and help! Zhang Huan roared, retracting his dual knives sharply, using the opportunity to step back a few paces, and thrusting the blood-red long knife fiercely into the ground. In an instant, blood energy surged, spreading from the tip of the knife throughout the entire treasure trove. The domain unfolded its sacrifice for justice. The Black Wind Bear stumbled forward a few steps, nearly falling over. It glared at Zhang Huan with wide eyes. Roar! The furious roar echoed throughout the treasure trove, and then it charged straight at Zhang Huan with its spear, as if it intended to swallow Zhang Huan whole. At the same time, the blood-red domain enveloped Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming, an unprecedented surge of power inexplicably appearing within them. They even had the illusion that they seemed to have broken through. They finally realized that Zhang Huan was in great danger. Zhang Huan, get back! That's a beast close to 5th tier. The spirit of their weapons coalesced in their hands at the same time. A pair of gloves glinting with a cold light, a needle nearly half a person tall, chilling to behold. The domain unfolds, dragon's tail. The domain unfolds, death surgery. In the blink of an eye, the syringe in Chu Xiaoxiao's hand transforms into an enlarged scalpel. Lu Yiming leaps high like a boxing champion. His iron fist aims at the head of the Black Wind Bear. Meanwhile, Zhang Huan raises his twin blades, trying to deflect the Black Wind Bear's thrusting black spear. Clang! The sounds of 3 people and 1 beast colliding like steel resonate simultaneously. The clashing of gold and iron intertwines, echoing in this treasury filled with treasures and corpses. Why is it so hard? No way! Even if the Black Wind Bear has tough skin and thick flesh, it shouldn't be unscathed. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming widen their eyes, looking incredulous. Their iron fists and scalpels seem to strike against an iron curtain, leaving only a shallow scratch on the Black Wind Bear's fur, with no other marks. A flicker of malice flashes in the Black Wind Bear's eyes. Zhang Huan suddenly feels something is wrong. Get back! The backstab is triggered in an instant. Zhang Huan's figure vanishes. A violent aura surges from the Black Wind Bear, and the originally thrusting black spear sweeps towards Chu Xiaoxiao on the right in an instant. The massive bear paw slams down towards Lu Yiming. The two want to escape, but it's too late. Thud! The overwhelming force sends both of them flying. At the same time, Zhang Huan appears behind the Black Wind Bear, swinging his twin blades towards the bear's barrel-like neck. 1,000 blades, a cold light suddenly appears. 1,000 households, 5 blades. The azure blade light resembles polar ice. The air seems to freeze. The blood-red blade light appears as if 5 blades are stacked, about to break through all obstacles in its path. Clang! The immense force, enhanced by the domain life for justice, becomes even greater. The Black Wind Bear staggers a few steps to the side. All of this happens in the blink of an eye. A hint of confusion flashes in Zhang Huan's eyes. The usually unstoppable 1,000 blades and 1,000 households leave only shallow marks on the Black Wind Bear's fur. How can this be? Just as Zhang Huan is about to retract his blade, the Black Wind Bear, like a small mountain, charges at him like a speeding dump truck. In this short distance, the Black Wind Bear is like a black lightning bolt. Zhang Huan has no way to dodge. Bang! Zhang Huan's entire body crashes into the domain behind him like a kite with a broken string. The brutal impact sends his blood and energy into chaos. An overwhelmingly tyrannical force invades his body with reckless abandon, causing massive destruction. Zhang Huan's internal organs begin to suffer from the impact. Blood continuously spurts from his mouth. Zhang Huan tries to stand, but the dizziness from excessive blood loss makes it hard for him to rise. Slow healing quietly activates. A warm current rises from his lower abdomen, attempting to dissolve the invading tyrannical force and repair Zhang Huan's broken body. However, at this moment, Zhang Huan feels that slow healing is really a bit slow. The Black Wind Bear growls low and strides towards Zhang Huan. It intends to completely slaughter this human who dared to offend its dignity. Zhang Huan gradually regains consciousness. The increasingly close footsteps tighten his nerves. At this moment, he has no power to resist at all. Buzz buzz buzz, the blades of 1,000 blades and 1,000 households tremble continuously. 31 phantoms emerge from the blades. The manifested 1,000 blades and 1,000 households coldly gaze at the Black Wind Bear. A tremendous killing intent envelopes the Black Wind Bear, causing its advancing steps to involuntarily halt. Its pitch-black eyes, shrewdly rotating, scan the blood-red domain and the suddenly appearing 31 men. The two sides confront each other like this, and after a few seconds, Zhang Huan finally regains his strength and struggles to get up. He turned his gaze to Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming, both of whom, like him, were spitting blood. Their spirit tools had also dimmed, having lost the infusion of spiritual power. Clearly, the The blow from the Black Wind Bear had rendered them powerless. Are the people from the Demon Suppression Army so fragile? In fact, Jiang Huan understood that it wasn't that the two were weak, but rather that they didn't possess an absurd ability like slow healing, as he did. Jiang Huan's gaze shifted back to the Black Wind Bear before him, filled with confusion. Its fur was absurdly tough, the domineering and strange aura that invaded its body. This was completely different from what he had learned about the Black Wind Bear online, and the alert sounds that echoed in his mind when it appeared. This Black Wind Bear is strange, Jiang Huan concluded. Xianhu glanced at Jiang Huan, who had stood up again, then looked at the Black Wind Bear and coldly said, "Kill anyone who offends my master." Xianran also shot a glance at Jiang Huan, though unable to speak. The fact that he drew his long knife already indicated his stance. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, 29 personal guards drew their willow leaf knives from their waists. 31 men charged towards the Black Wind Bear simultaneously. The Black Wind Bear showed no fear. A sinister smile appeared on its fierce face, as if it didn't regard them at all. Meanwhile, a series of system alert sounds rang in Jiang Huan's mind. The Black Wind Bear's black spear dissipated inch by inch, swirling around it, transforming into a black whirlwind. The Black Wind Bear's form, just like at the beginning, once again concealed itself within the black wind. Shenron and Xianhu, leading the 29 personal guards, surrounded the black whirlwind. The howling wind whipped their long hair and clothes as they swung their long knives in unison. A puzzling scene unfolded before Jiang Huan. The long knives struck the black wind as if slicing through air. There was no resistance at all. The Black Wind Bear hidden within seemed to vanish into thin air. Spirit no. Seven felt that the host was somewhat foolish, attempting to deal with a beast nourished by the aura of the deceased in the usual way. Spirit no. 13 was somewhat angry. She didn't understand why a beast would carry his aura. She was trying to find the source of this aura. Spirit no. 10 was somewhat impatient. They really didn't want to encounter him someday in the future. The continuous system alert sounds furrowed Jiang Huan's brows into a shape. His heart was filled with confusion. How should he deal with the Black Wind Bear nourished by the aura of the deceased? Whose aura was it, after all? Why did it anger Spirit no? 13? Why was Spirit no? 10 concerned about them? Who did they not want to meet? Just as Jiang Huan pondered, the black wind before him stirred. The black wind swept past the 31 men surrounding it. It charged towards the blood-red barrier. Jiang Huan frowned tightly. This nearly 5th-tier Black Wind Bear shouldn't be that foolish, but why was it charging towards the blood-red domain? Did it think it could smash through the barrier with brute force? However, a scene that left Jiang Huan dumbfounded unfolded. The moment the black wind touched the blood-red domain, it not only faced no obstruction, moreover, it passed through effortlessly, like a drop of water falling onto a lake. As if to mock Jiang Huan, it turned its head and showed him a human-like sneer as it crossed the domain. It simply passed through the barrier, leaving Jiang Huan, Shenron, Xianhu, and the 29 personal guards staring at each other in the blood-red domain, along with the fainted Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming. The Black Wind Bear just left like that? It didn't even engage me in battle within the domain. And why was it able to pass through the domain without any hindrance? Jiang Huan clearly remembered that he had never seen any recorded information indicating that the Black Wind Bear could freely traverse the domains of others. Unhindered passage, Jiang Huan muttered. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of unease flashed through his heart. Without a second thought, he drew his knife and swung it behind him. Clang! The long knife came down, deflecting the black spear that had suddenly thrust out from behind. At the same time, Jiang Huan quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and the Black Wind Bear. What a sneaky old bastard, Jiang Huan scoffed. The small eyes of the Black Wind Bear were filled with great confusion. It did not understand how Jiang Huan had seen through its tactics. Little did it know that Jiang Huan excelled at waiting for the right moment to strike, catching his opponents off guard and winning in one move. Jiang Huan loved to do this, and he also remained vigilant against others trying to do the same to him. The attitude of the No. 7 spirit towards the host has changed. It did not expect the host to respond so calmly to the attack of a half-soul body. Half-soul body? The corners of Jiang Huan's mouth curled into a smile. He did not know what a half-soul body was, but he understood soul bodies. There were many types of demon beasts, and soul-type demon beasts were a special existence. They lived like ghosts in certain specific places, feeding on some ethereal substances. For example, the yin soldiers that fed on death energy, the nightmares that fed on dreams, the joyless that fed on joy, and the angerless that fed on rage. Once these substances entered their bodies, they would transform into a conglomerate of negative energy, continuously strengthening their power. No wonder your fur has become so tough, and you can traverse domains at will. It seems this big dumb bear must have encountered some kind of fortuitous event, allowing it to exist in the form of a half-soul body. However, since that's the case, I have a way to deal with you. Jiang Huan slightly raised his hand, and the blood-red domain quietly dissipated. Since the domain could not confine it, the enhanced 30% strength of the domain had lost its effectiveness. First, maintaining the domain consumed too much spiritual energy. Second, shrinking back into the domain and allowing the black wind bear to attack him at will would only put him in a passive position. Jiang Huan did not like being passive. The black wind bear looked at the receding domain. A cruel smile flashed in its shifty eyes. It suddenly lunged forward. The spear in its hand stabbed toward Jiang Huan like a dragon. Jiang Huan keenly sensed that the spear concealed a domineering aura identical to the one before. He could not be struck by the spear. Jiang Huan blocked with his knife. As the sound of metal clashing rang out, Jiang Huan activated Conceal Breath and Backstab. He instantly flashed behind the black wind bear. The long knife in his hand, resembling shattered glass, suddenly swung out. A faint golden light, like a spider's web, flickered on the blade. The once rock-solid fur, at this moment, was actually cut open by 1,000 blades. The wound was shallow, but a faint trickle of blood could already be seen seeping out. The No. 7 spirit was somewhat surprised. It did not expect the host to be able to injure a half-spirit body, and it began to take an interest in the host. The black wind bear, in pain, turned to attack Jiang Huan. However, behind it, there was no trace of Jiang Huan. At this moment, the manifested 1,000 blades and 1,000 households were already rushing in. It hurriedly defended itself. 1,000 households launched a fierce attack, bold and sweeping, but it still could not inflict any damage. In contrast, 1,000 blades, with the long knife transformed by spiritual energy in hand, occasionally emitted a faint golden light, continuously creating small wounds on the black wind bear's body. The wounds were small, but there were too many of them. Left with no choice, the black wind bear could only shift its defensive focus toward 1,000 blades. In the darkness nearby, after landing a hit, Jiang Huan activated Conceal to hide to the side, secretly observing the weaknesses of the black wind bear. Sure enough, after the 1,000 blades was refined with fine gold, it gained an effect of evil repelling, which was particularly effective against these lifeforms composed of negative energy. However, perhaps due to the insufficient amount of refined gold, the evil repelling effect caused relatively low damage to the black wind bear. But Jiang Huan looked meaningfully at the black wind bear's massive body, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A multitude of ants can take down an elephant. You really are a good target. As the black wind bear and the two spirit weapons fell into a stalemate, Jiang Huan moved. When he struck again, he had already appeared in the blind spot of the black wind bear's vision. The effect of evil repelling activated. The ability bleeding activated. A small wound was cut open. Unlike any previous wounds, blood began to uncontrollably seep out. Roar! The black wind bear howled in pain, raising its spear and recklessly lunging at Jiang Huan. However, Jiang Huan's figure vanished once more before its eyes. The 1,000 house lunged at him again. The 1,000 blades once more left tiny wounds on him. Jiang Huan's gaze was sharp. He quickly seized the next opportunity to strike. Put, put, put. One person and two spirit weapons coordinated with each other like this. Before long, the black wind bear was already drenched in blood. Everywhere his gaze fell, there were small knife wounds. More than half of them seemed to be bleeding uncontrollably. The black wind bear keenly realized that if this continued, perhaps it would die here today. With this thought, the black spear in its hand began to dissipate inch by inch, gradually forming a black wind that swirled around it. Perhaps due to its severe injuries, the black wind it summoned was slower than any previous time. Jiang Huan clearly saw that its mountain-like body was gradually transforming into a mass of black mist. In the blink of an eye, most of the black wind bear's body had turned into black mist, merging with the black wind. To be able to transform between soul and physical form, so this is a half-soul body. No wonder I couldn't hit it before. What is that? Jiang Huan clearly saw that the mass of black mist was swirling around something that resembled a shoulder guard. Spirit weapon No. 7 sensed the presence of an old friend on the shoulder guard. Spirit weapon No. 13 was somewhat surprised by this shoulder guard. She seemed to be making a difficult decision. Spirit weapon No. 10 was somewhat displeased. They did not want to see this shoulder guard at all. Many spirit weapons began to pay attention to this shoulder guard, and Jiang Huan's brows furrowed slightly. Why is this shoulder guard attracting so much attention from the spirit weapons? Spirit weapon No. 13 decided to leave the sword box, and the system was trying to calm her down. Warning! Spirit weapon No. 13's desire to leave is too strong. System calming failed. Spirit weapon No. 13 is about to leave the sword box. Please prepare, host. In an instant, Jiang Huan's pupils constricted. A thought flashed through his mind. It's over. In the system space, counting from left to right, the 13th spirit weapon's sword box floated in midair, flickering on and off. Iron chains as thick as an arm loosened from the sword box, 1 loop, 2 loops, the chains began to slowly loosen, unbinding. Zhang Huan's heart leaped to his throat. No! He must quickly deal with the Black Wind Bear. He clearly remembered that when the Thousand House first appeared, it had initiated a trial against him. If he succeeded in the trial, he would gain the spirit weapon's recognition. Otherwise, the spirit weapon would leave him. Refusing the trial was not an option for Zhang Huan. After all, he had gained a lot from the trial with the Thousand House. But at this moment, if he accepted the trial, Zhang Huan did not know if spirit weapon no. 13's trial would cause him to faint like the Thousand House did. Once he fainted, the severely injured Black Wind Bear would be his greatest threat. Zhang Huan suddenly sprang out from the darkness. The 1,000 blades, shattered inch by inch in his hand. Shattered edge, activated. Evil repelling, activated. Bleeding, activated. Countless blades transformed into shooting stars, piercing through the black mist from all directions. They brought forth a torrent of blood. The manifested 1,000 blades in Zhang Huan made the same move at the same time. That long sword, conjured from spiritual power, shattered into countless blades, like shooting stars, heading towards the Black Wind Bear. Although his blades lacked the bloodshed enhancement, they still caused considerable trouble for the Black Wind Bear. Seeing that both of them had inflicted substantial damage on the Black Wind Bear, Qianhu grew anxious. With a flick of his cloak, countless flying knives shot out. However, unlike the attacks from Zhang Huan and 1,000 blades, his flying knives, upon touching the black mist, not only failed to draw any blood but instead flew out as if pushing against the air, without any obstruction. Clearly, his attack had no effect on the Black Wind Bear, which had transformed into black mist. Qianhu stomped his feet in anger. Duanluan, your mother. In the next moment, the blood-colored long sword in his hand transformed into a simple blade. Effect, ripples. He leaped into the air, aiming for the Black Wind Bear's head, which had not fully turned into black mist. Bang! The immense spiritual power transformed into waves, crashing against the Black Wind Bear's head. Yet, as always, apart from leaving a shallow mark on its body, it had no further effect. The Black Wind Bear glared at Zhang Huan with its eyes full of malice. A long spear, formed from black wind and black mist, suddenly shot towards Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan's expression turned serious as he quickly dodged. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to manipulate thousands of blades, continuously wearing down the Black Wind Bear with a more ferocious assault. However, the Black Wind Bear had tough skin and thick flesh. It seemed determined to endure some superficial injuries to leave this place as quickly as possible. Once the Black Wind Bear's form completely turned into black mist, it did not hesitate to dive back into the cave from which it came. Zhang Huan attempted to manipulate countless blades to block the Black Wind Bear's path, but unexpectedly, the Black Wind Bear charged straight ahead. The shattered blades passed through the black wind, leaving a trail of blood. The Black Wind Bear barreled through, diving into the complex cave ahead. Zhang Huan, 1,000 blades, and Qianhu exchanged glances. They immediately pursued it. Most demon beasts hold grudges. If they couldn't kill it, who knows when it would return for revenge. If Zhang Huan were ambushed while unconscious, he wouldn't even know how he died. The Black Wind Bear wasn't fast, but it was still a bit faster than Zhang Huan. Turning a corner on a rugged path, Zhang Huan suddenly found 7 or 8 cave entrances leading in different directions. Damn! I'm too slow and lost it. Zhang Huan suffered another setback in speed. He tried to find any traces left by the Black Wind Bear nearby. Who would have thought? The Black Wind Bear was too cunning. He didn't know what methods it used, but it left no clues, not even a drop of blood. Damn! Why did I complain about the poor martial arts in Kaiyun City? Zhang Huan slammed his fist against the wall, creating a basketball-sized dent in the rock face. Earlier, Zhang Huan had realized that his weakness was speed. He had tried to buy some speed-type martial arts in Kaiyun City, but he found the quality of those techniques too poor. Rather than waste money, he thought it better to wait for an opportunity to buy something better. But who would have thought he would encounter such a situation? Zhang Huan's gaze suddenly became vacant, and 1,000 blades in Qianhu immediately sensed his abnormality. An indescribable sadness, like the bone-chilling cold wind of midwinter, silently emanated from Zhang Huan. In his vacant eyes, it was as if a dried-up well held no spirit, only endless sorrow. A graceful figure dressed in a light blue Warring States robe, holding a long sword that exuded a sense of loneliness, slowly emerged from Zhang Huan. Her long hair cascaded down, dark strands entwined around the hilt of her sword. The gentle breeze stirred her hair, and just standing there gave Zhang Huan a sense of desolation. The blade bore no intricate patterns, only a vividly lifelike flower. In this dim cave, where there was clearly no light, her sword shimmered with a desperate glow. The moment she appeared, even the howling wind in the cave fell silent. It seemed that even the wind feared to disturb this profoundly sorrowful power. The woman cast a faint glance at Jiang Huan. Though her expression was devoid of emotion, he felt a hint of sorrow in her eyes, as if words were about to spill forth with tears. Strangely, with just that one glance, Jiang Huan felt an elusive connection with the woman before him. Unable to help himself, he murmured, "So beautiful." This woman was truly stunning, more beautiful than any woman Jiang Huan had ever seen. Her beauty was not one of mere appearance or bone structure, but an extreme, chaotic, resolute, and shattered beauty. The woman surveyed the 7 or 8 caves before her, then her figure floated into one of the caves like a gentle breeze. Though her movements were slow, in the blink of an eye, she vanished from Jiang Huan's sight. Is she going to chase the Black Wind Bear? Can she harm the Black Wind Bear? Wait, why isn't she testing me? Jiang Huan was filled with confusion, but he merely muttered and followed the direction the woman had taken. The urgent matter was to deal with the Black Wind Bear. In just a few steps, Jiang Huan reached 5 or 6 forks in the path, each with several openings leading in different directions, leaving him unsure of what to do. However, Jiang Huan always managed to find the right path with ease. It was as if a faint connection had formed between him and the woman. This connection continuously pulled him toward the direction she had gone. Spirit No. 13 killed the 4th tier beast Black Wind Bear. Experience plus 700. Spirit 1000 House assisted in killing the 4th tier beast Black Wind Bear. Experience plus 700. Spirit 1000 Blades assisted in killing the 4th tier beast Black Wind Bear. Experience plus 700. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 2100. A sudden series of system notification sounds echoed in Jiang Huan's mind, causing his hurried steps to come to a halt. So soon, the Black Wind Bear has been killed? How did she do it? Just as Jiang Huan was puzzled, he suddenly realized something. System, why didn't you mention her name when referring to Spirit No. 13? Instead, you used No. 13 foot. Jiang Huan clearly remembered that after 1000 House emerged from the box, even though he had not yet contracted with it, the system no longer referred to it as Spirit No. 9 but by its name, 1000 House. But why, after Spirit No. 13 emerged, was her name still not mentioned? The crisp system notification sound rang in Jiang Huan's mind. Spirit No. 13 does not recognize the host, and its information cannot be synchronized with the system. What's going on? Jiang Huan pondered, and with a thought, the spirit page appeared on the system panel before him. Sure enough, only the information for 1000 Blades and 1000 House is present. Before Jiang Huan, there was only the information panel for 1000 Blades and 1000 House. As for Spirit No. 13, there was nothing. It seems she left the sword box because that shoulder armor has yet to recognize me, which is normal. But, Jiang Huan recalled the faint connection he felt with Spirit No. 13. This sensation was somewhat similar to when 1000 House first emerged, but it was weaker. Could it be that I'm just one step away from her recognition? Jiang Huan muttered, his gaze shifting toward the cave ahead. Forget it. I won't think about it for now. I need to find Spirit No. 13 quickly. After speaking, he led Shenhu and Shenrun in the direction of the 13th spirit. Moments later, Jiang Huan arrived at a fork in the road. The 13th spirit was staring at the ground, not even glancing back at Jiang Huan's arrival. The corpse of the Black Wind Bear lay nearby, its body severed, dark red blood pooling around it. Its black spear had also fallen to the side. What is she looking at? Jiang Huan approached and discovered that the 13th spirit was fixated on a shoulder guard stained red with bear blood. Jiang Huan couldn't help but turn his gaze to the 13th spirit. Her long eyelashes trembled gently, like the last leaf on a tree in late autumn, swaying precariously yet unwilling to fall. Every subtle expression on her exquisite face carried endless sorrow. There seemed to be a trace of tears at the corners of her eyes. Jiang Huan pondered, this shoulder guard must be very important to you, right? The 13th spirit looked at Jiang Huan, her beautiful eyes filled with profound loneliness. She seemed to recall something, bent down to pick up the shoulder guard, and handed it to Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why she would give him this shoulder guard that was so important to her. The 13th spirit smiled faintly, and her previously desolate face appeared radiant, like blooming peach blossoms. The 13th spirit hopes the host can clean this shoulder guard for her. It seems to be very important to her. At this moment, Jiang Huan's heart was filled with more and more questions. Being able to easily kill the Black Wind Bear and also manifest herself proved that her quality should be on par with Shenhu. But why had she never spoken? As Jiang Huan contemplated, he took the shoulder guard. The moment he held it, his brows furrowed. such a strong killing intent. This killing intent was different from Shenron's lethal strike. It was also different from Qianhu's battleborn killing intent. This killing intent was imbued with a sense of arrogance that proclaimed, "Who else but me?" It contained a fearless, relentless, and determined will to win at all costs. Zhang Huan couldn't help but examine the shoulder guard before him. It was ancient, covered in scratches from blades and spears, bearing the marks of war. He seemed to see a young man in his 20s, riding a sleek black horse, dominating the battlefield, invincible. He was arrogant and proud, yet no one in the world could rival him. The thick killing intent emanating from the ancient shoulder guard deeply resonated with the host. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability of killing intent perception from the shoulder guard. Once anyone harbors killing intent towards the host will be able to perceive it clearly, turning passivity into initiative. The system's sudden notification left Zhang Huan astonished. Killing intent perception. Looking at this ability's description, it seems that it will be hard for anyone to ambush me in the future. Zhang Huan recalled the scene when the black wind bear had ambushed him from behind. If it happened again, perhaps the bear wouldn't even have time to strike before being countered. The corners of Zhang Huan's mouth lifted slightly. This is indeed a nice ability. He took out a large bucket of drinking water from his storage ring and began to wash the bloodstains off the shoulder guard. The blood slowly washed away, and as Zhang Huan touched the uneven battle scars on the shoulder guard, his heart was filled with emotion. Just by observing this shoulder guard, the killing intent contained within it allowed him to comprehend such a precious ability. So how powerful was the original owner of this shoulder guard? After the blood and stains were cleaned off, Zhang Huan took out a tissue from his storage ring to wipe away the water stains. The ancient battle armor, having endured the ravages of war, once again revealed its original appearance. The 13th spirit trembled as she took the shoulder guard from Zhang Huan's hands, cradling it in her palms and pressing it against her cheek, as if to feel the breath of its original owner that spanned 1,000 years. The host's kind actions made the 13th spirit feel warmth. Her recognition of the host has increased. Looking at the 13th spirit tool, lost in memories, Zhang Huan felt puzzled. These spirit tools, how are they like humans, giving me the illusion that they have emotions too? If they really do have feelings, what kind of person would make the 13th spirit tool reminisce so deeply? The 13th spirit tool came back to her senses, cradling her shoulder armor in her arms, her beautiful eyes sincerely gazing at Zhang Huan. In those beautiful eyes, Zhang Huan felt a plea. The 13th spirit tool has initiated a trial for the host. Does the host accept? If accepted, the trial will commence immediately. If rejected, the spirit tool will leave the host. The thing Zhang Huan feared the most had come. At this moment, how could he dare to start a trial here? Not to mention whether there were other monsters in the cave. If Li Ming and the others returned, Zhang Huan would be putting himself in danger. Zhang Huan hesitated, and the plea in the 13th spirit tool's eyes deepened. The 13th spirit tool hopes the host will accept this trial. It is equally important to her. Zhang Huan was increasingly confused, and he involuntarily glanced at Qianhu. He clearly remembered how Qianhu had approached him for a trial with an attitude of being the best in the world. Is it possible that every spirit tool has a different way of trial? Zhang Huan glanced at the 13th spirit tool again. In those beautiful eyes, there was not only a plea but also a hint of sincerity. Forget it, fortune favors the bold. With that thought, he turned his gaze to Qianren and Qianhu. I'll be counting on you both later. Zhang Huan didn't know what the new trial method would be like. If he fell into a coma again like last time, he could only rely on his spirit tools. Fortunately, both Qianren and Qianhu were A-grade spirit tools, capable of independently drawing spiritual power. Generally, they should be able to handle ordinary crises together. The only regret was that they couldn't use their own martial skills and abilities. Otherwise, Zhang Huan's safety would be better guaranteed. Qianhu and Qianren nodded. Go ahead and don't worry. Qianhu looked at Zhang Huan seriously. Although it was well-meaning, inexplicably, those words gave Zhang Huan a strange feeling. Zhang Huan helplessly patted Qianhu's shoulder. Qianhu, I really appreciate you. Zhang Huan looked back at the 13th spirit tool and smiled. I accept. Upon hearing this, the 13th spirit tool's stunning face broke into a gentle smile. With that smile, all the previous loneliness and solitude seemed to vanish. A soft green light began to emanate from the 13th spirit tool. She transformed into a streak of light, merging into the long sword in her hand, which was engraved with exquisite flowers. The next moment, the long sword flew in the air for 2 circles before diving into Zhang Huan's palm. The trial of the 13th spirit tool. Please find him within 3 months. A cold sensation came from Zhang Huan's palm, and he looked in surprise at the delicate long sword that shimmered with a cold light. He could more clearly feel the 13th spirit tool's loneliness. It seems that each spirit tool's trial method is not necessarily the same. In fact, if the spirit tool receives high recognition before the trial, it may not even require a trial. The lifelike flower on the sword body caught Jiang Huan's attention for a long time. California poppy? Jiang Huan didn't know many flowers, but he happened to know California poppy. The reason was simple, it was his mother's favorite flower. He had heard his mother talk about the flower language of California poppy: loyalty, comfort, life and death parting. Jiang Huan instinctively wanted to infuse his spiritual power into it, but his spiritual power was met with strong rejection. Jiang Huan frowned slightly. It flew into my hand on its own, yet I can't infuse my spiritual power. He then called up the system's spirit page. Next to Thousand House and Thousand Blade, a new page had been added. Spirit, number 13, quality, effect, domain, experience, compatibility, refinement count? Jiang Huan was somewhat puzzled. System, what's going on? Number 13 wants to follow the host to find him, but until the spirit trial is completed, the host cannot control number 13. As the words fell, the number 13 spirit in Jiang Huan's hand gradually merged into his body. Seeing this, Jiang Huan recalled number 13's pitiful appearance. It seems that before the contract, whether she materializes or disappears is something I cannot decide. However, thinking about how he was one step closer to contracting with number 13, he couldn't help but smile. But this number 13 does seem quite gentle. Friendly reminder, the host must complete number 13's trial within 3 months, otherwise, the host will definitely not want to see an enraged number 13. The crisp reminder sounded like a bucket of cold water poured over Jiang Huan's head. It seems she only looks gentle. The black wind bear has been dealt with. I should hurry back to check on Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming, lest they run into any trouble. Jiang Huan quickly gathered useful materials from the black wind bear and picked up its black spear. It's a decent spirit embryo. If refined into a spirit, it would at least be B grade, but it can only serve as nourishment for Thousand Blade. After tidying everything up, Jiang Huan headed back the way he came. Fortunately, Jiang Huan had a good memory, and successfully made his way back through the winding environment. When Jiang Huan saw Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming again, a look of concern appeared on his face. It seems I underestimated that domineering power. The two were still unconscious, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. A small pool of blood had gathered around them. Given the amount of blood, it was fortunate that they were spirit masters, otherwise, ordinary people would have long since perished. Spirit number 7 felt somewhat emotional, sensing an extremely violent aura from this domineering power that was somewhat similar to an old friend. Spirit number 10 seemed a bit troubled, as this aura appeared to be stronger than before. Jiang Huan took out a recovery potion from his storage ring to give to the two. However, the system's prompt sounded continuously. What kind of existence is the spirit number 13 looking for? Why does it seem like they are somewhat wary of him? Jiang Huan shook his head. Forget it, no time to think about that. I need to get them their medicine. He propped up Chu Xiaoxiao's head. She looked as if she were on the brink of life and death. Jiang Huan removed the cork from the recovery potion with one hand and was about to feed it to Chu Xiaoxiao. A strong killing intent enveloped the host, putting the host in a life-threatening situation. Task triggered, please eliminate all 8 malicious mercenaries. Upon completion, the host will receive a random reward. Just as Jiang Huan raised his hand, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. A prickling sensation appeared behind Jiang Huan. He turned around to see the passage that had been destroyed by Li Ming and others. Boulders and dirt completely covered the entrance. This prickling sensation should be the effect of killing intent perception. Jiang Huan held his breath and focused, trying to hear any sounds from the sensed direction. The sound of rushing air came from the other side of the cave, occasionally accompanied by dirt and small stones falling from the collapsed boulders. However, Jiang Huan could not hear a single sound. Just as he began to doubt whether the killing intent perception was as effective as he had imagined, a crack. He vaguely heard the sound of stone cracking and earth being dug. This sound was continuous, coming towards him at an incredible speed, like a pendulum. A smirk appeared on Jiang Huan's face. This, killing intent perception, seems far more practical than the 5 senses. It will be hard for anyone to assassinate me now. He bent down to look at the still unconscious Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming, closing the lid of the recovery agent again. I can only make do with you two as bait for now. You must hold on. Once I deal with them, I'll feed you the medicine. Remembering how the two had previously slowed him down, Jiang Huan decided to save them only after dealing with Li Ming and the others. After saying this, he gently set Chu Xiaoxiao down, slowly stood up, and walked towards the dim corner. The long knife, 1,000 blades, gradually condensed in his hand. In the blink of an eye, his presence vanished from the entire treasury. In the collapsed passageway, 2 men were vigorously digging a tunnel. On the left, a man with dreadlocks swung a turtleback pickaxe. On the right, a short and stout man had 2 mountain claws attached to his hands. The two worked in tandem, digging the tunnel at a speed that was surprisingly quick and steady, almost like a jog. Li Ming and the 6 others walked behind them, chatting and laughing. Chenda, Tao Wang, you two have such a good synergy with your spirit tools. After retirement, you could start a demolition company together. Pa, you're the one retiring. We'll stick with Boss Dugu and become top mercenaries. By the way, why don't we take another passage? Why waste time and effort digging this one? Are you stupid? What if the Black Wind Bear doesn't leave right away? If we go another way, we'd be in danger. The group laughed and joked, and although Dugu Ming didn't speak, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Captain, why aren't you talking? Dugu Ming waved his hand. What's there to say? I'm just wondering if we can complete the Yi family's mission. Captain, you're joking, right? That's the Black Wind Bear, a half-soul Black Wind Bear. They're doomed. Exactly. Captain, after this mission, with the Yi family's support, your 2 spirit tools will surely rise from B rank to S rank. Your brother will have to bow to you. By then, you better take care of us. Their words stirred Dugu Ming's blood. Brothers, don't worry. Wealth and honor never forget each other. Let's hurry up. Upon hearing this, the morale of the group soared. The digging speed increased. With the final swing of the pickaxe, the massive stone blocking their way shattered. The ground was littered with corpses and a sea of blood, the heavy stench of blood bringing a chilling yet fervent smile to the faces of the mercenaries. Captain Dugu, your plan is perfect. Inside the treasury, the sight of beast corpses was everywhere. Dugu Ming was quite satisfied with this. He nodded slightly, stopped dawdling, quickly find that kid's body. The group nodded repeatedly and then scattered, searching for Zhang Huan's body. Keep an eye out. Don't miss that kid's body. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if I lost my mom, I wouldn't miss his body. He's our god of wealth. Where is it? Where is it? That kid wouldn't have been torn to pieces by the beasts, would he? The group searched everywhere, even flipping over many beast corpses, but Zhang Huan was nowhere to be found. Sophie walked alone in a corner of the treasury, covering her mouth and nose, disdainfully kicking the corpses in front of her, holding a dagger that glowed green. After searching for so long, that kid wouldn't have been eaten by the Black Wind Bear, would he? If that's the case, we'd be in big trouble. But that kid really is quite likable, if only back then. Her cheeks, which looked like they had been smeared with putty, actually flushed a little. At that moment, a shout from Chende came from not far away. Hey, come quickly. I've found those 2 demon-slaying soldiers. They only have 1 breath left. Upon hearing this, Sophie was about to turn and walk towards Chende. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her neck. Instinctively, she glanced at her throat. A long knife made of shards was already pressed against her neck, unbeknownst to her. She instinctively wanted to scream, but a familiar, deep male voice whispered in her ear, "Shoo, I like it quiet." The immense pressure of life and death quickly calmed Sophie, the seasoned mercenary. She lowered her voice and smiled seductively. "Good brother, you're still alive. You heard it too, sister quite likes you. How about this, you let sister go, and quietly leave. I promise I won't betray you. Once sister leaves here, I'll come find you, and I will definitely repay your mercy for not killing me. I can satisfy you in any position you desire." She tried to stabilize Zhang Huan temporarily in her own way. However, a cold laugh rang in her ear. "I refuse." To buy time, Sophie continued to ask, "Why?" Thud, thud. However, the answer came in the form of 2 swift strikes from Zhang Huan. One cut her throat, rendering her unable to call for help. The other shattered her heart, extinguishing her life. Spirit, 1000 blades, kills a 4th tier spirit master, experience plus 1300. Joint progress activated, host experience plus 1300. Task completed January 8th. Looking at Sophie's face, which was as ugly as a devil's, Zhang Huan murmured silently, "You're too ugly." Zhang Huan quickly leaned Sophie's body against the rock wall. From behind, it looked as if she was drawn to something. Zhang Huan once again submerged into the darkness, waiting for the next fish to arrive. Moments later, Chen Da's shouts came from not far away. He strode towards Sophie, his dirty braids bobbing with his steps. "Hey, Sophie, why are you still over there? Everyone is waiting for you to analyze the scene." Sophie still had her back to him and ignored him. He felt a bit displeased and muttered as he walked, "So you don't care about me anymore since you got together with Fatty, huh? Didn't you say we could still be friends after breaking up? Sure enough, bitches are heartless." As he spoke, he had already reached Sophie's side and, unable to contain his anger, pushed her. Slap. Sophie, who was crouching, fell to the ground with that push. Chinde, however, looked unfazed, a lewd smile creeping onto his lips. Hey, it's only been 2 months since the breakup, and you want to play something exciting again. Not now, Fatty is watching from behind, get up quickly." He lightly kicked Sophie, but found her as still as a dead dog, not moving at all. An uneasy feeling arose from the depths of his heart. Sophie? Thud. Chende felt the world spin before his eyes, and then he saw his head seemingly being caught by someone. His body was supported by a figure cloaked in darkness, dragged into a blind spot in the treasure vault. He wanted to ask what was happening, but he found himself becoming very sleepy. Spirit, 1000 Blades, kills a 4th tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 1350. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 1350. Task completed February 8th. Zhang Huan looked at the 2 corpses before him and glanced at the remaining 6 people not far away. He did not stay by Sophie's side any longer. Instead, he circled around and stealthily approached the 6 from the other side of the vault. With 2 people missing, this group of experienced mercenaries would surely notice something amiss. Continuing to wait in the same spot would only backfire. Nearby, 6 mercenaries surrounded Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming, their expressions complex. These 2 rookies are obviously placed here by someone. Could it be that kid Zhang Huan? I've searched for a long time and can't find Zhang Huan. Could he have disappeared? I suspect these 2 rookies were heavily injured when facing the Mountain Spirit group, and Zhang Huan had to sacrifice himself to lure away the Black Wind Bear. If my assumption is correct, that kid Zhang Huan is indeed much stronger than these 2 rookies. Du Ming cast a cold glance at Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming, analyzing carefully. But it doesn't make sense for 2 4th-tier Spirit Masters to go down, while a kid who hasn't even grown a full beard can handle this Black Wind Bear. Its ability to appear and disappear at will is something even I fear. At this moment, the chubby man who had been silent spoke up. Where are Su Fei and Chenda? I'll go look for them. With that, he turned to leave. Su Fei had been involved with Chendi, and now that they hadn't shown up for a while, the chubby man was worried about rekindled old flames. Wait! The experience of licking blood on the edge of a knife made Du Ming feel a surge of unease, and he quickly called out to the chubby man. The others looked at Du Ming in confusion. Du Ming took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, Su Fei, Shen Da, what are you doing? Get your asses out here. Su Fei, Shen Da, what are you doing? Get your, Su Fei, Shen Da, what are you doing? His powerful voice echoed in the treasury, the sound overlapping in everyone's ears. After a moment, the echoes faded. The entire treasury fell silent. There was still no response from Su Fei and Chenda. The group exchanged glances, a strong sense of crisis suddenly rising, and their respective spirit weapons quickly coalesced in their hands. Let's go check it out together. Everyone be careful. The 6 of them paired up, scanning for potential dangers, each step taken with extreme caution. Zhang Huan concealed himself within the rock wall, his figure shrouded by the domain of deadly darkness, allowing him to move freely between various mediums like the Black Wind Bear. Coupled with breath concealment and invisibility, ordinary spirit masters would never be able to detect him. Zhang Huan coldly surveyed the 6 people, finally fixing his gaze on Du Ming. No wonder he can be the captain, he's quite cautious. A confident smile curved at the corners of his mouth. But is this useful? In the next moment, he moved with a strange and agile step, wielding a long knife that seemed to be made of shattered glass, rushing towards the last 2 spirit masters hanging back. Among the 6 mercenaries, the last 2 were a short, stout man who had previously been responsible for digging the passage, tightly gripping his turtleback pickaxe, looking ready for battle. The other was the tall, thin man who had pretended to be dead to deceive Zhang Huan and the others, the chubby man. Utilizing breath concealment, invisibility, and the triple effect of deadly darkness, Zhang Huan silently approached the stout man's back. His gaze was cold, as if devoid of any emotion. Whoosh! Transforming changes activated. As 1000 blades stabbed towards the 2 men's hearts, a new blade rapidly sprouted from the knife's body, making the long knife appear like a double-headed fork. Thud! Clang! One side of the blade fiercely pierced the stout man's heart. The other side was firmly grasped by the steel claws in the hands of the tall, thin man. Spirit weapon, 1000 blades, kills a 4th-tier spirit master. Experience plus 1470. Joint progress activated. Host experience plus 1470. Task completed March 8th. Not good. The crisp system notification rang out, but Zhang Huan was only thinking about retreating quickly. Roar! Before Zhang Huan could let go, a bloodthirsty hanging eye white tiger pounced over with thunderous force. Bang! The tremendous impact sent Zhang Huan crashing into the treasures behind him. The white tiger transformed into a surge of overwhelming spiritual power. It directly pierced through Zhang Huan's chest. Crash! Countless gold, silver, and jewels, along with potions and equipment, cascaded down like a waterfall, burying Zhang Huan beneath them. Damn! You scared the hell out of me. I thought it was the Black Wind Bear. Turns out it's just you little brat. Fat Dun spat disdainfully. He glanced at the short, stout man lying in a pool of blood. Old Tao, how many times have we tricked the hidden enemies by exposing our backs? How did you end up capsizing this time? Fat Dun lamented, though there was no trace of sympathy on his face, only a hint of joy. After all, with one less teammate, it meant he could share a bigger piece of the spoils. Ming walked over, coldly observing everything happening before him. As an experienced mercenary team, they were well versed in the art of killing and looting amidst ruins. At the same time, they also attracted attention. When facing hidden enemies, a mere glance between them was enough to know how to respond. Deliberately exposing their backs to lure the enemy into a trap was one of their most common tactics. "What's going on?" Fat Dun sneered. "Captain, you know the effect of my flying tiger. Even if hit head-on, an average person would be severely injured. Not to mention, he was ambushed without any defenses. He's done for." Ming frowned, his expression serious, his mind racing. Why is this kid still alive? That was a half-soul black wind bear. Even I can't say it's a sure win in a one-on-one. He glanced towards the distance, where Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao were located. At some point, the two had opened their eyes, but they looked so weak, as if they could faint at any moment. Could it be that they sacrificed themselves to protect Zhang Huan? Do these two youngsters have such high awareness? "Captain, why think so much? I'm going to cut off his head right now," Fat Dun said casually, as if it were the most ordinary thing for him. Ming nodded. "Be careful." Fat Dun shrugged. "Captain, are you overestimating this kid? He's only 18. When I was his age, I had just broken through to the second tier." Saying this, he drew the dagger from his waist and walked towards Zhang Huan. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of gold and silver falling echoed from the mountain of treasures before him. Fat Dun's footsteps halted as he warily scanned the pile of treasures. Zhang Huan's legs hung limply over the gold and jewels, his entire upper body completely buried beneath the fallen riches. Fat Dun instinctively glanced back at his teammate, who was equally focused on the front. Clatter! The sound of gold and jewels sliding echoed in the treasury. Fat Dun suddenly turned around to see a figure staggering to its feet from the pile of treasures. A horrific wound on his chest was continuously oozing blood. Drip, drip. The falling blood stained the gold and jewels beneath his feet. Zhang Huan stepped out of the treasury, each step causing more jewels to scatter, the clattering sound resonating in the vault. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable in his tattered clothes, Zhang Huan suddenly grabbed at his shirt. Rip! The bloodstained shirt was violently torn apart, exposing his upper body, perfectly proportioned with muscle, to everyone's gaze. The cold gaze sweeping over the crowd made Ming and the others feel a chill. "Weren't you saying he was done for?" Ming frowned and asked Fat Dun. At this moment, even Fat Dun himself was puzzled. When he had just attacked, worried that it was the Black Wind Bear ambushing them, he had put all his strength into that strike. He couldn't understand how Zhang Huan had withstood it. Did he have some defensive artifact spirit hidden on him? "I was careless just now, there won't be a next time." Just as Fat Dun was pondering, Zhang Huan's distant voice rang out. The chill in his tone suggested that everyone before him was dead. He had indeed been careless, thinking to resolve the situation quickly, but he overlooked the shift in roles between hunter and prey, which sometimes changes in an instant. "You little brat, quite tough with your words." Zhang Huan's disdain made Fat Dun furious. All his spiritual energy surged into the flying tiger in his left hand. On the steel claws, the white tiger with its glaring eyes manifested once more. Flying tiger, heart extraction. In the next moment, the manifested white tiger seemed to merge with Fat Dun. He charged towards Zhang Huan like a raging tiger in the jungle. The steel claws in his hand glimmered coldly, resembling enormous tiger claws. Aiming for Zhang Huan's heart, he intended to kill this brat in one strike. He also wanted to prove his strength to Ming. The distance between the two was closing rapidly, and he seemed to see Zhang Huan's heart pierced by him. The smile at the corner of his mouth slightly rose. Just as he was about to laugh, his smile froze. He saw Zhang Huan slightly sidestep, and that unstoppable strike missed entirely. His body continued to rush forward uncontrollably. Thud! Unbeknownst to him, a long knife, resembling shattered glass, had appeared in his hand. The blue light, like ice, struck heavily at his back heart, deep enough to see bone. Bang! Crash! His body fell into a small mountain of gold and jewels, instantly buried beneath countless treasures. "This kid is strange." The remaining four had serious expressions, immediately spreading out to form a pincer formation, surrounding Zhang Huan. They did not dare to be careless. First, it was Zhang Huan's bizarre movement technique he had just displayed, which had narrowly evaded Fat Dun's attack with a slight sidestep, followed by a precise strike that had cut into Fat Dun's back heart. This required extremely high judgment and accuracy. Otherwise, if the judgment failed, the person involved could end up dead or severely injured. Secondly, they had already noticed that the terrifying wound on Zhang Huan's chest had now healed significantly. His flesh was visibly growing new tissue at an observable speed, continuously intertwining. Zhang Huan coldly scanned the four, finally fixing his gaze on Ming, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I said. I won't be careless again. In the next moment, a wave of black energy erupted from the 1,000 blades and spread outwards at lightning speed. In an instant, the entire treasury was plunged into darkness. Jiang Huan's figure vanished before the four like a raindrop suddenly falling into the sea. Not good. It's a domain. Quickly activate the domain. Dugu Ming's pupils constricted. With a startled cry, a green bracelet condensed in his right hand. The green light blazed. The spirits of the four manifested in an instant. Different domains began to spread outwards, continuously battling against the endless darkness before them. Thud! Before the four could fully activate their domains, the sound of a long knife slicing through flesh echoed painfully in the silent cave. Dugu Ming looked towards the sound and saw a burly man in a leather jacket had already fallen. The iconic long knife, made of shattered glass, swiftly pulled from his back. Dang Lin! He roared, rushing towards the direction from which the knife had been drawn. The green bracelet on his right arm shone brightly. At this moment, his domain finally fully unfolded. Domain Serpent's Nest. Behind him, a gaping abyss-like cave suddenly appeared, a foul stench wafting from within. Hiss! Hiss! A snake with a head as large as a lion suddenly shot out from the cave like a green lightning bolt. It charged towards the spot where Jiang Huan had just been. However, apart from Dang Lin's corpse, Dugu Ming found nothing. The 7 or 8 meter long body of the giant snake coiled around Dugu Ming, its eerie green eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, its bright red tongue flicking in and out as if searching for Jiang Huan's scent. Dugu Ming furrowed his brows into a frown. Why can't I find his scent? Where has he hidden? Suddenly, 2 sounds of long knives slicing through flesh came from behind him. He turned to look and saw that the last 2 companions had already fallen to the ground, their crimson blood soaking the earth. A hint of panic appeared on his usually calm face. A strong sense of crisis surged from his right side, and without thinking, he rolled to the side. The azure blade suddenly swept through the spot where he had just been, the sharp intent of the knife grazing the skin of his neck. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out. How is this possible? How can he be so fast? He looked ahead in shock, seeing a figure enveloped in black mist standing where he had just been. He still couldn't see Jiang Huan's face. The only thing visible was the long knife in his hand, glimmering like shattered glass. However, the next moment, a smug smile appeared on his shocked face. The giant snake had somehow blocked all of Jiang Huan's escape routes with its body. Its venomous gaze fixed menacingly on Jiang Huan. But so what? Facing my green snake, Jiang Huan, you're doomed. Jiang Huan slightly furrowed his brows. Are you sure? Dugu Ming snorted coldly. Green snake, take care of him. A foul, gaping maw suddenly opened wide, lunging at Jiang Huan. At the same time, the body of the green snake instantly constricted, tightly wrapping around Jiang Huan. A fervent smile appeared on Dugu Ming's face. He seemed to envision Jiang Huan being devoured by the green snake. I've finally gotten rid of him. Though the process was a bit twisted, and I lost so many brothers, but the result is delightful. Brothers can always be sworn in again later. Clack! The crisp sound of poisonous fangs clashing echoed in the pitch-black domain. The smile at the corner of Dugu Ming's mouth instantly froze. Without thinking, he raised his left arm, a dazzling white jade-like armguard forming around it in an instant. Clang! The azure blade struck the white jade armguard, and Dugu Ming swung his right fist with all his might. The green light on the bracelet burst forth, enveloping his entire right fist. A shadow of a green snake with bared fangs could be faintly seen, moving like lightning. Bang! A punch slammed into Jiang Huan's chest. The immense force sent Jiang Huan flying several meters. My strength is suppressed? Dugu Ming threw a punch and immediately sensed something was off. He could clearly feel that his strength was suppressed by at least 30%. Jiang Huan's figure vanished again, but the massive green snake had returned to his side, and he no longer feared Jiang Huan's sneak attacks. He thoughtfully glanced around the dark domain, only then realizing that not only was his strength suppressed, but even his vision, hearing, and perception were all hindered. To be able to suppress the opponent's strength and move freely in this domain, your spirit's domain is quite impressive. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an A-grade spirit or higher, right? In the pitch-black space, Jiang Huan did not respond to any of his words. He knew that Dugu Ming was trying to bait him into speaking. Once he did, perhaps the next moment would bring a thunderstorm of attacks upon him. Dugu Ming, seeing that he received no response for a long time, couldn't help but sneer. You really are something, being able to wipe out all my subordinates in such a short time. But you should know that there are many reasons that determine the strength of a spirit master, such as the innate talent of the spirit master and the quality of the spirit. And among the talents, aside from one's own comprehension, the most important is the spirit of the vessel. Unfortunately, I am the spirit of the vessel. As he spoke, the white light on his white armguard blazed forth. Another abyss-like cave appeared behind him. A massive white snake, indistinguishable from a green snake, poked its head out of the cave. It played with the green snake for a moment, then positioned itself on either side of Duguming. Two bright red tongues flicked out continuously, and four eerie vertical pupils scanned the surroundings in a 360-degree sweep. What if your vessel's spirit quality is strong? I am the spirit of the vessel. In this world, the spirit of the vessel is the strongest. Don't think that hiding means I can't do anything. You, a brat who thinks highly of your vessel's spirit quality and looks down on everything. I've encountered many like you since I became a mercenary. Guess what? They all died at my hands. Jiang Huan hid in the shadows, coldly watching Duguming, who was gradually falling into a frenzy. Duguming's mockery made him vaguely feel that Duguming seemed to harbor a hatred for those with exceptional talents, but for him, it was nothing he couldn't withstand. The spirit of the vessel, though he didn't know if he was one. However, in terms of the number of vessel spirits, Jiang Huan was not inferior to anyone. At this moment, he had only one thought: to seize the opportunity, to strike Duguming with a fatal blow. Duguming sneered disdainfully, "Not coming out, huh? I was going to leave you with a whole corpse, but now, you've forced my hand." A dark glint flashed across his somewhat grim face, and the fierceness in his eyes intensified. He clasped his hands together, crossing them in a strange pose. The overwhelming spiritual power surged like endless waves on the sea, continuously eroding the deadly darkness. Field overlap. Behind him, the green snake and the white pupils turned blood red. Its body grew even larger. The blue and white light continuously blossomed and merged. The two snake nests behind him began to rapidly fuse under the influence of these two lights, transforming into a larger nest. A foul wind blew out from the nest. The hissing sound of flicking tongues made Jiang Huan's scalp tingle. Countless small snakes crawled out from the massive snake nest. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire deadly darkness. "You can hide, but I want to see where you can go." Jiang Huan, concealed in the shadows, wore a serious expression, and with a thought, he was about to hide in midair. But the next moment, the small snakes on the ground suddenly opened their mouths, and countless thick, foul-smelling venom shot out from their fangs in a parabolic arc, flying into the air, then falling back down like a continuous drizzle. The venom splattered on these poisonous snakes without any effect, but when it landed on the area covered by the deadly darkness, it emitted a corrosive foam and thick smoke. Jiang Huan's expression grew grave as he continuously retreated, moving away to a place where the small snakes had not yet crawled. Buzzing, the long knife suddenly vibrated slightly, and the figure of 1,000 blades appeared beside Jiang Huan. His resolute face, after nearly 3 months, once again showed a weak expression. Jiang Huan knew that the venom from the countless small snakes had indirectly harmed 1,000 blades through the corrosive field. "It seems I can only use that move to end this quickly." Jiang Huan sighed, seemingly a bit apprehensive. With a thought, 1,000 House immediately appeared beside him. The spiritual power of 1,000 blades and 1,000 House surged, as if the spiritual powers between them were continuously colliding and merging, achieving a kind of resonant rhythm. "Ah!" A piercing female voice suddenly rang out. It drew the attention of both Jiang Huan and Duguming. At this moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was helplessly using her hands and feet, slowly retreating backward. In front of her were countless writhing small snakes, flicking their tongues as they approached her. She closed her eyes in fear, screaming continuously. Lu Yiming stood protectively in front of her, his face equally pale. Both of them had been severely injured by the black wind, the overwhelming force impacting every inch of their bodies, leaving them utterly defenseless at that moment. In fact, they had awakened when Jiang Huan attempted to assassinate the short, stout man. They watched as Jiang Huan was gravely wounded, then stood up again. In an instant, he unleashed his domain. Then, with swift and decisive methods, he cut down each of the mercenaries one by one. Throughout the entire process, they saw nothing but a deep blue long knife, not even Jiang Huan's figure. The scenes before them left them speechless in shock. In their understanding, unleashing a domain required time. During that period, encountering a master might lead to being killed before the domain could even be activated. Yet, Jiang Huan's domain unfolded in an instant. Moreover, the effectiveness of the domain was tied to the strength of the spirit master. Under normal circumstances, how could a second-tier spirit master possibly restrain a fourth-tier spirit master? But Jiang Huan not only achieved this, he even forced Duguming to stack his domains. It wasn't until countless small snakes began to crawl toward them that they snapped out of their astonishment. Even though they were spirit masters, seeing so many small snakes writhing before them, constantly flicking their tongues, made their hair stand on end. Duguming sneered, "I almost forgot about you too." He then raised his hand and pointed at them. "Jiang Huan, you wouldn't want your companions to die in the mouths of 10,000 snakes, would you?" Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming's faces turned pale in an instant, and Lu Yiming instinctively swallowed hard. This was it. He almost shouted for help without thinking, but unexpectedly, Chu Xiaoxiao called out before him. "Jiang Huan, don't worry about us. Run." The power after stacking domains. far exceeds the sum of 2 domains, and they must be sent by Long Chun. This has nothing to do with you. Just run. Just remember. Find the Kuemu Wolf Squad. Avenge us. Lu Yiming was dumbfounded. No? Chu Xiaoxiao, I like you, but I didn't plan to die here. Tears were already welling up in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes, a 22-year-old blooming girl, with so much beauty ahead, who wants to die. But she always remembered the purpose of the Demon Suppression Army. Sometimes, even in fear, one must face it. Watching the approaching swarm of snakes, Lu Yiming remained silent, her eyes filled with tears. She grasped Lu Yiming's palm tightly. Lu Yiming, Zhang Huan is innocent. You're a man, you won't be afraid, right? Lu Yiming felt Chu Xiaoxiao's delicate, boneless hand, the first time they had such close contact in the 2 years since they met. Looking at her pitiful appearance, yet the words "you won't be afraid, right?" sounded so harsh. Compassion and pride made impulse take over once again. A man cannot say he can't. He turned his hand to grip Chu Xiaoxiao's hand tightly, then with a resolute expression, he shouted into the darkness, "Zhang Huan, this has nothing to do with you. They are sent by Long Chun to settle the score with us. You hurry and leave. If one can escape, that's one less. Don't worry about us." Then, he glared at Dugu Ming. "You, Li, don't think I'm just a fish on the chopping board for you to slaughter. Even if I die, I will bite you." Zhang Huan frowned slightly. Although these two had been a bit of a hindrance, they still had a sense of loyalty. He glanced at the nearby spiritual energy fluctuations of the 1,000 blades and 1,000 households, which were gradually aligning. Just a little longer, and it will be ready. Dugu Ming looked at Lu Yiming, a teasing smile appearing on his somewhat tanned face. "I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut." In the next moment, the countless small snakes that had been approaching suddenly stopped writhing. Their mouths opened wide. Countless thick venom suddenly shot out. Among them, a part coiled up like a compressed spring, looking at the two with its sinister vertical pupils. Rustled, countless small snakes shot out like arrows, baring their fangs as they rushed towards the two. Chu Xiaoxiao, frightened, tightly closed her eyes, her hands gripping Lu Yiming's arm. Lu Yiming gasped, his pale face suddenly turning red. It was unclear whether it was anger or pain from her grip. "It's over. I'm going to die. What a loss. I've grown up this much and still haven't hugged a girl." Lu Yiming shut his eyes tightly, filled with endless regret. "This bad habit I can't change. What's more important, face or life? I love you, Mom. See you tomorrow." Countless thoughts flashed through his mind as the snake swarm launched their attack, and without thinking, he turned and hugged Chu Xiaoxiao. The soft touch, the warm body temperature, a faint scent of a girl wafted over. "Damn it! Worth it! After 18 years, I'm still a good man." Bang! A loud noise rang in his ears. The imagined pain of being bitten by the small snakes and corroded by strong acid did not occur. "Lu Yiming, why haven't those snakes attacked us yet?" Chu Xiaoxiao's weak voice suddenly sounded. Lu Yiming cautiously opened his eyes. Chu Xiaoxiao was still trembling in his embrace, shivering with fear. He scanned the area and discovered that he and Chu Xiaoxiao were surrounded by a barrier glowing red. Countless small snakes were blocked outside, continuously crashing against the barrier. A blood-red long knife was embedded in the stone in front of them, buzzing ominously. "Xiaoxiao, is this also Zhang Huan's spirit?" Lu Yiming asked, seemingly relieved. Chu Xiaoxiao cautiously opened one eye and glanced ahead. A sense of inexplicable safety rose from her heart. "We are saved." But the next moment, she panicked again. "Zhang Huan, why aren't you escaping?" Dugu Ming's brows furrowed into a twist. "A new domain?" A man wearing a straw hat and tattered hemp clothes stepped out from the darkness. The long knife swung continuously, and countless small snakes perished under its blade. Zhang Huan's familiar figure walked calmly behind him. "You don't think you're the only one with dual spirits, do you?" Dugu Ming's expression was complex as he instinctively glanced at the blood-red barrier in front of him. 30 phantoms emerged from the blood-red long knife, their forms quickly solidifying. Led by a resolute-looking general, they stepped out of the blood-red domain together. 30 willow leaf knives were drawn at the same time. Like a meat grinder, they slaughtered countless small snakes, charging straight at Dugu Ming. This series of changes inexplicably reminded Dugu Ming of his brother. Every time he thought he had everything under control, his brother would easily shatter all his pride. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and cursing. "So what if you're also a spirit body? Your two domains can't completely merge. You're still doomed. Moreover, you're just a second-tier spirit master. How much spiritual power do you have to maintain two domains? Today, I'll show you the difference between complete and incomplete domain overlap." Countless small snakes charged towards Zhang Huan with even more ferocity. Whenever a batch fell, more small snakes crawled out from the snake nest behind him. The green snake led a group of small snakes straight towards the 1,000 house and his 29 personal guards. At the same time, he and the white snake led another group of small snakes to attack Jiang Huan and Thousand Blades. An eerie thing happened. During the rush, a large number of small snakes began to merge into the white snake, the green snake, and his body. Dark red light began to glow on the bodies of the white snake and green snake, emanating an ancient and terrifying aura. Red light also began to glow on Duguming. The veins on his arms bulged segment by segment, forming a pattern resembling a dragon. Jiang Huan, you are destined to be the stepping stone on my path to success. The distance between Duguming and Jiang Huan continued to shrink. Jiang Huan stood still, unmoving, his face showing no signs of emotion. Duguming, you are impressive and very cautious. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered in these past few months. However, there is one thing you have misunderstood. My domain perfectly overlaps. Duguming roared fiercely, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? In the next moment, the blood-red domain burst forth with brilliance. It expanded continuously. In the blink of an eye, it completely merged with the deadly darkness, forming a strange and deadly dark red. The tattered cloth on Shenrun was stained with a hint of dark red. Xianhu and the 29 personal guards had irregular black markings crawling up their armor. The sudden change made Duguming's pupils tremble violently. A sense of crisis surged from the depths of his heart, but he gritted his teeth and struck at Jiang Huan with an even faster and more ferocious punch. He was just a second-tier little brat. He had been fighting with the Black Winged Bear and Mountain Scoundrel for half a day. With the physique of a second-tier spirit master, maintaining the domain overlap couldn't last long. He was now hanging on by a thread. As long as I break this thread, he will surely die. Chu Xiaoxiao dared not look directly and covered her eyes. But her worry for Jiang Huan, along with an inexplicable trust in him, made her open her eyes and peek through her fingers. What she saw shocked her. Just as the white snake was about to touch Shenrun vanished in an instant. Just as Duguming's fist was about to smash into Jiang Huan's face, his entire body passed right through Jiang Huan. Then, Jiang Huan's afterimage disappeared in an instant. Just as the green snake and countless small snakes were about to engulf Shenhu and the 29 personal guards, they vanished collectively as if by magic. Duguming, the green snake, the white snake, and countless small snakes suddenly lost their targets, appearing extremely agitated. Hiding again. Is that all you can do besides hiding? Trash. You might as well kneel and beg for mercy. I'll leave you with a whole corpse, not far away. Lu Yiming muttered softly, Xiaoxiao, is Jiang Huan out of tricks? Xu Xiaoxiao shot him a glare, only then realizing that Lu Yiming was still holding onto her, and quickly pushed him away. Shut your filthy mouth. You're the real donkey. He will definitely be fine. She spoke with certainty, but deep down, she felt uncertain. Jiang Huan was just too young. Poo 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 poo. The continuous sound of long knives slicing through flesh suddenly rang out. Countless blades of light flashed through the darkness. Dozens of figures darted like phantoms between the swarm of snakes and Duguming. Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao could only see afterimages. The afterimages swept past, cutting down the swarm of snakes. The massive white snake and green snake, like live targets, were slashed until not a single piece of intact skin could be found. Duguming dodged back and forth. Even with his rich experience and quick reflexes, he was still covered in wounds. Lu Yiming's eyes widened. Damn, this is too fast. Is this still a domain? He slapped his own face. Xiaoxiao, I didn't see wrong, did I? Jiang Huan is beating Duguming to the point of having no ability to fight back. How is Jiang Huan maintaining such a high-intensity domain? Xu Xiaoxiao looked at everything in confusion. Along with Jiang Huan, 32 figures darted back and forth in this dark red domain. The speed was so fast that she couldn't even determine which one was Jiang Huan. The sharp blades continuously sliced through. Occasionally, countless fragments and flying knives would shoot out. Such a high-intensity offensive. Is this really Jiang Huan's domain? A second-tier spirit master, the spiritual power within him could not possibly last that long. Moreover, he is only 18 years old. It has only been a short time since the awakening of his spirit. Among his peers, there is basically no one who can achieve perfect domain stacking, right? Put. Ah! A cry of pain disrupted Chu Xiaoxiao's thoughts. She looked in the direction of the sound and discovered that tens of thousands of small snakes had been slaughtered. The green snake and the white snake, two spirit forms collapsed on the ground, their figures ethereal. With a swing of a blood-red broadsword, the two giant snakes were reduced to powder. Almost simultaneously, the massive snake nest vanished in an instant. The countless small snake corpses disappeared without a trace. Dugong Ming, with an arm severed, rolled in the treasure vault, knocking down countless gold and silver jewels. His body was covered in unceasing knife wounds, blood continuously oozing out. In front of him, Jiang Huan held a long knife that resembled shattered glass, coldly gazing at him. The bloodstains left by the severed arm quickly slid off the blade. In an instant, there was no trace of blood on the long knife. The dark red domain enveloping their heads vanished in the blink of an eye. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. He won? It seems we don't have to die? The two dragged their bodies, supporting each other as they walked to Zhang Huan's side. After hesitating for a moment, they weakly thanked Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan glanced at the two but did not speak, instead turning his gaze back to Du Gongming. After a long while, perhaps exhausted from howling, or gradually adapting to the pain, Du Gongming lay on the ground gasping for breath, tears inexplicably swirling in his eyes. What is going on? The strongest killing move I painstakingly researched for years was just broken by him. He is clearly just a second-tier spirit master. How could I lose? Even the two spirit forms I painstakingly cultivated were destroyed. It was as if he had returned to that afternoon when he was 18. Brother, people are divided into ranks, and so are spirit forms. Everything is predetermined. But I clearly worked so hard. Isn't it said that hard work is rewarded? Isn't it said that effort brings results? Why can't I even defeat an 18-year-old boy? I am unwilling. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Zhang Huan frowned slightly, then raised his long knife, ready to end him with a single strike. Du Gongming suddenly stretched out his hand. Wait, I have something to say. Zhang Huan was puzzled but did not rush to act. Du Gongming was severely injured, and his spirit forms had been destroyed. At this moment, he was worse than an ordinary person. He covered his severed arm and slowly sat up. I will give you all my money and equipment. I only ask you to spare my life. Zhang Huan scoffed, killing you, these things will still be mine. As he spoke, he had already raised the knife in his hand. Du Gongming panicked, kneeling in front of Zhang Huan, unable to stop bowing his head. Please, spare me. Don't you want to know? Who sent us to kill you? Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao frowned, looking at Zhang Huan with some confusion. They had thought these people were sent by Long Chun. After all this commotion, it turned out they were here to settle accounts with Zhang Huan. But who had Zhang Huan offended that would require spending a fortune to hire a full team of fourth-tier spirit masters to deal with him? Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan paused with the raised knife. I still prefer the unruly you from before. Speak, who sent you? Zhang Huan did not give a definite answer, which made Du Gongming anxious. You have to promise not to kill me first. Zhang Huan's gaze was cold, like ancient ice, as he slowly approached him. The long knife in his hand exuded a chilling aura. Du Gongming was in a panic, continuously retreating. No, don't come over. Zhang Huan, I know you want to enlist, so you can't kill me anymore. Do you know who I am? I am Du Gongming, the Duguba of the White Tiger Camp of the Demon Suppression Army. He is my elder brother. Upon hearing the name Duguba, Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming's pupils trembled violently. It was then they realized that Du Gongming bore some resemblance to Duguba. Du Gongming let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something, he found that Zhang Huan seemed to have not heard his words at all, his eyes still filled with killing intent. Stepping closer to him, Chu Xiaoxiao, Lu Yiming. According to the regulations of the Demon Suppression Army, any soldier of the Demon Suppression Army and their family members in danger. Any soldier of the Demon Suppression Army has the obligation to protect their safety. Do you want to watch me die without helping? Or have you already conspired to join this stinky brat, to harm the family of your colleague? Have you forgotten the purpose of the Demon Suppression Army? Such a huge accusation left Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao, two sheltered youths, dumbfounded. To be fair, they both hoped Zhang Huan would kill Du Gongming. But as Du Gongming said, the regulations of the Demon Suppression Army clearly state that one cannot turn a blind eye to colleagues in crisis, as well as their family members. Otherwise, it would be a serious violation, and they would be sent to a military court. Zhang Huan advanced step by step, and Du Gongming was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Huan, do you think after you kill me, they can help you cover it up? The first rule of the Demon Suppression Army clearly requires soldiers not to lie. If you kill me, when you enlist, the Demon Suppression Army will conduct a background check. Once they ask about the two of them, not only will you be unable to enlist, from then on, you will not only face the pursuit of the Yi family, but also be wanted by the Demon Suppression Army. In the entire Great Xia, there will be no place for you. Zhang Huan suddenly stopped, a look of realization on his face. So you are sent by the Yi family. It must be mostly related to Lu Jiyue. Immediately, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Huan's eyes. The effect of the weapon spirit. Cold light emerges. The weapon spirit, Thousand Blades, revealed its sharpness. The azure blade surged, suddenly slashed out. Zhang Huan, you can't kill him. Zhang Huan, no. Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao almost simultaneously pulled Zhang Huan. The originally aimed knife at Du Gongming's throat suddenly changed direction. It slashed across his face. A terrifying knife wound instantly appeared on Duguming's face. Ah! Blood gushed out. The fiery pain on his face once again made Duguming roll in agony. Zhang Huan's cold gaze swept over Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao behind him. What, do you want to help him? A tremendous killing intent unabashedly enveloped the two. For Zhang Huan, whether to kill or not, he had already offended the Dugu brothers. If he did not kill Duguming in the future, there would likely be more trouble. Zhang Huan did not want to live in constant vigilance against being plotted against. Chu Xiaoxiao and the others keenly sensed the killing intent in Zhang Huan's eyes. This left them somewhat bewildered. After all they had been through together, did he never consider them friends? In fact, it was indeed the case. To Zhang Huan, the two were merely companions on the road. If their actions did not pose a threat to Zhang Huan, he would not mind helping them to a certain extent. If they insisted on protecting Duguming, then they would be Zhang Huan's enemies. Zhang Huan would never hold back. No, Zhang Huan, don't be impulsive. Zhang Huan, calm down. This matter is very complicated. Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained, especially Chu Xiaoxiao, who directly stood in front of Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, listen to me. I also want him dead, but his brother is Dugu Ba. Do you know who Dugu Ba is? The top soldier in the White Tiger camp. He could break through to the 7th level at any time. He is the most promising star to join the Demon Suppression Independent Regiment this year. I, along with Lu Yiming, am a member of the Demon Suppression Army. According to the rules of the Demon Suppression Army, she had only spoken halfway when Zhang Huan's sharp reprimand cut her off. Enough. His gaze, as cold as ice, swept over Chu Xiaoxiao's watery eyes. Chu Xiaoxiao felt her body tremble violently, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. In those eyes, which resembled cold ice, Chu Xiaoxiao sensed a kind of indifference, an indifference to the rules. The manifested 1,000 blades and 1,000 households quickly coalesced behind Zhang Huan. Their equally cold, murderous gazes fixed on Chu Xiaoxiao. Seeing this, Lu Yiming instantly panicked. From Zhang Huan's earlier performance, he knew that even at their peak, he and Chu Xiaoxiao would struggle to match Zhang Huan. Not to mention that both of them were severely injured at this moment. Xiaoxiao, you need to get out of the way. Lu Yiming, if you won't help me, then just step aside. Lu Yiming tried to pull Chu Xiaoxiao away, but in the scuffle, he was instead pushed to the ground by her. Chu Xiaoxiao looked timidly at Zhang Huan and the two weapon spirits behind him. Zhang Huan, you can't. She had just begun to speak when the rest of her words were swallowed back down. The 1,000 households and 1,000 blades glared at her like furious deities, as if they would not hesitate to strike her down if she uttered another word. She cautiously glanced at Zhang Huan, and although his eyes remained cold, he appeared calm. She decided to persuade Zhang Huan again, but just as she was about to speak, Zhang Huan's next action left her dumbfounded. Zhang Huan slowly raised the hand holding the long knife, 1,000 blades, turned it in a different direction, and offered the hilt to her. Zhang Huan, what are you doing? Zhang Huan coldly said, kill him, otherwise, I will kill you. His icy gaze swept over the seated Lu Yiming, and you. Lu Yiming was stunned. What does this have to do with me? Wasn't I trying to persuade Chu Xiaoxiao not to stop you? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Huan in shock, unable to understand why he was forcing her to do such a thing. Little did she know that for Zhang Huan, from the moment Duguming emphasized that they must adhere to the rules of the Demon Suppression Army, he had begun to be wary of them. When Zhang Huan decided to kill Duguming in one strike, the two had intervened, causing his fatal blow to miss, which further deepened Zhang Huan's mistrust of them. Zhang Huan knew very well that in the entire Great Xia, with its 32 protective cities and countless organizations, the Yi family and the Demon Suppression Army were undoubtedly colossal forces within the realm. He had already been targeted by the Yi family, and if he were to be hunted by the Demon Suppression Army as well, even with his system, there would be no place for him in the Great Xia before he fully grew. He could choose not to join the Demon Suppression Army, but he could never offend them again. To ensure that the matter did not come to light, there were only two options: either let the two of them lie here forever, or drag them down with him. Considering that the two had shown him some loyalty, Zhang Huan decided to give them a chance. If they were unwilling to strike at Duguming, Zhang Huan would have no choice but to kill them right here. Tears like pearls streamed down Chu Xiaoxiao's face, one by one, uncontrollably. Zhang Huan, how can you do this to me? I hate you. Zhang Huan remained silent, but the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Lu Yiming quickly got up and pulled Chu Xiaoxiao aside. Zhang Huan, don't take it out on Xiaoxiao. She's just stubborn. He had come to understand that Zhang Huan was the type who, when hitting a wall, would choose to break through it. Once he made a decision, no one could dissuade him. Unfortunately, Chu Xiaoxiao was also a muddled-headed stubborn person. If she spoke to Zhang Huan a bit more, their lives might truly be at stake here. Stubbornness meeting stubbornness, he felt helpless. Lu Yiming, let go of me. Chu Xiaoxiao tried to break free from Lu Yiming's grip, standing in front of Zhang Huan. But who would have thought that Lu Yiming was also determined, firmly pressing her behind him. Zhang Huan, don't mind her, hurry up and make your move. Debts must be repaid, and murder must be avenged. This bastard may be Dugoba's brother, but he was the one who made the first mistake. Zhang Huan looked at him coldly, the long knife in his hand still held in a threatening position. You two, who will make the first move? Zhang Huan paused, his icy gaze fixed on him, as if the air itself had frozen. Or, I could do it myself. A strong sense of weakness kept assaulting Zhang Huan. He even felt an impulse to sit down and rest. This was the aftereffect of the severe consumption of spiritual power after the overlapping of domains. Although the overlapping of domains allowed for the combination of two domains' characteristics, and both the weapon spirit and the host strength could be greatly enhanced, the speed of spiritual power consumption was also several times that of separately deploying the domains. At this moment, Zhang Huan felt completely drained. He was relying solely on his resilience to wear down Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming. But now, he was struggling to hold on. He needed to quickly take some recovery medicine. Before Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao chose sides, he couldn't reveal his weakness. He had to force the two of them to pick a side quickly. Gritting his teeth, he slowly walked towards Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming. His cold, piercing gaze was like a sharp knife, making Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao feel somewhat uneasy. Zhang Huan, we at least know each other, let's talk this out. Don't be impulsive. There must be another way to resolve this. Xiaoxiao, stop making a fuss, everything can be discussed, right? At this moment, Lu Yiming felt incredibly frustrated. He felt like a victim, caught between stubbornness and inflexibility. All he wanted was to survive. Why was it so difficult? Watching Zhang Huan approach step by step, Chu Xiaoxiao was still trying to break free from his control. His nerves were on the verge of collapse. He wanted to ask Chu Xiaoxiao, have you used all your intelligence to trade for looks? Can't you see that Zhang Huan is not joking at all? Xiaoxiao, stop making a fuss. He shouted angrily, and the Chu Xiaoxiao who had just been trying to break free instantly fell silent. She looked at Lu Yiming in confusion. This was the first time in 2 years of knowing him that he had roared like this. Lu Yiming, you yelled at me. But Lu Yiming had no time to pay attention to her. He took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, I understand your thoughts. You just want to drag us down with you. Damn it. It's just killing a mercenary. I'll do it for you to see. Duga Ming had long since fainted from the pain, but he was awakened by Lu Yiming's roar. A fiery pain radiated from all his wounds, but the most painful were the 2 cuts on his arm and face. The hurried, heavy, somewhat angry footsteps made him lift his eyes, just in time to see Lu Yiming striding towards him, a pair of cold, gleaming black gloves gradually forming on his hands. Lu Yiming, what do you want to do? I am Dugu Ming, Dugu Ba's real brother. Dugu Ming's pupils trembled violently as he hoarsely roared, dragging his injured body backward. Lu Yiming quickly caught up, angrily cursing, Pa, Dugu Ba is a genius of our White Tiger camp. How could he have a brother like you who kills and traffics? You must be an imposter. He grabbed Dugu Ming's hair, isn't that right? Li Ming, fast as lightning, a heavy iron fist suddenly struck out. Bang! A loud crash echoed. The iron fist slammed into Dugu Ming's face, and his already bloodied face exploded like fireworks, splattering blood everywhere. Dugu Ming felt dizzy, blood blurring his vision. At this moment, he was as weak as a thread, but the resentful and venomous gaze was fixed fiercely on Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming, you are killing the family of a colleague. My brother will not let you go. The punch just now made Lu Yiming feel relaxed, as if the grievances from suffering at the hands of Zhang Huan and Chu Xiaoxiao, along with the torment of encountering demon beasts one after another, had all dissipated with the force of his iron fist. He spat out a mouthful of saliva. Killing the family of a colleague? This is self-defense. I'm eradicating the tumors in the mercenary industry. He raised his right arm, aiming for Dugu Ming's temple, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a long knife, as sharp as shattered glass, rushed in like a flash of lightning, piercing through Dugu Ming's heart from behind. Dugu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head to look back. Not far away, in the dim treasury, an 18-year-old boy looked at him coldly. Those eyes seemed like a bottomless cold pool in the depths of winter, devoid of any warmth. Weapon Spirit 1000 Blades kills a 4th-tier Spirit Master. Experience plus 2050. Joint Progress Activation. Host Experience plus 2050. Task completed July 8th. Sufficient experience. Would you like to refine the weapon spirit? The continuous system prompts rang out, but Zhang Huan seemed not to hear them at all, suddenly sitting down on the ground, gasping for breath. The killing intent that surrounded him dissipated in an instant. He seemed like an incredibly weak 18-year-old youth. Trembling, he used the last bit of spiritual power to take out 5 or 6 bottles of B-grade recovery potions from his storage ring. Like a traveler in the desert who had been without water for a long time, he gulped down the recovery potions one by one. His exhausted body, like land parched from drought, slowly absorbed the nourishment. The ability slow recovery also quietly activated at the same time, repairing Jiang Huan's damaged body. Jiang Huan's sudden change left Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao stunned. What happened to him? Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? Moreover, shouldn't an ordinary second-tier spirit master only need 2 bottles of B-grade recovery potions? Why did he need so many? Lu Yiming glanced at the lifeless Duguming in front of him, who had died with his eyes wide open, and seemed to think of something, cautiously walking towards Jiang Huan. When he was 3 to 5 meters away from Jiang Huan suddenly stood up, looking at him with a wary expression. What do you want? Lu Yiming quickly raised both hands. Jiang Huan, don't misunderstand. I'm just here to deliver recovery potions. As he spoke, he had already taken out 2 bottles of C-grade recovery potions from his storage ring. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. The quality is a bit low, so don't mind it. Our team has been a bit poor these years. Jiang Huan frowned and did not take the recovery potions from Lu Yiming's hands. He had just forced Lu Yiming to kill Duguming. He didn't believe Lu Yiming would be so kind. However, when he tried to sense whether Lu Yiming had any killing intent towards him, the killing intent perception showed no reaction. Jiang Huan was somewhat puzzled. Why are you giving this to me? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Yiming with the same confusion. She also didn't understand why Lu Yiming wanted to give Jiang Huan the potions. Lu Yiming chuckled and glanced at Duguming's corpse. Jiang Huan, actually, I understand everything. Although you were a bit fierce just now, but you actually want to see our attitude, right? I know you are afraid that I would feel psychological burden from killing a colleague's family, so you chose to take action yourself to resolve it. Thank you. You are a good person. Don't worry. When we return to the White Tiger camp, if the superiors conduct a background check on you, I will definitely keep it confidential. To hell with the Demon Suppression Army regulations. Staying alive is the most important thing. Jiang Huan looked at his expression as if he considered himself a good person, feeling somewhat speechless but not explaining much. Well, as long as you understand. The words of the 2 men echoed in Chu Xiaoxiao's ears, her swollen eyes filled with confusion. Did he never intend to force me to take action from the very beginning? Did he just want to see our attitudes? From start to finish, he planned to bear all of this alone. In an instant, the tears that had just stopped began to swirl once more in Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes. She felt guilty for her narrow-minded thoughts, feeling sorry for Jiang Huan. Little did they know, in Jiang Huan's view, as long as Lu Yiming had taken action, they were all in the same boat. Who killed Duguming was simply not important. Moreover, Jiang Huan's reason for taking action against Duguming was entirely to complete the mission. The thought of the mission made Jiang Huan feel a bit puzzled. It seemed that the system had just prompted a lot, but he didn't know what the mission reward was. With a thought, a light blue screen appeared before him, visible only to him. When he saw the task completed July 8th, he fell into deep thought. I clearly remember that I chopped down all 8 of them. How is there still one left? Jiang Huan's thoughts raced. A figure floated in his mind. By the way, Jiang Huan, what level are you at? Lu Yiming asked curiously. Jiang Huan's various performances tonight made it hard for Lu Yiming to believe he was just a second-tier spirit master. Jiang Huan glanced at him. Second tier. Lu Yiming pouted. Jiang Huan, there's no need to lie, right? This matter has come to a close. We can at least consider ourselves life and death friends. Jiang Huan was too lazy to explain much, his gaze turning to the distance. Who told you this matter has come to a close? Lu Yiming, confused, followed Jiang Huan's gaze ahead. Not far away, amidst the scattered gold and silver jewels, lay a tall, thin man quietly. In the dim treasury, Jiang Huan had just taken a bucket of water from his storage ring when it was immediately taken by Lu Yiming. Jiang Huan, you take a break, I'll handle this. His loyal demeanor made it seem as if Jiang Huan was his leader. Jiang Huan nodded, saying nothing more. Lu Yiming took the water and stepped forward a few paces. Splash! A bucket of water was thrown onto the thin man's body. The thin man suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Who the hell splashed me? He looked angrily at everything before him. The treasury was still the same treasury, but his teammates lay around in disarray, their deaths tragic, and he himself was similarly bound hand and foot. He tried to channel his spirit power to break free, only to discover that a special collar was fastened around his neck. Lu Yiming grinned at him. Don't bother trying. The Demon Suppression Army's Spirit Suppression Collar is an upgraded version of the Spirit Suppression handcuffs. Even a 6th-tier Spirit Master would have to obey. The fat man was filled with rage. Bastard. Hurry up and untie me. He charged at Lu Yiming, but the next second, he collapsed to the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably, as blue arcs of electricity continuously stimulated the area around his neck. Lu Yiming smugly pulled out a black remote control the size of a keychain from his pocket. "You better lie down obediently. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the taste of 200 V voltage and 24-hour continuous electric shocks." The electric shock stopped, and the fat man was filled with despair, no longer daring to make any movements. He lay hopelessly on the damp, cold, blood-scented ground. He couldn't understand how his proud, feigning death, technique had been exposed. "Damn, Jiang Huan, you're amazing. I'm more and more impressed by you. How did you know this guy was faking death?" Lu Yiming looked at Jiang Huan with admiration. Along the way, Jiang Huan's various performances had made him deeply admire him. Especially with the series of events in the treasury, it had elevated his admiration to worship. Although there had been unpleasantness between him and Jiang Huan during this time, at this moment, he only thought it was because he didn't understand Jiang Huan well enough. Jiang Huan looked coldly at the chubby figure lying on the ground like a dead dog and calmly said, "When we encountered them, this guy used this trick to deceive us." Lu Yiming looked at Jiang Huan in surprise. "Are you saying that you noticed from the very beginning that they were plotting against us?" He had thought that Jiang Huan had only figured it out after entering the cave, from some subtle clues about Du Ming and the others. He never expected that Jiang Huan had sensed something was off from the start. "Impossible, impossible. You're just a stinky kid who just graduated from high school. How could you have noticed anything from the very beginning?" The chubby guy roared again like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The martial skill feigning death was an ancient text he had stumbled upon, although he hadn't fully grasped it. Even studying it halfway had already made its effects outstanding. He had once successfully deceived 4th, 5th, and even 6th tier experts with this skill when he was still a novice, allowing him to grow to this day. He couldn't believe that Jiang Huan could see through his feigning death state. Jiang Huan glanced at him indifferently and did not respond. Being observant was a habit Zhang Yu had taught him. The martial skill discernment had enhanced his vision. All of this was what allowed Jiang Huan to see through him. He took the remote control from Lu Yiming's hand. With a gentle press, the chubby guy's body straightened instantly, twitching continuously. Jiang Huan stopped. The chubby guy's tense body immediately relaxed, gasping for air. But before he could catch his breath, the scorching, numbing, powerful electric shocks came again in waves, causing his body to twitch incessantly. Jiang Huan continued to manipulate the remote control in this repetitive manner. Chu Xiaoxiao watched Jiang Huan tormenting the chubby guy like a demon, wanting to say something but afraid of misunderstanding Jiang Huan, so she remained silent. Lu Yiming, however, looked indifferent. "Jiang Huan, why bother with this? Just kill him." The chubby guy was not a relative of the demon suppression army. He had no psychological pressure when taking action. Saying this, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to make a move. "Jiang Huan, don't worry. This time I'll do it. No need for you to take action." Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Huan and Lu Yiming in confusion, feeling an odd illusion. Jiang Huan seemed like a young master from an ancient wealthy family, doing as he pleased, while Lu Yiming appeared to be his vicious dog. Jiang Huan shot Lu Yiming a glance. "If you kill him, who will lead us out of Luoxia Mountain? Do you still want to go back to Hanshui City?" Lu Yiming scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "I got so excited that I forgot about that. But since we need him to lead the way, why are you torturing him like this?" Chu Xiaoxiao timidly chimed in. "Jiang Huan, the demon suppression army prohibits the mistreatment of prisoners." Jiang Huan looked at the two as if they were fools. "If you don't instill fear in him, how will you make him lead the way? And even if he does lead, aren't you afraid he will take us deep into Luoxia Mountain?" After a pause, Jiang Huan looked at Chu Xiaoxiao expressionlessly. "You've misunderstood one thing. I haven't joined the demon suppression army yet." His cold tone inexplicably made Chu Xiaoxiao feel that there was an insurmountable chasm between her and Jiang Huan. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. After a long while, until the chubby guy was foaming at the mouth, gasping for air, Jiang Huan finally returned the remote control to Lu Yiming. "Let him rest for a while, then find a way to wake him up so he can lead us. I'll go tidy up these things." Jiang Huan pointed to the gold, silver, and jewels scattered on the ground, as well as the corpses of the demon beasts and several dead mercenaries. Just as Jiang Huan was about to leave, Lu Yiming grabbed Jiang Huan's shoulder but said nothing. Jiang Huan looked at Lu Yiming in confusion. There was a hint of hesitation on his face, and he looked troubled. What's wrong?" Lu Yiming seemed troubled, struggling for a long time before finally speaking. "Jiang Huan, can you give me these things from the treasury? Don't worry, we only want what you don't need." Seemingly afraid that Jiang Huan might misunderstand, he quickly explained. "Jiang Huan, I don't mean to threaten you. If you don't want to give it, just pretend I never said anything. He understood in his heart that amidst these consecutive dangers, he and Chu Xiaoxiao had not been able to help at all. Logically, these spoils should belong to Jiang Huan. However, he also knew that if he didn't put aside his pride, the future of the Kuemu Wolf Brigade would be even more precarious. Jiang Huan looked at his embarrassed expression and recalled how he and Du Ming had fallen out just to split the treasure. Strangely, he remembered the first time Zhang Yu took him to train in the ruins, arguing with a shady merchant just to get a little more money. Are you really short on money? Lu Yiming nodded, then shook his head. Very short, not just me, but our entire Kuemu Wolf Brigade is in need. Jiang Huan nodded, I understand. He pointed to the small mountain of gold and silver treasures in front of him. I'll just pick a few materials, the rest is all yours. Lu Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Jiang Huan nodded, really? Lu Yiming was somewhat surprised because Jiang Huan didn't even ask for a reason before agreeing. Jiang Huan patted his shoulder, hurry up and wake him up. Lu Yiming nodded heavily, then quickly stepped forward to the chubby man. As if to show his attitude to Jiang Huan, he slapped the chubby man's face hard. What are you sleeping for? If you want to live, get up and lead the way. To this, Jiang Huan just smiled. To Jiang Huan, how precious could the items stolen by a low-level beast like the mountain scoundrel be? The real good stuff was the spirit of the mercenaries and their storage rings. As for this treasure trove, it was probably enough to just take a look. Gold and silver treasures, materials from beast corpses, would fill Jiang Huan's storage ring to 7 or 8 times. And this scene left Chu Xiaoxiao dumbfounded. Jiang Huan, how do you have so many storage rings? It should be known that the price of a storage ring is linked to its internal space size, averaging 100,000 per cubic meter. Generally, low-quality storage rings only have about 5 or 6 cubic meters, enough for spirit masters to store some equipment and materials. However, the storage rings Jiang Huan took out, while not particularly high in quality, were all 30 to 40 cubic meters. Calculating it, one storage ring would cost 3 to 4 million. What ordinary spirit master would waste so much money on storage rings? Jiang Huan naturally wouldn't tell her that he had taken these from others. However, he really didn't know how to explain it for a while. So, Jiang Huan pretended he didn't hear and ignored Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao was left speechless, a sense of loss quietly rising in her heart. He really does hate me. I deserve it. Strangely, she felt as if she had lost something. Meanwhile, Jiang Huan was busy putting one piece of gold and silver jewelry after another into his storage ring. Suddenly, Jiang Huan's hand stopped. In his hand was a piece of somewhat smooth, tattered black cloth. What is this? It has the aura of a black wind bear. Detected A-level pseudo-spirit tool, chasing wind. If possible, who wouldn't want to be a man like the wind? Does the host wish to refine it? A-level pseudo-spirit tool? It looks like a good item to enhance speed. If that's the case, then my shortcoming in speed will be compensated. Jiang Huan was extremely excited. Although he hadn't found a martial skill to enhance speed yet, having this pseudo-spirit tool would have a similar effect to some extent. He suppressed his restless heart and carefully observed the piece of black cloth in his hand, sniffing the scent above it. It feels a bit like a cloak, and besides the aura of the black wind bear, there's also a strong bear smell. Jiang Huan squinted slightly, looking meaningfully at the chubby figure slumped by the cave entrance, resting weakly. No wonder the black wind bear would burrow into the mountain scoundrel's lair. It seems it's all because you put this cloak in the mountain scoundrel's treasury. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming immediately recalled the pain of being thoroughly beaten by the black wind bear, and in a fit of rage, he kicked the chubby figure hard. So it turns out the black wind bear was summoned by you. I'll beat you up. Another slap landed on the chubby figure's face, which was already skin and bones, now swollen like a sausage stuffed with 2 eggs. Jiang Huan's gaze refocused on the black cloak. The black wind bear is really lucky. Not only does it have a shoulder pad that allows it to transform into a spirit body and enhance its strength, but it also has a spiritual embryo that can be refined into a B-grade spirit, and even an A-grade pseudo-spirit. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, forming a wicked smile. But all of this benefits me. Jiang Huan continued to sort through the items in front of him, but aside from some low-quality potions and materials, he found nothing of value. By the time he finished clearing everything, he had filled 7 or 8 storage rings, worth about 5 to 600 million. Then, he reached for the bodies of Du Ming and his 6 companions. Among the 8 spirit vessels, 2 were destroyed by Qian Hu. Of the remaining 6 spirit vessels, 2 dissipated during the separation process. Of the 4 remaining spirit vessels, 3 were C-grade, and only 1 was B-grade. This result puzzled Jiang Huan. Fortunately, the 7 storage rings brought him some joy. All 7 rings were of medium to high quality, with the largest being Du Ming's, which had a full 500 cubic units. Among the rings, there were quite a few A-grade and B-grade potions, but the most abundant were recovery potions, along with many materials suitable for refining spirit vessels. As expected of a mercenary group with all members at the 4th tier, years of accumulation make a difference. Zhang Huan's gaze swept through the contents of each storage ring, and the smile on his face couldn't stop. What is this? Zhang Huan suddenly paused at Duguming's storage ring, a box of black prismatic materials catching his attention. Detected rare material dead iron, can be used for quality enhancement in the spirit vessel field. Dead iron! Zhang Huan gasped. He was familiar with this metal. It was extremely expensive, with a market price of around 500,000 per two, and often hard to find. And Duguming's storage ring had a whole box of it. The quality of Qianren and Qian whose fields can finally be enhanced. Zhang Huan had long noticed that both Qianren and Qian who had low-quality fields. He had tried to find some strategies online for enhancing field quality. However, the answers he found were vague. Unless it was a common spirit vessel, most required personal exploration. Nevertheless, most of these strategies mentioned one point: dead iron is a universal material for enhancing field quality, and if one has enough dead iron, it might directly elevate the field to perfection. Zhang Huan was ecstatic. He even felt that Duguming wasn't here for revenge but was practically delivering warmth to him. Zhang Huan's emotions gradually stabilized, and he suddenly realized something. Duguming and his companions were a private mercenary group that had not joined any organization. Although their strength at the 4th tier was decent among mercenaries, with their abilities, it was impossible for them to find so much dead iron. Thus, Zhang Huan began to examine the box of dead iron. He finally focused on the upper right corner of the front of the box, where two square characters were prominently printed, Yisher. Zhang Huan's expression turned serious. Such a big move doesn't seem like the Lu family's financial power. The only answer is that Yu Wuti from the Yi family has started to target me because of Lu Jiyu. Zhang Huan couldn't help but sneer. To occupy Wushuang, once and for all, they really have gone to great lengths. His gaze began to turn cold. He knew that from this moment on, he and Lu Jiyu, Yi Wuti, and even the entire Yi family would be locked in a conflict to the death. One day, I will uproot the entire Yi family, Zhang Huan silently vowed. At that moment, Lu Yiming came over, dragging the chubby prisoner, along with Chu Xiaoxiao. Zhang Huan, are we ready to set off? Zhang Huan glanced at his phone. It was 4 in the morning. They had already been in this mountain cave for 7 or 8 hours. He nodded. It's indeed time to go. As he spoke, he tossed 6 storage rings filled with valuables to Lu Yiming. Remember to return the storage rings to me later. Lu Yiming's face lit up with joy as he nodded repeatedly. Zhang Huan, from now on, you are my boss. But if there are orders, no one dares to disobey. This treasure, worth at least 500 million, might be a drop in the bucket for the Kuemu Wolf Brigade, but it would solve quite a few troubles. Zhang Huan shrugged, appearing indifferent. If it can help you, that's best. Although Zhang Huan had not systematically studied management, he was aware of the theory of using a big stick and sweet dates. Moreover, having bullied Lu Yiming earlier, it was only right to give him some compensation. However, at that moment, Zhang Huan was still unaware that he had already established the image of a good big brother in Lu Yiming's heart. The next morning, the red sun slowly rose from the distance. The gentle sunlight, however, could not penetrate the thick fog. Zhang Huan and the others, along with the chubby prisoner, emerged from the cave halfway up the mountain. Despite a whole night of fighting, the fresh air made them forget their troubles. Ah, it feels so good to be alive. Lu Yiming shouted at the halfway point, startling countless birds and beasts to flee in all directions. Roar! As if in response, a powerful, overwhelming roar suddenly came from afar. Just that one roar made Zhang Huan's heart race, his blood run cold, and his limbs go weak. His body seemed to act on its own, wanting to crawl on the ground and kneel before the owner of that voice. The pure heart, silently activated, a cool breeze sweeping over every inch of Zhang Huan's body. His heartbeat began to stabilize, his blood heated up again, and his limbs regained strength. Zhang Huan frowned slightly. What kind of monster was it, that from thousands of meters away, could almost make him kneel with just a roar? Seventh tier monster. The trembling voice of the chubby prisoner sounded behind Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan turned to look, only to see that apart from himself, Lu Yiming, Chu Xiaoxiao, and the chubby prisoner were all on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Especially the chubby prisoner, whose already pale face from severe injuries was now even more ashen. The roar dissipated with the wind, and the jungle returned to calm. Lu Yiming and the others slowly regained their senses, collapsing to the ground as if they had just been given a second chance at life. Lu Yiming, what are you shouting about? You almost attracted the 7th tier monster, Chu Xiaoxiao complained. Lu Yiming pouted. How was I supposed to know there was a 7th tier monster in the Luoxia mountain range? Damn it! I've only felt such terrifying pressure from the commander. He looked up at Jiang Huan and found him standing there as if nothing had happened, his back straight. Jiang Huan, are you okay? The pressure from the 7th tier monster has no effect on you? Zhu Xiaoxiao and the chubby prisoner looked at Jiang Huan in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. The roar of the 7th tier monster was laden with pressure, and the three of them had nearly been suffocated by it. Yet Jiang Huan stood there as if nothing was wrong, his posture straight, which left them utterly astonished. Jiang Huan shrugged, a little, not much. Lu Yiming, Zhu Xiaoxiao, Pang Dun. Jiang Huan stood halfway up the mountain, gazing into the depths of Luoxia Mountain where the roar originated. Thick fog, like a veil of divinity, obstructed Jiang Huan's line of sight, preventing him from peering into the secrets hidden within. A 7th tier monster, perhaps it won't be long before I come to find you. Jiang Huan muttered to himself, glancing at the three, secretly thinking, before that, I still need to quickly improve my strength. It seems that 1,000 blades can be upgraded. I need to find an opportunity to enhance its quality without them noticing. At the edge of the Luoxia mountain range, there was an abandoned small town. On the cracked road, there were abandoned shops, houses, and rusty, dilapidated vehicles everywhere. Not far away, four plainclothed mercenaries were engaged in a fierce battle with a 2nd-tier monster. A few minutes later, as the monster collapsed weakly to the ground, joy appeared on the faces of the 4 mercenaries. Captain Baiyun, the activities of monsters have been increasing in frequency these past few months. Who knows when a beast tide might erupt? In previous years, didn't the White Tiger Camp release many extermination missions around this time? Why is it so quiet this year? Yeah, I chatted with my friends last night, and they said that the other camps, Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, have released quite a few missions. Even the Yi family has started to buy up various materials in bulk. But the White Tiger Camp has been silent. I think we should just go to another shelter city. The captain named Baiyun was a rugged-looking man. He nodded, I think so too. And have you noticed that the monsters in the outskirts have been decreasing lately? The three nodded repeatedly, looking at Baiyun with puzzled expressions. Right, Captain, do you know what's going on? Baiyun nodded. I've inquired about it these past few days. They say that since last month, the White Tiger Camp has quietly driven many monsters from the outskirts into the abandoned satellite city to the east. They've even set up a 2,000-volt high-voltage power grid over there, seemingly to create a combat training ground. The three exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. A combat training ground? Why would they set that up if they have nothing to do? Baiyun sighed. You've all heard about the catastrophe at the White Tiger Camp 8 years ago, right? Since then, the core strength of the White Tiger Camp has lost at least 60%. As a result, during the annual joint competition of the 4 demon-suppressing camps, the White Tiger Camp has always come in last. A hint of regret flashed across the faces of the 4. Baiyun continued, it is said that in recent years, although many of the new recruits at the White Tiger Camp have good talent and decent spirit weapon quality, they lack the ferocity and bloodlust. They become timid in actual combat. To address this issue, they plan to directly test the new recruits' strength during this year's assessment. It is said that those who cannot pass, no matter how high their spirit weapon quality or talent, will be eliminated. The 3 mercenaries looked incredulous. What the hell? Does that mean the White Tiger Camp plans to let a bunch of rookies fight monsters directly in the assessment? Aren't they afraid someone might die during the test? Baiyun shrugged, who knows? But there are rumors that the White Tiger Camp has even set aside 1/5 of its budget as compensation funds for this assessment. Everyone gasped. They had no idea how much 1/5 of the White Tiger Camp's annual budget was, but it certainly wasn't less than several hundred billion. Baiyun smiled helplessly. Look at your naive expressions. Several hundred billion is a lot for us, but for a 6th or 7th tier spirit master, it might just be the cost of refining their spirit weapons a few times. The eyes of the group inevitably dimmed. Indeed, 300 years after the revival of spiritual energy, the lives of ordinary people had not changed much. But for spirit masters, money seems to lose its value. The wealth gap is enormous. Hundreds of thousands might be the savings of an ordinary person for most of their life, but for a spirit master, it can only buy a low-level storage ring. Tens of millions might buy a building, but for a spirit master, it can only purchase a rare martial skill. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. It stirred up countless flying sand and stones. The 4 were blinded by the sandstorm, unable to open their eyes. Damn, where did this wind come from? There wasn't even a hint of it. Protect our loot. Moments later, the gale subsided, leaving only a chaotic, abandoned street on the cracked, narrow road of the small town. The 4 were covered in dust, constantly spitting out the grit from their mouths. Phew, What month is it? How can there be such a strong wind? Bai Yun looked into the distance, murmuring, that doesn't seem like wind. Captain, are you joking? If it's not wind, then what is it? Bai Yun, somewhat confused, said uncertainly, I think I just saw a boy's face in the wind. It must be some rich kid practicing a special martial skill, or a pseudo-spirit, or some kind of special spirit. The mood of the group sank even lower. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than that between humans and beasts. They had worked hard to kill a monster worth over 100,000, and they had to split it 4 ways. Yet, a single boy possessed something enviable, as swift as the wind. Seeing the dejected looks on everyone's faces, Bai Yun instead smiled brightly. Do not rejoice in material things, nor grieve for oneself. People start from different points, and their endpoints are different too. We just need to do what we should, and sooner or later, we will reach the destination we are meant to. The others seemed inspired by his words, their despondency lifting. Bai Yun waved his hand. Let's go, we have another task to do. Let me see, the boss of the prosperous group in Hanshui City wants fish, specifically 10 second-tier phoenix tail fish from the upper reaches of the Hanshui River, with a reward of 300,000. More than 10 kilometers away from the fore, the fierce wind gradually slowed down, and a figure of a boy cloaked in black slowly emerged from the swirling dust. As the dust settled, the boy's footsteps paused beneath an abandoned clock tower. Zhang Huan waved his hand, brushing off the dust from his nose. Going too fast isn't good either. It easily kicks up a nose full of dust. He said this with a hint of disdain, yet joy was evident on his face. He looked up at the towering clock tower before him, a slight smile on his lips, and with a few leaps, he jumped to the highest point. He gazed into the direction he had come from and pulled out a beautifully crafted monocular telescope from his storage ring. This was a trophy he had taken from the storage rings of Dugu Ming and the others. Moments later, Zhang Huan, still smiling, put the telescope back into the storage ring. He removed his black cloak, saying, the speed of chasing wind is indeed ridiculously fast. I haven't seen the figures of Chu Xiaoxiao and the others yet. However, chasing wind isn't without its drawbacks. It consumes spiritual power too quickly. It's not very practical for traveling, at most for escaping or chasing. He also returned the black cloak to the storage ring and looked again in the direction he had come from. According to the speed of Chu Xiaoxiao and their motorcycle, it should take them at least another half hour to catch up with me. That should be enough time for 1,000 blades to level up. During these days, he had been constantly looking for an opportunity to refine the spirit. But whether it was Chu Xiaoxiao or Lu Yiming, the two seemed to be glued to him, making it impossible for him to refine 1,000 blades. So, he simply made up an excuse, saying he wanted to test the effects of the pseudo-spirit, chasing wind, and left the 3 far behind. Zhang Huan found a relatively clean corner inside the clock tower, laid down a newspaper, and then sat cross-legged. With a thought, the long knife 1,000 blades immediately appeared in his hand. As if sensing Zhang Huan's intentions, the blade of 1,000 blades began to hum and tremble, and Zhang Huan could feel its joyful mood. A light blue screen floated before his eyes, and upon opening the details page of 1,000 blades, a line of text appeared. Sufficient experience. Would you like to proceed with the spirit refining? Zhang Huan chose without hesitation. A surge of immense spiritual power, not belonging to Zhang Huan, erupted from deep within him, enveloping 1,000 blades. 1,000 blades slowly floated into the air. The overwhelming spiritual power crashed against the blade like raging waves, creating beautiful splashes akin to shattered glass. Streams of power connected to an indescribable entity began to merge with 1,000 blades, attaching themselves to each shard of the blade. A breath that ordinary spirit masters would find hard to detect began to ripple through the air, drifting far away. 1,000 blades was undergoing a refinement completely different from before. The spiritual power gradually faded, and the long knife 1,000 blades landed in Zhang Huan's hand, its blade now adorned with many wave-like ripples, reminiscent of splashes whipped up by a storm at sea. Refinement successful. A-grade spirit 1,000 blades has successfully advanced to S-grade spirit, compatibility +10. Spirit 1,000 blades awakens the effect gale. The shattered blade, like a massive wave whipped up by a gale, aims to crush everything that dares to underestimate it. A figure wearing a conical hat emerged from the long knife, transitioning from illusion to reality. 1,000 blades quietly gazed at Zhang Huan, a smile on its face. A gentle breeze caressed, and the long hair beneath the hat swayed in the wind. Zhang Huan slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw the cold yet warm smile on 1,000 blades' stern face. 1,000 blades, you've become stronger again. Zhang Huan could clearly feel that 1,000 blades was several times more powerful than when it was A-grade. 1,000 blades nodded slightly. Thank you. Zhang Huan was momentarily taken aback, then a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. You can communicate with me now. 1,000 blades nodded slightly. Yes, it's hard work. This inexplicable response left Zhang Huan somewhat puzzled, but he quickly understood what 1,000 blades meant. It must be saying, Thank you for your hard work. The reason it didn't say it fully was likely due to some limitations, just like with Thousand House. It seems that for Thousand Blades to communicate with me normally, it still needs to continue improving its quality. Even so, Zhang Huan was incredibly excited at this moment. After all, for him, Thousand Blades held extraordinary significance. It was his companion spirit, and he had witnessed its journey from F grade to its current S grade. Zhang Huan smiled lightly. Thousand Blades, believe me, one day I will help you break through to SSS grade, or even to the legendary higher quality. Thousand Blades gazed into Zhang Huan's eyes, suddenly clenching its left fist and placing it on its chest. I will shatter myself to repay my master. This humanized expression left Zhang Huan somewhat confused. Thousand Blades, have you always been a spirit, or did something make you become a spirit? Thousand Blades frowned, its calm eyes seemingly stirred by turbulent tides, as if it fell into deep thought. After a moment, it shook its head helplessly. Blank, can't remember. Zhang Huan was not surprised by this answer. He had privately discussed this with Thousand House many times, receiving the same blank response. It was as if someone had deliberately erased the memories of the spirits, turning them into mere tools of slaughter. Just as Zhang Huan was deep in thought, a flash of red light passed by, and Thousand House immediately appeared to the left of Thousand Blades. At the same time, a graceful figure emerged from Zhang Huan's body, the beautiful eyes of the 13th spirit scanning Thousand Blades continuously. Congratulations, Thousand House said with a smile, a hint of envy in its eyes. All glory belongs to my master. Qianrun looked at Zhang Huan with loyalty. Weapon Spirit Qianrun was extremely grateful to the host. Even when Qianrun's quality was too low, the host never thought of giving up on Qianrun, which made Qianrun feel that the host was a person of great loyalty. Compatibility plus 20. Weapon Spirit Qianhu could clearly sense that Qianrun's strength had increased significantly, and all of this stemmed from the host. He began to look forward to when he could also level up like Qianrun, filled with anticipation for the host. Compatibility plus 5. Weapon Spirit Qianrun advanced to S rank, which surprised the 13th Weapon Spirit a bit, but she was even more surprised by the host's actions of never abandoning a low-quality weapon spirit, which increased her fondness for the host. The 7th Weapon Spirit was thinking, if he were to emerge from the box, could the host take him further? This question plunged him into deep thought. The 3rd Weapon Spirit slowly opened his eyes, sweeping over Qianrun. He was somewhat surprised, but not overly astonished, as if he did not care about the appearance of an S-rank weapon spirit. The continuous system notification sounds left Zhang Huan a bit dazed, but what surprised him the most was the sudden increase in compatibility between Qianrun and Qianhu, as well as the 13th Weapon Spirit's increased fondness for him. I didn't expect that after Qianrun improved in quality, it would bring so many unexpected joys. With a thought, Zhang Huan immediately brought up Qianrun's details page. Weapon Spirit, Qianrun quality, S effect 1, Cold Radiance appears effect 2, Ever-changing effect 3, Shattered Edge effect 4, Chaotic Mind effect 5, Resilience effect 6, Evil Dispelling effect 7, Gale Domain, Lethal Darkness, Low Level, Experience, 0% Compatibility, 155 Refinement Count, 6. The Weapon Spirit effect Gale, from the description just now, seems to be a very sharp attack method. I must find a chance to try it out. Zhang Huan's gaze then shifted to the compatibility. Compatibility has reached 155. Besides the 30 points added from this successful refinement, the daily communication and interaction with Qianrun have also increased it a little. Who knows, when the compatibility reaches a certain stage, Qianrun might give me that kind of thing again, just like before. Zhang Huan couldn't help but recall the last time Qianrun gifted him the size of a soybean. He was really curious about what that thing was for. Then, Zhang Huan glanced at the details pages of Qianhu and the 13th Weapon Spirit. The 13th Weapon Spirit's details page was still all unknown, just like before. As for Qianhu, aside from some changes in the experience and compatibility sections, everything else remained the same. Experience, 11% compatibility, 61 with the daily interactions in this enhancement. Qianhu's compatibility has also risen to 61, but the experience does seem to increase a bit slowly. Qianrun has already advanced to S rank, yet Qianhu's experience value is only at 11%. It seems that after leveling up to S rank, the experience required to improve the weapon spirit's quality will only increase. Zhang Huan instinctively thought of the materials piled up in the storage ring, as well as the several weapon spirits that had just been separated a few days ago in the system space. Just as he was about to use those materials and weapon spirits to cultivate Qianrun and Qianhu, a roaring motorcycle interrupted his thoughts, followed by a shout. Zhang Huan, where are you? Lu Yiming, how are you so sure that Zhang Huan is around this clock tower? Zhang Huan peered down through a crack beside the clock tower and saw Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming, tying up a chubby person. The three were riding two motorcycles, looking around below the clock tower. Xiaoxiao, look, as we chased all the way here, the places Jiang Huan passed through are all clean, only the sides are in a mess. We've been chasing all the way here, and just when we got close, the dust started to pile up again. This means he stopped nearby to wait for us. Chu Xiaoxiao clearly disagreed with Lu Yiming's analysis. Can't he just get tired and switch to his motorcycle? Lu Yiming shook his head, wearing an expression that said he understood everything. Jiang Huan is not that kind of person. Chu Xiaoxiao looked a bit puzzled. Lu Yiming then grinned and said, Jiang Huan is a good person. Look, he not only saved us both, he generously gave us nearly 500 million in assets without batting an eye. My goodness, I've never seen 500 million in my life. His tone was so firm, as if he had known Jiang Huan for many years. Then, he said enviously, but speaking of which, that fake spirit tool of Jiang Huan's is really fast. Even if we twist the throttle of our motorcycle to the max, we can't catch up to him. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded. This speed is probably comparable to Duguba's martial skill, stepping on snow without a trace. Their casual chat made the chubby guy, who was tied up in the back seat, a bit unhappy. Hey, now that we're in this small town, you two should know the way. If we go another 100 kilometers or so, we'll reach Hanshui City. According to our agreement, shouldn't you let me go? Lu Yiming slapped him. You think I'm giving you face? Yelling like that? I said I wouldn't go back on my word if I let you go. Stop talking so much nonsense. Just as he was scolding, a tall figure leaped down from above, using the protruding and recessed remnants of the walls to land steadily in front of the three, not stirring up a speck of dust. Jiang Huan, why didn't you answer when I called you for so long? Chu Xiaoxiao mustered her courage and timidly spoke to Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan glanced at her and coldly replied, I'm tired, taking a nap. Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip, about to say something, but the chubby guy, covering his swollen cheek, interjected with a pitiful tone. Jiang Huan, I've brought you here. If we go another 100 kilometers, we'll reach Hanshui City. According to our agreement, you should let me go, right? Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The chubby guy, just slapped in the face, lowered his posture significantly in front of Jiang Huan. He knew very well that Jiang Huan was far more ruthless than the loud Lu Yiming. Damn it! I let you show off for a while. You even dared to hit me. If I don't get revenge for this, I swear I won't be human. Once I shake you off, I'll contact the Yi family and Duguba. Even if the Yi family doesn't care, you three will suffer when you return to the White Tiger camp. Jiang Huan ignored him and instead took out a map from his storage ring, carefully comparing it to their current location. Seeing this, Lu Yiming took the initiative to walk over and pointed to a spot on the map. Jiang Huan, we're here. This abandoned town is the 109th supply town of Hanshui City. 30 years ago, a large beast tide destroyed this place. He then moved his finger along a road on the map. If we go along the national road for another 180 kilometers, we'll reach Hanshui City. Jiang Huan nodded, then put the map away and looked at the chubby guy again. So, that means your task is complete. The chubby guy forced a smile. Yes, I had no thoughts of cheating or being sly on this journey. I was fully focused on taking you the safest and closest route. Moreover, I've deeply realized my mistakes. People shouldn't just look at money, they should be true to their conscience. Don't worry, when I go back, I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Just as he was about to ramble on with various prepared excuses to persuade Jiang Huan and the others to let him go back, Jiang Huan suddenly asked him a question. You're so thin, and not short, why are you called chubby? Fat Dun was taken aback, clearly not understanding why Jiang Huan asked that, but he still suppressed his irritable temper and answered somewhat awkwardly, Oh, I used to be quite a chubby guy, but I'm a bit lecherous. After becoming a spirit master, whenever I had some money, I liked to spend it on women, and over time, I ended up like this. As he spoke, his eyes flickered, and Jiang Huan knew in his heart that this guy was not telling the truth, but he did not expose him immediately. Oh, that nickname doesn't suit you, I don't like it. Fat Dun was dumbfounded, feeling a surge of anger inside. What does my nickname have to do with you? A dog catching a mouse? However, he still wore a flattering smile on his face. Right, I think so too. Didn't I just say I wanted to start anew? I'll change that nickname tomorrow. Put. Before he could finish his sentence, a long knife, as sharp as shattered glass, suddenly appeared in Jiang Huan's hand and, with lightning speed, pierced Fat Dun's heart. With a twist of the knife, Fat Dun's heart was crushed. No need, you can change it in your next life, Jiang Huan said coldly. Fat Dun's eyes widened, a myriad of emotions flashing through them, from surprise to regret, then to anger, and finally to resentment. Why did he want to kill me? How dare he break his promise? Did I expose myself? Impossible, I was clearly acting so sincerely. It's fine, with this stab, I'll be safe. After all, he doesn't know the wonders of my martial skill, feigning death. Once you all leave, I will definitely embellish everything and tell Duguba. In that moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind like a whirlwind. but the intense pain rendered him speechless. This sudden turn of events made Lu Yiming gasp, and Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively covered her mouth. Before the two could react from their shock, they saw Jiang Huan suddenly pull out the long knife and, in a flash, stab it into Fat Dun's right chest, parallel to his heart. Another twist. Fat Dun looked at Jiang Huan in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Impossible, how did he know I could displace my heart? How could he see through all the effects of feigning death? He felt his life slipping away rapidly, but he was helpless. Spirit Tool, 1000 Blades, kills a 4th-tier Spirit Master, experience plus 1850. Joint Progress Activation, host experience plus 1850. Task completed August 8th. Spirit Tool, 1000 Blades, experience plus 5000. Compatibility plus 10. Joint Progress Activation, host experience plus 5000. Reward for host ability, Fatal Transfer. When the host receives fatal damage, it can be transferred to the Spirit Tool. Fat Dun collapsed weakly beneath the clock tower, blood staining the cracked street. Not far away, several beast-like creatures, resembling wolves and dogs, gazed greedily at Fat Dun's corpse, eager to move. Jiang Huan, what are you doing? The Demon Suppression Army does not kill prisoners. And, didn't we already agree that as long as he led the way, we would spare his life? Chu Xiaoxiao finally came to her senses, angrily pushing Jiang Huan without a second thought. Jiang Huan staggered back 2 or 3 steps, steadying himself, and looked at her coldly. Like a 1000-year-old ice, it was impossible to discern any thoughts. Seeing this situation, Lu Yiming couldn't help but think that Chu Xiaoxiao was such a foolish girl. She was causing trouble again. He hurriedly ran to the middle, grabbing Chu Xiaoxiao, who was about to charge forward to accuse Jiang Huan again. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Jiang Huan must have his reasons for doing this. Chu Xiaoxiao pointed at Fat Dun's corpse. He's dead. We promised him, if he led the way, we would give him a way out. Blood rapidly slid off the blade of the long knife, 1000 Blades, its cold light flickering continuously. Jiang Huan narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Chu Xiaoxiao with a gaze as cold as ice. This foolish woman, who had grown up in a greenhouse, had exhausted Jiang Huan's patience. Chu Xiaoxiao, people will take revenge. Today you let him go, tomorrow the Yi family will come knocking, and the day after, Duguba will retaliate. If you think you can handle all this, I have nothing more to say. Jiang Huan did not tell her that even if Fat Dun really had no intention of revenge, Jiang Huan would not let him off the hook. After all, Fat Dun was tied to Jiang Huan's mission rewards. Chu Xiaoxiao felt a bit lost. Having grown up in a happy family, she had always been cherished. Even after joining the Demon Suppression Army, she was especially cared for by the men in her squad. Despite the setbacks during this outing for training, she thought of it merely as a conflict arising from differing positions. Like every young person who had not been battered by society, she instinctively viewed everyone as trustworthy, good people who kept their promises. However, at this moment, her long-held values felt shaky. She looked at Lu Yiming in confusion, seemingly seeking support from him. Lu Yiming scratched his head. Xiaoxiao, don't look at me. You know, I promised him I would lead the way, so I let him go. But to be honest, he's like a ticking time bomb. All along the way, I've been struggling with how to deal with him. He looked at Jiang Huan with some admiration. I don't know if what Jiang Huan said will happen, but I think he's right. Brother Su also told us before that we can't be too rigid. Sometimes we need to nip danger in the bud. Lu Yiming's words deepened Chu Xiaoxiao's self-doubt. Could it be that I was really wrong? Can people sometimes not keep their promises? If that's the case, did my earlier actions make him hate me even more? Jiang Huan couldn't be bothered with her. He had no desire to waste time on a woman with such a bleeding heart. As always, he bent down and stripped Fat Dun of his spirit and took his storage ring. Lu Yiming squatted beside Jiang Huan, curiously asking, Jiang Huan, didn't you stab him in the heart just now? Why did you stab him again? Jiang Huan naturally wouldn't tell him it was because the system didn't make a sound, so he casually replied, some people have their hearts on the right side. Just to be safe, I added another stab to avoid a lot of trouble. Lu Yiming looked enlightened and couldn't help but give Jiang Huan a thumbs up. You're the best. After dealing with Fat Dun, Jiang Huan had a thought and took out the pitch-black night road, which resembled a fierce engine, then mounted the motorcycle. He put on his helmet, seemingly recalling something, and turned to look coldly at Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao, it was you who agreed to let him go, and I never agreed. And I'll say it one last time, I haven't joined the Demon Suppression Army yet. With that, he revved the throttle and sped away towards Hansui City. Damn, Xiaoxiao, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and get on the bike. We haven't even told Jiang Huan about joining the Kuemu Wolf Squad. As he spoke, Lu Yiming had already jumped on his motorcycle and chased after Jiang Huan. Chu Xiaoxiao seemed not to hear, standing there in a daze. He seems to completely hate me now. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she weakly squatted on the ground, her sobs carried away by the wind. The continuous Hansui River surged endlessly. This river, the longest in the Great Xia, originating from Sanjiang City, flowed through cities like Sunlight City, Color Cloud City, and Bashu City. After passing these protective cities, the turbulent waters gradually calmed, becoming the most important commercial hub of Hansui City, connecting to the downstream coastal cities of Jinling and Flourishing City. The immense river trade made Hansui City the leading city in the southern inland region of Great Xia. Even the walls of the protective cities were taller than those of Color Cloud City. It was like a towering beast crawling across the plains, looming over the land, guarding the safety of the civilians and spirit masters within the city. However, people would never forget that over 100 years ago, a seventh-tier yellow dragon leaped from the depths of the Han River, its massive wings blocking out the sun, and a single breath of dragon fire destroyed half the city. In the end, it was the commander of the White Tiger Camp of the Demon Suppression Army that year who led all the soldiers of the White Tiger Camp to face the challenge, engaging in a 3-day and 3-night battle with the Yellow Dragon. At the cost of 2/3 of his soldiers and his own severe injuries, he managed to slay the dragon. Yet, not long after, this commander succumbed to his wounds and soon passed away. Because of this, from that day forward, a fierce spirit remained in the White Tiger Camp, earning it the nickname Concentration Camp of Madmen. They were the most reckless and daring among the entire Demon Suppression Army. However, as time passed, this fierce spirit seemed to be gradually weakening. In the White Tiger Camp, training ground. Inside a high-level training room belonging to the Luo Jingo squad, a sturdy man in his 30s, with a rugged appearance and a buzz cut, was wielding a large green sword, battling against 50 training puppets. He did not use any spiritual power, relying solely on his combat skills, instinct for fighting, and physical strength to engage with these puppets. Large beads of sweat soaked his training vest, clearly indicating that he had been training here for a long time. Behind a specially made glass wall, a 20-something girl wearing glasses, looking somewhat nervous, watched him fight against the 50 training puppets. The control panel in front of her displayed the level of the training puppets, 4th tier 5 stars. Suddenly, the man's gaze sharpened. He sidestepped to avoid a cleverly angled strike from one of the training puppets, and then he transformed into a streak of light. Thud, thud, thud. Several sounds of impact rang out as the man returned to his original position. As the large sword transformed back into a flash of green light and merged into his body, at the same time, the puppets seemed to crash, collapsing to the ground simultaneously. The woman jumped up excitedly, then rushed from behind the glass wall to stand in front of the man, looking at him with admiration. Brother Dogu, you truly deserve to be the best of the younger generation in the White Tiger Camp. At your age, based on your performance just now, you will definitely break the historical record for your tier. The man made a gesture for silence, and the woman immediately quieted down. Evaluating combat performance, please wait. The hourglass above the projection flipped back and forth, and after a moment, a clear mechanical voice echoed in the training room. Dear Duguba, your current realm is 6th tier 7 stars. You just conducted a practical training session with 50 combat puppets without spiritual power, with a difficulty level of 4th tier 5 stars, taking 117 seconds. According to the big data comparison from the Demon Suppression Army database, only 3 individuals have performed slightly better than you over the years. Overall evaluation, perfect. We hope you will continue to strive for excellence in the future. Duguba frowned. There are actually 3 people who performed better than me? Pull up the database, let me see. Practical training with non-spiritual puppets is a common training method for soldiers in the Demon Suppression Army. It does not fully represent individual combat strength but is one of the soldiers' favorite training methods, because it often reveals where a person's limits lie. As Duguba's voice fell, a holographic projection appeared out of thin air, and a cold prompt sound immediately followed. Retrieving data, please wait. Duguba frowned, waiting quietly. Soon, 3 black horizontal frames appeared on the holographic panel, seemingly pulling data. Access requires permission, please insert personal badge. Duguba was somewhat puzzled. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Why do I need permission just to access some data? He took out his badge from the storage ring, raised his hand slightly, and a beam of light scanned over the badge. Name, Duguba. Rank, Private First Class. Permission level, First Class. Unlocking data corresponding to permission level. As the voice fell, on the holographic projection, the bottommost, 3rd horizontal frame lit up. A refined, handsome, familiar face appeared before Duguba. It's actually him. Name, Long Chun, Affiliated Camp, White Tiger, time spent training in non-spiritual puppet, 108. Age, 30, record date, year 282 of the revival calendar, July 3, 1927. I am 9 seconds behind him. If I work a bit harder, I should be able to catch up within this year. But who are the other 2? Why can't I even access them with first-level permission? Do I need special permission? But in the entire Great Xia, it seems only the president and the commander have special permissions. He furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he looked at the remaining 2 black frames, murmuring, Commander Zhong is known as the legend since the establishment of the Demon Suppression Army. It must be him for the first place. But who is this second person? Could it be a legendary predecessor from the past 270 years of the Demon Suppression Army? No, if it were those legendary predecessors, after so many years, the confidentiality level should have decreased. With my first level permission, I should be able to access it. Who is this second person? What kind of record did he create? Why is his information kept absolutely confidential? After pondering without results, he could only give up. He walked to the resting chair behind the glass wall to rest, and a woman quickly handed him a bottle of water. Shenlin, has my brother contacted you? Shenlin shook her head. Brother Dugu, in these 3 days, I've called him no less than 100 times, but I still can't get through. Duguba nodded. Forget it. Anyway, we haven't been in touch much over the years. It's normal for him not to answer my calls. But, Shenlin gently nodded, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. But what? Duguba frowned. Shenlin took a deep breath, finally gathering the courage to respond. Brother Dugu, I hope you don't think I'm meddling. You suddenly asked me to help you contact your brother, and I was worried you had something to find him for, so I asked a friend at Dasha Mobile to pull up his location records. As she spoke, she carefully observed Duguba, seemingly afraid he would suddenly get angry. Duguba was silent for a moment, then slowly said, It's nothing much, just a few days ago I had a nightmare. He said he was very cold and asked me to send him clothes. Go on, what did you find out? Shenlin nodded. Your brother Duguming's last known location was near a small town at Luoxia Mountain, and then, I guess he entered a fog, the magnetic field became chaotic, and the location disappeared. Then, I pulled up his call records from the last 2 months. There was one number he contacted most frequently before entering Luoxia Mountain. At this point, Shenlin stopped speaking. Why did you stop? Is there something wrong with that number? Shenlin nodded gravely. It's a number affiliated with the Yi family. Duguba's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting, with so many mercenaries under the Yi family, they didn't use them but chose to contact my foolish brother's third-rate mercenary group. Did you write down the number? Shenlin nodded. I saved it on my phone. Call it. A flash of tension crossed Shenlin's face. Brother Dugu, aren't you afraid they might scheme against you? Moreover, this is within the camp. If we openly contact the Yi family, what if someone is watching us? Duguba sneered dismissively. What's there to be afraid of? They've already plotted against me by targeting my brother, haven't they? I'm curious to see what tricks they want to play. Feel free to contact the entire Demon Suppression Army. There's no one I fear yet. He paused, a hint of helplessness in his smile. It's just that my foolish brother, I reckon he's been sold and is probably counting money for someone else. Seeing his resolute attitude, Shenlin didn't say anything more. After connecting her phone to the holographic projection, she dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered. A somewhat androgynous, handsome young man appeared in the holographic projection. He lounged in a luxurious office chair, his legs lazily draped over a large desk made of golden silk nanmu. In his arms lay a stunning 18-year-old girl. Well, Duguba, I was just wondering how to contact you, and here you are calling me, Yi Wudi said with a smirk. Duguba scoffed. Yi Wudi, stop pretending. Where's my brother? Unfazed by Duguba's rudeness, Yi Wudi merely smiled lightly. You'd better be prepared. Duguba frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Yi Wudi raised his hand slightly, making a gesture in the air, and before him, another holographic projection appeared, showing a doctor in a white coat. Dr. Li, I'm counting on you. Young Master Yi, just a moment, Dr. Li replied. Yi Wudi nodded and made another gesture, merging the projection in front of him with Duguba's call. The entire projection split into two, one side showing Yi Wudi and the other Dr. Li. Duguba's expression turned serious. Yi Wudi, what are you playing at? Yi Wudi gently stroked the girl in his arms and said, just follow Dr. Li's camera, and you'll find out. Duguba felt displeased but could only endure and look towards the other side of the projection. He followed Dr. Li's camera out of the office, and in the wide corridor, many family members and patients were visible. Shenlin whispered, Dugugu, it looks like we're in a hospital under the Yi family. Duguba remained silent, frowning as he watched. Dr. Li entered the elevator and pressed the button for the -2 floor, and the elevator began to descend slowly. Duguba's unease grew stronger, and Shenlin sensed something was off, no longer daring to speak. The elevator stopped, and the doors slowly opened. Following Dr. Li's camera, the two walked through a long, cold corridor, the cool-tone lights casting a pallid glow on the stark white walls, making Chenlin feel a bit breathless. She stole a glance at Dugaba and found his face dark with a terrifying expression. The words morgue appeared before them as Dr. Lee pushed open the door and turned on the light. Inside were dozens of single mobile beds, each covered with white sheets, revealing only colorless feet, each big toe adorned with a small nameplate. Dr. Lee didn't stop. He continued forward and pushed open another door, revealing more than 10 large freezers. He walked confidently to the innermost freezer and opened one of the compartments. Cold mist billowed out, obscuring the view. The sound of a body bag being unzipped echoed, followed by a large hand wiping the lens, and the image became clear again. In front of the camera lay a man who bore some resemblance to Duguba but looked more weathered and dark-skinned, quietly resting in the storage compartment. "Mr. Dugu, your brother is right here. You can take a good look at him." The camera slowly panned up, revealing Dugu Ming's entire body in the projection. Chenlin's pupils trembled, and her hands instinctively covered her mouth. Dugu Ming's death was truly tragic. His body was covered in wounds of various sizes, one arm was completely severed, and his face was a bloody mess, as if his nose had been broken. His murky pupils were wide open, as if they were the size of copper bells. He died with his eyes wide open. The most fatal wound was the terrifying gash that pierced through his back and out his chest. God knows what kind of brutal battles he had experienced in life. Chenlin instinctively stole another glance at Duguba. Duguba, as before, quietly stared at the projection in front of him, but his eyes seemed ready to burst into flames. His fists creaked as he clenched them, the veins bulging like coiling dragons. His arms, still glistening with sweat from the recent intense activity, trembled involuntarily from anger. After a long while, as Yi Wudi gently clapped his hands, Dr. Lee stepped forward and said, "Mr. Dugu, I have other matters to attend to." He then ended the projection, turning the three-person conversation back into a dialogue between Duguba and Yi Wudi. "Yi Wudi, you'd better give me an explanation," Duguba asked fiercely. He did not believe that his brother had simply died in a mercenary mission accident. Yi Wudi showed no fear. Instead, he smiled and said, "He was killed in retaliation. Are you satisfied?" In an instant, their eyes met, the tension palpable across the projection. "The reason," Duguba said coldly. Yi Wudi adjusted his office chair and sat up straight. "The reason is simple. We valued your strength and wanted to win you over by showing goodwill to your brother. So, we entrusted him with a high-reward, low-risk task. Originally, we thought he would return soon, but who would have thought we lost contact with him? You know, our Yi family values reputation above all else. So, I sent someone to look for him nearby." "What exactly did you entrust him with?" Duguba's tone was icy. Yi Wudi smiled meaningfully, as if he had been waiting for Duguba to ask him this question. "To kill a blind second-tier spirit master who offended my woman." He looked affectionately at the girl in his arms. The girl gazed at him with a dreamy expression, as if she had already been conquered by Yi Wudi. "Right, Jiyue?" The girl shyly nodded and then lay quietly on Yi Wudi's chest, just as she had at the beginning. Duguba sneered, "So, you want to tell me that my brother's entire fourth-tier mercenary group was wiped out by a second-tier brat? Do you believe that?" Yi Wudi countered, "If it weren't true, why would I say it?" The two had been in a subtle power struggle for years, each understanding the other's temperament. Upon hearing this, Duguba fell silent. Yi Wudi shrugged nonchalantly, "Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. Anyway, according to the timeline, that brat should be arriving in Hansui City soon. You can investigate for yourself then." Duguba frowned. "What is he doing in Hansui City?" "In Dacia, if you offend our Yi family, aside from the demon suppression army that can protect him, where else can he go?" "Among the four camps, the White Tiger camp is closest to Kaiyun City. Aside from Hansui City, where else could he go?" After a long silence, Duguba looked coldly at Yi Wudi. "Compensation." Yi Wudi was taken aback, then laughed. "It seems your relationship with your brother isn't good at all." Anyone could see that a person who didn't care who the enemy was but was more concerned about compensation indicated a strained relationship. Duguba coldly repeated, "Compensation." Yi Wudi burst into laughter. "Don't worry, according to industry rules, it's 10 times the task commission as compensation. His task commission is 5 million, so 10 times that is 50 million. Since we are old acquaintances, I'll double it for you, directly compensating you with 100 million. How does that sound?" Duguba stared at him coldly. "That was my own brother. It needs to be more." Yi Wudi was slightly taken aback, then he smiled again. "All right, I'll give you face. 1 billion. I'll transfer it to your card shortly. But don't you care about who killed your brother?" Duguba asked coldly. "Who did it?" His tone was devoid of any warmth. Yi Wudi raised his hand and made another gesture in midair, and a half-body photo of a boy with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes appeared on the projection. Jiang Huan, 18 years old, graduated from Kaiyun City No. 3 High School. According to the last document left at the school, his weapon spirit is F grade, and his realm is 0 stage 3 stars. But based on the information we have, he should have had an adventure in the fog, directly advancing to the second stage, and his original weapon spirit upgraded from F grade to A grade, plus he gained at least one A grade weapon spirit. Yi Woody was speaking enthusiastically when Duguba directly interrupted him. Less nonsense, what are the benefits? Yi Woody was slightly taken aback but quickly understood Duguba's meaning. Duguba, you're avenging your brother, how can you ask me for benefits? Duguba's expression was emotionless. I am avenging him, but at the same time, I am also solving your troubles, am I not? His tone was firm, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yi Woody tapped his index finger on the desk, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. What do you want, and what can I get? I might enter the Demon Suppression Independent Corps this year, and I hope this might becomes a definite. Duguba replied with his arms crossed. As for what you can get, besides Jiang Huan's life, it also depends on how much power I have in my hands. Yi Woody pondered slightly, a smile appearing on his face. From today onwards, whenever the Yi family has a conflict with the Demon Suppression Army, as long as you handle it, the Yi family will make concessions. Duguba smiled in satisfaction. Deal, I promise you, Jiang Huan will definitely die. The call ended. Duguba seemed to be emptied of all strength, slumping in his chair, a tear falling to the floor. This was in stark contrast to his earlier unyielding and profit-driven demeanor. Chen Lin looked at this scene in shock, unable to understand how Duguba seemed like a different person all of a sudden. She quickly fished out a pack of tissues from her pocket and handed it over. Chen Lin, did you just think I was a jerk? My brother is dead, yet I only care about money. I clearly know they are using my brother, forcing me to deal with that kid, but for the sake of profit, I still jumped in. Chen Lin shook her head. Dugugu, I didn't think that. Although I don't understand why you agreed to cooperate with them, I believe that Duguji's actions are definitely right. A bitter smile appeared on Duguba's face. That silly boy Dugu Ming, he is my brother. Back then, I was young and impetuous, thinking that if I was strict with him, he would find a way to surpass me. But I didn't expect him to hold such a grudge, not contacting me for so many years. I also care about Face. He didn't contact me, so I didn't contact him. Over time, not contacting became a habit. But he is my brother, my only remaining family in this world. Do you think I don't know that Jiang Huan killing my brother is the result, and the Yi family pushing my brother out is the reason? But what can I do? I have no evidence to prove that the Yi family has a direct relationship with my brother's death. Even if the Demon Suppression Army intervenes, the Yi family can simply deny it, saying it was just an ordinary mission accident. Would the Demon Suppression Army turn against me for the Yi family? Moreover, I can't even get the Demon Suppression Army to settle accounts with Jiang Huan, because I have no evidence to prove that he is related to my brother's death. The Yi family is Yi Woody's Yi family, but the Demon Suppression Army is not my Duguba's Demon Suppression Army. I hate this rule that everything must be based on so-called evidence. It allows those who hold power to choke the necks of those who feel wronged at any time. But what can I do? Without the Demon Suppression Army, I'm just an ordinary 6th-tier spirit master. The only thing I can do is to climb higher in this environment. Let the so-called rules no longer bind me. Duguba gritted his teeth. To outsiders, he was the top soldier of the White Tiger camp, but only he knew how many eyes were watching him at all times. The heights are cold, but it's just that he hasn't stood high enough. Chen Lin had never seen Duguba so helpless. A tender part of her heart was touched. In her eyes, Duguba had always been confident, even arrogant. He was extremely proud, choosing to confront those who schemed against him head-on. He possessed the rare divine attribute spirit body and 4 S-class spirit companions. His talent was enough to make him look down on others, yet he still fought harder than many. Chen Lin truly believed that calling Duguba the number 1 of the Demon Suppression Army was not an exaggeration. But today, he unexpectedly collaborated with the Yi family, even putting on a facade of only caring about profit. One could only imagine how great the blow of his brother's death was to him. At this moment, Duguba was no longer the invincible figure he once was in her eyes. She felt that Duguba was, like his surname, lonely and helpless. Maybe I should help brother Dugu share some of the burden. Silence, a deathly silence. Duguba wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and suddenly stood up. Chen Lin, I think I need to be alone for a while. If you have nothing else, please help me turn on the practical training for the soulless puppets and then leave. After saying this, he focused his mind, and a green sword materialized in his hand in an instant. The broad blade was inscribed with the words earth, water, fire, wind in Oracle bone script. He then strode back into the training room in front of the glass wall. Chen Lin stared in shock at this scene and quickly operated the control panel in front of her. With her series of actions, the 50 practical puppets that had previously malfunctioned began to visibly recover from their injuries, and moments later, they charged at Du Guba once again. Du Guba faced the practical puppets as he had before, but the force with which he swung his sword was even greater than before. It was as if only by doing so could he vent the resentment in his heart. Chen Lin quietly retreated, and along the way, her teammates greeted her, but she seemed somewhat absent-minded. How should I help Brother Dugu share some of the burden? Brother Dugu has always been upright, yet now he forces himself to do what he once despised the most. His heart must be in great pain. Just as she was lost in thought, a commotion erupted not far away. I've told you so many times, he is our friend. I want to take him to see Sister Wei. Can't you understand human language? Old Wang, you can't treat people like this. Didn't I report you for peeping at girls in the shower half a year ago? How long has it been? Is it really necessary to make things difficult for us? I said no, and that's final. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the camp. If you keep making a fuss, I will call the political department. Then both of you will be sent to the small black room. The sudden noise pulled Chen Lin's attention back to reality. She then realized that she had unknowingly walked from the training ground to the main gate of the White Tiger camp. Following the sound, she saw two familiar figures arguing with the soldiers on duty. Xu Xiaoxiao, Lu Yiming, they actually dare to come back? Don't they know that because of their reckless behavior last month, the Demon Suppression Army and the Yi family have been at odds for over half a month? Indeed, the people from the Yi Kuemu Wolf team, apart from dragging down the White Tiger camp, can't do anything good either. They truly disgrace the Kuemu Wolf sharp knife designation, Chen Lin scolded with a look of disdain. Who is that person? Chen Lin noticed that beside Xu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming stood a young man. The boy stood tall and proud, his handsome face hard to ignore. Why does he look somewhat familiar? She mumbled. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something, her pupils trembling as she quickly covered her mouth and hid behind a nearby bulletin board, observing more closely. It's him! It really is him! I didn't expect him to arrive in Hansui City so soon. A half-body photo she had seen not long ago flashed in her mind. However, compared to the photo, Jiang Huan now appeared somewhat weathered. His slightly disheveled hair and travel-worn appearance clearly indicated he had been on the road for a long time. The only thing unchanged was his pair of pitch-black, resolute eyes, like black jewels. She instinctively took out her phone, wanting to call Duguba, but as soon as the call connected, she immediately hung up. No, I just said I would help Brother Duga share his worries. How can I trouble him now? Let's wait and see. She put her phone down again, took a few steps forward, and hid behind a military jeep, quietly watching Jiang Huan and the others. After Lu Yiming and Xu Xiaoxiao argued fruitlessly with the duty soldier, he helplessly gave Jiang Huan the middle finger, then awkwardly looked at him. Jiang Huan, you see, new recruit training is a sensitive period. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the White Tiger camp. How about this? You give us the letter, and we'll help you deliver it to Sister Wei. Don't worry, Sister Wei is our Kuemu Wolf team leader. We will definitely hand it over to her. Jiang Huan nodded, took out the letter Morong Shui had given him from his storage ring, and handed it to Lu Yiming. Then I'll leave it to you. Xu Xiaoxiao's expression was somewhat dim. He said you instead of you all. He still hasn't forgiven me. Lu Yiming chuckled. What are you talking about? I've already told you, from the moment you gave me those things, you became my boss. It's only right for a little brother to do things for his boss. And Sister Wei is our team leader. For both emotional and logical reasons, I should help you with this. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Lu Yiming's face, but I have to tell you in advance, Sister Wei is very busy, even we sometimes can't see her for 2 or 3 months. After I help you deliver the letter, I don't know when she will see it. But, don't worry, I will keep an eye on it for you. As soon as there's news, I will notify you immediately. Before that, you'll have to stay at the hotel for now. Jiang Huan nodded. It can only be like this for now. If there's nothing else, let's part ways here. The three simply bid farewell at the camp entrance and then went their separate ways. Chen Lin watched all of this and murmured, it looks like this kid knows Wei Qingxuan. Could this kid be someone with connections? If he really is, we need to deal with him before he joins the Demon Suppression Army, or it will cause more trouble for Brother Dugu. As Jiang Huan's figure was about to disappear at the end of the road, she quickly hurried to catch up. The White Tiger Camp, due to its vast area, is located in the western suburbs of Hansui City. Although it is in the suburbs, the large flow of people from the Demon Suppression Army has formed a suburban commercial center mainly consisting of the army and several urban village workers. Chen Lin quietly followed Jiang Huan from a distance, using the stealth techniques that every soldier in the Demon Suppression Army must master. Even though Jiang Huan was always vigilant, he failed to notice Chen Lin in the bustling streets. He walked ahead, she followed, he stopped, she halted. Jiang Huan wandered around, prompting Chen Lin, who had been tailing him, to mutter, "This brat really loves shopping." Little did she know, Jiang Huan simply wanted to quickly familiarize himself with the city. At 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Huan, carrying a bag of local specialties, returned to the best 5-star hotel in the west of the city, fully loaded. Now that he had a fortune in hand, Jiang Huan naturally wanted to experience the luxurious life of the wealthy. Standing at the entrance was a hostess with a standard height of 1.73 meters, her figure accentuated by a fitted qipao, making her even more eye-catching. Curves where they should be, allure where it was needed. As soon as Jiang Huan stepped through the door, they displayed their standard polite smiles and greeted him in unison. One beautiful woman even stepped forward, eager to take the shopping bag from Jiang Huan's hands. "Sir, let me carry that for you?" Having grown up in a village in the city, Jiang Huan had never experienced such service, and his first reaction was one of discomfort. But moments later, looking at the hostess's beauty that rivaled movie stars and her flattering smile, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. Damn! So this is what it feels like to be rich. Other people's goddesses can only smile at you. Suddenly, Jiang Huan seemed to sense something, abruptly turning around to look at the hotel entrance. His expression turned serious as his gaze searched the surroundings. Just moments ago, he had distinctly felt a murderous intent, like a prickling sensation on his back. But aside from a luxury car preparing to leave the hotel plaza, he found nothing. Could it be a false alarm? Impossible. The perception of murderous intent cannot be wrong. But I just arrived in Hansui City. Who wants to kill me? The Yi family? No, this is the stronghold of the White Tiger camp. The Yi family wouldn't dare act recklessly. Moreover, I just entered the city. How could they find out my whereabouts so quickly? Sir, do you have any other matters to attend to? A gentle female voice brought Jiang Huan back to reality. He turned to see the hostess still smiling, her hand hovering in the air, unable to find a target. With no other option, Jiang Huan could only give in. "It's fine, the things aren't heavy. I'll carry them myself. Just lead me to room 8607. The hostess nodded. "Sir, please follow me." As Jiang Huan followed the hostess's figure disappearing into the lobby, not far away, Chen Lin stepped out from an inconspicuous alley. Bonrue Hotel, this kid is quite wealthy. This 5-star luxury hotel, a global chain catering to spirit masters, was not a place that even Chen Lin, a 4th-tier spirit master, would dare to stay casually. But his perception is really outrageous. He almost discovered me just now. Moments ago, after confirming Jiang Huan's temporary address, Chen Lin began to ponder how to deal with him in a way that would minimize the impact of killing a spirit master in the city. But just as that thought crossed her mind, Jiang Huan suddenly turned his head, precisely glancing toward her hiding spot. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been exposed just now. In the city, neither I nor Brother Dugu can act. Otherwise, once exposed, we would be sent to a military tribunal. Her expression was grave, as if the demon-suppressing military tribunal was an extremely terrifying place. But with his strong perception, ordinary spirit masters might find it hard to approach him. She pondered deeply, constantly thinking about how to deal with Jiang Huan. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. No matter how strong his perception is, there must be a distance limit, as long as I'm far enough away. With that thought, she took out her phone, scrolling through her contacts until she finally found a number. However, when she saw that number, a hint of displeasure flashed across her face. Forget it. It's all for Brother Dugu. She dialed the number, and a voice that sounded like it was being choked by fat came through the line. "Chen, my beautiful lady, what a rare occurrence. After chasing you for 3 years, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to contact me. What's up? Do you need my help with something?" Chen Lin felt disdain in her heart but still wore a smile on her face. "Not at all. Brother Shinshon, I've just been a bit busy lately, but I really have encountered a bit of trouble recently." A few minutes later, Chen Lin hung up the phone with a bright smile, humming a little tune as she walked towards the White Tiger camp, in a very good mood. At the Sanrue Hotel, room 8607, after finally sending away the enthusiastic receptionist, Jiang Huan casually tossed the local specialties he had bought onto the table and plopped down onto the soft sofa that perfectly conformed to his body. He couldn't help but bounce a little while sitting. The comfort of this sofa was something he had never experienced before. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows brought the surrounding scenery into view, with wealthy people playing in the pool below. However, just 2 streets away, vendors in the urban village were hustling for a living. The stark wealth gap appeared before Jiang Huan's eyes, prompting him to subconsciously recall his life in the urban village. Being rich is really nice. Jiang Huan couldn't help but sigh again. After a brief moment of emptiness, Jiang Huan sat cross-legged on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. I wonder if Wei Qing Shuang is reliable. From what Lu Yiming said, it seems quite difficult to find her. There are still 5 days until the Demon Suppression Army's assessment. If I still haven't heard from her in 5 days, then I'll leave Hansui City. Jiang Huan appeared indifferent. After interacting with Chu Xiaoxiao, he felt that the rules of the Demon Suppression Army were too numerous. He wasn't someone who liked to be bound by rules. Rules are merely established by a group of people for the convenience of managing another group. After nearly 3 months of life and death trials, Jiang Huan understood that his path as a spirit master was different from others. Others' paths of growth were all uncertain, thus stability was what they pursued. However, Jiang Huan's path as a spirit master was clear to the point that he had to seize, compete, fight, and plunder more resources, battling in the clash of blood and iron. Only in this way could he reclaim the peerless in the shortest time possible. Still, improving my strength is more important. By the way, I haven't checked what's in Fat Dun's storage ring. With a thought, a somewhat battered storage ring appeared in Jiang Huan's hand. He infused his spiritual energy into the storage ring, and everything inside it appeared before his eyes. The space was small, only about 30 cubic meters. Inside, besides food and water, there were some daily necessities, as well as mid to low quality equipment, potions, and monster materials. In addition, there was also around 70 to 80,000 in cash. It seems this Fat Dun doesn't have anything valuable, Jiang Huan muttered, just as he was about to take out the potions, materials, and some valuable equipment to transfer to his own storage ring. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a small box. The box was not large, plain in appearance, and placed in the corner of the box containing the potions. The reason he noticed it was that, although it was placed among the potions, it was specifically separated by 2 wooden boards. It seems Fat Dun cares about this thing. With a thought, Jiang Huan took out the box. He slowly opened it, and the look of confusion on his face deepened. An ancient book? Jiang Huan picked up the ancient book from the box, examining it closely. The yellowed, damaged pages were bound with a thin string, and the edges of each page seemed to have been ravaged by time, tattered and worn. The fragile paper made Jiang Huan feel that with just a little force, he might destroy this ancient book. On the cover, in an unknown font, 3 large characters were written in a flowing script that Jiang Huan could not recognize. Fortunately, there were small red annotations beside it, and judging by the ink, it seemed they had been marked for quite some time, but the font was one that Jiang Huan recognized as the Great Xia script, Feigning Death Technique. Jiang Huan glanced at the 3 small characters and couldn't help but think of the tall, chubby figure. Congratulations, host has acquired the martial skill Feigning Death Technique, current study progress 0%. The system's prompt sounded immediately after. It seems that the ability of the chubby one to feign death comes from this ancient text. In Jiang Huan's mind, the process of the chubby one feigning death twice unconsciously surfaced. The first time, if not for his teammates' cleverness in pouring blood on him, Jiang Huan would have hardly noticed he was feigning death. The second time, in the treasure vault of Mountain Scoundrel, despite being struck by Jiang Huan's fatal blow, he was still alive. Had it not been for the system not indicating his death, Jiang Huan would have almost been deceived. Jiang Huan opened the ancient text, and what met his eyes were rows of unfamiliar vertical characters, just like the large characters on the cover, none of which Jiang Huan recognized. Fortunately, just like the cover, each character had a modern translation behind it, and for some difficult terms, there were even special red lines drawn out to explain them. In some places, insights from other learners were also written beside the text. Jiang Huan looked at the circles and drawings on the pages and couldn't help but murmur, "These annotations must be the result of the chubby one's years of dedicated research. He is indeed someone to be admired." Although he was a defeated opponent, Jiang Huan's admiration for him was genuine. The reason was simple: an ordinary person's energy is limited. The chubby one was clearly a mercenary who graduated from high school at 18 and directly entered society. Most ordinary mercenaries are often troubled by life and resources, making it hard to find time to calm down and study other matters. Even when they occasionally have time, they are often defeated by their own laziness, thinking about relaxing instead. However, the chubby one not only did not waste time, but he also spent all his rest time studying this ancient text. To keep the secrets of this ancient text, he could not possibly seek help from others. The only explanation is that he researched the materials himself, sifting through countless documents like searching for a needle in a haystack, gradually finding information related to these characters. Then, he had to constantly trial and error, continuously correcting himself, until he finally formed the annotated version that Jiang Huan saw. During this time, how many days and nights he spent alone in his room reading by candlelight, only he knew. This world is never short of people who strive desperately. It is just that most of them lack a bit of luck, Jiang Huan sighed. Compared to the chubby one, his luck was relatively good. After all, the results of the chubby one's years of translation had directly come into his hands. Then, Jiang Huan began to browse through the ancient text. Where there are people, there is a world of martial arts. In the world of martial arts, conflict is inevitable. I entered the world at 10, became a spirit master at 13. My master said, victory brings glory, defeat brings shame. Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like a tile. 5 years later, my master passed away at the age of 32. I am exceptionally gifted. Through 37 years of blood and storm, by the age of 50, I had experienced 2,793 battles, winning 1,532, narrowly winning 427, and drawing 211. The remaining 623 were all defeats. Among them, I escaped without pressure in 503 battles, narrowly escaped in 78, and my opponents showed mercy, allowing me to live in 39 battles, with my life hanging by a thread in 3. With 623 defeats, I deeply felt the fragility of life. The 3 times my life hung by a thread, I survived by feigning death. From then on, I had realizations. Defeat is not shameful, death is the real disgrace, only the living can seek revenge. I secluded myself for several years, diligently studying the method of feigning death. After 10 years, I achieved great success. At 60, I emerged from seclusion to battle the heroes of the world again. Though I still faced defeats, I feigned death to confuse my enemies, waiting for them to let their guard down before striking suddenly and slaying them. By 75, there were no rivals left in the martial world. It was clear that the first page contained the self-narration of the founder of this martial art. In just a few dozen words, it encapsulated his entire life. His early years were hard to evaluate, but for his later years, Jiang Huan could only think of one term: old 6. However, Jiang Huan felt no disdain for him. On the contrary, he felt a sense of camaraderie that was hard to come by. After all, from the perspective of slaying opponents, Jiang Huan preferred to hide in the shadows and strike for a kill, while this man enjoyed confusing his enemies by pretending to be dead, then seizing the opportunity to act. At 60, I emerged from seclusion. Though I still faced defeats, I feigned death to confuse my enemies. By 75, there were no rivals left in the martial world. Jiang Huan read this line with great interest, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but recall what Murong Shui had once told him: only those who can grow smoothly are truly exceptional. What Jiang Huan needed most now was time. Looking at this tattered ancient text, the origins of which were unknown, his mind was filled with questions. He became a spirit master at 13, while we only do so after 18. Why is there a 5-year gap? Moreover, the implication of this statement suggests that spirit masters existed many years ago, proving that the revival of spiritual energy is not a first occurrence. But why has this never been mentioned in existing records? Has it been lost? Or is there someone unwilling to document it in history? One question after another arose in Jiang Huan's mind, but he could find no answers. Forget it, let's keep reading. Jiang Huan initially skimmed through the second page casually, but the more he read, the more seriously he became, eventually starting to read the ancient text word by word, fearing he might miss some important information. Damn, this is a huge gain. This martial art is simply outrageous. The second page provided an overview of the entire martial art. The feigning death technique can generally be divided into 3 stages: pretending to be real, pretending to be true, and becoming real. The first stage, pretending to be real. In this stage, the practitioner gradually learns to communicate with every organ in their body, slowly mastering the operation of each organ. By personal will, they put each organ into a dormant state while faking signs of dissipating spiritual energy, spirit essence, and vitality. Due to differences in physical constitution, the maximum duration for which each person can feign death varies. The spirit master who created this technique had a maximum limit of 7 days. Whether anyone could surpass this limit is not recorded in the text. The drawbacks of the first stage are obvious. If the practitioner is dull-witted, they largely cannot decide when to wake up. There are 2 solutions. One is to plant a psychological suggestion in advance, stipulating how long they will wake up. The second is to receive some strong external stimulus, such as being splashed with cold water or being stabbed, to awaken. Otherwise, they can only wait for the maximum duration to arrive. If they encounter a cautious opponent who enjoys delivering finishing blows, it is equivalent to giving up resistance and offering themselves to be killed. I am the fish, and they are the butcher. The second stage, pretending to be true. In this stage, the practitioner's internal body gradually coordinates, beginning to attempt communication with external spiritual energy, allowing it to assist in deceiving opponents. In this stage, the practitioner can freely move the positions of their organs internally, such as relocating the heart to the other side of the chest or hiding the kidneys in their arms, to avoid injury to vital areas. Externally, they can use external spiritual energy to attach to themselves, creating illusions of bleeding, severed limbs, severe injuries, or complete destruction of spirit essence. Non-specialized spirit essence users cannot perceive this. However, there are also drawbacks. The difficulty of cultivation is extremely high, and if one misunderstands the essence, it may cause irreparable damage to the body. As for the third stage, becoming real. At this stage, the cultivator begins to attempt to merge with the external spiritual energy, gradually forming a state of unity between the internal and external. Not only can they easily disguise severed limbs, serious injuries, and bleeding, but they can even create a puppet that looks exactly like themselves out of thin air, fulfilling the will of the cultivator. If the cultivator also possesses methods to conceal their whereabouts, the combination of these abilities can achieve many unexpected effects. At this stage, martial skills reach perfection, with no flaws remaining. However, it is difficult for those without exceptional talent to master the false becomes true. After reading this, Zhang Huan felt his heart involuntarily quicken. He keenly realized that this was not just a guide to feigning death, it was more like a surprising winning manual. The disguise of severed limbs and serious injuries goes without saying, as it can completely catch opponents off guard, especially the ability to create a substitute puppet out of thin air. If combined with the techniques of concealment and breath control, the effects produced can often play a decisive role in turning the tide. Imagine being pursued by several masters, and suddenly creating a substitute puppet ahead to attract their attention. Regardless of whether the puppet is seriously injured or killed, they would relax their guard as a result, yet they would remain unaware that a pair of eyes is watching them from the shadows. Or, when you are being chased by countless enemies, the substitute puppet serves as a diversion. In an instant, Zhang Huan's interest in this feigning death technique intensified. No wonder when I stabbed Fat Dun's heart for the first time, the system didn't give a prompt. It seems he had just caught a glimpse of the realm of false becomes true and had moved his heart to the right side early on. Damn! I really thought his heart was on the right. What a pity, he was unlucky to encounter a freak like me who has a system. If it were an ordinary person, they would have really been fooled by him, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Huan smiled slightly and then turned to the next page. He began to consciously feel the operation of every organ in his body according to the methods mentioned in the ancient text, tentatively trying to communicate with them. At first, he couldn't calm down, and even became quite flustered during the process. But as time passed, he seemed to touch the threshold. He began to feel the operation of every organ inside his body. First, the rise and fall of the liver, then the inhalation and exhalation of the kidneys, the contraction of the stomach and intestines, and the beating of the heart. Finally, he could even sense the breathing patterns of individual cells. The host has begun to study the feigning death technique and is attempting to communicate with every part of the body. Feigning death technique, study progress 0%. The host has never felt the heartbeat, the liver's inhalation and exhalation, the contraction of the stomach and intestines, or even the breathing of cells so clearly. The host has gained a deeper understanding of the descriptions in the feigning death technique. Feigning death technique, study progress 1%. They are part of the host's body, yet they seem to be independent. The host begins to explore whether there is a way, according to the operational rules of the feigning death technique, to make each part of the body independent from one another in certain specific situations, while not affecting the host. Feigning death technique, study progress 5%. In the endless exploration within the body, the host seems to have touched something ethereal and elusive. Feigning death technique, study progress 10%. As the sun set and the crescent moon rose, the soft moonlight was obscured by thick fog, hazy and indistinct, like an uncertain direction on the road of life. Zhang Huan's actions caught the attention of the weapon spirits. First, the manifestation of 1,000 blades, then 1,000 households, and finally the manifestation of Spirit No. 13. They all looked at him with puzzled expressions, but soon, as if sensing some kind of pattern, they all sat down on the ground and slowly closed their eyes. Soon, the rise and fall of their chests gradually synchronized with Zhang Huan. Spirit Tool 1,000 blades, 1,000 house, number 13 sensed a strange power from the host. They could clearly perceive that it seemed as if every organ, every cell of the host began to synchronize under the pull of this power, and they couldn't help but want to synchronize with the host. Spirit Tool 1,000 blades compatibility plus 10. Spirit Tool 1,000 house compatibility plus 10. Spirit Tool number 13's favorability towards the host significantly increased. The host's extraordinary synchronization with the 3 spirit tools attracted the attention of 16 other spirit tools. Spirit Tool number 7, out of curiosity, began to mimic the host's breathing. Spirit Tool number 10 looked down on the host's actions, yet they couldn't help but start to imitate the host. Spirit Tool number 3 found the host's behavior uninteresting. Spirit Tool number 15 was puzzled. From this indescribable power, he seemed to sense a familiar force, but he seemed very reluctant to face it. At this moment, more and more spirit tools began to pay attention to Zhang Huan and were influenced by him. In the vast system space, among the 16 spirit tools, except for number 1, number 3, and number 5, the remaining spirit tools began to move the iron chains as thick as arms, rising and falling in mid-air, surprisingly in unison. The moon set, the sun rose, and unknowingly, 3 days passed. When Jiang Huan opened his eyes again, it was already noon 3 days later. He then noticed that the 3 spirit tools, 1,000 blades, were sitting in front of him. The host's talent is admirable. After just 3 days of sleepless study, he has already grasped 30% of the essence of feigning death. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the martial skill feigning death. I've mastered the first stage already? I wonder how effective it is. With a thought, he began to activate feigning death. The 3 spirit tools in front of him gradually faded, seemingly dissipating into the world in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for Jiang Huan being able to feel the connection between him and the spirit tools, even he would doubt whether his spirit tools had truly disappeared. Immediately after, Jiang Huan fell to the ground with a thud, his breathing stopped abruptly, the rising and falling of his chest suddenly ceased, the spiritual energy flowing within him stagnated, and his complexion turned from red to white, resembling a dead person. However, Jiang Huan's consciousness remained. He could clearly perceive everything around him. It was as if with just a thought, he could wake up instantly. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came at the door. In his feigned death state, Jiang Huan's spirit immediately tensed up. He didn't know anyone here, even the hotel was chosen at random, and it was impossible for anyone in this city to come looking for him. Mr. Jiang, are you still inside? You haven't renewed your stay for 2 days. If you don't respond, I will come in. I hope you don't mind. The hotel staff's voice rang out from outside the door. Jiang Huan did not wake up immediately. He wanted to test the effect of feigning death in the eyes of ordinary people. Tick-tock. As the main card swiped open the room door, a beautiful, graceful staff member walked into the room. Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang, are you there? The sound of high heels clicked, accompanied by a gentle voice. As the staff member entered the living room, she discovered Jiang Huan lying on the floor. Mr. Jiang, our carpet is comfortable, but lying on the floor for a nap can easily lead to a cold. She smiled and walked closer to Jiang Huan, but as she approached him, the standard business smile with 8 perfect teeth on her face froze. After a sharp scream, her legs went weak, and she could no longer stand. In front of her, Jiang Huan's eyes were wide open, his face devoid of color, his limbs stiff, resembling someone who had been dead for many days. At that moment, 2 women who looked like waitresses rushed over to inquire. Yuan, what happened? As soon as they ran into the living room, they were startled and screamed at the sight before them, their piercing voices echoing in the otherwise tranquil corridor of the 5-star hotel. Is he dead? I don't know. Yuan, why don't you go up and check? The 2 late arriving waitresses huddled together, no longer daring to take a step forward. The waitress named Yuan, feeling helpless, could only take a deep breath and tremble as she crawled closer to Jiang Huan. She was already too scared to stand. She cautiously extended her index finger, her trembling finger slowly approaching Jiang Huan's nose, then quickly withdrew. She helplessly shook her head at her 2 colleagues behind her, indicating there was no breath. Quick, call the city patrol. Yuan nodded and was about to drag her limp body toward the room phone on the coffee table. However, before she could move, she felt a large hand firmly grasp her arm. A ghost. 3 different female voices screamed at the same time, their shrill sounds reverberating in the room. The 2 waitresses behind Yuan rolled and crawled out, leaving Yuan alone in the room, howling. Stop howling, you'll burst my eardrums. Jiang Huan's faint voice sounded, and only then did Yuan cautiously look to the side. She saw that the guest, who had been collapsed on the floor, had somehow sat up, one hand gripping his arm and the other covering the ear closest to him. His complexion was rosy, and his breathing steady. He looked nothing like a dead person. You're not dead? She instinctively asked. You want me dead? Jiang Huan replied with a smile. It wasn't that Jiang Huan had thought of this, it was just that if he didn't get up, the city patrol of Hanshui City would be called, bringing him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Mr. Jiang, I didn't mean it that way. In an instant, Yuan realized her slip of the tongue. Jiang Huan waved his hand. It's fine, I understand. Saying this, Jiang Huan took out a bank card and handed it to Yuan. After settling the room fee from a few days ago, extend my stay for 2 more days. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, and 8 hotel managers, men and women of all ages, rushed into Jiang Huan's room. Where's the dead body? Keep it down. Don't disturb the guests. This concerns our hotel's reputation. The body must be handled quietly. If you can't handle it, then get mercenaries. Jiang Huan. Silence enveloped the hotel room, and no one knew how to break the awkward atmosphere. Finally, a middle-aged man with half-white hair stepped forward, looking embarrassed, and apologized to Zhang Huan. He not only waived Zhang Huan's expenses for the past 3 days but also promised that all his expenses would be free until he left the hotel, enjoying the highest standard of treatment. At the same time, he offered 100,000 yuan as compensation for mental distress, or perhaps a hush money. After all, saying in front of a guest that they needed to handle the guest quietly sounded a bit damaging to the hotel's image. As everyone left, Zhang Huan looked at the text message on his phone indicating that 100,000 yuan had been deposited, a helpless smile appearing on his face. Damn, why is it so hard to spend money? After staying in the hotel for a few days without spending a dime, he had inexplicably earned 100,000. But this fake death really works. The waitress immediately thought I was dead. Zhang Huan sighed. Gurgle. After 3 days without food, Zhang Huan's stomach began to complain. He plopped down on the sofa, picked up the phone next to the coffee table, and ordered room service. Half an hour later, it was unclear whether the hotel was trying to make amends with Zhang Huan or to win him over, but in any case, an extremely luxurious lunch was delivered to Zhang Huan's room. The exquisite presentation and exceptional taste made Zhang Huan enjoy his meal immensely. An hour later, Zhang Huan let out a satisfied burp. Compared to Fat Dun, I should be quite talented. After all, he couldn't wake up at will during the process of faking death, while I can not only wake up at any time but also consciously perceive the changes around me. Who knows, I might be able to master the entire technique of faking death within these few days. With this thought, he once again took out the ancient text from his storage ring and began studying the technique of faking death. However, just half an hour later, he burst out laughing. Next to a complex sentence, a red line was drawn to specifically highlight one phrase. Damn it! The translation is wrong. My body has become deformed. I will never again do something as foolish as translating while practicing martial arts. My lovely beer belly. Zhang Huan laughed heartily. So it turns out Fat Dun was really a short and chubby guy before. It was just that he accidentally mistranslated some phrases in the second stage, leading to mistakes during martial arts practice, and he ended up becoming the tall and thin bamboo pole he is now. After looking for a while longer, Zhang Huan helplessly closed the ancient text. Fat Dun only translated part of the second stage's content before it ended. It seems that further cultivation of faking death can only stop here. Zhang Huan did not continue his studies for 2 reasons. First, he truly could not understand those characters. Second, although part of the second stage had been translated, Zhang Huan was afraid of Fat Dun making another mistake in translation. If any accidents occurred during cultivation, it would be a huge loss for Zhang Huan. I can only wait for an opportunity to fully translate the entire book before refining the martial technique, faking death. As for now, Zhang Huan glanced out the window. The sun was setting, and the afterglow scattered across the horizon. There are still many unused materials in the storage ring, as well as the spirit tools and spirit embryos separated from the system space. Since I have time, I might as well refine them all at once for 1,000 blades and 1,000 house. At this moment, Zhang Huan's heart raced with excitement. After all, with so many materials and spirit embryos being fed, perhaps both 1,000 blades and 1,000 house could level up simultaneously. With this thought, Zhang Huan took out a mountain of various materials. Then, 1,000 blades and 1,000 house appeared in his hands. Then let's get started. Wrapped in overwhelming spiritual power, countless materials continuously melted into 1,000 blades and 1,000 house, one after another. The experience points and compatibility of the 2 spirit tools were steadily rising at a visibly slow pace. The evening breeze was gentle, and dark clouds obscured the hazy moonlight, making Hanshui City appear even darker in places without light. 5 kilometers away from the Han Rui Hotel, in an office building, a robust figure pushed open the iron door to the rooftop terrace and walked straight to the edge, looking towards the direction of the Han Rui Hotel. The evening breeze tousled his slightly long hair, and a red bandage was tied around his forehead. The cigarette butt in his mouth flickered with his inhalation. Despite the great distance, it seemed he could see something with just his naked eyes, revealing a cruel smile. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of a vibrating phone came, and he glanced at the lit screen before answering the call. Hello, beautiful Chen, I'm in position. I found him. He's sitting in the living room of room 8607 at the Han Rui Hotel. On the terrace, the man was chatting and laughing with Chen Lin over the phone. How's that? Am I quick? You called, and I dropped everything to take a boat from Jinling City. In half an hour at most, you'll receive good news. After all, I'm a sharpshooter. Although I am only at the 3rd level, when it comes to assassination skills, how many 5th or even 6th level masters have fallen under my gun, don't you know? Alright, let's talk about your payment. Will you wait for me at the hotel later? That's not enough. Don't get angry with me. This is in Hanshui City. After I kill him, how long do you think I need to hide to avoid the heat, do you know? I want another 100 million. I don't care, since you came to me, regardless of whether I end up doing this or not, you have to pay me. Don't have that much? I don't care, even if you have to borrow, steal, or cheat, if you come up short by even a cent, I won't let you off. The sharpshooter's face was stern, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Of course I like you. What? You were just testing me before? Wanting to see if I was sincere? I knew that. But liking is one thing, business is another. Those are two different matters. Muachin the beautiful lady, you are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Alright, I won't say more, I need to get to work. The sharpshooter hung up the phone, and his expression instantly darkened. Ha, now you want to talk feelings with me? Where were you earlier? Trying to use me as a free tool? A second-hand item, and still trying to play innocent? What the hell? Then a mocking smile crept onto his lips. Money is good. With money, I can find as many people like you as I want. He casually tossed the cigarette but at his feet, not forgetting to stamp it out with his foot. With a few deft movements of his black combat boots, he completely blended into the darkness. With a thought, a large sniper rifle gleaming with silver light appeared in his hands. At the same time, a shadow wearing a beret and camouflage appeared beside him. Eagle Eye, we have work to do. The target is that kid. The sharpshooter pointed casually at the Half-Rue Hotel, room 8607. Eagle Eye nodded, then crawled to the edge of the balcony, his sharp gaze piercing through the thin mist above the city, capturing every move of Jiang Huan 5 kilometers away. The sharpshooter set the sniper rifle on the edge of the rooftop, tilted his head, and peered through the scope at Jiang Huan's location. After a moment, he slowly raised his head, his brow slightly furrowed. What is this kid doing? It looks a bit like he's refining a spirit tool, but why isn't he using a refining furnace? Thanks to the spirit tool, Eagle Eye, his vision was much better than others, but at a distance of 5 kilometers, he could only see a rough outline with the naked eye. However, when he looked at Jiang Huan's position through the spirit tool's scope, everything became clear. He could see Jiang Huan throwing materials, piled like a small mountain in front of him, one by one into the vast spiritual energy. After a moment, the materials transformed into the purest liquid, flowing into 2 long knives suspended in midair. Spirit tool body? It seems his talent shouldn't be bad. But even if his talent is extraordinary, refining a spirit tool without a refining furnace is something only a 5th level or higher spirit master can do. Moreover, looking at his spiritual energy, it seems he doesn't have any special fire enhancing it. How can he melt all these materials into liquid so quickly? The mountain of materials was visibly decreasing, and the sharpshooter's brow furrowed even more in confusion. Melting materials consume spiritual energy, he hasn't used a refining furnace, and he hasn't even stopped to take a medicine. Does this kid really have that much spiritual energy? Little did he know, whether it was melting materials or refining spirit tools, it was all the system at work. He was merely acting as a conduit, like a bridge. Ultimately, the sharpshooter's expression grew serious as he reached a conclusion. This kid is definitely suspicious. I can't be careless. With that thought, he pulled out a white handkerchief from his jacket pocket, the handkerchief fluttering in the wind. It is now 10:27 in the evening, with the wind blowing from the west-southwest at a speed of 4 meters per second. He then took off his gloves and carefully felt the air, humidity 40%, temperature 23 degrees Celsius. The straight-line distance to the target is 5322, 45 m. His expression was serious as he quickly performed a complex calculation in his mind. Following the result of his calculations, he began to adjust the sniper rifle in his hands. With a thought, 3 bullets of different styles appeared in his hand. Armor-piercing round, bone-crushing round, poison round. These are things used against 6th-tier spirit masters. That brat is quite lucky. He looked at the 3 bullets and muttered, "This kid is suspicious. I need to cut off all his escape routes." Then, 6 more bullets appeared in his hand, totaling 9 bullets of 3 types. Once everything was ready, he turned to his companion, Eagle Eye, and instructed, "Keep it under control, minimize the sound of the gun, and maximize the bullet speed. Also, remember to sense his vitality through the bullets. If he's not dead yet, remind me to take another shot." Eagle Eye nodded and raised his hand to touch the sniper rifle. A subtle force then attached itself to the rifle. The sharpshooter smiled, "Thanks, Eagle Eye." He peered through the scope at Jiang Huan, loading the bullets one by one into the magazine, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, just like that. Sit still and don't move." He slowly squeezed the trigger. Pop! A soft sound, like a balloon bursting, echoed on the rooftop, causing no disturbance whatsoever. Below, people continued to come and go, cars flowed like water. The moment the bullet flew out of the barrel, Eagle Eye became extremely serious, his gaze following the speeding bullet as if sensing something. Let the bullet fly for a while. At the Half-Rue Hotel, room 8607. Jiang Huan was melting the materials in front of him while listening to the system voice echoing in his mind. a smile that he couldn't suppress on his lips. Congratulations to the host for successfully melting Fire Silk. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades Experience plus 270. Spirit Tool 1000 House Experience plus 270. Joint Progress Boost. Host Experience plus 540. Congratulations to the host for successfully melting Anger Tin. Spirit Tool 1000 Blades Experience plus 305. Spirit Tool 1000 House Experience plus 305. Joint Progress Boost. Host Experience plus 610. The continuous improvements made 1000 Blades and 1000 House very grateful to the host. 1000 Blades Compatibility plus 5. 1000 House Compatibility plus 10. With sufficient experience, does the host choose to advance? 1000 Blades and 1000 House haven't leveled up yet, but I advanced first? Jiang Huan chuckled helplessly. Just as he was about to glance at how much more the two spirit tools needed to promote to SS level, a strong sense of unease suddenly surged from his heart. Without thinking, Jiang Huan was about to lunge forward. Bang! The sound of a hard object piercing through tempered glass rang out. The spot where Jiang Huan had just been sitting was instantly pierced through, creating a hole. Before Jiang Huan could land, bang, 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 bang. 8 bullets came rushing at him from various angles. 4 of them aimed at his head, neck, heart, and spine, vital spots. The other 4 were to block his escape route. Jiang Huan's pupils constricted. He had no way out. 4 deadly bullets whistled towards him, piercing through his head, heart, spine, and carotid artery. Bright red blood splattered across the entire room. The bullets continued their momentum, passing through Jiang Huan's body and then through the wall behind him. Thud! Jiang Huan's body weakly crashed into the remaining materials, scattering them everywhere. The entire room was instantly in disarray. In the distance, the sharpshooter slowly raised his head, his expression grave, turning to look at Eagle Eye beside him. Is he dead? Eagle Eye nodded slightly. The marksman then revealed a hint of a smile as he looked at the 9 holes in the floor-to-ceiling window of the Half-Rue Hotel. Eagle Eye, thanks to you controlling the bullets and preventing their power from spilling over. Otherwise, if such a large piece of glass shattered, it would definitely alarm the hotel. By the time the city patrol arrives, we wouldn't be able to blend into the hotel at all. Eagle Eye continued to nod blankly, like an ordinary B-level spirit, showing little expression. The marksman seemed accustomed to this. He shrugged. Eagle Eye, let's go. We need to take some evidence to report. Eagle Eye, along with the large sniper rifle, transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from his hand. He strode confidently towards the hallway. 10 minutes later, a taxi stopped at the entrance of the Half-Rue Hotel. The marksman, wearing sunglasses, walked briskly into the hotel. He politely declined the service offered by the receptionist and took the elevator alone to room 8607. He hummed a little tune, as if he were returning home, feeling relaxed and at ease. Walking down the corridor, he occasionally twirled around, in a very good mood. 8607, 8607, found it. Ah, here it is. He stopped at the door, casually whistling at a passing female attendant, full of teasing intent, while also throwing her a flirtatious glance. Miss, leave a number? The female attendant, seeing his rogue-like expression, hurried away without looking back. He then revealed a smug smile. Now no one will disturb me while I unlock the door. He pulled out a precision device from his storage ring, skillfully attaching 2 wires to the door lock, and began to operate it continuously. That kid's spirit looks pretty good. Hopefully, I can successfully extract it. That's all money. After several mistakes, a soft click sounded, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The door opened. He walked into the room confidently, as if returning home, and didn't forget to lock the door behind him. Looking at Jiang Huan lying in a pool of blood, still wearing an expression of disbelief, he smiled with satisfaction. Armor-piercing bullets broke through defenses, bone-shattering bullets caused explosive damage, plus a poison bullet as insurance. Even an ordinary 6th-level spirit master could lose their life if they didn't react in time. Let alone you, a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. Taking 4 bullets like this, your death is not unjust. He squatted beside Jiang Huan, surveying the materials scattered on the ground. All good stuff. This kid doesn't even know what his family does to have so many materials. His brow suddenly furrowed. Where's the spirit? It was clearly beside him just now. He scanned the area but saw no spirits. Could it have been put away by him? He reached out to touch Jiang Huan's shoulder, a surge of spiritual energy slithering into Jiang Huan's body. Spiritual energy dissipated, all organs halted. He really is dead. After a moment, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. No spirit found inside either. could it have dissipated? But it's only been a little over 10 minutes, how could it dissipate so quickly? Could it be that this kid doesn't care about spirits at all, leading to such a low compatibility? Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out to look, so impatient. This woman, she said half an hour, and it's only been 28 minutes. I've waited for you for 3 years. He answered the call, his tone light and teasing. Hello, Chen the Great Beauty, what's up? Oh, about the matter, it's all settled. I'll send you the photos shortly. What about my money? Giving you a few extra days? That's fine, but you can't expect me to let you off without any payment, right? Alright, you go to the city center and book a room for me. Once it's done, send me the room number. After hanging up, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of the marksman's mouth. 3 years ago, you treated me like I was invisible. 3 years later, you'll be in my shoes today. Let's see if I don't make you suffer tonight. As he spoke, he raised his phone high, taking a shot at a 45-degree angle, capturing both himself and Jiang Huan lying in a pool of blood. He didn't forget to make a peace sign. Yay, after sending the photo, he, like most handsome young men, zoomed in on the picture to admire his stunning looks. He should have relaxed his gaze a bit more, and when he smiled, he should have opened his mouth wider. He really needed to shave more often. He was only in his 30s, but he looked a bit haggard. That kid wasn't bad, his eyes wide open before death. Chen-Lin, that bitch, would surely admire me even more. Looking at his own chubby face and Jiang Huan's shocked expression as he faced death, he felt particularly satisfied. If she begged me to be with her, should I consider it? Although a bit of a bitch, she was indeed good-looking, especially those legs, tight, slender, and curvy. His gaze lingered on the freshly taken photo, and for a moment, his thoughts wandered. Suddenly, as if he saw something, his brows furrowed tightly. Why is the hole in his head gone in this photo? He shifted his gaze to Jiang Huan beside him. He hadn't seen clearly yet. Poof! A long knife, resembling shattered glass, pierced through his jaw and into his brain. Pain! It hurt so much. A piercing, bone-deep agony. Blood gushed out like a long-neglected dam, soaking the already blood-stained carpet once more. He felt his vitality slipping away, but he was powerless to stop it. His eyelids felt so heavy, he just wanted to close his eyes and sleep soundly. Just as he was about to completely shut his eyes, he vaguely saw a figure quietly sit up. How could he still be alive? Jiang Huan slowly sat up, rubbing his head that had just been pierced. Damn, luckily I had deadly transfer and feign death to fool you, plus slow healing to clear the toxins. Otherwise, I'd really have to go see Yama. Jiang Huan didn't notice that when he finished speaking, the spirit of the 10th device in the system space moved slightly before returning to its previous calm. Damn. It really hurts when the bullet hits the body. Just moments ago, at the instant the bullet struck, deadly transfer activated, transferring all the fatal damage from the 4 bullets lodged in him to 1,000 blades and 1,000 house. That's how he saved his life. Jiang Huan didn't know who wanted to kill him, but he remembered hearing those uncles in Kaiyun City say that criminals often return to the scene of the crime for various reasons. So, he used feign death to pretend to be dead. Fortunately, the person trying to kill him indeed showed up. From what he just said on the phone, it seems someone paid him to deal with me. Who could it be? Could it be the Yi family again? While speaking, he continued to strip the spirit of the gun and pocketed his storage ring. Then he picked up the gun's phone. The screen was still lit, lingering on the chat window between him and Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin? I don't know her. He opened Chen-Lin's album, which contained many photos. It was of a youthful girl in her 20s. She's quite pretty, but why does she want to kill me? Just as Jiang Huan was lost in thought, the sirens of the city patrol sounded. Jiang Huan's heart instantly sank. Oh no, why is the city patrol here? This guy collapsed here. I won't be able to explain myself later. Jiang Huan's perception was far beyond that of others. At this moment, the sirens were already downstairs. He estimated that in 2 or 3 minutes at most, they would be at his door. Jiang Huan's mind was in chaos. He didn't know how to deal with the trouble that was about to come. According to reason, he belonged to self-defense and counterattack. Even if he were caught by the city patrol, at most he would just need to cooperate with the investigation for a while before being released. However, Jiang Huan was worried about one thing. What if this person was sent by the Yi family? Given the Yi family's influence, if he were caught by the city patrol, it might be difficult for him to get out again. Could he escape? Yes. With the abilities of his domain, deadly darkness, concealment, and breath control, even if the city patrol broke in at that moment, he could calmly leave right under their noses. But escaping would mean being labeled as a fugitive from justice, and his information was still registered at the hotel. Once the city patrol deemed him guilty, Jiang Huan would never see the light of day again. But what could he do? This wasn't Kaiyun City. There was no Zhang Yu, no Zhang Zhouan, and certainly no Morong Shui. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Jiang, are you inside? We have found suspicious individuals entering your room, and we specifically brought the West City team of the City Patrol to investigate. Could you please cooperate? The urgent knocking sounded, but Jiang Huan did not respond immediately. He was still pondering how to break the deadlock. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Huan's phone suddenly rang. He frowned slightly and glanced at the screen. Lu Yiming. He has been in Hansui City for a few years, and the White Tiger Camp is the largest organization in Hansui City. Maybe he has a way to solve this. At this moment, Jiang Huan was completely adopting a dead horse as a living horse doctor attitude. If Lu Yiming couldn't solve it, then he would have to temporarily cooperate with the City Patrol's investigation, but he must refuse to wear the suppression handcuffs. If anything seemed off, he would escape immediately. With this thought, Jiang Huan answered the call. Hello, Jiang Huan. Good news. Great news. Jiang Huan curled his lips. Don't get ahead of yourself with the good news. I have some bad news. Ha, you didn't get into trouble again, did you? Jiang Huan calmly replied. You really know how to read people. Outside the door, the elegantly built hotel lobby manager was trying to open the door with a master key. Beside her stood Chu Tian, the captain of the West City Patrol in a deep blue uniform, a middle-aged man in his 40s with thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking like he couldn't tolerate any nonsense. 4 young patrol officers followed behind him. Manager Zhou, stop trying. The door is probably damaged by the suspect. You're just wasting time now. Saying this, Chu Tian reached out to pull Manager Zhou aside. Manager Zhou, step aside. We are going to break down the door. Manager Zhou looked troubled. Captain Chu, I don't oppose you breaking the door, but I'm just an employee. You are the City Patrol. Even if you break the door, our boss wouldn't dare say much, but he will hold the loss against me. Chu Tian frowned slightly. He had been with the City Patrol for many years and had seen plenty of such situations. Shifting the loss was a common tactic used by bosses to exploit employees. Especially in smaller companies, they love to do this. However, he didn't want to waste time. The West City Patrol's jurisdiction had maintained the best public order in Hansui City for the past 25 years since he took office. He would not allow anyone to disrupt the results of his years of hard work. Manager Zhou, the West City team will take responsibility for the loss. Step aside. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou's worries vanished, and she quickly moved aside. Captain Chu, with your word, I can rest easy. Please proceed. With a glance from Chu Tian, a burly man stepped forward. A half-person high wolf-toothed thunder hammer appeared in his hand. He swung his arm, and the dark hammer crackled with lightning, stirring up a gust of wind, and one could faintly hear a wolf howl. Bang! The hammer fell. The exquisitely decorated door shattered into pieces. Manager Zhou looked regretfully at the door. 80. Chu Tian glanced at Manager Zhou, then said to the big black man, Xiaoming, it's not much money, you can pay for it yourself. After saying that, he led the team into the guest room. Xiaoming disdainfully looked at Manager Zhou. $80 for a door, and you're so heartbroken. Where's the payment code? I'll scan it for you. Manager Zhou crossed her arms and shot him a glare. I meant 800,000. Xiaoming's face instantly froze, wearing an expression worse than crying. Captain. Inside the guest room, as soon as Chu Tian and the others walked through the door, they heard the sound of rushing water and a strong smell of blood. Their expressions turned serious, and in an instant, their spirit weapons coalesced in their hands. Entering the living room, they were greeted by a corpse, which, judging by its attire, seemed to be another spirit master. The materials were scattered all over the floor. A gust of evening wind blew in, and everyone looked up to see 9 large bullet holes in the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Manager Zhou was the last to enter, and upon seeing the bullet holes, her face instantly fell. It's over, my year-end bonus is ruined. She then looked down and saw the living room drenched in blood, with a corpse whose eyes were as white as copper bells. Ugh, you! She had a strong sense of professionalism, rolling and crawling out again, not forgetting to cover her mouth with her freshly done nails. She was just an ordinary person. Although she often served spirit masters, she had never seen such a bloody scene. Her departure did not attract anyone's attention, because at that moment, everyone's focus was drawn to the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom. They followed the sound to the bathroom door. On the fogged-up frosted glass, a strong figure was reflected, seemingly a robust young man taking a shower. Who are you? Come out. City Patrol West Division is investigating. Please cooperate with us immediately. The person in the bathroom seemed to have not heard, continuing to leisurely wash himself. He even started humming a tune. The members of the City Patrol felt ignored, and Chu Tian's expression darkened instantly. Sir, please come out immediately. Otherwise, we will take violent action against you. The sound of rushing water continued, and the members of the City Patrol exchanged glances, then decided to take action. However, just as they were about to move, the water sound suddenly stopped. Can't even take a shower in peace. You city patrol in Hansui City really don't respect human rights. Sir, please come out immediately and assist us in our investigation. Got it, at least let me put on my pants first, or do you want to see me in my birthday suit? The two girls in the team instantly turned red. The others could only helplessly leave Xiaoming at the bathroom door to guard, while the rest returned to the living room to wait and investigate. Captain Chu, judging from the bullet holes in the floor-to-ceiling window and the wall, it should be caused by a firearm-type spirit weapon. The bullets have disappeared due to the dissipating spiritual energy, and it is initially determined that the quality of this spirit weapon is B-level. Captain Chu, the deceased is not a hotel guest. Judging by the physique, it should be the suspicious person Manager Joe mentioned. Moreover, the deceased's phone, storage ring, and spirit weapon are all missing. We can't find any more useful information. Captain, doesn't this person look a bit familiar? He looks a bit like the sharpshooter Duan, the one who left our entire city patrol helpless 2 years ago. I remember now, it was that incident in the east of the city, right? I heard that over the past 2 years, the Koreans behind him have been supporting him a lot, and he has been thriving in Jinling City. Why has he suddenly come back to our Hansui City? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian squatted down to carefully observe the deceased. After a long while, he murmured, "It really is him, the sharpshooter Duan." In an instant, that unpleasant case resurfaced in his mind once again. 2 years ago, in the eastern district of Hansui City, a series of shootings occurred. 4 core members of a medium-sized organization, all 5th-tier spirit masters, were killed one after another. All clues pointed to Duan, but in the end, due to a lack of strong witnesses and evidence, the city patrol could only let him go. The day he walked out of the city patrol's office building, his middle finger raised high was like a slap in the face to the city patrol of Hansui City. The city patrol never gave up on the investigation because it seemed that this case was closely related to the Dangun Society of Goryeo. However, Duan left Hansui City after that day. This became a major knot in the heart of the city patrol. The sharpshooter Duan coming into the guest room proves he thinks there's no threat, or that the threat has been dealt with. But who killed him in return? That guy in the bathroom? The information he registered at the front desk clearly stated he was only a second-tier spirit master. How could he possibly kill Duan? Could he be hiding his true strength? Why did Duan seek him out? Countless questions flooded Chu Tian's mind, and he desperately hoped to extract some useful information from Jiang Huan. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Duan has close ties with the Goryeo people. This kid is hiding his strength, and Duan wants to kill him. If Duan had no conflict with him, then it proves that it's the organizations behind them that are in conflict. He seemed to have caught on to some information, his eyes brightening with sharpness. In these 2 years, the Dangun Society of Goryeo and the Amaterasu Society of Japan have been constantly infiltrating the Great Xia, as if they are searching for something within its borders. And because of this, conflicts between the two organizations often erupt. He slowly stood up, his expression serious as he looked towards the bathroom. Could he be from Japan? To successfully kill such a cautious sharpshooter, this kid either has an extremely powerful spirit or is at least a 5th-tier spirit master. If he really is from Japan, then according to their despicable methods, hiding in the bathroom for so long must be preparing a killer move. His pupils trembled violently, as if he thought of something terrifying. Just as he was lost in thought, Xiaoming, guarding the door, could no longer contain his impatience. He knocked heavily on the glass door. "Are you done yet? How long does it take to get dressed?" Click! The bathroom door latch was pulled. Chu Tian's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Idiot! There's danger! Everyone, take cover!" At the same time, he rushed towards Xiaoming, pulling him towards the corner of the living room. The bathroom door opened immediately, and Jiang Huan, dressed in a white bathrobe and holding a towel to dry his wet hair, looked displeased. "What are you rushing for? I'm right here. I can't run away." Can't a person dry their hair in peace? However, as soon as Jiang Huan stepped out of the bathroom, he froze. Silence, a deathly silence. 5 guys in city patrol uniforms were scattered in the corners of the living room, huddled together. Especially the 2 closest to him, crouching behind a flower pot in the corner, looked on guard. "What are you doing?" Jiang Huan asked, puzzled. Instantly, the 5 felt a wave of embarrassment. Xiaoming muttered softly, "Captain Chu, where's the danger?" Chu Tian, who usually never smiled, suddenly felt his cheeks burn. Did he guess wrong? Is this kid not related to Japan? But he still shot a glare at Xiaoming. Better safe than sorry. Chu Tian slowly stood up, pointing at Duan's corpse. "Did you kill him?" Jiang Huan shrugged nonchalantly, self-defense. Jiang Huan's attitude made Chu Tian very unhappy. This was a homicide. Why could he act so indifferent? "What were you doing in the bathroom just now?" Jiang Huan walked around the corpse and directly sat on the sofa, continuing to dry his hair. I got blood all over me. Of course I had to take a shower. If not, it would be all sticky. How would you sleep at night? Are you going to huddle in a corner like you few? Zhang Huan's teasing made Chu Tian's recently faded sense of shame rise again. At the same time, he felt a strange sensation towards the young man before him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Your name is Zhang Huan, right? Come with us for a trip to the city patrol office to assist in the investigation. Zhang Huan nodded, sure, but you'll have to wait a bit. Xiao Ming looked displeased. We've already waited so long for you. You want us to wait more? What exactly do you want to do? Zhang Huan crossed his legs. You don't expect me to go to your city patrol office wearing this bathrobe for a whole night, do you? Chu Tian frowned. Stop wasting time with him. Take him away. Anyone who resists will be dealt with on the spot. He vaguely sensed that Zhang Huan was stalling for time. Just as everyone was about to step forward, Zhang Huan slowly stood up, smiling as he replied, Captain, please understand, I am not a suspect. I am a victim. If this is how your city patrol office in Hanshui City treats law-abiding citizens, then once I walk out of the patrol office, I will definitely blow tonight's events out of proportion to the Great Xia Daily. I believe no media outlet or self-media would let go of the dirt on the city patrol office. The four patrol officers exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to do. Chu Tian retorted, Mr. Zhang, whether you are a law-abiding citizen is not for you to decide. Everything must wait for the investigation results. He then sternly scolded his subordinates. What are you standing there for? Take him away. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. At that moment, he finally understood what kind of feeling Zhang Huan gave him. It was a very sinister feeling. Every word he spoke was righteous, but the reason behind it was known only to him. From the moment everyone entered, he had been trying to take control of the situation. Who would calmly take a bath after committing a crime in the city? Or even dare to mock the city patrol office? This kid had no fear in his heart, or perhaps his fear was well hidden. He couldn't let him waste any more time. He had to be taken away immediately. Alright then, I'll cooperate with you. Zhang Huan looked at the few people approaching him, feeling somewhat helpless. Sure enough, the old fox was still sharp. His delaying tactics had been seen through. This Lu Yiming was really unreliable. The distance from the White Tiger camp to this hotel was no more than 10 kilometers. With such a short distance, it shouldn't take half a day. For now, he could only go with them to the city patrol office. The group took Zhang Huan downstairs. In front of the hotel, 2 patrol cars were parked in the square. Chu Tian led Zhang Huan to the patrol car. Mr. Zhang, I must remind you that you are currently a suspect, not a victim, because we do not know whether you knew the deceased or if there were any grievances. Once we arrive at the city patrol office, you can remain silent, but every word you say will become part of the clang. A high-pitched, clear phoenix cry rang out from the air. Chu Tian, Zhang Huan, and the others looked up. In the night, they saw a blue light racing towards the hotel through the mist. The wings were as blue as the dawn sky, and the dim yellow streetlights reflected on them, casting a soft glow, like rising flames. With long, flowing tail feathers resembling water sleeves, it glided through the night sky, leaving behind several lively traces. Chu Tian's expression grew serious as he watched the approaching blue light. Spirit beast Cheng Wan? Why is she here? He then looked at Zhang Huan with a complex expression. Could it be that she came for this kid? Hearing this, Zhang Huan couldn't help but fix his gaze on the speeding bird. He knew about spirit beasts, but he had never seen one because they were too rare, even rarer than weapon spirits. In appearance, spirit beasts and demon beasts are indistinguishable, and indeed, that is the case. Certain special weapon spirits are born with a subtle connection to specific demon beasts. When they meet, this subtle connection amplifies, forming a bond that allows the demon beast to transform into a spirit beast, firmly binding the spirit beast to the weapon spirit. As the host of the weapon spirit, one gains possession of the spirit beast through this bond. Compared to demon beasts, spirit beasts not only possess greater intelligence but also increase in strength more rapidly, making them the best assistants for their hosts. The Qinghuan soared gracefully through the night sky, and everyone finally saw that beneath the radiance of the divine Qinghuan, a lithe figure was gripping its sharp claws with one hand. The flapping wings stirred up a powerful wind, making it difficult for the onlookers to keep their eyes open. The Qinghuan eventually settled about 4 to 5 meters above the crowd. The figure leaped down, took a few quick steps, and stood steadily in front of Chu Tian and the others. However, no one paid him any attention. The crowd's gaze remained fixed on the Qinghuan. After circling in the air twice, the Qinghuan gradually reduced the amplitude of its wing flaps and finally landed in a parking space not far from 2 patrolling vehicles. Chirp! The Qinghuan let out a soft call, its exquisite head twisting playfully, occasionally preening its feathers. The arrival of the Qinghuan caused a commotion in the hotel. Many people, some even in just their shorts, rushed to the windows and balconies to take photos. I heard last year that Wei Qingxuang obtained a 7th-tier spirit beast on Kunlun Mountain. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true, and it's the legendary Qinghuan. Open your eyes and look. This Qinghuan, excluding its 7 or 8 meter long tail, is at most 5 meters long. In other words, it should still be in its juvenile stage, with a maximum strength of 5th tier. Oh my, I've made it big. I saw a Qinghuan today. Like everyone else, Jiang Huan's gaze remained fixed on the Qinghuan. The reason was simple. The Qinghuan was simply too beautiful. As a type of phoenix, it radiated a sacred light that made one want to draw closer. Moreover, unlike the violent and aggressive pressure of demon beasts of the same tier, the Qinghuan had completely retracted all its oppressive aura and even obediently sat in the parking space, as if it were a uniquely designed car. How could Jiang Huan not be moved by such an intelligent spirit beast? If only he could have a spirit beast of his own someday. He just wondered if Qianrun and Qianhu, or perhaps other weapon spirits in the system space, had any subtle connection with a certain demon beast. Uncle Chu, are you still working late at night? A familiar voice broke in, and Jiang Huan turned to see Lu Yiming in a fitted gray-blue military uniform, wearing a wide-brimmed hat adorned with a silver circular dragon emblem, and a silver silk windstrap along the brim. Lu Yiming, who was not particularly handsome, appeared capable and upright in the context of the Demon Suppression Army uniform, adding a touch of resoluteness to his demeanor. Chu Tian's expression was impassive. You have quite the connections, borrowing Wei Qingxuan's Qinghuan. Lu Yiming scratched his head awkwardly. Uncle Chu, please don't laugh. Sister Wei is a good person. Jiang Huan breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by the situation, it seemed that Chu Tian and Lu Yiming had known each other for a long time, and he probably wouldn't have to go to the patrol division. Little Lu, you came for this kid, right? If so, you can go back. You know my temper. Until the matter is clarified, even if the commander of your White Tiger camp comes personally, I won't let him go. Jiang Huan frowned slightly. It seemed that Lu Yiming, and even the face of the Demon Suppression Army, didn't hold much weight in Chu Tian's eyes. Lu Yiming appeared anxious. Uncle Chu, you might have misunderstood. Jiang Huan is one of our team members, and today he is here to carry out a secret mission. As he spoke, he had already pulled out a red-headed document from his pocket. The bottom bore the official seal of the Demon Suppression Army's Kuemu Wolf Brigade. Chu Tian took it, glanced at it. The content was simple, merely stating that Jiang Huan was a soldier of the Demon Suppression Army, currently on a mission, and hoped that various departments would provide certain conveniences. It seemed that to prevent Chu Tian from doubting, Lu Yiming added, Uncle Chu, you know, our Demon Suppression Army not only deals with demon beasts but also has the task of eliminating infiltrators from hostile organizations. Chu Tian snorted coldly, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Huan. He says you are from the Demon Suppression Army? Show me your brigade badge. Jiang Huan had no such thing. He didn't even know what the brigade badge of the Demon Suppression Army looked like. He could only remain silent. Lu Yiming quickly interjected, Uncle Chu, he is on a mission. How could he possibly carry those things with him? They are all in our camp. Chu Tian sneered, in your camp? Fine, you call Wei Qingxuang and have your comrades bring the badge over. If you can't find the badge, any other proof will do. As long as I see these things, I will let him go immediately. Although Chu Tian spoke with a smile, his eyes were filled with mockery. He crumpled the red-headed document in his hand and threw it forcefully to the ground. You little brat, have you forgotten who I am? I am the captain of the City Patrol's West Brigade, Iron-Faced Chu Tian. You dare to fool me. In the past, I heard that other brigades in the White Tiger camp were excluding you, Kuemu Wolf, and I thought they were unreasonable. They wouldn't consider things from your perspective. But now, I only feel, you, Kuemu Wolf, deserve it. Everything is your own doing. How many years has it been? You, Kuemu Wolf, have gone from being the Sharp Knife Brigade to this state. You've even resorted to deception, and it was Wei Qingxuang who led the way. Do you even deserve the name, Kuemu Wolf? You might as well hand over the name. Don't tarnish the name, Kuemu Wolf. Chu Tian blared, pointing his finger at Lu Yiming, cursing incessantly. At this moment, Lu Yiming resembled a child caught making a mistake, burying his head in silence before Chu Tian. Jiang Huan felt a bit confused. What exactly happened to the Kuemu Wolf Brigade? Why did Chu Tian look so disappointed? From his words, it seemed that the Kuemu Wolf had experienced something that caused their status to plummet from the peak to the bottom. After cursing Lu Yiming, Chu Tian suddenly turned to Jiang Huan. I don't know who you are, but to have Wei Qingxuang help you fake something, it shows your family background is not ordinary. But what I hate the most are those with connections. You better pray that you are truly innocent. Otherwise, if you can walk out of the city patrol, I will share your surname. take him away," Chu Tian shouted, stepping into the car first. Zhang Huan stood by the car door, motionless and silent. No matter how the 4 city patrol officers urged and pushed him, the situation seemed to have worsened because of Lu Yiming's appearance. "Should I still go to the city patrol?" "Zhang Huan, what do you mean? Do you want me to take action?" Zhang Huan's non-cooperation caught Chu Tian's attention. He glared at Zhang Huan, his eyes wide as copper bells. A powerful aura erupted around him. The domineering presence of a 5th-tier spirit master instantly enveloped Zhang Huan. The oppressive aura turned the faces of the 4 officers behind Zhang Huan, as well as Lu Yiming, pale. It was as if Zhang Huan would face a thunderous strike if he continued to resist. However, Zhang Huan showed no fear, raising his eyes to meet his gaze. His eyes held only endless calm. "So what if you are 5th tier? Even if I can't defeat you, with the speed of chasing wind, what can you do to me?" The 2 sides were on edge, and even Lu Yiming hurriedly ran to the middle, quietly pulling Zhang Huan's arm and murmuring, "Boss, don't be impulsive. He's Chu Tian, the iron-faced Chu Tian who doesn't give face even to the Lord of Hansui City. Why don't you go with them first? I'll think of a way to get you out." "The vast horizon is my love. Flowers are blooming at the foot of the endless green mountains." Suddenly, a loud ringtone broke the tense atmosphere between the 2 sides. Everyone involuntarily looked at Chu Tian, who helplessly took out his phone and answered the call. "Hello, I'm on a mission. How do you know? Can't you understand me a little? Can you not cause trouble?" Suddenly, Chu Tian fell silent, his puzzled gaze constantly sizing up Zhang Huan. After a long while, he spoke again. "What's your relationship with this kid? What do you mean I don't need to care? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that?" He seemed to relent. All right, I got it. Goodbye, remember to call me more often when you have nothing to do." He hung up the phone, glanced at Zhang Huan with a complex expression, finally stuffed the phone into his pocket, took a deep breath, and looked helpless. "Let him go. Disband." The 4 officers of the city patrol, though confused, could only obey the order. As the engines of 2 patrol cars roared to life and were about to leave, Chu Tian, sitting in the passenger seat, cast another complex glance at Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan's hand suddenly rested on the passenger window. He first looked at Lu Yiming, then turned to Chu Tian. "Captain Chu, you seem to look down on Kuemu Wolf?" Chu Tian snorted coldly, disdainfully glancing at Lu Yiming. "Ha, do they deserve it?" Zhang Huan's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that Chu Tian referred to they instead of you. In other words, he had seen through that Zhang Huan was not part of the demon suppression army but had merely reached an agreement with someone, so he did not continue to pursue Zhang Huan. Facing Chu Tian's contemptuous attitude, Lu Yiming did not refute but lowered his head. For some reason, this made Zhang Huan very unhappy. The letter that Morong Shui had given him suggested that he join the Kuemu Wolf brigade in the White Tiger camp. Of course, Zhang Huan could freely choose other brigades. She was just giving a suggestion. He didn't know why Morong Shui did this, but he owed her too much. Now, before even entering the Kuemu Wolf brigade, he had already incurred a favor from them. First, there was Qing Luan, representing the attitude of the Kuemu Wolf brigade leader, and then that red-headed document stamped with the Yi Kuemu Wolf brigade seal. Although Chu Tian did not take it seriously, Zhang Huan genuinely owed them a favor. Zhang Huan disliked being indebted to others. To accept others' kindness, he would do his utmost to repay it. To bear others' hatred, he would rather be shattered to pieces. This had always been Zhang Huan's principle. He stepped forward, blocking Chu Tian's knife-like gaze aimed at Lu Yiming. Chu Tian's brows furrowed tightly. What did this guy want to do? Captain Chu, no matter how unworthy Kuemu Wolf is, that was in the past. Please remember, today is the last day of Kuemu Wolf at the bottom. In the future, Kuemu Wolf will only return to its original height. Soon, you will see with your own eyes that Kuemu Wolf will be great again, even greater than its most glorious times in the past. Zhang Huan stared at Chu Tian, his tone extremely calm, as if he were stating something utterly ordinary. Chu Tian sneered disdainfully. Why should I believe that? You're not going to tell me it's just because of you, right? He glanced at Zhang Huan dismissively, but that glance left him somewhat dazed. Zhang Huan's calm face held a pair of deep, black gemstone-like eyes, as unfathomable as an ancient well. He was so calm, as if he were merely stating something that had already happened. Just because of me, Kuemu Wolf will be great again. He didn't know where Zhang Huan's confidence came from, but within Chu Tian, who had originally looked down upon everything, a ripple unexpectedly arose. He cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Huan and, to avoid losing face, ultimately left behind a single remark. Young people don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. 2 patrol cars took Duan's corpse away, and Lu Yiming looked at Zhang Huan with excitement. Boss, did you just say you want to join our Kuemu Wolf team? Previously, Lu Yiming had tried to recruit Zhang Huan, but Jiang Huan had dismissed him, saying he would consider it after observing the camp for a while. Now, Jiang Huan's sudden change of attitude made it hard for him to believe. Jiang Huan nodded. That's great, boss. With your potential, our Kuemu Wolf will rise again one day. Throughout the journey, Jiang Huan's various performances had already conquered Lu Yiming, and even he didn't realize that he had started calling Jiang Huan boss repeatedly. Even though he was 4 or 5 years older than Jiang Huan, it all seemed perfectly natural. Jiang Huan looked at him curiously. What exactly happened to your Kuemu Wolf team? Lu Yiming's previously excited expression instantly turned a bit dim. It's hard to explain in a short time. If you really join Kuemu Wolf, you'll gradually find out. Jiang Huan nodded and then asked, about that phone call just now, do you know what it was about? Lu Yiming shook his head. I thought you were looking for help. Jiang Huan frowned. You really don't know? I don't know. What's wrong? Jiang Huan shook his head. Did you notice the look on Chu Tian's face after he finished the call? He looked displeased, like he was watching a thief, as if I had stolen something precious from his family. Lu Yiming scratched his head. Really? Could it be that you're overthinking it? Jiang Huan looked in the direction Chu Tian had left, muttering, it's strange. If it wasn't you, who could have helped me? Chu Tian, who didn't even give face to the demon suppression army, who did he receive a call from, and then suddenly left? At this moment, Jiang Huan was filled with confusion. Lu Yiming nudged Jiang Huan's shoulder. Boss, don't think too much about it. I have to say, you have quite a bit of face. I have face? Jiang Huan was a bit puzzled. Lu Yiming nodded. You don't know how hard it is for us to leave the camp at midnight for personal matters. We have to file reports layer by layer. In the end, I was afraid I wouldn't make it in time, so I called Sister Wei. She had Xiao Cheng bring the documents to me, which is how I managed to arrive on time. Xiao Cheng? Jiang Huan was somewhat confused. That's the name of the Qingyuan, given by Sister Wei, Lu Yiming said, smiling at the Qingyuan beside them. Chirp, as if in response, the Qingyuan let out a soft call. Lu Yiming hooked his arm around Jiang Huan's shoulder. Boss, if it weren't for your influence, how would I have the chance to experience having a spirit beast? This is a Qingyuan. After reaching adulthood, it can directly break through to the 7th rank. By the way, what exactly is your relationship with Sister Wei? Jiang Huan shook his head helplessly. I don't know her. No way? Lu Yiming looked shocked. How could someone you don't know help you forge documents, and even lend you the Qingyuan that represents her identity? At this moment, even Jiang Huan himself was puzzled as to why Wei Qingshuang would go to such lengths to help him. Was it merely because of teacher Morong's letter? Initially, Jiang Huan didn't know Wei Qingshuang's identity. He thought that Morong Shui had recommended him due to her military service privileges, and that Wei Qingshuang was just the person in charge of recruitment for the demon suppression army. But now, he gradually understood that Wei Qingshuang was the captain of the Kuemu Wolf team. That made her identity a bit sensitive. Morong Shui was only at the 4th rank now, and based on the timeline, at most she was at the 3rd rank during her service. This level of strength is at most that of an ordinary soldier, and there's no guarantee of even getting a chance to enter the various battalions, let alone getting to know the captains of those battalions. Yet, just a single letter has prompted Wei Qingshuang to help so wholeheartedly. Jiang Huan seemed to have grasped the crux of the matter, his gaze sharpening. Could it be that teacher Morong has another identity? Jiang Huan, what are you thinking about? Lu Yiming waved his hand in front of Jiang Huan's eyes. Jiang Huan shrugged. Nothing, just daydreaming. By the way, you mentioned on the phone that you had good news for me. What's going on? Lu Yiming chuckled. Sister Wei has made arrangements. Tomorrow, before 9 o'clock, you need to come to the White Tiger camp for the final 2 days of training. Training? Jiang Huan frowned slightly. Lu Yiming nodded. It's not just training. I've also heard that in 2 days, you'll be going to the abandoned satellite city in the east of the city for a real combat test. He paused, his expression becoming somewhat serious as he looked at Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan, I know you have strong combat abilities, but I have to tell you, this is the first time since the establishment of the White Tiger camp that a real combat test is being used to select new recruits. This test doesn't consider the quality of the weapon spirits or personal talent. Only those who pass the test can be selected for the demon suppression army. Otherwise, they will be eliminated. Moreover, this test could potentially be deadly. You need to be careful. Clang, the high-pitched cry of the Qingyuan echoed through the sky as Lu Yiming grasped the sharp claws of the Qingyuan and sped off towards the White Tiger camp under the night sky. Jiang Huan muttered, training? Real combat test? Sounds interesting. There are still 7 or 8 hours until dawn. While I have the time, I need to finish refining the remaining materials. By the way, It seems the system just hinted that I can level up. I'm really looking forward to the real combat test in 2 days. Zhang Huan, wearing a bathrobe, turned and walked back to the hotel. As he walked, he hummed a little tune. It was as if everything that had happened tonight had no effect on him. At a convenience store about a kilometer away from the Halfway Hotel, a girl in military uniform sat bored on a bench. She occasionally looked up into the distance, as if waiting for someone. Before long, a streak of blue light appeared in the sky. Soon, the light landed right in front of the girl. Lu Yiming, how is Zhang Huan doing? The girl asked anxiously. Xiao, look at you being so anxious. Let me have a sip of water first, okay? Lu Yiming picked up a bottle of water from the table and gulped it down, not caring whether the girl had already had some. He drank half of it in one go, then revealed a smile, as if he had just tasted some exquisite nectar. Everything's fine. Uncle Chu let him go. Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. Xiaoxiao, since you're just as worried about him as I am, why didn't you come with me to see him? Chu Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. I feel like he might not want to see me. In fact, because it involved Zhang Huan, Lu Yiming had informed Chu Xiaoxiao as soon as he received Zhang Huan's call. The two of them took the Qinghuan to the White Tiger camp together, but as they approached the Halfway Hotel, for some reason, Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly got off the Qinghuan. Lu Yiming looked at Chu Xiaoxiao thoughtfully. Xiaoxiao, was that call just now from you? Chu Xiaoxiao nodded. Lu Yiming's expression grew more puzzled. That's strange, Xiaoxiao. I know your dad's temper. Once he's made up his mind about something, even the King of Heaven couldn't change it. I even brought up our demon suppression army tonight, but not only did he not give me face, he scolded me instead. How did you manage to convince him? Chu Xiaoxiao appeared absent-minded. I didn't convince him, I threatened him. Threatened? I told him that if he dared to capture Zhang Huan today, I would jump off a building. Lu Yiming looked at Chu Xiaoxiao in surprise. Her calm demeanor did not seem like a joke. For some reason, he felt as if he had lost something. He should have been angry, but at this moment, he felt somewhat conflicted. If it were him, it seemed it wouldn't be impossible. Halfway Hotel, room 8503. Due to the mess in room 8607, the hotel had changed Zhang Huan's room at his request. Of course, all of this was free of charge. At this moment, Zhang Huan sat upright on the sofa in the living room, the melting process nearing its end. The spirit embryo of the Yi priest has been melted into the 1,000 blades, and the spirit effect, Chaos God, has transformed into confusion of all beings. Looking at the effect description, besides being able to directly attack the opponent's mind as before, it can also turn some weak-willed targets into puppets, just like those puppets in the Yi priest's church back then. However, it specifically emphasizes weak will, which means this effect may not be 100% effective. Facing the new spirit effect, Zhang Huan analyzed it. Then his gaze turned to the 1,000 house. The spirit embryo of the Black Wind Bear has been melted into the 1,000 house, adding a brutal charge effect. Zhang Huan couldn't help but recall the time he fought the Black Wind Bear, its sudden short-distance charge, like a mud truck's assault. It made his blood surge. This spirit effect combined with the 1,000 house as simple knife form should create a force that can overcome 10. If paired with backstab, it could completely catch the opponent off guard. Facing the two new spirit effects, Zhang Huan had already imagined a bunch of ways to maximize their use. He sighed and smiled helplessly. What a pity, in the storage ring, almost all the materials have been melted, resulting in the 1,000 blades experience only increasing to 31%. The 1,000 house is better, increasing to 38%. It seems that no matter how many low-level materials there are, the experience they can provide is always limited. Zhang Huan's mind moved, and the box of dead iron he found in Duguming's storage ring immediately appeared before him. This box of dead iron is all that's left. It can enhance the domain's quality, but I don't know who it would be better for. Detected domain enhancement material Dead Iron, Spirit, 1,000 Blades, has a higher compatibility with it. Would you like to begin comprehending the placement material, Deadly Darkness, for 1,000 Blades? It seems the system can distinguish who is more suitable for which material. Zhang Huan muttered, then unhesitatingly chose yes. The next moment, a streak of pitch black began to emanate from the tip of the 1,000 Blades, quickly enveloping the entire living room. Zhang Huan looked at the suddenly expanding domain in confusion, somewhat bewildered. Why did the domain expand on its own? As his words fell, the figure of 1,000 Blades appeared within the domain. Right between them was that box of dead iron. 1,000 Blades pointed at the dead iron and nodded slightly. Rise. The box of dead iron floated in midair. Scatter. Under the infusion of a massive amount of spiritual power, the dead iron began to tremble continuously, then transformed into granular form, dispersing throughout the entire domain. Fall. Countless particles of dead iron, under the command of 1,000 Blades, began to descend. Like raindrops falling from the sky after a storm, they created ripples on the black domain's ground. Congratulations, host, the spirit, Thousand Blades, domain has been upgraded to intermediate level. Thousand Blades raised a hand, and that ordinary long knife, resembling shattered glass, flew towards Zhang Huan. As soon as he grasped the long knife, Zhang Huan felt an unprecedented powerful force. Almost instinctively, he thrust the long knife fiercely into the ground. The next moment, countless long knives erupted from the black ground like a cluster of bamboo shoots after a rain. The entire domain resembled a sea of knives, impenetrable. The cold gleam flashing on the knife edges was intimidating. Is this the intermediate form of deadly darkness? It's truly terrifying. Zhang Huan couldn't help but sigh. He had a feeling that the sea of blades before him would strike wherever he pointed, just like his outstretched arms. Due to the host's careful cultivation, the weapon spirit Thousand Blades feels even more grateful to the host. Compatibility +10. The domain gradually faded, and Thousand Blades returned once again to the long sword. Zhang Huan's lips curled slightly. After a busy night, it's time to improve myself. With a thought, Zhang Huan summoned his system panel. Sufficient experience. Does the host choose to advance? Yes. A vast amount of spiritual power surged into Zhang Huan's body, coursing through his torso, flesh, and meridians, continuously enhancing his physical attributes. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing from second stage 6 stars to third stage 1 star, significantly enhancing physical strength. Congratulations to the host for awakening the ability, Dimensional Contract. It is said that this is a spatial ability developed by certain spirit beast merchants during a certain period for the convenience of selling spirit beasts. No matter where the spirit beast is, with a thought, it will immediately come to your side. The current number of contracts available is 1. The new ability brightened Zhang Huan's eyes. Spirit beasts are great, but sometimes they can be troublesome to have around, especially during stealth operations. A spirit beast's large size can easily alert the enemy, but I have to say, most of the time, spirit beasts are a great asset. Take the Qingluan, for example. If it encounters danger and needs to escape, very few can catch up to it. Moreover, raising a spirit beast is also a headache in terms of expenses. Now that I have this ability, in other words, I can summon a spirit beast to my side at any time. And on normal days, I can let it forage for food on its own, saving me expenses while it enjoys its freedom. This ability is simply amazing. I wonder which little genius came up with it. Zhang Huan couldn't help but exclaim, but he quickly regained his composure. What am I thinking? No matter how strong this ability is, I still need a spirit beast. I don't even know if my weapon spirit has a spirit beast. If it doesn't, this ability is just a decoration. A hint of helplessness flashed through Zhang Huan's mind, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. He pulled up his attribute panel to check his current stats. Host, Zhang Huan, level, 3rd stage 1 star, abilities, mutual progress, calm heart, slow healing, domain sharing, killing intent perception, dimensional contract. Martial skills, stealth, backstab, breath control, identification, killing instinct, blood rage, bleeding, false death. Experience, 0%, physical strength, 2350. Zhang Huan smiled faintly. My current physical strength is equivalent to a 4th stage 5-star spirit master. If I add the characteristics from the overlapping effects of Thousand Blades and Thousand House. At this moment, Zhang Huan was filled with anticipation for his future. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A vibration came, and Zhang Huan took out the phone of the Divine Gunduan. The screen displayed the words Chen Lin. Should he answer the call or not? He fell into a dilemma. In the living room of the hotel room, Zhang Huan sat cross-legged, resting his chin on one hand, sitting upright on the sofa. Duan's phone lay in front of him. It buzzed incessantly. His expression was serious, as if he was contemplating something. This was the 3rd call from Chen Lin, and he hadn't answered any of them. I can't answer. If I do, my survival will be exposed. Once exposed, I might never find out where this Chen Lin is. But if I don't answer, will she become suspicious? For a moment, Zhang Huan felt overwhelmed. Forget it, why worry so much? The real deal is attending the training camp tomorrow. I need to sleep. Zhang Huan abruptly turned off the phone, stuffed it into the storage ring, and then turned to walk into the bedroom. Moments later, a faint snore began to rise, but Zhang Huan's brows were tightly knitted, as if his drowsiness was very shallow. A faint blue shadow slowly emerged from his body, then gently rose and walked around the hotel room, her eyes filled with confusion. The long, flowing robe of the Warring States period perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Finally, she returned to Zhang Huan's bedroom and quietly sat by his bedside. She gently reached out, her long sleeves brushing across Zhang Huan's face. The snoring stopped, and the furrowed brows of Zhang Huan relaxed. She quietly gazed at Zhang Huan's sleeping face, and as if recalling something, a hint of a smile appeared on her previously indifferent face. Her smile was like a blooming flower. In the west of the city, on the third floor of a mid-range hotel, in a guest room, under the dim light, on the pure white bed, Chen Ling leaned against the backrest, staring blankly at her phone. The screen still displayed the chat interface between her and Duan. Her slender fingers occasionally scrolled down the screen, seemingly trying to find some clues from their past conversations. Why isn't he answering the phone? Could something have happened? She scrolled the screen again, enlarging the last picture Duan sent her for a closer look. In the photo, Jiang Huan lay in a pool of blood, the dark red blood staining his chest, and his wide-open eyes indicated his unexpected fate. There was still a lot of blood on the ground. Beside him, Duan posed with a peace sign, his face overflowing with joy. From this photo, that guy should really be dead. But why isn't Duan answering the phone? Didn't he say he wanted me to accompany him? As she said this, a hint of blush unexpectedly flashed across Chen Ling's handsome face, but this blush only lingered for a moment before being suppressed by reason. The same thing happened before when he didn't answer the phone. Last time it was because he was being pursued by the city patrol 2 years ago. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, and a smile quietly curved her lips. It seems he has indeed stirred the city patrol. That's good. By the time he contacts me next, he should have already left Hansui City. That's great. This way, I won't have to feel guilty towards Brother Dugu. As if recalling something, the smile that had just appeared on her face vanished in an instant. Brother Dugu is really dense. He still doesn't know my feelings. While speaking, she had already climbed off the bed. Let's head back to the camp. Tomorrow we'll go see the new recruits training. On her body, as smooth as mutton fat jade, was a set of alluring lace lingerie. She picked up the military uniform at the foot of the bed and quickly put it on. With a light step, she walked out of the hotel. The ponytail at the back of her head swayed, just like her mood, which was exceptionally good. Early the next morning, a taxi steadily stopped at the entrance of the White Tiger camp. A black boot extended from the car door, and a long leg stepped out with a steady pace, followed by a tall figure standing at the gate. Jiang Huan stared at the grand gate, wide enough for 8 small cars to pass side by side, momentarily lost in thought. Is this the place where I will stay for the next 10 years? It really is quite magnificent. Jiang Huan! Jiang Huan! A voice called from the side, and Jiang Huan turned to see Lu Yiming emerging from the nearby duty room, waving at him continuously. Behind him, Xu Xiaoxiao hesitated to follow. Jiang Huan noticed that the moment the two appeared, the soldiers in front of the duty room noticeably frowned. What are you two doing here? Jiang Huan asked. Lu Yiming laughed heartily. We're here to help you with the paperwork. Otherwise, how would you know what to do? Xu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and added, there are quite a few procedures for new recruits. With us guiding you, it will be much easier. Jiang Huan nodded, The two led Jiang Huan through the gate, and as they passed by the duty soldiers, they simultaneously raised their middle fingers. Old Wang, I told you long ago, they are our people. You just have to block us. Now you want to block us again. Old Wang, weren't you quite tough a few days ago? Try blocking us again today. I told you, sooner or later they are one of us, and you still have to puff up your cheeks and glare at us. Come on, if you have the guts, don't let us in today. Let's see if Sister Wei wants to go find your leader. Jiang Huan felt that the two were somewhat childish, turning his head to glance at the duty soldier named Old Wang, who was glaring in anger but had nothing to say. He wanted to ask Lu Yiming for an explanation, but he had to stand guard, and he was helplessly angry. Jiang Huan followed the two, walking towards the military affairs building in the White Tiger camp. Along the way, the two kept telling Jiang Huan many things about the White Tiger camp, from military ranks to the functions of various buildings, and even some unspoken rules. Jiang Huan listened while curiously looking around. The White Tiger camp exuded a rough and wild style. Inside the entire camp, apart from some necessary vegetation and bulletin boards, there were basically no decorations to be found. Even the trash cans by the roadside were entirely gray-blue, without any patterns. The two led Jiang Huan to the military affairs building, filled out a pile of documents, and then received a set of simple training clothes before heading downstairs. Jiang Huan, don't be picky, this is how the training camp works. You only get a simple set of training clothes and are assigned a temporary dormitory. Only after you officially pass the practical test will military uniforms, badges, and other corresponding items be issued. Jiang Huan nodded. So where are we going now? To the qualification testing room at the training ground. To see your spirit quality and personal qualifications. Then you'll be assigned to which class for training, Xu Xiaoxiao interjected. Jiang Huan nodded but did not respond. This action, in Xu Xiaoxiao's eyes, felt somewhat bitter. He still refuses to acknowledge me. Lu Yiming patted Jiang Huan's shoulder hard. Jiang Huan, with your strength, spirit body, dual spirits, plus such strong practical ability, you will definitely shock them all later. Jiang Huan still just nodded, remaining silent. At this moment, even he felt a bit nervous. It was true that he had dual spirits, but whether he was truly a spirit body, he really wasn't sure. First, when he entered high school, he underwent a physical test. At that time, he indeed did not test as a spirit body. Second, although he now possessed dual spirits, he always felt that it was the system's effect. Apart from Thousand Blades, Thousand House, and No. 13 merely treated his body as a transit station, transferring them to Jiang Huan's hands when needed. Soon, the three arrived at the training ground of the White Tiger Camp. It was more like a super large gymnasium than a training ground. The two led Jiang Huan inside, turned a couple of corners, and arrived at a glass door. On the glass door, 3 large characters were written in standard script: testing room. Here we are. Jiang Huan, you have to do your best. Jiang Huan, give that old man in charge of the test a little shock with your qualifications. Jiang Huan followed the two into the testing room. In front of him was a glass curtain wall dividing the testing room into 2 parts. Behind the curtain wall, the testing room was as large as a whole basketball court, filled with several precision instruments, and in the center was the main control console of the entire testing room. Jiang Huan, our White Tiger Camp's testing room can not only measure your current physique and realm but also determine the number of spirits, the quality of the spirits, and provide a preliminary classification of the spirit body. Lu Yiming whispered to Jiang Huan about the purpose of the testing room. Jiang Huan was somewhat puzzled. Preliminary classification of the spirit body? What does that mean? The content Lu Yiming was explaining was something Jiang Huan had never heard of during his years at school. Xu Xiaoxiao mustered her courage and interjected, "That's right, the spirit body of a tool is just like the spirit itself. There are distinctions in quality, generally divided into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. The higher the level, the stronger the overall strength among spirit masters of the same rank. Under normal circumstances, only medium and high-level spirit bodies receive special attention and resource allocation within the demon suppression army. This is because the difference between low-level spirit bodies and non-spirit bodies is not significant. Moreover, only after a medium or high-level spirit body is detected will the camp take you to the Imperial Capital headquarters for more detailed testing, allowing them to determine what kind of spirit body you have." At this point, Xu Xiaoxiao paused and glanced at Jiang Huan. Seeing no sign of annoyance on his face, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "However, this does not mean that medium and high-level spirit masters are invincible among their peers. I've heard some retired soldiers mention a predecessor who, despite being a non-spirit body, single-handedly defeated all the prodigies from 4 major camps. He was simply a monster." Jiang Huan frowned slightly, his curiosity piqued. "So powerful? Who is he? Is he still in the demon suppression army?" Xu Xiaoxiao shook her head. "I don't know. It's all passed down from one generation of veterans to the next. If you try to ask deeper, no one can say for sure. It's as if this person's information has been deliberately sealed off." Jiang Huan furrowed his brow. Sealed off. He wanted to ask more about the subdivisions of spirit bodies when a strong voice came from behind the glass wall of the testing room. "Who is it? You come in without a greeting." Upon hearing this voice, both Xu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming's expressions instantly became serious. Jiang Huan curiously asked, "What's wrong?" The two quickly exchanged glances, lowered their voices, and replied rapidly, "Our camp commander, Xin Hao." At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, sporting a buzz cut, rolled up his sleeves and came out holding a dirty rag. He looked as if he had just been cleaning. Seeing this, Xu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming immediately stood at attention and saluted with a standard military gesture. "Commander, good day." The middle-aged man glanced at their shoulder insignias and then waved his hand, signaling them to lower their arms. "No need to be so formal. We're not outside." "Which squad are you from? What brings you here?" Lu Yiming and the others slowly lowered their hands and then spoke in unison. "Commander, we are Private Lu Yiming, Xu Xiaoxiao, from the Fukuemu Wolf Squad. We brought a newcomer for a qualification test." Xin Hao nodded upon hearing this, placing the dirty rag aside, and looked Jiang Huan up and down before smiling. "So you're the young man who made Xiao Shuang force me to sign last night, insisting on giving you some convenience." Xin Hao spoke casually, but Jiang Huan felt embarrassed. "That should be me. Although I took a shortcut, could you not say it so bluntly? Also, what do you mean by Xiao Shuang forcing you? Aren't you the head of the White Tiger Camp? Who could force you?" Lu Yiming asked with some confusion. "Commander, where is Uncle Guan? Why isn't he in the testing room? And why are you cleaning?" Xin Hao laughed heartily. "Guan? A few days ago, a trainer fell ill, so I arranged for him to cover a few classes. I just happened to be free, so I came to help him out for a few days. As for cleaning, I saw those instruments were a bit dusty, so I just wiped them down. Although I'm a commander, at the end of the day, I'm just an ordinary person. Cleaning is part of the job. However, I need to criticize Guan once the new recruits finish their training. He's responsible for the testing room, yet he doesn't seem to care at all. He then waved at Jiang Huan. You're Jiang Huan, right? Hurry over for the test. Soon, you'll need to take the results to the training ground to report to the instructor. Jiang Huan heard this and immediately followed behind Xin Hao into the testing room, bustling about. Before long, the instruments in the entire testing room began to operate almost simultaneously. Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with confusion. Why did Commander Qin suddenly come? Even if Guan Quan went to substitute for a class, there shouldn't be a need for the commander to come in person, right? Let's just wait and see what these leaders think. Who among us down here can guess? Hey, Xiaoxiao, what level do you think Jiang Huan's spirit body is? I remember he has 2 spirit vessels. His companion spirit vessel is at least A level, and the second spirit vessel contracted later feels like it's at least A level too. To contract 2 A-level spirit vessels, he must at least be a mid-level spirit body, right? If you ask me, we can just go in and see for ourselves. The two made up their minds and quickly walked towards the control panel in the center of the testing room. At this moment, beside the control panel, Jiang Huan was inside a cylindrical glass chamber, connected to various lines of different sizes, with a purple light occasionally sweeping across. In front of the control panel, Xin Hao stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the large screen on the control panel. The screen displayed a progress bar alongside an hourglass that was continuously turning. Analyzing the qualifications of the Spirit Master, current progress 90%, please wait. When Xin Hao saw the two approaching, he merely glanced at them without saying anything. The two stood behind Xin Hao, anxiously watching the progress bar move forward on the screen. After a moment, with a crisp prompt sound, Jiang Huan's test results appeared line by line on the screen. Name, Jiang Huan, age, 18, realm, 3rd stage, 1 star, physique, 2350, number of spirit vessels, 1, spirit vessel quality, S, is it a spirit body? No. Xin Hao's gaze swept from top to bottom, his expression shifting from calm to somewhat pleased, then to a hint of disappointment, as if he had thought of something unpleasant. Before he could speak, Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao's incredulous voices rang out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Jiang Huan also stepped out of the glass chamber, looking at the data on the screen with a sigh in his heart. Sure enough, I am not a spirit body. Xin Hao turned to Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming. How is it impossible? Chu Xiaoxiao anxiously explained, Commander, Jiang Huan has dual spirit vessels. We saw it with our own eyes. And look at his physique. A normal 3rd stage, 1-star spirit master is usually just over 500, right? Jiang Huan has 2350. That's higher than many spirit bodies. How could he not be a spirit body? Lu Yiming added, exactly. And his second spirit vessel's quality is not inferior to the companion spirit vessel. Commander, is the testing device broken? Hearing this, Xin Hao frowned slightly, and a hint of pity flashed in his gaze towards Jiang Huan. Could it really be that kind of physique? Xin Hao looked at Jiang Huan with a trace of sympathy. Show me both of your spirit vessels, let me take a look. For Jiang Huan to possess dual spirit vessels and have results that differed from the testing device, Xin Hao seemed completely unfazed, as if he had already known. Jiang Huan nodded, and with a thought, the blood-red long knife and the glass-like long knife materialized in front of him, floating in midair. The sharp aura emanating from the blades surged forth, continuously impacting the three in front of him. Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming exchanged a glance, their hearts racing. This was the first time they faced Jiang Huan's spirit vessels so closely, and they felt a bit breathless. This was the unique pressure of a high-level spirit vessel. Could it be that Jiang Huan's spirit vessels were not just A-level? Xin Hao remained unaffected, raising an eyebrow. Dual S-level spirit vessels? At this statement, Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming's eyes widened, their pupils trembling violently. S-level spirit tools are 1 in a million, and double S-level spirit tools are even rarer. It is known that even the current top young talent of the White Tiger Camp, Duguba, only possessed 1 S-level spirit tool at the age of 18. However, instead of shock, the two felt a stronger sense of confusion. Why was Jiang Huan, who had such excellent qualifications, detected as having no spirit tool body? Jiang Huan nodded, confirming Xin Hao's estimate. Yes, double S. Xin Hao sighed, as if making a final struggle, and pointed to a device not far behind them. That device is specifically for testing the quality of spirit tools. You can place the 2 spirit tools on it, and we will confirm again. Following his instructions, Jiang Huan went to the device at the back and placed the 1000 blades in 1000 house on it. Xin Hao operated the control panel with both hands, and after a moment, the details of the 2 spirit tools appeared on the large screen. Companion spirit tool, 1000 blades, quality, S. Second spirit tool, 1000 house, quality, S. The test results on the screen made Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming's breathing quicken. S level, and double S level. The future of the Kuei-Mu Wolf rests on Jiang Huan. It must be that the device is broken. That's why it couldn't detect Jiang Huan's spirit tool body. However, unlike the excitement of the two, only endless regret remained in Qin Hao's eyes. Alas, what a pity! With the sound of the printer, a paper recording Zhang Huan's test results slowly ejected from the side of the control panel. Qin Hao handed the test results to Zhang Huan. Later, you should go to the training ground and give the test results to Instructor Guan Quan of the new recruits class 100. Zhang Huan took the test results but did not move. Commander, I don't understand. Zhang Huan was puzzled, although he had long prepared himself for not having a spirit tool body. Even if he wasn't a spirit tool body, based on the quality of the two spirit tools he displayed, Qin Hao shouldn't show a look of pity towards him. Qin Hao looked into Zhang Huan's eyes, which were eager for answers, and then glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming behind him, who were equally curious. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, Zhang Huan, if I'm not mistaken, your companion spirit tool's quality is not high. He pondered for a moment and then affirmed, it doesn't exceed E-level at most, right? Zhang Huan looked at Qin Hao in surprise. How do you know? Qin Hao continued, not only do I know this, but I also know that you have basically never sought special materials to refine your companion spirit tool to S level. You just used whatever materials you had, right? Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao were dumbfounded. In their understanding, the materials required for each specific spirit tool to level up were different, and what was needed depended entirely on one's understanding of the spirit tool. This was the first time they had heard of someone succeeding in leveling up by using whatever they had. Zhang Huan hesitantly nodded. Although Qin Hao's description differed somewhat from his situation, it seemed to make sense if forced to understand that way. Qin Hao looked at Zhang Huan with some pity before beginning to explain. What a pity! If it were just a companion spirit tool, it would be fine, but why did you contract a second spirit tool? If I'm not mistaken, you are one of the fewer than 10 pseudo-spirit bodies that have appeared globally in the 300 years since the revival of spiritual energy. Zhang Huan frowned slightly. Pseudo-spirit body? Qin Hao nodded. You know about pseudo-spirits, right? A pseudo-spirit body is similar to a pseudo-spirit. You should be able to understand that. Zhang Huan pondered, already understanding some of it in his heart. However, Chu Xiaoxiao frowned. Commander, could you please explain? I really don't understand. Qin Hao smiled faintly and said, pseudo-spirit tools, as you all know, are mostly fragments of spirit tools that people have processed using various means, found in ancient tombs, broken temples, or ruins. Generally speaking, pseudo-spirit tools can only exert part of the effects of the original spirit tools. If we infer the quality of the original spirit tools from these fragments, most of them would be 2 to 3 grades higher than the manufactured pseudo-spirit tools. In other words, we have sacrificed the quality of these spirit tool fragments to ensure that certain effects can function normally. You should be able to understand this principle when applied to pseudo-spirit tool bodies. The crowd exchanged glances. Lu Yiming frowned and asked, can it be understood as robbing Peter to pay Paul? Qin Hao nodded, that can also be understood that way. Zhang Huan looked puzzled. Commander Qin, if that's the case, which wall is being robbed in the pseudo-spirit tool body? Qin Hao patted Zhang Huan's shoulder with a look of regret. Spirit tools are a part of a spirit master's body. Generally, people tend to associate the initial quality of the accompanying spirit tools with the talent of the spirit master. Because a person's talent encompasses various aspects, such as comprehension, understanding, perception, observation, and affinity with spirit tools, talent cannot be measured by instruments like the quality of spirit tools. Since the revival of spiritual energy, what people have mostly seen is that those with higher initial quality of spirit tools tend to achieve greater accomplishments. Gradually, this misunderstanding has arisen, believing that the higher the quality of the spirit tools, the greater the achievements of the spirit master. At this point, he sighed, Kaiyun City is a small town with limited educational resources, and some of the teachers, during their cultivation, inevitably fall into misconceptions. It's truly a pity. In the 270 years since the establishment of the Demon Suppression Army, there have been 87 innate spirit tools with low quality but later achieved remarkable high-level spirit masters. This means that as long as they are given enough time, even with low-quality spirit tools, they can achieve a turnaround. Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao exchanged bitter glances, already harboring a bad suspicion. They had thought Zhang Huan would be the hope of the entire Kuemu Wolf team, but now it seemed all their efforts were in vain. Zhang Huan pondered for a moment and slowly said, Commander Qin, according to your statement, it means that I, possessing a pseudo-spirit tool body, am using my own talent to exchange for an improvement in spirit tool quality. In the short term, because my spirit tool quality has rapidly improved and I have contracted a second spirit tool, my overall strength will be stronger than others of the same rank. But in the long run, this is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Because whether it's the improvement of the accompanying spirit tool's quality or contracting a second spirit tool, it consumes my own talent. That is, the faster the spirit tool quality improves, or the more spirit tools I contract, the greater the consumption of my own talent. I not only cannot become a high-level spirit master, but there may come a day in the future when I could become a fool, right? Shinhao looked regretful, to be precise. Based on the information we have, given your current situation, whether you can break through to the 4th rank in the future is already in question. In the Demon Suppression Army, even if you can stand out from ordinary soldiers and enter any battalion, you will only be able to remain a 3rd-class soldier for life. If you contract another spirit tool, you may not even be able to maintain the status of a 3rd-class soldier. Shinhao's certain answer made Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming, who were already somewhat disappointed, feel even more disheartened. The Kuei-mu wolf would never rise again. However, unlike the two's frustration, Zhang Huan wore a confident smile. Commander Qin, the situation is still uncertain, everything is hard to say. Perhaps I am that exception? Zhang Huan did not know what a true pseudo-spirit tool body was like, but he knew he was definitely not a pseudo-spirit tool body. After all, his spirit tool originated from the system. Moreover, his talents seem to have never diminished. This can be seen from his understanding of the feigning death technique and truth. The reason he has not refuted it all along is to have a plausible excuse for contracting the 3rd spirit, the 4th spirit, and even more spirits in the future. However, Shinhao only regarded Zhang Huan as young and impetuous, blindly confident, but his cultivation prevented him from arguing back. I hope so. It's almost time, I have some things to attend to. You should hurry to the training ground and find Instructor Guan Quan, the 2nd class is about to end. He then looked at Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming. You too, if there's nothing else, help me clean the testing room. Follow the standards of the camp. If I come back and see even a little bit of non-compliance, I'll punish you both with 500 pounds of weight and 100 laps. After saying this, he strode out of the testing room. Zhang Huan checked the time and turned to let the two take him there first. As he turned, he saw that Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming seemed unconcerned about the extra task. Their attention was entirely on Zhang Huan, looking at him with pity, regret, and sympathy. This gaze made Zhang Huan uncomfortable, but he knew they meant well. Zhang Huan tilted his head and smiled brightly. Hey, don't look at me like that. Don't forget, I said I would make the Kuei-mu wolf great again. You two hurry and take me to the training ground. We can come back to clean later. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with guilt. Making the Kuei-mu wolf great again, wasn't that a bit too much responsibility for him? The White Tiger Camp's athletics field. It is located at the center of the training ground, and its size can be summed up in one word, large. At a glance, it is nearly the size of 3 football fields. The top is hollowed out, separated by huge transparent glass. On sunny days, the glass can be retracted, making it similar to an open-air stadium. Today, it just so happens to be a rare sunny day, with the blazing sun at 11 o'clock shining down on the entire athletics field. There are also many spectator stands on both sides, with a few old soldiers sitting around to watch the excitement. The vast athletics field has a sense of an ancient Roman Colosseum. In the center of the grass field, there is a formation of over 40 soldiers standing there, drenched in sweat, completely still. This is one of the many new recruit teens in the White Tiger Camp. Opposite them, a middle-aged man with half-white hair hides in the shade where this person is none other than Guan Quan, who was originally responsible for managing the testing room. He has a straightforward personality and a fiery temper, which is why he was assigned to manage the testing room, saving him from constantly offending people. He was quite content with this life. However, for reasons unknown, Shinhao decided to have him substitute for the new recruits early this morning, which left him feeling very frustrated. Guan Quan's gaze swept over the group of new recruits, and his resentment grew stronger. I really don't know what Qin Brigade Commander is thinking, making me a drill instructor. Doesn't he know that the thing I hate the most is connections? With a class of 45 people, at least a third are connected. Of that third, 2/3 are relatives of grassroots soldiers, and the remaining third are distant relatives of various team members from the 7 squads. Damn it! Why have the new recruits at the White Tiger Camp been worse than those at other camps in recent years? Isn't it all because of this broken policy? In the other 3 camps, who isn't playing along with this policy? He scanned the athletic field with disinterest, suddenly looking in one direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. Why isn't she sticking with Dugoba today, but instead hanging out with those other girls from her squad? Suddenly, he caught a movement in the ranks out of the corner of his eye. He turned around sharply and roared, "You! Yes, you! Step out! No dinner for you tonight!" In the distance, Chen Lin was sitting with her companions from the Lu Jingo team, laughing as they watched the new recruits training on the grass field. I didn't expect old Guan to come back as a drill instructor this year. This new recruit class is really doomed. Ha ha ha, how bad can it be? Didn't we all go through this? True, but did you drag me here just to watch the new recruits train? We might as well go shopping. The photo of Jiang Huan's death put Chen-Lin in a great mood. Originally, she was just waiting for Dugoba to come out of the training room so she could share the secret good news with him. But early this morning, she was pulled by her other squad mates to watch the new recruits train. A girl with a round face and a ponytail smiled and said, "Chen-Lin, I was just worried that Dugoga would be stuck in the training room all day with no one to play with, so I brought you here for some fun." Chen-Lin looked at her with some confusion. Then the girl nudged Chen-Lin's shoulder. "I have insider information. Old Guan plans to give this group of new recruits a hard time today. You all know his methods, so let's just wait and see the show." "Hey, aren't those Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming from the Kuemu Wolf team? Why are they bringing a new recruit here?" The round-faced girl looked curiously towards the southwest entrance of the athletic field, mumbling. Chen-Lin followed her gaze and, with just one glance, her eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? Didn't he die? In the photo, he was clearly lying in a pool of blood. His pupils were already dilated. Why is he still alive? Could it be that Duan and he were both deceiving me?" In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Jiang Huan followed Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao and quickly arrived next to Guan Quan. Guan Quan frowned. "Lu Yiming, Chu Xiaoxiao, you two are veterans. Don't you know that you're not allowed to disturb the new recruits during training?" Lu Yiming smiled. "Uncle Guan, we really aren't causing trouble. We're here to bring you a new recruit, as per Brigade Commander Qin's instructions." As he spoke, he handed Guan Quan Jiang Huan's testing information. Guan Quan took the paper but did not look at it immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Jiang Huan with a very disdainful gaze. "Today is the last day of training, tomorrow is a day off, and the day after is the real combat test. What's the point of coming to train now? Isn't it just some rich kid coming to our camp to get a little polish?" The disdain in his tone was unmistakable, leaving Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming at a loss for words. Jiang Huan simply replied indifferently, "Instructor Guan, I'm not a privileged person." Guan Quan snorted coldly, "Get in line, go to the last row." He had only shown up for the training session at the end. He didn't believe for a second that he wasn't a privileged person. With a look of disgust, he opened Jiang Huan's test information and glanced at it. Initially, when he caught sight of Jiang Huan's rank, physique, and spirit quality, his calmness turned to surprise, and then his pupils trembled violently. But when he saw the number of spirits, a flicker of doubt crossed his shock. How could a single S-rank spirit possess such a high physique? When he read the last line of the test conclusion, his shock morphed into mockery. So it was a pseudo-spirit body. He dared to lie to him about not being a privileged person. He raised his eyes to the back of the line, where Jiang Huan had just squeezed in, a trace of disdain flashing across his lips. "Damn it, all privileged people. The White Tiger camp has been ruined by you all. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Rest in place for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I have a gift for you." As he spoke, he pulled out a pocket watch from his pocket, letting it drop from his palm, swinging back and forth in a repetitive motion. Jiang Huan frowned slightly, sensing a hint of hostility in Guan Quan's eyes. "What's wrong with this old man? I haven't provoked him, have I? Why is he so hostile towards me?" Suddenly, Jiang Huan felt an uncomfortable gaze. He turned to look in the direction of the gaze and saw a rather handsome face. In the next moment, he became extremely serious. "Found you." Jiang Huan silently withdrew his gaze as if he had merely turned his neck due to stiffness. Since the other party was from the White Tiger camp, he couldn't act rashly. As long as he was within the camp, she couldn't make a move against him. Otherwise, why would she need to hire mercenaries? Jiang Huan quietly sat cross-legged on the grass, pondering how to cleverly eliminate this unstable factor. Even though the other party couldn't act against him in the camp, being watched made him uneasy. Moreover, he needed to consider why the other party wanted to target him and whether it had a direct connection to the Yi family. During this time, a few chatty peers tried to strike up a conversation with Jiang Huan, but he dismissed them with a few words. He didn't like being disturbed while he was thinking. Not far away, a sun-kissed boy with a prominent nose watched Jiang Huan with great interest, playing with a coin in his hand. Beside him, a chubby boy resembling a Michelin man slumped on the grass, panting heavily. Standing for the entire morning was torture for someone of his size. "Chenggu, that guy is even more pretentious than you." The chubby boy looked at Jiang Huan and blurted out. Xin Shen frowned, grabbing the coin he had just been playing with, his fist cracking ominously. He glared at the chubby boy. "Oh Yang, who are you calling pretentious?" Ouyang Mingyue quickly covered his mouth, forcing a smile. "I'm the pretentious one, it's me." The fat on his body trembled, clearly having been bullied by Qin Shen often. Qin Shen crossed his arms and muttered softly, "Oh Yang, I'll tell you again, he only showed up now that the training is almost over. Who is this kid's father to dare walk in through the back door so brazenly?" Oh Yang shook his head. "How would I know? But if you ask me, why do you care who his father is?" In this White Tiger camp, no one is more impressive than your dad. Qin Shen shot a glare at Ouyang Mingyue, slapping his hand on his shoulder, his fingers digging deep into his flesh. He lowered his voice, Ouyang, I'll tell you one more time, I'm just a kid from an ordinary family. If you mention my dad again outside, don't blame me for disregarding over a decade of friendship and giving you a good beating. Ouyang Mingyue winced in pain. Alright, boss, let go, you're killing me. Only then did Qin Shan release his grip on Ouyang Mingyue's shoulder. Time passed second by second, and the sound of a small pocket watch ticking echoed clearly in everyone's ears. As the 5-minute mark approached, most people began to feel uneasy. They still didn't know what kind of person the new instructor was, but from the way he had been toying with everyone that morning, it was clear that the gift he had prepared for them was definitely not a good one. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted, followed by Guan Quan's voice, break time is over, everyone, are you ready? The crowd exchanged anxious glances, but no one dared to respond. Guan Quan seemed unfazed by their reaction. He pulled a black remote control from his storage ring and pressed a button. Next to the track and field area, several entrances below the stands, which had been sealed off, retracted like sliding doors, revealing 7 or 8 entrances wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. The entrances were blocked by a specially made iron fence. A gust of wind blew out from these entrances, carrying with it the foul stench of demonic beasts. A few girls instinctively covered their mouths and noses. Then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, accompanied by a series of barking sounds, rushing towards the iron fence. Before long, hundreds of canine demonic beasts, each wearing a special collar around their necks, were exposed to everyone's sight. Their eerie green, fierce gazes lingered on the more than 40 new recruits, many of whom bore old scars, making their already ferocious faces appear even more brutal. They began to attempt to break through the iron fence, but the specially made barrier was not only incredibly sturdy but also electrified at the top. After several demonic beasts were scorched by the high voltage, they instinctively began to keep a certain distance from the fence. However, their gazes towards the crowd burned even hotter. It was as if they had spotted a delicious crab roe burger. Some young spirit masters, who had grown up in a greenhouse and had hardly seen any real combat, felt their legs go weak and their faces turn pale at this sight. Yet, to Guan Quan, this scene was utterly satisfying. Damn it! I'm going to scare the hell out of you privileged ones. I want to show you. The Demon Suppression Army is deadly serious. It's not a place for you to gild your resume. Everyone, these are second-tier Ironbone hounds. Just like their name suggests, they have a very strong resistance to blows but weaker attack power. Therefore, in the past, they have been the training partners for newcomers in our camp. You don't need to be afraid, because in 2 days, you will all know that you are going to undergo a real combat test. I can tell you clearly that in the combat test, second-tier beasts are just the norm. You might even encounter third-tier or even fourth-tier demonic beasts. And this is the daily life of the Demon Suppression Army. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell silent. A few timid ones, whose legs were already trembling, suddenly went limp. If it weren't for their companions supporting them in time, they would have made a fool of themselves. Guan Quan's gaze swept over the faces of the newcomers, searching for those who could face the demonic beasts with composure. This girl is not bad. Although a bit scared, her gaze remains resolute. She's a good seed. This fat guy is also decent, but I can't tell if the quivering flesh on his face is from excitement or fear. This guy seems to be called Ouyang Mingyue. What a nice name, yet it belongs to such a fat guy. The one next to him, named Qin Shen, is quite impressive. He has been exuding confidence since this morning. Why is this privileged one so calm? His gaze suddenly landed on Zhang Huan, his sharp eyes scrutinizing him without restraint. He keenly sensed that Zhang Huan's calmness was completely different from that of others. His calmness was the calmness of someone who had grown accustomed to life and death, a calmness that walked between iron and blood. But wait, he was only 18. How many life and death experiences could he have gone through? Could it be that he played with monsters every day? Zhang Huan seemed to feel his gaze and turned to look over. In that instant, their eyes met. He could clearly perceive that there was not a trace of instinctive fear in Zhang Huan's eyes that a rookie would have towards an instructor. This made him furrow his brows tightly. He withdrew his gaze and began to explain the rules of the game. Everyone, I need to tell you that in the test the day after tomorrow, a moment of carelessness could cost you your life. Therefore, for your safety, you must learn one thing. He paused, scanning the crowd with a serious expression, and slowly uttered 2 words, run for your life. The rules of this game are very simple. The Iron Bonehounds wear a timed suppression collar around their necks, set to 5 minutes. In a moment, the iron gate will open. Everyone, including me, will do their utmost to escape. During this time, whether you cooperate or not is up to you. In any case, attacking teammates is not allowed, attacking the monsters is not allowed, you can only escape based on your own abilities. As he spoke, he pointed to the north, the farthest point. Those who can last 5 minutes will be considered winners. Extra dishes in the cafeteria tonight. As for those who can't last 5 minutes. At this point, he suddenly grinned mischievously. Let me remind you, the Iron Bonehound is also known as the butt-digging dog. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd turned pale, and many instinctively protected their behinds. Guan Quan raised the remote control in his hand high and smiled slightly. Then, the game begins. The moment his words fell, the iron bars immediately dropped. Guan Quan transformed into a shadow and instantly dashed out. At the same time, behind the 7 or 8 barriers, the pack of iron bonehounds surged out, a dark mass of figures, at least 400 or 500 of them at a glance. Damn! Instructor, how can you run first? Hey, wait for me. I don't want to be eaten by this pack of beasts. No! Instructor, why can't we fight back? Why do we only have to run for our lives? Guan Quan leisurely ran at the front, even turning around with interest to watch the panicked escape of the crowd, which delighted him. The first lesson in escaping: always observe everything around you. If the situation is wrong, be the first to run. As for fighting back, I just said, today you need to learn how to escape, how to adjust your steps, your breathing, and how to use your spiritual power are all things you need to master. The demon suppression army never encourages running away. But if there is nothing or no one you must protect behind you, preserving your own life is the most important. The Iron Bonehound's speed is only average among monsters. If you can't withstand even 5 minutes under their pursuit, for the sake of your lives, I advise you to give up on tomorrow's test. From a certain perspective, advising someone to give up is also a form of doing good. Letting this group of well-connected individuals know their limits indirectly ensures the strength of the new recruits in the White Tiger camp, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Guan Quan felt like a good person. What he didn't tell everyone was that, in fact, among the audience, there were a dozen veterans he had communicated with in advance, who would immediately step in if any rookie encountered life-threatening danger. Guan Quan was not particularly fast, but the veterans' experience, their habit of observing everything around them, and their exquisite use of every bit of spiritual power allowed him to quickly determine the best escape route when facing the pack of dogs. He even had time during the escape to evaluate each rookie's performance. Wu Qian is doing quite well. She quickly figured out how to use the chaotic crowd to create distance between herself and the ironbone beasts. Quite clever. Yang, that fat guy, actually has a defensive pseudo-spirit, huddled inside a barrier. Although the ironbone dogs keep attacking, as long as he can hold out for 5 minutes, it will be fine. Xin Shen's pseudo-spirit is impressive. He can evade effortlessly under the siege of the pack of dogs by using high-frequency short-distance teleportation. I remember it seems to be S-class. Moreover, judging from his performance, he must have practiced a high-quality martial art for body movement. However, that smug look on his face is a bit annoying. Why is this kid still so calm? Guan Quan's gaze swept over Jiang Huan, and he realized that Jiang Huan was different from the others. He was not like some people who looked panicked, nor like others who appeared serious or overly confident. He was too calm, as if being chased by hundreds of second-tier iron bone dogs was nothing to worry about. In fact, it was true. During the training in the ruins, Jiang Huan and Zhang Yu had not only been chased by the Beast Priest but had also been besieged by hundreds of mountain beasts led by the Mountain Beast King in a cave. The pursuit by the iron bone dogs was just a routine matter for Jiang Huan. Moreover, he had the pseudo-spirit chasing wind, a useful tool for escaping. Such agile movement, this kid has some skills. Guan Quan couldn't help but admire as he observed Jiang Huan. He had seen 3 ironback dogs attacking from 3 different directions, with intervals of no more than a moment. Yet, as Jiang Huan ran, he twisted his body like a resilient bamboo swing in the wind, and the 3 ironback dogs brushed past him, landing confusedly on the ground. Then, before the 3 ironback dogs could react, Jiang Huan swiftly kicked out 3 times, sending the 3 ironback dogs flying into the pack behind him. Crash! The 3 ironback dogs collided with their companions like bowling pins, scattering them in all directions. Guan Quan secretly cursed, "Damn kid, I clearly said no fighting, and he still dares to kick." The reason he didn't intervene was that he noticed Jiang Huan didn't use any spiritual power while kicking and was holding back. For the ironback dogs, which had strong resistance to attacks, the damage was minimal, just surface wounds at most. Looks like I need to increase the difficulty for you. A bad idea flashed through Guan Quan's mind, and the next moment, he suddenly turned around and ran toward the pack of dogs. Look, what's old Guan doing? Why is he running into the middle of the dog pack? I don't know, but based on my understanding of old Guan, that old guy must be up to no good. This guy is drawing the beast's aggro. Look, the number of ironback dogs chasing him is increasing. Damn, I know what old Guan is up to. This guy is being underhanded. He's making it harder for the new recruits. Those new recruits are doomed. In the audience, the veterans arranged by Guan Quan watched in astonishment as he seemed to go mad, directly leaping over the fleeing new recruits and charging into the pack of dogs, provoking one ironback dog after another. Before long, at least 2/3 of the ironback dogs had gathered behind him. Some new recruits, who were gasping for breath, found their pressure suddenly reduced and were able to catch their breath. Instructor Guan, you're really nice. I'm about to kick the bucket. Yeah, Instructor Guan, thank you. Guan Quan just chuckled. No need to thank me. Now it's time for the second lesson on escaping. You don't need to be fast to a certain extent. You just need to remember, never be the last one. As his words fell, the new recruits who had been jogging ahead and catching their breath were left dumbfounded, just as Guan Quan, who had just fallen behind them, suddenly accelerated and overtook them. At this moment, it was these few new recruits still jogging and panting, facing the pack of dogs. Instructor Guan, you're not being fair. Guan, I curse your grandpa. Oh my, I can't run anymore. The curses from behind continued, but Guan Quan didn't care at all. At this moment, in his eyes, there was only Jiang Huan, who was running calmly not far ahead, struggling against 2 or 3 ironback dogs that had suddenly attacked from the grass field. Guan Quan glanced back at the remaining ironback dogs that were closely pursuing him, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Soon, it will be your turn. To avoid giving any new recruit a reason to complain, Guan Quan deliberately led the pack of dogs past a few new recruits who were originally handling the ironback dogs with ease. Instantly, their pressure doubled. Instructor Guan, how can you betray your teammates like this? Guan Quan turned his head and smiled. Who said you are my teammates? I'm on my own team. Then, he strode forward to chase after Jiang Huan. Relationship connections. I won't let you be so calm. I won't scare you to death, but I will tire you out. In the audience, Chenlin, look, doesn't it seem like old Guan has a grudge against that kid? When old Guan passed by others, he only stopped for a moment. But when he passed by that kid, it was as if he wanted to stick to him. Chenlin? Chenlin? The round-faced girl with a ponytail turned to look beside her when she received no response. She found that the spot where Chenlin had been sitting was now empty. When did she leave? Why didn't she say a word before going? She mumbled, then turned her gaze back to the track field. Sure enough, old Guan led the pack of dogs behind that kid and then ran off in a flash. That kid is going to suffer at least a bit today, on the track field. Guan Quan quickly ran to the front. You little brats, lesson 3 on escaping. Before figuring out who your teammates are, remember to keep your distance from anyone. I'll emphasize it again. Attacking this pack of beasts is not allowed. These are public property. Whoever attacks will be intentionally damaging public property. After shouting, he continued to jog forward leisurely, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Among these new recruits, I have to say, a few of them are really not slower than me. In fact, relying on their respective spirit characteristics, they could completely shake off the pack of dogs. It's a pity they don't know how to control the frequency of the dogs' attacks, using the gaps in their coordination, and in the end, they can only be surrounded by the pack. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time. 3 minutes left. He turned to look at the crowd behind him. Although a few were being attacked by the dogs, since most were chasing Jiang Huan, their pressure was significantly reduced. Looking at Jiang Huan, although a few beads of sweat had formed on his forehead, he still appeared as calm as before. It seems I underestimated them a bit, but it's no wonder. In this class, some are above the 3rd tier, and the worst is a 2nd tier 4-star. Although they can't attack the ironback dogs, they've been working together for almost a month now, so coordinating for 5 minutes shouldn't be too difficult. The corners of his mouth revealed a mischievous smile once again. Looks like I need to increase the difficulty for you all. He pulled out a remote control from his pants pocket, pressed it gently, and the suppression collars on the necks of the pack of dogs began to operate silently. A few small electric arcs were released instantly, shocking the ironback dogs' necks. This current was just right, enough to provoke the pack of dogs without causing them any real harm. The next moment, the pack of dogs that had been struggling with the new recruits suddenly added a hint of anger to their originally fierce gazes. They began to attack the new recruits with even more ferocity. Jiang Huan's pressure doubled. On the previously calm face, the expression suddenly became serious, and sweat began to seep from the forehead. Guan Quan smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. New recruits should look like they're struggling. In the distance, Ouyang Mingyue, who had been huddled inside a spherical barrier and was being attacked by more than a dozen ironback hounds, showed a distressed expression and shouted loudly to Qin Chen for help. Boss Qin, hurry up and save me. If they keep ramming this diamond shield for a while longer, my spiritual energy will be exhausted. About 10 meters away from Ouyang Mingyue, Qin Hao had just dodged an attack from an ironback hound and was about to rush towards Ouyang Mingyue when 4 or 5 ironback hounds suddenly charged at him, blocking his path to rescue her. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, a bunch of little pups. If I could hit you, I'd chop you all up for a drink. He casually reached into his pocket, and 3 playing cards appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the playing cards shot out like flying daggers. Just as they were about to pierce the passing ironback hound, the 3 cards passed through it as if it were air, landing at Ouyang Mingyue's feet. It was vaguely visible that they were 3 threes. Xin Chen murmured, Artifact Spirit Effect, Card Skill, Flash. In the next moment, Xin Hao vanished into thin air. He appeared directly beside Ouyang Mingyue. The instant he appeared, Ouyang Mingyue's protective shield shattered. More than a dozen ironback hounds suddenly pounced towards Ouyang Mingyue and Xin Chen. Ouyang Mingyue was startled. Boss Qin, run! Xin Chen's expression was grave. Hold on tight to me. His hands moved quickly, and with one hand, he grabbed 2 sixes from the void. Artifact Spirit Effect. Card Skill, Shift. At the moment the ironback hounds lunged, the 2 of them instantly appeared a few meters away from their previous position. The more than a dozen ironback hounds that had missed their target looked confused at the empty spot beneath them. Suddenly, they noticed that the 2 people who had just been in front of them had somehow moved to their rear. They immediately turned around, charging at them again. Their speed was astonishing. However, Xin Hao was even faster. He reached into the air. 2 playing cards appeared in his hand, both depicting the Joker with a strange smile. Artifact Spirit Effect. Card Skill, Escape. In the next moment, he and Ouyang Mingyue directly appeared in an inconspicuous corner of the large athletic field, about 300 to 400 meters away from the pack of ironback hounds. Xin Chen's face turned pale, and he stumbled, nearly falling, but fortunately, Ouyang Mingyue was quick to support him. Boss Qin, are you okay? After a moment of recovery, Xin Chen gently replied, I'm fine, just that last move consumed too much spiritual energy, and my body couldn't adapt in time. Seeing that Xin Chen was okay, Ouyang Mingyue finally sat down on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. That was close. Boss Qin, thank goodness you came to save me, or those damn dogs would have bitten off a piece of my flesh. He looked nervously into the distance, only to see that Guan Quan was no longer being pursued by any ironback hounds. He casually found a corner, sat down, and smoked, looking quite pleased with himself, which made Ouyang Mingyue stomp his feet in anger. Old pervert, lacking calcium as a child, lacking love as an adult, taking revenge on the next generation when old. How can one face monsters without letting people fight back? And he looks like he's enjoying the show. I really hope someone can take care of him. Xin Chen gently patted his shoulder. Don't joke around, even if we all banded together, we might not be a match for Guan Quan. Don't be fooled by his age, he's a solid 5th-tier expert. Besides, compared to that kid, we're actually the lucky ones. Ouyang Mingyue was somewhat puzzled. Following Xin Chen's gaze, he saw Jiang Huan alone, being chased and cornered by nearly half of the ironback hounds about 300 to 400 meters away from them. The densely packed ironback hounds attempted to surround him one after another, but he always managed to break through their encirclement with his agile movements, evading their attacks. Damn, Boss Qin, I didn't expect this kid to be so nimble. He seems even better than you. Xin Chen shot a glance at Ouyang Mingyue, his face full of discontent. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for you being a burden, I could handle this pack of mutts on my own. Ouyang Mingyue seemed used to Xin Chen's attitude and didn't argue. Yes. With your spirit body and S-rank spirit, Card Emperor, among all the new recruits in the White Tiger camp, there are probably few who can compare to you. However, I heard that there's a guy named Lu Lei in the 87th squad whose talent seems to rival yours. I heard he declared he wants to take first place in the new recruit test. 7 teams are fighting over him. Xin Chen scoffed. Pfft, that skinny bamboo pole? Tall and thin, with small eyes, darker than me. At first glance, I thought it was something from my pants that had come to life. He wants to be first? Has he asked me? Don't mention that ugly thing. I'm more interested in that kid. I think his name is Jiang Huan. Xin Chen took a couple of steps forward, observing Jiang Huan more seriously. Then, despite the darkness, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Oh Yang, I've made up my mind. This kid has decent strength. If he can hold out against so many ironback hounds for 5 minutes until the end, I'll take him as my little brother. From now on, I'll protect him. Ouyang Mingyue curled his lips, muttering softly, You protect him? Whether he pays you any mind is another matter. Xin Chen's tone turned displeased. What were you just mumbling about? Ouyang Mingyue immediately put on a smile. Boss Qin, I said he's really lucky. With you protecting him, he can practically walk around the demon suppression army with swagger. He then shifted his gaze back to Jiang Huan and quickly changed the subject. Boss, what quality of spirit do you think this kid has? He hasn't even summoned his spirit since just now. How would I know? We'll ask him when we get to know him better, Qin Chen replied casually. Suddenly, Ouyang Mingyue's chubby face squinted as if he had discovered something. Boss Qin, something's not right. What's wrong? This Zhang Huan, although he's been grappling with the beasts, seems to be approaching Instructor Guan in a clumsy way. It's as if he's deliberately trying to distract Instructor Guan. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen couldn't help but look at Zhang Huan again. Soon, he noticed Jiang Huan's peculiar behavior. Judging purely by movement, he believed his own agility was on par with Zhang Huan's. Therefore, he could clearly see, several times, when faced with the sudden attacks of the Ironback hounds, Zhang Huan could have easily dodged the strikes. Yet, he deliberately pretended to be unable to evading the Ironback hound's attacks in a clumsy manner. But each time he dodged like this, he would get closer to Guan Quan, who was ahead. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously asking the same question: what is he trying to do? Then, an impossible answer flashed through their minds. No way! Is this kid planning to take revenge on Instructor Guan? Just as Qin Chen and Ouyang Mingyue had anticipated, Zhang Huan indeed harbored thoughts of revenge against Guan Quan. At first, Zhang Huan sensed a hint of hostility from him, but he thought he must have accidentally offended him somewhere. Zhang Huan didn't take it to heart. However, as he intentionally led most of the Ironback hounds behind him, his heart filled with suspicion towards Guan Quan. He suspected that Guan Quan and Chen Lin were in cahoots, wanting to bury him under the mouths of these hundreds of Ironback hounds under the guise of training. He was even prepared to fight for his life when Guan Quan approached him. However, as Guan Quan drew closer, Zhang Huan did not sense a hint of murderous intent from him. After leading the demon beasts to Zhang Huan's side, Guan Quan swiftly ran ahead. This left Zhang Huan puzzled, but it did not lessen his vigilance. He continued to evade the hundreds of Ironback hounds that sought to surround him, using the agile steps granted by his concealment skill, while pondering why Guan Quan would act this way. After much thought, Zhang Huan arrived at only one conclusion: Guan Quan was displeased with him. As for why he was displeased, Zhang Huan could not know. However, he had never been one to be easily manipulated. Being targeted for no reason and not resisting was not his style, even if the instigator was his superior. Zhang Huan considered using the swift speed of chasing wind to catch up and ask for clarification. But then he thought better of it. There was no need. After all, the other party had a good reason for this: to train new recruits. If he directly asked, he would indeed suffer a silent loss. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to use their own tactics against them. Considering that the other party was an experienced soldier, who knew if they had some special means to deal with him. Therefore, Zhang Huan decided to feign weakness, to paralyze the opponent, and then wait for an opportunity to act. This was the greatest lesson Zhang Huan had learned from Dugu Meng and Duan. At this moment, Guan Quan was to Zhang Huan's left, sitting idly on the crossbar of the goal on the green field. The straight line distance was less than 10 meters. The more than 10 Ironback hounds closest to Zhang Huan suddenly pounced on him like a barrage of cannonballs. Zhang Huan dodged clumsily, but due to a misstep, his left foot tripped over his right, causing him to stumble and slide 3 or 4 meters to the left. Guan Quan laughed heartily. "Kid, are you that scared? You can't even stand steady? If you shout, 'Instructor, I'm scared,' I'll come to your rescue immediately." Tisk tsk, being this scared won't do. The practical test is the day after tomorrow. If you're really that afraid, you might as well petition to leave the White Tiger camp. He admonished Zhang Huan like a mother, without any concealment, releasing the powerful pressure of a fifth-tier spirit master, causing the previously aggressive pack of dogs to dare not approach Zhang Huan any closer. Zhang Huan keenly sensed the implication in his words. Why does he want me to withdraw from the demon suppression army? Although puzzled, Zhang Huan's hand hidden on his body did not stop. He quietly took out a small bottle of colorless liquid from his storage ring, concealed it in his palm, and quietly opened the cap. Zhang Huan pretended to be very scared, quickly getting up and dodging behind the goal, to Guan Quan's right rear. Guan Quan leaped down from the crossbar of the goal, looking at Zhang Huan with a mocking expression, disdainfully glancing at him. It really is true that any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to join the demon suppression army. With a physique like a pseudo-spirit body that has no future, why not find a small mercenary group to stay with? Why come to the White Tiger camp? He took a step forward, and the pack of dogs retreated a step. Zhang Huan activated breath concealment, combined with concealment, and silently approached a few steps behind Guan Quan. With a flick of his hand, the colorless potion hidden in his palm was suddenly thrown behind Guan Quan, soaking his thin training uniform. The damp sensation immediately spread from his back, and he turned sharply to look at Zhang Huan. "What are you doing?" However, Zhang Huan merely smiled faintly. "Instructor Guan, good luck." In the next moment, Zhang Huan took off at a rapid pace, running far away in just a few breaths. His brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The low growls of the hounds pulled his attention back. He then noticed that the pack of dogs, which had been frightened away by his pressure, had begun to tentatively step towards him again. The fierce glint in their eyes seemed to have gained an unusual expression compared to before. It seemed to be desire? The summer morning had a somewhat scorching wind, blowing fiercely. The once noisy athletic field suddenly fell silent for some unknown reason. Guan keenly noticed that the part of the ironback dogs that had been entangled with the other recruits was no longer engaged with them. They too looked at him with a complex expression. A guess he was unwilling to face flashed through his mind. He instinctively reached back to touch the damp spot on his back and brought his fingers to his nose to sniff carefully. The scent was faint, but upon closer inspection, he could detect a subtle, complex, and diverse fishy smell. This fishy odor was reminiscent of women in the marketplace, flamboyantly dressed and revealing much of their delicate skin, enticing every young male brimming with vigor and ready to pounce. In an instant, anger surged within him. "You little brat! Damn you! Who the hell taught you to splash an entire vial of seduction potion all over someone?" Seduction potion. When Zhang Huan was still in Kaiyun City, Zhang Yu had used this kind of potion to take him around the ruins to practice hunting demon beasts. The scent of this potion dissipated with the wind, lingering for a long time. Typically, only a few drops were needed to attract dozens of demon beasts. It was precisely because of this that when Sophie plotted against Zhang Huan in the cave, she only let a few drops fall from her nails. Who the hell would do it like Zhang Huan, splashing an entire vial? At this moment, he felt shame, anger, and a desire to give Zhang Huan a good beating, because he saw in the eyes of the ironback dogs that he had become a two-legged, still alluring female ironback dog. His roar echoed like thunder across the quiet athletic field. However, this roar not only failed to intimidate but seemed to press the start button. It was unclear which ironback dog moved first. 400 to 500 ironback dogs suddenly spread their limbs and charged towards Guan. Their eyes were filled with an impatient desire. Even Guan's imposing presence no longer had any effect on them. As a fifth-tier spirit master, when had Guan ever been treated like this? Not only was he ignored by the demon beasts, but they also treated him as an outlet for their frustrations? He was furious. His spiritual power surged. He wanted to crush this group of demon beasts that dared to challenge his authority. Sai Xian. A 50-centimeter-long brass-colored smoking rod instantly materialized in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, a distant voice floated over. "Hey, Instructor Guan, no attacking demon beasts allowed. Military orders are as solid as a mountain, especially your own military orders. Or should I say, in this White Tiger camp, military orders can be changed at will?" Guan looked up and saw Zhang Huan standing at the front of the crowd like a new recruit leader, hands behind his back, chest out, with a faint smile on his face. The gentle breeze tousled his somewhat long hair. There was no trace of the embarrassment he had just shown when surrounded by demon beasts. Damn it, I've been played by a rookie. He wanted to settle the score with Zhang Huan, but he had no time, because the 100 or 200 ironback dogs closest to him were already pouncing. Damn! For the sake of military authority, he had no choice but to abandon any thoughts of fighting back. He turned and ran. However, he was not good at running. Previously, it was entirely due to his rich experience and the group of recruits drawing fire for him that he could leisurely watch the show from the front. But this time, driven by their instinct, the pack of dogs completely abandoned the recruits and charged straight at him. As the saying goes, a chaotic punch can kill a master. Faced with 400 to 500 ironback dogs surrounding him from all sides, his once proud experience was gradually losing its effectiveness. The distance between him and the pack of ironback dogs kept shrinking. In the distance, Qin Shen and Ouyang Minghua, like the 40 or so recruits in the middle of the athletic field, stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. "Qin, should you come help me? Am I seeing things?" This kid really retaliated against Instructor Guan. Slap. A sudden kick landed hard on Ouyang's plump backside, sending him sprawling like a dog eating shit. "Ouch! Boss Qin, what are you doing?" Ouyang grimaced and rubbed his rear, looking thoroughly displeased. Qin Shen shrugged. "Didn't you ask me to come over? In all my years, this is the first time I've heard such an outrageous request." Ouyang Mingyue. Their gazes lingered on Zhang Huan and Guan. Ouyang muttered, "It shouldn't be like this. Even I can see that Zhang Huan is getting close to Instructor Guan. How could a veteran with over a decade of experience be outmaneuvered by Zhang Huan?" Qin Shen pondered for a moment before replying. "The skilled swimmer drowns, the skilled rider falls, and the saying the onlooker sees most clearly is never just talk." Qin Shen's expression turned serious, and his gaze towards Zhang Huan held a hint of unusual emotion. "This guy is quite interesting." Then, he flashed a confident smile typical of a rich kid. "He'd make a perfect little brother for me." Ouyang cautiously glanced at Qin Shen and then quietly took a few steps back before timidly speaking. Boss Jean, you really are bold. But I feel like you're still a bit lacking compared to that kid. Besides, I sense that kid has a bit of a wicked streak. What normal person would mess with an instructor on their first day in the camp? How about we forget it? I'm afraid you might end up being his little brother instead. Oh Yang, who do you look down on? I would be his little brother. As he spoke, he instinctively slapped his hand down beside him, but the slap hit nothing. He then realized that Ouyang Mingyue had somehow sidestepped to the side. He wasn't angry, instead, he couldn't help but chuckle. You've learned well. He crossed his arms, staring confidently at Zhang Huan in the distance. But still, that little brother of his, I'm definitely taking him. In the distance, on the athletic field. Unlike Qin Chen's confidence, Huan Quan felt like every second was like a year. Not good at running and unable to fight back, he was propelled forward solely by the will to avoid being humiliated. Whenever he slowed down, he could feel several warm, moist breaths closing in behind him, desperately trying to pin him down. Damn it, Jian Huan, that little brat. He could only grit his teeth and try to widen the distance again, but lacking stamina, he soon slowed down once more. The breaths of the pack of dogs were right behind him. He gritted his teeth and sped up again. Round and round it went. In desperation, he shouted to the new recruits, "Hey, are you just going to watch the instructor get chased by those beasts? Hurry up and help." The new recruits exchanged glances, but not a single one moved. After all, no one wanted to be chased by the pack. Before Jiang Huan could say anything, someone from the recruits called out, "Instructor Guan, did you forget? You just said we're not teammates. Instructor Guan, you can do it. A few more dogs are about to catch up to you. Instructor, run, keep running." This group of recruits jeered and mocked, but without exception, not one of them stepped forward to share the pressure with Guan Quan. Guan Quan was furious, and his dislike for Zhang Huan deepened. He turned his gaze to the audience, hoping that the veterans he had communicated with last night would come to his aid. However, there was still no response. His heart was filled with resentment, and he cursed them and Zhang Huan's ancestors in his mind. In fact, even the veterans in the audience were bewildered. Damn, I've never seen this before. This is the first time I've seen a recruit dare to prank an instructor. In previous years, when recruits first met us, who wasn't trembling in fear? Who wasn't? I never thought son of a dog could be so vividly personified. Ah, poor old Guan, he really shot himself in the foot. Put. Ha ha ha, sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Stop laughing. Shouldn't we lend a hand to old Guan? Help with what? Didn't he only ask us to help the new recruits last night? Besides, you know what kind of temper old Guan has, right? Can't he handle this little difficulty himself? If we step in with good intentions, what if he thinks we're undermining him in front of the new recruits? We might end up causing more trouble. The veterans whispered among themselves, exchanging opinions, and finally reached a consensus. Since time was running out, they decided to let old Guan suffer a bit longer. When the final second of the countdown ended, the 400 or 500 ironback hounds, which had been running wildly, suddenly froze as if electrocuted, maintaining their running posture, and then collapsed to the ground like a giant wave crashing down, sliding forward several meters. Moments later, their limbs regained their flexibility, but without exception, they all foamed at the mouth and had vacant stares. Clearly, the timing of the suppressor collars had arrived, and the powerful high-voltage electricity had temporarily incapacitated the pack. Guan Quan's clothes were tattered, all thanks to this group of ironback hounds. He was exhausted, leaning on his knees, his body bent over, sweat soaking his clothes, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripping into the green grass. Ha, 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 he gasped for air, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Huan not far away. Today was undoubtedly the most humiliating day of his years in the military. He had almost been humiliated by a dog. And all of this was thanks to this kid in front of him. The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. At this moment, whether it was the veterans in the stands or the new recruits on the field, all eyes were focused on Zhang Huan. However, compared to Guan Quan's anger, their expressions were filled more with admiration, awe, and curiosity. They admired this new recruit who dared to challenge the authority of the veterans. They were in awe of Zhang Huan's eye for an eye tactics, but they were even more curious about how Guan Quan would deal with Zhang Huan. If he retaliated directly, wouldn't that be a bit unreasonable? After all, Zhang Huan's pranks were exactly the same as the ones Guan Quan had pulled on him. Even Ouyang Mingyue and Qin Chen, who were hiding in the distance, squeezed back into the crowd out of curiosity. After a long while, Guan Quan finally caught his breath and spoke up. "You brat have guts, even daring to mess with me." Guan Quan straightened his back and couldn't help but give Zhang Huan a thumbs up, but his tone was filled with sarcasm. Zhang Huan smiled, mutual respect. The two locked eyes again, like two sharp points facing off. Neither was willing to back down. Once again, Guan Quan read a different meaning from Zhang Huan's calm eyes. In his gaze, there was still no trace of the new recruit's respect for the instructor. Suddenly, Guan Quan's brows furrowed tightly. No! He suddenly realized that Zhang Huan's gaze was not one of fear towards the instructor. It was a kind of indifference to the rules, an indifference to those in power, an indifference to anything or anyone blocking his path. In other words, his gaze was not directed at him, but treated every obstacle equally. How could an 18-year-old boy have such a gaze? Unknowingly, he had pulled his gaze back, and this scene fell into the eyes of most people. Guan instructor's momentum has been suppressed by him. How dare he? I heard that every class has a few well-connected individuals, either distant relatives of the camp leadership or the sons of some large consortiums. This guy came so late to the training and still dared to retaliate against the instructor. He can't really be some rich kid, can he? I don't care if he's a noble or not. Anyway, I now declare that Zhang Huan is my idol. Exactly. Damn it! That instructor has been messing with us all morning. If it weren't for Zhang Huan, who knows how badly we would have been chased by dogs. I declare, from today on, Zhang Huan is also my idol. The murmurs of the crowd reached Qin Chen and Ouyang Mingyue's ears, and the two exchanged a complex glance, saying nothing. Similarly, these words also reached Zhang Huan and Guan Quan's ears, but Zhang Huan remained indifferent. Guan Quan then realized that by inadvertently averting his gaze, he had become a stepping stone for Zhang Huan. Damn! No way! A man can lose, but a man cannot lose face. He glared again, pretending to be fierce as he pointed at Zhang Huan and shouted, "You just wait. You better pray you can't pass the practical test. Otherwise, as long as you really enlist, you'll have it coming." Zhang Huan's face showed little expression, a faint smile appearing. I hope Instructor Guan will give me more guidance then. Instructor Guan is getting anxious. Instructor Guan is getting anxious. It's over. Our new recruit's backbone, there won't be any good days ahead. What do you know? Instructor Guan is just having a fit of incompetence. I often encounter guys like this when I play games, and in the end, they still get pinned down by me. Although I don't know much about Zhang Huan, look at him, so calm, clearly not taking Instructor Guan seriously. Who knows? Maybe he has a strong backing. The chirping voices in the crowd left Guan Quan somewhat at a loss. How did throwing out a harsh word turn into a fit of incompetence? Why is the thinking of these young people so different from mine? His gaze swept past Zhang Huan, constantly scanning the group of 18 and 19-year-olds behind him. At this moment, they were sizing up Guan Quan, whispering to each other, murmuring about him in even lower voices. He was furious, seething with anger. He shifted his gaze back to Zhang Huan, who remained as calm as water, without a ripple. This only fueled his already boiling anger further. He was so angry that his hands were trembling. He wished he could give these new recruits, who didn't know how to respect veterans, a good beating. However, as soon as this thought arose, he immediately suppressed it. No, if I really do that, they'll just say I'm even more anxious, more humiliated. Forget it. I'll hold it in for a few days. After the new recruit test is over, I'll deal with them. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the 40 or so new recruits in front of him. Then he operated the remote control in his hand. From behind the iron fence, 30 or so black training puppets emerged, moving quickly to the center of the track field, picking up one ironback dog after another and carrying them back into the deep passage behind the iron fence. Moments later, only the 40 or so new recruits and Guan Quan remained in the entire track field. Guan Quan cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Huan before silently turning and walking out of the training ground. The crowd looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Ouyang Mingyue rushed to the front of the crowd, shouting loudly, "Instructor Guan, where are you going?" Guan Quan acted as if he hadn't heard, continuing to walk out on his own. Ouyang Mingyue, not willing to give up, shouted again, "Instructor Guan, are we still training today and tomorrow?" Guan Quan, growing impatient, shouted back without turning his head, "Training your mother." The 40 or so new recruits burst into laughter, while Ouyang Mingyue felt embarrassed. What does it have to do with me? I was just asking for peace of mind? After the farce, Zhang Huan planned to leave. Who would have thought that his fellow recruits would suddenly surround him? "You are Zhang Huan, right? You're amazing. You have no idea. We were tormented by him all morning. You simply took a breath for all of us." My name is Zhao Qian. Why did you only come now that the training is almost over? Can you give me a way to contact you? I can help you catch up on the classes you missed this past month. Bro, where did you buy your agility? How much did it cost? You must have 1 or 2 small goals, right? Damn, you're so nimble. If I had your agility, I wouldn't have been bitten by those dogs today. You haven't arranged for a dorm yet, right? Come to our building, room 629. The crowd surrounded Zhang Huan, their enthusiasm burning as they tried to get close to him. There was no other reason. At this age, most boys idolize the strong and the rebellious. Coincidentally, Zhang Huan embodied both, naturally becoming the object of their admiration. However, faced with their fervor, Jiang Huan only felt a bit overwhelmed by the noise. But since one shouldn't strike a smiling face, he could only respond perfunctorily. "Everyone, step aside." A lazy yet undeniably spirited voice suddenly rang out. The originally chaotic and noisy crowd instantly quieted down, parting to make way. Two figures, one fat and one thin, appeared before Jiang Huan, both smiling as they walked towards him. The fat one looked like a Michelin man, while the thin one was quite sunny and handsome, though his skin was a bit dark. Jiang Huan frowned slightly, unsure of what the two wanted, but he could tell from the reactions of those around him that others were somewhat wary of these two. It was like how ordinary students felt when facing wealthy and powerful young masters or school bullies back in elementary and middle school. Qin Shen led Ouyang Mingyue to Jiang Huan, a brilliant smile breaking out on his dark face. He was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction. At least he had indirectly proven his strength among the new recruits to Jiang Huan. He extended his hand. "Jiang Huan, nice to meet you. I'm Qin Shen. This is my best buddy, Ouyang Mingyue." Jiang Huan did not extend his hand but simply asked coolly, "Is there something you need?" Despite Qin Shen's cheerful demeanor, Jiang Huan felt a sense of intimidation from him. Otherwise, why wait until now to speak up? Why not say something earlier or later? Why choose to say "everyone, step aside" in such a crowded place? Wasn't that a clear show of power? Seeing that Jiang Huan had no interest in shaking hands, Qin Shen smiled nonchalantly. "You've got some personality. I like it." Jiang Huan's brows furrowed in confusion, not understanding what he was getting at. Qin Shen continued to smile. "Jiang Huan, I see your strength isn't bad. Come hang out with me. I'll have your back from now on." At this statement, the majority of the crowd cast envious glances at Jiang Huan. Although they were all training together now, considered comrades in arms, after the practical tests, people would be ranked. In a class of about 40 people, some would be advised to leave due to failing the tests and would have to re-enter society to find suitable jobs. Some would pass and remain in the demon suppression army, but they would likely spend their entire lives at the grassroots level, just ordinary soldiers. Only a few would have the chance to become members of the White Tiger Camp's 7 battalions. The training days were one of the few opportunities for them to meet people openly and equally. They all knew one thing: Qin Shen was strong. He was one of the strongest among the 4,000 new recruits. There was a possibility he could be promoted to private and become a squad leader in the future. His prospects were limitless. Whoever could cling to his leg would at least have no worries about their lives in this practical test. Just look at how Ouyang, the fat guy, was saved by Qin Shen when he was surrounded by dogs and in danger because of their good relationship. They had tried to befriend Qin Shen before, but he had shown no interest in them. Now that Qin Shen was extending an olive branch, it might seem like they were becoming his underlings, but it still made everyone envious. After all, even the dogs at the Prime Minister's door are well fed. What's wrong with being a little brother to a future powerhouse? This is called an investment in a potential stock. The chickens and dogs rise to the sky. It's just around the corner. However, what surprised everyone was that Jiang Huan merely glanced at him lightly and then casually uttered 2 words: "Fool." To Jiang Huan, Qin Shen's behavior was indeed a bit foolish. This is a military camp, not a mercenary group, and certainly not a gang. Coming in and telling others to follow him, Jiang Huan had only seen that in an old movie from hundreds of years ago. What was it called? Something like Young and Dangerous? A big boss comes in and tells people to follow him, only to end up being stabbed to death. Then, Jiang Huan pushed through the crowd and strode towards the training ground. He had many things to do. Not only did he need to find a temporary dormitory, but he also needed to find out what these new recruits had learned during the month he was absent, and casually inquire about some information regarding the upcoming live combat test. Jiang Huan's figure quickly disappeared at the distant entrance. Qin Shen remained stunned in place until Ouyang Mingyue gently patted him, and he finally reacted. "Qin boss, are you okay?" Qin Shen shook his head. "I'm fine. Hey, by the way, did he just call me a fool?" Ouyang Mingyue observed Qin Shen for a while before tentatively nodding. Others might not know Qin Shen's temperament, but as a childhood friend, he knew it all too well. This guy may seem loyal, but he was a real troublemaker. No matter how good a brother he was, if an outsider insulted him, he would beat them into the hospital. After all, for him, in a fistfight, there were basically no peers. In terms of family background, in the entire Great Xia, there weren't many who could match his family. "What did he call me?" Qin Shen seemed to have completely forgotten what had just happened and asked in confusion. Ouyang Mingyue carefully observed Qin Shen again, and after confirming that there was no hostility on his face, he slowly spoke. "Fool." Qin Shen couldn't help but be taken aback. Ouyang Mingyue's heart immediately leaped to his throat. That kid with the surname Jiang is finished. In the White Tiger Camp, even if you insult the commander, it doesn't matter. But how could you insult someone like Qin Shen, a real troublemaker? He had just promised his family to turn over a new leaf. No way. If he really goes to settle the score with that Jiang guy, it's not just Jiang who's finished, Xin Shen will be finished too. In Ouyang Mingyue's mind, an image of a tall, strong, middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a stern face, involuntarily surfaced. The odd he felt made Ouyang Mingyue swallow hard. Just as he was lost in thought, a hearty laugh rang in his ears. Ouyang Mingyue frowned and turned to look, only to find that the Qin Shen who had just been dazed was now laughing uncontrollably, holding his stomach. The onlooking new recruits found his appearance somewhat eerie. Following the principle of avoiding trouble, they quickly left the track field as well. Soon, the large track field was left with only Ouyang Mingyue and Qin Shen. Ouyang Mingyue looked at Qin Shen with some concern. "Are you okay? Qin boss wouldn't be so angry that he lost his mind, right?" Qin Shen waved his hands repeatedly, laughing as he explained, I'm fine, let me laugh a little longer, this guy is just too interesting." After a moment, his laughter finally subsided. "Ouyang, you know, when I was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, my dad was afraid I would bully others, so he sent me to a primary school in Yelung City. In our class, there was a guy who was the son of the richest man in Yelung City. One time he called me a fool, and I ended up fighting with him. There were 5 of them, and I was all alone. In the end, I knocked them all down, and that guy had his teeth knocked out one by one with a brick. I wanted to make sure he could never say those 2 words again. I still remember that evening when it snowed heavily, and the thick blood from his mouth flowed out and froze. Halfway through, he cried and begged me to stop. I'm not a saint. Why should I have the obligation to forgive him? I just smashed all 28 of his teeth, one by one." Qin Shen spoke as if recounting a trivial matter, his tone calm, a smile on his face. However, Ouyang Mingyue's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "My god, Qin Lauda, you don't really intend to smash Jiang Huan's teeth, do you? You mustn't do that. This is the White Tiger Camp, serious offenses go to military court." Qin Shen laughed heartily. "Look at you, so scared. I'm not a child anymore, how could I do such a thing? Besides, you know I promised my old man to keep the peace in the camp." Ouyang Mingyue let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I was really afraid you'd cause trouble again." Qin Shen hooked his arm around Ouyang Mingyue's neck, grinning mischievously. "Ouyang, I'm getting more and more interested in Jiang Huan." Ouyang Mingyue looked at Qin Shen in confusion. "Interested? Yeah, think about it. How many years has it been since anyone has scolded me? Suddenly being scolded feels quite thrilling." Ouyang Mingyue shot a complex glance at the grinning Qin Shen. "I suspect you have serious masochistic tendencies." As he spoke, he quickly pushed Qin Shen's hand away. "Stay away from me, I only like women." Qin Shen wasn't angry, instead, he burst into laughter. "I thought about it carefully, the reason Jiang Huan called me an idiot must be because I didn't show him my strength just now. Think about it. A person whose weight you don't even know suddenly runs up to you and demands to be your boss, what else could that be but idiocy?" Ouyang Mingyue had a vague sense of unease. "Qin Lauda, what are you planning?" Qin Shen shrugged. "What can I do? Since he doesn't know my strength, I'll just prove it to him. I want to take advantage of the practical test day. In the satellite city, I'll beat him down hard, until he willingly calls me boss. Jiang Huan, this little brother, I've got him locked in." The White Tiger Square is where the soldiers of the White Tiger camp stroll during their leisure time. In the center, 2 flags flutter in the wind. One is the red national flag of the Great Xia, and the other is the dragon head flag of the Demon Suppression Army. In the vast square, besides a few scattered soldiers wandering about, there are also some veterans setting up small stalls, displaying materials from demon beasts or rare trinkets. The Demon Suppression Army has its own internal system. In addition to various trading channels provided by the military, it also encourages soldiers to buy and sell among themselves. It could even be said that even if contact with the outside world were cut off, the Demon Suppression Army could still operate efficiently. Chen Lin found a corner where the sun couldn't reach and sat quietly by herself. A gentle breeze brushed past, tousling her shoulder-length hair. Her brows furrowed slightly, her handsome face filled with worry. Why is he still alive? Did Duan fail the mission? She took out her phone again, trying to call Duan. However, as with every previous attempt, the mechanical female voice on the other end always responded. "The user you are trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Frustrated, she put her phone away, propping her chin up with one hand. "Still can't get through. It seems the odds are against us." Despite her frustration, there was no trace of sadness on her face, and she even seemed a bit pleased. Clearly, she held a strong dislike for Duan. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. If Duan is really dead, How did he manage to take down Duen? She thought for a long time and arrived at an answer that didn't seem reasonable. Could it be that I underestimated his perception? But Duan's eagle eye has an effective range of up to 5 kilometers. If he can sense this, oh my god, just how strong is his perception? She couldn't help but gasp. The perception of an ordinary spirit master increases with their level, but the enhancement is limited. Generally, spirit masters below the 5th rank have a perception range that doesn't exceed 100 meters around them. Those with mental-type spirit tools have slightly stronger perception, but it's usually only about 1 or 2 kilometers. How could she not be surprised? If his perception is really that strong, once he successfully joins the demon suppression army, he will likely be heavily trained in the camp. At that time, it might be a bit difficult for Brother Dugu to deal with him. Mentioning Duguba, her mind once again conjured the image of his robust figure, the thick beard on his chin not showing a hint of sloppiness, but rather exuding a manly charm. A blush crept across her face once more. Buzz. At that moment, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Duguba. Chenlin, I've gone to Jiujiang City on a mission. A large Taoist temple dating back several thousand years was suddenly discovered near Longhushan. Perhaps we can find some high-quality spirit tools or even more valuable items inside. Time is tight. If I go late, I might be beaten to it by other organizations. Moreover, this operation may be dangerous, so forgive me for not being able to take you with me this time. When I return, I'll bring you your favorite navel oranges and the local specialty osmanthus cake from Jiujiang City. Chenlin looked at the tender message, pouting slightly in dissatisfaction. Brother Dugu is too much. He won't take me out again. However, a happy smile was radiating from her face. Her 10 delicate fingers flew across the screen. Brother Dugu, be careful and come back early. She put away her phone, but the joy on her face lingered for a long time. It was as if the gloom from that morning had completely dissipated the moment she received Duguba's message. After a long while, her gaze became resolute again. No, Brother Dugu has a bright future ahead. His hands must not be stained with blood. If blood must be shed, then let me be your white glove. I must resolve this before Jiang Huan officially becomes a member of the Demon Suppression Army. Currently, the best opportunity is the practical test in 2 days, but we veterans can only guard the outskirts of the satellite city. A worried expression returned to her face. I have no chance to act. It seems I can only find someone to help, but who should I ask? His perception is so strong. She pondered over the people she knew, but each one was helplessly ruled out. The reason was simple: none could escape Jiang Huan's perception. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She quickly picked up her phone and dialed a number. After a brief ringing, a sharp, eunuch-like voice came through. Hello, Sister Lin. I only met you half a month ago. I never expected you'd call me today. Chenlin smiled. Lu Lei, I have something to ask you. Are you interested in joining us, Luo Jindog? The voice on the other end chuckled nonchalantly. Sister Lin, I admit, you, Luo Jindog, are currently the strongest team in the White Tiger camp, but with my strength, I could definitely choose from the 7 teams. Chenlin smiled back. That's true. With 3 unique spirit tools and a physique comparable to a 4th-rank spirit master, you could indeed choose any of the 7 teams. However, just because you can choose doesn't mean you can obtain the team's resource allocation, which is another matter entirely. And I heard that this batch of new recruits has several who are quite talented and hardworking, especially one named Qin Chen, who seems to be a bit stronger than you. Every year, the Demon Suppression Army allocates resources to the 4 major camps. These resources are then distributed among the 28 battalions of the 4 major camps, as well as the grassroots soldiers. The amount of resources each battalion receives varies due to differences in strength, leading to disparities in performance and resource allocation each year. As the strongest battalion of the White Tiger camp, the Luo Jindog receives far more resources than the other battalions. There was silence on the other end of the phone, as if the person was contemplating something. After a long while, the voice on the other end finally spoke again. Sister Lin, as far as I know, you are just a private in the Luo Jindog, right? Could it be that you have control over the battalion's resource allocation? And who knows if Qin Chen is stronger than me? After all, we haven't fought against each other yet. Chenlin smiled gently. The fish has taken the bait. I don't, but my boyfriend does. Who is your boyfriend? Du Gu Ba. As she said this, Chenlin's heart couldn't help but race a little faster. She also hoped that Du Gu Ba was her boyfriend, but there was always a thin barrier between them that they couldn't break through. Sister Lin, I never expected your partner to be the top newcomer of the White Tiger camp. At this moment, the tone on the other end had gained a bit of respect. So, tell me, Sister Lin, what do you want me to do? I never believe in free lunches falling from the sky. A sweet smile appeared on Chenlin's handsome face. It's simple. I want you to take care of someone in your new recruit camp for me on the day of the practical test. Moments later, Chenlin bounced her way back to her dormitory. The warm breeze brushed against her face, tousling her waterfall-like hair. Her face resembled a budding flower, blooming with a sweet smile. The blood-red sunset dyed the entire Han Shui city. This was a rare beautiful scene, but the busy work had pressed ordinary people to focus solely on survival. Few people looked up to admire the sunset anymore. In the White Tiger camp, on the 6th floor of the administrative building, in a simple office, Xin Hao, the commander of the White Tiger camp, who had changed into military uniform, frowned as he reviewed the last document in his hand. After glancing at the time, he realized that he had already exceeded the off-duty time by almost an hour. I should go find Wei Qingxuan to discuss the matter regarding Jian Huan. He slowly stood up, picked up his coat from behind, and after tidying up his appearance in the mirror, he walked out of the office at a leisurely pace. 15 minutes later, Xin Hao stood in front of a courtyard. There were 4 or 5 buildings in the courtyard, but at the center stood a gray 3-story small building. Beside the main entrance, there was a half-human high sign, White Tiger Camp Artifact Spirit Research Room. He lifted his leg, about to step inside, but then hesitated, unsure whether to enter. Creak, creak. An old janitor with half-white hair, sporting medium-length hair and looking a bit disheveled, pushed a garbage cart full of trash out of the courtyard. The moment Xin Hao saw the old man, his body instantly stiffened, and his right hand shot up to salute, aligning with the brim of his cap. He was just about to call out. However, the disheveled old man laughed first. Commander Qin, here to inspect Captain Wei's work? Although his clothes were shabby, his teeth were neat and white. Xin Hao seemed to realize something, and the hand he had just raised slowly lowered. He nodded slightly. Yeah, it's been a while since I came to check this place out. The disheveled old man pushed the creaking garbage cart and walked slowly towards Xin Hao. As he walked, he laughed and said, Chief Qin, you should talk to Captain Wei. She's been holed up in the lab every day for 4 or 5 years, and while it's fine if she's worn out, the key issue is that it's increasing my workload. My old body can't handle her like this. He raised his hand and pointed at the garbage truck in front of him, which resembled a small mountain. Look, it was just cleaned yesterday, and today there's another pile. As the evening breeze blew, leftover half-boxes of meals fell from the mountain-like garbage truck, scattering rice grains and soup all over the ground. The scruffy old man frowned. What bad luck. While speaking, he pulled out tools from the garbage truck to start cleaning. Xin Hao quickly stepped forward, wanting to take the broom and dustpan from him. Old Zhong, why bother? The scruffy old man merely shifted his feet, and somehow, he managed to avoid Xin Hao's outstretched hand that was reaching for the tools. Then, with a few sweeps, he gathered all the leftover meals into the dustpan. He frowned at the soup on the ground, then turned around to grab a large sprayer, skillfully washing away the soup and oil stains, and sweeping the water into the nearby drain. Only when there was not a trace of soup left on the ground did a satisfied smile appear on his face. Chief Qin, there's no old Zhong here, just an old man sweeping the floor. While speaking, he neatly put away the tools and pushed the garbage truck forward again. What a hard life, it's already 7 o'clock, and I still have to go clean the administrative building without any overtime pay. Sigh. Xin Hao watched as old Zhong disappeared into the dimming light, shaking his head helplessly. What's wrong with old Zhong? He's been sweeping here in the White Tiger camp for 5 years. He turned to look at the 3-story building in front of him, which was completely dark. Only a laboratory on the 2nd floor, towards the back, was brightly lit. Wei Qingxuan is really obsessed, he muttered helplessly. Then, he strode towards the 2nd floor laboratory of the gray building. 2 minutes later, Xin Hao quietly observed everything before him. Inside the pure white laboratory, various precision instruments were in operation, along with glass containers of all sizes filled with different liquids, solids, and gases. Not far away, a 5-meter-long display cabinet was densely packed with sealed samples of various materials from around the world. And this was just the tip of the iceberg of the White Tiger camp's inventory. On the workbench, a woman in her 30s with a high-nose bridge, fair skin, short hair, gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a lab coat and blue rubber gloves, was carefully adding various materials to a spherical flask. However, the red bloodshot veins in her eyes proved her exhaustion. Yet, she continued to observe the fluctuating data on the instruments and the various phenomena appearing in the flask, quickly recording everything in a notebook beside her. It was filled with dense data and information. 3 grams of ghost-faced man's dental pulp extract, plus 1 gram of werewolf claw powder. The blood sample of a white rabbit will completely coagulate within 5 seconds, and there's a possibility of creating a new type of coagulant, side effects currently unknown. Then add 0.3 grams of blood rose venom extract, 0.2 grams of ghost zinc, and use potassium permanganate as a catalyst, testing under high-temperature conditions to amplify the coagulant effect. Suddenly, the solution in the flask, which had been quiet, began to boil violently. Bang! With a soft sound, the flask shattered. Glass shards and residue did not explode everywhere. A pale yellow spherical barrier formed from gathered spiritual energy enveloped the entire flask before it exploded. The explosion was firmly locked within the barrier. The woman sighed, and after the reactions within the barrier completely subsided, she withdrew her spiritual power, tossing the shattered vial and its contents into a specially designed trash bin at her feet. Then, with a sense of helplessness, she wrote a line in her notebook. C1425 Healing Agent Formula, 106th attempt at restoration failed. Reason, wrong material selection. She seemed quite irritated. After finishing this sentence, she flicked the pen in her hand aside and leaned back dejectedly in her office chair. Commander Chin, if there's nothing else, please don't come looking for me. You see, every time you show up, my experiments go wrong. She gazed at the ceiling, murmuring weakly. For her blame-shifting, Shinhao was not angry. On the contrary, a hint of pity flashed across his face. Xiaowei, why push yourself so hard? Essentially, what happened 8 years ago has nothing to do with you. Wei Qingshuang numbly shook her head, her short hair just reaching her chin lightly brushing against her face, as if that could help her wake up a bit. Commander Chin, how could it have nothing to do with me? Those were the various data, documents, and materials accumulated over 270 years by the ancestors of the White Tiger Camp, all taken away in one go, and even the source files were completely destroyed. If he were a member of another team, it would be one thing, but he just had to be the captain of our Kuemu Wolf team. Moreover, he is also my. Her eyes, already filled with red veins, now glimmered with unshed tears, as if recalling something that filled her with deep guilt and regret. Commander Chin, how could that incident possibly have nothing to do with me? Shinhao sighed heavily, his expression serious. But you have done your best to make up for it these past few years. Wei Qingshuang shook her head. The White Tiger Camp has been established for 270 years, and the predecessors have worked tirelessly, making achievements in equipment, medicine, spirit tools, pseudo-spirit tools, martial arts, demon beasts, ruins, and spiritual energy. A total of 57,983 related documents, all destroyed in one night. In these past few years, I have desperately tried to restore those materials, and so far, I have only managed to restore 189, and they are all the simplest equipment and potions. It's not enough, far from enough. Shinhao looked at her, somewhat entranced, feeling a twinge of pity. If only she hadn't gotten too close to him back then. However, pity aside, he didn't know what to say. He waved his hand. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm here today to discuss Jiang Huan. Wei Qingshuang remained silent, as if she hadn't heard him. Shinhao could only continue speaking to himself. A few days ago, after you forced me to arrange for him to come in, I became curious about him. So, this morning, I specifically went to test his qualifications. His strength is decent, and he has a double S-class spirit tool. It's just a pity that he has a pseudo-spirit tool body. As Shinhao spoke, he observed Wei Qingshuang. Such contrasting news should elicit some reaction from a normal person. Moreover, he was the one she had insisted on bringing in. However, what puzzled Shinhao was that Wei Qingshuang still showed no reaction. She simply leaned her head back against the office chair, her eyes slowly closing, as if taking a brief nap. You don't seem to care about this kid named Jiang Huan? Should I care? Wei Qingshuang replied without even opening her eyes. Shinhao frowned. Then why did you have to force me to arrange for him? Wei Qingshuang slowly opened her eyes, a bitter smile flashing across her face. She moved her office chair to a nearby desk and rummaged through it. After a moment, she handed a letter to Shinhao. Shinhao opened the envelope in confusion, quickly scanning its contents, which merely detailed Jiang Huan's situation and expressed a hope to incorporate him into the demon suppression army. Finally, it stopped at the signature. 2 lines were written above, wishing you well, Morong Shui. In an instant, Shinhao understood everything. No wonder Wei Qingshuang had been so eager to help this kid before, even forcing me to let him in, only to later act as if it had nothing to do with her, as if everything was inconsequential. It turned out he was Morong Shui's student. Wei Qingshuang said lightly, you know, she and I used to be good sisters. Emotionally speaking, since Jiang Huan is her student, helping him is no big deal. But from a logical standpoint, she retired from the White Tiger Camp without a word when I needed companionship and support the most. Not making things difficult for her student is already giving her face. What more does she want me to care about him? Shinhao smiled bitterly. The relationships between women are truly hard to evaluate. Once, Wei Qingshuang and Morong Shui were the best of friends in the White Tiger Camp's Kuemu Wolf team. After that incident 8 years ago, not only did the strength of the White Tiger Camp suffer greatly, but Wei Qingshuang also fell into a period of despair. It wasn't until Morong Shui joined the army and became part of the Kuemu Wolf team that the two, sharing similar personalities, began to lift Wei Qingshuang's spirits again. For those 3 years, Morong Shui accompanied Wei Qingxuang, either immersed in the laboratory, restoring one piece of stolen data after another, or running around with the members of the Kuemu Wolf team. It was thought that everything was developing in a positive direction. But who would have thought that one day, out of the blue, Morong Shui submitted her retirement application? Before Qin Hao could figure out what was going on, the procedures at the Demon Suppression Army headquarters were completed. After Morong Shui left, Wei Qingxuang wanted to ask her for an explanation more than once, but all she got was "I miss home." From then on, the two had no further contact. Wei Qingxuang, having suffered another emotional setback, seemed to be stimulated and completely ignored the Kuemu Wolf, burying herself in the laboratory. Qin Hao, with a complicated mood, refolded the letter and handed it back to Wei Qingxuang. Wei Qingxuang casually tossed it onto the operating table. "The practical test is the day after tomorrow. You should attend, right? By the way, look for some new talent for Kuemu Wolf." Wei Qingxuang shook her head. "No time. Just find someone from our team." Qin Hao frowned slightly. "A few days ago, the captain of Lu Jin Dog, Yan Qi, came to me again. He hopes to change the team number. They want your Kuemu Wolf number." Wei Qingxuang appeared indifferent. "If they want it, just give it to them." Qin Hao was not surprised, as if he had long known Wei Qingxuang's attitude. "Your team, except for you, is very resistant." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Qingxuang fell silent. But soon she returned to her indifferent demeanor. "The duty of a soldier is to obey orders. The Kuemu Wolf team will follow all organizational arrangements." Qin Hao shook his head in frustration. "Do as you wish, but I must remind you, this time I didn't pursue the matter of Chu Xiaoxiao and Lu Yiming acting without permission, which has made the other teams quite unhappy. Moreover, your Kuemu Wolf team hasn't met its task indicators for the past few years. I think it won't be long before the other teams take the opportunity to make things difficult. By then, if your team's resources are taken away, even if you want to continue your experiments, it will be hard to sustain." After saying this, he turned and left, leaving the entire laboratory in silence. Wei Qingxuang weakly leaned on the operating table, her bloodshot eyes quietly staring at the separating funnel in front of her. In the funnel, an enticing purple liquid exuded a dangerous aura, dripping drop by drop into the beaker below. "All the resources taken away? That's fine. Maybe Kuemu Wolf won't have to exist anymore. They might be dispersed to other teams and no longer have to bear the stigma." A bitter smile appeared on her face as she walked over to the nearby sink and splashed her face with cold water. Then, she returned to her experiment. Under the moonlight, the White Tiger camp was bustling with activity. The evening break made the entire camp feel like a small society. The training grounds, dining hall, garden, square, basketball court, and classrooms were all filled with people. In the dining hall, there was a modestly decorated Shandong cuisine restaurant. Jiang Huan was having dinner with Lu Yiming and Chu Xiaoxiao. A girl who looked like a new recruit, wearing a yellow hairpin, left dejectedly with a pink envelope in her hand. Not far away, several other new recruits, both male and female, were watching, their eyes occasionally glancing over at Jiang Huan. Just a moment ago, Jiang Huan had invited the two of them to dinner. But within the time it took to eat, 5 girls had already come over to flirt with Jiang Huan, making Chu Xiaoxiao feel quite uncomfortable. She wanted to slam her hand on the table and tell them to stay away from Jiang Huan, as she had known him first. But reason told her that if she did that, Jiang Huan might end up disliking her even more. Their relationship had only just begun to show signs of improvement. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming couldn't help but clap his hands. "Incredible, incredible. Jiang Huan, I used to think girls were too shy to take the initiative. But today I realized that girls can be this proactive too. How did you do it? Teach me. I think I'm still a bit handsome." Jiang Huan rolled his eyes. "Stop joking around. Let's talk business. What's going on with the practical test the day after tomorrow?" Lu Yiming's playful demeanor faded, and his expression turned serious. In previous years, during the new recruit selection, most of them were fresh graduates from school, and many had never experienced real combat, so they only knew how to use the beasts raised in the camp, as their wildness and aggression were much less. However, this also created a problem. Many seemingly strong newcomers would falter in actual combat, perhaps only able to exert half of their strength. This wasn't a major issue originally, as every camp had enough core strength to give newcomers time to grow. But 8 years ago, something happened in the White Tiger camp that nearly severed the core strength of the entire camp, especially in our team. At this point, Lu Yiming stopped speaking. Jiang Huan was puzzled. "Why did you stop?" Lu Yiming chuckled and glanced at Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao explained, "Jiang Huan, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but strictly speaking, you're not yet a member of the Demon Suppression Army's 7th team. Only members of the 7th team are qualified to know about this." Jiang Huan felt helpless, but seeing the two of them in a difficult position, he knew that even if he pressed them, it would be hard to get an answer. At that moment, the waiter brought the dishes the three had ordered: 9 tern intestines, oil-braised shrimp, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and a bowl of vegetable soup. 3 dishes and a soup made for a reasonable meal. John Hwan picked up a piece and tasted it. The flavor was good. It wasn't pre-made, which showed that the treatment for soldiers in the demon suppression army was quite decent. As he ate, he continued to ask, "So how will the practical test be conducted the day after tomorrow?" Lu Yiming picked up a shrimp and began to peel it while answering, "Well, I heard it's going to be a points system. After setting a passing line, at least half of the participants will be eliminated. And it is said that in order to test the new recruits' ability to cooperate, besides the low-level 4-tier demon beasts, there is also a nearly 5-tier big guy placed inside. Jiang Huan, you need to be careful." Jiang Huan frowned slightly. A group of 2nd and 3rd-tier new recruits, having them cooperate to deal with a nearly 5-tier demon beast, the White Tiger Camp was determined to weed out the newcomers who would hold them back. He couldn't help but think of the black wind bear he encountered in the mountain cave. If converted to the strength of a spirit master, it would probably be around the strength of a 4-tier 7-star. If it weren't for his spirit tool having a peculiar effect on it, and the sudden appearance of spirit tool No. 13, even if he could take it down, it would likely take a lot of effort. The three of them chatted while eating, and soon, Jiang Huan had a preliminary understanding of the practical test. In general, it was about assigning points to demon beasts of different strengths, and finally setting a scoreline. Those who met the standard would stay, and those who didn't would leave. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Huan walked towards the temporary dormitory. "I need to ask my roommates what they have trained in this month. Since they are going to face 4-tier demon beasts, they should have been taught some special techniques." The temporary dormitory consisted of 3 7-story small buildings. Jiang Huan's dormitory was in Building C, room 403. Each room was arranged for 4 new recruits, but in Jiang Huan's dormitory, there were only 3 people, including him. His roommate said that before he arrived, there were 4 people. However, 2 of them had applied to withdraw from the training after hearing that the practical test could be life-threatening. The reason it was called a temporary dormitory was that these 3 dormitory buildings were only used during the new recruit training. After the training, those who passed the test would be assigned to new dormitories. Basic soldiers would be assigned to 30 square meter double rooms, while soldiers from the 7th Brigade would each have a single room. As Jiang Huan entered the area of the temporary dormitory, he felt a strange sensation. Looking up, he discovered that at the balconies of the 3 buildings, heads were poking out from the doors and windows. "Come and see. Jiang Huan is back at the dormitory." "Which one? Is it the guy who almost got the veteran done in?" "Ugh, no, wait, is it the guy who almost got the veteran dogged? I heard the commander personally tested his qualifications." "Do you know what that means?" "He might be the 2nd generation of some hidden family." Before long, in the pitch-black night sky, at the windows, from the 3 buildings, hundreds of heads, both male and female, poked out, like surveillance in the night, their gazes following Jiang Huan. Jiang Huan frowned, his mind racing. What were these people going crazy about? Not sleeping at night, staring at him for no reason? Just as he was about to walk towards Building C, a girl with a deep neckline, wearing a purple dress, suddenly sprang out from a dim corner. Blushing, she directly shoved a box into Jiang Huan's arms. "Jiang Huan, please go out with me." Then she quickly ran back to the nearby building, a girl's dormitory. Jiang Huan stared blankly at her disappearing figure. Purple really has a charm, the ancients do not deceive me. He looked at the item in his arms and realized it was a beautifully packaged box of chocolates. There was also a note attached to the chocolates, with a sentence written on it. "I only wish your heart is like my heart, Lin Ru, 185XXXXXXXX. Jiang Huan frowned. Boring, who likes little kids? To Jiang Huan, girls like this, who were only youthful, without brains or experience, were just a shell. He was not interested. Then, he casually crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it into the trash can at the door. As for the chocolates, just as he was about to open them to taste, suddenly, Jiang Huan seemed to hear a hurried sound of footsteps. Following the sound, I discovered that beneath the girls' dormitory building, dozens of heavily made-up girls had rushed out at some point, holding flowers, snacks, potions, equipment, and various gifts. "Jiang Huan, wait a minute. I have something to say to you. Just give me a minute. Just 1 minute." One by one, they crazily rushed towards Jiang Huan, fearing they would be slower than the others. While running, they also had to be mindful of their freshly done makeup, afraid that a careless move would ruin their image in the boys' eyes. The boys watching from above were filled with envy and jealousy. "Wait a minute, aren't girls supposed to be very passive? My goddess just told me yesterday that she wanted to test my sincerity, so why are these girls being so proactive? A bunch of shameless girls. My girlfriend is great. She just video called me, and after she finishes her shower, we're going to continue our video call. Big head, don't get too smug. Look at that girl in the floral dress, holding a bunch of flowers and with a ponytail. She's your girlfriend, isn't she? Damn, it really is my girlfriend. Move aside. I'm going to fight for her. Calm down. Haven't you heard that Qin Shun from class 100 is backing him up? Can you handle Qin Shen? The boys in the dormitory were arguing, and Zhang Huan was unaware of it. At this moment, Zhang Huan just wanted to escape. He never imagined that the scene of dozens of girls rushing towards a boy could feel so oppressive. The women at the foot of the mountain are tigers. That is an absolute truth. With a thought, he activated concealment to the extreme and jumped directly into the shadows, moving with ghostly steps towards the C dormitory building. The dozens of girls arrived in an instant, looking blankly at the spot where Zhang Huan had just stood, staring at each other in confusion. Where did he go? Wasn't he just here? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? He's really amazing. Look, he's at the entrance of the C dormitory. As soon as Zhang Huan's figure was exposed under the streetlight in front of the C dormitory, the dozens of girls discovered his whereabouts. They once again rushed towards Zhang Huan at an even faster speed. Zhang Huan smiled and waved at them. Goodbye. Then he strode into the dormitory building. But at that moment, from the shadows on both sides of the dormitory building, more than 10 girls, who were of above-average looks and had graceful figures, suddenly sprang out. They all rushed towards Zhang Huan. Zhang Huan, do you believe in love at first sight? If you don't, that's okay. We can slowly cultivate our feelings. Zhang Huan, talk to me. Sweeter than first love. Zhang Huan's face turned pale with shock. Damn. He was too happy too soon. He turned to run away. No way, with wolves in front and tigers behind, even if he were a one-man army, he would be scared. However, the two groups of girls seemed to have reached a tacit understanding at that moment, fully implementing the girl help girl principle. They spontaneously formed a tight encirclement around Zhang Huan without any prior consultation, trapping him inside. As the dozens of girls, fierce as wolves and tigers, closed in step by step, Zhang Huan felt like a piece of meat on a chopping board. Damn, was he really going to become Jiang Jinfu tonight? Fight his way out from this group of women? Zhang Huan, catch! Just as Zhang Huan was lost in thought, a powerful voice came from above. Zhang Huan looked up and was overjoyed. On the balcony of the fourth-floor corridor stood a sturdy man with a resolute appearance. A thick rope instantly coalesced in his hand, resembling a long snake, heading straight for Zhang Huan. It wrapped around Zhang Huan's waist in an instant. Then, he stepped onto the balcony, his thick calves covered in hair. With a powerful pull of his arms, Zhang Huan felt a force coming from his waist. Zhang Huan's body was lifted up along with the rope. The girls watched Zhang Huan's figure rising inch by inch, exasperated yet helpless. Zhang Huan smiled. Ladies, good night. The night breeze brushed against Zhang Huan's cheek, and as he moved upward, boys from other floors greeted him. After a few perfunctory replies, he used both hands and feet, leveraging the wall's resistance to climb swiftly. Moments later, with the help of a burly man, he leaped into the corridor on the fourth floor. Just as Zhang Huan was about to thank the burly man, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from downstairs. Zhang Huan turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw the dormitory supervisor, who had been sleeping in the duty room, rushing out at some point. Pointing at the dozens of girls, she scolded, "Boys' dormitory. Girls, stop. Are you new recruits planning a rebellion?" A wicked smile curled at the corner of Zhang Huan's mouth as he raised his right hand high, waving at the dozens of girls with a flourish. Goodbye, rest early. To Zhang Huan, a qualified man should be like the wind, never weighed down by any woman. Then, he hooked his arm around the burly man's shoulder and said with a smile, "Leg hair brother, thanks. Why aren't you resting in the dormitory? What are you doing here?" The man was none other than Zhang Huan's temporary roommate. Zhang Huan had asked for his name, but he said he had been called Leg Hair Brother since childhood due to his abundant leg hair, and that rope was Leg Hair Brother's spirit tool. Leg Hair Brother smiled bitterly. "I wish I could go back to the dormitory, but anyway, Zhang Huan, you better be mentally prepared." Zhang Huan frowned and walked shoulder to shoulder with Leg Hair Brother towards room 403. Along the way, people occasionally struck up conversations with him, and Zhang Huan responded perfunctorily. He still couldn't understand why he had become famous in the new recruits camp after just one afternoon of pranking the veterans. Even so many girls were actively showing him kindness? As he approached the dormitory, Zhang Huan's previously furrowed brow deepened further. Room 403, which should have been quiet, was now filled with noise. Pushing open the dormitory door, Zhang Huan was stunned. Smoke swirled, and a strong smell of smoke filled the room. The 20-square-meter dormitory, which could accommodate 4 people, was now packed with unfamiliar faces, all boys. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Tianbao from New Recruit Class 88. If you need anything in the future, feel free to ask me for help. I'm Li Tianyi from New Recruit Class 15. Do you like playing ball? We can play together when you have time. This is a little gift for you, hope you accept it. And me, I'm Lu Zhanyuan from New Recruit Class 36. Jiang Huan, you're simply amazing. They said you played tricks on the instructor, and I didn't believe it until someone pulled out the video. You're really something. I admire you. A group of energetic young people surrounded Jiang Huan, each one chattering and crowding around him. Moreover, everyone thoughtfully presented Jiang Huan with a gift. Most were common materials for refining spirit tools and some potions suitable for gifting that weren't particularly expensive. Jiang Huan responded perfunctorily, but his confusion grew deeper. Although he had pranked the instructor, which was a relief for the new recruits, from a certain perspective, Jiang Huan had also offended the higher-ups. Even if these new recruits admired Jiang Huan, they shouldn't be getting so close to him. The gifts in Jiang Huan's hands kept piling up, but his doubts intensified. An hour later, with a forced smile, Jiang Huan finally sent the last new recruit out of the dormitory and closed the door, leaning weakly against it. Looking at the various gifts piled on the table, Jiang Huan felt a bit annoyed. Damn, it turns out socializing is so exhausting. Jiang Huan, now you know why I don't go back to the dormitory, right? Leg Hair Brother patted Jiang Huan's shoulder with a bitter smile. Jiang Huan awkwardly smiled. Sorry about that. Leg Hair Brother shook his head. You said sorry too early. Jiang Huan was a bit puzzled. Said it too early? Leg Hair Brother nodded and casually pointed to Jiang Huan's bed. The new recruit's dormitory was a typical setup with beds on top and desks below. Since he had been busy dealing with his fellow recruits, Jiang Huan hadn't noticed anything unusual on his bed. Now, following the direction of Leg Hair Brother's finger, Jiang Huan was once again dumbfounded. His bed was piled high with various flowers and envelopes, as well as beautifully wrapped gifts and bags of snacks. These are what I threw on your bed after there was no more room on the drying rack, Leg Hair Brother said, pointing to the drying rack behind him. Jiang Huan looked in the direction he was pointing, his mouth agape as if he could fit a whole egg in it. The drying rack was also stacked high with flowers and gifts. You have no idea, after you left this afternoon, so many people came to the dormitory to deliver gifts. Under normal circumstances, I would have taken a nap, but since this afternoon, the dormitory door hasn't stopped. It's either someone delivering gifts or wanting to get to know you. I told them you weren't in the dormitory, but they wouldn't leave, insisting on waiting for you to come back, chattering non-stop. I had no choice but to hide outside until you returned. Jiang Huan felt extremely embarrassed, so much so that he just wanted to change the subject. Sorry, by the way, Leg Hair Brother, where's Old Hu? Old Hu was another roommate of Jiang Huan's, and since he had entered the dormitory, he hadn't seen him at all. Leg Hair Brother sighed and looked at Jiang Huan with a hint of melancholy. He changed dormitories. Jiang Huan. 40 minutes later, Jiang Huan and Leg Hair Brother were happily munching on a bag of chips, not knowing which girl had sent them. Useful items like medicine and materials had all been collected by Jiang Huan. As for the pile of useless flowers and heartfelt love letters, Jiang Huan and Leg Hair Brother took advantage of the night to go downstairs and throw them into the trash. Jiang Huan, those flowers are so beautiful, and those love letters are so heartfelt. How can you just throw them away? Jiang Huan shrugged. If you like them, next time they send them, you can accept them. Leg Hair Brother. For Jiang Huan, these useless things would only slow down his response time. Leaning back in his chair, he muttered to himself, it doesn't make sense. I just dealt with the instructor a bit, so why are so many people trying to be nice to me? Leg Hair Brother's eyes widened. No way? You don't know the reason? Jiang Huan looked at Leg Hair Brother in confusion. What should I know? Leg Hair Brother stared at Jiang Huan's eyes for a long time, and after confirming that he really didn't know, he could only smile helplessly. No wonder, if you knew, you probably wouldn't have retaliated against Instructor Guan. He picked up a cup of water, took a sip, and washed down the crumbs of chips in his mouth before continuing. It's a tradition for the Demon Suppression Army instructors to find ways to torment new recruits, aimed at weeding out those who can't handle it. While I was eating in the cafeteria today, I heard a few veterans in their 40s say that you are the second person in nearly 20 years at the White Tiger Camp to dare to retaliate against an instructor during new recruit training. Jiang Huan frowned. I'm the second? And it's been 20 years? Were past recruits this cowardly? Leg Hair Brother rolled his eyes at Jiang Huan. Could they not be cowardly? Which instructor isn't a master at the 4th or 5th level? Who would dare to offend them? Only you and that guy from 20 years ago not only retaliated against the instructor but also made it so the instructor couldn't find an excuse to deal with you on the spot. Jiang Huan chuckled. But even so, it shouldn't lead to so many people trying to be nice to me, right? Leg Hair Brother shook his head. They're not trying to be nice to you. They're trying to get on Qin Shen's good side. Today, the people coming to find you, whether male or female, every single one of them is a cunning individual, especially those girls who pretend to be interested in dating you. They are the most cunning of all. Zhang Huan's eyes narrowed slightly as the image of that somewhat foolish, arrogant young man from this morning flashed in his mind. Qin Shen? Is he really that impressive? Or does he have some kind of background?